Here is the blue star several years later. Due to the unrestrained use of nuclear weapons, most areas of the blue star have turned into deserts, plants and water sources have become scarce, and many animals have mutated. Despite the harsh environment, people are still divided into different classes. The upper class lives in the safe zone, mostly controlled by wealthy families, while the lower class can only survive in the desert. Hence they are called desert dwellers, relying on hunting and scavenging to support themselves. Among these two groups of people, there are humans who have evolved special abilities, known as evolvers. Today, I am fortunate to become one of them, but I am not happy at all. I was the leader of a 5-person scavenging team, but today this team has had internal strife. At this moment, I coldly gaze at the other 4. Why the internal strife? I want an explanation. Internal strife is the most taboo within the scavenging team, because no one wants to be made into a midnight snack by their teammates after a conflict. A thin girl glares at the other 3, Yang Chen. They want to rebel. Her name is Peng Min. Her real age is already 19, but she looks like a 15 or 16-year-old girl due to malnutrition. Shut up, the thin Huang Qing angrily says. I just want to take back what belongs to me. Beside him, the equally thin young man Dai Lei coldly says, we are tired of Yang Chen's selfishness, so we decided to do things on our own. Is there a problem? I look at these two teammates in disbelief. I'm selfish? Have I eaten less than you guys over the years? Many times. What I eat is not even as good as what you guys have. And this is called selfishness? The only woman among the 3 people opposite, Kong Yuan, was obviously a little afraid of me as the leader, because I fight the most fiercely, am the least afraid of death, and have the most ruthless methods. But she still plucked up the courage to speak. Think about what you have done these days. The food we worked so hard to find was taken by you in exchange for metal, and you didn't explain the reason. Isn't that selfish? I frowned and said, there is a reason for what I did. I deeply understand the principle that things should be kept secret and plans should not be revealed, so I did not tell my teammates that I had awakened my abilities. As a result, these 3 people started infighting just because I showed a little selfishness in my behavior in these few days, which disappoints me immensely. Huang Chang asked, what is the reason after all? I didn't explain, but said, I can guarantee that before long, I will be able to bring you to a better life. Huang Chang sneered, another ridiculous promise. I've had enough. You probably don't even believe it yourself. Kong Yuan said, let's just disband and give us what belongs to us. I said in a deep voice, are you sure you want to leave? Once the scavenging team on the wasteland disbands, meeting again in the future will make us enemies. Dai Lei sneered, there has already been internal strife, so there is no possibility of true reconciliation. Are you willing to let us stay? It's true. I was silent for 2 seconds, then said, take your share and leave. I hope you won't regret today's impulse. Pang Min's face changed, wanting to stop me, but I waved my hand. Huang Qing directly took away the water-filled animal skin bag. Kong Yuan hurried to pick up the grass roots on the ground, taking 3/4 of the amount in one breath. Pang Min angrily wanted to stop, but I coldly said, let them take it. Pang Min looked unwilling, but still didn't dare to disobey my command. Looking at the 3 teammates disappearing into the darkness, I held the broken blade in my hand slightly tighter, but soon relaxed. Pang Min said with an embarrassed face, since we are destined to become enemies, why not just kill them directly? They know our actions and habits very well. Letting them go will bring endless trouble. I smiled faintly. And then? End up all injured and wait for others to take advantage? Pang Min squatted down in frustration, with a hint of despair and numbness in his eyes. Can we find food with just the 2 of us? Why is it so difficult to just survive? I said firmly, you're wrong. We'll be better off without them. We can't stay here. Pack up. We'll move to a different place. But after walking only a few hundred meters, I felt my vision darkening. Severe malnutrition combined with massive energy consumption had left me on the verge of collapse, urgently needing food replenishment. Suddenly, I turned to Pang Min and said, give me all the roots, or if you think I'm being selfish, you can take this half bag of water and these roots and leave. I won't stop you. Pang Min's face changed, and she quickly handed me the roots, saying, how could I not? Although she also wanted to eat, she knew that this man needed to conserve his strength more. In this wasteland, if she, a girl, strayed from the group, her chances of survival were almost 0. She would be captured, kept in captivity, forced to bear children, which was considered the happiest outcome. The most terrifying fate was being turned into food directly. I took the roots, stuffed them into my mouth, chewed hard, and then struggled to swallow them. As my stomach churned and digested, I finally began to feel a bit better. We continued on our journey. My ability is not the type that enhances the body or directly increases combat power, but a functional ability that enhances the function of items. As long as I consume my spiritual energy, I can create a special power called Yen Qi to strengthen items. The strength of the items relies on Yen Qi. I call this ability Yao Yen. I took out the nail gun from my waist, staying vigilant around me while quietly infusing it with Yen Qi. Pang Min looked around for possible thatched grass, hoping to find exposed thatched grass on the surface, which would definitely have roots. Tonight, the moonlight is bright. Visibility is not low. It's a good day for scavenging. Yang Chen was also looking for it, but he took out the nail gun again and continued to strengthen it. Doing this does not interfere with finding supplies. Although his essence was starting to overdraw again, he had no choice but to level up his nail gun as soon as possible, lest he encounter a scavenging squad with malicious intentions. It was luck just now, and that scavenging squad probably didn't have much certainty. Plus they didn't want to get hurt, so they didn't make a move. With their current numbers and strength, once they encountered a squad of 5 with malicious intent, even if it was just a squad of ordinary people, it would definitely be 10 deaths. Therefore, it was necessary to raise his strength up as soon as possible, and when that time came, the nail gun would be his backbone. Just hang in there for a while and all will be well. The area is a Gobi landscape, flat but with an extremely harsh environment, with occasional sandstorms in addition to extremely sparse vegetation. Tonight was pretty good though, no windy trend. The progress bar was full after another 10 minutes or so because the nail gun level was still low. The price was that Yang Chen felt his eyes begin to blacken again. Without hesitation, he directly chose to upgrade. After about 3 seconds, the upgrade was successful and new data appeared. Nail gun LV. 2, 0%, self-centered nail launcher. Fires a sure shot when the center of aim is red, effective range 4. 5 meters, maximum range 13. 5 meters, not upgradable, a 50% increase in range? Yang Chen's heart rejoiced. But it's not enough. Far from it. With such a small range, even the clothes of an ordinary person might not be able to shoot through, let alone kill someone. There's an evolver squad up ahead. Suddenly Pang Min pointed ahead. Only the glow of a campfire could be seen about 1,000 meters away. The only ones who dared to build a fire at night in this kind of area with a wide view were the Evolutionary squad. Are we going over there? Pang Min swallowed and whispered. The metal on you should be able to be exchanged for a little food. She was so hungry that if she didn't replenish her food, she was afraid she wouldn't even have the last of her strength. She believed that Yang Chen was as well, or else she wouldn't have eaten the grass root that was used as a medicine reserve just now. The reason for this suggestion was because it was easier for evolved teams to obtain food, such as hunting raptors and ferocious birds and so on. What that kind of scavenger hunt squad really lacks is supplies like metals. Therefore, if they encountered a less ferocious evolver squad, they could consider bartering for food and other much-needed supplies. As for the price, it depends on the mood and conscience of the stronger side. That's how Yang Chen's metal was exchanged to before. Scavenger squads with the presence of evolvers. In order to obtain resources from more ordinary scavenger squads, they usually wouldn't attack ordinary scavenger squads for no reason. Otherwise, once the reputation of ferocity spreads, no one would dare to trade with them. But this is not absolute. There are also a very few scavenger hunts composed entirely of evolved people who are unscrupulous and do whatever they want. This kind of scavenging squad did not treat ordinary people as human beings at all, and they would even actively hunt down ordinary scavenging squads. Therefore, Yang Chen was a bit hesitant, as this approach also had a great deal of risk. Just then, something the size of a fist flew overhead. When he thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly chased after them. Follow me. You don't want to hunt black finches, do you? Pang Min didn't know what kind of madness Yang Chen had gone through. That kind of black finch was so fast and so small, it wasn't something their bows and arrows could hit at all. Because of the harsh environment and the scarcity of animals, the main skill of the scavengers was not archery, but a sharp eye for finding food in the Gobi, where there was not an inch of grass. The black sparrow, rumored to be a mutation of the sparrow, prefers nocturnal activity. Such creatures, when acting in groups, will also actively attack people, but individually, they will stay far away from humans. Although she didn't know where Yang Chen got the confidence to want to hunt the black sparrow, Pang Min still followed. She had no choice. Yang Chen didn't say anything. As he ran, he took out the isotropic nail launcher and shot a nail directly in the direction where the black sparrow had disappeared. Although he wasn't sure if the black sparrow would be attracted to this strange fragrance, he decided to take a gamble. The nail shoots out and disappears right into the darkness, but immediately afterward, a strange fragrance came out, causing both Yang Chen and Pang Min to be refreshed. Because of the scent, it's hard to describe exactly what it is, but it's really very fragrant and smells very pleasant. Pang Min was about to inquire, when suddenly the black finch that had flown away earlier returned. She had just revealed a stunned look when she saw Yang Chen raise his hand. Poof, as if something had hit the blackbird. Chatter. The blackbird shrieked in alarm and hastily turned and flew away. Yet although it was unharmed, the pain of the nails hitting it directly still caused a dulling of its movements. Yang Chen took the opportunity to aim again. Just as the center of the alignment in his field of vision overlapped with the black sparrow and turned red, he quickly pressed the launch button. Put! Another nail shot out. This time, it was very lucky, directly hitting the root of the black finch's wing, and the sharp pain caused it to lose its balance and fall straight out of the air. Quickly grab it! Yang Chen drank. Pang Min was still in shock. When she heard the order, her body reacted faster than her brain, and almost as a reflex, she pounced over and grabbed the black sparrow that fell from the sky. New books need support and encouragement. Asking for recommendations and collections. End of chapter. It wasn't until she had grabbed the black sparrow and subconsciously crushed its neck that her mind reacted. Then came the great surprise and disbelief. How do you do that? Pang Min climbed up in a single bound and excitedly began to pull out the hair, tearing the black finch's neck with force before handing it to Yang Chen. Although she also wanted to eat very urgently, she knew better that Yang Chen would only have a future if the two-man squad, were full, especially this time. Yang Chen somehow suddenly possessed the means to shoot down the fast-moving black sparrow, as well as that weird scent from before, which gave her a certain amount of confidence, even if she couldn't be sure if it was a coincidence or a fluke or not, but at least, that's hope. Yang Chen took the black finch and quickly contained the black finch's neck and sucked blood hard. A small trickle of warm, fishy sweet blood with an unpleasant stench rushed down his throat and into his abdomen. At once, the intestines and stomach quickly perked up, digesting this blood and turning it into a warm current that spread throughout the limbs and bones, replenishing the soon-to-be depleted bodily functions. When a person is extremely hungry, he or she is able to feel the food digesting and supplying bodily functions. More than that, you can feel the food being transformed into warmth that travels from your stomach to all parts of your body. Yang Chen sucked all the blood out of the black sparrow in one gulp before fondly handing it to Pang Min. You can eat the innards first. Aha! Pang Min received the black sparrow's corpse in surprise. Yang Chen quickly looked around. Even in the middle of the night, he quickly retrieved the 2 nails he had just shot. That's the skill of the scavenger. Sharp eyes. Immediately after that, he followed the special fragrance and found the nails that gave off the strange scent as well. But the strange fragrance emanating from this nail was already very faint, and that particular scent was dissipating rapidly. It was probably because the nail launcher's level was so low that the vision's existence was short-lived. This nail launcher could probably be strengthened as well, but not right now. It's still going to be a nail gun. With these thoughts in his mind, he looked toward Pang Min, who was still plucking the black finch's feathers, and said, "Let's leave here first." With that, he turned around and walked away. Okay. Pang Min immediately followed. As she walked, she tore open the black finch's stomach, pulling out the internal organs and putting them into her mouth to eat them in a big mouthful. With a happy look on her face, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten meat, even though it was only the entrails, rather still raw and not even washed. She didn't dislike it in the slightest, only touched it. In fact, this raw, unwashed offal was awful, but she ate the meat, not the flavor. It was meat that contained powerful energy, and with just this meal, she could live for another 2 days. In order to adapt to their environment, even without becoming evolved, the wastelanders have generally evolved strong digestion and resistance to toxins. So, theoretically, the vast majority of the organs and residues in an animal's body, they can eat and digest. This ability is something that can be passed on to future generations. It is the survival gift of the wastelanders. Of course, creatures that are themselves highly poisonous don't count. Ahead, Yang Chen rushed along while pressing the nails he had retrieved into the end of the nail gun to fill them up. A long time ago, he had owned firearms and had taken them apart and studied them, knowing well the inner workings of them. The internal structure of this nail gun is very similar to firearms, especially the nails that act as bullets. After the front one is shot out, the back one will move forward under the squeeze of the spring. No need to bother shooting one to fix it once. Although he still had hundreds of rusty nails in him, there was shame in wasting them. So, as long as he can still get it back, the nail that was shot, he will get it back. After all, this is metal, which is also an important resource. Yang Chen, I'm done eating. Here. At this time, Pang Min handed over the blackbird whose internal organs had been emptied and whose feathers had all been plucked out. After Yang Chen took it, He directly bit off the black finch's head in one bite and tore it off with force, chewing hard. With a crunch sound, the bones in Black Sparrow's head were chewed up along with the meat and then swallowed by him. The bones of this black finch are so soft that the draconians can almost always digest them. Even if you can't digest it, the most you'll get is a stomachache for a while, which is not a big problem. After eating the head, he moved on to the rest of the place. In the process, his eyes kept scanning in all directions, wary of anything that might come close. And as the bird went down and was digested by the intestines, more warmth flowed from the stomach to all parts of the body. His overdrawn bodily functions were quickly replenished, and his originally weak body seemed to be rapidly becoming stronger. Of course, this was just an illusion. It wasn't really getting stronger. It was just a return of stamina after replenishing the food. Cluck cluck cluck. He bit off the black finch's paw and chewed hard, not wanting to waste the slightest bit of it. Next to her, Pang Min gulped as she listened. Having only eaten the entrails, she was still a long way from being full. She didn't say anything, though, and followed silently. Suddenly Yang Chen handed over the only remaining half of the wing. Eat it. Thanks. Pang Min's face was delighted as he hurriedly took this half wing and put it in his mouth before chewing it with a look of enjoyment. Ahead, Yang Chen, who felt that his physical strength had recovered quite a bit, continued to create diffractive chi to strengthen the nail gun in his hand. After reaching level 2, the progress bar on the nail gun ramps up a bit slower, but it's also a boost of about 4 percentage points per minute. At that point he took a step and turned toward the left. What did you find? Pang Min hurriedly followed. Yang Chen came 3 meters away and kicked a raised piece of dirt with his foot, and a piece of decayed bone was kicked out. Pang Min hurriedly picked up this piece of bone and looked at it. It should be a barren wolf skeleton. I don't know if there are any good things underneath. With that, she dug up with her wooden spear, and in a few moments, she dug a hole in the ground and found some more rotting skeletons. Unfortunately, it's all rotten bones. She looked regretful. However, at this time, Yang Chen suddenly picked up one of the most complete bones and said in surprise, "There is an energy in this bone." Energy? Pang Min touched the bone with his hand, but felt no energy at all. Yang Chen didn't explain, as this should be an ability only available after becoming an evolutionary. With a thought, he directly absorbed that energy. The skeleton in his hand broke silently and scattered on the ground. Pang Min, who was next to him, couldn't help but blink, looking at the scene with slight confusion. Though she had some guesses in her mind, she was a little less likely to believe it, feeling that that kind of good fortune was unlikely to happen to her. Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that as that energy was absorbed, his speed of creating diffractive chi directly increased by a large margin. That energy wouldn't strengthen his physique, but it could replace essence and be directly transformed into diffractive chi. He hurriedly picked up the other bones again to sense them. Unfortunately, however, the other bones didn't have that kind of energy within them, and they were all so badly decayed that they shattered with a gentle squeeze. It's been great. He stood up and continued to walk forward, all the while continuously feeding the newly created diffractive chi into the nail gun. Because of that energy from before, it only took a few minutes for the nail gun to be upgraded again. Nail gun LV 30%, self-centered nail launcher. Fires a sure shot when the center of sight is red, effective range 6.7 meters, maximum range 21 meters, not upgradable. The range is up again and, well, there's still some energy left. Yang Chen's heart was invigorated as he continued to strengthen. By this time the sky was cloudy and the moon was beginning to sink in the west. We should find a place to rest, Pang Min said. Yang Chen nodded. Although he had now become an evolutionary, he wasn't a combat-oriented ability after all. Just in time to take advantage of the daylight and level up the nail gun a couple more times. As long as the nail gun can kill normal people, he'll have the ability to move around during the day. Since there were no ruins or hills nearby, the two men dug a pit directly in place where they could lie down. You rest first. You can switch to me after you've rested, Yang Chen said. Okay. Pang Min immediately lay down in the pit and covered his body with dirt to keep warm, exposing only his arms and head. She cupped the wooden bow and arrow in her hand and closed her eyes in a position that ensured she could shoot at any moment. In just half a minute, she was asleep. This was one of the innate skills of the desolate folk. The only way to rest enough to have more than enough energy to find food was to be able to fall asleep quickly. As for the insomnia kind of thing, it basically doesn't happen to draconians. That's how the scavenging squads in this area rest, to get a better view of the enemy. As long as someone is on sentry duty, they can quickly wake up their teammates to either take on the enemy or leave if they notice the enemy approaching. Yang Chen circled around and made sure that there was nothing going on, so he sat down next to him. He was alert to his surroundings as he prepared to continue reinforcing the nail gun. However, just then, as the sky was getting brighter, he saw 5 figures appear hundreds of meters away. The moment he saw the men saw him. Yang Chen stood up expressionlessly and raised his wooden bow to announce the temporary territory. As the deserted people would all sleep in the pit, and those people wouldn't be able to find out how many people he had here. However, what made him frown was that those 5 people only paused slightly before continuing to approach. Unlucky. I've actually encountered malicious deserted people. Normally, when a temporary territory is declared, at least 2 people show up at the same time. Now that he's the only one, he should be seen. Careless. Should have woken up Pang Min before declaring. I hope it's not too late. Yang Chen hurriedly woke up Pang Min. The enemy is coming. Pang Min, who had only just fallen asleep for a few minutes, was awakened and hurriedly grabbed his bow and arrow. Declare the territory with me. Don't show any cracks and stall for time. Yang Chen said. He's almost ready for another upgrade to his nail gun. Pang Min hastily patted off the dirt on his body, then raised his spear, his eyes coldly looking at the 5 people hundreds of meters away. On the opposite side, those 5 people paused once again, seemingly hesitant. However, without waiting for Yang Chen and the 2 of them to breathe a sigh of relief, those 5 people approached once again. 5 men. Maybe the same 5 we ran into last night, Pang Min said with an ugly face. Maybe they've been following us from afar last night and are now sure that there are only 2 of us. Damn. You really think I'm easy to bully? Yang Chen was furious in his heart and said in a cold voice, bring your things and leave slowly. Don't run and give them a chance to simmer us. I need time. He gave the follow me if you're not afraid to die gesture known to all the desert folk towards the 5 men hundreds of meters away, and then turned to leave. Although Pang Min was fearful in his heart, he had the same cold face as he pointed his spear at the 5 people, then quickly followed Yang Chen. Ask for votes. Ask for favorites. New to the book. Need support and encouragement. End of chapter. At the back, those 5 people did not pause this time and continue to follow. Only they didn't run either. They just followed slowly from 300 to 400 meters away, ready to simmer to prey. Anyway, they have the psychological upper hand as the attacking side. They know what's going on. They don't panic. And the enemy being chased will have more stamina because of panic and various other reasons. Just wait until the prey couldn't walk anymore. Then they could easily take it. This is usually something that only scavenger hunts that also can't find food and are at the end of their rope will do. Because neither wanted to get hurt and waste more energy fighting, lest they exhaust themselves on the way to battle. They had to use this method. And once it does, it's ready for cannibalism. Because at this point, the attacking side is basically considered to be at the end of their rope, and have completely given up their humanity as human beings in order to survive. Take it easy, don't let your mind be affected, and conserve your energy. Yang Chen walked on hurriedly while reminding Pang Min, we're not completely powerless to fight back. It's too early to conclude who is the hunter and who is the prey. In the process, he continuously converted the energy he had previously absorbed into diffractive chi to strengthen the nail gun. What do you mean? Pang Min hurriedly looked over with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Although it felt unbelievable, she still hoped that Yang Chen would say the words she wanted to know the most. You should have guessed. At a time like this, Yang Chen didn't hide it anymore. I've awakened my supernormal abilities and become an evolutionary. At that moment, Pang Min couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. Surprisingly true. Although even after hearing Yang Chen say this with her own ears, she still felt incredulous and doubted that it could be Yang Chen comforting her. But she chose to believe anyway, because it was the only hope for survival. Don't get excited. Control your emotions and conserve your stamina. Yang Chen reminded. Aha. Pang Min hurriedly adjusted his emotions. Since you became an evolved person, why? I need time to prepare. Yang Chen said. Pang Min was puzzled in his mind. Did an evolved person's means of attack need time to prepare? But everything she knew about evolvers she had heard from others and had never actually seen one. So, she didn't know if Yang Chen's kind was considered normal. But she didn't ask again. A few minutes later, when the energy gained from the bones of the direwolves was depleted, the nail gun reached level 4. Yang Chen thought cheerfully in his heart. Maybe we can specifically look for that kind of bone that contains energy. The number of that kind of bone in this wasteland might not be too small. At least it's not less than food to be sure. Because according to the legends of the older generation, this world had once experienced a very terrifying disaster, with countless powerful creatures dying in a short period of time. Even if those creatures died, there should be something left behind that contained energy, like the kind of bones from before. As for the food issue, if you really can't find it, You can strengthen something that won't directly improve your combat power and trade it with other evolutionary squads. When the time came, as long as one's nail gun leveled up, one wouldn't have to worry about being blackballed. As long as there was energy, one could quickly strengthen items to trade and then food would be available in abundance. The feasibility is great. Surefire nail gun LV. 0%. Effective range 10 meters. Maximum range 30 meters, not upgradable. 30 meters of range to shoot birds. Although the range of the must-hit shot is only 10 meters, no worm-eating bird can fly high. Birds, especially in this Gobi, don't usually fly too high. Although the number of birds is small, it is not absent, like the black finches we met last night. But hitting people, it's not enough. With a 50% increase in range with every level up, at least one more level up, and then hitting the enemy in the vitals will be enough to kill. No more than that, he could have seriously injured his opponent. For example, shoot the eyes to make the opponent blind, then get close enough to fill in. Anyway, the nail gun has an assisted aiming feature, so you don't have to worry about missing against normal people with average movement speeds. But, the opposite side most likely also have a bow. The Baron folk's bow can generally shoot out 50 or 60 meters. If there is a better bow, the shooter is stronger. It is even able to shoot out hundreds of meters. I hope I won't be so unlucky to encounter a god shooter. But it shouldn't be possible for a marksman to be reduced to something like cannibalism, because the energy gained from the bones of the desolate wolf was used up. Yang Chen could only continue to consume his essence and create diffractive chi. Yang Chen, they're speeding up, suddenly Pang Min said nervously. Yang Chen looked back, and sure enough, those 5 people had accelerated their speed. It's trying to drive us to speed up and increase our physical exertion. He sneered. Stop and shoot an arrow at them. Now is the stage where the battle of wits and hearts is played out to see who has more guts. Pang Min was completely obedient to Yang Chen, and when he heard this, he directly bent his bow and shot an arrow towards the back. The sharpened wooden arrow flew more than 60 meters and plunged into the ground. All of a sudden, those 5 people on the opposite side slowed down once again, as it was a signal that they were ready to die together. Hundreds of meters away, a man clad in a tattered animal skin frowned and spoke. Those 2 on the other side know the simmering hunting routine. What should we do? One of the people next to him licked his cracked lips, swallowed, and sneered. So what if we know? They obviously don't have any food on them. We just need to keep on simmering. In this situation, they were reluctant to directly kill over, lest the other party trap the beast and took 1 or 2 of them away. Even if they couldn't take them, they would more than likely be injured, and the loss would outweigh the gain. It's not the first time they've done this kind of thing, and it almost never fails, because in every case, they carefully screen their prey, choosing only mountainous and much less numerous targets to strike. It was in this chase and escape that the day dawned. So this is the simmering hunting routine? Yang Chen, how do you know so much? Pang Min asked curiously. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of simmering hunting set. Yang Chen had already told her about the so-called simmering hunting set to facilitate the subsequent command. Because I have simmered others before, Yang Chen said with some nostalgia. At that time, I followed a few elders, and after the mountain was exhausted, I chose a target. 7 of us, and 3 on the opposite side. Then you, said Pang Min, a little incredulous. I've never eaten human flesh. The elders won't let me. Yang Chen continued to strengthen the nail gun while saying, at that time, I was only 11 years old, but I remember it well. Pang Min breathed a huge sigh of relief. It was good that he hadn't eaten any human flesh. And the end result? She asked curiously. Finally, Yang Chen said with a smile, we boiled those 3 for 2 days and 2 nights, and finally boiled each other to death. The elders door feasted and then cried bitterly. At that time, I was also so hungry that I was about to lose my mind, and I also wanted to eat, but I was violently beaten up by my father, saying something like, who will go to hell if I don't? At that time, I felt so ridiculous, and I felt that he was so selfish, that he didn't even give me any meat. Finally, he added, when they were full and had the strength, they took me on to find food, and to make it up to me, hunted down a dire wolf so that I could eat meat as well. Pang Min said with some envy, your father is so good to you. Is he not around anymore? I killed it with my own hands. Yang Chen said. What? Pang Min was taken aback. He suddenly awakened somehow, but for his awakening, he needed a lot of energy, and eventually mutated due to a lack of energy in his body. Yang Chen said with a calm face, at that time, he still had his senses. He gave me the only firearm in the team, and I shot him through the head. At that time, I was 16 years old. In the blink of an eye, It's 10 years that have passed. Time flies, he lamented. Penman didn't know what to say. There was a long silence before she continued. Where are your other elders? My mom got sick and died when I was a few years old. As for a few other elders, Yang Chen paused and continued. They had a meat feast, so they tried to eat my dad's corpse, dad who had failed to awaken, and then I killed them with my gun. Penman was silent again. What about you? Yang Chen asked. I've never heard you mention your family yet. I don't have a family. Peng Min's face was calm as he said. I heard from the person who raised me that my parents were killed by the person who raised me in the process of Etsy, but he only raised me to sell me for a good price. And in the end, the small safe zone I was in was destroyed by a sandstorm, and I took the opportunity to escape, and it wasn't long before I met you, who was left alone. Speaking of which, she suddenly laughed. At that time, I also happened to be 16. That's 3 years ago. Yang Chen couldn't help but smile as well. He had wandered alone for a long time before that because he had a gun in his hand. It was a pity that gun's lifespan had run out and it hadn't been preserved until now. Otherwise, if it could be strengthened with the alignment attribute, it would be a great killer. And after meeting Peng Min, it wasn't long before he met the 3 Kong Yuan again. Because both sides were about the same strength and both had females, the two sides hit it off right away and went straight to teaming up. That scavenging squad of theirs, which had existed for 3 years, had suffered many injuries but no one had died, all because he had wandered alone for many years and was experienced. Just then, the nail gun was upgraded again. Surefire nail gun LV. 50%. Effective range 15 meters. Maximum range 45 meters. Not upgradable. Not bad, since those 5 want to simmer. Then I'll simmer with you. What I lack most right now is time. Yang Chen had just flashed this thought in his mind when he suddenly sensed another weak energy. He stumbled to his feet, hesitating slightly as his next act might irritate the 5 men behind him. But now that I've come across it, there's no sense in not wanting it, and there's shame in wasting it. Most of all, one's essence was beginning to overdraw again, and it was best to have energy to replace it. So after just a second of hesitation, he decided to dig. Nail guns are pretty much capable of killing people these days anyway. With a must-hit within 15 meters to fight, he had a good chance of winning. After all, a human body could be easier to aim at than a palm-sized blackbird, and even if it was more than 15 meters, it might not really be impossible to hit. Thinking of this, he directly accelerated his speed towards that side, while saying, quickly dig. There's something down here. It should be the same kind of bones that contained energy from before. That kind of thing can boost my strength. Peng Min was delighted and hurried over, picking up a wooden spear and digging. Hundreds of meters behind, the 5 people who saw the scene all changed their faces. They seemed to have found food. Damn it, get over there and stop them. The 5 had to pick up speed again. Ask for tickets. Ask for favorites. End of chapter. Peng Min moved very quickly. After all, he was experienced in digging holes. In a few strokes she dug out the piece of bone Yang Chen had sensed, in addition to more scattered bones. She glanced back hastily and instantly tensed. They're running again, closing in on us fast. Yang Chen picked up the piece of bone that contained energy then ran at a faster pace. Keep up. Because of the act of digging, the 5 should have suspected that they had found food to last longer and weren't going to stay up. Stopping now will only lead to a quicker death. But just wait until the 5 pass by this location, knowing that they are digging up rotting bones, and they should slow down again. It's up to the other side to fall for it. Peng Min hurriedly followed. Yang Chen ran while absorbing the energy within the desolate wolf's skeletal remains, converting it into diffractive chi to strengthen the nail gun. Because there was energy to support it again, the speed of creating diffractive chi flew, and the nail gun's progress bar boosted at a fast rate once again. 3%, 5%, 8%. The progress bar is flying up. Just 10 minutes, at most, and the nail gun will be upgraded again. Yang Chen thought silently, but while he had eaten the meat of a black finch before, Peng Min had only eaten the entrails and half of a wing, so he might not be able to last 10 minutes. In the rear, those 5 people passed by the place where Yang Chen's duo was digging and saw the decayed bones scattered around the pit. Maybe there's no need to chase them. It shouldn't be food they're digging up, one of them said. Yet another countered. You also said it was supposed to. What if what they dug up was food? What kind of food can there be in the remains of a dire wolf? Could it be the legendary bone marrow crystals? I don't think so, right? That kind of thing is something even we've never seen before. Could they have done it on purpose? Could it be a trap? Anyway, now that we're running, let's get them all in one go. I'm too hungry to stand it. A few people argued, but their speed didn't stop at all. They haven't slowed. Down, Pang Min said anxiously while panting heavily. Keep running. There's 300 to 400 meters between us. Even if we run slower, it's okay to stall a little longer. Yang Chen said. It will take time for them to catch up with us. But, I can't run a little. Pang Min began to feel blackness in front of her eyes, and the small amount of food she had replenished earlier could only ensure that she would live for 2 more days without doing strenuous exercise. But under strenuous exercise, it's good to be able to hold it for an hour, especially now that they are very sleepy and daytime is supposed to be their time to sleep. Yang Chen sniffed and suddenly stopped. In that case, let's have a duel here. Aim at them with your bow and arrow, but don't shoot out. They won't dare to charge directly. Pang Min was about to bend his bow and arrow at the word. Yang Chen reminded. Wait until they're almost in range. Don't waste your energy. Okay. Pang Min hurriedly took the opportunity to rest, trying to catch her breath well. Seeing this, the 5 people at the back, who were more than 300 meters away, exchanged glances before continuing to chase after them. Although it's unlikely for them to dig up strength-boosting treasures, it's better to get them killed in one go as a precautionary measure. Big deal. A few injuries. That's right, the night is long. If it's really a treasure, don't let them use that treasure up. It's too wasteful. The speed of the few people did not decrease, because they often ate meat. Their physical strength was much better than Yang Chen's duo, and the endurance of the desolate people were all very good. So after running wildly for more than 200 meters in one breath and entering the range of the wooden bow, they then slowed down, freeing up 2 people to specifically defend against the other party's arrows, while the remaining 3 people drew their bows and arrows and continued to press forward while shooting arrows. Seeing this, Pang Min on the opposite side flashed a fierce look in his eyes, and aiming at one of them, he fiercely shot an arrow. However, as the temperature rose during the day, the wind began to pick up under the convection of hot and cold temperatures, and this arrow was off by a lot. Without pausing, she hurriedly took out her arrow again, took aim, and shot it out. Put, poof, put. Suddenly 3 arrows from across the street landed this way, and the closest one, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, almost hit her. At once her heart tightened. The neighborhood is so flat, there's no obstacles but the hard way. Just shoot the arrows. I'll block them for you. Yang Chen walked in front of Pang Min and crouched down, allowing Pang Min to hide behind himself and shoot arrows from his own shoulder, while he himself removed his animal skin backpack to block his face while estimating the distance of the 5 people across the street. Once the 5 men were within 40 meters, they raised their nail guns and took aim. Relying on the experience of having used a gun before, he estimated the direction and strength of the wind, then aimed a nail at the upper left side of one of the men's heads with his aim. Put! The rusty nail flickered and drew a parabola through the air before slamming into the exposed part of the small arm of the rightmost of the 5, propelled by the wind, with the small half of it missing in. Ah! The man screamed miserably and looked down. Then his face changed. Damn! The other side has a sharp weapon. The rest of them also changed their faces, and their attacks sharply decreased. Yang Chen took the opportunity to target another person again and pressed the launch button. Put! The rusty nail shot out instantly, drawing a parabola in the air before being propelled by the wind, coincidentally shooting right into the mouth of a person who was talking, inserting itself into the throat. The man's face changed drastically, and he hastily threw away his bow and arrow to cover his neck, then fell down with a grimace. Damn! It's a kick in the teeth. Pull back. Damn it, if the other party has such a sharp weapon, why did they get mixed up so badly? It's a trap. This. The remaining 4 had an angry look on their faces before turning around and running without hesitation. Put! Yang Chen shot the 3rd nail again. However, this time it missed. The distance was too far after all. By the time he tried to fire the 4th nail, the 4 men had already run out of the maximum range of the nail gun. Great! We won! Pang Min exclaimed in surprise. And as a result, because of his emotional excitement, coupled with his body functions being severely overdrawn, he directly rolled his eyes and collapsed. Pang Min. Yang Chen's face changed, and he hurriedly stared at the 4 people who were escaping with a deadly stare while flattening Pang Min's thin body so that she could lie on her back. It should just be a case of overwork coupled with almost sudden death from chronic malnutrition, but there's still breathing, so it's not a big problem. Yang Chen checked Pang Min's breathing, then picked up half of the water bag next to him and pulled out the plug to feed Pang Min some water. He drank some water himself to rehydrate his body, tucked the cork away, and then looked over at the fleeing 4. Those 4 people stopped after running 100 meters away, then turned back to look this way. They had apparently realized that one person had fainted on this side, and seemed to be hesitant to kill back. However, since the person who used the sharp weapon was still conscious, They discussed briefly and withdrew decisively, not caring in the slightest if the fallen one's companion was still saved. And 40 meters away, the draconian who had a nail shot down his throat struggled for a few minutes before finally suffocating. Yang Chen did not rush over to inspect the body, lest the other party swindle his way to death. Taking advantage of this time, he replenished the nail gun with steel nails while continuing to absorb the energy from the desolate wolf's skeletal remains, converting it into diffractive chi to strengthen the nail gun. After 7 or 8 minutes, of course, the energy in the dystopian wolf's remains was depleted, and the nail gun was finally upgraded again. Surefire nail gun LV. 6, 0%. Effective range 22 meters. Maximum range 66 meters, not upgradable. 22 meters of surefire range should be good for hunting. Yang Chen thought in his heart, then carried Pang Min on his back, took the water bag and bow and arrows as well as Pang Min's wooden spear and so on, and headed towards the corpses of the deserted people 40 meters away. However, he had only reached more than 10 meters away from the desolate folks' corpses when he felt dizzy and his eyes went black. Hang in there. He hurriedly left Penman and the rest of his things here and walked towards the body of the wastelanders with only the nail gun and the broken machete. Coming to the body of the deserted man, he first felt around the body. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing good at all. The only loot was a wooden bow and a dozen wooden arrows. Whether or not we get food today depends on you. He first cut open the corpse's head and removed the steel spike he had shot into it earlier, and then he plucked the animal skin clothing off of this draconian corpse, preparing to bleed it open to fish for prey. That's when he realized that the body was actually female. Perhaps because of stunted growth and not much of a waist, it was completely unnoticeable from the outside before. But the difference is small. Yang Chen directly bled the corpse with a broken knife, opened the body, and got the body's internal organs out and sprinkled them around. Immediately after, he quickly returned to Pang Min with his bow and arrows and animal skin clothes. After making sure that Pang Min was still breathing normally, he picked up a wooden spear and dug a pit next to him that could lay 2 people down, then put Pang Min in it and covered Pang Min's body with dirt, only revealing a head. Then he covered Penman's head with the animal skin clothes he had just acquired, shading her from the sun and leaving only a breathing hole for her. The mulch not only maintains body temperature, but also prevents moisture loss under sun exposure. Yang Chen himself lay in and covered his body with a small amount of dirt, then his eyes stared dead at the sky, waiting for his prey to take the bait. The sun is already high in the sky and the temperature is rising fast. Yang Chen kept fighting the ensuing drowsiness while waiting patiently. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a spine-tingling feeling appeared. He subconsciously turned his head, and saw a barren wolf whose color was almost exactly the same as the withered yellow color of the surrounding Gobi approaching within 10 meters at some point. The moment he looked over, the desolate wolf suddenly accelerated and pounced. Asterisk. He hastily raised the arm that held the nail gun tightly, and his drowsiness vanished instantly. Ask for tickets. Ask for favorites. End of chapter. In an instant burst, the desolate wolf crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters at once. Put. Yang Chen violently pressed the button and a nail instantly shot into the eyes of the barren wolf, then violently raised his foot and stomped the barren wolf that pounced on his head. Ow dash. After being stomped out and shot blind in one eye, the wolf tumbled around and quickly climbed up to pounce on him. It was too late to run away at such a close distance. The only way was to kill the prey. Yang Chen climbed up in a single bound, lying violently on his back to avoid the pouncing bite the moment the desolate wolf lunged, firing the nail gun in his hand at the neck of the desolate wolf that swept over his body. Put. The nail was inserted most of the way into the dire wolf's neck. At the same time, his right hand, which was holding the broken knife, slashed violently across the desolate wolf's abdomen, but the broken knife was too blunt and failed to cut through the entire abdomen. The dire wolf was seen to land 3 meters away and run forward furiously with unabated speed. Trying to run? Yang Chen hurriedly did a flip to aim at one of the front limbs that the desolate wolf was raising to fire the nail. Put. The small half of the nail shot into the leg bone, and the dire wolf lost its strength in its forelegs, tumbling in a roll under inertia with its head facing this way. Put. Yang Chen once again aimed at his opponent's eye and shot a nail, directly blinding his other eye as well. Put. He fired nail after nail, aiming mostly at the dire wolf's head and neck, until he had finished the last one. Finally, the barren wolf stopped moving. One overwhelming feeling of dizziness after another came over him, and the light in his vision dimmed rapidly. Yang Chen relied on his willpower to hold on, picking up Pang Min's wooden spear, rushing over and thrusting it ruthlessly into the neck of the barren wolf. Ow! The desolate wolf playing dead screamed miserably and struggled to open its bloody mouth. But Yang Chen stomped on his head and kept thrusting the wooden spear down hard. Finally, the barren wolf broke completely. Yang Chen suddenly felt that the light in his vision went black, leaving only black and white colors. In the image, which was only in black and white, he saw Peng Min inside the pit scrambling up. Yang Chen. A call that seemed very far away. It seemed to be right in front of his ears reached his ears. Yang Chen was not completely unconscious. His consciousness was still awake, but his body seemed to be out of control. Chronic malnutrition, coupled with a severe drain on his essence and stamina, had brought him to the brink of physical exhaustion. After about a few minutes of what he felt, a hot liquid with a fishy odor slid down his throat and into his abdomen. Then with the peristalsis of the intestines, a stream of warmth continued to surge from the abdomen to all parts of the body. His dying bodily functions began to slowly recover after being replenished by this warm current. Finally, he regained control of his body once again, and when he opened his eyes with strong support, he saw Peng Min continuously feeding him wolf blood with her cupped hands. "You're finally awake. Are you okay?" Peng Min's panicked face revealed a joyful expression, then let out a huge sigh of relief. If Yang Chen also left, leaving her alone, it wouldn't be long before she would definitely die an incomparably miserable death as well. Yang Chen didn't reply as he struggled to get up and pounced on the nearby desolate wolf corpse, biting down on Peng Min's sliced desolate wolf's neck and then fiercely sucking blood. Finally, a stream of fishy blood went down his throat and turned into a steady stream of warmth that replenished his bodily functions. He didn't stop until he was full. Is this what a full stomach feels like? It's been years since I've experienced it, and it's quite comfortable. He grinned. You hurry up and drink too. Don't waste it, and if you don't have enough, eat as much meat as you can. The toughest moments are behind us. It was indeed tough to have a team of only 2 people, especially still during the time when he needed to consume his essence to strengthen his nail gun. The departure of Kong Yuan and Huang Qing and the other 3 was indeed adding insult to injury for them, but the toughest moments are over. And after today, they'll never have to work that hard again. Aha! Peng Min was also full of surprise. With this desolate wolf, it would definitely be able to last until Yang Chen became a bit stronger. With that in mind, she also hurriedly swooped over to drink the blood before the wolf's blood flowed to the ground and seeped into the earth and was wasted. Yang Chen quickly refilled the nail gun with nails, handed the broken knife to Peng Min to deal with the wolf meat, and then walked towards the pit next to him. I'm going to sleep for a while. You wait and cover the blood with dirt, and bury that corpse next to it, so as not to attract any more dangerous creatures, and wait for me to wake up from my sleep for the rest. Be sure to wake me up at the first opportunity if anything goes wrong during that time. By the way, don't throw away the nails in the wolf carcass. Okay, Peng Min replied as she continued to drink the wolf's blood. Yang Chen came to the pit and lay down, covered his body with dirt and covered his head with the animal skin, then held the nail gun in one hand and fell into a deep sleep in less than 3 seconds. When he woke up again, the sun had sunk into the horizon and it was nearing rubbing dark. This sleep, surprisingly, went straight through the whole day. You're awake? Peng Min asked in surprise. She had a black eye and was obviously sleepy as well, but since they were replenished with food and had eaten and drunk, this sleepiness was nothing to the deserted people. For very often the deserted people must not continue to travel long distances for 2 or 3 days, and as long as there is food, they can go on until they are exhausted. Yang Chen stretched and climbed out of the pit, only feeling refreshed. It's been a long time since I've been this comfortable. Nothing has happened in this period of time, right? No, I've been watching, Peng Min said. That's good. Yang Chen glanced around and found that Peng Min had actually sliced up the wolf meat and placed it on some rocks to dry. The wolf's skin had also been stripped off in its entirety, and it was about to dry out after a long day. It was so hot during the day that I was worried about the meat spoiling, so I sliced it up and dried it as jerky. Peng Min explained. There should be no problem with food for the next few days, but we don't have enough water, and if we move around during the day, we will consume a lot of water, and we don't know when it will rain again. It happens to be the dry season now. Sometimes it doesn't rain once in 10 days and half a month, and on unlucky days, the drought may last for a month or 2. In that situation, even an evolved person could die of thirst. The last time it had rained, more than 10 days ago, there was a chance of finding water if you could find some low spots, or cracks in the earth, but that depends on luck. After all, scavengers don't stay in the same place for a long time, and only water is totally insufficient. We'll look for other evolutionary squads tonight and see if we can get water for a change. Yang Chen put away the bloodstained nails next to him and said, pack up and get ready to go. By the way, are all the wolf bones here? He examined the bones piled to the side, but realized that the wolf bones were ordinary, and not the kind of bones that contained energy. Aha! It's all here. By the way, I got back those nails you shot those guys with earlier, Pang Min said. Yang Chen nodded his head. Then together with Pang Min, he retrieved the pieces of raw meat that had been placed on the rocks to dry and put them into the sun-dried wolf skin. They didn't throw away the wolf bones. If they could exchange them for water, they could be used to make bone soup. Although they can't bite the bones of a wolf, they can boil the nutrients out of them. Speaking of which, he was about to forget how long it had been since he had cooked food. As he collected the slices of raw meat, he ate, replenishing his food as he would continue to strengthen his nail gun later. As long as there was a constant supply of food to replenish, he didn't have to overdraw his essence. Eat if you're hungry too. Don't be afraid to waste it. We've been malnourished for too long. Let's get the nutrients back first so we don't have a fainting spell next time, Yang Chen said. In the future, we can hunt and never run out of food again. Aha, I know, Pang Min replied. I ate a lot today and I'm still very full. All the internal organs were eaten by me. Just don't blame me. Yang Chen glanced around and realized that not to mention the internal organs, he couldn't even find the feces of the desolate wolf. Instead, the wolf meat seems to be largely intact. He nodded without speaking. Soon, they packed both the wolf meat and bones in their wolf skins, took everything with them, and headed in the direction where they could vaguely see the peaks of the mountains. Not long after the two left, a figure approached quickly from a distance. The man, with sunken eyes and a frantic look, shrugged his nose while murmuring unconsciously, "Food, I smell food." Soon, he came to the place where Pang Min had buried the bodies of the deserted people, and digging quickly with both hands, he dug out a human head. At once, his eyes glowed. It's really food. No need to starve to death. The next moment, there were gnawing and chewing sounds coming from the place. This direction seems to be the direction we saw the campfire last night, Pang Min said. We should be almost out of the Gobi. Speaking of which, I still don't know what it's like out there. Not necessarily. Maybe it's just a small mountain, which has been the case in the vast majority of areas I've been to over the past few years, Yang Chen said. Outside is just mountain after mountain, but I haven't stepped out to go there, and the closest I'd been to a mountainous area was dozens of kilometers. Only a few dozen kilometers? Pang Min was curious. Why haven't you gone into the mountains? There should be more food in the mountains, right? Other than that, there should be more grass roots than Gobi. There's also more danger, Yang Chen explained. Fierce beasts will pop up in the mountainous region if they don't move. And if you're unlucky, you'll encounter foreign beasts. Faye? Pang Min wondered. Is there any difference with the beast? The dire wolf I killed today was a beast of prey. And all animals that eat meat are almost always beasts of prey. But I was lucky that I came across a single dire wolf, as dire wolves mostly move in packs, Yang Chen said. Fierce beasts belong to the ordinary people among animals, while fey beasts, which are considered to be evolved, will use all sorts of strange abilities. Pang Min was taken aback. Then it seems that the mountains are indeed much more dangerous. Relatively, I guess, because there's a lot of food, too, Yang Chen said. When I was very young, I once saw a lot of desolate people escaping from the mountains, and those who escaped were all very strong. I heard that most of the evolved people go into the mountains. After a pause, he smiled. Now that I've become an evolutionary as well, if we can get out of the Gobi, we'll go to the mountains, and then we won't have to worry about finding prey. Aha! Pang Min looked expectant, then laughed. If Kong Yuan and the others knew that you had become an evolutionary, they would definitely regret it, right? I gave them a chance, but unfortunately they didn't appreciate it, Yang Chen said as he kept creating diffractive chi-reinforced nail guns. And in the process, he also put slices of raw meat into his mouth from time to time to replenish his food, lest he once again experience an overdraft of his essence. He also didn't know if it was a special skill that appeared after evolution, but he found that as long as there was a depletion of his essence, the digestion of the food in his stomach would speed up. After all, this supernatural ability of his was what required the consumption of essence. So maybe speeding up the digestion of food was part of the supernatural ability. It was getting dark. The two didn't slow down at all. The night is getting darker. Finally, as they approached the mountain they had seen earlier, the nail gun escalated again. And at that moment, both of them were surprised to find a large area of campfire clusters at the foot of that mountain. End of chapter. Surefire nail gun LV. 70%. Effective range 33 meters. Maximum range 99 meters, not upgradable. This range is already almost as good as the pistol I had back then, Yang Chen thought happily. Now if we encounter another dire wolf, we might be able to shoot one in a nail. Even if a nail couldn't kill it, it would definitely be able to seriously injure it and render it incapacitated. There seems to be a lot of scavenging squads over there, and I don't know what's going on. Do we still have to go over there? Because of his constant caution, Pang Min was a little hesitant. Yang Chen looked up, only 7 or 8 kilometers from this side, at the foot of the mountain, in an area roughly 1,000 meters in circumference, there were bonfires. The number of bonfire piles, I'm afraid, can be 200 or 300. Unsurprisingly, a campfire pile should be a scavenger hunt. But why are there so many scavenger hunts gathered here? Get close enough to see what's going on, and if it doesn't look right, just evacuate. Yang Chen said. It should be unlikely that all of them are revolver squads. If even an ordinary scavenger squad dares to stay there, we should be able to as well. Let's take a look first. The two immediately continued on their way. It seems like there are more and more plants, Pang Min said in surprise. We might actually be getting out of the Gobi. Yang Chen nodded gruffly. Coming out of the Gobi, although the food would become more plentiful, it would also be more dangerous. That's why the reinforcement of the nailgun can't stop. However, as you get higher and higher in level, the upgrades get slower and slower. If I could stay up all night tonight, I might only be able to get 2 more levels in a whole night. Or maybe even just a little more than 1. About an hour later, the two also arrived at the foot of the mountain, close to the campfire a kilometer away. It was then that the two were surprised to realize that the mountain they had seen from afar earlier was not small. Lots of trees, but unfortunately no grass roots. Surprised and regretful, Pang Min said, the grass roots should all be dug up. You don't have to eat grass roots anymore. Eat meat. Yang Chen smiled. Let's also experience what it's like to eat meat every day. By the way, if it goes well later on, we'll also build a fire to make cooked food. Pang Min sniffed and subconsciously licked his lips. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten cooked food. Cooked food, and meat at that. What a luxury. Not even thought of before this. Even back then, in that small safe zone, the food was flour ground from tree roots and some kind of plant, which was only barely enough to satisfy hunger. Whoosh! Suddenly 4 arrows were shot from the left side, one of which was pointed straight at Yang Chen. Look out! Pang Min's face changed and he hurriedly sent him flying with a wooden spear. Yang Chen fiercely looked in the direction where the wooden arrows had come from, and found that just 20 meters away from this side, several figures were lying on the ground, almost merging with the ground. He raised his left arm coldly and pressed the button as soon as he aimed at the head of one of them. Bang! With a faint recoil, the man screamed miserably, and then went still. Damn! Looks like the guy from this morning. Retreat! The remaining 3 people's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly climbed up and turned around to run. And at this time, Yang Chen also recognized that these 4 people who had sneaked up on them were actually the 4 people who had escaped in the morning. Still want to run this time? He sneered, aiming at one man again and pressing the button. Bang! The man was shot with a nail directly into the back of his head and fell to the ground dead. How can it be? He wasn't that strong in the morning. Could it be that he really dug up treasures that can boost his strength in the morning? The remaining 2 people were so scared that they threw down all their weights and ran in different directions without a second thought. Yang Chen didn't pause for a second and aimed at one of them to fire the nail. Put! The man was shot in the temple with a nail and fell dead. By this time the last man had run out of bounding range. But that's okay, the maximum range of a nail gun these days is over 90 meters anyway. Yang Chen moved the nail gun to aim at the man's head with the center of focus and pressed the firing button. Put! A flash of steel spikes flew out of bounding range before dropping quickly under gravity and shooting directly into the back of the man's neck some distance below. The nail shot through his spine, paralyzing his body outright, and his entire body fell forward under inertia. Mercy! The man fell to the ground in an unnatural position, screaming in terror. Spare me! I'll tell you a big secret. Yang Chen, don't fall for it, Pang Min said hurriedly. She was shocked and delighted at the moment. I didn't expect Yang Chen to be that strong already. One move at a time, much stronger than in the morning. Yang Chen naturally wouldn't fall for it. He didn't approach and ask loudly from nearly 40 meters away. What big secret? First you promised to spare me, the man exclaimed. Then forget it, Yang Chen said, and directly took a few steps forward, making sure that the other party appeared within the range of a sure shot, and was about to end the other party's life. Wait, I said, the man hurriedly exclaimed. Word has gotten out from the Huyan safety zone that there will be a major catastrophe in the Gobi region. So all of the desolate people are fleeing the Gobi right now, and you can see the bonfire piles in the distance. That's the various scavenging squads that fled over. What catastrophe? Yang Chen did not believe it. I don't know. But it's rumored that this was said by the Huyan clan's super evolutionary himself, so it shouldn't be false. The man exclaimed. Please spare me. I'm only one person left, and I don't expect to live long in my current condition, so let me die in peace. The will to survive is strong in all of the desolate folk, who want to live even in the most difficult times, and it is rare for them to end their own lives on their own accord. It may be true as you say, but unfortunately, I don't like to leave loose ends. Yang Chen finished speaking and directly pressed the button. The man's face paled. Bang! A flash of steel shot instantly into his temple, ending his life. Huyans? Pang Min walked over and said in a shocked voice, when I was in that small safe zone before, I vaguely heard that it was a very powerful clan, and there were rumors that wherever they were, there was a safe zone. If this news is really released by the Huyan clan, it might really be possible. I'd been to the Huyan safe zone to buy bullets before when I was wandering. Yang Chen was half convinced. In my impression, the Huyan clan is high up in the hierarchy and looks down on the desolate people so much that they don't care about their deaths or lives. So why would this kind of news be spread? Is there some kind of conspiracy? Pang Min frowned. It's hard to say. There's no point in dwelling on it now. Yang Chen glanced at the large number of bonfires in the distance. Let's see if there's any loot first. Okay, just leave such chores to me from now on, and keep an eye on the perimeter. Pang Min rushed off to touch the corpse. Can the catastrophe be real? Yang Chen looked at the moon slowly rising in the sky, his heart in shock, because the desolate people were scattered throughout the Gobi region. This kind of news would certainly not reach all the desolate people. If it wasn't for this coincidence, they would have been unaware of it. If it's true, there's no telling how many people will die when the time comes. But that had nothing to do with him. What he really cared about was that so-called cataclysm that might exist? Was it only in the Gobi region? Yang Chen, I found a very useful knife. Pang Min came back, surprised to take out a plus handle, the length of just 20 centimeters of the dagger. Said, very sharp it. After cutting meat is much more convenient. Today I take your knife to cut meat. Can be tired me. Yang Chen took the dagger and inspected it, finding that it was indeed a good blade. Although it was roughly manufactured, it was made of good materials. Suddenly, his mind moved and he input a small amount of diffractive chi into it. Because of the food supply and the fact that the dagger was now still only level 0, it quickly rose to level 1, giving birth to the attribute. Sharp Dagger LV. 1%. Sharpness is increased by 1% from the previous level, cannot be upgraded. Sharpness? It only improves by 1% per level? He shook his head and didn't keep it, giving it back to Peng Min. Keep it for yourself and use it. One was that he couldn't see the attribute, and the other was that, for the time being, he didn't have any extra diffractive chi to use on other items either. Okay, by the way, your nails. Peng Min put away the dagger and handed a few blood-stained nails to Yang Chen. The really good stuff is this knife. I didn't ask for the wooden bow. I only took all the wooden arrows. More than 50 in total. She regretted. Unfortunately, they don't even have water bags on them, so they might be hiding somewhere. Should we look around? It may not be that it's hidden somewhere. It may not be there at all. They may be relying all on looting. Yang Chen glanced around, then directly turned towards the distant bonfire area. Go over there first. Pang Min hurriedly followed. They hadn't gone far when they suddenly saw 7 or 8 people rushing towards the 4 bodies from different directions. Both of them changed their faces slightly and hurriedly and quickly moved away from here. Yang Chen subconsciously about to aim at those people. However, they saw that those people didn't pay any attention to them at all, but rushed towards the 4 corpses recklessly, pouncing on the corpses and then frantically gnawing on them. A few even fought over the bodies, then just hugged and tore into each other. For a while, scalp-numbing screams and gnawing sounds came out. It's the starving, maddened wastelanders. Pang Min frowned. Is there no food here either? Isn't this close to the mountains? It should take strength to get food in the mountains. Yang Chen brought Pang Min to speed up his pace once again. Within a short time, the two came to the nearest campfire 200 or 300 meters away. It does look like most of them are ordinary scavenging squads. In that case, let's go over there as well. Yang Chen said. Pick up some dry firewood and fire-starting rotten wood along the way. Okay, leave it to me. Pang Min hurriedly started working. Soon they came to the very edge. Many of the desolate folk looked over with cold eyes, and many of their eyes carried a strong sense of malice, perhaps because they felt that they were only 2 people, so they were easy to bully. However, no one acted rashly, because this kind of team with a small number of people could also be an evolver team. After all, if just 2 people could survive in the Gobi, their strength would definitely not be weak, because There was no lack of solo travelers here, and those solo travelers were not to be messed with at a glance. They should be evolved. Only the scruffy dress of these two people did not look like evolved beings in any way. Rather, they were not any different from ordinary barren folk. End of chapter. Yang Chen looked into the distance. Some scavenging squads were seen cooking food recklessly, or holding the bones of unknown creatures and gnawing on them, gorging on the meat. The nearby scavenger squad could only watch from afar with greedy eyes, but did not dare to rush up and grab it in the slightest. Those squads, they should be the evolutionary squads. Because they were clearly cleaner than the rest of the scavenging squad, you could tell a clear difference. However, there were also individual squads that clearly dared to grill and eat meat here as well, and from the surface yet they could not tell the difference between them and the other barren folk at all. All the other squads are separated by 30 meters or more. Let's keep that distance as well. Yang Chen stopped under a tree that was more than 10 meters tall. Let's build a fire here. Build a fire and roast the meat directly. We'll taste the flavor of cooked food tonight as well. The tree was still alive, but the bark was all stripped off, and no leaves could be seen on the tree, so it was completely impossible to tell from the surface. Straight up barbecue? Here? Pang Min was taken aback. There were too many deserted people here, making her feel insecure. However, she had always trusted Yang Chen, especially now that he had become an evolutionary. Since Yang Chen said so, she didn't refute it, so she placed all the dry wood on the ground. Then found a hard rock with a rough surface nearby and gently tapped it with the back of her dagger blade. Soon a spark fell on the decaying wood, and she hastily bent over and blew hard. A fire slowly rose. Yang Chen sat down against the barkless tree trunk, and through the light of the slowly rising campfire, he realized that the nail gun in his hand had become much more refined. I hadn't scrutinized the nail gun before because my attention was focused on the dangers that could appear around me at any moment. Only now did he realize that the rust on the top of the nail gun, which had disappeared at some point, looked as if it had been carefully crafted. He hefted it, sensing it carefully, recalling the initial state, and realized that the nail gun was all a bit heavier than it had been to begin with, just not quite as noticeable. It seems that the material should have been strengthened as well, but there should also be special power. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain that a spring-powered nail launcher could have this kind of range and power. This thought flashed through Yang Chen's mind, and then while observing the scavenging squad in the distance, he silently inputted diffractive chi into the nail gun. The reinforcement of the nail gun could not be stopped, for it was his backbone, the only means of attack he had against other evolutions and hunts. After Pang Min built a fire, he directly took out slices of raw meat and started roasting the meat. Not long after, an aroma of meat that clearly belonged to a desolate wolf was emitted, causing many scavenging squads in the distance to look over furiously. This is because the dire wolf is the relatively most common animal in the Gobi region. Many of the desert dwellers who have survived in the Gobi for decades have almost always hunted enough to be able to tell the difference. Noses are smart, and it's one of the survival gifts of the wastelanders. Two people, who can hunt the barren wolves, got lucky and met a deserted wolf, didn't you? Even if it's a desert wolf that has fallen alone, two ordinary desert folk would definitely be injured if they wanted to hunt it, but there doesn't seem to be any injuries on them. Among the scavenging squad in the distance, some showed scorn, while others were in disbelief, because the barren wolf meat was all sliced into thin slices. It was easy to grill. So soon, Pang Min handed Yang Chen a few slices of roasted meat. You can eat now. Aha! You eat too. Yang Chen took the roasted meat and put it into his mouth, chewing it with a face of enjoyment. Even though there was no salt, he still ate it with relish. Pang Min roasted dozens of slices in one breath, before picking up a piece of freshly roasted dire wolf meat and eating it. A happy expression could not help but appear on her dirty face. This scene looked at the distant scavenging squad with all kinds of envy and jealousy, and many couldn't help but gulp furiously. Many women, in particular, looked at Pang Min with a look of jealousy and envy that was practically overflowing. They could see that the men were clearly dominant among the two. Isn't it just lucky to be with a man who is capable? Damn it, why can't I ever meet a man who's capable? These women thought indignantly in their hearts, then looked at the men around them with a disgruntled expression. These men who were being stared at had a heart attack. There is no comparison. There is no harm. They don't talk about eating meat. Even the grass roots have to be economized. Suddenly a man with a wooden spear stood up violently, striding towards Yang Chen and his duo, swallowing his saliva as he walked, his eyes glowing green. Quite a few people were moved in their hearts, but there was finally a head out of the crowd. They all concentrated on looking over, just to see if those two people were evolved or not. Pang Min got a little nervous and subconsciously picked up her bow and arrow, but with Yang Chen around, She wasn't too scared. Yang Chen indifferently twisted his head to look at the man. The man's speed did not decrease, and as he quickly approached, he said with a pleading face, "Friend, reward me with some meat. Take water for it." "Clean water," Yang Chen said indifferently. "Water." The man immediately showed a difficult look. "I don't have one." Yang Chen snorted coldly. "Then get lost." At once, the man's face showed a hideous look, and instead of stopping, he sped up. "There are so many of you. What's wrong with giving me some? If you don't give it to me, I'll kill you all." Yang Chen didn't even raise his arm. The hand holding the nail gun was slightly reoriented, and he directly pressed the firing button. Bang! The man who had just rushed 20 meters away was shot through the neck, and at once he covered his neck in horror and slowly collapsed, struggling continuously. He didn't even manage to scream because his vocalizer and throat were shot through at the same time. This scene took the distant scavenging squad by surprise. How did he attack? Didn't see how he struck at all. I thought I heard a noise, but it didn't sound like a gunshot. Is it really an evolved person? The desolate folk who saw this scene all showed scorn and awe in their eyes, and all the various petty thoughts they had before were immediately put away. There were not many, but definitely not none, of the ordinary wastelanders who owned firearms. But that sound before, it didn't sound like a gunshot at all, so everyone in the vicinity became cautious as the identity of the other evolved person was determined. As for the rest of the scavenging squad that the dead wastelanders were originally in, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Instead of daring to come forward, they hastened to pretend that they knew nothing about it, fearing that they would be seen by that evolved person. This was the intimidating power of the evolvers among the ordinary desert folk. In the impression of all the wastelanders, evolved people were all high and mighty, able to kill ordinary people with ease. In short, in their conception, all those who wield supernatural power are superior beings. Whether it was an ordinary evolver or a super evolver, it made no difference. They were above them anyway, and those women looked at Pang Min with even more jealousy. On what grounds? Both are women. Why can she follow a powerful evolved person, while I, on the other hand, can only follow ordinary people? They were even more unbalanced in their minds. Yang Chen refilled the nails of the nail gun without a trace, and after waiting for a while and seeing that the man who had been shot through the neck was no longer struggling, he said softly, "Bring back the nails." Aha! Pang Min hurriedly stuffed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth and got up to run towards the corpse. She used her dagger to get the nails out first, then fumbled around the man a bit, but unfortunately, there was nothing on the man. When the nearby scavenging squad saw the scene, none of them dared to make any movements, lest they be misunderstood by that evolved person. When Pang Min returned to the campfire and handed the nails to Yang Chen, he saw a man sneaking around in the darkness towards the corpse, supposed to be starving. "Crazy wastelanders," she whispered. Yang Chen nodded. The man slowly approached towards the corpse while pleadingly kowtowing towards Yang Chen, kowtowing one head and then hurriedly moving forward a distance, incomparably humble. Finally, he came to the corpse, and when he saw that Yang Chen never paid any attention to him, he hurriedly dragged the corpse and ran, quickly disappearing into the darkness. At that speed, it made people wonder if he was an evolutionary as well. The neighborhood scavenging squads were not surprised by this. It's impossible to keep a dead body with all those starving, maddened wastelanders around. It was just as well that they needed to stay here for a while to have the trash cleaned up, more than 50 meters away from this side, next to a campfire. The middle-aged man with a full beard licked his lips and suddenly flipped his hand, taking out an animal skin water bag filled with water. "Here is 10 pounds of water. Go and get me back a pound of meat." He tossed the water bag to one of his men. 10 pounds of water for a pound of meat? The henchman felt like his lord was giving him a hard time, but he didn't dare say more. "Yes, my lord." He hurriedly and stiffly ran towards the direction where Yang Chen was, holding the water bag. He could only pray that the other side happened to be short of water, because bartering looks at the needs of both parties. There is no fixed price. The nearby scavenging squads all showed envy at once. This was the evolved ones. When they wanted to eat meat, they just exchanged it. Anyway, they had all kinds of resources on them. Because the middle-aged man didn't lower his voice and the distance wasn't far, both Yang Chen and Pang Min heard it. Soon, the henchman came 20 meters away and respectfully said, my lord would like to exchange 10 pounds of water for 1 pound of your barren wolf meat. The water bag can also be given to you. Don't worry, it's definitely clean water." With that, he pulled out the stopper of the water bag and poured some into his hand and drank it to prove that the water in the bag was definitely drinkable. 10 pounds of water for a pound of meat? Yang Chen looked toward the middle-aged man in the distance. The middle-aged man with a full beard nodded at him. He turned back to the other man's men and said lightly, "If you can answer a few of my questions, I'll change." The man's heart rejoiced and he hurriedly said, "As long as it doesn't involve my lord's abilities, I will definitely answer you if I can." End of chapter. Yang Chen, why have you gathered here? Why haven't you entered the mountains? The man immediately explained. We learned from the other desolate people that the Huyan clan's super evolutionary himself said that a great catastrophe would break out in the Gobi region, so we all wanted to leave the Gobi. As for why we gathered here, it's because the legendary mountainous region is too dangerous for us to be sure. It dawned on Yang Chen that it was similar to what he had guessed. Again he asked, "Can you determine the truth of the disaster?" "I'm sorry to say we can't be sure. That's why we're stationed here for now." The man shook his head. Yang Chen thought about it and felt that there was no more problem. So he winked at Pang Min. Although Pang Min was a bit reluctant, she still took roughly a pound of barren wolf meat towards the man. Without any surprise, Pang Min got the water without any problem. Soon, she trotted back and handed Yang Chen the water. "You drink these first. I'll just drink the rest." Yang Chen nodded. Pang Min once again said, "With your appetite, the meat we have left can only be eaten for 3 days at the most. But if we can find the grass roots, I will eat the grass roots and you will be able to eat for 4 days. I'll go hunting again tomorrow." Yang Chen said, "We all need to get our nutrition back quickly. Don't economize." Saying that, he pulled out the plug of the water bag and smelled it first, unexpectedly finding that what was inside was actually very clean groundwater without any odor. It was worthy of being a reserve resource for evolved people, and it was completely different from the muddy water that he had gotten himself. He instantly lifted the water bag and took a hard swig. Pang Min was immediately a bit touched, not expecting that Yang Chen had not treated himself the least bit poorly even after becoming an evolutionary. Still, she didn't eat too much and stopped when she felt a little full. "Why don't you get some sleep? You haven't rested in a long time." Yang Chen said, "I slept all day. I'm not sleepy now." "Aha, then I'll switch you when I wake up from my nap." Pang Min immediately lay down directly next to the campfire and fell asleep in less than a few seconds. Nights in the Gobi are actually quite cold, even in the hottest part of the dry season. When the temperature drops to 4 or 5 degrees most of the time, it can even drop below zero on rainy days. Before, they all had to fight hard against the low temperatures. But right now, sleeping next to a campfire is so cozy it's a luxury. Yang Chen continued to manufacture the diffractive chi reinforced nail gun, while every few minutes, he put a piece of roasted meat into his mouth to replenish his food. In the process, some more scavenging squads came this way, all tacitly maintaining a distance of 30 meters or more to build a fire and station themselves. As the night grew darker, more and more deserted people arrived here. During this time, 2 scavenging squads fought in the distance, seemingly grabbing food. In the end, it ended with the total destruction of 1 squad, but the other squad also lost 3 people, leaving only 4. In response, everyone watched with cold and wary eyes. As for the corpses, they were soon dragged into the darkness again by the starving and maddened wastelanders. Though everyone knew exactly what the starving, maddened wastelanders would do with the bodies when they dragged them away, no one paid any attention. None of them had the strength or leisure to stop it. And the starving, maddened draconians knew that their behavior would be distasteful to the other draconians, and feared being struck down by evolved people who were not used to seeing such behavior. So none of them dared to eat people in plain sight, and could only hide far away into the darkness. And further away, there was chaos. The vast majority of the chaos is due to food grabbing. There is also a very small percentage that may be due to hatred. With so many deserted people gathered together, something's bound to happen, but everyone is all business, as long as they don't mess with themselves. As more and more scavenging squads arrived here, Yang Chen gradually felt a sense of urgency. It was reasonable to say that although there would be occasional contact between scavenger-hunter squads, it would definitely not be too frequent. And the speed at which news of the disaster is spreading seems a little too fast. Is there really some kind of horrible cataclysm about to happen? Or is there some kind of conspiracy? He couldn't help but speed up his eating, accelerating the production of diffractive chi on the basis of ensuring that he wouldn't overdraw his essence again, and accelerating the reinforcement of his nail gun. Finally, during the latter part of the night, the nail gun escalated again. Surefire nail gun LV. 80%. Effective range 49 meters. Maximum range 147 meters, not upgradable. 49 meters of surefire range, with a maximum range of 147 meters. An ordinary person's head might even be able to be shot through with one shot. This power is definitely comparable to the power of a fine pistol. Yang Chen thought happily in his heart. Who would have thought that this powerful nail gun, just a day ago, was just a crude nail launcher with a maximum range of only 5 or 6 meters? It turned out to be a weapon of mass destruction comparable to a fine handgun a day later. Combined with that magical attribute that aids in aiming, it's definitely a one-shot deal against ordinary people, even if it was an evolved person. If the opponent's defense wasn't strong enough, they might be able to take one shot at a time. However, Yang Chen didn't know what exactly was the situation of the other evolvers. Were they just like himself, physically fragile and just possessing magical means? No matter what, I definitely can't slow down the pace of getting stronger. Yang Chen did not stop there. He continued to eat and continued to strengthen the nail gun. After reaching level 8, though, reinforcement was even slower. Nail gun recoil should affect me now, and I wonder if it'll be optimized later on when I'm higher leveled? This wasn't just a physically powered nail gun after all, but a special item that had been enhanced by psychic powers, and with a higher level, it might become even more amazing. He thought with slight apprehension and anticipation. Nail guns are, after all, constructed differently than handguns, and recoil will have a much greater impact, because a nail gun is a straight steel tube 30 centimeters long and finger thin. If there is too much recoil, you might bounce the nail gun back and hurt yourself. If you can't, find a way to secure it to my arm. Yang Chen secretly pondered in his heart. Time passes. From time to time, chaos would erupt in the distance, almost always caused by starving and crazy barbarians. The vicinity of the scavenging squad with the evolvers, however, was unusually quiet. Perhaps everyone was worried that they would be wiped out on a whim if they made a commotion that disturbed the evolvers. Just as a flash of fishbelly white appeared at the edge of the distant sky, suddenly a few sneaky figures felt their way towards the side from behind the tree trunks. The other party was obviously a deserted folk who had just arrived over here and didn't know Yang Chen's situation, thinking that there were fewer people here and it was best to bully them. Although Yang Chen's physique and strength hadn't changed much, his perception was much stronger after becoming an evolutionary, especially when being directly targeted. He could feel that malice from dozens of meters away. The current him was in a well-fed and well-drunk state, not the weak state he was in when he encountered the desolate wolves before. Sensing someone approaching, he twisted his head straight around and aimed his nail gun at one of them before firing the nails. With a bang, the man's eyebrow was shot straight through, and he fell to the ground dead. Damn! A few people a bit further away turned pale and hurriedly crouched down to blend into the darkness to run away quickly and block their vitals with their weapons and other items. Yang Chen felt unsure of shooting through those people's defenses and killing them, so he didn't attack again in order to prevent the nails from being taken away. Now he had no regular channel to get more nails and had to economize. The nearby people who had seen Yang Chen strike before revealed gloating colors. Can't you see we didn't even dare to mess around? What stupidity! Otherwise a mere two-man party would be eating meat next to us and we'd be indifferent? They just got here. Of course they didn't see it. Many people sneered and whispered, happy to see the others in bad luck. As long as someone is more unlucky than you are, then you are not too unlucky. And at this time, those scavenging squads that came here from behind also revealed a look of awe and put away all their petty thoughts. Because Yang Chen was like having eyes behind his back. This was definitely an ability that only evolved people had. By this time Pang Min had been awakened. And when she saw that the enemy had been killed, she hurriedly took out her dagger and went over to touch the corpse. But sadly, still no goodies to be found. She sliced open the man's head and brought the nails back to Yang Chen, saying, sleeping so soundly, I didn't realize that it was going to be dawn. With that, she looked at Yang Chen, go to sleep. I'll be on sentry duty next. Yang Chen waited for the man he had killed to be dragged into the darkness by the other draconians, then nodded. But considering how crowded the place is, safety has to be taken with a grain of salt, so he handed the nail gun to Peng Min at an angle unseen by outsiders and whispered, look, is there a dot in your field of vision? What point? Penman took the nail gun with a puzzled look on his face. She saw nothing. Nothing changed in her vision. No? Yang Chen thought about it, stepped aside, and said, try firing nails towards the tree trunk. Holding the nail gun with both hands and gripping it hard, Pang Min immediately gripped the nail gun with force, aimed at the tree trunk and pressed the firing button. Bang! With a slightly greater recoil, a nail shot deep into the trunk of the tree. She was taken aback, somewhat incredulous that something so small could explode with so much power. Could it be that you are relying on this? She looked at Yang Chen in shock. Of course it's not that simple. Yang Chen said, you can't utilize the true power of this nail gun at all, but that's fine. You can use this for defense when I'm sleeping, once anyone with malicious intent comes near. Don't talk nonsense, just shoot them dead, and make sure to wake me up at the first opportunity. He was a little sorry and secretly relieved at the same time. It seemed that the items that he had strengthened out of himself could indeed be used by others even though they were unable to control that particular attribute. They just couldn't maximize the effect. In this way, one's grand plan of trading could indeed be implemented. However, in order to prevent others from using his weapons against him, he decided that he would not make weapons to trade. Aha! Pang Min assured. Don't worry. I'll never let anyone come near us. Yang Chen still had great trust in Pang Min. Although this girl was a daughter, she was fiercer than anyone else when she should be fierce. Just like the night before when she had infighting with Huang Qing's trio, she had the guts to fight those three by herself, and for a short time, she had fought back and forth without getting hurt. I'll lend you this one for now, and when I get a little stronger, I'll get you a weapon that's handy too, Yang Chen said, directly lying down against the trees. Aha! Pang Min's heart was happy. Although Yang Chen didn't explicitly say so, she had roughly guessed that Yang Chen's ability should be in the area of manufacturing weapons. Or maybe there are additional abilities in terms of making weapons in it. Is this sense of security real? It feels like a dream. She secretly lamented in her heart. I never thought that I would have the chance to live this kind of good life where I don't have to be afraid anymore. Most of all, there might not be any need to starve and freeze in the future. It's something that would have been unthinkable before. With that in mind, she kept a wary eye on her surroundings while she used her dagger to dig out the nails that had shot inside the trunk of the tree. Perhaps because the nail gun was so powerful, the nail was actually somewhat deformed. Not a big problem though, just knock it straight and it should still work. Not knowing how long had passed, Yang Chen was suddenly awakened by a clamor. As soon as he woke up, he saw a huge migration procession approaching this way in the distance. End of chapter. What's the situation? He asked subconsciously. That migratory party, although it looked dusty, was definitely not a deserted people. For those who were clothed, not to say magnificently, but almost entirely. The exposed skin is dusty but there is no dirt or grime to be seen. Even his complexion was a bit fairer than the barren folk. From all aspects, it was immediately obvious that this group of people were definitely not barren folk, because most of the deserted people, except for the well-mixed evolvers, wore straw shoes and tattered clothes. Some of them were even naked, and were as dark and dirty as if they hadn't bathed in years. And indeed it is. Even Yang Chen and Pang Min hadn't taken a bath in over a year. Even if it rained, if they could hide from the rain, they would find a way to hide from the rain to keep it from washing off their disguises. Because things like bathing, for the wastelanders, one is a luxury, and the other is also an act of removing camouflage, which can give the impression of insecurity. The mud and dirt, especially on the female wastelanders, hides their figure and appearance from unwarranted harm. I don't know, Pang Min said with a startled look on his face. It looks like a group of people migrating en masse from some safe zone. Entire safe zone migrates en masse. Indeed they did, for the men also had cane lids, pulling bag after bag of supplies. Add to that the fact that the men at the front of the line were carrying various types of firearms. Although it was only a group of thousands of people, it gave all the desolate people tremendous pressure. Yang Chen's face was a bit gloomy. That disaster rumor could be true? Murmuring, he took the nail gun from Penman. Nothing happened while I was asleep, did it? By now it was light and the sun was up. Judging by the height of the sun, he should have slept for 2 or 3 hours, but was already in high spirits. Many of the nearby scavenging squads had left, supposedly to look for food. No, Pang Min said. By the way, I roasted all the barren wolf meat and dried it all out so that I can keep it for a longer period of time. While it may be eaten in 3 days, the daytime temperatures are high enough that 3 days is enough to spoil the meat. Yang Chen nodded his head, picked up the water bag next to him and took a sip of water, and put another piece of meat into his mouth, chewing on it while looking at the migratory procession a few hundred meters away. At this time at the forefront of that team, a richly dressed youth exclaimed excitedly, "Finally we've reached the foot of Kwo Mountain. This half a month has exhausted me." Yelling, he suddenly took an assault rifle from the guard next to him and excitedly swept it towards the deserted people 100 meters away. Ta-da-da-da-da. Many unlucky draconians were directly shot through their bodies by bullets, and their screams were continuous. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare he? All the desolate folks' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly fled in panic. No good. Yang Chen hurriedly pounced on Pang Min. Even though he had reacted fast enough, he was still grazed in the arm by one of the bullets. He was furious, but that side was 200 to 300 meters away from here, completely out of his range. Moreover, if he dared to make a move, he would be greeted by an absolute thunderous calamity. Ta-da-da-da. In the distance, that youth swept excitedly, as if playing a game, watching those desolate people fleeing with their lives. His heart became more and more exuberant. Finally, one clip finished, he casually tossed the assault rifle back to his escort. Ha 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 ha, cool, so cool, he laughed out loud, venting his depression from the rush. The guard next to him couldn't help but remind, young master, there are evolved people amongst the desolate folk. It's better to be careful. A bunch of pariahs who live on garbage. How dare they accuse this young master? The youth snorted, not at all amused. In the back, his elders smiled back. Raccoon children just love to fool around. A well-dressed beautiful woman chided a bit. It's good to make a scene. Let him make as much noise as he wants. He should be suffocating for the last few months. The middle-aged man next to him laughed. A group of pariahs? Growing up on garbage, dirty from the inside out. Dying is a relief. And the raccoon children are helping them. That's true, the beautiful woman said. Do we need to stop here? I've heard that the mountains are very dangerous, so it's better for us to prepare for a while. Good. Then let's find a place to station ourselves and have some people go to the mountains to poke around before making a decision. The middle-aged man laughed. The site of Kwo Mountain is not a real mountainous area. It can only be considered a junction zone, I guess, and we still need to walk a long way before we can get to the real mountainous area. The speed of the migration team did not decrease, brushing past more than 300 meters away from Yang Chen's duo. It was only when the team was far away that Yang Chen got up and looked at that team with cold eyes. The other desolate folk did the same, getting up and looking at the group with cold eyes, itching to rush up and tear them apart. But no one has the guts to do that, and most likely won't be able to. Are you hurt? Pang Min climbed up and asked nervously. Soon, she saw the wound on Yang Chen's left arm and her face changed. I'm fine. Yang Chen glanced at the wound on his left arm. The diffractive chi that had just been created in his body automatically converged towards this place, causing this already not so big wound to have stopped bleeding. This discovery made his heart secretly happy. It seems that this ability of his own is not so wasteful. The healing effect is greatly unexpected. I can't believe the bleeding stopped. Amazing. Pang Min's face was joyful. It's good that you became an evolutionary, or else we would be in trouble. We don't have any herbs right now. See how hateful the safe zone is? That's when the middle-aged man who traded water last night came a short distance away. As he gazed out at the distant migratory procession, he said in a cold voice, those guys, they never treated us barren folk as human beings. He seemed to hate the people in the safe zone very much. Perhaps in the eyes of the ordinary wastelanders, we are no longer ordinary wastelanders, towering above them, but in the eyes of the people in the safe zone, there is no difference between us. We are all pariahs who grew up eating garbage, and living is just an eyesore. Yang Chen didn't pick up on that. Hu Shou. What is my friend's name? The bearded Hu Shou spoke again. My name is Yang Chen. Yang Chen asked, do you know any inside information about the disaster? No. Before today, I even thought that so-called disaster was nothing more than a plot by some big shot. Hu Shou said with a somewhat gloomy look, but now it seems that even the safe zone has migrated. And the truth is still not easy to say. It just so happens that some safe zone people are here. Should we team up to get some good stuff to trade? He looked at Yang Chen. I see that your ability should be biased towards attacking, and my ability is biased towards carrying. So if we work together, we should be able to exchange some good things. That safe zone you said you just went over to? Trading with them? Yang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, aren't you afraid they'll swallow you up? That takes time. Hu Shou explained. They also need to live and eat. Do you believe that it won't be long before they take the initiative to trade with the outside world after they are stationed? Seeing that Yang Chen didn't say anything, he continued, we used to trade. At most, we were just squeezed a little bit. The price was a little bit higher. They didn't even dare to blatantly embezzle our things. Otherwise if we, the deserted people, ignored them, they would have to run a few kilometers or even dozens of kilometers by themselves to go hunting. Those of them who were high up in the sky, they could live and understand. Speaking here, he couldn't help but sneer once again, loathing us and hating to clean us out, yet needing us at the same time. What a ridiculous group of people. Let's wait until they actually trade with the outside world. Yang Chen said. Okay. Hu Shou directly turned away. It's not appropriate for the barren people to hold grudges. Just now one of my men was also killed by a stray bullet. But so what? If you don't have the ability to take revenge, pretend you don't have a grudge, and then get them killed when you have the ability. Yang Chen glanced at Hu Shou's quarters, and sure enough, there were people digging pits over there, seemingly burying corpses. But although those people buried the bodies, They didn't put up a monument or anything. Instead, they stomped the ground hard and laid it out just like the surrounding area, presumably to avoid being dug up and eaten by starving, maddened moorlanders. When Huzhou walked past, the dozen or so people followed Huzhou away. Seeing that more and more people were leaving, Pang Min asked, "What should we do? Continue resting here? We have enough food for the time being, and we're not adapted to being out during the day. Should we wait until night?" Yang Chen glanced at the safe zone team that had already reached 500 meters away. "Follow that group and stay away. We can search for the desolate wolf relic bones while we're at it." Desolate wolf remains? Pang Min's heart fluttered. "It's the kind you need." Yang Chen nodded. The two gathered their things and quickly followed. They weren't special, as the vast majority of the scavenger hunt squads followed. Even those who had been swept by assault rifles and wounded earlier had secretly followed them, and it was not known what the purpose of their following was. Yang Chen stuffed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth and continued to strengthen his nail gun while pondering what to trade if he did trade with that safe zone. End of chapter. Salt, if it can be traded, this must be. Previously, they had replenished their salt by relying on stones that contain salt, but it's easy to get into trouble if you eat too much of that kind of rock, and it would naturally be best if there was salt, even if it's just coarse salt. And the clothes? My clothes haven't been changed in almost 10 years. They're so worn out that they're almost unwearable. If you're in a position to do so, you should change a set as well. And Pang Min's is similar. Yang Chen secretly pondered. If I can change weapons, let's see if I can change a gun. Guns need bullets though, and this is actually a pain in the ass because the Wastelanders don't make bullets and don't have that. Once the bullets run out, the gun becomes scrap metal, so it would be best if there were other weapons available. Nails, especially those 3 centimeters in length, must be replaced, if at all. At that moment, Pang Min saw a piece of rotten bone protruding out of the ground and walked over to dig it out with a wooden spear. What turned out to be dug up were human bones. "Don't waste your energy," Yang Chen said. "I can roughly sense it. I say dig before digging." "Okay." Penman nodded and asked curiously, "Do you know what those bones are? If nothing else, it should be crystallized bone marrow." Yang Chen replied, "Crystallized bone marrow?" Pang Min drifted off. "I've heard that word before, so that's what crystallized bone marrow is." Yang Chen glanced at the upgrade progress of the nail gun and found that it was only 37%. It was much slower than he had expected. He had thought that he would be able to ascend 2 levels in a row last night, but now it seemed that if there was no external energy to replenish him, it would be good if he could ascend to level 9 before tonight. It would be best if he could dig up crystallized bone marrow. Boom! Suddenly a loud noise came from the front, and when Yang Chen and the others looked up, they saw the entirety of a scavenging squad being lifted out by the bursting ground. A few members of the serious ones almost had their legs blown off. Ha 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 ha. At the forefront, unbridled jeers came from the migrating ranks of the safe zone. Could it be a mine placed by the safe zone migration team? Everyone's heart sank, and their eyes became even colder. Yet they still didn't slow down, only circling the route directly behind them. Yang Chen also had a gloomy look in his eyes. "If we can't trade, then we'll have to find a way to snatch it." He shouldn't be the only one to have had such thoughts. All of them were eagle-eyed and hung far back, like ravenous, hungry wolves, silently following the migratory procession moving through that safe zone. "It's disgusting that these trash are still following us." Inside the safe zone migration team, the young man in Chinese clothes was very upset. "Get a few more mines," the guard next to him advised. "Young master, it's not worth it as it's easy to anger these pariahs." The total number of people in their safe zone was just over 1,000, while the total number of deserted people around them was, I'm afraid, 3 to 4,000. If they angered all the desolate people, even if they were them, they would have to be killed for a while, and there was no benefit to be gained from killing them, so there was more to lose than to gain. But without waiting for the young man in fancy dress to answer, suddenly the guards in charge of the sentry post sounded an alarm. "What's that?" Suddenly someone in the distance exclaimed. Yang Chen and the others turned their heads to see a withered yellow wave sweeping towards this side. Some evolvers who have awakened the visual aspect of their eyesight changed their faces greatly. It's a pack of desolate wolves. A very large pack of desolate wolves. How can there be so many desolate wolves? What? The Wolverine? Could it be fleeing for their lives as well? How is this possible? Could it be that the so-called Great Tribulation has broken out? Everyone was taken aback and hurriedly increased their speed. "Let's go!" Yang Chen also hurriedly ran with Pang Min. But how can a human run as fast as a wolf? The withered yellow wave at the back swept in like a real ocean wave, quickly catching up with the scavenging squad that had fallen to the rear. To one's surprise, Except for the dire wolves that happened to pass near the draconians who would attack the people and want to eat something in passing. The rest of the wolves continued to run forward furiously with unabated speed. Why does it feel like they're really running for their lives? Someone spoke in disbelief. There were also people whose eyes glowed after seeing this scene. Hurry up and hunt the barren wolves while you can. And eat your fill as long as disaster doesn't strike right away. Some of the scavenging squads rushed to start intercepting and hunting the dire wolves rushing towards them, because the other desolate wolves were too busy fleeing for their lives to care about these companions, and would not attack in a group. This gives everyone a chance. The rest of the scavenging squad saw this and followed suit. Nothing is more important to the starving and maddened wastelanders than filling their bellies. Although Yang Chen had not deliberately intercepted and hunted the desolate wolves, when he saw a desolate wolf charging towards the two of them at an unabated speed, he also hurriedly raised his nail gun in passing to take aim. Just when the dire wolf was only 10 meters away from them, he directly pressed the launch button. Bang! The dire wolf's head was instantly shot through, and its corpse plunged forward under inertia, rolling to a stop at their heels. This kind of shoulder-height barren wolf that was no more than comparable to an adult's knee was actually not weak, and it took Yang Chen a great deal of effort to kill one before. Nail guns in those days failed to kill with 9 consecutive shots because they couldn't inflict penetrating wounds. As it turned out, this time, one shot killed him, and it was straight through the skull. Take the corpse and go. Yang Chen called out. Aha! Pang Min ecstatically carried the desolate wolf's corpse on his shoulder as soon as he followed Yang Chen and continued to run. The nearby scavenging squad looked on with envy. Such was the disparity. Only a short distance away, there was suddenly another desolate wolf pouncing towards them. Bang! Yang Chen once again killed it with a single shot, then threw away the wooden bow that was almost unusable, and carried the corpse of this barren wolf to run again. But after running for some distance, suddenly he realized that the withered yellow wave had passed and there were no more desolate wolves behind him, so he hurriedly aimed at another dire wolf more than 10 meters ahead of him and pressed the fire button. Bang! The dire wolf was shot with a bloody hole in the back of its head, and its body fell forward, tumbling twice before coming to a stop. Yang Chen ran over with Pang Min and was wondering how to take this corpse when suddenly a dense sound of vibrating wings sounded. Not good. Why are there so many black finches? Is the flock of black finches running for their lives? 2. Aren't black finches active at night? What the hell happened? Once again, there were cries of alarm from the rear. Yang Chen turned around and saw thousands of black finches flying from the direction of the Gobi like a dark cloud. The black sparrow flock hurriedly dropped their speed in preparation for an attack after realizing the desolate folk on the ground. Some of the scavenging squads that hadn't hunted the dire wolves rushed to prepare to catch the black finches that swooped down. Both sides were now hunters and prey. A starving flock of black finches is bold enough to attack humans, but a starving desert folk is equally bold enough to stand hard against a flock of black finches. The battle was instantaneous, and the moment it made contact it went straight to white heat. Many of the desolate folk roared in anger, violently grabbing 2 black sparrows the moment they were attacked by hundreds of black sparrows at the same time and shoving them directly into their mouths. One can never outrun a blackbird's flight speed. Block your head with something. Yang Chen hurriedly threw down the desolate wolf carcass, placed the animal skin bundle on top of his head, quickly refilled the nail gun with steel nails, and then took aim at a black finch that was like a sharp arrow shooting at him. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and that black finch was instantly shot through its body by a steel spike and fell down. A black finch swooped down in the other direction as well. Yang Chen concentrated and aimed quickly. Because of the collimator-assisted aiming, there was no wasted effort at all to shoot it down. With a bang, the black finch's body exploded with blood mist. At once the black finches around them that were also trying to swoop down seemed to be startled, and hastily changed their direction, targeting the others. However, the barren people are not vegetarians. Many of the barren people who are already starving to the point of madness, but still keep the bottom line of human nature is unwilling to eat people, regardless of the swinging of wooden spears, or directly with the hands to grab. As soon as you grab a black finch you just shove it straight into your mouth with the feathers. The price for this is that some of the deserted people are directly pecked with blood all over their faces, or their skin is pecked off all over their bodies, and the unlucky ones are directly pecked blind. In just a few minutes, the black finch flock was missing nearly half of its amount. The rest of the blackbirds seemed to have had their fill, and hastily took wing and flew away. The desert folk, on the other hand, had died several times, and many of the rest were injured. Yang Chen retrieved the 2 black sparrows he had shot down, and was ready to continue on his way, but the 2 of them would greatly slow down if they brought along the corpses of the 3 desolate wolves. Lord Evolver, we'll help you get food. Just share some of our bones, said a deserted folk suddenly. So can we. My lord. As long as you give us the places you won't eat, we can ask for less. We just need the residue in our gut. Quite a few scavenging squads had gathered around, as they had all seen the corpses of the 3 direwolves underneath Yang Chen's duo. Pang Min coldly pointed his bow and arrow at the deserted people. However, those desolate people were not afraid of Pang Min. What they were really afraid of was Yang Chen, the evolved person. Yang Chen's eyes looked over with indifference, and immediately all the desolate people subconsciously backed away. Don't look at the number of them, but the constant fear of evolved people made them not have the courage to fight against evolved people at all without going crazy with hunger. After all, evolvers are existences that wield supernatural power. Yang Chen glanced at the rear, and seeing that there was no more of the previous species fleeing, he suddenly had a change of heart and said, I need crystallized bone marrow, and if any of you have crystallized bone marrow, you can exchange it with me. Crystallized marrow, the kind of energy-containing bone he had previously dug up from the remains of the desolate wolf. Crystallized bone marrow? Many of the desolate folks' eyes lit up. Although they didn't have it on them, they had all seen that kind of thing before. Only a very few of the deserted people were bewildered. For the wastelanders, if they were in a position to trade with the evolutionary squad, they would gather up anything they thought was worthwhile and take it to trade. Some of the barren folk, who might have come into contact with crystallized bone marrow before, or even taken it to sell, might not be able to recognize that what they were selling was crystallized bone marrow. My lord, are you telling the truth? At that moment, a scavenging squad came this way and said with an expectant face, we have crystallized bone marrow on us. Yang Chen was delighted in his heart. Surprisingly, there was really something to gain, he said without moving his face. Naturally, it's true. 1 serving of crystallized marrow can be traded for the entire internal organs of a desolate wolf, including the residue. Ask for recommendation tickets and collections. Newcomers need support and encouragement. End of chapter. Yang Chen. Pang Min's face changed, feeling that this was too much, mainly because she didn't know the value of crystallized bone marrow for evolved people. Yang Chen whispered, we can't take that much, so it's just the right time to alleviate some of the burden. And besides, the only way to give those scavenging squads an incentive to look for crystallized marrow to trade with me is to have a higher price. Pang Min thought it was right, although she still felt it was too much. But since Yang Chen was the captain, she didn't say anything else. On the opposite side, the scavenging squad with the crystallized bone marrow was ecstatic. The person in charge hurriedly took out their crystallized marrow, a fist-sized, slightly purple bone. Yang Chen sensed it and realized that it did have the energy he needed, and immediately nodded towards Pang Min. When it was time to do something, Pang Min didn't have a cold face anymore. She immediately took out her sharp knife and quickly dragged one of the dire wolves over to her and opened her belly. Then under the glowing eyes of that scavenging squad, she got all the entrails of this dire wolf out and piled them on a rock. Here, the leader of that scavenging squad hurriedly handed the crystallized bone marrow to Pang Min, and then couldn't wait to take a beast skin from his team member and wrap up all of the desolate wolf's internal organs. For fear of being robbed, they quickly left the area with their food. Pang Min returned with the desolate wolf corpse shell and crystallized marrow. There were still several scavenging squads nearby that hadn't left, all looking at Yang Chen with glowing eyes or staring dead at the desolate wolf corpse on the ground. Yang Chen took the crystallized marrow, and while drawing on the energy in it to transform it into a diffractive chi-reinforced nail gun, he said, subsequently, if you guys can get your hands on the crystallized marrow, I can continue trading as well. Excuse me, Lord Evolutionary, is the price still the same? Someone asked. 1 serving of crystallized bone marrow in exchange for all the entrails of a direwolf with its residue, or an equal amount of entrails and residue from another beast of prey. Yang Chen said, if the internal organs and residue are gone, 1 serving of crystallized bone marrow can be exchanged for 1 pound of meat. A pound of meat, a much smaller amount, but it's real meat. And even if it's just a pound of meat, it's earned in the eyes of all the scavenging squads, because they used to trade with other evolver squads. A piece of crystallized bone marrow could only be traded for 1 person's portion of grass roots or something else that was barely edible. Let's get to the crystallized bone marrow. One of the squads rushed off. The remaining few squads' eyes flickered, and they also hurriedly turned around and left. Yang Chen, let's get going or we won't be able to keep up with the large group, Pang Min said. There's no rush. Yang Chen glanced at the safe zone people who were also carrying their prey 500 or 600 meters away. Wait for now. Those people had powerful guns and must have hunted a lot of dire wolves. In the other direction, more than 200 meters away from this side, Huzhou's scavenging squad was also handling their prey. In total, they had hit 5 dire wolves and quite a few black finches. only to see that Huzhou waved his hand and those desolate wolf corpses disappeared. The carrying aspect of the ability is so handy. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel in his heart that he might be able to try to derive attributes to some items more often. It would be a big profit if an item with a spatial aspect could be born. Otherwise, because of the increasing strength of the attack and his own ability to hunt, it would be a problem if he got too much prey and couldn't take it with him. It had never occurred to him that he could have the same trouble of hunting too much prey to take with him. Before becoming an evolutionary, this kind of thing, one wouldn't even dare to think about it. Maybe that's the difference between an evolved person and an ordinary draconian. There were also other squads with evolvers in the distance disposing of the desolate wolf corpses. However, all the squads with evolvers had hunted the dire wolves, and there were at least 2 of them. Even some of the humongous ordinary squads hunted the barren wolves. Yang Chen, look over there. Suddenly Pang Min was surprised. Yang Chen looked in the direction that Pang Min was pointing, only to see that roughly 300 meters from this side, a 30-odd person scavenging squad was surrounded by desolate wolf corpses lying all over the place. In total, I'm afraid there are hundreds of them. His eyes gazed slightly. I'm afraid that's a scavenging squad with a full complement of evolvers. And if it's not a full complement of evolvers, then it's one that has 1 or more very powerful evolvers. This was because the previous pack of barren wolves had only rushed by and did not specifically stop to hunt. To kill so many desolate wolves in just a few minutes was by no means something an ordinary evolutionary could do. In the process, he continuously drew on the energy in the crystallized bone marrow, converting it into diffractive chi to strengthen the nail gun. Not long after, the energy within the crystallized bone marrow was exhausted, turning into crumbs that resembled fossilized stone and also bone and falling to the ground. And when the energy gained from within the crystallized bone marrow was depleted, the progress bar of the nail gun had reached 70%. Soon, my nail gun's power is going to increase again, Yang Chen thought expectantly. By now, he had some premonition of what might happen when the nail gun reached a certain level. Perhaps 4, or 6 to 7 more portions of crystallized bone marrow are needed for the nail gun to metamorphose. It was difficult to calculate accurately because the crystallized bone marrow was of different sizes and contained different amounts of energy. Hopefully, after the metamorphosis, the problem of increasing recoil will be solved. Firing 5 nails in a row just now made his palms ache. If the recoil was getting stronger, he would not be able to stand it with his physical condition. And in the meantime, Pang Min had already removed the steel nails from the bodies of all 3 desolate wolves. As for the 2 black finch corpses, the steel spikes had long since flown off somewhere because they were directly pierced. At this time a scavenging squad quickly ran towards this side. It was one of the scavenging squads that had left earlier. My lord, we have crystallized bone marrow, the captain of that squad asked with an excited and apprehensive face. It's still possible to change now, right? Of course. Yang Chen nodded his head, not caring where the other party's crystallized bone marrow came from. He was only responsible for the transaction. Crystallized bone marrow? In the distance, some scavenging squads with sharp ears heard this. 200 meters away, Huzhou also vaguely heard the words crystallized marrow. At that moment, he looked towards the henchman who had gone to trade with Yang Chen for desolate wolf meat last night. Go over and ask, what is the price of that Yang Chen's trade? I still have some crystallized marrow here. His ability was not combat-oriented, and these barren wolves were not hunted by him alone. While he had to support a dozen or so of his men, it would naturally be best if he could get some more meat. Of course, he wouldn't give his men meat. At most some bones or residue and offal he didn't like. The henchman ran over at once. Not long after, the other party came back to report that Evolver's trade price is that 1 serving of crystallized bone marrow can be traded for all the internal organs and residue of a desert wolf, or 1 pound of meat. Huzhou shook his head when he heard that, though the price he traded with ordinary desolate folk was even more ruthless than Yang Chen, giving only 1 intestine, or all of the residue, for 1 serving of crystallized bone marrow. But amongst the evolved, a single serving of crystallized bone marrow could at least be exchanged for an entire dire wolf carcass, because crystallized bone marrow is useful for all evolved people. Used to make soup for drinking, it can absorb the energy within the crystallized bone marrow and enhance the strength of the evolved person. However, the bartering method of trading is supposed to depend on the needs of both parties, and there is no fixed price at all. And as an evolutionary, he looked for supplies that favored strength-enhancing supplies, like crystallized bone marrow, but because every time you want to absorb the energy in it, you have to put it into a pot of soup, and it takes time to digest the energy absorbed into your body. Therefore, over time, the amount of crystallized bone marrow retained in his body was not small. In a way, Crystallized bone marrow was almost considered to be the most common material that could boost strength on the evolvers in the Gobi region. After Hu Zhou's men left, Yang Chen once again traded with a scavenging squad that had arrived at the sound. At this point, the entrails and remnants of the 3 dire wolves were traded, and on him, there were 2 extra pieces of crystallized bone marrow. Pang Min said that Hu Zhou should have crystallized bone marrow on him as well. If you need crystallized bone marrow badly, we can go and trade with him. Trading with evolved people, the price is different. Yang Chen thought about it and decided to go over and ask if the other party offered a price he could accept. It wasn't impossible to trade. The most important thing right now was to strengthen the nail gun to the metamorphosis level first. So, as long as Hu Zhou wouldn't go too far, he decided to trade. Thinking of this, he asked Pang Min to take the 2 desolate wolf corpses with him, and carried one himself, rushing towards the location of Hu Zhou's squad. End of chapter. 200 meters away. Hu Zhou was about to continue his journey when he suddenly saw Yang Chen and his duo coming this way, so he stopped again and waited in place. Although he was not a perception evolver, he could roughly sense that Yang Chen should have awakened not long ago and belonged to the quasi-evolutionary category, not even a first-order evolver. In this state, the opponent should need more crystallized marrow to boost their strength. The only way to be considered a true first-order evolver was to raise both his physique and strength and complete his first metamorphosis. However, he did not let that make him belittle his opponent, as he seemed to be an attack-type ability. If the 2 sides fought, he, a second-order evolver, would not necessarily be a match. It couldn't be helped that his abilities favored carrying, and he wasn't very good at fighting, and the rate of advancement from quasi-evolutionary to first-order evolutionary is fast. Normally, even the least gifted could do it in a month, because at this stage, there is no bottleneck. Those who are more talented and have enough resources can do it in 10 days and half a month. Not long after, Yang Chen arrived 30 meters away. He placed the desolate wolf corpses on the ground and raised his voice. I heard that you have crystallized bone marrow? Give me 10 pieces of crystallized marrow and these 3 desolate wolves are yours. $10? No way. Hu Zhou shook his head. 3 at most, that's the highest price I can offer. 3 pieces is impossible. Yang Chen said, you said before that you are capable in handling? I think we should have the opportunity to work together in the future. How about $10? As an investment? Hu Zhou was speechless. I invested in you? Why don't you invest in me? He shook his head and said, the most I can give you is 4 pieces. If you don't accept it, then it's over. I'm not short of your 3 desolate wolves right now anyway. What if I told you an important message? Yang Chen said, I once obtained a map, and the Gobi we are in is called the Gobi of Indeterminacy. And this mountain in front of us should be called Mount Kunwu. If that's what you're talking about, it disappoints you, and I know it. Hu Zhou said, then the refuge on Kwo Mountain. Do you know about it as well? Yang Chen said in a shocking tone. What? Hu Zhou's face changed. There's a shelter here? Shelter. Rumored to be a place where humans once hid after a cataclysmic outbreak. It's rumored that once upon a time, humans had very scary technology, but all that technology was brought inside the sanctuary. They, the Wastelanders, are the descendants of those who did not enter the refuge. Sanctuary? Some of Hu Zhou's men were surprised and some were bewildered. Pang Min, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief on her face. She had grown up in a small safe zone, so naturally, she had heard of the word sanctuary only for those on the surface. The sanctuary was too far away to ever really see. Since there were no other scavenging squads in the vicinity, Yang Chen's words could only be heard by both of them. Is this statement true? An inexplicable look flashed in Hu Zhou's eyes. I can still hope to have a chance to work with you in the future, so naturally I won't lie. Yang Chen said, 10 pieces of crystallized marrow and I can tell you the general location of the refuge. But since the map I got was very worn out and weathered after I touched it, I only know the general range, even if I know the general location. So what? It's hard to believe that you think I have that ability to gain favor from the sanctuary? Hu Zhou said, I'll give you 5 at most. Then forget it. Yang Chen said as he shouldered the desolate wolf corpse and was about to leave. Wait, Hu Zhou said coldly, $10 is fine, but I hope you won't trick me. I'm not so bad as to intentionally offend an evolved person for the sake of a few pieces of crystallized bone marrow. Yang Chen said, let's talk on the side? Good. Hu Zhou walked directly toward the distance. You're here to guard the carcass of the direwolf. Don't worry. Yang Chen spoke to Pang Min and followed Hu Zhou towards the distance. Soon, they came to 100 meters away. Yang Chen drew a simple map on the ground before marking a point in one of the locations. Then, he stepped back a distance and said, the approximate bearing is right at this location. The the foothills area. And based on the scale of that map I read back then, this area could be 30 kilometers in size. 30 kilometers. Huzhou moved closer to the map and carefully memorized the improvised map, then wiped it off with his foot. Immediately after, he flipped his hand and took out 10 pieces of crystallized bone marrow and placed them on the ground, turning to leave. Only when Huzhou walked out for some distance did Yangchen go over to collect the crystallized bone marrow. What made him helpless was that these crystallized bone marrow were small. The largest piece was only half the size of a fist, and most of the rest were only a third of a fist. As for the smallest piece, it was a little as big as a thumbnail. It's a little smaller, but it's certainly complete and has not been divided. This kind of transaction is too much of a loophole, but it can't be helped. There was no agreement on the rules before, and the outcome of the deal could only depend on the will and conscience of both parties. Luckily, all 10 pieces of crystallized bone marrow had the energy he needed inside. Together with the 2 pieces on my body, there are 12 pieces in total, hopefully enough to bring the nail gun to the level of metamorphosis. When Yangchen returned to his original location with the 10 pieces of crystallized bone marrow, the corpses of the 3 barren wolves had already been taken away by Huzhou's people. Huzhou, on the other hand, had already led his men in the direction indicated by the map, and should really be looking for that so-called shelter. Curious, Pang Min asked, "What you said about the sanctuary, is it true?" "Who knows? That map is so tattered, and with the age of it, I'm just guessing it could be a refuge." Yangchen didn't feel guilty at all. That Huzhou had played tricks anyway, giving him such a small piece of crystallized bone marrow. Pang Min was speechless. She was still shocked for a while, but it's really hard to be sure about this kind of thing. 2. That safe zone guy is off again. Let's follow him. Yangchen put some of the crystallized bone marrow into his bag, holding the largest piece in his hand to draw energy to convert it into diffractive chi to quickly strengthen the nail gun. The reason why the largest is used first is because the larger ones take up space. With enough crystallized bone marrow, the nail gun's reinforcement was lightning fast. After more than 10 minutes, when the energy of this crystallized bone marrow in his hand was exhausted, the nail gun reached level 9. Surefire nail gun LV. 9, 0%. Effective range 73 meters. Maximum range 219 meters, not upgradable. Yangchen did not stop and continued to strengthen. As piece after piece of crystallized bone marrow turned into fragments, the upgrade progress of the nail gun increased as quickly as if it was rocketing. After about an hour of back and forth, when there were only 3 smallest pieces of crystallized bone marrow left on his body, the progress bar of the nail gun came directly to 99%. We'll know the result soon. Perhaps the level of metamorphosis, which is level 10. Yangchen thought in his heart and took out a piece of crystallized bone marrow from his baggage that was only the size of a small half fist to draw energy. Boom boom. Suddenly there was a crash from dozens of meters away on the left. The 2 of them turned their heads to see a spherical beast that looked very much like a rock and was no more than 30 centimeters in diameter jump up violently, knocking the nearby draconians off their feet. That scavenging squad was so frightened that they ran for their lives, but they were soon caught up by the seemingly legless beast. "It's a Fey. Run!" Yangchen's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly brought up a run. "That's the Fey?" Pang Min's face also changed drastically, and she hurriedly followed Yangchen and ran wildly. Boo! In the back, that scavenging squad subconsciously tried to resist, but they were directly knocked away, breaking bones and tendons. After easily killing off that scavenging squad, that spherical alien beast suddenly placed its target on Yangchen and his duo, directly jumping and chasing after them quickly. Although it had no feet, it moved at a fast speed, jumping more than 10 meters with each jump up, and soon came to 20 meters away. "Yangchen, it's catching up," Pang Min said nervously. As soon as the words fell, Yangchen had already turned back to aim and shot a nail. Bang! Debris flew, and a crater was shot out of the surface of the alien beast, but it failed to break through the defense. This seemed to have angered it, and it was seen violently rolling up sharply on the ground, approaching Yangchen and the 2 of them for 5 meters before violently leaping up and crashing into the 2 of them. "Get out of the way!" Yangchen violently pounced on Pang Min and brushed against the strangely shaped beast, while frantically inputting diffractive chi towards the inside of the nail gun. Finally, the moment the 2 men fell to the ground, the last bit of the nail gun's progress bar was filled and it was upgraded again, and the spherical alien beast exerted itself too hard, popping out 20 meters or so at once. It was very nimble, bouncing on the ground to remember, turning around, and about to kill again. Yangchen hurriedly aimed again and pressed the launch button. Bang! A huge recoil came, and a deep crater was shot directly into the surface of that spherical alien beast. and the huge impact carried it tumbling backwards. Almost at the same time, the nail gun suddenly broke away from Yang Chen's hand under the amazing recoil and struck his chest. Luckily, the force was no longer strong enough to hurt him with the unloading of the palm of his hand. Even so, it had taken Yang Chen by surprise. He hastily picked up his nail gun again and looked nervously at the spherical beast. However, he saw the spherical alien beast roll forward for 3 or 4 meters under the huge impact, and then it lay motionless on the ground. And inside the hole that had been shot through by the nail, a golden liquid slowly flowed out. Dead? Yang Chen was delighted in his heart and hurriedly looked at the nail gun in his hand. Surefire nail gun LV-10, awakened state 0%. Effective range 100 meters. Maximum range 300 meters. Not upgradable. Awakened state? What does that mean? Yang Chen was puzzled in his mind. However, he roughly understood that level 10 was the level of metamorphosis, and the only way to know the result after metamorphosis was to reach level 11 before the metamorphosis could be completed. The recoil is now so great that I can't hold it in the palm of my hand unless I hold it with both hands at the same time. He prayed in his heart. I hope that after the metamorphosis is complete, the problem of recoil will be solved. Otherwise, we will have to change weapons. The thought had just flashed through his mind when suddenly a warm scent came. That cozy smell just by smelling it, surprisingly made people's spirit change their hair, as if any fatigue was gone. Not only him, even Pang Min smelled it. The two of them subconsciously looked towards the spherical alien beast that was more than 20 meters away. It's that golden liquid. Pang Min subconsciously gulped and said in shock, could that be some kind of treasure? End of chapter. Go over there. Yang Chen hurriedly headed that way. Soon, the two came to the stone beast near the front, surprised to find that the flow out of the golden liquid as long as the ground is dipped into the air disappeared, as if completely integrated into the earth in general. Yang Chen hurriedly righted it so that the wound was upward, lest more golden liquid flowed out and was wasted. The cozy smell got stronger as they got closer. Just by sniffing it, I felt soothed and relaxed, as if all the fatigue was far away. It was the first time the two had encountered such a thing since they had grown up, so they were stunned. Is this edible? Penman gulped. This should be considered the blood of this stone alien beast. Yang Chen was a bit hesitant. Eating the blood of a foreign beast directly, there's no telling what will happen. Throwing it away though, that's never going to get rid of it, but selling it is a bit of a letdown. After all, it's the first time I've seen this kind of treasure since I grew up. Let me help you test the poison, Pang Min said while swallowing furiously. It was as if the cells of her body were frantically urging her to drink this golden liquid as quickly as possible, as if drinking it would do her some good. I'll drink less, and since you're an evolutionary, you're more than capable of saving me if something happens to me, she said, and couldn't wait to pick up the stone monster corpse. Yang Chen hesitated, but in the end, he didn't stop it. He just reminded, drink some less, even if it's not poisonous. It's difficult for you, an ordinary person, to bear too much. This golden blood should contain energy. Aha, I know how to lighten up. Penman nodded. This stone alien beast's corpse was quite heavy. Although the diameter was only 30 centimeters or so, the weight could be 20 to 30 kilograms. I'm afraid, much heavier than many solid stones of equal volume. She lifted it up with all her might and brought her mouth to the wound to take a small sip. A sweet, tangy flavor with a strong stony taste echoed in the mouth. And when this liquid went down, it directly transformed into a magical energy that spread throughout the limbs and bones. She was shocked to find that as this magical energy spread through her limbs and bones, her physical strength and stamina and so on seemed to be increasing rapidly. Not only her physical strength and endurance, she even felt that her physique and strength seemed to be rapidly improving. It was her own feeling. And in Yang Chen's field of vision, Pang Min's dry and thin body was actually becoming plump at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body, which was originally thin and petite due to chronic malnutrition, was surprisingly growing rapidly. For example, dry, thin arms quickly become full, with visible flesh and blood growing. Then there was his messy, dry hair, which was surprisingly becoming silky fast. The most exaggerated thing was that some of the scars on her arms were peeling off at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving behind white and delicate skin. How is this possible? Both were stunned. This process of change lasted for 10 minutes before it was over. Pang Min, who was originally only roughly 1 meter 5 tall, had grown to a height of 1 meter 6 by the time the change was over. Her already tattered and compact clothes suddenly looked even smaller, and because her body had grown, some of the dirt and grime on her skin had fallen off, revealing skin that looked white and delicate. It was as if even the skin had changed. Before, she was 19 years old, but because of chronic malnutrition, She looked like a dried-up little girl of 15 or 16, and now she truly looked like a 19-year-old girl. It's not just the change in height, but the whole body. Everything that should be developed has developed straight away, to the point where clothes seem tighter. This shows the magic of this golden liquid. Strange. After the metamorphosis was complete, Pang Min couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Yang Chen asked hurriedly, worried about the aftermath. Because the change is so drastic, it's a little beyond the pale. This golden liquid, it doesn't seem to smell good anymore. Pang Min sniffed hard at the golden liquid inside the wound of the stone alien beast corpse in his hand. It doesn't have the same smell as before. Doesn't smell good anymore? It still smells good to me. Yang Chen took the corpse of the stone alien beast and sniffed it again. It's still very fragrant. No different from before. Could it be that you are full because you drank enough? Or is this the so-called medicinal saturation? This golden liquid has no effect on you anymore? It should be. Pang Min said. I feel that there is still some undigested. But there is no longer any change in my body. That remaining golden liquid, instead of being directly digested, remained in my stomach in the form of high-energy food, and did not enhance my physique or strength. Earlier she couldn't wait to drink it, as if all the cells in her body were hyperventilating, but now it doesn't feel that way at all, and you can't even smell it anymore. Yang Chen was a little surprised. Can it be that the main effect of this golden liquid is to make up for malnutrition? Or to make up for innate deficiencies? Quite possibly. Pang Min nodded her head. You drink some soon too. I feel very comfortable now, without any discomfort. Yang Chen nodded his head and instantly took some golden liquid as well. Sure enough, as the liquid gushed into his abdomen, a magical power spread out quickly. In the process, he felt his stamina and endurance increase rapidly, and his flesh and blood grew at an almost palpable rate. A magical feeling appears as if it is being replenished. He could feel that his physique and strength had improved a bit, but this improvement was not a direct reinforcement, but rather due to a return to normalcy after the innate deficiencies were remedied. It could be seen that his originally dry and thin body was rapidly becoming fuller and stronger. In addition, many of the dark wounds in the body were surprisingly being repaired at a speed that could be felt. Finally, his body was saturated as well, and the excess golden liquid remained in his body, not being digested directly anymore. At the same time, he couldn't smell that particular cozy fragrance anymore, just like Pang Min. That's amazing too. Yang Chen marveled. You seem to have gotten so much stronger. Pang Min said happily. You've also gotten a lot taller and better looking. Yang Chen smiled back. Getting good looking? Pang Min immediately revealed a look of sadness. To the desolate folk, becoming good looking was not a good thing. However, once he thought that Yang Chen was already an evolutionary, no one should dare to hit on him, and it was only when she became good looking that she became more worthy of Yang Chen. With that thought, she cheered up again. What about the rest of the golden liquid? It doesn't seem to be easy to collect, and we don't have anything decent to hold it in. I can directly refine this energy. Yang Chen said, although it won't continue to strengthen me anymore, it can be used to enhance my supernatural abilities. He tried it just now and realized that the golden liquid left in his stomach, like ordinary food, would be digested and replenished whenever there was a depletion of his essence. That's good. Pang Min smiled. Don't you need crystallized bone marrow? Maybe you can take it and trade it. There should be evolvers willing to pay a big price for it. It's too expensive. It's easy to arouse the greed of others. I'm not willing to pay a low price, and I'm afraid that if the price is high, I'll be robbed. Yang Chen said, and suddenly his mind moved. That Huzhou might not have gone far. Let's chase after him. Because Huzhou's ability wasn't attack biased, and because the two had already traded twice, there was sort of a foundation of trust. Trading with the other side made him feel a little more at ease. Most of all, he could be sure that Huzhou definitely had more crystallized bone marrow on him. Although he didn't know why Huzhou didn't just use up the crystallized bone marrow, it didn't matter. That's right, let's catch up then. Pang Min said, give me the stuff to hold, and you're in charge of the guard. Saying that, she took a piece of animal skin and wrapped up the corpse of the stone alien beast, lest the other revolvers see it and develop greed. Although the corpse of the stone alien beast wasn't light, after her innate deficiencies were made up for, it wasn't too much of a problem for her to run while holding a 20 to 30 kilogram weight. The two of them immediately reversed their direction and chased after Huzhou's group in the direction they had left. It didn't take long either. Just over half an hour before the two saw the Huzhou squad far ahead. My lord! Someone is catching up with us and seems to be deliberately chasing us. One of the henchmen in charge of guarding the area voiced a reminder. Huzhou immediately looked back with vigilance and instantly revealed a puzzled look. Is it that Yang Chen? No, Why have those two changed so much? He was a little startled. From the scent, he was certain that those two were the young Chen duo, but not long ago, the two of them looked dry and thin. How is it that in a short time they have not seen each other? Just as if they have changed their personalities? Rarely was he tall and strong, and the female, although she couldn't tell if she was pretty or not because of the thick mud and dirt, had a body that was absolutely top-notch. My lord, should we stop it? One of his men spoke up, motioning for the men to bend their bows and arrows to be on guard. Relax, it's an acquaintance. I don't sense malice. Hu Zhou was getting a bit expectant. If nothing else, that Yang Chen should have gotten something good and wanted to trade with him again. Transactions between evolved people are actually risky, but he and that Yang Chen had already had 2 transactions, and were considered to have a certain foundation of trust. Finally, Yang Chen brought Pang Min to 30 meters away and grinned. Hu Zhou, recognize this thing? Pang Min duly displayed the corpse of the stone alien beast. On the opposite side, Hu Zhou was originally just curious, but the moment he saw the stone alien beast corpse, especially after seeing the hidden golden liquid in it, and associating it with the change in Yang Chen's duo, his face suddenly changed drastically. Juvenile stage mountain gods? He let out a strange cry. You beat a hatchling stage mountain god elf to death? Readers and bosses, vote. Thank you. End of chapter. Juvenile stage mountain god essence? Yang Chen was surprised. Pang Min and those men of Hu Zhou also looked shocked and puzzled. Especially Hu Zhou's men. To make their own lord so shocked. That thing should be very rare and precious. Although they didn't know anything about mountain gods and elves, they knew that everything that was associated with gods and elves were not ordinary things. On the opposite side, Hu Zhou took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said, essence monsters are creatures unique to mountainous regions, and are hard to come across in the Gobi. Such things are born and bred with a long lifespan. Yang Chen's ability to kill a mountain god essence monster, even if it was only at the juvenile stage, made him fearful, because as far as he knew, the defense of this kind of elf was so powerful that even he would have trouble breaking through it, let alone killing it. And then? Yang Chen asked. This juvenile stage mountain god essence monster should have been born only hundreds of years ago. Hu Zhou was shocked and at the same time somewhat regretful. I once went to the Huyan clan's safe zone, and read a book of essence and monster Jiqi in there, and learned that the blood of 100 years of mountain god essence and monster can make up for innate deficiencies, and 1,000 years of it can even strengthen the physical qualities drastically, and there is a tiny probability of awakening a person. As for 10,000 years, he said with a wistful expression, it is rumored that just one bite will surely allow an ordinary person to awaken a special talent and become an evolver, and it can even allow an evolver who has gone to the limit to break through to the super evolver level. Just one bite can make an ordinary person awaken a special talent and become an evolved person? These words made Pang Min and all the other ordinary people's eyes glow, but immediately afterward, they all looked helpless, because it's too far away for them. Not to mention them, even Yang Chen felt that it was too far away. Not to mention 1,000 years and 10,000 years. Even if it was 100 years, it would take luck to come across it, and ordinary people can only die if they come across it. As for the 1,000-year-old or even 10,000-year-old ones, after encountering them, it was expected that they would have to run as far away as possible, lest they die a horrible death. However, Yang Chen heard out that the stone monster he had killed was indeed the so-called mountain god elf. Since you recognize this thing, you should see that the change in us is because of it. Yang Chen said, want it? I can sell it to you, but you have to give me a satisfactory price. Of course Hu Zhou wanted it, because there was no such thing as a deserted people who wouldn't have a congenital deficiency. After all the barren people were born, it was hard to get enough to eat, and one meal in 3 days was the norm. This state is accompanied by all kinds of dysplasia, and in severe cases there are even huge after effects that lead to disability. For example, some of the deserted people are born with eyes that can't see well, or with weak arms and legs, etc. Therefore, he said, I still have 43 pieces of crystallized bone marrow on me. All of them will be given to you. Not enough. Yang Chen shook his head. Hu Zhou frowned. Then I only need one bite. Yang Chen glanced at the amount of golden liquid. It just so happens that there's only about a mouthful left. 43 pieces of crystallized bone marrow. It's too little. Must add more. Although he felt that 43 pieces of crystallized bone marrow was not a small amount, he felt in his heart that he should be able to exchange it for more. However, he was now in dire need of more crystallized bone marrow for the supply of the nailgun's metamorphosis. So if Hu Zhou could come up with some more, he could also consider selling. This was because these golden liquids, if used as ordinary energy, would be comparable to 4 or 5 pieces of crystallized bone marrow at most, which was too wasteful. Hu Zhou thought for a moment. I can add half a caddy of pure white fine salt, which is a rare commodity in the wandering Gobi, and is very expensive in the safe zone, even in a deal with an evolved person. A caddy of coarse salt costs 10 pieces of crystallized bone marrow, and the price of fine salt triples. 1 caddy, Yang Chen said. It all adds up to less than a pound on me. Hu Zhou frowned. How much do you have? Yang Chen asked. Hu Zhou did not answer this question. He thought for a moment and said, give me the corpse of the young mountain god as well and I can give you a pound of fine salt. Are you kidding? Yang Chen snorted. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. If it's a 1,000-year-old mountain god elf, the materials on it are treasures, but a 100-year-old one is just an ordinary stone. Hu Zhou said, what I need is the effect of it being able to hold the precious liquid. Yang Chen shook his head. This function is a treasure in itself. Hu Zhou frowned and said, 50 pieces of crystallized bone marrow, but I really only have 43 pieces on me. The remaining 7 will be given to you later, plus 1 caddy of fine salt. This is the highest price I can give. If you don't agree again, then please go back. 100 years of mountain god's blood is not as indispensable to me as you think, because this stuff doesn't directly boost strength, and he didn't feel any crippling on him. Just in case, Yang Chen felt that this should be Hu Zhou's bottom line, and after a slight contemplation, he nodded his head. Yes, the next time we meet, give me those 7 pieces of crystallized bone marrow. I need to inspect the goods first, Hu Zhou said. Of course, but I hope you're more awake and don't do anything stupid. Yang Chen warned. Don't worry, I won't voluntarily offend an evolutionary with a strong attack power because of this benefit. Hu Zhou nodded his head. Yang Chen glanced at Pang Min. Pang Min immediately walked over holding the stone alien beast corpse. One of Hu Zhou's men greeted him and picked up the stone alien beast corpse, going back to give it to him. Smells good. All the people around them who smelled this odor couldn't help but gulp furiously at once. Hu Zhou, however, frowned slightly as he only smelled a very faint fragrance. But according to the book he had read about the seaman and the shikigami, as long as there was a scent, then it should still be useful to him. So he tilted his head back and drank all of the golden blood in one gulp. At once, a special energy traveled from the abdomen to the limbs. Immediately afterward, he felt that his essence seemed to have gotten a bit stronger, and some old dark wounds seemed to have been repaired. But that was all. He didn't get the feeling of being more than a filler. Loss, it's not as useful to me as I thought it would be, and rightly so. I've been an evolutionary for almost 10 years now. I've long since made up for my malnutrition. He was frowning. Suddenly one of his men was surprised. My lord, those gray hairs of yours have turned black. Oh, really? He was delighted in his heart. Really? The henchman said. The rest of his men also rushed to look, and sure enough, the few white hairs on the top of his own lord's head had disappeared. Did it make me younger? That's right. It seems like some of my dark wounds have been cured, which is sort of a disguised way of boosting my lifespan. Hu Zhou's heart was happy, so it didn't seem like a loss. It's okay, isn't it? On the opposite side, Yang Chen asked in a deep voice. If this guy dared to obscure his things, then don't blame him for giving the other guy a shot. The current power of the nailgun should not be something that an ordinary evolved person could defend against. Don't worry. Hu Zhou put away the corpse of the stone fey beast and immediately took out 43 pieces of crystallized bone marrow, then took out an unopened jar and had one of his men hand it over to Pang Min. I bought this fine salt in the Huyan safety zone. 1 jar is just 1 pound. Soon, Pang Min returned with the crystallized bone marrow and salt shaker in his animal skin pocket. These crystallized bone marrow came in all sizes. The largest was no more than the size of a fist, but the smallest were all bigger than a finger. Yang Chen first sensed all the crystallized bone marrow and determined that all of them contained the energy he needed. After that he opened the salt shaker again and looked at it, and found that it was indeed snow-white fine salt. But just in case, he tasted it and realized that it was indeed salt before nodding his head in satisfaction. Well then, good cooperation again. Those 7 pieces of crystallized bone marrow will be given to you the next time we meet. Hu Zhou was also satisfied and turned away with his men. This transaction had directly emptied him of all his crystallized bone marrow. However, as a senior evolutionary, he naturally had more wealth in him than just crystallized bone marrow. He had just temporarily lost the resources that could enhance his powers. Anyway, he had already reached the limit of the 2nd rank and was stuck in a bottleneck, and could not break through for a while, so there was no hurry. Yang Chen, are we going back? Pang Min asked. Their previous goal was to follow the migrating party from that previous safe zone, because that so-called underground refuge, even Yang Chen himself didn't know if it really existed or not. It was only that Huzhou who cared so much about underground shelters for some reason. There's no rush. I'll find a place to boost my strength first. Yang Chen glanced around and realized that although this was already the foot of a mountain, the trees were almost leafless, so he simply sat down directly in place, quickly absorbing the energy within the crystallized bone marrow and converting it into diffractive chi to strengthen the nail gun. It wasn't long before the progress bar for the level 10 spike gun improved by 1 percentage point. At this instant, he suddenly felt a mysterious aura being born within the nail gun. The mysterious aura traveled down his arm and was absorbed by his body. Something miraculous happened. His physique and strength that hadn't changed much since he became an evolutionary was actually rising rapidly at this moment. He was taken aback. And then he was overjoyed. What's wrong? Pang Min asked hurriedly. Good thing. Yang Chen immediately continued to strengthen the nail gun. Sure enough, just like before, every time the progress bar of the 10th level awakened state's nail gun was raised by 1 percentage point, a wisp of that mysterious aura would be born. That mysterious aura was able to directly strengthen his physical qualities. Items in the awakened state can actually boost my strength in turn. Perhaps, this is the true way to enhance my powers, he thought happily in his heart. In this way, even if that powerful recoil remained after the end of the nail gun's metamorphosis, it wasn't unacceptable anymore. And most of all, as he absorbed more and more of that mysterious aura, he suddenly felt that he might be about to make a breakthrough in his alien ability. End of chapter. As the crystallized bone marrow was consumed piece by piece, the progress bar of the awakening stance nail gun was soaring. 3%, 50%, 70%, and on the ground, a piece of crystallized bone marrow continuously turned into debris. Almost every 10 or so minutes, Yang Chen was able to absorb all the energy within a piece of crystallized bone marrow. Smaller crystallized marrow is absorbed faster. If Hu Zhou were to see this scene, he would definitely reveal a look of disbelief. Because normal evolvers are unable to directly absorb the energy in the crystallized bone marrow, are required to boil out the energy inside and drink it. And it also needed to be absorbed slowly after drinking it. It was simply impossible to absorb it directly like Yang Chen did. Of course, after Yang Chen absorbed the energy, he needed time to transform it into diffractive chi. And because his special ability was too special, the energy of crystallized bone marrow didn't seem to be able to directly enhance his strength. Only that mysterious aura that was born from this current, awakened state, item was able to raise his strength. The boost isn't particularly large, but it's starting to put me above average. Yang Chen was secretly energized in his heart. After today, one will also become an evolved person with strong survival ability, no longer a fragile ordinary human body. Finally, after more than 20 pieces of crystallized bone marrow of different sizes had been used up in one breath, the nail gun metamorphosis was complete. And just at the moment when the nail gun's metamorphosis was complete, Yang Chen felt that his alien ability had also broken through. In this instant, he suddenly had an epiphany. His previous self was only in a newly awakened state, belonging to a quasi-evolutionary. The only way to be considered a true evolved person is to have completely consolidated your strength, such as now, after completing your first breakthrough, or rather, a first-order evolver. So it dawned on him, my current power. He stood up and found a few rocks around him to try, and realized that his strength could be about 200 kilograms. It's the 200 kilograms that lift a heavy object over your head, not the explosive power, much less the force of barely lifting it. That's pretty good. Definitely beyond ordinary. Wow. Yang Chen, you've become so powerful. Pang Min, who was next to him, watched Yang Chen lift a nearly 200 kilogram boulder over his head, and said with a shocked and happy face, the stronger Yang Chen was, the better off they would be, and the safer they would be, especially if you are about to enter the mountains. Yeah, I feel like I've gotten so much better too, at least much better than before. Yang Chen put the boulder down and laughed. The current me is considered to be a true first-order evolver. Before that it was still the case of an ordinary human body, which belonged to a quasi-evolver. I see, no wonder even a barren wolf is not. Pang Min hurriedly covered her small mouth. Yang Chen smiled faintly, not caring about her slip of the tongue. In addition to his strength, his physique had obviously improved quite a bit, only there was no way to detect this in detail. By the way, the nail gun has also finished its metamorphosis. He hurriedly looked at the nail gun, wanting to know what it would look like after the metamorphosis was complete, the kind of effect one expects. Did it appear? At this moment, the shape of the nail gun in his hand became more refined, and some mysterious patterns appeared on its surface. At first glance, like a work of art, It could almost have been judged as two completely different items from the nail launcher that had just been made. Invisible Nail Gun LV. 11, 0% collimation, integrated into arm, no recoil, effective range 200 meters. Maximum range 600 meters, not upgradable. After the metamorphosis was complete, not only did the range directly double, but even the name changed. The original name was Must-Hit Nail Gun, but now it has become Invisible Nail Gun. The previous alignment attribute of assisted aiming is still there, and there are two additional special attributes. Integration into the arm, no recoil. Yang Chen was surprised and happy. The attribute he was most looking forward to, that solved recoil, had appeared, and it seemed to be better than he had imagined. This integration into the arm means, with a movement in his mind, the nail gun in his hand instantly merged directly into his left arm, completely disappearing from view. At the same time, a sudden realization came to him that his left arm was an invisible nail gun, and with a clenched fist it was in a ready-to-fire state. The alignment in the field of view is still there and can move with the fist. As for launching the nail, it is also very simple. A thought will do. Yang Chen immediately moved his fist, aiming at a small tree roughly 180 meters away with his focus, and fired the nail with a thought. The moment the nail fired out, he could distinctly feel something shoot out, but that recoil was almost negligible and wouldn't affect him in any way, and the only effect that existed would have been to allow him to feel that the nail had been successfully shot. Bang! In the same instant, roughly 180 meters away, the small, arm-thick tree was directly shot through. Yang Chen's heart rejoiced as he hurriedly ran that way. Bring the stuff with you and follow me. Soon, he came to the side of the small tree that had been shot through, and saw a finger-sized hole appear in the trunk, translucent from front to back, 100 shots from a distance of 180 meters. This ability, most of all, where he was on his own, he would hardly make a sound. If it was used for assassination, I'm afraid people would die without knowing how. And that's obviously not the limit of the invisible nail gun, which can continue to be upgraded. The further you go, though, the harder it is to upgrade. The rest of the crystallized bone marrow shouldn't be able to make the nail gun go up another level. That's about enough for now. We'll have to try other items. Yang Chen pondered in his heart. It's best to get a defense item. That way you can attack and defend as one and fear no one. Yang Chen, you're too powerful now. At this time, Pang Min rushed over with her things and saw the small tree that was shot through with an excited face. Yes, we are not afraid of anyone in the future, if there is that situation before. Yang Chen's eyes went a little cold as he thought of the youth from the safe zone who had swept recklessly with his firearm earlier. Now one's nail gun range is not necessarily worse than an assault rifle. Moreover, one's nail gun shoots 100 times, and one doesn't have to waste time aiming at all, and it's even better than a marksman. Let's go. Go back and take a look. As abominable as that safe zone is, the people in the safe zone definitely know more than we do. It's safer to follow them. He returned at once with Peng Min. By the way, are you hungry? He took out a piece of roasted jerky and ate it. Looking at Peng Min, I haven't even finished digesting the golden liquid I drank just now. I'm not hungry. Peng Min shook his head. Tell me if you're hungry. We've got enough food on us for 3 more days, and we're sure to find more food in those 3 days. Yang Chen said. Now that we're at the edge of the mountains, there must be more food than the Gobi. Aha, I know. Peng Min nodded. On the way, Yang Chen casually picked up a few stones to strengthen out the attributes, wanting to see if he would have a stroke of luck to obtain something useful. Unfortunately, however, the attributes born from the stone were almost all attributes that couldn't be used, such as reduced presence and blending into the environment, because this attribute cannot be added to a person. The most outrageous thing was that one of the stones also had the strange property of entering the mirror. But although they were all trash attributes, because he was scared of being poor, Yang Chen didn't throw these stones away and put them all away, in case he met someone who needed this special attribute at some point. As darkness was about to fall, the two once again caught up with the migrating group from that safe zone. Water. I can't believe there's water here. Go load some back up. Suddenly there was a surprised yell from up ahead. Yang Chen and Peng Min hurriedly increased their speed. Sure enough, as they traveled a few hundred meters further, they saw a stream flowing down from Kwo Mountain, forming pools of water of various sizes in the gently sloping area. There's even a stream here? Yang Chen was shocked and delighted. Let's go over and wash the mud and dirt off our bodies, and we won't have to live in fear anymore. We have to clean our bodies, or at least look like human beings. Aha! Peng Min nodded happily as well. The two of them soon came to a water pond, and Peng Min first filled the almost empty one with water before walking straight in. Yang Chen made sure that there weren't any dangerous creatures in the crystal clear water, so he laid down in it as well, comfortably scrubbing the mud and dirt from his body. So sweet. The water here is surprisingly sweet. Pang Min cupped his hand and took a sip. Surprised. I think it's because of the mountain spring water that flows down from the mountain. Yang Chen also tasted a mouthful and laughed. I heard when I was very young that mountain spring water is sweet. I didn't expect it to be true. He was scrubbing the dirt from his body, when suddenly he saw Hu Chao rapping with his men from the other direction. Both of them saw each other almost at the same time. Hu Zhou huffed and puffed as he accelerated his speed toward this side, saying angrily, "You tricked me? Are you sure you followed the map I gave you?" Yang Chen tilted his arm without a trace. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hu Zhou said coldly, "I wouldn't have turned a corner. Could it be that the people in that safe zone are targeting that place as well?" Yang Chen said, "I hope so." Hu Zhou coldly grimaced and was about to say something else, but suddenly his face changed slightly as he sensed that Yang Chen's aura was different. End of chapter. The aura of a first-order evolver. This guy actually broke through? Thinking of this, he immediately calmed down and coldly led his men to a watering hole a few dozen meters away to replenish water and wash the dust from his body. It could be seen that there were many draconians close to this stream, but only the squads with evolvers dared to wash the dirt from their bodies. Instead, the ordinary wastelanders just replenished their water and left. It took a full 10 minutes before Yang Chen and Pang Min could barely scrub the dirt off their bodies. The two men returned to the shore and wrung their clothes off their bodies with great vigor. Yang Chen couldn't help but look at Pang Min twice more, because after washing his face clean, he realized that Pang Min was really quite good looking. "My head is so dizzy." Suddenly Pang Min covered his head and collapsed. "Are you alright?" Yang Chen hurriedly held her up. Put. Snapped. In the distance, one desolate folk after another fell one after another. No good. Is there something wrong with the water? Yang Chen also suddenly felt a little dizzy in his head. How? Hu Zhou in the distance also had a slight change in his face and held himself up strongly not to fall down. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly more than 200 meters upstream, the loud laughter of the Chinese-suited youth of the safety zone said, "A bunch of fools, having been poisoned by this young master. Let's see if you die or not. A bunch of trashy ES, following us all the time. What an eyesore." Everyone's face changed drastically when these words came out. Did he poison him? How dare he poison our water supply? Yang Chen and all the other evolved people were even more furious. Shocking anger erupted in the eyes of many evolvers. Again, they are shooting at us indiscriminately, placing mines, and now they are poisoning our water supply. Do they really think we have no temper? Some of the evolvers who had watched their companions fall to the ground from poisoning were so angry that their hair stood up slightly and their eyes glazed over. Some of them took up arms outright, having endured no more. More than 200 meters away, the middle-aged beautiful woman in luxurious clothes frowned. The raccoon child is too reckless. If it angers those pariahs, what's in it? They don't have the guts. And it's not like everyone is poisoned and won't die out. The middle-aged man next to him didn't care in the slightest. However, as soon as his words fell, suddenly a group of a dozen or so evolvers in the distance instantly burst to within 100 meters, bursting in at a speed of 50 or so meters per second. Safe zone. I've been putting up with you guys for a long time. A burly man suddenly grew larger, transforming into a 3-meter giant in the blink of an eye. A metallic luster suddenly appeared on the other man's body, and although his speed was sharply reduced, he stomped out a large pit in the ground with every step. The others also cast their powers one after another and rushed towards the migration team in the safe zone with a rushing fury. "Oh, how dare you resist?" The richly dressed middle-aged man snorted. "I was going to make use of it, but since that's the case, I'll just get them all killed." The surrounding guards rushed forward, either directly using their firearms to intercept them, or the evolvers met them head-on. Ta-da-da-da. There was a flurry of gunfire. Many evolvers who were overwhelmed by anger were directly shot into sieves. However, there were also powerful evolvers who hardened themselves against the bullets and rushed within 30 meters, but were immediately stopped by the evolvers in the safety zone. "Is this a fit of rage for this bunch of trash?" The Chinese-suited youth laughed. "There's a good show to watch. Tonight won't be boring. Fight. Come on, get these trash." More than 200 meters away, Yang Chen couldn't hold back any longer as he listened to the arrogant voice of the young man in Chinese clothing. He fought back the dizziness, aiming his white alignment at a spot somewhat above his opponent's head and firing the nail directly. 200 meters away in the migration queue of the safe zone, one of the guards next to the Chinese-robed youth's face changed drastically as he violently propped up a huge barrier. Boom! The barrier that had just appeared was directly shot through, followed by a deformed nail that shot directly into the fancy dress youth's shoulder. Ah! The young man in fancy dress planted himself with a scream. Young master! The guard next to him hurriedly supported him. The surrounding evolvers hurriedly gathered around to protect him. Raccoons! The middle-aged beautiful woman in the distance changed her face drastically. What's wrong with you, raccoon child? The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes also changed his face drastically. And then he was looking at the distant deserted people in shock and anger. Who attacked my raccoon child? Iron guards at your service, he roared. House master. A burly man in protective armor hurriedly stepped forward to follow the order. Kill all of these pariahs for me, not a single one of them, the middle-aged man roared. Yes, master of the house, the iron guard replied. He turned around, a grim smile on his face. Long ago, I have looked at this group of pariahs not good. Ding. Suddenly a nail shot out violently, directly shooting a small hole through his brow, with the nail inserted into the small half. Iron guard. The richly dressed middle-aged man was startled. Who? The iron guard roared, hastily pulling out the nails and looking furiously into the distance. The small hole in the center of his brow was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is it possible? That guy's physique is so strong? Yang Chen's heart shook as he hurriedly grabbed the supplies and shifted places with Pang Min in his arms. During this process, he continuously input diffractive chi into Pang Min's body while trying to get rid of the toxins in Pang Min's body. As for himself, perhaps because of the special nature of diffractive chi, those toxicities were dissolved in the blink of an eye, and now he was just still a bit dizzy. Come to me. I have means of protection, Hu Zhou called out from afar. Yang Chen ignored it and ran off into the distance with Pang Min in his arms. Boom! He had only run a few dozen meters when suddenly the place where he had stayed before directly burst open. There was a splash of dirt and rocks. Dozens of meters away, Hu Zhou hurriedly took out a huge shield to block the splashing earth and rocks. The people in the safe zone really aren't to be messed with. But that's no reason for you to brutalize us with impunity. Yang Chen was aghast in his heart, while his anger increased. He carried Pang Min to 100 meters away and checked Pang Min's breathing, making sure that Pang Min was only hot but her breathing was still normal. It wasn't sure if it was true that one's diffracted chi had the effect of dispelling poison and it was also effective on others. But no matter what, it was good that Pang Min was fine. But perhaps it was because living things couldn't be strengthened. So no data appeared on Pang Min. Boom boom. Ta-da! 300 meters away, the battle became even more intense. The migration team from the safe zone directly used artillery shells, and for a while, the evolvers among the desolate people were killed and injured. In particular, the evolvers in the safe zone migration team were much stronger. There are already people who can't resist the urge to retreat. Definitely can't let the others retreat. It doesn't matter about the others, but that youth must die. Yang Chen's expression was icy cold as he once again raised his arm and clenched his fist, aiming at the safe zone evolutionary who had fought against the giant-turned-desolate folk. But because of the distance, he was not at all sure of hitting it, and it was easy to accidentally injure his own people. So he hesitated slightly, and suddenly shifted again by hugging Pang Min. In one breath, he ran to another bearing, coming 200 meters away, before he once again took aim at the evolved person in that safe zone and fired the nail without hesitation. More than 50 meters away from the safe zone migration team, the giant-turned-draconian folk evolver retreated in a series of battles, being pressed by the evolver in the safe zone migration team. Seeing the other party slash again, he subconsciously had to roll and dodge. Boo! However, just then the opponent's head was directly shot through by something, and the whole person staggered back a few steps before falling straight down. The giant incarnation of the desolate folk evolver froze, and then he was overjoyed and violently rushed towards another battlefield to help his companions. After one shot, Yang Chen once again shifted with Pang Min. Soon, he came to another direction, first looking for the young man in fancy dress, and when he saw that the other party had long been heavily protected by his own guards, he once again aimed at one of the evolvers. Boo! The back of that evolver's head was shot straight through, and then his body was deformed by a punch from the giant incarnate evolver who had come to help him in the battle. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of Hu Zhou, who was trailing in the dark. This guy's attacking ability, it's so terrifying, so he can't die even more, because Yang Chen, who was furious and wanted to look for an opportunity to get the Chinese-suited youth killed, did not notice Hu Zhou, who was a few dozen meters away. Yes, get these. On the battlefield, a few desolate people evolvers excitedly shouted. These safe zone people really think that we desolate people are good at bullying. Let them know today what kind of horrible scene we desolate people are united. Others roared, not treating us like human beings, Today I'll let you experience the fury of the desolate people. Let them experience the wrath of our desolate people. Kill! With a roar of anger, several people once again joined forces to push forward. Boo! Suddenly another revolver with incredible battle prowess was shot through the head. A few people froze again, and then they were all overjoyed. We have friends in the shadows to help us, so let's just push forward. Exterminate this safe zone migration team, and rob them of their supplies. That's right, take their supplies. Everyone yelled in excitement, and for a moment their morale soared. Seeing that the desolate folk evolvers had gained the upper hand, many of those who were about to retreat originally also killed back once again. More and more people got involved, and this war between the wastelanders and the safe zone broke out almost without warning. And once it erupted, it was white hot, and in just a short period of time, there were huge casualties on both sides. But the enraged Draconians saw that the safe zone didn't seem so scary, especially when encouraged by some well-intentioned people to kill without any regard. Even some of the ordinary barren folk who weren't poisoned took the opportunity to shoot cold arrows from a distance. Even if their wooden arrows couldn't damage the people in the safe zone at all, they could still create a certain harassing effect. At this moment, but almost all of the wastelanders who had a grudge against the safe zone joined in, either to kill or to grab supplies. End of chapter. Yang Chen added the nail and shifted his target by holding Pang Min once again. Suddenly he seemed to feel a surge of energy under his feet. His face changed and he hurriedly increased his speed. Boom! 10 meters away from the rear suddenly burst open. A large amount of earth and rocks splashed, and an amazing shockwave swept over. At the critical moment, a huge shield appeared out of nowhere and blocked the shockwave. Yang Chen suddenly looked at Hu Zhou on his left. That guy had actually been following him. I have means of defense. Hu Zhou waved his hand in the air, directly putting away the huge shield and said with a cold face, there were only 2 of them left with him. The rest had all been poisoned by the stream earlier, including one of his favorite female henchmen. Follow me. Yang Chen didn't refuse anymore, but instead of following Hu Zhou, he let the other party follow him. Hu Zhou didn't talk nonsense and hurriedly followed with his only 2 remaining men. Now you know how hateful the people in the safe zone are. While following Yang Chen, he sneered, those guys have never looked at us barren folk as people. Yang Chen didn't say anything, but instead directly showed his position with practical actions. That was when he once again took aim at a safe zone evolutionary who was fighting against the desolate folk evolutionary whose body was glowing with a metallic luster. Boo! The man's head lolled, and the nail was actually stuck in his facial bones. But taking advantage of this opportunity, the desolate folk evolutionary with a metallic luster blew him out with a punch. At the very center of the migration procession in the security zone, seeing the number of deaths of his own guards increasing, the face of the middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes became more and more gloomy. How dare these abominable pariahs fight back? How dare they? This was nothing like the cowardly pariahs he had seen before. In the past, even the evolved people among the desolate people, when they encountered the people from their safety zone, they all avoided them, and even if they were angry again, they didn't dare to have a fit. But this time, these abominable untouchables dared to fight back and attack his son. He gripped a battle sword in a death grip, itching to rush out and kill all those trashy ES himself. As the owner of this migratory team, as the Zhou clan's family head, he was naturally also an evolutionary and very powerful. But it had been too many years since he had fought, and he had become a little timid, afraid of being surrounded. In particular, he needed to protect his family from the fear of being broken into inside the migration procession. Father, make sure you kill all those pariahs. At this time, Joeen Raccoon from the rear angrily said, that group of pariahs dared to hurt me. We must kill them all. That's right, how dare you hurt my raccoon son? We must kill all those ES. The middle-aged beautiful woman next to her screamed in rage while she was heartbrokenly calming her own son. Yet this time the middle-aged man didn't speak again, because he felt that he might have belittled the untouchables. Those pariahs only have a pariah life and die, so they are not afraid of death at all. But they were the Zhou clan within the Huyan safe zone. Honorable safe zone nobles. How could they die here in battle like those pariahs? As he watched his guards die one after another, his eyes changed a bit when he looked at his son. It's the little brat's fault for angering all the barren folk. Now that's trouble. Because he was worried about being locked by the special evolvers in the safe zone. Yang Chen shot one shot and changed places. In the process, he observed a little and accidentally discovered that the desolate folk evolvers who had stormed the safe zone's migration team numbered in the hundreds. 7 or 8 of them were very powerful and able to fight against the evolvers in the safe zone. In the shadows, it is assumed that there are still people like him and Hu Chao, hiding in the shadows and shooting in the dark. At this point he was trying to take aim at the enemy in the battlefield again. but realized that it was a bit hard to see the target because of the darkness coming down. After all, 100 or so nearly 200 meters away, and there wasn't too much bright light over there. Shooting indiscriminately can easily injure your own people by mistake, even though the desolate folk had never been truly united. At this moment, all the desolate folk were their own people, and every additional death was a loss. Since you can't aim at the evolvers, just kill them at will. Yang Chen suddenly moved the direction of his arm, aiming at the general direction of where the young man in Chinese clothes was, not caring whether he could hit or not, and shot directly. Boo! Ah! An ordinary gun-toting guard couldn't help but let out a scream as his thigh was shot straight through. Everyone beside him blanched. Iron Guard! The Zhou family lord roared. Forgive me, family master. The Iron Guard became even more enraged and suddenly snatched a light machine gun from a man next to him, and slammed the trigger in the general direction of where he sensed the enemy was. Not good. 200 meters away. A strong palpitation appeared, and Yang Chen hurriedly hugged Peng Min and pounced. Hu Zhou hurriedly threw out his huge shield again. However, that shield was surprisingly quickly punched out with a crater. Let's quickly move the place. Yang Chen crawled quickly on the ground. In the safe zone relocation team, the Iron Guard's hands glowed, and the bullets shot from the light machine guns in their hands glowed with them, like howitzers frantically shooting more than 200 meters away. Boom boom boom. A small tree was smashed, and the ground was punched out with a crater. Yang Chen couldn't lift his head up from the dense bullets and couldn't make an effective counterattack at all. Suddenly, a shell came streaking in. A few people's faces changed drastically. At the critical moment, Yang Chen hastily raised his hand and shot a nail. Boom! That shell was blown up in the air. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, everyone was overwhelmed by the storm of even denser bullets rushing in. The desolate folk Evolutionary with a metallic luster roared. Brothers, help me! A few partners around him rushed closer, pressing their hands against him to channel evolutionary energy. Break it up for the old man! That desolate folk evolver roared angrily. A terrifying shockwave rippled out from him, and wherever he passed, the firearms in the hands of everyone in the safe zone migration team exploded one after another, or simply fell apart, including the light machine guns in the hands of the Iron Guards. They also scattered into a large number of parts at once. And the masters? His face sank as he threw away the gun parts and leapt up, and while still in midair he slammed his fist into the metal Evolutionary and the others. In an instant a large amount of gun metal parts converged and transformed into a huge metal fist that exploded out. The bullet storm stopped? Yang Chen hurriedly got up just in time to see a person who was obviously part of the safe zone's migration team leaping high into the air, and hurriedly aimed to fire. Break! The metal Evolutionary frantically drew on the evolutionary energy of several of his partners while yelling under his breath. Immediately, another shockwave rippled out, and went head-to-head with the huge fist print that exploded into the air. Amazing collision shockwaves rippled out. Boom boom boom. The battle armor on everyone within a 30-meter radius burst open, including the Iron Guard. The moment the metal battle armor on his body burst open, a nail suddenly shot into his chest. It didn't make it to the heart, but it did give him a short burst of strength. Boom! At that very instant, the metal Evolutionary and the others violently erupted. The giant metal fist in midair fell apart straight away, and the third shockwave blasted the Iron Guard into deformation, sending him flying across the room. Kill! The metal evolver and giant evolver and the others roared in anger and joined forces to rush into the safe zone migration line. Kill! Kill all these! Kill all and rob all! All of the desert folk on the battlefield were demoralized and ready to charge. However, right at that moment, an enormous blade on of more than 10 meters flashed by. Boom! The giant Evolutionary who rushed at the front was instantly split into two. Damn! The metal evangelist's face changed drastically, turning himself into a huge turtle shell-shaped shield in front of all his partners at the critical moment. Immediately after that, everyone flew backwards at the same time. What? All of the desolate folks' faces changed drastically. Yang Chen, who was 200 meters away, was also shocked. He saw the middle-aged man in expensive clothes walk out with a cold face carrying a battle sword. He had finally made a move, yet not waiting for him to make a big splash. Suddenly, rumble, the ground shook, and dense spikes of ground sprang up from within the safe zone's migrating ranks. Aha! Many were directly penetrated through the body. The Zhou family master hurried back to his original position and blasted away the energy with a stomp of his foot. But even though he had reacted quickly enough, there was still a huge die-off in the migration procession. And the masters? Inside the team, the Iron Guard, whose body deformation is recovering, changed his face again and again. How is it that there are so many powerful evolvers among these desolate people? Damn it! the magnificently dressed Zhou family master roared, and although he was incomparably shaken, he still gave the order he least wanted to give. Retreat! He had never imagined that he would one day be forced into such a sorry state by a group of desolate people. Father, Zhouin Raccoon revealed a look of disbelief. Haven't killed all those pariahs. Shut up! The Zhou family lord suddenly wanted to smack the son to death now. If it wasn't for the son messing around and angering all the barren folk, their Zhou family wouldn't have had to suffer such a loss at all. Click 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 click, as the Zhou family master's order was given. At once, all the guards quickly picked up the gun parts and assembled them, transforming into rows of gun shields to cover the Zhou family's retreat. Surprisingly, they appeared to be incredibly well trained and commanding. They're trying to run. Brothers, go after them and avenge old giant brother. The metal evolutionary roared. Don't let them get away. All the desolate folk in the rear also roared and chased after them furiously. Da 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 da. Just then, however, the intense gunfire resumed. Many of the ordinary wastelanders who had just stood up from their hiding places were directly beaten into sieves. They're trying to run. Hu Zhou's eyes were cold as he put away his huge shield and moved after Yang Chen with his 2 men. They were right on the flank of the safe zone's migratory line, and didn't have to fight the bullets head on. Yang Chen shot a nail directly towards the location of the gun shield. Boo! The spike missed the man, but directly smashed one of the light machine guns, giving the draconian evolvers in that direction a chance to catch their breath. Now you realize you want to run. What did you do when you poisoned him before? Yang Chen coldly grunted and brought Peng Min to move after the safe zone migration team. At the same time, among the desolate people, most of the evolved people, except for the ordinary people, chased after them. That migration team was almost crippled, and such a great opportunity should never be let go. End of chapter. Yang Chen. Suddenly Peng Min in his arms screamed. Yang Chen was delighted in his heart and hurriedly looked over. You're awake? Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable? I seem to be fine. The golden liquid that I haven't finished digesting before is detoxifying me, Peng Min said. Hu Zhou also reacted. I was unlucky this time. The antidote was finished, but I was only dizzy at first, and I was fine later. Could it really be the effect of the golden blood? The essence in Monster Shiki he had read before did not say that the golden liquid also had a detoxifying effect. Maybe it's because no one would be so extravagant as to use that valuable item to detoxify. As for his 2 remaining men, they picked up their lives purely because they had to serve him and didn't have time to drink from the stream. So it's the effect of that golden liquid. Yang Chen was happy and at the same time had some regrets. It seemed that his diffractive chi could only help detoxify himself and was ineffective on others. I was lucky to get my life back this time. All thanks to that golden liquid. Peng Min struggled to get up from Yang Chen's arms and suddenly said, that golden liquid is too precious. The price should be increased. Yang Chen immediately looked at Hu Zhou. Hu Zhou was speechless. We're comrades in arms now. I, Yang Chen, am not a man of my word, and what has already been sold is not so bad as to raise the price again. Yang Chen said. Hu Zhou's face had just shown an expression of relief when suddenly Yang Chen spoke again. But you still owe me 7 pieces of crystallized marrow, which I previously said I would pay back the next time we meet. Where am I going to find you crystallized bone marrow in such a short ing time? Hu Zhou was once again speechless. By the way, are you guys after the safe zone? Peng Min looked back to the safe zone migration team that was moving quickly while meeting the battle on the left side with some disbelief. She had been unconscious the entire time before, and could only vaguely feel the toxins in her body being expelled from her body by the medicinal effects of the golden liquid that had been transformed into the golden liquid, but she was unable to sense what was going on outside. Exactly. Yang Chen didn't pursue the debt any further and said with an icy face, that group of people dared to poison all of our desolate people. They must pay the price. It didn't matter if the others died or not, but the young man in the fancy dress who poisoned them had to die. Right at this moment, all of the desolate folk evolutionaries that were chasing the safe zone migration team suddenly slowed down, and the gunfire from the safe zone migration team has thinned out considerably and is picking up speed to catch up. Yang Chen and the others hurriedly looked over, and saw that after the safe zone migration team had left, they had actually left behind 7 or 8 camel beasts. The kind of camelids were all very tall and stout, and on their backs they were covered with animal skins with high supplies tied with ropes. Some of the exposed supplies were vaguely visible in the form of flashy clothing, fabrics, etc., and even many assault rifles and ammo boxes. On top of that, there are many luxury snacks like canned meats and so on. Many of the desolate folk evolvers who had only joined the battle for the sake of supplies had their eyes glowing all of a sudden, rushing towards the camel beast. Yang Chen and Hu Zhou, who saw the scene, both subconsciously slowed down their steps, their eyes glowing as they looked towards those supplies. feeling their legs were a little unable to move. As wastelanders? How had they ever seen so many precious supplies? The thought almost flashed through everyone's mind that there were so many people in that safe zone's migration team anyway, so they definitely couldn't run fast enough. So there was no hurry. Huzhou subconsciously tried to run that way. Don't go over. There's a problem. Yang Chen hurriedly reminded. He was originally about to go over as well, but he suddenly felt an intense uneasiness. What could go wrong? Huzhou was a bit disheartened. Couldn't those ammo explode? Ow dash. In the distance, the camel beast saw so many two-legged beasts with powerful breaths rushing aggressively, and hurriedly scattered in all directions in shock. Beware of deception. A distant metal evolutionary warned loudly. However, those barren folk with glowing red eyes didn't care, and none of them slowed down because they were worried about being preceded by others. Some evolvers even fought over supplies. The people in the safe zone, this is supposed to divide us. Yang Chen frowned, but I feel it's not that simple. Huzhou also held back when he saw this, as he was not a combat evolver, and going over there would be looking for death. These guys are after supplies. They probably won't be chasing after the migration team from the safe zone anymore. Yang Chen was about to say something else when suddenly, rumble! The supplies on the back of one of the camelids exploded. With a deafening roar, the camel beast was directly torn apart. Nearby evolvers who were fighting over supplies were blown away. God damn it! The metal evolutionary roared in anger and hurriedly transformed into a huge iron pot to cover the two companions around him. Really exploded. Huzhou's face changed drastically, and at the same time, his heart palpitated. Rumble! Boom! 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 Other camelids exploded one after another. Beware of. More than 200 meters away, Huzhou hastily took out his huge shield again and threw out several 10,000-pound boulders in a row to block the front. Knew it. Yang Chen hurriedly tackled Pang Min to the ground. Rumble! The firelight rose to the sky, illuminating the darkness of the night. A deafening roar swept through the area with a terrifying shockwave. Because the distance had been far enough away, the damage from the blast shockwave to this area had been greatly reduced. But a flying piece of iron or a steel ball directly pierced through the 10,000-pound boulder and punched a deep crater in Huzhou's huge shield. Not far away from Yang Chen and Pang Min, there were also steel balls that shot violently, blasting a crater in the ground. Far away, cheers were once again heard from the migration team of the safe zone, which had already accelerated to 400 or 500 meters away. Blow them up! Zhou Raccoon, who had injured his shoulder, shouted, his face full of exuberance. This bunch of trash! How dare they take on my Zhou family? They don't know what they're doing. The middle-aged man in fancy clothes, that is, the Zhou family master, was also full of cold smiles. After all, it's just a bunch of rabble. This family master used a little trickery to waste it. Keep going and pick up the pace. He did not take the enemy lightly again, and coldly looked at the iron guard who had just recovered. You are responsible for breaking the back. Yes, family master. The iron guards saluted respectfully. The entire Zhou clan's migration team took advantage of the night to pick up speed once again, and did not stop for that reason. After the blast shockwave passed, Yang Chen and the others climbed up one after another. Instead of getting up to see what was going on, Pang Min crawled over to a nearby pothole and started digging. She seemed to have seen something shooting just now. Yang Chen and Huzhou then looked into the distance. Only 7 or 8 large craters appeared 200 meters away after the dust settled. That area was leveled within a 100-meter radius, whether it was a small tree or a rock and so on. As for any supplies, they were all destroyed, and more than 70% of the evolvers in that area were blown apart. Most of the remaining ones were also seriously injured, and only a very few were still intact, but they were all badly injured. Damn it, that's all the idea of overthrowing that migration team gone. Huzhou was very upset. Damn it! Yang Chen secretly clenched his fist. The desolate folk evolvers were almost completely wiped out, and he was afraid that he could only rely on himself when dealing with the migrating team from that safe zone. However, his own nail gun was still currently underpowered and needed time to improve. Let's continue to follow them, but follow them farther away. Don't show your face yet. I need time to prepare. Just think of it as a simmering hunt. I don't believe that the pampered people in the safe zone can compare to us barren folk. He still decided to use all the rest of the crystallized bone marrow on the nail gun, continuing to strengthen it and enhance the extreme lethality of this single-shot weapon. Just us? Huzhou was a little hesitant. As much as he hated the safe zone people, he didn't have the guts to let them kill them single-handedly. Follow me if you want to come, but it doesn't matter with or without you, Yang Chen said indifferently. Anyway, he did not intend to fight the other party hard. and was prepared to follow from a distance and take cold shots. Just keep upping the range on your nail gun. The migratory procession is a big target and doesn't require precise aiming. There was no need for a shield in this situation, and Huzhou didn't seem to have much in the way of long-range attacks. He didn't feel that he alone could overpower the entire migration team, as his target was still the young man in Chinese clothing. As long as we find a chance to get that culprit killed, then we'll have achieved our goal. If it wasn't for the fact that Pang Min had drank golden blood before, he might have accounted for it this time. Since the other side dares to poison, they have to pay the price. Thinking of this, he directly took Pang Min and left in stride. Remember to pay back the money next time you meet. Don't be a scoundrel. I hate scoundrels the most. Huzhou, at $%. After walking out for some distance, Pang Min suddenly handed something over. Look, Yang Chen. This should be something those safe zone people put in the bomb. It was a steel ball the size of a fingertip that she had just dug up. Yang Chen casually took it, and originally didn't take it seriously, just habitually inputting diffractive chi, wanting to see what attributes would be derived. After all, he had tried many things before, and none of them had been able to derive the attributes he wanted. As a result, when the data of the steel ball came out, he was directly taken aback. Rui vibrating space bead LV. 0% size Rui contains an independent space of 3 cm diameter that can be manipulated in size, with the smallest being the original size and the largest being the diameter size of the internal space, vibrating space. The process of getting bigger can be made instantaneous to achieve the effect of vibrating the space, cannot be upgraded. Size as you wish. Vibrate space? Yang Chen was surprised and delighted, but what really made him care was the independent space inside. He held the Rui vibrating air bead and sensed it for a while. Then with a thought, he collected a small stone into it. As expected, it can even store items. This is much more convenient. He was secretly happy in his heart, and immediately began to strengthen this steel ball. If it was as he expected, that shocking air effect might be used for defense. In this way, he or she would be considered a true offense and defense. End of chapter. Yang Chen and his duo left a good while later. At the center of the Big Bang, the pot-bellied looking metal evangelist squirmed and slowly resumed its human form. He looked around and realized that there were only 2 of his partners left, and he was shaking with anger. Safe zone. Old man, and you do not share the same day. He roared. Those ordinary human partners of his had almost all been poisoned to death before, and as a result, now, even his evolved partners were about to die out. If they hadn't been a little farther away, even he would probably have been blown up. This revenge absolutely must be avenged. 70 to 80 meters away from him, a pile of dirt quickly gathered and transformed into a humanoid, which was clearly the desolate folk Evolutionary who had sneaked up on the safe zone migration team earlier. The man's eyes held the same sky-high rage, as his companions died out. Earlier, in order to scramble for supplies, they had rushed too fast, and as a result, they had been directly annihilated by the group. If it wasn't for his ability to be physically immune to injury, he would definitely have been torn apart under that terrifying big explosion as well. Farther away, another man climbed to his feet. Soon, this area, together with the metal Evolutionary and his 2 companions, surprisingly only 6 people were left who were barely considered unharmed. The rest of them, almost all of them, were seriously injured, and the total number of people who survived in this area was only 13. They were all evolved people with amazing life preservation abilities. In the great rear, all the ordinary deserted people also climbed up one after another. Because they were too slow, they could only follow far behind before and escaped. At this moment, they were stunned when they saw that the desolate folk evolvers were almost completely wiped out. All of his aura instantly disappeared, and he only felt cold and secretly afraid. Who possesses the ability to heal? I, Golden Wheel, hereby promise that whoever heals everyone here, I will shelter him for at least 3 years, and I will go wherever he goes. Suddenly that metal evolver said loudly, I, Golden Wheel, don't share the same fate as those safe zone people. Whoever is willing to join the crusade team, I, Golden Wheel, a 4th order evolver, will be more than enough to shelter you guys, but only evolvers. Count me in. In the distance, the evolved person who could turn into mud said in a cold voice, anyway, I'm alone now. It's just the same with whoever I go with. I, Huang Ling, am currently at the limit of the 3rd rank, and I may break through to the 4th rank at any time. I only have one request, to participate in the crusade against that migration team. Those who could survive at the center of a big explosion like the one before were all very powerful evolvers, and it wasn't like they didn't have a fighting chance anymore. Arabs generally don't hold grudges, but it depends on the extent. Those companions who died just now. Some of them were directly their blood relatives. Some of them were loved ones and so on. This revenge cannot be left unrewarded. In particular, that migration team doesn't look invincible. If greed hadn't gotten the better of them before, they would most likely have caught up by now. In the back, many of the deserted people were heartened. Being able to gain shelter from a fourth order evolver for at least 3 years? It's a pity that lord only wants evolved people. All the non-evolutionaries had a look of regret on their faces. In the crowd, a woman hesitated slightly before stepping forward with a clench of her teeth. She was none other than an evolutionary on the healing side. Originally, she hadn't wanted to make contact with the other scavenging teams for fear of being missed, but this time her companions were all dead and she needed to find shelter again. She knew the metal evolver fairly well. Maybe the other could be her new boss. Thinking of this, she immediately took a big step forward. I can heal everyone, including all those injured in the aftermath. But I wish to join your team, not a 3-year asylum. The metal evolutionary nodded without hesitation. You're very welcome. Then please. With that, he looked around again and said loudly, who else is willing to join the crusade team? Anyone who joins the crusade team will be given refuge by my golden wheel. Unfortunately, there were very few responses, because most of the people were scared by that horrible big explosion before. More than 200 meters away, Huzhou hesitated slightly and suddenly walked over with his only 2 remaining men. Since he was going to crusade against the safe zone team, he was going to be counted out anyways. Most of all, he felt that golden wheel was quite reliable, and if the other party could gather the remaining desolate folk evolvers together and twist them into a single force, it wasn't hopeless to defeat that migratory team from the safe zone. Rui Shocking Airbead LV. 0% size Rui, contains an independent space of 4 centimeters in diameter. Cannot be upgraded. My current speed of creating diffractive chi seems to have increased quite a bit. This discovery secretly surprised Yang Chen. Now that he didn't use the crystallized bone marrow and was merely relying on himself, the speed of creating diffractive chi was also much faster than before. Not only was the speed of creating diffractive chi faster, the recovery speed was also faster. Perhaps this was the difference between a full evolved and a quasi-evolved. In that case, let's not use the crystallized marrow for now. The crystallized marrow is still reserved for enhancing the nail gun. With these thoughts in his mind, he continued to strengthen the Rui vibrating airbead. Currently it just needs to be beefed up to the point where it can fit the luggage on your body. It doesn't have to be too big. Soon, the Rui vibrating airbead reached level 3, followed by level 4. Because they didn't need to rush to catch up with that migratory group, the two were going slowly. Anyway, that migratory procession is a big enough target that you don't have to worry about losing it. Because the speed of creating diffractive chi and the speed of recovery were both greatly increased, even without the use of crystallized marrow, it only took more than 3 hours before and after, and the Rui Jinkong bead had reached level 7. Rui Shocking Air Bead LV. 0% size Rui, contains 5 centimeters diameter of independent space. Not upgradable. 16.5 centimeters. Yang Chen tried to use the vibrating space function, and with a thought, the steel ball in his hand instantly shot out, rapidly enlarging in the process of shooting out. The steel ball reaches a size of 16 centimeters in diameter the moment it reaches 1 meter 6 away. Wah! Almost visible to the naked eye, a ripple stirred away, but that ripple stirred out less than half a meter before disappearing. Immediately after that, he beckoned and the steel ball quickly shrunk and flew back into his hand. Pang Min, who was next to him, couldn't help but blink, looking at the scene with a surprised expression. However, she didn't ask anything and just silently followed Yang Chen while monitoring the safe zone migration team that was 600 to 700 meters away, because that migratory procession was full of young and old, women and children, and had to be illuminated to make the journey at night. It was easy to see. Yang Chen stored his remaining 90 or so nails within the Rui vibrating air bead and continued to strengthen the bead. While reinforcing, he ate the barren wolf meat, because now that he was only relying on himself to recover, he was already a bit unable to keep up with the consumption and needed food to replenish. Yang Chen, that migration team stopped, Pang Min suddenly said. Yang Chen looked up, and sure enough, that migration team, perhaps feeling that there was no one to pursue them, had stopped and wanted to rest. After all, there were old and young women and children in the group, and they must have been a bit overwhelmed after continuing to drive for so long. Even though women and children, young and old, almost always rode camelids, camelids needed to eat. Want to rest? Asked me. He fired a nail directly above in that direction, then quickly shifted places with Pang Min, and he focused his reinforcement directly on the nail gun. quickly boosting the extreme lethality in order to solve the matter at hand as quickly as possible. 500 or 600 meters ahead, the Zhou family master had already had his people scout and determined that there were only a few small animals within 500 meters, so he was ready to have his people stop and rest. And yet just then, bang! More than 30 meters away from him, a rock was shot through by something. Everyone in the migration team's face changed. It should be the guy who sneaked up on us earlier, the Iron Guard inquired. Family master, should my subordinate go over and take a look? I've sort of fought with that guy before, and his attack power isn't enough to injure my subordinate. The Zhou family lord looked at the darkened night and shook his head slightly, his face grim. The other party might just be trying to attract you over there and break you down one by one. You can't fall for it. And do you know the other party's exact location? Too far away to sense. The Iron Guard frowned and said, the other party's purpose? It is also possible that they want to consume our physical strength and energy, so that we will be exhausted. Family master, we must not fall for it. Or do you have a better idea? The Zhou family master let out a cold snort, not knowing who he was lashing out at, and said with a gloomy face, take out the stamina restorer. This family master doesn't believe that the barren folk in the district can outlast the depths of my Zhou family. If you know the location of the other side is fine, you can directly send people to kill them. Unfortunately, now that the enemy is dark, we can only respond passively. Most of all, he didn't know exactly how many enemies were behind him and didn't dare to gamble. It would be a loss if the large force was attacked again after sending the strongest ones out. The vast majority of the technological equipment in the surface safe zone was purchased from the underground shelters, and they didn't know how to make it themselves, so it wasn't complete. Otherwise, if you had a device for detecting creatures over a wide range, where would you be in such a mess? Ah! Suddenly one of the guards in front of him screamed miserably, his whole body rapidly turning black. The Zhou family master and the Iron Guard came close with a flash, and the Zhou family master violently reached out his hand to pinch a fist-sized mosquito that was trying to escape. The Iron Guard's face changed slightly. It's the Kwo mosquito, a highly poisonous mosquito unique to Kwo Mountain. A cold smile immediately flashed across the eyes of the Zhou family master. Fetch the mosquito repellent potion. This family master would like to see who can't hold out first. By the way, suddenly he changed his tone and said, our target is too big. Since we can't hide, we should specialize in flat routes, and once the sky is bright, the enemies in the rear will have nowhere to hide. The Iron Guard's face was delighted. Family master is wise. Poof. The Zhou family master sneered. Those desolate folk evolvers were heavily killed and wounded before. There must not be many of them to catch up. Once the sky is bright, it will be their time to die. End of chapter. After Yang Chen and Pang Min made sure that migratory group had put down their intention of stationing themselves and continued on their way, they retreated a little further. In order to prevent the other side from using long-range thermal weapons to attack the rear, they circled around to the side of the migration team more than 800 meters away. After becoming an official evolver, Yang Chen found that he was much faster when he used crystallized marrow again. Whether it was the speed of drawing energy from it or the speed of converting it into diffractive chi, it was much faster than when it was a quasi-evolutionary. And when all the remaining crystallized bone marrow on his body was used up, the progress bar of the invisible nail gun had reached 49%. It's worth noting that the invisible nail gun, except for the need to remove it when refilling the nails, it is very convenient to leave it inside the arm when strengthening. At this rate, even if there's no more evolutionary marrow, I'll definitely be able to strengthen it to level 12 by tomorrow afternoon. As Yang Chen was thinking about it, he suddenly frowned, sensing that something containing a powerful energy was rapidly approaching. Although it was hard for the eyes to see because the light was too dim for the thing to move so fast, the energy carried by the other was too obvious. Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly followed his senses and aimed at a spot to fire the nail. Bang! An object was shot out of the air, and the fishy smell of blood-containing energy came out. You stay away, Yang Chen reminded Pang Min, then hurriedly ran over and breathed heavily in the air, gulping down the energy that was rapidly escaping. A faint feeling of dizziness appeared, but it was immediately dissolved by the diffractive chi that was automatically born in the body. In the process, he constantly converted the energy he absorbed from the air into diffracted chi and input it into the nail gun. When the strand of energy escaping from the air was absorbed by him, the upgrade progress of the nail gun, surprisingly, increased by 2 percentage points again, reaching 51%. Mount Kunwu even has this kind of good stuff? He was secretly pleasantly surprised. If a little more of this stuff came in, he had a feeling that he wouldn't need tomorrow afternoon, and that the invisible nail gun might be upgraded before dawn. What's that? At this time Pang Min, who was about 10 meters away, asked. Yang Chen walked over and said, I only vaguely saw something very much like a mosquito, but it's as big as a fist, so I guess it's a foreign beast among mosquitoes. Fey beasts can be born inside mosquitoes? Pang Min was surprised. This is still the foothills of the mountains, connected to the wandering Gobi, but it's already considered the border of the mountains. Yang Chen explained, in a place like this, it's not strange for anything to appear. Since this kind of mosquito appears within the range of Kwo Mountain, it is called Kwo mosquito. Wait, you follow me closely. I'm going to specialize in hunting that kind of thing. It's useful to me. Saying that, he once again ate a piece of barren wolf meat before releasing his senses to the maximum, rushing along while searching for that kind of Kwo mosquito. Mount Kwo was far bigger than what they had seen from afar before, just the foot of the mountain, all after more than a day's walk, and they hadn't yet arrived at the upper part of the mountain. Previously, because he didn't know about the existence of that kind of highly poisonous mosquito, coupled with the fact that that kind of highly poisonous mosquito didn't seem to like to move, Yang Chen hadn't discovered it before. Under the active search at the moment, he soon sensed one of those highly poisonous mosquitoes on a tree more than 10 meters away. Just at the moment when the highly poisonous mosquito sensed their approach and lifted its wings, he jerked his hand up and shot a nail. Bang! The highly poisonous mosquito was directly shot and exploded in the air. You stay away. The blood of this mosquito is poisonous. Yang Chen quickly approached, once again gulping down the energy in the air that was rapidly escaping, converting it into a diffractive chi-enhanced nail gun. In the meantime, more than 30 kilometers away in the rear, Metal Evolver Golden Will had already gathered more than 40 desolate folk evolvers and started to catch up with the migratory group from the safe zone. All of the previously injured evolvers were healed by the evolver with the healing aspect named Uni. Because everyone's supplies had been put by Hu Zhou into his carry-on space, the entire crusade team was lightly loaded and fast. Are you saying that the evolver with the long-range attack ability has gone after them alone? Golden Will looked toward Hu Zhou and asked with a frown. Are you sure he's really just a first-order evolver? Pretty sure. Hu Zhou nodded. Although his attack power isn't weak, but for one person to dare to chase after him is simply out of his depth. Golden Will laughed coldly. So many of us evolvers joined forces and couldn't chew through it. He doesn't think he can chew through the entire migration team by himself, does he? As he was saying that, suddenly he frowned and violently dashed to 10 meters away, pinching a fist-sized, highly poisonous mosquito that was trying to attack an ordinary evolutionary. It's the Kwo mosquito, which is unique to Kwo Mountain, and only appears at night. I've been here before and encountered it. The third-order extreme Earth evolutionary named Huangling said, a single Kwo mosquito can easily kill an ordinary person, and with a few more, it can even kill an evolutionary, as they don't just suck blood, but also have a strong poison. Golden Will nodded his head and frowned. That guy with the ability to attack from a distance, not to mention gnawing down the entire migration team by himself. It's unknown whether or not he can even survive under the Kung Fu mosquito. Let's speed up, lest this kind of evolver with excellent potential die in vain. If he guessed correctly, that first-order evolver should be one of those special abilities that had a single ability but possessed extreme power in one aspect. Otherwise, it was unlikely that a mere first-order evolver would be able to inflict damage on a third-order or even fourth-order evolver. Even that Iron Guard, the probability was that he was already at the limit of the fourth rank, and he had all been injured by that fellow's sneak attack before. That kind of evolver with a single but extreme ability, although the attack power was terrifying, the defense should be very brittle and wouldn't be much stronger than an ordinary person. If there was no one to protect them, the other party might not even be able to get past the Kwo mosquito, and they, as a crusade team, were in great need of evolvers with that kind of extreme ability. Bang! Another Kwo mosquito was shot out of the sky. After Yang Chen absorbed the energy that escaped from this Kwo mosquito, the progress bar of the nail gun had come to 67%. Not bad, not bad. This speed, although it can't catch up with using crystallized bone marrow, it's much faster than eating meat to create diffractive chi. The main thing is that the number of these Kwo mosquitoes is not small. If you look hard enough, every 10 minutes, on average, you'll find one. When you're lucky, you can find one in 2 or 3 minutes. And he had a very keen sense of energy. In the case of actively releasing his senses, as long as this kind of kunai mosquito came close enough to get within 30 meters, he would be able to sense it. Soon. At this rate, the nail gun will definitely be upgraded again before dawn. Yang Chen was energized and continued to actively search for and hunt the Kwo mosquito. By this time Pang Min was also replenishing her food, and as she drank from the clean bag of water, she asked, "Did you throw away the other bag of water?" Yes, the bag of water was laced with poisoned stream water, so it was definitely not to be drunk again. And there was such a rush to move places that taking the bag with us would have only slowed things down. Yang Chen said, when we enter the mountains, we shouldn't be short of water. Pang Min nodded, even the safe zones are migrating, so the rumors of the so-called disaster should be true. But what kind of disaster could it be? Surprisingly, even the safety zones are unable to cope with it and are migrating. Although I don't know how powerful super revolutionaries are, since even the Huyan clan, which possesses super revolutionaries, said that it was a disaster. It's definitely not an ordinary disaster. Yang Chen looked a bit gloomy. Maybe it's some kind of natural disaster. Another one. As the words fell out of his mouth, he quickly raised his hand and fired the nail the moment the red dot in his vision coincided with the mobile energy he sensed. Bang! The kunai mosquito was shot and exploded into the air. After becoming a full-fledged evolutionary, his nerve reaction speed was much faster, and he was much more comfortable using a nail gun that possessed the attribute of assisted aiming. Theoretically, as long as his neural reflexes kept up, it would be impossible for the target to avoid his nails. He quickly stepped forward and absorbed all the energy that escaped from that Kunwo mosquito, and said with some regret, "It's a pity that it's too small. It would be nice if this mosquito was a little bit bigger." Pang Min couldn't help but purse her lips and said, "That big is already scary. Any bigger would be excessive." While saying this, she couldn't help but lament in her heart that originally, this environment was hell for them. But now, with Yang Chen's awakening and becoming an evolved person, they were actually able to easily rush through this kind of crisis-ridden place, because of Yang Chen's special sensing ability for energy, coupled with the miraculous means of hitting 100 shots. This so-called crisis couldn't even slow them down. Of course, the time delayed by Yang Chen absorbing the energy didn't count. The two kept up this pace, hanging far behind the migrating group at a distance of roughly 800 meters. There were no further mishaps this night. The nail gun was finally upgraded again when a sliver of fish belly white appeared in the sky. Ask for tickets. Ask for rewards. End of chapter. Invisible nail gun LV. 12, 0%, collimation, integrated into arm, no recoil, effective range 300 meters. Maximum range 900 meters, not upgradable, another 50% increase in range. It seems that only the metamorphosis state doubles the range, and at 50%, it's already pretty good. The original must-hit range was only 200 meters, and all of a sudden it was raised to 300 meters. As for the maximum range, it had directly skyrocketed to 900 meters. Although because the human eye can't see that far, the range, in itself, is a data-metric demonstration of power. Yang Chen's heart was very much invigorated. The current nail gun was probably almost as good as some ordinary sniper rifles, right? With such power, could it kill the evolved person who was fine even after the nail was shot into his eyebrow earlier? He took out his nail gun and replenished the number of nails to 9, his mind getting a little anxious. For the remaining nails in his body, there were only 60 or so left. By now, nail guns are so powerful that it's basically impossible to retrieve a nail that's been shot. Use one less. But that giant mosquito, it's gone? Yang Chen was a bit puzzled. It seems like before, during the daytime, indeed, I hadn't seen that kind of mosquito either, and I only saw it at night, so maybe it's only infested at night. Father, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep, I don't want to rush. In the migration team, Zhou Raccoon said angrily, "Why do we have to be driven through the night by a bunch of pariahs? It's dawn now, I want to sleep, I'm not leaving." The middle-aged beautiful woman hurriedly comforted her own son. "Raccoon's son, endure again." "I don't want to endure," Zhou Raccoon said angrily. "Shut up." The Zhou family lord rarely chided his son, but this time, he really couldn't help himself a bit. Who caused the current situation? If it wasn't for you brats being reckless, we would need to be in such a sorry state? When he thought of the dozen or so powerful evolvers that died among the Zhou family guards last night, he became even more angry. In addition to the evolvers, the Zhou family's direct lineage, too, had lost several ordinary people in that Earth Spike raid. "I just cleaned up the trash as I went along. Did I do something wrong?" Zhou Raccoon, with a panda eye, defended himself. "Those trash have been following us, so maybe they simply have bad intentions." The Zhou family master still wanted to rebuke. The middle-aged beautiful woman hurriedly stopped him. "You can't blame it all on the raccoon child. The eyes of those pariahs. I don't like them either. Maybe they have been harboring evil intentions for a long time. The raccoon child is also considered to have cleaned up some of the trouble ahead of time. Just keep spoiling him. Sooner or later you'll spoil him." The Zhou family lord was helpless and turned to leave. The iron guards on sentry duty at the periphery greeted him. Family Master. It's getting light. Aha. The Zhou family lord nodded. Look a little closer. And be quick. We may only have one chance. Once we miss the timing, the other party will likely hide. Don't worry. Family Master. The Iron Guard nodded. The Zhou family master glanced at the sparsely planted earth behind him and took a deep breath before grabbing the Iron Guard's shoulders and violently throwing them overhead. Under his immense power, the Iron Guard was directly thrown 100 meters into the air. Nothing over here. Nothing over here either. The Iron Guard kept twisting his body high in the air to view all sides. Suddenly, his figure lurched. Ha! Why are there only two of them? Yang Chen look at. Pang Min hurriedly reminded. In fact, there was no need for Pang Min to remind him. Yang Chen had already seen it. More than 800 meters away from the migration team, a figure suddenly soared into the sky. Get down. Don't get caught. He hurriedly took Pang Min down to the ground. What made him stunned was that after the figure landed, it suddenly exploded in speed and shot towards this side like a cannonball. Is this seeing us? So brave? His heart fluttered and he hurriedly aimed at the other side. Yang Chen. He's coming over. Pang Min was surprised. What a terrifying speed. Is this the strength of a powerful evolver? Only to see the figure storming in at a speed of at least 100 meters per second. The other party had already surged 400 to 500 meters as they spoke. Yang Chen didn't answer because the guy was already in his range. Without any hesitation, he fired the nail directly. Found you. The Iron Guard's eyes glared at Yang Chen with fire-breathing eyes. And just as he finished his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. Because in his field of vision, a steel nail shot violently at an appalling speed. By the time he reacted, the nail had already arrived a meter away in front of his brow. He had a premonition that if he was shot, he would surely die. Baka ah ah ah. He roared in his mind and did his best to cast his electromagnetic powers to try and detonate the nail, his ability to make metal bond or explode. In his strong dynamic vision, he only saw the rapid disintegration of this nail, about to fall apart. Yet these metal fragments that were about to fall apart did not slow down in the process. Boo! With a loud bang, a large amount of metal fragments directly shot many small holes out of his eyebrows. Not just small holes, because the penetration was so strong. These metal fragments shot straight through his head under the terrifying kinetic energy. He couldn't hurt me last night. How could he? After this thought flashed through his mind, he directly lost consciousness. And in the view of Yang Chen and Pang Min, the burly man who had shot violently at a speed of 100 meters per second was suddenly struck in the head by a terrifying force and his entire body tumbled backward in a circle after approaching more than 200 meters to them. And in the process of rolling backwards, his body as a whole moved forward another 10 or so meters under the huge inertia, and he lost his breath directly after crashing to the ground. Hit it. Yang Chen, you're too good. Pang Min had a look of surprise on her face. Just now she was a little worried when she saw how fast that guy was. Although Yang Chen's back was sweating, he couldn't help but smile at the sight. Previously, the 11th level spike gun had just barely injured the burly man. But this time, it was a direct hit. The main attack ability of this nail gun was single, but it was incredibly extreme. Although he couldn't sense exactly how many ranks of evolutionary that burly man was, judging from the other party's terrifying speed just now, the other party's strength definitely far exceeded his own. Even so, he got himself killed easily by a nail gun. That's the importance of having weapons with good attributes. The aiming aid is really powerful. Otherwise, if you can't hit it, even if the nail gun is powerful, it's useless. More than 500 meters away in that direction, a dozen or so third-order revolvers with firearms were chasing after the Iron Guards with great strides, wanting to come over to help. However, seeing that the Iron Guard was suddenly hit by something and fell to the ground, all of them were startled at once. Two people with weak hearts were even so frightened that their legs directly weakened and they fell to the ground under the inertia. The Iron Guard was knocked out? No way. Maybe he just tripped over something. Everyone was a little disbelieving what they were seeing, just as they were debating whether to keep rushing over to help or back away. Suddenly, boo! One of them had his little arm burst right open, shot by something. Without waiting for them to react, suddenly the head of another person several meters away was directly shot off by something. Damn! Retreat! Take Archie's gun. You can't leave it behind for the enemy. A few people were scared less and hurriedly turned around to run back. Boo! Suddenly a boulder not far away was shot through with something, sending debris flying. A few of the men died and ran even faster. The Zhou family master in the migratory procession was so angry that his hair roots stood up when he saw this scene. The Iron Guard is actually dead? Damn it! Who the hell is the enemy in the dark? He was furious, because the place where Yang Chen's duo got down was a bit low. so he couldn't see the enemy at all. Boo! Ah! Suddenly half of the shoulder of an ordinary person in the Zhou family's direct line was shot out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His face changed drastically. Accelerate! Accelerate! Boo! An ordinary guard's left leg burst open. The splattered blood and bones scared the camel beast next to him to speed up and run directly. Who the hell is it? Where is the enemy? From what direction did the enemy attack? Why can't you hear anything at all? Even silenced firearms can't be that silent. What the hell is the other side attacking us with? Everyone panicked, and the entire migration procession was in a bit of a panic. This time, even Joeen Raccoon was a bit scared, but he was more angry. Damn pariahs. Father, send someone out to kill the other party. However, the Zhou family lord didn't have any time to pay attention to that son, as he had to personally roam around to intercept the attack that could appear at any time. But that's when the attack suddenly stopped. Accelerate! Hurry up and speed up. As long as we're close to the Congo shelter, we'll be safe, the Zhou family lord shouted. His eyes looked ferociously in the direction where the iron guards had left, itching to eat the enemy's flesh alive. But he couldn't see the enemy's exact location at all. Most of all, he was worried that once he left, the migration team would be attacked again. He was the only 5th-ranked evolver in the team, and it wasn't even on the defensive side, so he wasn't much of a sure thing against that kind of extreme damage. The entire migratory procession accelerated once more. Even though the vast majority of people were already very sleepy, even having a stamina recovery potion didn't help. But in order to stay alive, everyone was desperately trying to speed up. With this much guts, you still want to kill me back? Yang Chen sneered as he took out his nail gun to replenish the steel nails. He was actually gambling just now, betting that migration team wouldn't dare to swarm. The reason why he dared to gamble was also because he felt that most of the pampered people in the safe zone were greedy and afraid of death. And as a deserted people, many times you have to gamble, bet on luck, or bet on your life, etc. And it has long become a habit. Soon, Yang Chen replenished the steel nails and once again integrated the nail gun into his left arm. Seeing that team walking away, he hurriedly climbed up with Pang Min. Follow them up. Finish off that poison guy before it's too late. And then go see if that underground shelter really exists. Aha! Pang Min nodded. She was also interested in that so-called underground shelter, because he was in a hurry to chase down the migrating team. Yang Chen forgot to touch the corpse for the first time, but just as they passed near the burly man whose head had been shot through, a special energy fluctuation suddenly came out. At that moment, Yang Chen's footsteps lurched and he twisted his head in shock. Could ask for tickets. End of chapter. In his senses, a special energy was escaping from that strong man's corpse. Those energies dissipated into the air in the blink of an eye from the moment they left the body. Evolutionary energy? With a movement in his mind, he made sure that the other person was really dead before he moved closer and put his palm on it. Pang Min thought that Yang Chen was preparing to touch the corpse to look for trophies, and without saying a word, he followed, responsible for guarding the surrounding area. Sure enough, after an evolved person dies, the evolutionary energy in their body will actually escape. Yang Chen nonchalantly began to absorb it. Anyway, it wasn't directly eating meat. He didn't have the slightest resistance mentality, and directly absorbed this energy and transformed it into diffractive chi. Then, he quickly fed the newly born diffractive chi into the nail gun within his left arm. This burly man's evolutionary level was too high, at least 2 orders higher than his, if not more. Therefore, just the energy that escaped made him feel incomparably dense. He couldn't even keep up with the rate of absorption, and most of it escaped into the air, causing him a good deal of physical pain. With a large amount of diffractive chi being injected, the upgrade speed of the nail gun quickly soared. 13%, 17%, 24%. This speed could be much faster than absorbing crystallized marrow. Maybe it's because it's the same evolutionary energy, so it's easier to transform. After about 10 minutes, just as the evolutionary energy in the corpse was about to escape into thin air, the nail gun was upgraded once again. Invisible nail gun LV. 13, 0%, collimation, integrated into arm, no recoil, effective range 450 meters. Maximum range 1350 meters, not upgradable. Must hit range 450 meters now. Maximum range over 1300 meters. A cold smile flashed across Yang Chen's eyes as he continued to try to forcefully draw the evolutionary energy within the corpse. This was because he could sense that although the corpse was no longer escaping energy, no matter what the other party was an evolved person, the flesh and blood still contained powerful energy. However, after some attempts, He helplessly realized that those remaining energies were like flesh and blood nutrients that could not be forcefully extracted, unless it is eaten to be digested by the stomach. But cannibalism is a no-no. Pity. Yang Chen withdrew his hand and felt around the corpse. But I don't know if the burly man was just being too big for his britches or what. He didn't have anything on him other than a water bag. Not even a weapon. He didn't dare to ask for the water inside the water bag because of the previous lesson. However, he didn't pour the water out directly, and picked up the water bag and then tried to input diffractive chi into it to derive attributes, to see if he could give birth to a good attribute. Bionic liquid water bag LV. 1:2%, a water bag made of animal skin. Inspired by a special power to bring out the scent of the pre-birth body of the animal skin. The water it holds in will derive the scent of the urine of the body of the animal skin with the passage of time. The higher the level, the stronger the scent, not upgradable. I'll you up. Yang Chen couldn't help but burst out, and was ready to throw the water bag away. Immediately after he thought of something, though, the throwing motion paused again. What's wrong? Pang Min was puzzled, not knowing why Yang Chen was suddenly angry. Got an oddball item. Yang Chen immediately put this water bag away, because he felt that if utilized properly, this thing might be of great use. For example, when resting at night, it is used to drive away other beasts of prey and so on, or simply put the fertilizer to use. And I don't know if it works. If you can't, take it and trade it with someone who needs it. You should be able to get something good for it too. Let's go check on that body. He stood up and quickly rushed towards the location of the body of the evolver who tried to help earlier but was killed. Pang Min hurriedly followed. Soon, they came to this body with its head blown off. Unfortunately, the energy within this corpse had almost escaped cleanly. Yang Chen absorbed it in time, and only absorbed a very small portion of it, merely bringing the progress bar of the level 13 nail gun to 1%. It seems that after the death of an evolved person, the escape of evolutionary energy is fast, and not surprisingly, the lower the level, the faster the escape. The man had nothing on him but a few unrecognizable snacks. Because of the lesson from the previous poisoning, these small snacks Yang Chen didn't dare to ask for them. He didn't know if he was bloated or not. But anyway, there was no shortage of these few pieces of completely unrecognizable food. Let's pick up the pace and go where there are trees, Yang Chen said, pulling up Pang Min and speeding up to run. While that team is not out of the maximum range of a class 13 nail gun at this point, you can't hit it at this range, and shooting it is a waste of nails. Not many nails left in the body. Gotta conserve. Because right now all his backbone comes from the nail gun, and once the nail gun doesn't work, he's a loser. 200 kilograms of pure strength wasn't weak, but a random evolved person might be able to hang him, so it's best to economize when you can. The two kept weaving in and out of the tree phase dense area, constantly closing in on that migrating party. 450 meters. As long as I draw closer to this distance, I'll be able to kill them with one blow, because it's getting brighter. Visibility is increasing. If he could close the distance to this extent, Yang Chen felt that with his current eyesight, he should be able to see the other party's face and find his target. In the middle position of the migration team, the two guards were holding Joeen Raccoon and hurrying quickly, while being alert to any attacks that might appear at any time. Slow down. It hurts. Let you guys slow down. Can't you see that this young master is injured? You guys looking for death, ah? Joeen Raccoon screamed miserably while berating the two guards around him. Young master, your wound has stopped bleeding, so it should not be that painful by all rights. One of the guards frowned and said, how do you know it doesn't hurt if the wound isn't on you? Joeen Raccoon angrily rebuked. The two guards holding him up were both a bit angry, but they didn't dare to snap. Suddenly, the Zhou family master, who was breaking the back, seemed to have sensed something, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. At the same time, an evolver in the sensing aspect spoke out. Family master, my subordinate sensed a first-order aura approaching us. However, the other party did not continue to approach. It should be a foreign beast from Mount Kunwo. Only one first order? No others? Family master Zhou asked. Yes, only one. The guard on that sensing side replied, and the other side circled around and did not continue to approach us. That should just be a passing foreign beast. Don't pay any attention to it. The enemy is at least a third order, or even more than third order evolver. Housemaster Zhou said in a cold voice, unless you encounter more than 2 first order breaths, or more than one, there is no need to report back. As a fifth order evolver, not to mention the first order, even the third order he did not put in his eyes. If not, the enemy is in the dark, and to prevent being tuned away from the mountain, he would have killed over. Moreover, He had never thought that the one chasing after himself and the others would be a mere first-order revolver, which was simply unreasonable. Yes, the guard replied. That team really didn't move, so it seems my guess was right. Yang Chen had already approached to within 400 meters of that migratory team, and when he saw that the migratory team hadn't sent anyone over to check it out, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. These guys, who have been resting comfortably in the safe zone for too long, probably wouldn't even think that a mere first-order revolver would dare to hunt down and kill so many people. He sneered darkly. In fact, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing if he didn't have a magical nail gun as a backbone. However, he did not attack directly, but kept moving around the migration team with Pang Min, looking for the best position, because it was already light. At this distance, he was able to see the faces of the people in the migratory procession, and at such a close distance, there might only be one chance to attack, and it had to be a 1-2 punch. After successfully killing the target, there may be greater risks, so one must be careful. Meanwhile, the big rear, the Golden Wheels Crusade finally caught up with them in a tight rush, but before they could see the migration procession, they saw the dead Iron Guards first. It's the guy who can also manipulate metal. Earth Evolutionary Huang Ling was surprised. His head was penetrated by a sharp object. It looks a bit like a shotgun. But a normal shotgun shouldn't be able to kill a fourth-order evolutionary. It's hard to even break defense. It couldn't have been Yang Chen, could it? Hu Zhou was in a state of disbelief. Unlikely, but he seems to be the only one going after that team. Golden Wheel's face was also a bit stunned. It's naturally best if he's still alive. Speed up. We should be close to catching up with that team. The group of people immediately increased their speed once again. Look, there are bodies up ahead too. Holy, why does it look so much like Yang Chen's tactics? Hu Zhou was once again shocked. Could he really be chasing the entire migration team by himself? A first-order revolver? Chasing down a safe zone migration team with a large number of third-order, fourth-order, and even at least one fifth-order revolver? Why does that sound so metaphysical? The rest of them were all in a state of disbelief, as they still didn't quite dare to believe it without seeing it with their own eyes. Pick up the pace. I sense there's still an undissipated aura here. It should be just up ahead, Golden Will said with an icy voice. This time, you are not allowed to grab the supplies in advance, and distribute them according to contribution after exterminating the migration team. That fifth-order revolver, Huang Ling and I will hold. Back. The crusade of 4 men set out again. And now, they were only 2,000 or so away from the migratory procession. Because the terrain remained flat, the enemy could already be seen distantly through the sparse trees. Ask for tickets. End of chapter. Family Master. The enemy has appeared. Suddenly the guards on sentry duty called out. The other side, about 4 of them, have appeared 2,000 meters to the rear. The Zhou family lord had also seen the group and immediately looked grim. Gunners, get ready. Fire the howitzers and take care of the mole crickets first. House Master, we've run out of shells. Another guard said. Before, in order to lighten the provisions and eat those people by the way, we left all the artillery shells behind. And because we didn't expect to encounter something like a deserted people riot, we didn't bring too much ammunition with us at all. Waste. The Zhou family lord couldn't help but chortle, feeling that it was all because these subordinates hadn't gotten things done properly that they had created the present wretched situation. The chastised guard wanted to spit. If it wasn't for the young master enraging all the barren folk, those cannonballs might not have been used at all. Speed up some more. This place is less than 100 miles from the Kunu refuge, the Zhou family master said in a cold voice. As long as we enter the patrol range of the Kunwo refuge, we can ask for help. At the same time, Yang Chen was on the verge of circling around to the very front of the migration team. Finally, he found the location of the young man in fancy dress and discovered an excellent hiding place. He brought Peng Min down on his stomach, aiming at the Chinese-suited youth from a distance of roughly 400 meters. Only one chance, and then it's going to be a quick retreat. Because the terrain here was relatively high, he suddenly saw the group of people more than 1,500 meters away. Although he couldn't see who was coming because of the distance, he had some guesses in his mind. This was because at the very back of the migratory group, there were already a collection of strong men who seemed to be defending themselves against the group, but did not intend to meet them in battle. Just in time, so I don't have to gamble with my life. He couldn't help but laugh. Captain Golden Wheel, according to the map that Yang Chen gave me, if the Kuanwu Sanctuary really exists, it might be nearby. We have to speed up. Hu Zhou reminded. I once heard that the surface safety zone and the underground refuge are likely to be inextricably linked, so they must not be allowed to join forces. Someone from the rear said. From what we've seen, that migration team should have run out of shells, just to guard against guns. I know. Golden Will once again increased his speed. My liquid metal and Huang Ling's earth incarnation, both have physical immunity. We'll do everything we can to hold back that fifth order evolutionary, and leave the rest of you guys to it. Then get on it. Huang Ling directly transformed. Blood debts must be paid in blood, even if it's a safe zone person. Only to see the surrounding dirt quickly wriggling and surging towards him, causing him to quickly grow taller and bigger, transforming into a 5-meter tall dirt man in the blink of an eye. Gun squad stand by. While continuing to follow the team backward, the Zhou family master spoke indifferently. Shoot directly when the enemy enters range. Yes, family master. The captain of the firearms squad replied in a deep voice. Those damn pariahs, they even caught up with us again? In the very center of the team, Joeen Raccoon was furious. This group of pariahs. Don't give this young master a chance, or this young master will definitely make them regret coming to. Boo! Before his words fell, a nail suddenly pierced through the air barrier around him, changed direction slightly, and directly shot half of his shoulder off. Blood and broken flesh splattered all over the surrounding guards. The Zhou family master at the very back of the group subconsciously turned his head, and saw half of his son's shoulder explode, and his entire body flew backwards under a huge impact. Raccoons! His face changed dramatically as he stormed over, knocking over everyone in his path along the way to catch his son. Save me! Joeen Raccoon, who was still alive, said in horror. Father, save! He was finally scared, finally fearful, and finally realized that the Wastelanders were not his to play with as he pleased. But it's too late to wake up. Boo! Just then, suddenly large chunks of blood and flesh exploded from the waist of one of the camel beasts in the group. Ow! The 3-meter-tall camel beast lashed out forward in pain, knocking over many people at once. Boo! Another camelid was attacked. Ow! The camel beast also came down in a frightened frenzy, knocking many people off their feet. Enemy attack! Protect madam and young master! An evolutionary bellowed. Quickly come to people to protect me. I am the first line of the family, shouted a richly dressed old man. Boo! However, with another loud bang, the head of this Zhou family's first family member burst open. One of the guards saw the body flying backwards and jerked his head in the direction the steel spike had come from, but without waiting for him to find his enemy, his head exploded as well. Ah! Look for the enemy! Where is the enemy? Help! Many timid people were directly scared out of their wits and fled in panic. At this moment, whether it was the Zhou family's direct line or the Zhou family's subordinates, all of them panicked. The entire migration team was already tense from being tired and sleepy combined with the previous deaths. Now that this has suddenly happened, it's finally broken down. Even the family's youngest son is dead. What are they? All beings are equal under that divine attack. The group of thousands of people was all of a sudden in disarray. Boo! Another person's head exploded in the suddenly panicked group. This was finally like the last straw that overpowered the camel. And everyone, even the evolved ones, were affected and panicked as they ran directly toward the far side. In the rear, the Golden Wheel and the others, who had already approached to within 800 meters, all froze when they saw the suddenly dispersed migration team. Good chance! Golden Wheel rejoiced. It's now, kill for me! As the words fell, he took the lead and charged directly towards the group that was dispersing. Raccoons! At this time, Mrs. Zhou rushed over under the protection of a few guards, and when she saw the miserable state of Joeen Raccoon, she immediately fainted in fear directly. The Zhou family lord who was lost in thought while holding his dying son came back to his senses. When he saw the desolate folk evolvers chasing after him from the rear, he couldn't help but have sky-high killing intent erupt in his eyes. Desolate folk! This family had and you don't share the same fate. With a roar of rage, he stood up violently and was about to explode when his face suddenly changed and he violently slashed to the side. Ding! With a loud bang, the streaking nails were hacked and exploded. The spattered metal shards directly grazed a bloody mark on his face, and one of the pieces of debris coincidentally shot through Joeen Raccoon's eye, piercing his entire head. But he was no longer in the mood to pay attention to his dead son's situation, because at this moment he actually felt a sense of crisis as well. An enemy in the shadows can hurt him. Retreat quickly. Never mind the commoners. He threw away his dead son and quickly backed away as soon as he grabbed his wife. Suddenly a feeling like an awe appeared, and he hastily held his sword in front of his head. Ding! The nail exploded, and his knife-wielding arm went numb with shock. The enemy is in that direction. He had found the enemy's location, and his heart raged with rage, eager to kill them. But the thought of that kind of power that could hurt him, especially since more enemies were rapidly approaching. For the sake of Madam, for the sake of the entire Zhou family, I can't be capricious. As long as I'm still alive, the Zhou family will still be around. Everyone follow me. He made an excuse for himself before he ran wildly away with his fainting wife in his arms. All the guards in the rear immediately chased after him, and during the retreat, all the guards could not help but look back at young Master Zhou's corpse. It's all his. Alas, a self-inflicted sin, harming the entire Zhou family. The thought flashed through the minds of all the guards. They're trying to run. Get after them. Golden Wool roared in anger and rushed after him. Huang Ling's speed did not decrease, closely following behind Golden Wheel. However, the evolvers in the rear who had pulled over temporarily hesitated, for they saw the whole migratory procession completely scatter and run wildly in all directions. Now is the perfect time to grab resources. Once you miss the present, maybe by then all those people will have run away, and you won't even get a share of the resources. Surprisingly, it collapsed like this? It's only so many dead. The strongest are still alive. Pang Min looked very surprised at the speed at which the migration team collapsed, followed by thick disdain. After all, they have been comfortable in the safe zone for too long. The culprit of the poisoning is dead. It's a shame we couldn't take out the strongest one. The nail gun still isn't strong enough. Yang Chen had some regrets. He took out his nail gun and quickly replenished the steel nails while observing the Eve procession that had scattered and fled. Next, it's time to grab the supplies. He had been busy for so long, so naturally he couldn't return empty-handed. Yang Chen, that camel beast has the most supplies on its back, Pang Min said as she pointed at one of the camel beasts that was running wildly in fear. I can't tell what kind of supplies they are, but anything that can be carried by a migration team from a safe zone is certainly not ordinary. Yang Chen once again integrated the nail gun into his arm and casually shot a panicked person running towards the side, then chased after the camel beast with Pang Min. There were a few desolate folk evolvers who also had their eyes on the camelid beast and were trying to chase after it. He grunted and shot a nail that way. Boo! A small tree in front of a few desolate folk evolvers was shot off at the waist, scaring them into a hasty stop. Don't chase after them. That's Yang Chen's trophy. Don't cause any misunderstandings, Hu Zhou hurriedly said, his voice shocked. He actually did it, chasing down an entire migration team by himself. The surrounding desolate folk evolvers were shocked. That guy is Yang Chen? Yang Chen did not rush to kill the camel beast because there were still a lot of people in the neighborhood. He took Pang Min and chased him all the way. While the camelids had good endurance, they didn't have bad endurance, and the wastelanders wouldn't have bad endurance. And that kind of camelid is obviously not speed-oriented, not really fast. The two chased the camelid beast all the way out for more than 10 kilometers before it voluntarily slowed down. Yang Chen was about to casually shoot it when Pang Min suddenly said, so much meat. If it dies, it will rot quickly, right? Ask for tickets. End of chapter. That's true. We certainly can't take that many with us. It's just too bad to leave them to rot. Yang Chen said, those people in the safe zone can ride it, so maybe we can ride it too, and then kill it for meat when we run out of food. This camelid looks like it should be a vegetarian creature and won't compete with them for food. Aha, that's good. It's a shame there's only one, or maybe it could be farmable. Pang Min said happily, when I was in that small safe zone in the past, I've seen people breeding camel beasts. Breeding a bunch of camel beasts, you'll have an endless supply of meat to eat. Let's talk about it later when we have the chance. Right now that so-called disaster could come at any time. We need to get away from the wandering Gobi first. Yang Chen said, leading Pang Min slowly towards the camel beast. Perhaps because it had been domesticated long ago, the camelid wasn't afraid of people and just gnawed on the tree trunk there. That's right, gnawing on tree trunks. It doesn't seem to be a picky eater at all and will eat anything that is a plant. Even dry wood it eats, and it eats it well. It has very sharp teeth that can easily chew through hardwood. Perhaps it was also this food choice that allowed it to survive the famine years even at such a large size. Awesome, Pang Min said enviously, if only I could eat wood too. It used to be good. Now it's not necessary. Yang Chen laughed. We'll never run out of food again. That's true. Pang Min also revealed a smile. Finally, they came close to the hunchback. That's when they realized that this camelid was really big. This camel beast was yellowish brown in color, with thick fur. It was as tall as 3 meters, but its limbs were only 1 meter in height, like 4 pillars, and the whole thing was like a super fat pig. It could almost be considered a giant meatball if you didn't count the slightly protruding cow-like head. How is this going to work? Yang Chen was a bit embarrassed, worrying that he would be attacked if he went over directly. This guy was so huge that it would definitely not be pleasant to be hit. Although there were no horns on this guy's head, but looking at that huge head it should be very hard. Being hit, I'm afraid a third-order evolved person wouldn't be able to stand it. I've seen it before in that small safe zone. This kind of camelid has a mild temperament. As long as you don't actively attack it, just climb on it and it won't care about you. Pang Min said, do you see that rope on its nose? As long as someone pulls that rope in front of it, it will follow. Yang Chen tried to slowly approach the past. Sure enough, the hunchback had been gnawing on a tree trunk and had paid no attention to him. He was so happy in his heart that he immediately leapt up and grabbed a rope to use his strength to jump onto the camel beast's back. Quickly see what it is, Pang Min said expectantly. Yang Chen immediately unwrapped a corner of the animal skin with force, and the first thing he saw was the top-quality fabric. He frowned slightly and lifted more parts of the animal skin again, finally seeing that it was actually clothes. No, it wasn't all clothes. There were a lot of pots and pans. It's a bit of a loss, but not too much. These are all new clothes and the pots and pans are metal. It just so happens that I'm about to run out of nails. Can't really trade for nails. Big deal. Pour your own. Even if it's a pain in the ass, at least there's a metal resource. With these thoughts in his mind, Yang Chen continued, the clothes are all clothes I've never worn before. It just so happens that it's time for us to change our clothes. These pots and pans are just right to pick one or two to cook meat and improve our lives. He picked and chose within the clothes, quickly selecting a light red lady's dress, throwing several sets down in a row. Try to see if any of them suit you. The clothes here are all too brightly colored, but we should be able to wear them now without worrying about being noticeable. With that, he picked out the men's version again, quickly selecting a set that leaned toward a white-gray color. It's also brightly colored, but there's no way around it. These rich people's clothes are just that. It's so extravagant to even have shoes in a box. He threw another dozen pairs of ladies' shoes down for Pang Min to choose for himself, and he also chose a pair of shoes that were most convenient for hurrying to replace his own straw shoes that had long been worn out beyond recognition. Clothes on too. He jumped to the other side of the camelid and in 3 tries removed his long torn and tattered dress pants and replaced them with new clothes. The top half of this new outfit is an internal sleeveless t-shirt with an external long-sleeved shirt. The bottom half of the body is a slightly more stylized pants suitable for large movements. The entire outfit leans toward a white-gray color. Even the shoes are this color. Soon he had a new look on him. Other than being a little too dark for my skin, it's great because it's very comfortable to wear. It's not bad for rich people's clothes. It's just comfortable to wear. Yang Chen smiled with satisfaction. The other side. Although Pang Min was a bit shy, she did not make the slightest effort to take off the tattered clothes on her body, and one of the light red women's clothes was put on her body. In her outfit, the top half is a long-sleeved, waisted t-shirt with tulle fabric sleeves, perfect for the hot season. The bottom half of the body was half skirt and half pants, with soft pants inside and 9 strips of cloth attached to the outside that were the same length as the pant legs. These cloths cover the pubic mound of a woman's flat belly and prevent indecent images from being seen by outsiders. Because the soft pants have a layer of tulle inside and a ball-like belt in the back, they look very busy. She studied it for a long time before she managed to put it on. So this kind of clothing is so comfortable to wear. Pang Min moved his body, very happy. It wasn't quite as easy to move around in the wilderness in these clothes, but they were 1,000,000 times better than her original. Almost walking away at it all rags. Speaking of which, this is my 5th new set of clothes in my life. The fabric is so high class, it should last for a long time, right? In her opinion, these clothes were worth far less than food, but naturally, since she was in a position to do so, she wouldn't refuse to wear better clothes. Once upon a time, in that small safe zone, she had never worn such gorgeous clothes either. The rich man who raised him didn't treat her like a human being. The other man might have violated her at a very young age if he hadn't been trying to sell her for a good price. So she never treated the other as an adoptive father, and the other couldn't have treated her as an adoptive daughter. But by now that guy is probably long dead. After all, it's not easy for anyone in the safe zone to survive once they lose their comfort. In the beginning, if she hadn't met the fallen Yang Chen, she probably wouldn't have been any better. Yang Chen, there are still so many clothes left, we definitely won't be able to wear them all. Pang Min circled around to Yang Chen's side, and seeing that Yang Chen had also changed into new clothes, he first took a closer look, then said, why don't we sell the extra ones? Clothes are not a necessity for the deserted people, and it's hard to say if they can be sold. Yang Chen said, we'll see what happens when the time comes, and if it's not possible, we'll deal with it at a low price and exchange it for something that's useful to us. Aha! Pang Min nodded. With your current strength, it shouldn't be too hard for us to obtain food, but now that you're an evolutionary, you definitely need to be decent. Do you want to find some henchmen as well? Just like that Hujo, teaming up with an evolved person was the desire of countless ordinary desolate folk, and as long as Yang Chen opened his mouth, there would definitely be a large number of people joining. Let's just forget about it. 2 people are a breeze. More people may not be a good thing. Yang Chen rejected Pang Min's offer. While putting all the clothes and shoes that Pang Min didn't choose back on the camel beast's back, Pang Min sniffed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That proposal just now was actually a test. If Yang Chen wanted to recruit more men, she definitely couldn't refuse, so she might as well take the initiative. Although the people who joined in later would definitely crowd out her treatment. As the earliest person to follow Yang Chen, as long as she didn't make a fool of herself, Yang Chen would definitely not treat her poorly. Especially, after her innate deficiencies were made up for by the golden blood, having showered not long ago and now having changed her clothes, she suddenly had a bit more confidence in herself. What if Yang Chen had thoughts about himself? That way one's position as a patriarch is more secure. However, since Yang Chen wasn't going to recruit any underlings, it was naturally best, so that Yang Chen would be hers alone. So where do we go next? With this thought flashing through his mind, Pang Min once again asked, is it directly away from the wandering Gobi or? Yang Chen was about to speak when he suddenly saw a group of people coming from the distance. The 2 men looked at the group warily at once. Judging from the clothes and the swords and other equipment on that group of people, they should all be evolvers, and they should all be desolate folk evolvers. They were only seen carrying their prey and hurrying quickly, while curiously looking at Yang Chen's duo, but they hadn't spoken since the beginning, nor had they taken much interest in the camelid or the supplies on its back. They circled around from 100 meters away and did not make contact with the 2. Those people should also be desolate folk. But how do they feel different from us? Pang Min asked in disbelief. The difference was that those people weren't as dark as they were and didn't have quite the same temperament. And those people, their greed didn't seem to be that heavy. And they were very different from the normal barren folk. The terrain around here looks a bit familiar. It's a bit similar to that map I've been given. Perhaps that Congo underground refuge should be nearby. When Yang Chen said this, his heart stirred and he said, let's follow them up and take a look. I'm begging for votes, favorites, and rewards. End of chapter. Aha, I'll pull the humpback. Pang Min immediately took the initiative to pull the reins of the camel beast, only to see her pulling hard in front of her. The camel beast that was originally eating the trunk of the tree in peace let out a disgruntled yelp, followed by a step to follow. This made Yang Chen secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that the camel beast could be taken away, because they were used to being out at night, and because they didn't feel safe. Neither of them had any intention of riding the camelids directly on the road. The hunchback's back is too high and visible, making it a very easy target. Even though Yang Chen was now an evolutionary, Yang Chen himself knew his situation. His defense was very fragile, and once he was attacked by a sneak attack, he could easily be hit. While rushing, he continued to strengthen the Rui vibrating air bead. Nail gun is impossible to rely on oneself for the time being. Without the help of external energy, it is difficult to raise a level even in 3 days and 3 nights. The other thing was that the power of the nail gun was enough for the time being, and it just so happened that what he lacked the most right now was defense instead. The Rui shocking air bead just fits the bill. So he chose to prioritize boosting the speed. As long as the grade of the Rui vibrating air bead was raised, not only would the storage space increase, but the ability to defend oneself in the event of danger would also greatly increase. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Zhou family lord kept escaping with his wife and a group of guards, and because they were running too fast, the number of guards behind them was getting smaller and smaller, and even the number of people chasing them was getting smaller and smaller. Several times he wanted to kill all those damn desolate folk evolutionaries, but his mind thought about it but his body didn't listen to him, and he continued to run wildly with his wife in his arms. Even at the end of the day, only 2 of the people chasing them from the rear were still chasing them, but he still felt that there might be a conspiracy and didn't dare to kill back. This scene made both Golden Wheel and Huang Ling, who were chasing furiously in the rear, feel outrageous. In the past, they were very afraid of the people in the safety zone, thinking that the people in the safety zone possessed all kinds of hot weapons and had a large number of evolved people, which was very scary. But now once they exchanged hands, they realized that the safe zone people were simply like eggshells, breaking at the slightest poke. The other party's overall strength was clearly far above theirs, yet they were chased the hell out of them, making them feel as if they were dreaming. Finally, the 2 chased them all the way for more than 30 kilometers. He was about to catch up, but suddenly realized that another migratory group had appeared. That migratory group was also coming from the direction of the wandering Gobi and numbered in the thousands. and the man they were chasing immediately went to join that migration team. Immediately afterward, a dense barrage of artillery shells blasted through. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go back first. Both of them were very reluctant, but they could only make a strategic retreat first. Yo, isn't this the Zhou family master? Why is he in such a sorry state? In the Yang clan's migratory team, the equally richly dressed Yang clan's lord revealed an undisguised look of gloating. To be chased by a group of pariahs? You've lost all your face. House Master Zhou. For the sake of you being in such a sorry state, this house master won't charge you for your support. The Zhou family lord was so angry that his face was red, but he couldn't be bothered to snap, because the others had really helped him after all. Earlier, because he was worried about being ambushed, he ran so fast that there were only a dozen or so guards left to catch up. The rest didn't all die. Of course, they just ran apart. Even if they were ordinary people, he felt that they shouldn't be completely dead, so as long as he went back to collect them, he should still be able to retrieve quite a few of them. So, the Chao family hasn't completely fallen. Ha! What's going on with Mrs. Zhou? Suddenly the lord of the Yang clan once again asked in surprise. Where is that little guy from Zhouyin Raccoon? You guys favor your son like your life, but you didn't bring that little guy with you. That little guy wouldn't have been killed by a pariah, right? It can't be? Seeing that the Zhou family master was just cold and didn't say anything, at once the gloating color on his face faded quite a bit. I'm sorry for your loss, Zhou family master. It would be rude to gloat any longer. In case the old boy went berserk, he couldn't hold his own, since his powers weren't combat-oriented. For today's help, Mr. Zhou will definitely pay his thanks at the door on another day. Farewell. The Zhou family master did not delay here. Seeing that the two outlaws who were chasing them had left, he hurriedly went back to gather his men. But before he left, he kindly reminded the Lord of Yang, beware of the desolate people. Family master, are the desolate folk really that powerful? After the Zhou family lord left with his people, someone in the Yang clan's migration team couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The Lord of Yang said thoughtfully. The barren folk themselves are not worth mentioning, but only if we don't let them unite. The wastelanders will unite? The person inquiring said with an incredulous face. It doesn't feel very likely, does it? That's why it says. No. The Yang clan's lord continued to speculate. That Zhouyin Raccoon's character is clear to you all. Unscrupulous and extremely annoying to the desolate folk. If I guessed correctly, that little guy might have done something ridiculous that triggered the desolate folk group to tremble in anger. If not for that, it was a little hard for him to imagine how a completely scattered group of deserted people could make the entire Zhou's migration procession in such a sorry state. The person inquiring couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. How absurd would that have to be to cause a group of desolate people to be outraged? But with that guy Zhou Yinrakun style, he might actually do it. As this person spoke, he asked again. Family master, are we going to the Kuan Wu clan's territory? It's not far from there. Since it's on the way, it's only natural to take a look and purchase some supplies along the way. The lord of the Yang clan changed his previous casual attitude and said with a slight gravity, the divine shadow tribulation has vast repercussions. We still have a long way to go. Moreover, we still have to guard against what happened to the Zhou clan. Yang, will not perform that ridiculous act and provoke all the desolate people. The people around him immediately said. They were also followed by a number of desolate folk, and although those desolate folk had eyes that were annoying, they were far from the point of wanting to kill up. That's not for you or me to decide, the Yang clan's lord said in a deep voice. If my guess is true, those enraged barren folk will most likely transfer their anger onto us, feeling that those within the safety zone are all one and the same. Anyway, just in case, in order to prevent the misunderstanding of that evolver team in front of them, Yang Chen and Pang Min slowed down a lot. They followed the group as they shared the desert wolf jerky. It wasn't until it was almost dark that, finally, a huge safe zone appeared in the two's view. There's even a safe zone here? Pang Min looked surprised, only to see that more than 10 kilometers ahead, an almost fully transparent barrier completely enveloped the foothills area. Yang Chen was also very surprised. Although it's far inferior to the Huyan safe zone, it's still much larger than the usual small safe zones, so maybe it was built as an underground refuge. Could it be that the people from the underground shelter are coming out? Pang Min guessed in his mind. It's hard to say. Those who have lived underground for so long may not want to return to the surface. But, Yang Chen said with a somewhat grave expression, if that so-called disaster can even threaten the underground refuge, then that's another story. At that moment, Pang Min also stared, with some panic in her heart, and some grief. Their lives had just changed for the better. only to face that unknown disaster again, making it very hard and unwilling in her heart. Yang Chen looked at the steel ball in his hand. Rui Shocking Air Bead LV. 8, 71% size Rui, contains a 22 cm diameter independent space. Not upgradable. 22 centimeters. Not too small. During this half day, he had roughly figured out several ways to use the Rui vibrating air bead. In addition to the storage function, it can be instantly shot out with mind manipulation, and in the process of shooting out it is able to make it get bigger quickly. This use is mainly for defense or counterattacking enemies, such as smashing people and so on, and can be quickly recalled as long as the distance shot out does not exceed 10 times the diameter of the inner space. Another method is to shoot it out and then let it expand instantly to the size of the diameter of the internal space, so that it will have the effect of vibrating the space. But this effect of vibrating space doesn't produce much damage. That one flickering ripple is not known to be of any use at the moment. There is also a third use, which is to just throw it out and smash people. The steel ball is the original size and average weight when it is in your hand, but the weight increases rapidly as it gets larger during throwing, bringing about tremendous inertia. This usage, however, does not currently exert much power, and is far less effective than a direct attack with a nail gun. But later on, when the level is higher and it's able to become bigger, the power will definitely be very intimidating. There are more people over here. Pang Min, who was leading the canelet next to him, said, "Indeed, by the time we get here, we can already see small groups of scavengers returning from hunting trips from time to time, and the scavenging squads here are generally more decent than the scavenging squads in the wandering Gobi." All in all, it was better dressed, relatively lighter skinned, and all less dry and thin. This is true even for the average scavenger. Ask for monthly votes, favorites, and rewards. End of chapter. Compared to the rest of the place, it looks very harmonious. That's right, harmony. The wariness between those deserted people didn't seem to be as great, and they didn't have to keep their distance so deliberately. Some scavenger hunts will even greet each other when they see each other. Even, there will be contact and conversation. This scene made both Yang Chen and Pang Min very surprised. Is it because of that safe zone? Pang Min was a bit surprised. Doesn't that security not drive away the deserted people? Under normal circumstances, the desolate folk wouldn't stay around the safe zone, and even if they went to trade, they went during the day and stayed far away at night, because the people in the safe zone hate the wastelanders and will send people to drive them away from time to time. Dare to linger in the neighborhood and you will be killed. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. Instead, as it got later and later, more and more scavenger hunts came from far away. As they moved forward, both saw some simple wooden huts. It was obviously built by the wastelanders themselves, and some of it was nearly rotting, indicating that it had been built for a short time. Outside some of the simple wooden huts, there were even vendors selling a variety of things. They just put the stuff there like that, not afraid of being snatched away? Pang Min felt very incredulous. There were people coming and going here, and it wasn't inside the safe zone, not within the transparent barrier. You two are from somewhere else, aren't you? In front of a small wooden hut in front of them, the barren folk who set up a stall laughed. We are safe here as we are sheltered by the Kunwu clan. Kunwu clan? Yang Chen asked curiously. It's the people from the Quincy refuge. That draconic folk smiled and said, 10 years ago, the people from the Kunwu refuge returned to the surface, and they called themselves the Kunwu clan. The Kungo clan built the Kungo safe zone and did not drive us, the deserted people, but instead allowed us to stay in the neighborhood. He laughed. Not only that, they recruited some talent into the safe zone to help out. But unfortunately I don't have much talent and wasn't chosen. Yang Chen was surprised. The Kunwu clan still selects talents from within the desolate people? Surprised? Ha? Hey. I was very surprised at first, too. That desolate folk laughed. The Kunwu clan is different from other clans. They don't discriminate against the desolate folk. Instead, they are very good to us desolate folk. No, knowing that the disaster is coming, the Kunwu clan even specially let people come to the outside of the safe zone to sell all kinds of supplies, so that we can have the ability to run for our lives. Pang Min couldn't help but ask, aren't they going to leave on their own? I wouldn't know about that. That desolate folk shook his head. By the way, do you two want to buy something? The two of you don't need to stay so far away. No one will dare to attack you here. And you should also remember that you can't attack anyone here or you will be killed by the strong men of the Kunwu clan. There are strong men from the Kunwu clan patrolling here. Even at night it's safe. Yang Chen and Pang Min looked at each other, both feeling surprised and incredulous. As long as the two had grown up, They had never heard of anyone in the safe zone being that nice to the wastelanders. Just like that migratory party before, the press didn't treat the deserted people as human beings at all. By the way, the two of you shouldn't have any Kuno coins on you yet, right? The barren folk on the other side smiled and said, you guys can go to the safe zone first to exchange for some Kuno coins. Bartering isn't popular here. If you want to buy something, you have to use Kuno coins. Is that safe zone in front of you freely accessible? Yang Chen asked. That's certainly not possible. The desolate folk on the opposite side smiled and said, the Kwo clan doesn't discriminate against us desolate folk, but there are too many of them. If anyone could enter and exit, the safe zone wouldn't be able to accommodate them. That's true, the other party said again. But if you can prove that you want to purchase something, or to exchange Kwo coins, you can go in, but you can't stay in there for a long time, or spend the night in there, even if you have money. Yang Chen realized that this point was the same as the other safe zones. Even if there is housing in the safety zone, it should not be inhabited by deserted people. This is because, in the eyes of the people in the safe zone, the wastelanders are full of germs that can contaminate the environment and infect others. Even though the Kungho clan treats the barren people well, they have to follow their rules, or else they're just giving face, the wasteland folk across the street said. So, when you go to the safe zone, make sure you don't cause any trouble, and you'll be in trouble if you get caught. Suddenly something flew past from 100 meters in the air. That deserted folk immediately said, see that? That's the drones of the Kungho clan. The drones will inspect the 10 kilometers outside the safety zone. If there's a fight happening, it will be discovered by the Kungho clan. If the warning is not heeded, it will be evicted, and in serious cases, it will be directly killed. The two of you must pay attention to it. Thanks for telling me. Yang Chen gave a thank you and then took Pang Min and continued to walk forward. Is it true what the man said about? Pang Min had a half-hearted expression. It doesn't feel quite real. Just go and see. Yang Chen didn't really believe that there would be such a good safe zone either, but he was quite interested in that so-called Kwo clan. Maybe it's because the trees are so much denser here. So as we get closer to the safety zone, the cabins are getting more and more numerous, and accordingly, the number of wastelanders that can be seen is growing. That's when the two men also saw the patrol of the Kungho clan. Those patrol teams, each team had at least 5 people, and all of them were revolvers, and the weakest breath seemed to be of the second rank. The only similarity between this place and the wandering Gobi is that the trees here don't grow much foliage either, and are mostly bare. Neither of them noticed that the captain of a patrol team in the distance was looking at Pang Min with somewhat strange eyes. How does that woman look so much like the pariah who escaped in the first place? The patrol leader, named Kulu, was not a Kungho clan member himself, but a former member of a small safe zone. After that small safe zone was destroyed by the sandstorm, he survived and fled here with his people to join the Kungho clan. Look, it's a super revolver from the Kunu clan. Suddenly, I don't know who said something, and everyone suddenly quieted down and looked over with a look of awe. Even the team of evolvers patrolling in this vicinity hurriedly saluted at intervals. Yang Chen and Pang Min also hurriedly looked over, and saw a teenager with a large group of people coming from the distance, quickly walking toward the safe zone gate. That teenager looked like he was 15 years old at most, with a flat aura. Instead, behind him, followed by a group of evolvers with powerful auras, wherever that group of people passed, everyone quickly stepped aside with a respectful face. Soon, the group entered the safe zone gate and disappeared from view. It wasn't until the group disappeared that the surrounding wastelanders did what they needed to do once again. A super revolver? Pang Min was shocked. I actually saw the legendary Super Evolutionary. Super Evolutionary should be strong, right? Yang Chen's heart, on the other hand, was a bit stunned, because he didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He always felt that the teenager wasn't strong. Of course, it was also possible that the other party was too strong, with an evolutionary level far beyond his, which was why he couldn't feel it. But the other person's age shouldn't be able to be faked. To become a super evolutionary at only 15 or 16 years old, how talented must one be? Without delay, the two of them continued to walk towards the gate of the safe zone, ready to exchange the supplies on the camel's back for Kuno coins and buy some necessities. At this point, they were only about 100 meters away from the safe zone gate. Through the gate of the safety zone, one could see that there was a large expanse of lush green plants in the area enveloped by the transparent barrier. The plants inside were completely different from the ones outside, surprisingly with dense leaves. Moreover, those trees grew very tall, and were completely different from the small trees outside that averaged 3 or 4 meters. Seems like the small safe zone I used to be in was like that, with lots of plants in it. Pang Min was a bit curious. What's the difference between the safe zone and the outside? Anyway, Yang Chen glanced at the transparent barrier that protected the entire safe zone. I once heard someone say that there is some kind of radiation outside. Maybe it's true. Radiation? Pang Min half expected. The two followed the crowd, lined up, and were about to enter the safe zone when suddenly a large group of people came out from inside the safe zone. Move over, people. Move over. The man at the head of the group said loudly. In light of the increasing number of desolate people close to the Kunwa safety zone, my Kunwa clan will set up a trading area outside to sell all the supplies you need, and future transactions will not require the use of Kunwa coins, and can be directly bartered. Ha! Can't get into the safe zone anymore? I'd like to see what's different about this safe zone. What a shame. Many people in front of them looked regretful, but they didn't dare say anything. Yang Chan and Pang Min both had some regrets. I can't believe I didn't get into this safe zone to experience it. Let's find a place to spend the night, and cook something for dinner. It's been a long time since I've had soup food cooked. Yang Chen glanced into the distance and was about to find a place to land. Suddenly an evolved person who stepped out of the safe zone blurted out, "Ability builds are over here. Come with me if you need them. They can be customized." Ability to create things? Is this kind of thing even sold to the public? The Congos are too good for the Arabs too. Follow it up. A large group of people followed at once. Ability creation? Yang Chen's heart stirred. Let's go over and take a look as well. Ask for tickets. End of chapter. That Kunwo's evolutionist brought a group of people to a place more than 300 meters away from the side of the safe zone, and directly took out a large number of tables out of thin air and started setting up stalls. It's amazing that they can take things out of thin air too. Pang Min was surprised. Could they also be evolved in terms of handling? Yang Chen was also a bit curious. Was there a lot of ability in terms of handling? A person next to him laughed. Hey, that one of theirs is called the space folding bag. It is a technological creation, but that kind of thing is very expensive. At least 10,000 Kunwo coins, so the average person can't afford to buy it. The draconians on this side of the world are not as wary and are very good at answering the doubts of outsiders. A space folding bag? Yang Chen was a bit surprised that technology could create such amazing things. However, he didn't intend to buy that kind of thing, as he had the Rui vibrating airbead already. In addition, since there was such a thing as a spatial folding bag, it seemed that one did not need to hide too much when collecting items on a regular basis. Those who want to customize their ability creation can come over here and register. At this time, the evolutionist from before spoke again. But remember, everyone, customization needs to pay a deposit first. The deposit can be pressed just a little bit, but then you must come to claim your customized item and must pay the rest of the money. Or else don't say that I, Kunwa clan, am bullying people. Many of the surrounding wastelanders immediately went over and lined up to order what they needed. Pang Min glanced at Yang Chen. Do you need it too? Yang Chen thought for a moment and suddenly climbed onto the back of the camel beast to remove a metal basin. Back on the ground, he stopped one person, handed over the metal basin, and asked, "Can you tell me what an ability creation is?" That desolate folk's eyes lit up as he took the metal basin and laughed. "It's normal that you outsiders don't know about it. It's very popular in the Koanwu clan." He knocked on the metal basin, growing more and more satisfied, and continued. Ability creations, also commonly known as man-made wonders, are actually, to put it bluntly, magical items made by functional evolvers. Sure enough, it was a magical item made by a functional evolutionary. Yang Chen thought of his own artifacts, which other people seemed unable to use for special effects, and immediately asked, "Other people can also use the magical effects of these man-made wonders?" "Of course you can, but it takes some special methods," this wasteland folk explained. "If the user is an ordinary person, they will need the help of the evolved person who made that man-made wonder, and if the other person is an evolved person, they will be able to use it by assimilating it with the power of evolution." Assimilation of evolutionary forces? Yang Chen drifted off. "How can I help if the user is an ordinary person? You've got me on that one. I'm not a functional evolutionary." This wasteland folk shook his head regretfully. "You can ask the lords of the Kungo clan. They surely know." "Alright, thanks." Yang Chen nodded. When this deserted man left, he thought about it and decided to ask first. It would be great if this Kungos could make special items according to their needs. Thinking of this, he immediately took Pang Min over to the queue. Hey, your camelids are taking up too much space. Either go to the back or host them somewhere else for now. Suddenly a patrol came over, and the man at the head pointed directly at Yang Chen and Pang Min, who was holding the camel beast. After seeing this person, Pang Min's face changed slightly. always feeling as if she had seen this person somewhere, and instinctively felt some fear in her heart. Yang Chen didn't notice Pang Min's expression and frowned as he pointed at a line 30 meters away. There are people over there with camel beasts lined up as well. They're them and you're you. The leader of this patrol chided. Where's all the nonsense? Follow the rules. The surrounding wastelanders hurriedly moved away from the place, seemingly a little afraid of these patrolmen. Yang Chen secretly frowned, always feeling that this person was targeting himself. But why? One has never offended this person. But this was someone else's territory, so he didn't dare argue. Let's go to the back then. This girl can also queue up early if she wants to. The patrol leader smiled and then tried to reach out to pat Pang Min's shoulder. Pang Min subconsciously dodged, but the other party didn't give up and instead suddenly increased his speed. She blanched, and out of the conditioned reflexes of a draconian, snapped out the dagger hidden in her sleeve and stabbed at the hand. This patrol leader sneered, easily dodged the dagger, and violently grabbed Pang Min's wrist. Boo! Suddenly Yang Chen shook his hand and threw out the Rui shocking air bead, making it instantly larger, opening the opponent's hand and then quickly recalling it. Everyone around them looked at Yang Chen in surprise. A Kuno clan evolutionary in the distance saw the situation over here, especially the patrol leader, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Why are you doing this to us? We haven't offended you, right? Yang Chen frowned at this patrol leader. How dare you take a shot at a patrol member? This patrol leader looked at his palm and realized that his 5 fingers were actually injured. He was immediately infuriated and fiercely drew his sword to slash at Yang Chen. Yang Chen! Pang Min's face changed greatly. Yang Chen hastily straightened his arm about to shoot the nail. Suddenly a barrier separated Yang Chen and that patrol leader. Kun Lu, what are you doing? A voice that seemed to be able to freeze people rang out, followed by a youth appearing between Yang Chen and that patrol leader like an instant. An invisible force pushed Yang Chen and Kun Lu apart. It's Lord Kunzamo. Greetings to Lord Kunu Mo. Everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but reveal a look of awe as they hurriedly saluted. That patrol leader Kun Lu also changed his face dramatically and hurriedly saluted while pointing at Yang Chen. This person attacked me first. Panic and grief flashed in Pang Min's eyes. This lord, we are new here. How can we dare to attack a Koan Wu clan powerhouse? Yang Chen hurriedly said. We were about to line up to customize the man-made wonders when this person suddenly appeared and forcefully told us to go to the back of the line. We obeyed his orders and prepared to go to the back, but it turned out that he, the other party, made a move on my companion. Ridiculous. You mean I would look at a lowly barren folk woman? Na Kunlo snorted. The young man named Koan Mo glanced at Kuan Lu and indifferently said, discriminating against the desolate people is an additional offense. Go and receive the punishment yourself. Besides, this kind of thing, don't let it happen a second time. Captain Koan Lu's face changed slightly, and although he was a bit unwilling, he didn't dare to refute. Yes, many thanks for doing justice, my lord. Yang Chen thanked. He didn't expect that this Koan Wu clan's strongest person would really be completely different from the people in the other safe zones. As a result, at this time, that Koan Wu Mo said in a cold voice, making a move against a Koan Wu clan patrolman is a felony. Yang Chen's face changed slightly, and the little bit of goodwill that had just risen in his heart towards the Koan Wu clan instantly disappeared without a trace. But seeing as there was a reason for what happened, half the supplies on the hunchback's back are fine as an example to others. Koan Mo looked at Yang Chen. Do you have an opinion? Don't dare. Although Yang Chen was holding back in his heart, he could only agree. What else could we do? Unload. Kunzamo said faintly. Yes, my lord. Captain Koan Lu burst into laughter and immediately led the men to climb onto Yang Chen's camel beast's back to unload the goods. Pang Min, an ordinary person, did not dare to say a word in the face of this situation. Yang Chen was expressionless, not saying a word as he watched that Koan Lu lead the people to unload the goods. The man had deliberately targeted himself for some reason, and after unloading half of it, he had deliberately messed up the rest of it. My lord, it has been unloaded. Koan Lu jumped down from the camel beast's back, and his eyes that contained a dark murderous intent vaguely glanced at Yang Chen before he said to Koan Gumo, then, I'll go and receive my punishment. When he finished, he left with his patrol, taking a large number of clothes and metal tubs with him. Koan Mo didn't even look at Yang Chen again and directly turned around to leave. It wasn't until those people walked away that Pang Min whispered with a guilty face, I'm sorry I caused trouble. It's not your fault. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. In his place, if a stranger suddenly touched his shoulder, he would subconsciously give the other person a shot. What's more, Pang Min is still a girl. What about male and female? That Koan Lu is definitely deliberately looking for a fight. Pang Min was slightly silent. then pulled Yang Chen's arm and said somewhat uneasily, "Let's hurry and get out of here." For some reason, she was instinctively afraid of that Kunlu, always feeling like she'd seen the other person before sometime. But she's never been to the Congo safety zone before. "Take it easy, buy something before you go." Yang Chen shook Pang Min's hand and whispered consolingly, "The Kuan Wu clan is so strong. If they really want to deal with us, even if we leave right now, we won't be able to run away. That person from before should just have a brain problem." He still decided to stay in line and customize what he needed. Far away, Kuan Gomo rejoined a young man wearing a long Xian black shirt. The youth in the Xian black tunic couldn't help but laugh. "Doesn't your Kunwu clan value desolate folk evolvers? That kid is also an evolver. Aren't you afraid of offending him?" Not being able to discriminate against the barren people is a rule laid down by those old things. "It's not like it's my principle," Koan Mo said indifferently. "Besides, what potential can a first-order evolver who is nearly 30 years old have? Daring to make a move against a patrolman, leaving him alive is already considered a great favor. Not bad for a clan of hypocrites. Hypocritical as always." The Xian black tunic youth snorted. "One thing on the surface, one thing behind the scenes. Disgusting." Koan Mo's eyes glanced at the other party with indifference. "Is the Huyen clan ready to go to war with my Kuan Wu clan? Ha! It's not for you or I to decide on this matter." The young man in the Xian black tunic was named Huyen Ming. He snorted once more and then looked grave. "This divine shadow tribulation is the hope for ordinary evolvers like us to step into super revolution. I, Huyen clan, don't want to see any accidents. So," Kunzamo said faintly, "our old ancestor asked me to bring a message to you." "Ku Nu," Huyen Ming said meaningfully, "perpetuate your hypocrisy and don't do anything superfluous." After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Koan Mo's eyes looked indifferently at Huyen Ming's back as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, he ultimately didn't dare to make a move because Huyen Ming was a core member of the Huyen clan, and once the other party died, it might detonate the superficial relationship between the two clans. The consequences, then, were not his to bear. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Yang Chen's team, it was finally his turn to customize the artificial wonders. Ask for tickets. End of chapter. "What kind of customization do you want?" the evolved man across the table asked with his face as normal. "Name the shape and function of the curiosity you want, etc. "Anything?" Yang Chen asked. The other party replied, "Anything, even if you want a palace. But after all, we're not omnipotent. So after we record what you say, we'll sift through what we can do, delete what we can't, and then price it. And if the price is unacceptable to you, we'll cut it down again, such as by deleting the materials or features and so on." Yang Chen understood and asked again, "When is the earliest we can get it?" "It depends on how difficult it is to get what you want," the other replied. Yang Chen thought for a moment and spoke. "I want a simple portable underground shelter. The function can be simple. The material doesn't have to be too sturdy. As long as it can sleep and ventilate, it only needs to accommodate 2 people. Underground shelters?" On the opposite side, that Kunwa clan's evolver froze and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. "If it's just an underground shelter, it's easy to create. But you want a portable underground shelter. That's a bit of a problem. And it's very expensive. It's not that I'm looking down on you. Even an average 5th order evolver might not be able to afford it." "That expensive?" Yang Chen frowned slightly. "Then you guys look at the deletion. To what extent can it be deleted?" On the opposite side, that Kunwa clan's evolver glanced at the clothes on Yang Chen's body, and then looked at the camel beast behind him and the things on the camel beast's back. "I can create the simplest of portable shelters for you based on the value of that camel beast and those ordinary supplies on its back, but these things are only enough to create a portable shelter on the surface." "A came lid?" Yang Chen thought about it and suddenly climbed onto the camel beast's back and brought down a few sets of clothes and a metal basin with a lid. He let Peng Min hold them, then took out the items with the messy attributes he had gotten out earlier. This includes the rocks you pick up on the way and the nail launcher you get at the beginning to make the nails soft, except for the nail launcher and nail gun that made the nails emit a strange fragrance, and the bionic liquid water bag and the Rui vibrating air bead. He took out all the others. "What about the camel beasts and the things on their backs? Plus these things? You're a functional evolutionary too?" On the opposite side, that Kuno clan's evolver was a bit surprised, but that was all. He picked up the various artificial wonders on the table and sensed them. "I can't see how it's useful, but it's interesting." Apparently he saw the special effects of these things, but judging by the fact that it takes him a bit of time to sense it, he shouldn't be able to see the data above those items either. This made Yang Chen secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After about 10 minutes or so, the functional evolver of the Quincy clan said. With these things added, I can do the honors and get you a more normal surface shelter. He took out a pen and paper and quickly scribbled and drew, and a building-like shelter soon appeared on the page. The most important function of this shelter is that it blends into the ambient colors, and the colors become exactly the same as the environment, making it less likely to be noticed. He introduced, in terms of defense, it can defend up to the normal attacks of a third-order attacking evolver, and it can only go so far, unless you can come up with more supplies. What about the degree of portability? Yang Chen asked. Blending in with the environment, that feature was great and he really liked it. But portability is also very important. The Kwo clan Evolutionary suddenly said, if you bring out that orb wonder you just used, I can get you one to wear on your finger, and make sure it's as convenient as you want it to be. He was obviously talking about the Rui shocking air bead. It also shows the power of the Kungos that they can compress a surface shelter to be so small. Even if the shelter only needs to hold 2 people. That one works for me. Sorry. Yang Chen hesitated and handed over the release liquid water bag again. The function of this water bag is that the water it is filled with only takes a while to turn into the urine of the living owner of the beast skin that made this water bag, which can theoretically be used as a constant source of fertilizer. Oh, the Kwo clan's evolver picked up the water bag and sensed it for a few seconds. Then his eyes lit up. Although it's a bit low grade, it's very useful. And with this, I can make this portable shelter the size of a palm. Fertilizer, in this day and age, is very precious. Palm size should be about right. However, Yang Chen tried. This water bag is something I've worked hard to create, so I wish to gift me an additional 10,000 of these nails. He took out a somewhat rusted concrete steel nail. It has to be the same size and length. Nails? The Kwo clan evolver on the opposite side picked up the steel spike and glanced at it. Ordinary item? Yes. This shouldn't be expensive, right? Yang Chen asked. It's not expensive, but the metal itself is a resource. The other party thought about it. This kind of nail, even 10,000 of them won't use much material. So he nodded and said, that's fine. When do you want it? The faster the better. Yang Chen said. The sooner the better? The other party said with a smirk. We can build this strange object in 10 minutes at the earliest, but the price is that the defense will be greatly reduced. To what extent will it be reduced? Yang Chen asked. At most, it can only defend against the slashes of an ordinary person wielding an ordinary sword. The other party replied. At most, defense against the slashes of an ordinary person wielding an ordinary sword? It feels good enough, if not a bit more than expected. Anyway, if you can strengthen the special items made by other functional evolvers, you should be able to strengthen them yourself, right? The thought flashed through Yang Chen's mind. Then he said, 10 minutes then. Okay, just wait here. The Kwo clan's evolver had someone inform the people in the line behind him, then turned around and left, taking a dozen or so of his men with him to get busy. Yang Chen, did you trade the camel beast as well? Pang Min asked in a somewhat reluctant whisper. That's tens of thousands of pounds of meat, and it's still meat that can be kept for a long time without fear of rotting. We'll have more later. Yang Chen whispered. Aha. Penman nodded. Of course I believe you. I just can't let go of something. Yang Chen smiled. How could he give up? But there was a give and take, and he really wasn't too sure how to cope with a disaster that even the safe zone was fleeing from. That's why he wanted to customize a special item that could take refuge. 10 minutes passed quickly. That functional evolver of the Kwo clan returned, holding a palm-sized building model-like object in his hands. At the back, someone else followed up holding a wooden box, placing it on the table in front of Yang Chen and opening it. Inside, it was a dense mass of steel nails. Yang Chen was delighted in his heart, and without moving, he picked it up and found that the nails were still a little hot, and were obviously produced on a temporary basis. And to his surprise, the metal used for these nails seemed to be a better material than the ones he had before. Maybe it's because those nails themselves are about to rust away. The nails in front of me, on the other hand, are still brand new and appear to still be stainless steel cement nails. 10,000. Only more. Across the table, that functional evolutionary of the Kwo clan said, handing over another man-made wonder in the shape of a model of the villa in his hand. Use the power of evolution to refine it to use it. Put it into the ground, it will become a 2-meter height shelter. It can also be put away at any time. After placing it, it can automatically adapt to the environment color. Even the shape will change to a certain extent. In addition to this, it also has the effect of filtering the air, a certain degree of anti-poisoning, and for the sake of that water bag, I will arrange the inside to be a little bit more comfortable. He smiled. Long-term containment with the power of evolution is also able to slowly make the defense stronger. Thanks a lot. Yang Chen didn't dare to input diffractive chi here, but instead directly put it inside the Rui vibrating air bead before holding the wooden box filled with steel nails and leaving with Peng Min. That Kunwo clan's evolver in the rear immediately had people receive the camel beast and the supplies on its back. Only after he had been walking out for a long time did Yang Chen take out the man-made wonder, shelter, and input diffractive chi into it. The first strand of diffractive chi had just been input into it, giving birth to data that transformed it into a level 0 item. At the same time, Yang Chen realized that he was able to control this man-made wonder. It seems that one's evolutionary power is diffractive chi. Without pausing, he continued to input diffractive chi into it. Perhaps it was because the item itself was a special item, so it required a bit too much diffractive chi. Even with his current speed of creating diffractive chi, it took several minutes before he finally got it to rise from level 0 to level 1. And the attribute appeared? Curiosity Shelter LV. 0% Curiosity Shelter that shields from poisonous gas and possesses a camouflage effect. Automatically adapts to environmental colors and camouflages itself after placement. The degree of camouflage is directly proportional to the defense power and level, cannot be upgraded. It doesn't seem like a new attribute was born? Yang Chen was puzzled in his heart. Is it because this item itself is already a wonder? Meanwhile, at the gate of the Quincy safety zone, a battered and bruised Kunlo walked out, his face a little hard. For discriminating against the barren folk, he was beaten with 30 lashes by a power revolver of the same level, almost losing half his life. This hypocritical Kungo clan has given me such a huge punishment for such a trivial matter. He was a little annoyed in his heart, but he didn't dare to snap. Captain. That's when one of his men greeted him. Kunlu hurriedly led the other to a remote place. How is the situation? The henchman whispered. The 2 men you told us to keep an eye on left, but our men have followed them. Kunlu's heart was happy. Then his eyes were cold and said, let them bring the person too. Forget it, I will personally go over. I would like to see how that guy begs for forgiveness from me after he loses the shelter of the Kunwu clan. Ask for tickets. End of chapter. Because he wanted to hold more important items, Yang Chen still decided to level up the Rui vibrating air bead first. Nothing else is too important compared to this. After all, a nail gun can't be upgraded for a while just by itself. And the Rui shocking air bead was not far from level 10. During the rush, Yang Chen input diffractive chi into the Rui Jinkong bead while sensing the rear without moving. Although he couldn't see it, he always felt that someone was following his duo. That sense of prying eyes, if any, was like a feeling. Could it be that Kunlu guy? What a hypocritical Kunlu! Yang Chen's eyes were icy cold, but since this place was still within the patrol range of the Kunwu clan, he did not make a move. At the moment, they were already 4 or 5 kilometers away from the Kungo safety zone, and the patrol range of the Kuno clan is the 10-kilometer area outside the refuge. The people in the back should also be afraid of the rules of the Kunwu clan. That's why they didn't rush to make a move. On the way out, Peng Min, clutching her clothes and metal tubs and other supplies, remained silent. Perhaps because of guilt or perhaps because of uneasiness. Previously, it was because she failed to hold back and moved against the people of the Kunwu clan, and as a result, she almost brought about the demise of the two. If Yang Chen was disgusted with her because of this and wanted to drive her away, then the consequences. She was a little afraid to think about going on, because he had to be alert to the dangers around and behind him. Yang Chen did not notice Peng Min's reaction. Finally, when he was about to leave the patrol range of the Kunwu clan, the Rui vibrating air bead was upgraded once again. Rui shocking air bead LV. 0% size Rui, contains a 30 cm diameter independent space. Not upgradable. 30 cm in diameter is not small enough for a spherical independent space. Yang Chen transferred roughly 1/10 of the steel nails into it, and the weight of the wooden box suddenly became much lighter. Suddenly he looked ahead. Min girl, you really made me look for you. A voice rang out in front. This call. Peng Min's face changed drastically, finally remembering something. Yang Chen suddenly sensed the aura that had been following them from behind rapidly approaching, and just then, a shadow coalesced out 30 meters ahead, and it was clearly Kunlu. Kunlu, who had just appeared, sneered and was about to speak. Boo! With a loud bang, a fist-sized hole was shot out of his chest directly from something. He looked down incredulously at his chest that had been shot through, and then looked up at Yang Chen with difficulty. Dare! Before the words left his mouth, his entire body fell straight down. At the same time, Yang Chen had already thrown away the heavy wooden box in his hands and turned his arm to shoot 100 meters to the rear. Boo! a figure's head directly exploded. What? In the other direction, a patrol member hurriedly took out something that looked suspiciously like a flare gun. Boo! However, without waiting for him to fire the signal, his head exploded. The remaining two were horrified and hurriedly turned around to run. Boo! One of them had just taken a step when his head directly exploded. Save! Boo! The last man was about to call for help, but he was shot in the head before he could even get the first word out, casually killing 5 people. Yang Chen rushed towards that Kuan Lu's corpse without a word, quickly absorbing the evolutionary energy that escaped from this corpse. Reinforce what? He hesitated for half a second, and after associating it with the possible encounters that were to follow, he changed the reinforcement target to oddity shelter. The evolutionary energy that had just been inhaled into his body was continuously converted into diffractive chi, which was then continuously injected back into the oddity shelter. And so it was that the progress bar of the shelter of curiosities was rapidly rising, from level 1 to level 2 and then level 3 in the blink of an eye. It was a little slower after level 3, but it didn't take long to get to level 4. Immediately after that, level 5, level 6, level 7. Finally, the evolutionary energy escaping from Kunlu's corpse was depleted only after the shelter of curiosities had risen to level 7 in one breath. If it wasn't for the fact that the absorption speed couldn't keep up and caused a lot of waste, Yang Chen suspected that the curiosity shelter might have been able to rise to level 8 or even 9 in one breath. Because this Kunlu's aura was no worse than the burly man from the previous migration team, he should also be a 4th order evolver. However, the Shelter of Wonders itself was a man-made wonder, so every upgrade required much more diffractive chi than a nail gun. With that much diffractive chi, if it were to be replaced with a nail gun, even if it was a level 13 nail gun, the progress bar would probably be able to be raised to more than 50%. Not daring to waste any time, after absorbing all the evolutionary energy, Yang Chen hurriedly felt around on Kuan Lu's corpse again. However, in the end, he only found a special item that resembled a money bag, which was most likely a space folding bag. This guy's stuff should all be inside the space folding bag. On the other hand, perhaps because the childhood nightmare ended so mundanely, Penmin wondered if she was dreaming. So throughout the process, she stood frozen and watched, seemingly unresponsive. It wasn't until a drone with a flashing red light quickly approached that she blushed. Yang Chen, who had just collected the special money bag and was about to go absorb the energy escaping from the other 4 corpses, sniffed and looked up sharply. Upon seeing that drone, he didn't hesitate to raise his arm and shoot nails out of fear that the drone was carrying a weapon. Boo! The drone that was still 300 meters away was directly shot out of the sky. This was like lighting up a dynamite barrel, and red lights unexpectedly lit up one after another thousands of meters in the air in this area. That's a drone. If a red dot is a drone, that number is frighteningly high. I'm afraid. Yang Chen and Pang Min's scalps went numb as they watched. How come we can't see those drones during the day? Are they stealthy during the day? Pang Min blanched. Come on. Yang Chen quickly returned to his original position to pick up the wooden box containing the steel nails and ran wildly with Pang Min. Buzz buzz. Thousands of meters in the air. A large number of drones landed like a swarm of insects with red eyes. In just a few seconds, these densely packed drones reached the speed of sound and chased after them at an astonishing speed. Thousands of drones, the smallest of which was only the size of a palm and the largest of which was 2 or 3 meters, were like swarms of insects, spreading over the sky like a swarm of insects crossing the border, searching in a carpet-like manner. As you can see, the hills are filled with red lights. Dense red lights swept by quickly and disappeared into the distant darkness in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, more than 200 meters away from where Kunlu and the others died, in a space that was like a small room inside a small dirt bag that was ordinary in this area, Yang Chen and Pang Min looked at each other in a cold sweat. Here, it was clearly the interior of the oddity shelter, after ascending to level 7. And where they were was a single room 3 meters long and wide. This small room had some fluorescent light on the walls to keep the room from being too dim. Half of the room was occupied by a bed that was 1.5 meters in width and 2 meters in length, and next to the beds, there's a toilet. On the opposite side of the bed, there was a screen hanging on the wall. Through this screen, it is possible to observe what is happening outside. That's right, outside. One could move the viewpoint casually in 360 degrees at Yang Chen's whim. Not only can you see the situation around the oddity shelter, but you can also see the oddity shelter itself. A 7th level wonder shelter. It's that strong? Yang Chen was surprised and happy in his heart. He had a plan before. In case he was chased by the enemy, he would use the just upgraded wonder shelter to hide. But he didn't expect to end up not being chased by the living. but instead being targeted by a dense swarm of drones. At the last moment, he still decided to take a gamble and take out the curiosity shelter to place it. Unlike what that Kwo plan's functional evolutionary had said, the 7th level strange object shelter did not slowly grow in size or camouflage, but instead directly enveloped him and Pang Min in it. Immediately after that, the rapidly enlarging shelter of curiosities squirmed in place, and a small dirt bag that blended in almost perfectly with its surroundings appeared directly in place. And the two of them, they appeared in this room. Because she was worried that the sound of the talk here would reach outside, Pang Min didn't dare to take a breath, but only used her eyes to ask Yang Chen, "This is that shelter? This is too much for the money, isn't it?" Yang Chen didn't explain, because he also didn't know exactly what kind of shelter for curiosities that Kwo clan functional evolutionary had created in the beginning. Anyway, after rising to level 7, the camouflage ability had been somewhat exaggerated, and even those drones had been fooled. As for this interior, it's not good to determine if it's the original. We'll have to wait for a few more levels in the future and compare it to the present to find out. Curiosity Shelter LV 7, 83%, Curiosity Shelter that shields from poisonous gas and possesses a camouflage effect, automatically adapts to the environmental color and camouflages itself after placing it. The degree of camouflage is proportional to the defense power and level, cannot be upgraded. Even the introductions haven't changed at all, except for the level change. And that level of camouflage and defense is directly proportional to the level. Yang Chen suspected that even ordinary firearms might not be able to pierce through the strange object shelter now, but he didn't dare to try it recklessly, in case the camouflage effect disappeared after he pierced it. It's not safe out there right now. Meanwhile, more than 2,000 meters away from this side, the Young's migration team is leaving fast. They were supposed to go to the safe zone of the Congo clan to replenish their supplies, but just a moment ago, they received intelligence that the Huyan clan and the Kwo clan seemed to be antagonizing each other, and since they belonged to the Huyan clan's outlying clans, they were worried that approaching the Kwo clan without authorization would cause misunderstandings, so they decided to withdraw. "Family Master, there is something close to," suddenly someone said nervously. Everyone hurriedly turned around to take a look, and their faces changed drastically, only to see that back there, densely packed drones flew over. "Damn it! It's a cluster of Congo's combat drones. The head of the family just said that the Kwo clan is antagonistic to the Huyan clan, and we are being targeted. Are we? Damn it! Is the Congo clan going to destroy us? Are the two clans going to war? Shoot down those drones." Within the Yang's migration team, everyone's face changed drastically. Because of the information error as well as the fear of death and a series of coincidences, all of them attacked directly before they could figure out the situation. "Please vote, please collect, please reward. The data is so bad. Readers and bosses more support, thank you." End of chapter. Boom boom boom. Suddenly there was a large explosion in the distance. The sound of that explosion was clearly heard even by Yang Chen and Pang Min, who were inside the strange object shelter. Yang Chen hurriedly turned the surveillance view, and saw that about 2,000 meters away from this side, an unknown person was fighting with the group of drones. Although the distance was too far to see, and the surveillance screen couldn't be enlarged, it was enough to see that the flames over there were sky high, and it was obvious that there was a direct fight with real fire. For a moment, the two men inside the shelter looked at each other. Did those drones recognize the wrong people? Or did the people who encountered the drones think that the drones were enemies and attacked them directly, then caused a misunderstanding? Pang Min was stunned. "I don't know which of the good guys helped, but we're safe for now. Hurry up," Yang Chen said happily, and with a thought, the door of the shelter opened. The two of them quickly walked out with their things, and immediately after that, the small dirt bag-like shelter directly shrunk and transformed into a palm-sized model of a building. Yang Chen put the architectural model inside the Rui vibrating air bead, and then took Pang Min and quickly ran in the direction that was completely opposite to the sound of the big explosion. Boom boom boom. The explosions in the rear intensified. Yang Chen and Pang Min also hurriedly ran faster, though it was far away, much less who the enemies the drones encountered were, but both had a hunch that the drone cluster shouldn't be that easy to defeat, and that they had to run away from it. While running quickly and furiously, Yang Chen tried to inject diffractive chi into the special item that looked like a metal wallet, wanting to see if he could open this spatial folding bag. He just suspected that this thing that looked like a metal wallet was a space folding bag, but after all, he had never seen a space folding bag before and wasn't sure. The reason why I would think over the space folding bag was also because it was the only thing on that Kunlu. Compared to the previous shelter for curious objects, this particular wallet required more diffractive chi. Without the aid of external objects, It took Yang Chen more than 10 minutes to finally raise it to the first level before he was finally able to control it. Space Folding Bag LV. 0%, contains 3 cubic meters of separate space, cannot be upgraded. It really is a space folding bag. Yang Chen was delighted in his heart. Although it doesn't seem to have given birth to new attributes, or perhaps created some changes in the original ones, but now he didn't have time to study it. Instead he quickly glanced into it with his mind. At this look, his eyes directly rounded and he couldn't help but suck in cold air. What's wrong? Penman asked. So much crystallized bone marrow. Yang Chen was ecstatic, occupying 1/3 of the area of the internal space of the spacefolding bag. I'm afraid that there are at least 700 to 800 pieces. Such a large amount of crystallized bone marrow was enough to raise his nail gun by several levels in one breath. Even if the current nail gun required a very large amount of diffractive chi for each level. Pang Min hurriedly said, that Koan Lu was originally from that small safe zone I was in back then, and was in charge of managing these goods of ours. I see. No wonder he's so rich. Yang Chen continued to inspect it as he hurried along, and found that there were many flat round metals inside in addition to the crystallized bone marrow. Those flat round metals should be the Kuan Wu coins, about tens of thousands of them, and I don't know if I'll have the chance to use them in the future. But the metal itself is a resource, and you can keep it for now if you don't have a chance to use it. Lastly, there's all the miscellaneous stuff. He found a low depression and removed all of Kunlu's clothes and other miscellaneous items, eliminating the traces by simply burying them with rocks. When he made room, he put the wooden box with the steel nails in it. Give me all the supplies and put them inside. He put the supplies in Pang Min's hand as well. At once the two men were empty-handed and rushed faster. Claptrap. Suddenly there was heavy rain in the sky. Both of them were stunned, and then they were even more delighted. It's raining. Those drones might be affected, and that makes us safer. Because it was raining, the light was even weaker and the visibility was even lower. Yang Chen pulled Pang Min with his right hand to avoid getting separated, and continued to hurry while being alert to any danger that might appear at any time. Claptrap. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. I don't know if it was an illusion, but in this heavy rain, both of them vaguely smelled the odor of blood. Is that red dot over there a drone? Suddenly Pang Min, who was in charge of guarding the rear, said nervously. As soon as Yang Chen turned around, he saw red dots rapidly approaching in the distant darkness. Could it be that those who encountered the drones earlier were wiped out? Not daring to be slow, he hurriedly took out the oddity shelter again to place it. The two instantly disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, a small dirt bag in the spot squirmed and gradually became exactly the same as the small dirt bags that could be seen everywhere around them, letting the rain wash over them. Not long after, several drones of various sizes passed by the neighborhood, hovering at a low altitude of a dozen meters above the ground for a few seconds before fading away and disappearing into the distant rain. The room inside the shelter. Both Yang Chen and Pang Min breathed a sigh of relief once again. Didn't spot us? Great, Pang Min said happily. We're well out of patrol range of the Kungo safety zone, just in time for the heavy rain to wash away the traces we left behind. Yang Chen said, anyway, our food can still be eaten for at least 2 more days. Let's hide in here for a while first. That Koan Wu clan shouldn't keep searching. Aha, I'll listen to everything you say. Pang Min naturally wouldn't have any opinions. Yang Chen looked around the not-so-small room before walking to the toilet to take off his clothes and wring them out. He discovered that the tiny toilet also had a spout to drain water and other waste, and the rain outside doesn't seem to be able to seep in, and I don't know what the principle is, but this present shelter is a curiosity, and is presumably not an ordinary principle at all. Wait, is that a faucet? Is there water? He unscrewed the faucet and a small stream of water flowed out. The stream grew larger and larger, soon reaching the size of a pinky finger. Where did this water come from? Yang Chen froze. He put his hand on the faucet to self-study his senses. Finally, he sensed that the water was actually coming from the rain. Rainwater from the ground seeps into the surrounding soil, and then the shelter automatically draws and filters that water for storage. Not only was there a faucet, but there was also a tool that was supposed to be a bath. And when it was turned on, there was a dense line of water that spilled down similar to rain. The shelter that Yang Chen had set at first was a very simple shelter, but as a result, he hadn't expected that Koan Wu clan's evolver had gotten him so many functions. That's probably how different people understand simplicity differently. It's like the rich can't understand the poor's concept of poor, thinking that only a few $100,000 is poor. The other party's words of slightly more comfortable were already very extravagant in Yang Chen's opinion. This function of shielding poisonous gas seems to work on filtering water as well. Yang Chen felt that he might have still underestimated the value of that bionic liquid water bag. The reason why these features don't appear on the profile is, perhaps, because Shelter for Curiosities is positioned as Shelter. These extra features can only be considered as add-ons, so it's not worth showing them, since he already knew that he could detoxify the poison. Yang Chen tried taking a sip and waited for a while. Seeing that the diffusion chi was not consumed in any way, he himself was not in any discomfort, so he took out his water bag and filled it up. This was because he was worried that the water would disappear after putting away the shelter, and it was better to fill the water bag first for peace of mind. Putting away the water bag, Yang Chen took a shower by the way and then put on the wrung-out clothes. After checking around to make sure there were no hidden dangers, he returned to the room again. The toilets at the shelter have filtered rainwater that you can drink and bathe in, so it's a waste not to use it. He said to Pang Min, "You also go and take a bath. Wring out the clothes on. Wearing wet clothes is easy to get sick." When he finished, he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the monitor screen on the wall. Okay. Penman went into the restroom and took a shower. After taking a shower, however, she did not put on her clothes straight away, but hung them out to dry on a nearby hook. There's a floor-to-ceiling mirror here, so you can see yourself very clearly in the mirror. Perhaps because of the secondary development of her body from drinking the golden liquid before, her skin was much fairer than before. It didn't compare to those in the safe zone, but it did distinguish itself from the rest of the wastelanders by being a very healthy wheat color. Looking at the front and back of the delicate body in the mirror, Pang Min pursed her lips and suddenly just walked out and came to sit behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen, who heard the commotion, turned back and froze when he saw Pang Min, who had no clothes on. He thought that Pang Min didn't want to wear wet clothes, so he naturally twisted his head and took out a set of dry clothes from the space folding bag. However, Pang Min did not take the clothes, but intertwined the 5 fingers of her hands together and asked in a small voice, "Yang Chen, do you like it?" "What?" Yang Chen was puzzled. "Do you like my body?" Penman asked again. She didn't ask Yang Chen if he liked her, but if he liked her body. Being a draconian, she didn't squirm like the women in the safe zone and got right to the point. "I want you to protect me all the time, and since there's no way I can or will ever be able to live away from your shelter, the only thing I can give you is my body, and I'll be very happy if you like it." Yang Chen turned around and looked at Pang Min's body that was already ripe for the picking due to her secondary development from drinking the golden liquid. Her body and heart couldn't help but be stirred. "I like it for sure, but you, Arakuman has no love, and neither does he, and as a man he likes any woman who is pretty, but, just like it." Pang Min cheered up and took the initiative to open her hands to wrap her arms around Yang Chen's neck. "I'll feel more at ease this way. It's not that I don't trust you, I just wish I could be more useful. Even if it's just to act as a boredom reliever for you. The deserted people have no love. They are already tired of trying to survive. They don't have time to run a love affair." Yang Chen knew this, and Pang Min knew it even more. So Yang Chen didn't pretend to be benevolent. He stretched out his hands and wrapped them around Pang Min's small waist, accepting the goodwill that Pang Min took the initiative to send. Rumble. It's thundering. Outside. There was thunder and lightning and heavy rain. It's a sign that the rainy season is coming. The battle in the distance had ended long ago, and it was not known who had won or lost. But Quingo's drones certainly weren't all gone, because even in this rainy night, there were still drones with flashing red dots cross-patrolling and searching around from time to time. It seems that someone within the Kungos is enraged. It's only been one night, and it's amazing that one drone after another has been attacked and had patrolmen killed. This is something that the Kungos will never tolerate. Thanks to the reward of book friend 20170927110610685. Ask for tickets. Ask for support. End of chapter. There was a thunderstorm outside. Instead, it was quiet inside the curiosity shelter. The only thing that could bring in the sound from outside was the screen hanging on the wall. There was a vague fluorescence emanating from the interior walls of the 3-meter-long, wide, and tall shelter, making the light in the room not too dim, but not too strong either. And it was comfortable. "So, that Kuan Lu was the henchman of the person who raised you?" Yang Chen asked indistinctly as he wrapped his arms around Pang Min's delicate body. "Yes, he is specialized in managing us. When I was with him, there were 3 other girls, and we were all snatched or picked up by them from the deserted people." Pang Min whispered, "For as long as I can remember, girls like me have been brought back and disappeared around me. I don't know where those who disappeared went, and in the end, only the 4 of us girls were left behind." With a self-deprecating and somewhat complicated voice, she said, "Those people don't let us starve to death, but they don't give us good food either. They raise us 4 girls like flowers. and occasionally take us to meet honorable people, as if they want to sell us at a high price. But evolved people are very discerning, and I was stunted at the time and never got looked at. It's no use just having a pretty face. Men don't just like pretty faces, but it's also fortunate that it didn't get looked at, or it would have been a problem. The fate of all the wastelanders was miserable, and they had actually been lucky. At least they had never starved when they were being raised as goods. As far as I know, the small safe zone also has that kind of special barrier. So why was it lifted off by the sandstorm? Yang Chen asked curiously. I don't know. Pang Min thought for a moment and said, I only remember that it was nighttime. I was still sleeping when the safe zone suddenly disappeared. And then there was an overwhelming wind and sand. Many people were lifted up into the sky, and I was the same. But I was lucky that I didn't fall to my death. And I didn't even get hurt. And it was that time that I took advantage of the opportunity to run out. Speaking here, she was a bit emotional. In fact, I was a bit regretful after I came out. Although I was coldly looked at in there, always bullied, and treated as goods, often taken to exhibitions, but at least I could barely get enough to eat. But after I came out, I was often starving. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean that I'm starving because I'm following you. I'm just lamenting the fact that it's not easy for the common wastelanders. Perhaps worried that Yang Chen would misunderstand, she couldn't help but explain. Don't worry, I didn't misunderstand. Yang Chen smiled faintly. It's all in the past. We'll all live well in the future. We'll never have to go hungry again. Aha. Penmen nodded. Both of them stopped talking and embraced together, enjoying this rare brief moment of peace and quiet as they listened to the rain outside. Perhaps because she had been tossed around so much earlier, she soon drifted into a deep sleep after quieting down. Yang Chen closed his eyes for half an hour, then opened his eyes and looked at the surveillance screen hanging on the wall across the bed. Almost every few minutes, a flashing red light of a drone can be seen on the surveillance screen. He was in a somewhat heavy mood, for even in this rainy night, the drones of the Congos were able to continue their search without any repercussions, moving extremely fast and coming and going without a sound. Only when a dozen or so drones are in close proximity can you hear a slight buzzing sound. The technical aspects of that drone were somewhat beyond his comprehension. My current strength is still far from enough. Lamenting, Yang Chen took the space folding bag next to him, and with a thought, he directly took out a large pile of crystallized bone marrow. There's a large amount of crystallized bone marrow this time. It's completely enough. Let's raise our defense first. He picked up the Rui vibrating air bead and quickly drew the energy from the crystallized bone marrow. These energies that were absorbed into his body were quickly converted into diffractive chi, which he used to strengthen the Rui vibrating air bead. He was going to raise the Rui vibrating air bead to the 11th level first to allow it to metamorphose, and then strengthen the nail gun afterward. Because of the large supply of external energy, it didn't take long for the progress bar of the Rui vibrating air bead to fill up. The words non-upgradable after the data immediately changed to upgradable. He immediately chose to upgrade directly. Within a short time, the Rui vibrating air bead reached level 10. Rui shocking air bead LV 10, awakened state 0%, size Rui, contains an independent space of 40 centimeters in diameter. Not upgradable. Sure enough, it's also an awakened state. Yang Chen was secretly happy in his heart, because items in the awakened state are capable of giving birth to a mystical aura. That mysterious aura could directly enhance his physical quality. Without pausing, he continued to input diffractive chi into the 10th level Rui vibrating air bead. As expected, when the progress bar of the Rui vibrating air bead was raised by 1%, a floor of mysterious aura was born. The wisp of mysterious breath entered his body along his arm, rapidly strengthening his physical qualities. And so since breaking through to become a full-fledged evolutionary, his physical qualities had begun to improve again. But perhaps because it wasn't a breakthrough state right now, the mysterious aura didn't boost him much this time. Yang Chen didn't mind it in the slightest. A little boost is a little boost, and a little goes a long way. Anyway, as of now, there is no limit to the number of items you can enhance on your own. As long as you strengthen it to level 10, you will be able to obtain this mysterious aura. Later on, level 20. Or even 30, perhaps. So, in theory, one's potential is very high. It just takes time and even more resources. Perhaps because he had been running around for a while and had tossed and turned with Pang Min for too long earlier. He was also a bit sleepy. In a sleepy haze, some information suddenly surfaced in his mind. Everything. Wakes up breath. The disjointed information, translated by himself, was a breath that could awaken everything, called awakening chi. With a jolt, Yang Chen suddenly woke up, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes, because it was in his sleep that he discovered his powers in the first place. The awakening of an evolved person takes place silently, and some people don't even know that they've got powers after they've awakened. In the quasi-evolutionary state, many people still need to feel their way around after awakening to realize that they already have special abilities. Yang Chen was like that. He also sensed that kind of information in his sleep that time, and only then did he realize that the ability he had awakened was called demon diffraction, and that the special aura he had created was called diffraction chi. What just happened? Why can I have this happen a second time? The thought had just flashed through his mind when suddenly his mind moved and he looked at the ruby vibrating air bead in his hand. Awakening aura. Awakening state. Difficulty. Could it be that this mysterious aura that was born from an item that had been strengthened to the 10th level of the awakened state by himself was the awakening aura? Based on the information that was now in his mind when he was half asleep earlier, could it be that this waking aura, too, belonged to a part of his own supernatural ability? This alien power of mine feels so complicated. Yang Chen pondered in his heart. My diffractive chi, which allows everything to randomly derive attributes, and awakening chi, which allows everything to awaken. It is easy to understand the attributes that make all things derive, but what does it mean to let all things awaken? It's not as if it's waking up someone who is sleeping, is it? If not, could it be? Yang Chen seemed to think of something, and his heartbeat speed sped up a few beats. It shouldn't be possible, should it? He was a little taken aback by his guess. If one's kind of awakening chi could really awaken people, it would be too scary. For now, this scent is not harmful. He couldn't help but put his eyes on Pang Min, who was sleeping deeply next to him. If she awakens, it will be beneficial to me as well. And now that she's in a state of slumber, even if she does awaken because of my awakening chi, she won't realize that it's because of me. Thinking of this, he immediately input one of the strands of waking chi into Pang Min's body. This wisp of awakening chi was only a quantity born from 1% of the progress bar of the awakening state Rui vibrating air bead. As this wisp of waking chi was fed into Pang Min's body, there was no change in the rhythm of Pang Min's breathing, but just a few seconds later, suddenly, a 2-meter diameter transparent barrier emerged from Pang Min's body. Yang Chen's heartbeat speed spiked up and he was about to reach out and touch this barrier when he realized that the barrier had suddenly disappeared. And Pang Min was still in a deep sleep and hadn't reacted since the beginning. Is this an awakening? Yang Chen sensed carefully and immediately realized that Pang Min's aura was a bit more active than before. After becoming a full-fledged evolutionary, coupled with a keen sense, he realized that the auras of evolutionaries were all very active, while the auras of ordinary people were like a pool of stagnant water. An analogy is that ordinary people are like stones that don't glow, but evolved people are luminaries, so they are easier to spot. Surprisingly, Yang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart, then decided to hide this secret in his heart forever. Even the closest people can't reveal this secret, or else something could easily happen. Even if the other party will not betray themselves, but in case when an inadvertent mistake. I didn't think that I would be able to help someone awaken. Yang Chen secretly lamented. Then, he once again looked at Pang Min who was lying next to him sleeping soundly. I also wonder what her awakened ability is. That barrier just now, was it defensive in nature? With these speculations in his mind, Yang Chen did not stop strengthening the Rui vibrating air bead. I'm begging for monthly votes and support. End of chapter. Awakening Chi is still able to strengthen your body. Although the magnitude was not large, this slight improvement could be clearly felt. Yang Chen continuously drew on the energy in the crystallized bone marrow, constantly converting it into diffractive Chi to strengthen the Rui vibrating air bead in its awakened state. Finally, after more than 40 crystallized bone marrow of different sizes had been used up, the progress bar was full. Upgrade. With a thought, he chose to upgrade. One could see the data above the Rui vibrating air bead blur down, and the Rui vibrating air bead itself began to change. Smooth as the surface of ordinary steel beads, originally as stainless steel color, gradually became a little dark. The process lasted about 10 seconds before the upgrade was over. After the upgrade was completed, the surface of the Rui vibrating hollow bead had no other changes other than the color becoming a bit darker. Instead, the data resurfaced with an additional phrase. Rui vibrating air bead LV. 0% size Rui, contains an 80 centimeters diameter independent space. Can manipulate the size. The smallest is the original size. The largest is the diameter size of the internal space, vibrating space. The process of getting bigger can be allowed to be done instantly to vibrate the space. Integration into the body. It can be integrated into the body, and does not affect the access to the items in this state. Cannot be upgraded. Is it also integrated into the body? Not bad at all. Yang Chen was still satisfied with this new feature, because then the Rudraksh beads will not be easily lost. He integrated the Rui vibrating air bead into his body and sensed it, realizing that it could also be released instantly in this state to achieve the effect of vibrating space. The internal space has now reached 80 centimeters in diameter, which means that the Rui shocking air bead can turn into a solid steel ball with a maximum diameter of 80 centimeters? A smirk flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. If it was suddenly thrown out for it to zoom in and then slammed into the enemy, I'm afraid that even a fifth-order revolver wouldn't be able to carry it, right? Of course, it has to be smashable too. A fifth-order revolver's neural response must be far superior to his own, and if one were to let an evolver of that level get close to them, all one could do was just let the Rui shocking air bead instantly zoom in to block the attack. The positioning of the Rui bead, besides storing items, was defense, although it couldn't defend in all directions. Now that it was integrated into the body, it should be able to be quickly released from all parts of the body to block external attacks. This has been very good. Trying to explode your power to throw a strong enemy out after they've gotten close is probably unlikely. One is not a combat-evolved person after all. This time, since it wasn't a breakthrough state, the awakening chi brought by the awakening state Rui vibrating air bead only boosted his pure strength by about 10 kilograms. So, attack-wise, you still need to rely on the nail gun. Yang Chen transferred all the steel nails into the Ruijin Kong bead for easy access, and put all the important items such as water and food into the Ruijin Kong bead. Immediately after that, he took out his nail gun and began to strengthen it, which was his main life-saving base. Since his awakening, he had relied on this item to kill his way through. Speaking of which, in the past, when he hadn't yet awakened, in the past 20 years combined, even if he added the people he had killed using firearms in front of him, there were only 20 or 30 people. As a result, after awakening, in just a few days only, how many people had he killed? There were even many evolved people among them, but that was the price of getting stronger. The total amount of supplies was limited, and the only way one could get more was to kill the others who occupied those resources. This was because a level 13 nail gun required a much higher amount of diffractive chi. So various sizes of crystallized bone marrow were used up for more than 100 pieces before the progress bar was finally filled up. During the latter part of the night, Nailgun's level came to 14. At this point the effective range was 670 meters and the maximum range had been 2010 meters. Yang Chen didn't stop there, because with the large amount of crystallized marrow obtained this time, the nail gun could continue to be upgraded. Finally, when the sky outside had dawned, after close to 200 more crystallized marrow of varying sizes had been used up, Nailgun was level 15. The effective range of a 15th level spike gun had reached a staggering 1000 meters. The maximum range, on the other hand, is 3000 meters. This range was already the killing power of the most powerful sniper rifle Yang Chen had ever heard of. As for whether there were more powerful sniper rifles in the safe zones and underground shelters, he didn't know. It still doesn't feel like enough insurance. And while I may not use the range that far, the range itself is a visualization of power. Anyway, there was enough crystallized marrow left for at least 2 more levels of spike gun. There was no need to use it all up. You could leave some crystallized marrow to strengthen other items, such as the very useful curiosity shelter, which had to continue to be upgraded. But in any case, the nail gun needs to be upgraded another level before it doesn't kill enough people. Thinking of this, Yang Chen immediately continued to draw on the energy of the crystallized bone marrow to convert it into diffractive chi, continuing to strengthen the nail gun. By now the heavy rain outside had turned into a light drizzle, and those search drones would still pass by from time to time, but there were already far fewer of them than in the middle of the night, because it is already known that one's diffracted chi is the evolutionary energy unique to evolvers. In order to prevent those drones from being able to detect the energy fluctuations, Yang Chen didn't dare to strengthen the curiosity shelter at a time like this, lest there be a twist in the road. On the edge of the bed, the energy of a piece of crystallized bone marrow was sucked dry and turned into crumbs or powder that fell to the ground, and the progress bar on the level 15 nailgun is getting higher and higher. Finally, when it was light outside and the rain had all but stopped completely, the nailgun was upgraded again. Invisible nailgun LV. 16, 0%, collimation, integrated into arm, no recoil, effective range 1500 meters, maximum range 4500 meters, not upgradable, 1500 meters of surefire range. Satisfaction finally flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. At this range now, even the middle-aged man who was gorgeously dressed and able to cleave out a sword before should not be able to block it, right? One is truly short in other areas, but mono-killing can be extreme, and hopefully this will scare off other unsuspecting people. There are still more than 380 pieces of crystallized bone marrow left, which is more durable than I thought. Yang Chen secretly let out a sigh of relief. He took the debris and such that remained after the crystallized bone marrow had been used up, and he put it into the space inside the Rui vibrating hollow bead. Unfortunately, the space folding bag couldn't fit into the space inside the Rui vibrating air bead, and I don't know if it was because this kind of spatial item couldn't be compatible, otherwise it would have been easier. After cleaning the room, seeing that Pang Min was still awake and there was no danger outside for the time being, he took the opportunity to close his eyes and sleep as well. When I woke up, the sun was high in the sky outside. When Yang Chen woke up, Pang Min also woke up. However, the expression of Pang Min, who had just woken up, was a bit strange and seemed to be a bit lost. What's wrong? Regret? Yang Chen asked. No. Pang Min laughed bitterly. I dreamed that I had also awakened, or a very powerful ability. I didn't expect it to be a dream, but this dream is also too real. Yang Chen couldn't help but think of the transparent barrier that flickered away last night, and with a stirring in his heart, he pursued. What dream? Do you still remember it? I remember. This dream was strange. I used to dream things that were blurred when I woke up from sleep, but this dream was so clear that I still remember it clearly. Pang Min said. What I dreamed of was an ability called double layer space. Double layered space? Yang Chen was surprised. Yes. This double space is one layer inside the body and one layer outside the body. Pang Min explained. The space inside the body possesses a storage function, but it seems to only have a storage function, while the space outside the body can be used as a means of defense. Not only can it defend against all kinds of attacks, but it can also distinguish between the enemy and us, and eject those who possess malicious intent around them. The surprise in Yang Chen's eyes intensified. A very amazing ability. Too bad it was just a dream. Pang Min rubbed her face hard with some pain, then got up and went into the toilet to wash her face, taking a cold shower to wash the odor off her body in the meantime, and then took out the clothes she hung out to dry last night. The clothes were already dry because the temperature wasn't too cold and there was air circulation between the shelter and the outside. As she dressed, she smiled bitterly. This kind of thing, I couldn't even dream of it before, but now I actually dare to think about it. Yang Chen also entered the toilet to take a shower and returned outside. While putting on his clothes, he did not move and guided Pang Min. After I awakened in the beginning, I didn't know that I already had supernormal abilities at first, or did I slowly grope for them later? Maybe you've already awakened it. You can carefully sense it. After an evolved person awakens, they will initially be unaware that they have awakened. Pang Min's face blushed with some interest. Although she still didn't quite believe that this kind of luck would befall her, she couldn't help but sense it carefully. At least I do. Yang Chen said. I myself don't know the exact time of my awakening, or once when I was half asleep and half awake I suddenly realized that there was some extra information in my mind, and only then did I realize that I had actually awakened. Pang Min's heart became even more intent, and he tried to sense his own state. After half a minute, however, she opened her eyes in defeat. It doesn't feel like much. Don't rush. Take your time. Eat something first. Yang Chen took out the salt shaker and the desert wolf jerky and handed some to Pang Min before smearing the jerky with some salt and eating it. Say it like I'm really awakened. Pang Min cried a little. Although her heart was very eager, she felt that it was not very realistic and felt that a dream was a dream after all. Someone is coming. Suddenly Yang Chen lowered his voice. Pang Min hurriedly looked over and saw a group of deserted people rapidly rushing this way on the wall's surveillance screen. The men were in a hurry, like something was chasing them. Soon the group crossed the small mound of dirt that the shelter had been transformed into and moved away at an unabated pace. Not waiting for the two to breathe a sigh of relief, another scavenging squad came this way in the distance, just like those deserted people before. This scavenging squad was in a hurry. Could it be that that so-called disaster has already begun? Pang Min tensed up a bit. Request for votes. Request for support. Readers bosses vote. Thank you. Ask for tickets. Ask for support. End of chapter. Hurry up and eat. We have to continue our journey as well. Yang Chen sped up his eating while saying, it's just as well that there aren't any more of those drones out there. Aha. Pang Min also immediately accelerated her eating speed. And in the meantime, 3 more waves of draconians passed near the shelter. This made the two men more and more nervous. Finally, they were fed and watered. After determining that there were no other deserted people nearby and no drones were passing by in the sky, Yang Chen put the space folding bag into his pants pocket and then put away the oddity shelter. Let's keep up with those guys. He put the shrunken wonder shelter into the space inside the Rui vibrating hollow bead, and brought Pang Min to quickly chase after the direction those desolate folks had left earlier. Although there was a heavy rainstorm last night, it didn't affect the rush because the sun came out again today and it dried out the ground. After traveling for more than 2,000 meters, the two suddenly saw a large group of deserted people coming from the side. Also in a hurry. It's that Huzhou, Pang Min said. Yang Chen nodded, and he naturally saw the other party. Not only Huzhou, but also that metal evolutionary. Perhaps it was because there were quite a few evolutionaries men mixed in, so this time there were even more of them, 70 to 80 of them. As Yang Chen saw the group also saw Yang Chen. Yang Chen, 100 meters away. Huzhou hurriedly beckoned and shouted. All of a sudden, the metal evolver and the other's eyes lit up and they accelerated their speed towards this side. Pang Min hurriedly looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen frowned slightly, but since he didn't feel any malicious intent, he eventually decided to wait. The group of metal evolutionaries knew the importance of lightness, and did not approach at once, but stopped more than 50 meters away, allowing Huzhou to come alone. Looking at Huzhou striding along with a happy face, Yang Chen couldn't help but ask, "Are you here to return the money?" "Wait for me." Huzhou that speechless. He hurriedly turned back to the metal evolutionist. "Lend me 7 pieces of crystallized marrow?" I owed Yang Chen 7 pieces of crystallized bone marrow before. Little things. The metal evolutionary directly took out 7 pieces of crystallized marrow and handed them to Huzhou. "Thanks." Huzhou gave a thank you and took the 7 pieces of crystallized bone marrow and walked towards Yang Chen once again. Since he was already sort of familiar with it, this time he didn't stop 30 meters away, but continued to approach. Soon, he came to Yang Chen and handed over the 7 pieces of crystallized bone marrow. "It won't be owed to you." "That's good." Yang Chen put away the 7 pieces of crystallized bone marrow, then asked, "Is something wrong?" "That metal evolver is called Golden Wheel, an early 4th stage evolver, and he wants to talk to you." Huzhou pointed at Golden Wheel, who was 50 meters away. "Don't worry, he has absolutely no ill intentions." 50 meters away. Golden Wheel smiled and nodded this way as a greeting. This caused many people within that team to be a little envious, as Golden Wheel was a 4th order evolver, yet he was so friendly and attentive to a 1st order evolver. However, they knew why. That Yang Chen's long-range attacks were too strong, completely unlike a normal 1st rank evolver, and deserved to be taken seriously. Yang Chen nodded towards the distant Golden Wheel, then asked Huzhou, "What's the talk about?" "If it's about joining his scavenging squad then forget it. I have no intention of joining any other scavenging squad for the time being." "Why don't you talk to Golden Wheel first and hear what he can offer?" Huzhou asked. It seemed to really want to invite Yang Chen to join the other party's scavenging squad. If it's crystallized bone marrow at my disposal, it's not impossible to negotiate. Yang Chen said. So far, he had killed at least 2 4th order evolvers, so he was no longer that in awe of 4th order evolvers. You really dare to think that he can't be that extravagant himself? Huzhou was speechless. Then forget it. But of course if he wants to make friends, I'll be happy. Yang Chen took Peng Min and continued to walk forward. Huzhou turned around and helplessly spread his hands towards Golden Wheel and the others at the back. Golden Wheel gave a "it's okay" gesture before leading the men to follow. Many people in the group looked at each other with different faces. Someone couldn't help but whisper, would that Yang Chen be too much? To think that he doesn't even intend to meet with the Golden Wheel boss to talk about it. What a big stance. He's got that going for him. Golden Wheel glanced at this teammate. If you had his kind of skills, I would value you so much. At once, that teammate stopped talking. If he had that kind of skill, he'd just fly solo. Wouldn't he be comfortable being the boss? That's when the team came to where Huzhou was. Huzhou obediently joined the group, walking side by side with Jin Luan, and whispered. Yang Chen said that he has no intention of joining other scavenger hunter squads for the time being, but he said that he would be happy if he made friends. Then make friends first, Golden Wheel said. You're familiar with him. You can go over and talk to him first. Talk about us? Talk about the information we know. Anything. Bring us closer together. And there will definitely be opportunities for cooperation between us. Boss Golden, will you actually value him that much? Huzhou was surprised. He deserves to be taken seriously, Golden Wheel said. Alright then, since you said so, Golden Wheel boss. Huzhou nodded his head and immediately took another big step to catch up. Ahead, Yang Chen took out the shrunken, strange object shelter, and with his other hand, he took out a piece of crystallized bone marrow and drew on the energy to transform it into diffractive chi to strengthen the strange object shelter. The usefulness of this item was enormous, and the crystallized bone marrow that he had left behind was almost all meant to be used to strengthen this item. Seeing Huzhou catching up, he tightened his grip a little and asked, is there anything else? Don't open your mouth about joining that scavenging team of yours. Don't have any plans to do so for now. No, don't worry. Boss Golden Will isn't the stalker type, Huzhou said. Do you know why everyone is in such a hurry? Is it because that so-called disaster is about to break out? Yang Chen asked. Of course not, but it can be considered a disaster. At least for us barren folk. Huzhou became all frowny when he spoke of this. Did you know? Last night, there was a powerful desolate folk evolver who killed everyone within the Kuan-Wu clan, causing a patrol squad to be completely wiped out. And in the end, he even managed to escape. Last night? Killing it big time inside the Congos? Yang Chen froze and couldn't help but glance at Peng Min. The other side is talking about. It can't be himself, can it? But he didn't make a big kill himself. He only killed 5 people, including a Kunlo who was suspected to be a 4th order evolver. Yes, it was last night, Huzhou said. As far as I know, that desolate folk evolver encountered unjust treatment within the Kuan-Wu clan, and fled after killing someone in a fit of rage. The Kuan-Wu clan immediately dispatched a large number of combat drones to chase after him. But in the end, they were unable to find that desolate folk evolver. That's right, the other guy was talking about himself. Yang Chen couldn't help but ask, does this matter have anything to do with everyone traveling in a hurry? There's a lot at stake. Huzhou heatedly laughed. That's how it started. That Kunlo clan's drone cluster clashed with the migratory team of the Huyan clan's peripheral noble Yang clan in their search for that powerful evolver. And that Yang clan was beaten up and suffered a lot of casualties, with less than 100 of its people left to escape. And then? Yang Chen asked with a raised eyebrow. It turns out that the one who fought with those drones last night was the Huan clan's outlying noble Yang clan? Then that Yang went back and complained and told Huyan about it. Huzhou smiled and said, normally, when those safe zone nobles are attacked by the desolate people, the Huyan clan is too lazy to care. But this time, they were attacked by the Kungo clan and almost wiped out the entire Yang clan, which is equivalent to slapping the Huyan clan's face. I once heard that the relationship between the Huyan clan and the Kunlo clan was already bad, and this time the Huyan clan may have found an excuse. So they sent someone to question the Kunlo clan and demand that the Kunlo clan pay compensation, asking for a lion's share of the money. The Kungo clan isn't easy to bully either, as many of their combat drones were destroyed, and it was Yang who started it, and in their opinion the fault lies with Yang's migration team, so they directly disliked that person. Then the evolvers of the two clans fought, and the Kunwo clan's evolver was defeated. But this is Kunwo clan territory, so Kunwo clan directly swarmed the Huyan clan's evolver who had come to question them and beat him to death. This is going to be a big deal. The Huyan clan sent a large number of combat drones over directly, and I heard that an army of evolvers has also come. The two clans are likely to go to war. Two clans are about to go to war. Do you know what that means? He said nervously and exuberantly. This means that this area is about to be turned into a battlefield, and all the desolate people who have learned about this have fled in a hurry, not daring to stay at all. Yang Chen and Peng Min couldn't help but look at each other again. What is this? An unintentional action by a minor character has ignited a war between two clans? I'm begging for monthly votes and support. End of chapter. Yang Chen asked with some concern. The desolate folk must have hated the evolver who caused all this, right? Hey, it's the opposite. Huzhou laughed. Everyone admires that mysterious evolver very much. Why? Peng Min couldn't help but ask. Why else could that be? Of course it's because that guy set off two major clans by himself. Perhaps because he attached more importance to Yang Chen. Huzhou did not ignore this female teammate of Yang Chen. He smiled and said, this kind of thing, thinking about it makes people excited. Those people in the safety zone never treat us barren folk as human beings. Now it's good that someone from them has died as well. Yang Chen asked curiously. It seems that the Kunwo clan has a very good reputation amongst the desolate people, and the desolate people even want to see the Kunwo clan's bad luck? Well liked among the desert folk? Huzhou was stunned, thought for a moment, and said, you should be talking about the desolate folk in this area, right? Those are all traitors who have been bought off, and all the desolate folk who are doing well are the eyes and ears that the Kunwo clan has placed outside. He snorted. This clan is very hypocritical. One thing on the surface, one thing behind the scenes. It's sickening. Did you know? It's that Golden Will boss in the back. They once came here to buy something, and when they purchased it, the Kuan-Wu clan was very polite, but then they sent people after them and snatched all the supplies back, and only the Golden Will boss was the only one who escaped with his life, and that was already 5 years ago. I can't believe this is happening? Yang Chen was a little surprised, feeling that the Kuan-Wu clan's impression in his mind had been completely distorted. Worse than the Huyen clan that was so high and mighty that it didn't treat the desolate people as human beings at all. He had thought that Kunlo was his own personal act, but now it seemed that perhaps the reason why the other party had done what he did was simply the tacit approval of the Kunlu. The upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked? This kind of superficial and backstabbing behavior is indeed disgusting. At least the Huyens are openly and honestly discriminating against the barren people. You didn't add your subjective judgment, did you? He didn't completely believe Huzhou's side of the story. The hypocrisy of the Kunwo clan. Is it something you saw yourself? Or did all the desolate folk say so? That's what the wastelanders I know say anyway. Those people in the safe zone are all the same. They have no humanity at all. Huzhou sneered. They think they're high and mighty. They feel superior. They don't treat the desolate folk as human beings at all. And now it's fine. They've been undermined by a desolate folk evolver. Speaking here, he became a bit worried again. But the most troublesome thing right now is that because everyone knows that the one who caused the two clans to be about to go to war is that evolver who killed the patrol within the Kuan-Wu clan. The two clans have already issued a wanted notice at the same time to hunt down and kill that desolate folk evolver. Both Yang Chen and Peng Min's faces changed, and the sense of crisis in their hearts directly exploded. You guys are worried too, right? Everyone's worried about that evolutionary. Huzhou said. That evolver did what all of our desolate people wanted to do but didn't dare to do, and is now a hero in the hearts of almost all of them, but unfortunately we can't do much to help, so we can only pray that he can escape the pursuit of the two major clans. Yang Chen couldn't help but ask. Last night a large number of drones flew everywhere. Were they looking for that evolved person? There doesn't seem to be any more drones now. Was it caught or? Shouldn't have caught it. Huzhou said. It's been so long. That evolver might have run far away long ago. And the Kuan-Wu clan might be busy preparing for the war. So for the time being, they shouldn't have the time to pay attention to that evolver. Yang Chen let out a huge sigh of relief when he heard this. I guess that Kungos couldn't even imagine that he was sleeping with a woman in his arms just over 10 kilometers away from the Kungos safe zone? And now it's strutting along in a hurry. By the way, how did that Kuan-Wu clan and Huyen clan issue a wanted notice? Yang Chen asked again. Did you send out photos or drawings or? It's just put out to the public and supposedly still being investigated. Huzhou couldn't help but laugh. I guess Kuan-Wu clan didn't take that evolver seriously at first, and only thought of checking after something happened. And it's not certain if they can find out or not. However, Yang Chen wasn't that optimistic because at that time, he had spoken to two of the local barren folk and had also made a deal with a functional evolver from the Kuan-Wu clan. But since the two clans were about to go to war, perhaps the other side wouldn't take this matter so seriously. This gave himself a chance to escape. As they spoke, the three of them did not reduce their speed, and even intentionally accelerated their speed to catch up, lest they be implicated after the war between the two clans broke out. During this process, Yang Chen did not stop strengthening the curiosity shelter, even if he had tried to slow down his speed because Huzhou was beside him. Under the constant supply of crystallized bone marrow, for more than an hour, he had allowed the curiosity shelter to rise to level 8. He did not stop there. By mid-afternoon, they were 30 to 40 kilometers away from the Kungos and had truly stepped within the boundaries of Mount Kungo. The trees here had gotten quite a bit taller, still sparsely foliated but much denser than at the base of the mountain. And at this time, the curiosity shelter had already reached level 9 and was not far from the awakened state of level 10. Yang Chen was very curious and looking forward to what kind of new functions would be born after the metamorphosis of the shelter of curiosities was completed. Everyone be careful. The earth seems to be shaking. At the back, that earth evolutionary Huan Ling suddenly warned loudly. Yang Chen and the others were all in awe. Sure enough, when they stopped and sensed carefully, they realized that the ground was indeed shaking, and the tremor is getting stronger, like something is about to break through the ground. Rumble. Suddenly the mountain wall ahead collapsed. The scavenging squad in that area hastily ducked away. Everyone thought it was a mountain collapse triggered by ground shaking. But the next moment something that made everyone incredulous happened. It was surprising to see those collapsed stones rolling up quickly and then piecing each other together. Rumble. The situation on this side is still going on, with another succession of mountain collapses in the distance. And it's far more than just one, with many places experiencing a succession of landslides. Some unlucky scavenging squads were directly smashed. Something that made everyone's scalp tingle appeared, only to see those collapsed mountain boulders rolling up one after another, quickly piecing together and transforming into a dozen or so meters of huge stone men slowly standing up. What the hell? Could it be a demon or spirit unique to the mountains? Damn it, everyone run. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they hurriedly ran wildly. Run. Yang Chen also hurriedly pulled Peng Min and ran. Hu Zhou was also white-faced as he followed the two of them in a mad dash, saying incredulously, "I've long heard that mountainous areas are very dangerous, but this is just too damn scary, right? All of these are elves and monsters or some kind of foreign beasts? Isn't it the mountain god essence this time?" Yang Chen couldn't help but ask. "Absolutely not," Hu Zhou said with great certainty. "That record I saw, the mountain god essence monster is a whole. Unlike these monsters, which are completely pieced together by boulders. I've never heard of such a thing." Rumble. At that moment a stone man made of a large number of stones spliced together took a step in that direction and chased after him. Huang Ling and Golden Will at the back and the others hurriedly joined forces to send out attacks. Dozens of evolvers simultaneously put forth their power to augment Huang Ling, creating a huge ball of mud and having it rise up across the sky, smashing into the huge stone man. Immediately after that, all of them joined hands again to add the golden wheel, directly metallizing the huge ball of mud, causing its weight and inertia to skyrocket. As a result, the stone man rushed up with unrelenting speed and slammed his fist into the temporarily metallized mud ball. Rumble. The huge ball of mud instantly fell apart. What kind of power is this? Everyone's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly dispersed to avoid the scattered earth and rocks. And that stone man's speed did not decrease as he chased after him in big strides, taking a step to make a distance of more than 10 meters. Yang Chen hurriedly raised his hand and aimed at the stone man's head to shoot nails. Boom! The boulders that made up the stone man's head were shot out, but that didn't seem to have any effect on the stone man. "I can't believe the head isn't the main point?" A look of disbelief appeared in Yang Chen's eyes, and as he saw that the stone man was about to catch up with them, he hurriedly aimed at a boulder at his knee position to shoot another nail. Boom! The boulder instantly burst apart, sending debris flying. The huge stone man who had been shot out of his knees suddenly slammed into the ground with tremendous inertia. Rumble! More dirt and rocks were smashed and splashed out in all directions. "What? Asterisk. Get out of the way, Hu Zhou and the others." And even the golden wheel and the others who were scattering and escaping in the distance all dodged the splashing earth and rocks while looking over in horror. "Be careful." Hu Zhou hurriedly threw out his huge shield. Boom! As a result, his shield was directly smashed by a flying boulder, taking his entire body with it. Yang Chen also hurriedly threw out the Rui vibrating air bead, allowing it to instantly zoom in to block the splashing earth and rocks. However, the Rui vibrating air bead was not big enough to block all parts of the two men after all, and there were still a lot of debris shooting at them. Seeing that those earth and rocks were about to hit the two of them, they were suddenly blocked by a fully transparent barrier that appeared out of nowhere. After blocking the incoming earth and rocks, the transparent barrier disappeared into thin air. Yang Chen subconsciously looked at Peng Min next to him, who had a surprised and bewildered look on her face. Without waiting for the two to think more, suddenly another stone rolled in the distance towards the planted stone man, automatically splicing itself into the position of the stone man's missing knee and head. Ask for tickets. Ask for support. End of chapter. Seeing that the stone man was about to stand up again, Yang Chen hurriedly raised his hand again and fired a shot. Boom! The stone man's freshly received knee burst open again, sending debris flying. Yang Chen didn't stop there, and once again shot at the stone man's head. Boom! The boulders that made up the stone man's head were shot out. However, it was useless, as a large number of nearby stones rolled and quickly approached towards the stone man, then automatically built up, and a more than 10-meter tall stone man reappeared. How is that possible? This thing can't be killed? Or is the damage somewhere else? Yang Chen was surprised and hurriedly shot a shot towards the chest of the huge stone man. Boom! A boulder instantly burst open, and a large amount of debris splashed. However, this still didn't seem to have any effect on the stone man, and the huge stone man kept mobilizing his power to manipulate the boulders rolling around, wanting to reassemble his body. I still don't believe it. He kept firing nails. Boom! Boom! One nail after another that traveled at more than 4 times the speed of sound in a second flashed by, bursting a boulder in the stone man's chest. Boom! Another chest boulder was shot out, a large amount of debris bursting out, accompanied by a glowing fist-sized stone that splashed out. Finally, the stone man was quiet, and the boulders that originally formed the stone man's body scattered one after another, completely transforming into lifeless stones. Everyone in the neighborhood looked over in surprise. It's that Yang Chen. He actually shot a stone monster? How did he do that? Whether they knew Yang Chen or not, they all looked over in surprise. Worthy of being someone that Boss Golden Will holds in such high regard. This single attack power. Huang Ling marveled. His breath is still of the 1st rank, but this damage, I'm afraid that the 5th rank can't block it, unless it's a defensive evolver, and for the same rank of evolver, I'm afraid that the only way to fight him is to turn on the existence of a super evolution, right? Golden Wheel laughed out loud and took a big step forward. Yang Chen, you really didn't let me down. This killing power of yours is incredible. He did not walk directly to Yang Chen, but rummaged through the pile of stones scattered by the dead giant stone man. Soon, he found a fist-sized crystal and played with it in awe for a moment before throwing it over with a shake of his hand. Yang Chen reached out and caught it. This is the core of a stone monster's essence, and its value far exceeds that of crystallized bone marrow, and can be compared to rare bone marrow crystals. Golden Wheel lamented. This is also the first time I've seen this kind of treasure. But this kind of essence monster core is said to only be utilized by the safe zone or underground sanctuary. If you can't use it, you can take it and trade it, and the safe zone is definitely willing to exchange at least 100 pieces of crystallized marrow with you. A stone monster? Yang Chen asked. He had already sensed it, and within the core of the elf in his hand, it did contain a large amount of energy, but this energy he couldn't absorb directly. It was like there was some kind of power locking it in place. At this time, Huangling from the rear also came over and spoke. That's right, the stone monster is a type of mountainous spirit monster, most likely also a spirit monster only found in Mount Kunwo. Very difficult to deal with. Golden Wheel chimed in. We've been this way before, but we were scared off by the stone monster. That thing is incredibly powerful and has an overwhelming defense. The only thing that matters is a rock in its chest, but in order to break that stone, you need to break the outermost other stones first, and we can't kill them, or even break them at all, because when the stone monster was alive, all the stones in its body were hard as steel. Speaking of this, he marveled once again. This attack power of yours is truly frightening, worthy of an extreme ability. Huangling also marveled. It's indeed exaggerated. I used to run as far away as I could when I encountered stone monsters, and if it wasn't for that so-called disaster, I wouldn't have wanted to enter Mount Kunwo again in my life. Right, talk to you later. We've got an injured person on our side. Golden Wheel didn't continue to pester Yang Chen and took Huangling to rescue the injured people. There were quite a few ordinary people among them, and many of them were injured by the earth and rocks that had splashed before because they were too slow to react. But because of the evolutions in healing, the problem wasn't too serious. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Yang Chen quickly took out the nail gun and replenished the steel nails, once again integrating them into his arm. He was ready to go and see if Huzhou was dead. Bad luck. 7 or 8 meters away. Huzhou put away the thick shield that was pressing down on his body and cursed as he climbed up. It looks like you shouldn't die. Yang Chen, who was about to go help, immediately stopped and turned to look at the other stone monsters. However, those stone monsters had already run away after the other draconians, and the closest one to the side was 500 or 600 meters away. He held back in order not to expose the precise killing power from such a long distance, and most of all, that far away. Even if he killed it, he might not be able to find the drop. Yang Chen, the drone. Suddenly Pang Min's face changed, pulling Yang Chen's arm and pointing in a direction whispered. Yang Chen's heart flinched as he looked in that direction, and sure enough, he found a drone flashing by. I've got some things to do, so I'll go ahead. He immediately took Pang Min and quickly left, not particularly familiar with him anyway. Only after the two of them walked out a long way did Pang Min somewhat suppress his ecstasy and said, Yang Chen, I seem to have really awakened. She had felt it, as if a special power existed within her body that was just a bit unmanageable. That's right, your aura is already different from normal, Yang Chen said without moving. Was that your ability just now? Double layer space. A very amazing ability. Can you still control it now? Can't control it. Pang Min was a bit regretful. I still can't sense some of that power, and it was also suddenly inspired at a critical moment just now. Take your time. Yang Chen smiled. Even it took me quite a while to figure out how to use it in the first place. Aha! Pang Min nodded her head excitedly, her eyes a little moist. I actually became an evolutionary as well. Speaking of this, she asked with some trepidation. Do you think my awakening will have something to do with you? Why do you say that? Yang Chen was flabbergasted, and thought that Pang Min had sensed something last night. Because I awakened after I slept with you. Does sleeping with an evolved person make you awaken? The more Pang Min thought about it, the more she thought it was possible, and then she said with some chagrin, if I had known, I would have slept with you earlier. You've got some nerve. Yang Chen cried and laughed a little. Other evolvers must have had many women. How many of the women around them have awakened? This should just be a coincidence on your part. It seems so. Pang Min nodded. I remember that Kuan Lu also had many women, but all those women of his were ordinary people, so it seems to be a real coincidence. Speaking of this, she once again became excited. I can't believe I've really awakened. I'm now an evolutionary too. This kind of heavenly good deed would even come to her. Even now, she still felt as if she was dreaming. Seeing that Pang Min didn't make any more wild guesses, Yang Chen secretly let out a sigh of relief before continuing to take out the strange object shelter to strengthen it. And Pang Min didn't speak again because she was in a hurry to study her powers. However, during the rush, the two didn't completely let their guard down. They were still on the alert for any dangers that might appear at any time. But perhaps it was because the previous stone monster had made so much noise that it had scared away all the dangers on the road. So the journey was uneventful, and even the other deserted people were not seen. And because they were worried about the drones of the Kungo clan or the Huin clan catching up with them, the two of them walked quickly. Although they hadn't climbed a mountain before, the Draconians were both physically fit and it wasn't a big problem, especially after both of them had become evolved. And Yang Chen keenly noticed that after Pang Min had awakened, his physical strength had increased very significantly, stronger than when he was still a quasi-evolutionary. This was probably because Pang Min's ability was more on the side of strengthening the body compared to his. It was for this reason that they were halfway up the mountain by the time it was dark. It has gotten a little cooler here and the slope has gotten a lot steeper. Kwo Mountain is indeed very large. The two are almost straight up, did not go diagonally, spent most of the daytime surprisingly only climbed to the waist of the mountain. But the two had no intention of stopping, and replenished their food as they continued their journey. We all seem to have increased our meals, and were running out of food. Yang Chen looked into the distance. I hope I can encounter prey. Tomorrow at the latest, I must hunt. Is it possible that I've eaten too much? Pang Min realized with hindsight that her own food intake had actually increased quite a bit as well. Nothing of the sort. I don't think we'll be starving again. If even we're still starving, I'm afraid the ordinary barren folk will all starve to death. As Yang Chen was speaking, suddenly a feeling of being peeped at appeared, but he was completely unaware of what direction that feeling of peeping came from. He frowned darkly while looking vigilantly at the increasingly dark mountains and forests around him. I have a bit of a not-so-good premonition. The night of this Kwo Mountain might be even more dangerous. It's not suitable to continue the journey. Let's find a place to station ourselves. Just then, a strong sense of crisis appeared, while an incomparably strange energy rapidly approached, accompanied by an enormous pressure. He turned around sharply and saw a cloud of smoke emitting a green light approaching quickly, and by the time he noticed the thing, it had already approached to within 100 meters of them. Not daring to hesitate, he hastily raised his hand and fired. Shoo! Boo! However, he saw that the massive smoke-emitting green light did not react, but instead, a tree behind the green smoke was stopped and shot out. Immune to physical damage? Yang Chen's face changed drastically as he fired the nail again. Shoo! With a sharp sonic whine, a small tree 1,000 meters away was shot and exploded. But the green smoke that had approached 20 meters away didn't look the least bit injured. That green smoke did not decrease in speed, pouncing quickly as if it were a predator. It was too late to run now. They were far too fast for this monster. At the critical moment Yang Chen hurriedly placed the shelter of wonders. The two disappeared in an instant, while a small, slowly writhing mound of green smoke appeared in its place, the green smoke pouncing on it. The little dirt bag slowly wriggled, gradually becoming exactly like its surroundings in color and form and so on, and the green glowing smoke drifted around in the low air half a meter above the ground. It seemed somewhat unable to comprehend why the two prey from earlier had suddenly disappeared. With a not-so-high intelligence. Ask for tickets. Ask for support. End of chapter. The interior of the shelter seemed more refined than before, with room walls and beds and so on, but other than that not much has changed. At the heel of the bed, Yang Chen and Pang Min looked at the surveillance screen hanging on the wall with ugly faces, only to see on the monitor screen, a ball of green smoke with a diameter of more than 3 meters was constantly floating around the small dirt bag that the oddity shelter had been transformed into. Because they weren't sure how soundproof this oddity shelter was, both of them didn't dare to speak or even take a breath of air. It was the first time either of them had encountered something as bizarre as this. This would be called an evil spirit, or rather, a type of evil spirit, surprisingly immune to physical attacks. This is troublesome. Yang Chen frowned darkly. It was also unknown if the oddity shelter would be able to block the opponent. Fortunately, the cloud of smoke seemed to be of low intelligence, and did not notice the small mound of earth that the strange shelter had been transformed into. Just as the two men were secretly worried, the cloud of smoke suddenly drifted away quickly as if it had discovered something horrible. It was very fast, 100 meters a second, and disappeared from the monitor screen in a few moments. Yang Chen and Pang Min were puzzled when they suddenly saw a teenager rapidly approaching. That teenager took one step and flickered, each flicker spanning tens of meters as if moving in an instant. It's that super evolutionary from the Kunu clan? Yang Chan's face changed once again as he recognized the teenager, who was clearly the so-called super evolutionary that he had seen yesterday. Pang Min naturally recognized it as well, and her face became very ugly, and it was at this moment that the teenager, not knowing if he had sensed something, suddenly stopped near the small dirt bag that the oddity shelter had transformed into. At that moment, Yang Chen and Pang Min inside the shelter had their hearts sink, thinking that they had been discovered. However, after getting closer, Yang Chen couldn't help but reveal an odd color. Perhaps it was because he was the owner of the oddity shelter, so his senses were not shielded by the oddity shelter, and he vaguely sensed the evolutionary level of that teenager. How is this possible? He's only a second-order evolver? Yang Chen froze. Didn't they say the other party was a super evolver? Aren't super evolutionaries evolved to a very high degree? Why did he sense that his opponent was only at the second rank? Was he wrong? Or was the other party deliberately hiding their evolutionary level? Can this evolution level be disguised too? If the other party was really just a second-stage evolver, could his own nail gun kill him? But even the weird green smoke from before had fled on the wind, so he really didn't have much control over it. Moreover, since it could be called a super evolutionary, it definitely wasn't that simple. Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly he saw that the super-evolved person of the Congo clan make a wave. Rumble. On the monitor screen, the earth outside suddenly shook, and even the two people inside the shelter felt the vibration. Then the thing that surprised them appeared, only to see on the monitor screen, an ancient building-like thing was pulled out of the mountain hard by an invisible force. The ancient building was 3 or 4 meters long and wide, and its height was unknown because it hadn't fully emerged from the ground yet. But from that shape, it kind of looks like what the oddity shelter looks like after it shrinks. Yang Chen and Pang Min inside the shelter both tensed up, cold sweat rapidly seeping from their foreheads. At the same time, the two of them also roughly understood that the way of camouflage for the oddity shelter seemed to be giganticizing and blending into the surrounding earth. How the hell did this guy do that? What is his ability? How could he forcefully pull out the camouflaged oddity shelter? Yang Chen's left fist was clenched tightly, ready to open the door the moment the curiosity shelter was completely pulled out. Although he didn't have much certainty, it wasn't his style to wait for death with his eyes closed. Rumble. Outside, the earth was still shaking, the surrounding mountains cracked open one crack after another, and an ancient building 3 to 4 meters long and wide slowly rose out of the ground under the control of the Kunwo clan's super evolutionary. Finally, it looked like the entire ancient building was going to be completely exposed to the ground. Yang Chen is about to open the door and kill. Suddenly that Kunwo clan's super evolutionary's face changed drastically, and with a lift of his hands, the countless dirt around the ancient architecture wriggled crazily, transforming into densely packed earth dragons shooting up into the sky with their heads held high. Almost at the same time, a thick vine was born out of thin air in the sky. Those vines crazily intertwined and in the blink of an eye turned into a huge vine dragon crashing down, colliding with the densely packed earth dragon. Rumble. The dirt crumbled and splattered, and the vine dragons broke off one after another. The crumbling and splattering dirt shot in all directions like bullets, while the boom-breaking vines dissipated one after another. A shocking shockwave swept out dozens of meters, blasting the Kunwo clan super evolutionary who had hastily responded a dozen meters out. Huyan Lingxi? A super-evolved person of the Huyan clan. What kind of skill is it to hide in the shadows and sneak attack others? Get out! The teenage super-evolver of the Congo clan roared. Huyan Lingxi? The Huyan clan super-evolutionary? Inside the shelter, Yang Chen and Pang Min looked at each other, and instead of breathing a sigh of relief, they became more nervous, because this time, not only the Kunwo clan's super-evolutionary, but even the Huyan clan's super-evolutionary had actually come. What the hell is this? The two men stared at the monitor screen with dead eyes. Only a woman in tight jeans and a long-sleeved green t-shirt was seen rapidly approaching in the distance. In the middle of the night, the woman stood right above the densely woven vine dragon, flying in on it, her eyes coldly looking at the Kunwo clan super-evolutionaries below. She should be the Huyan clan super-evolved Huyan Lingxi. It looked like he was only in his 20s, and his age was definitely not much older than Pang Min. Congo Dawn, it looks like you're ready to die here. With a wave of Huyan Lingxi's hand, dense vines immediately grew out of thin air in the midair around her body. You're going to kill me? Kunwo clan's teenage super-evolutionary, which is also known as Kunwo Dawn, changed greatly in color and hurriedly flashed back quickly. A hallowed super-evolutionary but bullying the small with the big. Is the Huyan clan already that shameless? If you, Koan Wu clan, dare to bully the few with the many, are you afraid of others bullying the few with the many? Huyan Lingxi sneered and pressed her white jade hand downward. The dense vines instantly extended and lengthened, and in the process continuously intertwined into various spears and arrows and other shapes to shoot at the ground's Kungo Dawn. Kungo Dawn hurriedly raised his hands, and the ground around him immediately extended dense earth dragons to meet those vines. At the same time he stomped the ground violently. Pulis, dense ground thorns shot into the sky, but they were all blocked by the vines. At the same time, a large number of vines met with the earth dragons shooting into the sky and directly fought in midair. Boom boom boom, 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 one after another. The earth dragons crumbled and exploded into ordinary dirt spilling out onto the ground, burying the shelter that had just sprung up again. However, this did not affect Yang Chen and Pang Min, who watched the battle between the two sides through the monitor screen with both puzzled and shocked eyes. Doubtfully, the ripple effect of the battle between those two super revolvers outside wasn't particularly large, which meant that neither of those two would have a particularly high evolutionary level. Based on the aura Yang Chen sensed, that Huyan Lingxi was estimated to be about the same as the Golden Wheel, at the beginning of the fourth stage, and even if it was higher, it wouldn't be too much beyond that stage. The aura of that Kungo Dawn was even more so, only at the limit of the second rank, about the same as Hu Zhou. But what shocked him was that the fighting strength of the two was too frightening. It was estimated that 10 or even 100 Golden Wheels would come and not be a match for the two, because the battle scene between those two was simply more vast than the war between the Desolate People and that migratory team back then, and now it's merely a testing phase for those two outside. Boom boom boom. Outside, a constant stream of earth dragons rose into the air, then were torn apart by the vines. Although Huyan Lingxi's vines would also be torn apart from time to time, they firmly held the upper hand. Bitch, don't think that I, Kungo Dawn, am easy to bully, Kungo Dawn roared, followed by the mountain near him cracking open and a huge boulder shooting into the sky like a cannonball. However, sharp vine spears grew out of the sky one after another to stab those boulders. Boom boom boom. The boulders burst one after another, while the vine spears stabbed the ground with unabated speed. Kungo Dawn hurriedly zoomed in again. A building appeared out of thin air to fit those vine spears in, and a boulder appeared out of thin air to rotate and whistling as it shot towards Huyan Lingxi. Boom boom boom. Vine spears grew wildly, piercing through the dirt buildings. Countless spears of vines that grew out of thin air easily stabbed and exploded the boulders that were shot at them. Some of the boulders that suddenly appeared and shot violently were also suddenly entangled by the vines that grew out of thin air around Huyan Lingxi. Under Yang Chen and Pang Min's shocked gaze, Huyan Lingxi was like a peacock opening its screen as vines continued to grow and crazily intertwine around her body at an astonishing speed. Even if the attack had come close, she was able to react. The curtain of vines opened and closed, easily blocking boulders or ground spikes coming from all directions. Huyan Lingxi took one step and lifted a vine, chasing after Kunwo Dawn far away like a fairy descending from the earth. In the distance, countless boulders were born out of thin air and exploded, and those exploded boulders combined once again, spinning madly around Kunwo Dawn to block all attacks from all directions. Rumble. It was as if a tornado made of boulders had formed around his body, blocking all attacks from all directions in a spectacular and powerful scene. Wherever the two passed, everything within a 100-meter radius was destroyed. What's more, because of Kunwo Dawn's ability, it directly made a huge ditch as wide as 40 to 50 meters out of the entire Kunwo Mountain. The two fought further and further away and soon disappeared from the monitor screen. Good chance. Let's get out of here. Yang Chen hurriedly put away the shelter, and the two of them fell directly into the deep pit. He quickly put away the shrunken shelter, climbed out of the deep pit with Pang Min, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the mountaintop. While running, doubts arose in his mind as well. Why is it that those two are clearly not of a high evolutionary grade, yet they can erupt with such terrifying combat power? For the first time in his heart, he became curious about the so-called super revolver. What exactly is a super revolver? Requesting monthly votes, collections, rewards, and support. Ask for tickets. Ask for support. End of chapter. In one breath, they ran a few thousand meters in the direction of the mountaintop before the two slowed down. The main reason was that Pang Min couldn't run anymore, panting heavily, looking like he was going to exhaust himself at any moment. It should be safe, but we can't stop yet, Yang Chen said. Although the mountains are dangerous, we are more adapted to nighttime activities, so let's treat it as a return to our normal work and rest time and try to go over Mount Kunwo in one breath. Well. Pang Min nodded her head and crossed her arms to catch her breath while quickly following Yang Chen. In fact, her stamina has improved pretty dramatically. You have to know that this is climbing a mountain and sprinting a few thousand meters in one breath. which would have been unimaginable before, and she was only a day away from awakening. The difference between her evolutionary direction and Yang Chen's could be seen from here. Yang Chen didn't show any improvement in his physique until he had completely become a first-stage evolver. Instead, she was still at the quasi-evolutionary stage, and her physical qualities had already begun to surpass those of ordinary people. In the meantime, Golden Wheel and the others at the back also saw the battle between the two super-evolutionaries from afar. It's the super-evolutionaries of the Kwo Wu clan and the Huyen clan. They actually fought? Even the super-evolutionaries are willing to come out. Is this going to break out into a duel? Why does it feel like it's getting exaggerated? Is it really just because of a misunderstanding? Is there something at stake here that we don't know about? Everyone couldn't help but be skeptical. Super Evolver, one of the underpinnings of a clan. Even in the entire Huyen clan, there were only 2 super evolvers on the surface. As for the Kungo's bright side, it was even more so that there seemed to be only one, which was the teenager. Such a treasure. How dare you let it out? Aren't you afraid of a premature death? What was the benefit that could make the 2 clans so important? Golden Wheel and the others were all a little foolish, suddenly a little reluctant to leave. However, when they thought that even the nobles within the safety zone were even migrating, they didn't have the courage to stay after all. Most of all, they have no idea what that so-called potential benefit actually is. There may even be no such thing as a potential benefit at all, and staying may just get you killed for nothing. Rumble. As the battlefield between the Kwo Wu clan and the Huyen clan's super-revolutionaries got closer, Golden Wheel and the others hurriedly turned around and ran. Rumble. Boulders whistled and tumbled, and a withered vine in the mountain forest suddenly came to life and collided halfway up the mountain. Wherever the two passed, it was like a tornado crossing. Look! The Kwo Wu clan's super-revolutionary is injured, someone exclaimed, only to see a large number of vines intertwined into a vine dragon that crashed through the rotating boulder tornado barrier with great force, directly blasting Kuno Don away. Immediately afterward, Kuno Don went far away without looking back, fleeing into the distant darkness with a flickering step. Stay! In a chirping voice, Huyen Lingxi maneuvered the vine dragon to chase it all the way, while dense vines grew one after another in mid-air and shot towards the ground. Even during her movement, various vines in the mid-mountainside recovered one after another to extend and lengthen, just like 10,000 snakes entangling and crazily wrapping themselves around Kuno Wu Don. However, Kuno Don's instantaneous-like means were very flexible, avoiding the attacks that would have been certain death time and time again. The kind of blinking he did seemed to have no cooldown, even though it only seemed to be possible on the ground, and with a step of tens of meters, he disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Golden Wheel and the others watched this in shock. This is the super-evolutionary. It's too strong. I feel like all of us together would be easily overpowered. There's no need to feel. We won't be able to put up any resistance against the super-evolutionary. Golden Wheel was shocked and regretful. It was too difficult to step into super-evolution. Anyway, he had never heard of a super-evolutionary being born among the desolate folk. Even the nobles within the safety zone had never heard of a clan that had given birth to a super-evolved person. That kind of existence. It seemed that only clans could be born, and each one of them was a bottomless existence. All of them kept running up the hill while looking back at the movement in the distance. That Kwo Wu clan's super-evolutionary won't be killed, right? Huang Ling said in disbelief. If a super-evolved person of the Kwo Wu clan was killed, it was feared that the entire Kwo Wu clan would go crazy. Boom boom boom. Huang Ling's words had just fallen, when suddenly the foot of the mountain was ablaze with fire. As everyone watched in shock, a dense barrage of shells shot into the sky. Then he saw that Huyen Lingxi, who was chasing after Kwo Wu Don, frantically retreating, and in the process countless vines appeared out of thin air to frantically intercept the cannonballs. Even though she was blasted away by the shockwave again and again, she eventually blocked it and disappeared into the night sky in a few blinks. And the Kungo clan didn't give up on the chase, directly dispatching a large number of combat drones to chase after them. In the process, everyone saw dense bullets of tugging light shooting off into the distance. From time to time, you can even see missiles trailing long trailing flames at the foot of the mountains chasing after them. The Golden Wheel and the others who saw this scene had their scalps tingling. Not only was he shocked that the super-revolutionary was able to block even a cannonball head-on, but also because the Huyen clan's super-revolutionary seemed to be injured. Kwo Wu clan, however, has not yet given up the chase, and has the intention of chasing after them to catch up with them. Hu Zhou's scalp tingled as he said, I'm afraid this is really going to be a big deal. It feels like it's not about that evolved person anymore. The two clans are fighting for real. Golden Wheel said in a deep voice. I'm afraid there's really a huge benefit we can't imagine at work. Hurry up! Everyone rushed to increase their speed. But how could an ordinary person keep up with an evolved person? So many ordinary people fall off the wagon quickly. But these ordinary people were either their family and friends or favorite henchmen. And they were not willing to give up these people until it was necessary. Huang Ling, please. Golden will look to Huang Ling. Leave it to me. Huang Ling immediately moved his mind and drew on the power of the earth to add to all of them. At once, even ordinary people felt a constant stream of power appear, adding to their physical strength. Everyone climbed the mountain much faster. Look, what's that? Suddenly Huzhou pointed to a location near the top of the mountain. Everyone looked up, only to see a ferocious bird with spread wings that was feared to be more than 10 meters huge crossing the sky. Because there were stars tonight, the sky wasn't completely dark, so they were able to see the huge ferocious bird that spread its wings and crossed the sky. It's a mountain beast, very dangerous. Everyone hide. As soon as Huang Ling's words left his mouth, he saw the head of the ferocious bird suddenly burst open. Immediately afterward, everyone saw that the huge ferocious bird fluttered its wings and dropped. Everyone was stunned. Is there any mistake? That ferocious bird is at least 400 meters from the ground. Someone said in shock. Huzhou couldn't help but mutter. Such an exaggerated long-range attack. It couldn't be Yang Chen's means, could it? That said, he happens to be right in front of us. How is that possible? Huang Ling wanted to deny it. But when she thought that Yang Chen could even blow up a stone monster, that ferocious bird's defense seemed to be nothing compared to the stone monster. And they had no idea of Yang Chen's range so far. That side isn't too far from us. Go over and take a look, Golden Will said without hesitation. Perhaps because of her nervousness, or perhaps because she had just begun to evolve. Pang Min's food intake had increased so much that she was hungry again just a few minutes after eating the jerky. There was over a day's worth of food left, and I'm afraid it will be gone tonight. Having no choice, Yang Chen had to start looking for prey. They were lucky, and it was only shortly after they put away their strange shelter and left that they saw a huge ferocious bird crossing the sky. Without hesitation, Yang Chen directly raised his hand and shot down the huge ferocious bird that flew over his head. Although the giant bird had lost its head, it subconsciously fluttered its wings because its body wasn't dead yet, and it kept gliding even during the fall. Quickly chase! Yang Chen hurriedly led Pang Min to chase after him. You're too good. Pang Min marveled. She had watched Yang Chen grow up step by step. She remembered very clearly that in the beginning, Yang Chen couldn't even kill a black finch. And after knocking it down it was still her who swooped down and grabbed and strangled it. The back encounter with the desolate wolf also put up a good fight, though it was close to running out of gas by then. But how long has it been? That ferocious bird that looked so terrifying was even killed in one go. Moreover, that ferocious bird flew so high that it didn't even manage to escape this. Boom! Finally, the huge ferocious bird crashed to the ground, smashing a 7 or 8 meter tall tree, lifting up many dirt and dead leaves. Yang Chen and Pang Min waited for the ferocious bird to stop struggling this before approaching. It's huge, Pang Min marveled. Spread wings more than 10 meters huge ferocious bird. In the sky cannot be seen. In the ground at close range to see to realize. This is really big. The two of them were as small as a speck in front of this ferocious bird's corpse. I'm afraid I won't be able to take it all away. I never thought I'd be too big for the hunt one day. Yang Chen lamented with pain and happiness, and was pondering on how to take away the entire ferocious bird altogether, when suddenly a group of people quickly rushed down from the direction of the mountaintop. The prey stays. With an angry shout, a half-meter diameter fireball rolled down like a mountainside rolling stone. That fireball all the way to ignite the path on the grass and trees, and in the process constantly adhering to the soil and stone, constantly letting the adhering on the soil and stone melted into it, so that the fireball as a snowball is getting bigger and bigger, and behind that huge fireball, there were still a dozen people following, and the strongest breath was feared to be able to be of the 4th rank. Both Yang Chen and Pang Min's faces changed slightly. Yang Chen was about to attack when suddenly a huge sphere emitting a metallic luster flew up from under the mountain. Dare to bully my Golden Wheel's friend. Nong Yafu, are you looking for death? It was the voice of the Golden Wheel. The group of evolvers who wanted to go down the mountain to snatch their prey's face changed drastically, and they hurriedly teamed up to push the fireball out, crashing it into the huge metal ball that flew in from the bottom of the mountain. Boom! 2 almost equally huge spheres collided in midair, and the fireball was smashed to pieces with barely any resistance, and the huge metal ball went on its way, smashing into the direction where the group was. The group of evolvers coming down from the mountain turned pale and hurriedly dispersed. Boom! The huge metal ball crashed to the ground, smashing a large crater in the ground. The group of evolvers that rushed down from the mountainside looked down the mountain with grave expressions. One of them was about to take the opportunity to exterminate the 2 mole crickets that were in the way. However, Yang Chen struck even faster than them. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge curtain of fire appeared out of nowhere in front of the group. The amazingly high temperature of the fire curtain directly melted the nail, but the terrifying impact from the nail also directly blasted the person who released the fire curtain out. At that moment, the group of people's faces changed drastically, and they fiercely looked at Yang Chen. Please vote, please collect, please reward, please support, please all kinds of. The data is too bad. Readers' bosses vote ah. Thank you Allah. End of chapter. Surprisingly responsive? Yang Chen was surprised and once again aimed at the person who tried to strike at them. Stop! The evolver who had just flown out backwards roared angrily and once again held up a huge curtain of fiery red light. Boom! The next moment he once again flew backwards, but at the same time the nails that Yang Chen shot out were once again blocked and melted by an astonishingly high temperature. Wait! Yang Chen stopped first. These guys aren't considered enemies. Golden Wolf finally arrived and hurriedly called out. Don't make a move yet, before the misunderstanding gets too big. Let's have a talk. Yang Chen hesitated slightly, but when he saw that the group of evolvers had made defensive postures instead of attacking again, he stopped as well. Golden Wolf finally breathed a huge sigh of relief at the sight, then looked at the leader of the group of evolvers rushing down from the mountain and said in a cold voice, Nong Yafu, you've grown in your skills. It's only been half a year since I've seen you, and you dare to lay your hands on my old friend. Nong Yafu, who was the one who released the fire curtain earlier, frowned and asked, first of all, I didn't know that he was your friend, and secondly, we were just hitting to snatch the prey normally. We didn't specifically target a particular person. He was obviously a bit wary of the golden wheel, and his attitude was surprisingly put a bit low. This caused Yang Chen to be a little surprised, because that Nong Yafu's aura was not weaker than that of the golden wheel. It better be, Golden Wheel said. Since there's no fuss, you guys hurry up and leave. It was also at this moment that Huang Ling and the others caught up. Counting the ordinary people, there were more than 80 people in total, and among them, together with Golden Wheel's 2 still living evolutionary partners and Huang Ling, there were a total of 3 third-order evolutionaries. In the crowd, there were more than a dozen of second-order ones, and the remaining first-order and quasi-evolutionaries, surprisingly enough, numbered about 30. Numerically their side had the advantage. His ability again just happened to restrain that Nong Yafu, plus Yang Chen's terrifying extreme attack power, so his tone was very strong. However, Nong Yafu didn't leave it at that, and said in a deep voice, we've run out of food, so I can trade things with you. Do you think it's possible? We don't have enough for ourselves. Golden will directly rejected for Yang Chen. Don't make me say it a second time, because evolved people's choice of food was different from that of ordinary people. It was impossible for evolved people to gnaw on the bark of trees and eat grass roots anymore unless it was necessary. Therefore, the ferocious bird that Yang Chen had shot down became very precious. Nong Yafu's face was a bit ugly, a bit unwilling to leave just like that. If you ask me to fight them directly, one of Nong Yafu's men said in a cold voice. These guys seem a little upset. Huang Ling smiled coldly and spoke. If I were to say that we should just exterminate them directly, with our overall strength, exterminating this group of people doesn't feel like it would be too difficult, as long as we protect Yang Chen. The moment these words came out, Nong Yafu and the others all changed their faces slightly. Where did this group of people get their backbone? Yang Chen glanced at Huang Ling and Golden Wheel and didn't say anything as they were now in the same group. Without a word, Hu Zhou walked over and directly took out his signature huge 3-meter-tall shield and blocked in front of Yang Chen. Golden Wheel's 2 partners, third-order evolvers, also came in front of Yang Chen, one on the left and one on the right to protect him. Yang Chen immediately cooperated by straightening his arm and aiming at Nong Yafu. Nong Yafu immediately felt as if he had a mane on his back, and his heart was secretly aghast. That evolver who seemed to be only of the first rank could make him feel so threatened. Could it be that that terrifying attack from before wasn't some kind of treasure? No wonder that Golden Will had placed such importance on this person. The kind of attack from before had managed to blast him away through his defense barrier. It was also that he happened to be a defensive-oriented evolutionary, or else he would probably be in trouble. And if that attack from before had come a few more times, he wouldn't have been able to stand it and would have been shocked to death. When he then thought that Golden Wheel's ability was able to use him as a battery, completely restraining him, his heart completely sank. Let's go! Although very reluctant, he was unwilling to continue the confrontation, especially with no hope of victory in sight at all. Nong Yafu's men frowned slightly, but seeing that their boss had gone soft, they didn't dare to linger on. But before they left, They looked deeply at Jean Luan and Yang Chen and the others, perhaps to remember these people who were not to be messed with, or perhaps to remember these people who had offended them. No one put a hard word in, though, and after deciding to leave they simply left without doing anything extra. Seeing that the group of uninvited guests completely disappeared from view, Yang Chen then looked at Golden Wheel and the others. Thank you all for coming to help, otherwise it would have been a bit of a problem, because someone in that group could block his attacks. His nail gun wasn't invincible. Ha ha, we're friends. Golden Wheel smiled and suddenly said, this prey of yours is so big, you probably can't take it away completely. Why don't you sell some to us? What I said before about we don't have enough for ourselves is also true, as we're almost out of food as well. Perhaps worried about Yang Chen misunderstanding, he added, it's a normal transaction. Saying that, he suddenly glanced at Peng Min. This companion of yours has also awakened? But the way I see her, she shouldn't be able to control her abilities yet. I have a way for her to quickly master her abilities, plus a treasure in exchange for all the food and materials you can't get enough of. How about it? Being able to master your abilities quickly? Peng Min's heart was moved, but she didn't speak. Instead, looking at Yang Chen, you have a way to make a newly awakened person quickly master their abilities? Yang Chen asked half-heartedly. Normally outsiders can't help with this sort of thing, but coincidentally, I have a partner whose abilities just happen to favor that. Golden Will pointed to one of his companions. His name is Lai Ping, and his main ability is Heavenly Mind, which simply means that he can help people enter a special state. And that special state, the only use that has been found so far, is to help quasi-evolutionaries quickly step into the first stage. The third-ranked evolver named Leping nodded towards Yang Chen, a dark and strong young man who looked honest and simple, but had very sharp eyes. There's even this ability? Yang Chen was a bit surprised. And what is that treasure? Golden Will smiled faintly and took out a palm-sized arm guard. Speaking of which, this treasure is a perfect match for you entirely, as it only has one function, and that is defense. While your chi and blood don't seem to be strong, your defense should be very lacking. With this treasure, your survivability will be greatly improved. Defense. Yang Chen's heart fluttered. That's right. I'll show you. Golden Will put the arm guard on his left arm. It doesn't differentiate between left and right hands. Both left and right hands can wear it. And the effect is, consuming essence to create a chi shield that can block attacks. Huang Ling, give me a punch. Huang Ling didn't hesitate to slam his fist over. Golden Will immediately put up his arm, and a transparent air shield with a width of 1 meter and a height of 2 meters appeared. There was a bang, and a shockwave rippled. The Golden Will didn't move at all, but instead, Huang Ling was shaken back a few steps, and that air shield continued to exist for 2 seconds before disappearing. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Good stuff. The only disadvantage of this treasure is that after wearing it for a long time, it will be integrated into the flesh and blood, making it difficult to remove, and it will be accompanied by a burst of unbearable severe pain. Golden Wheel said, and for that reason, even though the defense is strong, I don't wear it very often, unless it's necessary, and I would also recommend that you don't wear it very often, but rather wear it when you feel in danger. And if it weren't for this drawback, its value would definitely be greatly increased. While speaking, he removed the arm guard. It has strong defense, but it also requires essence as energy support. Normally it will slowly absorb your escaping essence to store it, and can instantly stimulate it at critical moments, but this ability is only once. If you use it frequently in a short period of time, you will have to actively consume essence. After saying that, he threw the arm guard to Yang Chen. Yang Chen hastily reached out to catch it and asked curiously, is this also a man-made wonder? No, it's an essence of wonder. A wonder stripped from a special kind of essence. Golden Wheel replied. Essence of wonder? Yang Chen wondered. Not only Yang Chen, but everyone present revealed a puzzled look. How about dealing with the prey first? The probability is that a big war is really going to break out between the Kunwa clan and the Huyen clan. This place is no longer safe, and with the strength of the clans, they might turn half of Kwo Mountain into a battlefield. Golden Wheel said, we'd better be able to go over Mount Kunwu tonight. If you are interested in curiosities, I will give you details later on the way. The prey is yours to hunt down, so take as much as you can and feel free to take it. That's fine. Yang Chen nodded his head and put away the odd arm guard, then asked for the sharp dagger from Peng Min and started cutting the parts he needed. He was not polite in the slightest, and directly chose the best part to cut, as long as the meat. Cut it down and then put it into the space folding bag. This scene saw Huang Ling and the others frowning darkly. Obviously they hadn't expected Yang Chen to be able to get something as good as a spatial folding bag before, but since it wasn't stated before, It wasn't good enough to stop it. However, Jean Luan's face did not change. Anyway, this ferocious bird was very huge. Ignoring those feathers like steel, just the meat was tens of thousands of kilograms. He did not believe that Yang Chen could take it all. And just those feathers that are like steel are good too. Requesting monthly votes and support. Ask for tickets. Ask for support. End of chapter. Yang Chen kept slicing the meat until he filled up the 3-cubic space folding bag. And only then did he stop. As for the space inside the Rui shocking airbead, it was already stuffed because of all the nails and their luggage. The rest is all yours. Yang Chen said. The meat he took was actually less than even a tenth of it, as the ferocious bird was an exotic beast and very huge, and the value of the meat of this creature was enormous, containing huge amounts of energy, and an ordinary person would probably be full with just one bite. Perhaps it was also because of this that Golden Will was willing to exchange the odd arm guard and the opportunity to help Peng Min quickly master her abilities for what they couldn't take. Good. Huzhou, put it all away. Golden Will spoke to Huzhou. Huzhou nodded his head and had people help lift the remaining huge ferocious bird's corpse. Immediately after that, he waved his hand and a twisted space vortex appeared, directly taking in the huge ferocious bird's corpse. Yang Chen was secretly surprised to see this scene, feeling that Huzhou's so-called carrying ability seemed to be more capable of carrying than he had imagined. It was also unknown just how large that storage space on the other side, where the items were placed, was. Let's keep going then. Golden Will immediately led the way. Yang Chen hurriedly brought Peng Min to follow him, and Huang Ling and the others dispersed unanimously, protecting Golden Wheel and Yang Chen and the others. This was considered to be treating the two of them as their own people as well, especially since that terrifying attacking ability of Yang Chen was really very important to them. If Golden Will could convince Yang Chen to join them, the benefits to them as a team would be enormous. I awakened very early, when I was in my teens, more than 40 years ago. While quickly hurrying, Golden Wheel said, "This strange arm guard was obtained by my father from Mount Kunwo, passed down to me. That year, I just turned 13. Boss Golden Will, you're actually that old?" Hu Chao on the side was surprised. Yang Chen and the others were also a bit surprised. What do you mean old? Golden Wheel was speechless. As an evolutionary, it's common knowledge that life expectancy is longer than ordinary people. Don't look at me as young as I am, but my real age is 63. His apparent age was just about the same as Huzhou's, close to 40 years old. Ignoring Huzhou's surprise, he continued, "That time my father entered Mount Kunwo and met an Iron Man. Or maybe it was an armor-type goblin. My father fought to the death to kill it, and the goblin weathered all over its body, leaving only this arm guard to remain." He explained, "In a way, it's also considered an essence monster core, but of course, its value is certainly far beyond that of an ordinary essence monster core." Yang Chen nodded his head in understanding. The essence monster core he had gotten before didn't have any special functions other than energy. Compared to this arm guard, that elf core could only be considered an energy storage device, and none of the stored energy could be absorbed and utilized, making it very chickenish. Perhaps because he wanted to make a deep friendship with Yang Chen, Ji Luan patiently gave Yang Chen a generalization. There are 4 major categories of wonders, and the evolved person's ability to create things belongs to the man-made wonders, which is also called human wonders, and it is considered to be the most mediocre of the 4 major wonders, but it is also the safest category. Human chi? Yang Chen drifted off. The second relatively safe, but also the penultimate mediocre curiosity, is the curiosity of the essence, the curiosity stripped from the essence. Golden Wheel continued, "This kind of oddity almost always has various side effects. For example, this arm guard of yours, wearing it for a long time will be integrated into the flesh and blood and the accompanying severe pain. In fact, it is considered to be very mild, because some of the side effects of the essence of oddity can be fatal." Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The people around them were alerting their surroundings while also listening with their side ears. Most of them don't know this information, and while they may never use it in their lives, there's no harm in knowing more, and maybe they'll use it sometime? The third type of oddity, named Earth's oddity, as the name suggests, is born in the Earth, after countless years of nurturing by the Earth. Feeling the increasingly low temperature, Golden Wheel frowned slightly and continued, "The vast majority of Earth's wonders possess very terrifying side effects, except for a very few." "How terrifying is it?" Yang Chen asked curiously. "I once heard my father say that someone had dug a stone out of the earth, and that stone could give one control over a mountain range, transforming them into a god of that region." Golden Will said with a grave expression, "But the price is that the holder will be transformed into a stone being and will uncontrollably transform into a monster and come out to kill every month." needing to absorb enough blood to recover. Once a month, turning into a monster. And there's absorbing blood? Yang Chen was surprised. Exactly, Golden Wheel said. The most terrifying thing is that the holder will become immortal. And once used, they cannot get rid of it until they are killed. At that moment, everyone frowned darkly. Turning into a stone monster with no flesh and blood and going out of control and drinking blood? It's worse than death. I'm afraid. While the rewards were very great, and could turn someone into a god of an area, it was too great a price to pay. Of course, my father heard that story too, and he never saw the wonders of the earth with his own eyes, Golden Wheel said. After all, at that time, my father was only a 4th stage evolver, so unless it was by chance, he was not qualified to see that kind of legendary treasure at all. Yang Chen nodded. Lastly, there's the oddity of heaven, Golden Wheel said. The heavens wonders. It is rumored that only when there is a great change in heaven and earth, can they be born? Even my father only knows this appellation, but he has never heard of the legend about the heavens wonders. It can only be born when heaven and earth change? Huang Ling was surprised. How can I count the great change in heaven and earth? Does the current situation count? That impending disaster doesn't count as a great change in heaven and earth? How am I supposed to know that? Golden Will shook his head. In short, compared to the other 3 wonders, the Chi of Heaven is a legend and very rare. My father said that he once asked some knowledgeable and powerful people, and some people guessed that the heavens wonders should be wonders without any use price. That is, side effects. But because it is too rare, so much so that it is not certain whether this kind of supreme treasure really exists or not. Yang Chen and the others nodded their heads. If there was no cost for using it, it would be too good to be true. For example, the stone that Golden Will had mentioned earlier would be awesome if it could transform into a deity of a region without any cost after holding it. It's cold. Pang Min, who was beside her, said with a frown. It wasn't just her. Those ordinary people around her had been frozen to the bone. Because the temperature here is surprisingly close to 0. Even though they had been rushing and exercising, the mountain wind at night was so strong that it blew on their bodies like knives cutting their flesh. Even Yang Chen felt uncomfortable, let alone ordinary people. Put it on. It can more or less withstand the cold wind. Yang Chen took out a set of clothes for Pang Min to put on. However, what he had left behind before were very thin clothes, as it was still the end of the dry season, and at that time, he hadn't realized that the temperature on Mount Kunwa was so low. There were a lot of thorns on the mountain, and in order to prevent his clothes from being scratched, Yang Chen himself did not wear more clothes. However, at this time, the oddity refuge had already reached the awakened state of level 10 and was giving back to him with a steady stream of awakening chi being born. So Yang Chen felt that he was quite able to endure this low temperature and cold wind. Golden Will glanced at the dark mountain below and said, "Just hold on a little longer. It's better to work harder now than to be affected by the great battle between the 2 clans." Everyone nodded. So the climb continued. Mount Kunwa was even bigger than they had imagined. And even though they kept climbing upwards, they still couldn't see the top of the mountain. As the night gets darker, and the temperature gets colder, in the crowd, someone suddenly talked about the mysterious evolver who had killed the 4 directions within the Kuanwu clan, and all of them couldn't help but show admiration at once. Yang Chen and Pang Min glanced at each other and hurriedly followed suit with a look of admiration. That's when Golden Will suddenly said, "Strange, it's too safe." "Safe? What do you mean?" Huang Ling wondered. Golden Will explained. "When my father was still around, we came to Mount Kunwu, and it was full of dangers. Almost every few kilometers we could encounter foreign beasts or elves, but this time we surprisingly didn't encounter any other dangers other than stone monsters." Encountering elves or beasts every few kilometers? Yang Chen and the others were all aghast in their hearts. Huang Ling guessed. Then the Kungo clan only came out of the refuge 10 years ago, so perhaps they did a cleanup of Mount Kungo? It's highly probable, and it's the only thing that's possible. Golden Wheel said. Only clans have this kind of strength to clear Mount Kunwu. When Yang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but ask, did the clans all come out of the underground refuge? I suppose. Golden Wheel said. As far as I know, once upon a time, there was also an underground refuge in the wandering Gobi, and coincidentally, the name of that refuge was called Huyan Refuge, and many years later, a Huyan clan appeared on the surface. Speaking here, he shook his head again, but it's too far away from the disaster that once happened, so I don't know the specifics. There's a fire up there, so everyone be careful. Not too far from them, a large fire appeared. Yang Chen and Pang Min glanced at each other, feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar. It could be a gathering place for deserted people. Huzhou said, With so many deserted people gathered together, there might be some difficulties standing in the way again. Golden Wheel and the others had almost all stayed at the foot of the mountain and were no strangers to such a scene. Everyone was secretly on guard, but none of them stopped and decided to go over and take a look first. If there was really any danger, then it should be relatively safe for many people to gather together, especially in a place like Mount Congo. Sure enough, once they got close to that campfire-strewn area, they saw patches of ice and snow appearing on the hillside more than 500 meters away from them. That ice and snow stretched upward and seemed to cover the mountain from here to the top. Trouble. Golden Wheel's face instantly became incredibly ugly. Trouble indeed. From what we saw in the distance earlier, bypassing the top of the mountain and going straight across would be at least 10 times the distance. Lepin frowned. Then maybe the war or that unseen disaster will have caught up with us before we leave Mount Kuno. Yang Chen also frowned slightly, but what comforted him was that the curiosity shelter had finally metamorphosed. Ask for tickets. Ask for favorites. End of chapter. Curiosity Shelter LV. 11, 0%, Curiosity Shelter that can shield toxins and sound and possesses a camouflage effect. Automatically adapts to environmental colors and camouflages itself after placing it. The degree of camouflage is directly proportional to the defense power and level. It can be switched to living mode and hidden mode on demand. With hidden mode being fully camouflaged and living mode being camouflaged with only the environmental colors, it cannot be upgraded. The 11th level of the Curiosity Shelter. The name hadn't changed, but the introduction had changed drastically. First of all, the Oddity Shelter is now able to block out sound in addition to toxins. That is, the sound from the inside can't get out, and the sound from the outside should only be able to get inside through the monitor screen. This feature actually existed before, but before it only relied on obstacles to attenuate the sound somewhat, not shield it. Now it's a direct shield, and the effect is definitely improved by a large margin. In addition, the shelter now has two modes. One is a life model. This mode is supposed to be revealed on the ground and only automatically adapts to the ambient color. The other is the hidden mode, which is supposed to be hidden underground like before. This is a lot more convenient. For example, in crowded places, it is not good to expose the hidden mode. Using the life mode is just right. There's no way at all to see the way up the mountain, and it's impossible to get over Mount Congo tonight. At this time, Huang Ling spoke. It seems like we can only stay here for now. This place is already very far away from the foot of the mountain, and even if the two clans do break out into a great war, it shouldn't spread to here so quickly. Let's hope so. Golden Will looked back to the campfire area a few hundred meters away. Yang Chen and the others also looked over there, only to see that every 30 to 40 meters over there was a bunch of bonfires. There were people all around the campfire, and as far as campfires go, there were more than a few surprises. Because just what they saw, there were thousands of campfires. There must be more where it can't be seen from further away. And with the exception of a very few solo travelers, the vast majority of campfires were surrounded by at least two people, and as many as a dozen. In other words, it was feared that tens of thousands of people had gathered here, and these people, most likely, had arrived here a long time ago, but they had all been stopped by the snowy mountains. Unlike the foothills, there are some special buildings here. The reason why it is special is because those buildings can be seen at a glance that they are not man-made. Unsurprisingly, it should be made by an alien power, or an ability creation similar to the Oddity Shelter. Only there weren't many, but they weren't particularly few either, as there were a dozen of them, only they were all different shapes. It seemed that there weren't many people who had the same idea as Yang Chen, and those ability creations might have been customized within the Kunwu clan as well. Mount Kunwu isn't safe. Even if it's been cleared by the Kunwu clan, there must be other dangers remaining. We can't be careless, Golden Wheel said. Yang Chen, why don't you station with us, or just stay around? Don't go too far away from us, so that even if we encounter an unexpected situation, we can still take care of each other. Around then, Yang Chen accepted Golden Wheel's kind offer. During this process, he seemed to have heard some people in the distance also discussing the topic of mysterious evolutionary killing within the Kunwu clan. And his heart was somewhat helpless. This thing, has it even gotten out to everyone? And the draconic folk who discussed that incident seemed to admire that mysterious evolver, putting him in an inexplicable mood. Golden Will sniffed and immediately looked at Huang Ling. Huang Ling nodded slightly, and then he saw his hands press downward with force, and the ground around him immediately sank rapidly under an invisible force. The dirt squirmed rapidly, and in the process many of the rocks that had risen to the surface were buried by the dirt and sent deeper to tamp down the foundations, preventing the danger from rising out of the ground. Yang Chen and the others looked at this scene with surprise, only to see the originally steep hillside quickly becoming flat. Even some of the small trees were moved away by the writhing earth. In less than 5 minutes before and after, a flat piece of land 30 meters long and wide appeared under everyone's feet. Immediately afterward, Huzhou quickly took out an item and led the people to pitch their tents. That's right, the tents. They should have gone to Kungo's to buy supplies as well, or they should have grabbed them after routing that migrating party earlier. This ability is so convenient. Yang Chen sighed with emotion. Hearing the voice, Huangling looked slightly surprised. His ability was mediocre in terms of attack, but in other aspects, he was also very good, such as at times like this. And he didn't stop there. He started creating walls again. He controlled the dirt to creep and create walls to protect the area. Although Golden Will intended to have someone protect Yang Chen, a long-range shooter, Yang Chen didn't have the good sense to occupy the flat area. He took Pang Min away from the flat area and arrived more than 10 meters away from the flat area, taking out the recently metamorphosed and completed strange object shelter and placing it on the ground. Because there were too many people here, it was not good to expose the hidden mode, so he used the life mode. Under the astonished gaze of the two, the palm-sized building model sank directly into the ground. In the next moment, the ground suddenly and rapidly wriggled, and the originally steep hillside quickly rumbled up, transforming into a building that was 3 meters in length and width, and also more than 3 meters in height. Not only that, the ground underneath his feet quickly extended outwards, all the way out more than 10 meters, forming a wide courtyard dam right in front of the building. In the blink of an eye, a building that was almost completely integrated into the mountain at the back, but had a wide dam in front of it, appeared in front of the two. The colors of the building were almost identical to the surrounding mountains, and if you were at a distance, you wouldn't be able to tell that there was a building here without looking closely. Not far away on the flat ground, Huzhou and the others who were setting up their tents and arranging their campsite were all attracted by the commotion over here. I'm going to them. That one is a curiosity? I don't think it's an ability, is it? I don't feel any evolutionary power fluctuations. Amazing. Huangling and the others looked over in surprise. When he thought that he had even been a bit complacent before, Huangling's old face flushed. His own slow ability, compared to Yang Chen's wondrous item, was simply garbage. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. His third-order limit self was actually compared to a district first-order revolver in many ways. He's using a strange object. It can't be compared like that. He secretly comforted himself. Golden Will also looked at the building that had just appeared with some surprise. Good fellow. A building that completely blends into its surroundings. It should be a strange object, right? Although he wasn't sure how the defense of that strange object was, just the degree of portability and that magical camouflage effect was definitely not cheap. I don't know where that guy got that strange item. Did he also grab it from the previous migration team? It was said that Yang Chen and his duo had left after a fully loaded camel beast, which was highly probable. The entrance to the living patterns shelter. Yang Chen pushed open the small door, and at a glance, he saw the surveillance screen on the wall directly across from him, and the bed was just to the right of the door, so you couldn't see the bed directly from the outside. As for the interior, it was almost exactly the same as before. Not much had changed except that it was a bit more refined. Perhaps for the sake of seclusion, the life mode shelters, too, have portals so small that only one person can pass through them. Pang Min took the lead and walked in, a look of surprise on her face. It's so warm in here. It's so cold outside. This thing of yours is really too convenient. She knew that Yang Chen had customized a man-made wonder outside the Kuan-Wu clan safe zone, and this should be it. But that strange object shouldn't have been that magical to begin with. It must have been processed by Yang Chen later. Thinking about this, she felt more and more the magic of Yang Chen's ability. It's awesome to be able to strengthen weapons and this magical item again. Yang Chen also smiled and walked in, and just as he stepped into the shelter, the cold wind was stopped outside, especially after closing the door behind them. Inside and outside are literally two worlds. I don't know if there was a heating unit inside this shelter, but the temperature outside was close to 0 degrees, but it was in the teens and 20s inside here. Yang Chen entered the toilet and turned on the faucet, but found that there was no water, so he was a bit regretful. It seems that all that rain last night was not saved and that water was left in place after the shelter was put away. Apparently shelters don't have a storage function per se, and the internal space shrinks when they're put away. He held the faucet and sensed it carefully, realizing that the power of the shelter seeped into the earth and extended outwards for more than 10 meters. However, because there is no water in this range, the water system cannot be effective. It seems like there has to be water around, or underground, for this to work. And not far from here are the snowy mountains. And those ice and snow can be melted into drinking water. So the matter of water was not a concern. Even if the shelter could not directly melt the ice and snow to automatically store water by then, one could still manually fetch water. Leaving the toilet, Yang Chen took out the water bag and the metal basin with a lid as well as the desert wolf jerky, bones, and so on. It's been a long time since I've eaten food cooked in soup. So tonight we'll cook soup and eat meat. And by the way, we'll simmer these bones and drink bone broth as well. Saying that, he took out some of the bird meat as well. Cook some more. Don't be afraid of wasting it. I feel that the space folding pouch and my Rui vibrating airbead have a preservation effect. Oh yeah. And salt. He took out the salt shaker as well. Aha. Okay. Why don't you get some rest, and just leave this sort of thing to me? Pang Min immediately went out to work with gusto. She was very energetic about getting food, and didn't have the slightest bit of an improper mindset just because she was awakened. Seeing that he didn't need to help himself, Yang Chen took out the strange arm guard that he had obtained from the golden wheel and prepared to input diffractive chi to see the message. Ask for tickets. Ask for support. End of chapter. Outside the shelter. The area around the shelter was safe because Golden Will specifically had people patrolling the neighborhood. Pang Min went around and found a lot of dry firewood, and returned to the clearing in front of the shelter's door to start a fire. Considering that she would have to cook soup later, she built a fire and found rocks to build a makeshift stove. It was windy and cold outside in the mountains, but Pang Min was in high spirits. In the past, they would have called it survival, but now, she felt like she was enjoying herself, and didn't care in the slightest about this cold. The desert folk are all very resistant to the cold. While it was definitely better to simmer food over a fire inside the shelter, she was worried about burning the inside out. It was so hard to have such an amazing shelter that she couldn't afford to even get dirty, let alone burn a fire in it. It won't be so cold once the fire is burning anyway. Inside the shelter, because of the high level of the oddity arm guard, Yang Chen kept on inputting diffractive chi, and after working for more than 10 minutes without using the crystallized marrow, he couldn't even get it to birth data. He was secretly surprised. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, because of the great consumption of the Curiosity Shelter. After the Curiosity Shelter's metamorphosis was completed, there were already only 30 or so pieces of crystallized bone marrow left, which he didn't bother to use. Anyway, right now, his speed of creating diffractive chi wasn't too slow, and he was just giving birth to the data of the oddity arm guard, so he shouldn't be able to use the crystallized bone marrow. Sure enough, it took a few more minutes for the data to finally appear on top of the arm guard. This data, however, is completely different from previous items. Arm guard, Essence Monster Core, LV, 27, -0%, wear and consume essence. Can release an air shield that lasts for up to 3 seconds to block external attacks. No cooldown, continue to wear it for more than an hour. The arm guard will merge into the flesh and blood and continue to devour the holder's essence and flesh and blood, during which the holder will continue to be metallized until he or she is transformed into an armored essence monster. Continue to input diffractive chi and pull up a full progress bar, and the item will drop even 3 levels. Erasing the residual will of the goblin and removing the cost of use cannot be upgraded. It's 27 levels to begin with, and the progress bar behind it is surprisingly negative. This is the first time I've seen this, but what really surprised Yang Chen wasn't this. This will even transform the holder into an armored elf when worn for a long time? Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. That's a bit of an exaggeration for the cost of using it. No wonder that Golden Wheel was willing to take it out, because this horrifying cost of using it made the value of the wondrous object decrease greatly. But it also seems like a bit of an exaggeration to have one's ability to remove the cost of the use of essence curiosities. The cost of using it should be the side effect, and if this side effect disappears, this wondrous item is definitely a supreme treasure. After all, that air shield had no cooldown and the defense should still be strong. Yang Chen secretly looked forward to it, then continued to input diffractive chi into it. However, he had underestimated level 27 items too much. Even with a spike gun that was only level 16, it would take him a long time now to get the progress bar up a percentage point. Not to mention the 27 leveled wonder arm guards. He was busy for more than an hour, tired and dizzy. The progress bar of this odd arm guard froze a percentage point has not moved. Just as he was hesitating to use the crystallized marrow, suddenly a few words surfaced at the back of the arm guard's data. Insufficient diffusion gas level. The words appeared and then slowly disappeared. Yang Chen froze. Insufficient diffractive chi level? Is it because my evolution level is not enough? It was also right. If one were to calculate according to the level of the nail gun, The awakening chi, derived from the nail gun's 10th level of awakening state, had only made himself a first-order evolutionary, equivalent to one's evolutionary level. It's on par with the nail gun. Since the nail gun is the first item one actually consistently strengthens, the current nail gun was level 16, and he himself should be almost level 16, which was the mid to late stage of the first rank. Instead, the arm guard was 27 levels. If every 10 levels was in equal order, one would at least need the diffractive chi created after the second level of evolutionary to strengthen this arm guard. The equivalent of a nail gun would be after reaching at least level 21. That's fine. It's only a side effect if you keep wearing it for an hour anyway, as long as you remove it within an hour. The main thing was that one had the Rui vibrating air bead, which could also be used for defense. This results in the arm guards being much less valuable to use in your own hands. Yang Chen put away his arm guard with slight regret and was about to continue strengthening his nail gun when suddenly Pang Min called out from outside. Yang Chen, you can eat now. Okay. Yang Chen immediately got up and came outside. Hoo shoo shoo. The cold mountain wind whistled and blew on his face like a knife scraping. The close campfire dispelled the cold of the ground and was cozy, just a little smoky to the eyes as the smoke was blown around by the mountain wind. Pang Min squatted beside the campfire, looking at the blackened metal basin and the broth inside the iron pot, somewhat at a loss. We don't seem to have chopsticks or bowls. What should we do? Chopsticks and bowls? For what? Yang Chen, like the vast majority of the deserted people, had never used bowls and chopsticks to eat since he was a child. He took the lid of the pot straight away, held the iron pot and poured a little soup into the lid, brought the lid to his mouth and took a sip, and then his eyes lit up. It's good. It's delicious. Not only is it good, but the broth is energizing because of the addition of the meat from the ferocious bird. He marveled as he poured some more into the lid of the pot and handed it to Penman. It's still you who has the solution. Pang Min happily took the lid of the pot and drank it. The two of them just swapped pot lids and drank the broth, pushing the cups and screaming. Looking at the few evolvers above the third order such as Golden will not far away in a daze, but other than a few of them, the rest of them didn't think anything was wrong. Even Huzhou is the same. The barren people almost always eat like this, and don't have that time to be preachy unless they are in a position to do so. Seeing that Yang Chen was ready to reach out and grab the meat in the pot, Jin Luan hurriedly called for a commoner to send over bowls and chopsticks to the two of them, with a soup spoon attached. The reason why they didn't let the evolvers go over there was because they were worried that Yang Chen would think that they were there to see a joke, leaving Yang Chen with enough face. My lords, Lord Golden will ask me to bring this to you. This commoner turned away after delivering the dishes, not daring to look more than at the pot of broth. It was not something he could think about. They actually brought bowls and chopsticks. Great. Surprised, Pang Min took the bowls and chopsticks and spoons and played a bowl for Yang Chen. These are bowls and chopsticks. It's quite handy, but it's only good for broth. Under Pang Min's guidance, Yang Chen quickly learned to use chopsticks, but was just a little uncomfortable. But since he had become an evolutionary, since he wanted to live the life of a human being, he had to learn some of the etiquette of a human being, starting with holding chopsticks, gravy with salt. What a long time ago memory. Pang Min sipped the broth and lamented. I had a sip of it when I was very young. I've long forgotten what it tasted like. I didn't expect it to be that good. We'll drink it every day from now on. Yang Chen said boldly. If you really can't finish it, you can still drink and pour a bowl. How wasteful that would be. If you can't finish it, you can cook less. This kind of broth is full of energy. It can fill your stomach, Pang Min hurriedly said. Perhaps it was because she had just awakened and her body needed a large amount of energy to fuel its evolution. So with each additional sip of broth she could feel her body seem to be slowly getting stronger. And as her body grew a little stronger, she sensed the special power within her even more clearly. But she still couldn't control that power as she wished, and needed to slowly feel her way through it. Po ha 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 ha. Suddenly there was loud laughter in the distance. Yang Chen and the others twisted their heads in confusion. He saw a richly dressed young man with a head full of frost striding down the mountain, and behind that youth, there were 500 to 600 people following, looking like they were also some kind of safe zone nobles. Because the group had lights on, the people on the hill could make out their numbers even from a few hundred meters away. Laughing my ass off that those two pariahs were discussing how the broth would be served if they were rich. The youth laughed out loud, and drink a bowl and pour a bowl. Laugh at me, po ha 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 ha. Behind the youth, many people laughed along with them. Those people were obviously all evolvers, and their evolutionary level should not be low, otherwise it would be impossible to hear their conversations from so far away. Yang Chen frowned slightly, secretly on guard. Be careful, Pang Min warned. as the scene was somewhat familiar. Yang Chen nodded. Not far away. Golden Wheel and the others also frowned slightly, disgust flashing in their eyes as they coincidentally took defensive postures. Because the group's route up the mountain was the same as theirs, if the group didn't make the turn, they were bound to clash with them. And unsurprisingly, the group didn't turn around at all, continuing to stride toward where they were stationed. Seeing this, the other nearby desolate folk hurriedly moved away from this side, not daring to block the path of those safe zone nobles. Golden Wheel was also ready to have people pack up and make way for the group. He didn't want to go to war with the nobles of the safety zone if not necessary. The main thing now was to get his spirits up. However, still hundreds of meters away, that youth directly waved his hand. One of the rear guards came up at once carrying a bazooka and seemed ready to physically clear the way. Damn it! The Golden Wheel was enraged and was about to defend. Yang Chen. Peng Min's face changed, and without hesitation, Yang Chen raised his hand and fired a shot. Ask for tickets. Ask for support. End of chapter. Shoo. Boom. The guard's head directly exploded. Ah. The youth who had spoken before cried out in terror. These safe zone people are really used to being high and mighty. Since he had made his move, Yang Chen had no intention of giving the enemy time to react and directly aimed at the youth to fire the nail. Shoo. However, this time that youth even reacted, and the fan in his hand instantly unfolded at the moment of life and death. Boom. The fan was shot to burst, while his entire body flew directly across the room. Kill. Golden Wheel's eyelids jumped, but he was also a decisive person. Seeing this, he directly brought Huang Ling to kill down the mountain. Both are immune to physical attacks and are best suited to lead the charge. Hu Zhou, on the other hand, took out hot weapons one after another from his own carry space. They had grabbed quite a few firearms earlier when they chased down that collapsed migration team, and now they could be put to use. And Yang Chen aimed directly at the man with the hot weapon in that team at the bottom of the hill. Those dainty ones are hitting the light to catch up, just to make it easier to aim. Shoo. Boo. The head of a guard with a light machine gun exploded. Shoo. Boo. An evolver of at least the third rank was shot in the head just as he stepped forward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The enemy is over there. Because the nails are now so fast they produce a sonic boom. Someone inside that group spotted Yang Chen and hurriedly turned his gun around. However, without waiting for him to take aim, his head exploded with him. Yang Chen didn't need to aim carefully at all, because there was the center of sight in the field of vision. And the center of sight could hit wherever it was, as long as the target didn't instantly dodge away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it? A middle-aged man with a powerful aura leapt up from the crowd. Yang Chen hurriedly aimed at his opponent to fire the nail. Shoo. The middle-aged man sneered and blasted out a fist. Only his fist glowed as he punched the lightning-fast nail. Boom. The nail was directly blown out, and his entire body shook fiercely. Yet he was surprisingly not injured in the slightest. How dare you jump up? Yang Chen also laughed coldly and hurriedly aimed to shoot at the man's ankle. Shoo. Boo. The man's ankle was shot straight up. Ah. At once the man screamed and fell from the sky. Yang Chen immediately took the opportunity to aim at the man's head again. Yet still in midair, the man surprisingly reacted in the same way, once again punching the flickering nail. This shook Yang Chen's heart, knowing that the current spike second speed had reached at least 1500 meters. Such a terrifying speed the other party could even react to it. The evolutionary level of the other party. I'm afraid it's at least the 5th rank. Moreover, the other party's physical body was definitely very powerful. Even more powerful than the middle-aged man in fancy dress who was holding a battle sword. Suddenly someone else in the group at the bottom of the hill raised a bazooka. He hastily turned his arm to aim at the target and fired the nail. Shoo. Boo. The head of the guard who had just raised the bazooka exploded instantly. And it was at that moment that Golden Wheel and Huang Ling finally rushed into that migratory group and went straight for the kill. Seek death. A 4th stage evolver roared in anger and slashed violently. However, the moment he was about to hit the Golden Wheel, his face changed drastically and he hastily backhanded his blade. Dang! A flash of nails was split and exploded, but the greatsword in his hand was also blasted and bounced out. Damn it! The man's face changed drastically before he was blown away by the reacting Golden Wheel's punch. On the hillside, around the massive bonfire, all the stationed Draconians froze. They were able to fight the people in the safe zone to this extent? The safe zone seems to be falling to the wayside. Great opportunity. Kill. I've long looked at these high and mighty people with displeasure. Brothers, it's time to grab the supplies that are rightfully ours. Some of the desolate folk evolvers who saw the opportunity immediately joined in, either attacking remotely from the mountain or directly leading people down to kill. Yang Chen didn't stop those people either. Anyway, It was unlikely that they alone would want to completely kill that team. Since someone is willing to help, it's best. He continued to target the strongest members of that migrating team, specializing in hitting those with long-range attack abilities, or those with guns, and occasionally helping to pressure Golden Wheel and Huang Ling. Ta-da-da-da. That's when someone finally opened fire, and bullets flew about. Yang Chen hurriedly specialized in shooting these people, while taking out the odd arm guard and wearing it on his right arm just in case. Pang Min, on the other hand, nervously came next to Yang Chen, constantly trying to take control of her abilities. Wanting to help, Hu Zhou and the others finally opened fire as well, aiming for the most crowded area down the hill and strafing wildly. It was almost the first time they'd gotten one of these guns, and they weren't very skilled, but they didn't need to be too skilled either. If they just shot where the most people were, they were sure to hit one or two of them. Hundreds of meters away from this side, Nong Yafu and the others also discovered the situation over here. Where did those guys get the nerve to take the initiative to make a move against the nobles of the safety zone? Someone murmured in shock, and after seeing that Golden Wheel and the others seemed to have the upper hand, they also began to look at their own bosses in a foolish manner. Nong Yafu's eyes lit up directly after seeing that the strongest man was actually shot in the ankle. How can such a thing be done without me? Nong Yafu? Brothers, follow me to kill. Without further hesitation, he directly led a large group of desolate folk evolutionaries to kill the battlefield. Seeing that they were all on board, the other nearby teams of evolvers also directly followed. Good chance. Everyone kill. The safe zone people have been oppressing us desolate folk for too long. It's time to retaliate back. Kill. For a while, hundreds and thousands of desolate folk evolvers killed their way down the mountain, and even many ordinary desolate folk followed suit, firing cold arrows from afar. This scene directly frightened the migration team's face to change wildly. Damn! Retreat! Everyone was horrified and hastily turned and ran, leaving supplies and such behind. Even many old people and children were left behind by them, and now it was important to run for their lives. The entire migratory procession was in a state of disarray and panic. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately searched for the culprit, his sight searching quickly within the remaining living people. Damn it, why did it come to this? The middle-aged man who was shot out of his ankle was powerless and angry. He only had one leg left, but he still ran the fastest. A jump was tens of meters, and he descended the mountain super fast. And the youth not far away who was being carried by a large group of guards frantically running down the mountain was ashen, because it was his sudden move that caused all this. How could this happen? Why are these untouchables so vicious? The youth murmured incredulously, unable to comprehend what had happened this time. He's just trying to clean up the pariahs that are blocking the road. Why did the filthy pariahs who were supposed to stand there and let him slaughter them suddenly become like beasts of prey? A sudden strong sense of crisis appeared and his face changed drastically. This time, however, because of the outburst, he no longer had a chance to react. With an ear-piercing cracking sound, his head was directly shot through by a flash of nails. Even one of the guards carrying him was taken through the shoulder with it. Young master. The other guards changed their faces and hurriedly threw down the bodies and ran madly down the mountain. The middle-aged man running at the front glanced back, and a shocking killing intent and hatred erupted in his eyes. Desolate folk, I'll never share the same fate as you. He decided to go and move for help. The Huyan clan's strong men should be arriving soon. Even if the Huyan clan didn't want to do anything, he would still have to pay the price to ask the other party to clean up these dirty and hateful pariahs. With these thoughts in his mind, he ran, and jumped faster, and one leg descended the mountain as fast as he could. Kill. Many of the desolate folk evolvers who had a grudge against the nobles of the safe zone, or who purely hated the people of the safe zone, saw this scene and were excited to chase after them. And more desolate folk evolvers who were in it for the resources rushed towards those supplies without a care in the world. Because of a lesson learned, Golden Wheel and the others didn't pay attention to the obvious supplies, but instead specialized in looking for space folding bags that might have fallen. Rumble. As expected, the supplies on the back of a camelid suddenly exploded, and even the huge camelid was blown apart. As for the desolate folk evolvers who rushed towards that camel beast, almost none of them were left. All of them were blown to pieces and none of them survived. Not good. It's a trap. Many people's faces changed drastically and they hurriedly stopped. Both Golden Wheel and Huang Ling who saw this scene revealed cold smiles. These guys still wanted to rob their loot. They really didn't know how to die. We won. Pang Min said excitedly. Yang Chen smiled faintly and ate the boiled meat with his right hand while his left hand continued to aim down the mountain, or at the other desolate folk evolvers. Suddenly he saw a sneaky evolver rapidly approaching towards the back of Hu Chao and the others, and immediately moved his arm to aim at the man. Shoo! Boo! The man had his head blown off directly by a flash of nails. When the people nearby saw the scene, their faces changed, and they hurriedly moved away from the area for fear of being misunderstood. While Huzhou and the others reacted, they were all a bit scared, and immediately threw a grateful gaze towards Yang Chen before turning their guns to aim at the ill-intentioned deserted people. Because there were too many desolate folk joining the battlefield from behind. And now that the enemy had either died in battle or fled, the crowded desolate folk would inevitably break out into a melee. As odious as the people in the safe zone are, one of their oft-repeated phrases is very accurate. The desolate folk are a ragtag bunch, and don't think they'll ever truly unite without a miracle. Pangman quickly glanced around to make sure that no one was near their side before asking in a low voice, "Are we going to grab the loot? You killed so many people this time. Many of the loot should be yours." "No need." Yang Chen quickly took out his nail gun and replenished the nails, and while continuing to eat the meat, he said, "That Golden Will has a good character so far. I'm sure he'll give me a share of the loot. Most of all, his kind of brittle skin is not suitable for joining the melee, or remote is more appropriate." Meanwhile, Golden Wheel and Huang Ling snatched the youth's corpse, as well as the space folding bag on the corpse. Golden Wheel quickly refined the spatial folding pouch, opened it, and immediately sucked in cold air. "Thanks to a lonely ghost for the reward. Please vote, please collect, please reward, please support." Readers' bosses give a little force. The new book period is very much in need of data. Thank you. End of chapter. Well, Huang Ling asked in a hurry. "Damn, these safe zone nobles are so rich." Golden Wheel sneered, put away the space folding bag, and went back to touching the body of the guard next to him. Sure enough, he found a slightly smaller space folding pouch on top of this corpse as well. Upon opening it, he once again sucked in cold air. "Damn, an escort is richer than me. The heavens are really unfair." He sneered and continued his search. Unfortunately, however, not everyone, even those in the safe zone, had space folding bags. This is the kind of thing that is an expensive resource even in a safe zone. Because the night was so dark, they did not continue to pursue the fleeing men in order to prevent them from getting lost and falling into enemy traps. Most of all, he wasn't too sure without Yang Chen's help in pressing the battlefield. Among that group of escaping people, there was a fifth-order revolver. "There's a live one here," suddenly Huang Ling called out, walking over and lifting up an old man who had broken his leg from running too fast down the hill, slapping him back and forth a few times without saying a word first. "All of you, these pariahs, will surely be rounded up by the lords of the Huin clan." The old man screamed miserably, his voice hoarse with curses. Huang Ling sniffed and slapped back and forth a few more times. "Don't! Stop fighting, I said." The old man couldn't carry on. His head was buzzing and his neck was breaking. "What are you going to say?" Huang Ling wondered. The old man. Let him say which nobles they belonged to. Golden Will felt that this new partner was a bit of a tiger. "Oh yeah, which nobles do you guys belong to?" Huang Ling asked hurriedly. Unsurprisingly, many of the desolate people evolvers fought over the supplies. Originally, because Yang Chen pressed the front, pointing and hitting wherever he wanted, he had dumbfounded that migration team, and those people's guns hadn't killed anyone at all, except for injuring some people. As a result, several evolvers were now dead and many injured as a direct result of grabbing the supplies. But anyway, that side was more than 100 meters away from the shelter. So Yang Chen didn't mind his own business and watched it purely as a hilarious event. Unfortunately, the corpses of those evolvers were all taken away by the other desolate folk evolvers, and they didn't know what to do with them. The desolate folk evolvers shouldn't be so bad as to eat people. The biggest possibility was that those evolvers intended to absorb the evolutionary power escaping from the dead evolvers. Because of the fear of danger and the fact that she was busy watching the fun, Pang Min ate her fill in a few moments, and now only Yang Chen continued to eat. But all that's left in the pot are bones, not much meat left. Based on the principle of never wasting anything, Yang Chen bit down hard on the boiled bones and sucked out the marrow inside. Finally, by the time he had finished the last mouthful of soup in the pot as well, Golden Will had returned with his men. At this time, Yang Chen once again saw that Nong Yafu, a long way away. Nong Yafu brought his men around this side, his eyes filled with scorn and gratitude, obviously seeing the might of Yang Chen's previous strike. It was also a shot from hundreds of meters away, but he didn't even see a gun in Yang Chen's hand. The most terrifying thing was that even that fifth stage evolver had his ankle blown off, leaving him shaken. It was fortunate that they hadn't fought with the other party in the first place. Otherwise, even if they were able to kill the other party, they would definitely be dead or injured. Golden Will waited until the nearby deserted people had dispersed before leading his men this way. In addition to Huang Ling, He had also brought Lai Ping with him. Yang Chen immediately put away his odd arm guards and rose to greet Pang Min with him. Yang Chen, it's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise we might have had another death or injury, Golden Will said with a face of astonishment. The speed of your strength increase is also too fast. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have trouble believing it even if someone else had said it. He remembered that when he had first broken out into conflict with the noble migration team in the safe zone, Yang Chen could only shoot at most second-order revolvers. For the third rank, it could only injure, but not kill in one blow, and as for the fourth rank, it could barely affect it. However, it didn't take long before the burly man who was also able to manipulate metal died in Yang Chen's hands. Even more so, because of Yang Chen's pursuit, that migration team had somehow collapsed, giving them the opportunity to pursue them. This time it was even more exaggerated. Even a fifth-order revolver had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Chen. It was also because of Yang Chen's pressure that they were able to break through and directly crush that safe zone noble migration team. With that, he glanced around to make sure that there was no one else nearby, and then he took out a spatial folding bag and waved it in front of him. Instantly, a large pile of crystallized bone marrow appeared in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen and Pang Min were both taken aback because these crystallized bone marrow were feared to be in the thousands. This group we encountered this time is the Wu clan, one of the Huyan clan's outlying nobles, and here are 300 pieces of crystallized marrow, one of the parts of the loot we obtained this time. Golden Will didn't say how much of the total loot this was, but the fact that he was able to take out so much already made Yang Chen very surprised. Then I'm welcome. Yang Chen immediately entered the shelter and took out some of his luggage to make room, then came out and put all of this crystallized bone marrow inside the Rui vibrating air bead. Golden Will and the other three saw the situation inside the shelter through the small door and were all slightly surprised. It's amazing to have such a cozy place to sleep in a place like this. Oh yeah, and what I said last time about helping your companions master their abilities quickly. Seeing Yang Chen put away the crystallized marrow, the Golden Will immediately let Lai Ping step forward. Lai Ping's main ability is Heavenly Heart. This ability cannot be performed regularly. It can only be performed about once a month. This time it will be given to your companion. Pang Min immediately revealed a look of anticipation. Thanks a lot. Yang Chen nodded. It was part of the previous deal. No thanks needed. Golden Will smiled slightly. Lepin, begin. The black and thin youth Lai Ping nodded his head and said to Yang Chen and Pang Min, the name of my ability is Heavenly Mind. That is, my mind transforms the heavenly mind, which allows one to enter into a special state, and when I use it myself, I am able to be incredibly focused on doing one thing, being able to forget everything in this state, and when used on others, the effect is similar. He looked at Pang Min. Wait, you try to sense your abilities and don't think about anything else. Okay. Pang Min nodded vigorously. I'm starting. Sit down on the floor and close your eyes. In the next moment, a ball of light emerged from his body and projected itself onto the ground next to him, intertwining into an intricate glowing pattern on the ground. Sit on it and sense your powers carefully, Golden Will urged. Okay. Pang Min immediately sat down above that pattern and quickly entered within a special state. Their perception of the outside world will be very weak now, and this process may last for a long time, so let's watch over them from the side. Golden Will and Huang Ling flanked Lai Ping and sat down 5 meters away from him. Yang Chen also moved away slightly and sat down with his back to the shelter wall, while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Huang Ling, who should also be seeing Lepin use this ability for the first time, couldn't help but ask, this ability of Lepin's, can it help one step into super evolution? Super evolution? Yang Chen's heart stirred and he hurriedly listened with his side ear. How can it be that simple? Golden Will shook his head. I've experienced this several times. And this ability of Lepin's, aside from enabling one to focus on something immensely, doesn't really have any effect on the development of abilities. Yang Chen couldn't help but ask, do the two of you know what's going on with super evolutionaries? What exactly is a super evolutionary? Now he was basically sure that a super evolved person definitely did not mean someone with a very high degree of evolution, because those two super evolvers from before weren't that high in terms of rank. Golden Will looked at Yang Chen and smiled. I'm sure you've seen the scene of the battle between those two super revolutionaries before, right? Yes. Yang Chen nodded. So what do you think? What's the difference between those two super evolvers and ordinary evolvers? Golden Will asked again. Yang Chen thought for a moment. Omnipotence? Yes, you summed it up perfectly. Golden Will lamented. The abilities of us ordinary evolvers are actually very singular and parochial. Single and parochial? Yang Chen pondered. Like me, Golden Will said. My ability is to liquefy metal. When I enter the state of liquefied metal, I can be immune to physical attacks. This was originally the only thing I was able to do after I was awakened. After these 40 years of development, I have researched the use of morphing and absorbing energy, and even developed the use of electromagnetic bursting based on some scientific principles. But this requires external help. I can't do it by myself. It wasn't known if he really trusted Yang Chen that much, or if it was because he was exploring super evolution, so he told his abilities almost without any concealment. But all of these latter abilities are uses that I've slowly worked out over the course of 40 years. Just one use, not an extension of the ability. He looked at Yang Chen. Super evolution, on the other hand, is not the same thing at all. That's super evolution. In the end, is, asked Yang Chen. Suppose we, ordinary evolvers, are mono-evolutionary, Golden Will said with a wistful expression. Super evolution, then, is the all-round liberation of abilities, or omni-evolution. Ask for tickets, ask for favorites. End of chapter. Omni-evolution? Yang Chen was taken aback. That's right, full-blown evolution. To be exact, Golden Will said. My father is an evolutionary, and so am I. I first heard the term super evolution from my father. In my father's words, he took out a handful of chopsticks from within his spatial folding pouch and gripped them hard. The ability of an evolved person is equivalent to these chopsticks, and the ability of us ordinary evolvers is equivalent to this chopstick that has been gripped tightly, and we can only use it in this gripped state to attack people, or to affect external objects. After saying that, he suddenly threw all the chopsticks on the ground and let them spread out. The abilities of a super evolved person are like this. The abilities are completely unlocked. They break the shackles of a single state. Each chopstick can be used individually and can be fine-tuned. Golden Wheel's expression became grave. Not only can they use them individually, but they can also use them in combination, able to play with their abilities in 1,000 different ways, as if they were gods. In that area of their ability attributes, they can do almost anything, breaking the single shackle. Each chopstick can be used individually, or in combination. Yang Chen was secretly surprised, as if he had seen the door to a new world. Then how should I break this single shackle? You think too highly of me. Golden Wheel laughed bitterly. If I knew how to break a single shackle, I would probably be a super evolutionary by now. It's not that simple. Huang Ling shook his head. Oh, what do you know? Golden Wheel looked over curiously. It's not that I know something, it's what's laid out. Huang Ling explained. The Huyan clan and the Kunwa clan surely know how to step into super evolution, but the super evolutionaries among the two clans are still so rare. So super evolution is definitely not that easy. Makes sense. Golden Wheel nodded. It's just like how I know I can gain countless riches by overthrowing the two major clans, but I simply don't have that ability. While the analogy is exaggerated, that's really what it means. Huang Ling lamented. Super evolution? Ah, it's too far away from us. Golden Wheel couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. Let's not talk about what can or can't be done. I just want to know how to do it. But unfortunately, there's no way to do any of it. Single evolution. Super evolution. Yang Chen pondered over these two questions and asked again. What do you two think would be the state if you stepped into super evolution? Of course, it's fine if it's not convenient to say. Ha, what's so inconvenient about that? It's not certain if I'll have that chance in my life. Golden Wheel laughed. If I step into super evolution, I think that, after my ability is fully unlocked, I will be able to manipulate all metals. Everything related to metals will presumably be under my control, and by then I will be the god of metals, and I will be able to pull out metal elements from the human body, strip off the earth from the metal elements, condense metal elements from the air, and even, his eyes were filled with yearning. I heard that the limit of a super evolutionary is to create things out of thin air, consuming essence or evolutionary power to create things out of thin air. At that time, I will be able to create metal from a constant source. Yang Chen couldn't help but think of that Huyan Lingxi's ability to create vines out of thin air. My words are estimated to be about the same as that Kunwa clan's super evolutionary. Huang Ling said, my ability is earth attribute. In the beginning I wouldn't get tired just by standing on the earth. After nearly 30 years of development, I am able to create ground spikes by drawing on the earth's energy and forcibly storing power to extrude a part of the earth, or slowly change the terrain and forcibly condense a large chunk of dirt. But that's about it. These abilities can't be used for fighting and they take time to build up power. If I were to super evolve, maybe I'd be the god of the land, able to manipulate the earth of an area, even make it bulge into buildings at my whim, build cities at the drop of a hat, and so on. Speaking here, he smiled to himself. These are all just my fantasies. But I think that super revolution should be like this. Golden Wheel looked at Yang Chen. With your ability, you should be able to shoot some sort of sharp object from your arm to attack your enemy, right? Can you shoot such things from other places? Like the mouth, or the eyes, or the paws, etc. Can't. Yang Chen shook his head. Indeed he couldn't, because his current means of attack relied on a nail gun, which wasn't an ability. And now they were exploring the state of affairs in the event of a super-revolutionary aftermath. So he didn't bother revealing his powers much, because what he says or doesn't say won't affect the exploration that follows. That's right, Golden Wheel said. This is single evolution. If you step into super-revolution, your state should be such that you can shoot the kind of attack power from everywhere in your body as you wish, whether it's your eyes or your mouth, or even your nose, or the palms of your feet and so on. You can shoot that kind of attack, and the power that you shoot out may even turn and track and so on. That's super evolution as I understand it. Yang Chen understood. The single evolution of an ordinary evolver is a single ability that can only be exerted in a certain area, but the super evolution, it is the ability to completely liberate, all of a sudden from a single shot to a continuous shot, and even still a 360-degree angle continuous shot. Not only that, but maybe crossfire, or even bullet deflection or tracking, etc. With that kind of math, super-evolved people do exaggerate, and it's not too much of a stretch to say that they're fully evolved. A super-evolved person might be able to easily abuse 100 single-evolved people of the same level. By the way, I've heard about one of the pathways to super-evolution from Huzhou. Since these two were so generous, Yang Chen didn't hide anything. Huzhou said that if he could obtain the golden blood of a 10,000-year-old mountain god essence monster, he would be able to step into super-evolution. At that moment, both Golden Wheel and Huang Ling were shaken. You're telling the truth? Golden Wheel's entire body was energized, his eyes glowing. That's what Huzhou said. Yang Chen hastily brushed it off. Swish! The Golden Wheel rushed straight out and quickly lifted Huzhou over. Suddenly being brought up, Huzhou's entire body was confused, with a terrified look on his face, thinking that something big had happened. Relax, we mean no harm. With an excited face, Golden Wheel asked, you know the way to step into super-evolution? Stepping into the path of super-evolution? Huzhou was dumbfounded, because Jin Luan and the others must have known about his ability from Huzhou's mouth. Yang Chen sold this guy out without the slightest sense of guilt. Earlier, you said that the blood of a 10,000-year-old mountain god essence monster, as long as it takes one mouthful, it will surely allow an ordinary person to awaken a special talent and become an evolutionary. And it can even allow an evolutionary who has gone to the extreme evolver to break through to the super evolver level. It should be true, right? He was also very cautious when it came to super evolution. Of course, he did not reveal that he and the others had drunk the golden blood of the 100-year-old mountain god elf. There was indeed such a thing, but I had never seen a super evolved person at that point. Huzhou explained. At that time, I thought that a super evolver is an evolver who has gone to the limit. Well, whether or not it is like this shouldn't matter. I did see such a record within the Huyan clan in the beginning. Are you from the Huyan safety zone? Huang Ling asked with a frown. No. Huzhou shook his head. Then why can you see something so important? Huang Ling was a bit skeptical. Huzhou helplessly explained. That's just an ordinary Jingwei Zi, which is mainly about the various Jingwei in the mountainous region, which just happens to be interspersed with such a sentence. Saying that, he glanced at Yang Chen with some speechlessness, not knowing what bad things this guy had said about himself that made these two big brothers so agitated that they directly carried themselves over. He was scared to death just now, thinking that he had unintentionally done something taboo and was going to be executed. If what he says is true, could it be that the Huyans don't care if anyone else learns of this method? Yang Chen guessed. First of all, 10,000-year-old mountain god essence monsters are absolutely rare. Even if they are discovered, it is estimated that they cannot be hunted. And secondly, if other people discover the 10,000-year-old mountain god essence, the barren folk or ordinary nobles will surely not be able to hunt it down, and the news might reach the interior of the Huyan clan? Huang Ling picked up. You mean that Huyans might be fishing? It's not that there isn't such a possibility. Yang Chen nodded. These safe zone people are as hateful as ever. Golden Wheel sneered. But no matter what, we finally know a way out. Though there is almost no hope in sight. Maybe there is another way. Huzhou said. When I first entered the Huyan safe zone, I have read a large number of books, whether they are ordinary magazines or biographical novels. I saw a method in a biographical novel. I'm not sure if it's virtual or real. And by the way, that biography, It's written about the old ancestor of the Huyan clan. What method? Golden Wheel asked in a hurry. Yang Chen and Huang Ling also looked over curiously. Thanks to StarHub, Stargazing Emperor, and Book Club member 202305221543100805 for their rewards. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. That method is a little weird, and I still wonder if the author of that biography made it up. Huzhou said, that method is traveling through the time tunnel. A time tunnel? What's that? A time tunnel somewhere? Listening to the name, it's not simple or reliable. Ordinary evolvers are expected to have no return, right? Yang Chen and the three of them were all stunned. Huzhou spread his hands. I don't know. That's what the biography says above. I think that even if the Huyan clan's old ancestor really stepped into super evolution because of traveling through the time tunnel, it should only be by chance. That method is mostly impossible to replicate. Saying it is the same as not saying it. Huang Ling was helpless. Is it an unattainable chance? Golden Wheel sighed. Super evolution is too hard. Suddenly a spherical transparent barrier appeared on the surface of Pang Min's body, who was surrounded by several people. The barrier grew larger and larger, reaching 2 meters in diameter before stabilizing. Yang Chen was delighted in his heart. It seemed that Pang Min had already figured out how to use the ability. What kind of ability is this? Golden Wheel was a bit surprised. It's completely impenetrable, and this barrier seems to isolate the breath. Huang Ling said unexpectedly. This seems to be a space-based ability. Huzhou was surprised. Just like me, it's all Space Department. Spatial? Golden Wheel paid attention in his heart and asked, Yang Chen, what do you call this companion of yours? Although ordinary evolvers had a single ability, there were different evolutionary systems with different strengths and weaknesses. The space system, on the other hand, is a very powerful one. Just like Huzhou's space carrier, it wasn't a combat type, but it was very exaggerated in terms of transportation. Her name is Penman. Yang Chen smiled faintly and formally introduced Pang Min to these fellow travelers. My most trustworthy partner. At that exact moment, the transparent barrier disappeared and Pang Min woke up, her eyes flashing with surprise. Congratulations, Golden Wheel smiled. Now both of the people in Yang Chen's small team were enough to make him take them seriously, so his attitude was better. Thanks. Pang Min nodded her head somewhat flattered, then reported to Yang Chen. I can control my ability now. Not bad. Yang Chen smiled. At that moment, Lepin also woke up, looking as if he had consumed quite a lot, and his face was a bit pale. We'll head back then. You guys get an early night too. Tomorrow maybe we'll have to figure out how to get over the snowy mountains. Golden Wheel helped Lai Ping up and said to Yang Chen, the real test is yet to come. Huzhou, however, did not leave in a hurry, but looked at Pang Min. I also have a spatial system ability. Can we explore it? The two corroborate each other. There might be unexpected gains. I personally feel that super evolution might also be related to one's own understanding of the ability. There is no harm in knowing more about it. Golden Wheel, who was about to leave, looked over curiously. Tell me about your understanding of super evolution? Huzhou nodded. I think that in the same evolutionary system, after a certain evolver succeeds in super evolution, he should be able to perform the abilities of other evolvers. In which case, if he learns it the hard way, he might have a certain chance of breaking the shackles. Hard learning? Golden Wheel and Huang Ling looked at each other. It's a good thought, but how do you learn it the hard way? Huang Ling asked. Here's what I think. Huzhou explained. My current ability. The Golden Wheel boss already knows. If there is a space system evolver in the aspect of instantaneous transfer, and I learn the skill of instantaneous transfer from him, if I really learn it, I might be able to break the single shackle. Even I suspect that it only needs to be done once, and I only need to learn a kind of other ability in the same system to break the shackle. But unfortunately so far, I have yet to encounter any other space system evolvers. Will this work? I'm not going to lie. I've tried to learn the abilities of other Earth evolvers, but I simply can't get started. Huang Ling frowned. Even if we know the techniques, we can't learn them. Our abilities are like rigid one-way passages. It's hard to open up forks in the road. Most of all, our abilities are like instincts. Very few people can actually study the exact way to perform them. First of all, I have no malice. Do you think there is a possibility that you are not smart enough? Huzhou asked weakly. How do you talk? Huang Ling glared. Huzhou hurriedly took out his huge shield. I really didn't mean any harm. Golden Will stopped Huang Ling and said, although it feels like super evolution shouldn't be that simple, it's really a thought. Is it hard to learn? He murmured. It can't be learned under normal circumstances, and it may be true that the ability is shackling us. But, in theory, it should be possible. You guys take your time. I'll take Lapin back first. He was a little excited and seemed to want to go back and try. I'll leave first too. Huangling didn't continue to look for trouble with Hu Zhou, although he felt that Hu Zhou was talking nonsense, but it was really a good thought. He had tried it a few times before and realized he hadn't learned it and didn't continue, thinking it wouldn't work. But if you learn the hard way, it might be possible. Hu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, put away his shield and looked at Peng Min once again. Miss Peng Min, can you tell us about your abilities? Spatial system evolvers are very rare. The opportunity is rare. We can discuss with each other. Maybe with luck we will break the shackles and step into super evolution. Super evolution. That's too far away from me. Peng Min looked at Yang Chen and saw that Yang Chen didn't stop him before asking, can you tell us about your abilities first? Sure, but, can we talk somewhere farther away? Hu Zhou said. I don't want too many people to know what I can do. He wasn't defending himself against the likes of Golden Wheel and Yang Chen, but he was worried about other strange evolvers in the vicinity eavesdropping. Forget it then. It's dangerous to go far away, Yang Chen said. In fact, the oddity shelter could block out sound, but he had no intention of letting outsiders inside the shelter. My ability to block out sound. Peng Min instantly released her ability, and a spherical transparent barrier with a diameter of 2 meters instantly appeared, enveloping all three of them. All of a sudden the sound outside disappeared, whether it was the wind or any other sound. Even the cold wind was cut off from the outside. This is a truly amazing ability you have, to be able to shield yourself from even the cold winds, and it seems that you can even shield yourself from the cold temperatures outside. Hu Zhou was a little envious, and then he no longer hid it and said, my ability is called Space Carrier, the main manifestation of which is that I carry an invisible huge space with me. How big is it? Peng Min asked curiously. Speaking of this, Hu Zhou couldn't help but smile. When I first awakened, when I was a quasi-evolutionary, that space was 10 meters in diameter. And when I became a full evolutionary, the diameter of the space climbed to 20 meters. He was a bit proud of himself. The middle stage of the first rank is 30 meters. The late stage is 40 meters. When I was promoted to the second rank, that space reached 100 meters in diameter. As of now, it is already 400 meters in diameter. If I wanted to, I could move a small mountain away, but it needs to be put in little by little. If I have a large number of people to help me, it will be very easy. This is also the reason why I took in so many henchmen before. Unfortunately, almost all of those henchmen were poisoned, leaving only 2 still following him. He planned to take on more men once he had stabilized, so that he could put his abilities to perfect use, and his dream is to be a porter. When Yang Chen and Peng Min heard this, they both revealed a look of surprise. 400-meter diameter space. Peng Min staggered. How many ranks are you now? Second order limit. Hu Zhou said with a self-satisfied expression. Based on the increase from the first to the second stage, I guess that when I advance to the third stage, my space will reach 1,000 meters in diameter. 1,000 meters. Yang Chen marveled. He had been surprised earlier when he saw Hu Zhou take in the corpse of a ferocious bird of that size. I didn't realize that it was simply a piece of cake. Now that the other party's carry-on space was 400 meters in diameter, that kind of ferocious bird carcass, I'm afraid it could fit in several hundred or even several thousand of them. Right? Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. What about yours? Hu Zhou looked at Peng Min. Peng Min, however, looked at Yang Chen. It can be explored, and it would naturally be best if there are gains to be made. Yang Chen said. Anyway, the two sides were not enemies now, and according to what Peng Min had said before, the double layer space was not an attack ability, so he was prepared to create some additional attack weapons for Peng Min. Hu Zhou could sort of see that this girl called Peng Min was almost obedient to Yang Chen, even after becoming an evolutionary. This made him a little envious. The men he had taken under him before didn't have a single evolved person, but he was also self-aware enough to know that he wasn't capable of keeping his evolved men in check. Okay, Peng Min immediately said, my ability is double layer space. That is, 1 layer inside the body and 1 layer outside the body. The layer outside the body is able to withstand attacks and shield sound, and the layer inside the body is able to store items, but currently it can only store a very little bit, about this much. She compared the size, about a meter in diameter. Then do you know the exact way you perform this ability? Hu Zhou asked expectantly. His ability, while very exaggerated in terms of handling, has no offensive power, much less any defense. Defense he did it all with the huge shield he carried with him. and there are quite a few hot weapons sitting in that space right now, and that's his means of attack as well. But those hot weapons need to use skills. If you can't hit it is also in vain. And the ammo used a little less. No ammo is scrap metal. I don't know. The ability is like instinct. Sensing a thought and casting it successfully. Pangman asked rhetorically. And do you know how your powers are performed? Don't know. Huzhou regretfully shook his head. Pangmin couldn't help but roll her eyes. You don't even know the way to perform it yourself. You want to explore it and leave it here for nothing? Then we'll discuss it another time. And I'll try to figure out exactly how to cast it. Huzhou was also a bit embarrassed, and turned to leave with a farewell. Pangmin immediately put away the spatial barrier and quickly packed up the dishes. Are we going to rest? It's already very late. Of course we need to rest. We have to continue our journey tomorrow, Yang Chen said. The two returned inside the shelter. Pangmin put down the cutlery then excitedly pounced on Yang Chen to release her emotions. I've finally become an evolutionary as well. You're already a formal evolutionary? Yang Chen subconsciously hugged Pangmin and was surprised. Just now my physique underwent a metamorphosis. I'm now a first-order evolver, Pangmin said in surprise. By the way, I just hid it from that Hu Chao. My ability to actually protect against the outside but not the inside. What do you mean? Yang Chen's heart stirred. How is it a defense against the outside but not the inside? It means that when my outer space is propped up, outsiders can't attack us, but we can attack others, Pangmin said with an excited face. This way I'll be able to protect you at all times, and you'll be able to maximize the power of that weapon of yours. What made her happiest was that she was also finally becoming useful and no longer had to worry about being abandoned at any moment. It's really good. Yang Chen was also happy. Is your ability an all-round defense? Spherical barrier, defense front and back, Pangmin said. Even attacks from the sky and underground can be defended against. It's just that I'm not at a high level right now, so I guess my defense isn't strong enough. It's good enough that getting stronger can't be rushed. Yang Chen happily took out a few pieces of crystallized bone marrow. Try to see if you can absorb the energy of the crystallized bone marrow to speed up the rate of becoming stronger. Aha! Let's see. Pangmin took the crystallized bone marrow and tried to absorb it. Yet soon she was bewildered. How do you absorb it? You can't absorb energy directly? It's just visualizing your hands having suction to match the rhythm of your breathing. Yang Chen patiently said. This way, I'll teach you the breathing rhythm. He immediately taught Pangmin the way he absorbed energy. Pangmin learned quickly, yet was unable to absorb energy directly from within the crystallized bone marrow. How come you can't absorb it? Yang Chen wondered. Could it be that this absorption of energy also belongs to a part of my ability? It was also true that one needed external energy to transform diffractive chi, or else one's essence would quickly dry up. Absorbing energy also only allowed one to transform diffractive chi to strengthen other items, but one could not directly use this absorbed energy to raise one's evolutionary level. In this way, one's own ability should be composed of three links, such as absorption, transformation, and transportation, and one's ability to derive diffractive chi and awakening chi. This ability of mine, it feels more and more complicated. Yang Chen pondered in his heart. What state would I be in if I could step into super evolution? If you can't absorb it directly, you can't absorb it directly. I can get energy by eating anyway. Pangmin wasn't too disappointed. Evolution is something that needs to be done slowly. That golden will is only at the 4th rank even after awakening for over 40 years. That's true. Yang Chen nodded. I'm so happy tonight. Celebrate with me. Pangmin once again pounced on Yang Chen and said happily. What I said before still counts. Oh, you're going to be my boredom reliever. Say the opposite, right? Yang Chen violently and forcefully rolled over and pinned Pangmin down. Aftermath. Yang Chen took out the Rui vibrating air bead and strengthened it. This time, having obtained 300 pieces of crystallized marrow, he was prepared to strengthen all the equipment on his body. Although the defense was now helped by Pangmin, the Rui vibrating air bead also doubled as a storage function, and could even be thrown out to smash people when necessary. That is why the Rui shocking air bead is also important. Next to her, because her physique was much stronger after becoming a formal evolver, Pangmin did not fall into a deep sleep as she did last night, but instead looked curiously at the beads in Yang Chen's hand. I don't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt as if she had some kind of connection with that bead. Subconsciously, she moved her mind, and instantly the bead slowly floated up from Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen looked over in shock. You can control the Rui vibrating air bead? Pangmin was also a bit surprised. It can barely be controlled. Is it because of the spatial power? I seem to have sensed spatial power up there. Space power? Yang Chen suddenly took out the space folding bag. Try this. Penman immediately tried to take control again. However, there was no response from the space folding bag. Strange. I clearly feel spatial power on this as well. Pang Min looked puzzled. Yang Chen couldn't help but think of something in his heart. He had used the awakening chi born from the Rui vibrating air bead to awaken Pang Min in the first place. Could it be because of this? He couldn't help but think of more, such as that sight-assisting collimation of his own nail gun. He had some doubts that even if others used the power of evolution to refine the nail gun, they would at most be able to use the two functions of integrating into the arm and recoillessness, and would be able to shoot the nails out, but they might not be able to see that center of gravity. If waking breath is really a medium that allows outsiders to take full control of their enhanced items, then to make that paragon visible to others, perhaps the user would have to absorb a portion of the waking breath to do so. The same should be true for other items with similar magical properties. However, the few items that were currently necessary were over level 10, and could not give birth to awakening chi, and he couldn't afford to use the crystallized bone marrow, which wasn't much to begin with, to strengthen temporarily unnecessary items. So this guess is unverifiable for now. The nail gun's collimation attribute should be very rare, belonging to the mid-prize level, and the number of items he had strengthened so far was actually not that small, but there was only one case of this kind of collimation appearing in his field of vision. What weapons do you want? He looked to Penman. Weapons. Pang Min thought for a moment. Your kind of long-range weapon is just fine, but if it's possible, I'd like a weapon with spatial power. Is that okay? Although I don't think I may have that chance to super-evolve. But if I come into contact with more spatial aspects of power, there might be some unexpected gains. Super revolution. Before, because of a complete lack of understanding of what super revolution is, completely afraid to think about it. But now, she felt like she could have thought about it. 2. What if a miracle happens? Space-wise? I'll figure it out. Yang Chen said. You go to sleep first. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. And you don't want to be too late. Penman nodded, then closed his eyes. Super evolution. Yang Chen couldn't help but think freely while continuing to strengthen the Rui vibrating air bead. It's a long shot, but if I were to super evolve this ability of mine, what would it be like? It wasn't just Golden Wheel and the others who wanted to super evolve. He did too. He really wanted to progress too much in this increasingly dangerous world. Thanks to Dull Wave 08A, Head in the Pits, and Book Club member 20240821125144824 for their rewards. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Especially with that unseen disaster closing in on him, plus the fact that the Kungo clan and the Huyen clan were looking for him. If he was not strong enough, once he encountered the strongest of the Kuan-Wu clan or the Huyen clan, he would surely die. One's nail gun was ultimately too monofunctional, and if one encountered some weird abilities, one would be very passive. Like that green smoke from earlier. And once he stepped into super revolution, his strength would definitely increase in all directions. With these thoughts in his mind, the progress bar of the Rui vibrating air bead in his hand was getting higher and higher. Finally, he didn't come back to his senses until the Rui shocking air bead progress bar was full. Upgrade. With a thought, he upgraded the Rui vibrating air bead. It didn't take long for the Rui vibrating air bead to reach the 12th level. Rui shocking air bead LV. 12, 0%, size Rui, contains a 106 centimeters diameter independent space. Not upgradable. A meter in diameter now. This Rui vibrating air bead can become the size of the diameter of the internal space at the maximum. A 1 meter diameter solid metal ball. I'm afraid it could be tens of thousands of pounds. Right? Such a weight, in the ordinary size thrown out suddenly let it enlarge. That horrible inertia should be able to smash the third order revolver to death. Even the fourth order revolver. As long as it is not a defensive type, it should be able to eat a big loss. But, this ability is ultimately too single, and the speed of throwing it out may not be able to hit the enemy. By far, the most important thing about the Rui vibrating air bead was the storage effect. With a 1 meter diameter space, it's able to hold a lot more stuff. Together with Pang Min's inner space, the two of them should be able to easily fit their own luggage. Just enough to get by. For now it's still only the nail gun for attack. Yang Chen put away the Rui vibrating air bead and once again took out the nail gun to strengthen it. While the nail gun is singularly functional, it works very well as long as you're not encountering weird abilities. For example, the suspected 5th order revolver from before. If the nail gun was powerful enough, the other party's glowing fist could be shot. As long as the nail gun was strong enough, even if he was still a 1st order revolver, as long as the enemy wasn't a super revolver, It wouldn't be a dream for him to kill a fifth order at first order. It was true that one's true rank was the first rank, but that didn't stop one from being able to create special items. Who made himself a functional evolutionary? Yang Chen felt that if there was a need to categorize the various faculties of psychic abilities into faculties, this kind of psychic ability of his own should belong to the life faculty. Manufacturing various items, belonging to the living department. No problem. If my guess is correct, perhaps it will take the awakening chi provided by a level 20 awakening state item to allow me to advance to the second rank. The waking chi provided by other items in the 10th level awakening state would presumably only allow one to become stronger horizontally, boosting one's physique and strength and so on, but would likely not be able to raise one's evolutionary level. If that was the case, even if the nail gun's function remains singular, it would have to continue to be strengthened in order to do so. After all, this is the highest level item currently available. Consumption is getting worse. As it continued to strengthen, Yang Chen's brows became tighter and tighter. Because of the progress bar from level 16 to 17, he had consumed more than 400 pieces of crystallized bone marrow of different sizes in one breath. And surprisingly, he hadn't even filled it up yet. This crystallized bone marrow, is it unique to the wandering Gobi? Is it available elsewhere? Yang Chen was a little worried in his heart. If there was no crystallized bone marrow elsewhere, then he would have to find a way to get other substitutes. The energy of the goblin core could not be absorbed forcibly. It was as if the thing was still alive. The energy inside was locked away. And so far, in addition to crystallizing the bone marrow, he was also able to absorb the evolved power escaping from evolved people. However, after the death of an evolved person, the evolutionary energy quickly runs out and cannot be used as a regular resource. It was also impossible for one to kill evolvers on sight, and it was impossible to hunt down other evolvers for so little evolutionary energy. That would be easy to turn over in the gutter, not to mention being inefficient. It would be better to rob crystallized marrow or other cultivation resources. Finally, the crystallized bone marrow of different sizes was consumed for more than 450 pieces before the nail gun rose to level 17. Seeing that it was still light outside, Yang Chen immediately continued to strengthen it, wanting to raise the nail gun to level 20 early, to see if level 20 items would once again give birth to awakening chi. If the guesses came true, then one would be able to quickly advance to the second rank. At that time, one's physique would be stronger, the speed of creating diffractive chi would be faster, and even if one's ability remains singular, one's survivability would be greatly enhanced. Finally, when a sliver of fish belly white appeared in the sky outside in the surveillance video, when crystallized bone marrow of varying sizes, only 200 or so pieces remained. The nail gun was upgraded once again. Invisible nail gun LV. 18, 0%, collimation, integrated into arm, no recoil, effective range 3,100 meters. Maximum range 9,300 meters, not upgradable. This maximum range, it's almost 10 kilometers. Although Yang Chen somewhat disliked the nail gun for being too single-functioned because he knew about the existence of super-evolutionaries, the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but curl up slightly. If we meet that physically powerful 5th-ranked evolver from before again, we should be able to shoot him in one go, right? The effective range was just over 3,000 meters, and one might not use that much range, but the range itself was a visual figure of power. It's just too resource-intensive. More than 1,000 pieces of crystallized bone marrow is only enough to raise 2 levels, and as the nail gun gets higher and higher in rank, this increase in consumption will only get bigger and bigger. Yang Chen felt that he had to look for alternatives. Otherwise, in case there was no crystallized bone marrow elsewhere, one would have to rely on oneself to slowly create diffractive chi. That way, I'm afraid it would take 10 days and half a month to raise a small level, right? It was logical that because one's item could feed back awakening chi to oneself to raise one's evolutionary level, strengthening one's item was also a necessary process for one's cultivation to become stronger. If the others were unable to directly absorb the crystallized bone marrow like Pang Min, then there should be a specialized means of enhancement. Yet the means of enhancement for ordinary evolvers might not be suitable for them, unless they were functional evolvers. What I know is ultimately too little. Maybe there are other special methods within the clan to raise the level of man-made wonders. Unfortunately, himself is now wanted by 2 major clans. I just want to live well. Why is it so hard? Yang Chen was a little helpless and a little annoyed in his heart. A large part of the reason why it was so difficult for them, the Baron folk, to survive was actually related to the Huyan clan, because the vast majority of the resources were controlled by the Huyan clan. For example, there are several oasis lakes in the wandering Gobi, and those places don't allow desolate people to approach, and they will be killed if they approach without authorization. Are you still awake? At this time, Pang Min woke up. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the monitor screen. It's dawn. You should hurry up and get some sleep. I'll go cook food. Are you going out alone? Yang Chen asked. I'm an evolutionary now, too. Pang Min smiled. And I'm still the main defense ability. That's fine. I'll take a nap and cook more today. Don't be afraid to waste it. Yang Chen directly handed a large piece of fierce fowl meat to Pang Min to put into his inner space, opened the door for Pang Min, and then lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Time passes slowly. It was getting light outside. Half asleep, Yang Chen suddenly felt that he saw the scene around him. He vaguely saw himself lying alone on the bed, saw the surveillance screen on the wall next to him, and also vaguely saw Pang Min, who was cooking food in the doorway. In the blurry image, a ray of morning sunlight shone on Pang Min, making it seem as if Pang Min's petite body was radiating light. But this vision was very vague, like a dream, and it didn't last long before he drifted off to sleep again. After I don't know how long, he was awakened by a strong smell of meat. The sun had risen high outside and shone through the small door of the shelter, warming his body. This is, oh, my strange thing shelter. Yang Chen, who just woke up, was a little confused. Sleeping in a warm and safe place like this, and waking up to the smell of meat. It seemed like I had only experienced it a few times when I was very young, when my father was still alive. Haven't experienced it since I was 16. In particular, waking up to perfectly formed women simmering food at the door put him in a trance. The cozy feeling that I had never felt before had only just surfaced, but was immediately followed by the return of the memory that washed over me. What are you thinking about? The crisis is not yet far away. Yang Chen rubbed his face vigorously to clear his head quickly, then took out his nail gun and checked it. Making sure the nail gun was okay and the nails were full, he reintegrated the nail gun into his left arm and walked out of the shelter. Hearing the commotion, Pang Min turned around alertly. Seeing that it was Yang Chen, she immediately revealed a smile. Wake up. You've only slept for more than 2 hours. Have you slept enough? Almost enough. Yang Chen smiled, but in his heart, he looked into the distance with slight concern. Hundreds of meters below the area of ice and snow continue down to a vast expanse of smoke. A large number of scavenging squads, including Golden Wheel's group not far away, were already building fires to cook food. Perhaps because the mountain winds are not so strong in the morning, the smoke from the cooking fires rises high and brings a strong popularity to this rarely visited hillside. The scene seems to be very beautiful and harmonious. However, what was incongruous was that many of the trees in this area had been stripped of their barks, and even their roots had been dug up, and there was not a single blade of grass left, such as the grass quilt. What was once a fairly intact hillside became bare in just one night. Not only that, but the large area below, the blood that had solidified in the human skeletons that had lost their flesh and blood, marred the aesthetic mood. On that blood-stained hillside, there were still quite a few shivering barren folk groping around at the moment, searching for anything to fill their bellies. You woke up just in time to eat already. Pang Min took out the bowls and chopsticks and gave Yang Chen a bowl first, which was almost entirely filled with meat. Yeah. Yang Chen came back to his senses and took the bowl and chopsticks to eat quickly. Pang Min also hit a bowl and quickly ate it, while saying, a lot of people came up again last night, and I also saw a lot of people going up the mountain after I woke up. No wonder there seems to be a lot more people than last night. Yang Chen sped up his eating. We have to leave later. I have a bad feeling. He didn't know where this premonition came from, but it was just inexplicably panicky as hell. Pang Min was about to reply, when he suddenly looked not far away, and the color of disgust flashed in his eyes. Yang Chen turned back in confusion and froze. More than 40 meters away from them, 3 yellow-faced men and women were staring daggers at them. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Yang Chen? Am I mistaken? It's Yang Chen and also Pang Min. How can they be in such good shape? What are they eating? It looks like meat. How is that possible? More than 40 meters away from the oddity shelter, 3 desolate folk with tattered clothes and eyes sunken in from chronic malnutrition murmured incredulously. They were clearly none other than Huang Qing, Dai Lei, and Kong Yuan, who had broken away from Yang Chen's scavenging squad in the first place. At this moment, all 3 of them had a look of disbelief and undisguised jealousy in their eyes. This was because after leaving Yang Chen's scavenging squad, instead of being better off, their days had gotten worse. At first, they thought that with their willingness to fight and their boldness to break away from the original team, they would surely be appreciated by other powerful teams, and even worse, they would be able to join a slightly more powerful squad of ordinary people. Even if he just joined an ordinary squad, it was definitely much better than Yang Chen's squad. Much better than eating one meal in 3 days. They really thought so at first, thinking that Yang Chen had been exploiting them. In those last few days, Yang Chen had even taken the already small amount of food they had found and exchanged it for metals that didn't have any use. This caused the resentment they had accumulated for so long over not having enough to eat to finally explode. And they left that squad in a fit of rage. Also took most of the food and water before leaving. As a result, after they left, they realized that without Yang Chen's decisive decision and rich experience, they didn't say they were better off, and didn't starve to death because they were self-producing. Learning by chance later that a disaster might be coming, they hurriedly followed the other deserted people to migrate, and several times along the way they were almost eaten by the starving and crazy deserted people. Last night they climbed the mountain again to escape for the night because of the great war between the Huyan clan and Kwo Mountain, and arrived here tiredly. They didn't wait for them to breathe a sigh of relief, but they suddenly saw the rosy-cheeked Yang Chen and Peng Min. What was most difficult for the three to accept was that those two were wearing clean clothes and eating meat there? Meat. Serious meat, and cooked meat at that. The three of them couldn't help but gulp furiously, wanting to go over and snatch it, but somewhat daring to do so, because reason told them that Yang Chen duo must be emboldened if they dared to eat meat there so openly and without anyone daring to snatch it. Especially Yang Chen and Peng Min's clean clothes made them instinctively fearful and inferior, and this emotion made it even harder in their hearts. It's only been a few days. Why are they suddenly doing so well? Could it be that Yang Chen has been hiding it from us before? He's actually been hiding so much food all this time, just unwilling to take it out and share it with us? What a wicked mind, to prefer to starve yourself with us in order not to share your food with us. The trio's minds were twisted, and though they felt it was highly unlikely, they felt there was no greater possibility than that. Meanwhile, in front of the shelter, Peng Min said with a sneer on his face, "Reunion of old friends, how rare." A reunion of old friends? Yang Chen sneered. Then let them become deceased completely. When his father died, he even got his partner who had been born and died with his father for many years killed because his partner who had been a meat lover wanted to eat the corpse, not to mention these three white-eyed wolves. At that time, if he wasn't in the wrong state and didn't want to get hurt, there was no way he would have let these three leave. With his mouth full, he passed the bowl to his right hand, and was ready to raise his arm and shoot the three men. "My lord, it's them." Suddenly not far from Dai Lei's trio, a relatively fair-skinned desert dweller exclaimed. They are the ones who clashed with Captain Kunlu in the first place, and Captain Kunlu's patrol squad was wiped out not long after they left. It must be. Without waiting for that deserted folk to finish, Yang Chen's face changed drastically and he violently moved his arm to aim at the man to fire the nail. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire upper half of that desolate folk's body was blown to pieces. Shattered flesh and broken bones splattered all over the three of them, causing the three of them to directly freeze. What? Not far from the shelter, Golden Wheel and Huang Ling and the others stood up violently. Further away, many of the desolate folk evolvers subconsciously stood up. Even hundreds of meters away, the sharp-eared gnome Yafu and the others subconsciously stood up and looked this way. Whoosh! At the same time, in the group of desolate folk, some evolvers dressed like desolate folk but with completely different temperaments quickly rushed towards the shelter's side. An evolutionist with a powerful aura took a step that was tens of meters, roaring angrily as he quickly approached. The sinful people who triggered the relationship between the two clans. You are indeed still here. Boom! Not waiting for his words to fall, there was a sudden loud bang as his entire chest burst open and his mutilated body flew out horizontally. What? Lord Quinley! The rest of the people's faces changed drastically and subconsciously slowed down. Move! Yang Chen hurriedly put away the shelter, and the original hillside appearance was directly restored to the original location. The flat dams all disappeared, leaving only dumped iron pots and burnt black stones. At the same time, Peng Min's face changed drastically, and with a wave of his hand, he put away the iron pots and cutlery and so on. The two of them quickly dashed towards the icy area in unison. Because of the previous yell of that desolate folk, coupled with the information revealed by the words spoken by the Kuan-Wu clan evolver who had been shot, all the desolate folk present were lost in thought. And conversely, it was Kong Yuan who reacted the fastest. This woman who was overwhelmed by jealousy suddenly shouted, "His name is Yang Chen. He offended the adults in the safety zone. Everyone quickly catch him. Seek death." Yang Chen's face was grim as he violently turned around and fired a shot. Boom! That Kong Yuan's entire body directly exploded, and the shockwave lifted both Dai Lei and Huang Qing beside her out. The two people who were lifted off the ground were horrified and pale. Their hearts seemed to understand something, and their eyes were filled with despair. However, at this time, Yang Chen no longer had time to deal with them. as more Kwo Wu clan evolvers reacted and quickly killed the two. Boom! An evolved person who had risen up in the air over many campfires suddenly burst into the air. Boom! The head of an evolutionary who had just taken out his weapon exploded and his body flew out sideways. Boom! Boom! Yang Chen was rapidly backing up and climbing the mountain while being pulled by Peng Min, while shooting everything that was rushing towards them. Those evolvers of the Kwo Wu clan were shot out of the sky as soon as one of them emerged, and those who were the first to emerge and rushed the fastest were at the lowest level of third-order evolvers. Yet none of them were able to resist a single shot. Even some evolvers that were as far as 200 to 300 meters away were shot off with a single shot, including one of the defensive evolvers. This directly scared the remaining people, and everyone subconsciously slowed down again. However, Yang Chen did not stop there and continued to shoot. Even many evolvers who subconsciously backed up and dodged did not manage to escape and were directly shot and exploded. However, the number of nails was ultimately limited, and after he had shot a total of 9 people, the nails ran out. His face changed slightly, and he hurriedly turned around and brought Peng Min to frantically rush towards the icy area, quickly taking out his nail gun to replenish the nails as he did so. Everyone, whether it was the Kwo Wu clan's evolvers or the desolate folk, looked at this scene with shock and disbelief. Finally, only after watching Yang Chen and Peng Min rush into the icy area and climb up the snowy mountain on their hands and knees, disappearing from view, did all the desolate people on the mountainside gradually come back to their senses. He's running out of evolutionary power. Get after it! The remaining Kwo clan evolvers were the first to react and hurriedly chased after them. What was unbelievable was that there were hundreds of these evolvers lurking among the barren folk. The strongest one even had the 5th rank, the first evolver that was shot up in the air. The rest were almost all above the 3rd order. This is definitely a very scary force. In order to find this sinful people who had triggered the relationship between the two clans, they were even willing to suffer and live like the desolate people. So, who reacted? Said with an incredulous face? That mysterious evolver who triggered the relationship between the two clans and led to the war between the two clans is Yang Chen? I can't believe it's him. Huang Ling also had a look of disbelief on his face. Although I also feel incredulous, his increasingly terrifying and even already somewhat exaggerated long-range attacks, Golden Will inexplicably felt his blood boil. Why am I not particularly surprised? Clan. This isn't a normal safe zone noble. It's a clan. His fists clenched and relaxed, then clenched again. A constant struggle in his mind. This went on for several times, and seeing that those Kwo Wu clan evolvers were about to get close to the snowy mountain area, he gritted his teeth and suddenly flipped his hand over to take out a super extended version of the bazooka and fired it towards the ice and snow area. Shoo! The special cannonball shot out quickly, crossing over one evolver after another and shooting directly at the icy area. Huang Ling looked at Golden Wheel in surprise. Not good. Those Kwo Wu clan evolvers' faces changed drastically, obviously not expecting at all that someone would dare to interfere with them, but by the time they reacted it was too late. Boom! Cannonballs that were clearly not ordinary items burst into flames, directly shattering the ice in that area. Yang Chen and Peng Min, who had already climbed to the top of the snowy mountain, looked back in disbelief. It seems like someone is helping us, Peng Min said. The one who can make a move at this time should be Golden Wheel. I didn't expect him to dare to make a move. Wait until he survives this time to repay him, Yang Chen quickly said, while running towards the depths of the snowy mountains with Peng Min at an undiminished speed. By now his nail gun had been replenished with nails, but there were too many enemies, and it was possible that those enemies would move in for help, so he had not the slightest intention of staying and making a killing. There was no way around it. His true evolutionary level was too low, and once he was bound by a slightly bizarre power, he could only wait for death. The nail gun's function was too singular after all. Meanwhile, more than 200 meters below the two, the huge explosion shattered a large amount of ice. It was as if this had set off a chain reaction, and a large amount of ice and snow further up suddenly collapsed and rolled straight down. Not good. Get out of the way. The Kwo clan evolvers hastily dispersed, bypassing the path directly in front of them up the mountain. They didn't bother with the Draconians who had the audacity to dare to interfere with them, but decided to continue to hunt down that sinful people, because the rewards for killing sinful folk were so great that it wasn't worth wasting time for anyone else. In the temporary quarters, Golden will put away the super extended bazooka, and that strange feeling of inexplicable feverishness grew stronger. Perhaps it was the heat of the moment. He smiled fiercely and said, "You guys stay here for now, my Golden Wheel's friends. No one can kill them. Anyway, Lousy is immune to physical damage." As the words fell, he suddenly rushed out. Hey! Huzhou blushed. Huangling hesitated and suddenly chased after him as well. I'm immune to physical damage as well. So don't follow me. Thanks to the book friends 1703012011202213. Peppermint is also on fire. 08A. Tatsuchiwan's reward. It's the end of the month, and I'm begging for monthly votes. End of chapter. Grass. You two guys. That's a kung fu clan. Huzhou was a bit furious, but after hesitating for a few seconds, he also suddenly followed. Even though Laozi is not immune to physical damage, is the amount of ammo hidden in Laozi's carry-on space for show? Laozi has never admired a person so much. In fact, no one knew that because of the large amount of space in his carry-on and the fact that there was little security. Over the years, he had gone to some of the smaller safe zones to stock up and secretly buy shells whenever he had the chance. This is something no one knows about, including all of his men. He had wanted to take it out earlier when he was chasing that migration team, but when he thought that his accuracy was all over the place, and it was 200 to 300 meters away, he eventually gave up. But this time, he didn't need to kill people, he just needed to harass them remotely, and these shells would definitely come in handy. Lapine and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Boss Golden Wheel is too impulsive. We can't let the boss mess around alone. Follow him. Golden Wheel's two original partners hurriedly followed. Quickly follow Boss Golden Wheel. Keep up with the evolutionary adults. The rest of them, with the idea that they should never break away from the people they were following, also hurriedly packed up their things and followed. There's no way around it. The food is on Lord Evolutionary. In the distance, the eyes of some of the desolate folk evolvers flickered, and eventually, for some unknown reason, they suddenly and quickly packed up their things and chased after them, hundreds of meters away. Looking at that damned fellow Jinluan, who didn't know what kind of madness he had suddenly gone through, and even wanted to go and help that young Chen, Gnome Yafu had a displeased look on his face. This guy is so nosy. Are friends as important as your own little life? He said so with his mouth, but inexplicably had some heart fluttering, and turned his head to look at his group of men. Everyone, that guy called Yang Chen but dared to go on a killing spree within the territory of the Kunwa clan, and managed to escape, which means that the Kunwa clan isn't as scary as we imagined it to be, and that this is no longer the Kunwa clan's territory, and that we're only slightly helping to intercept those who are after Yang Chen's people. The level of danger is definitely not too high. Who is willing to go with me? That mysterious evolver that he admired immensely was actually Yang Chen, something he had not expected at all and felt incredulous until now. However, after seeing Yang Chen's terrifying attack power from before, he felt it was very reasonable. I guess it was only with that kind of terrifying attack power that one could kill big within the Kuan Wu clan and manage to escape, right? Upon hearing his words, his men all hesitated. Himself and the others had clashed with that Yang Chen not too long ago, although he and the others admired that mysterious evolver. Who the hell knew that that mysterious evolver would be Yang Chen? The conflict hasn't even been fully resolved yet, and all of a sudden you're going to help that guy. Is that ing appropriate? Pussy. Gnome Yafu suddenly got a little angry, quickly collected his things, and directly chased after him with big strides. Grass. What did you say? Who are you calling a pussy? Those of Gnome Yafu's men were enraged and hurriedly packed up and chased after them as well. Those Kunwa clan evolvers fell alone. They even scattered to go after that Yang Chen. Damn, such a good opportunity. Can't you just change the reason? Directly saying that you're going to help that Yang Chen. How disgraceful. That's right. Nonya, you're the coward. The group roared, ranging from those who were angry at their boss's irrational decision to those whose inexplicable emotions were acting up. But in any case, all of them rushed after him. Gnome Yafu in the front was a bit annoyed. How dare these assholes scold themselves as the boss? But while annoyed, he was inexplicably pleased in his heart, worthy of being his own men. There were really no cowards. With these thoughts in his mind, he did not reduce his speed and chased after the direction that Golden Wheel and the others had left with all of his men. Not only them, but on the hillside, many of the desolate folk evolutionaries who had heard the previous commotion were also dumbfounded. Grass. The mysterious evolver that I admired the most before is right in front of my eyes. Count me in. There aren't many evolvers that Kuan Wu clan has caught up with anyway. Another person went after them. I go. I have never heard of anyone who dares to directly confront the clan. Count me in as well. Anyway, it doesn't seem to be a big danger. I'll take a shot and run. Just on the way over the snowy mountains. That Yang Chen looks so powerful. This is a chance to show goodwill. In case we can get to know each other, that would be a chance. I'm there to watch the fun. But if there's a chance, I'd like to pick up the slack and kill clan evolvers. What a rare opportunity. Those clan evolvers are all fat as hell. I'm damn well there to rob, not to help. How can you watch the fun without me? Count me in. More and more Arakanese evolvers gave chase. This scene caused Dai Lei and Huang Chang, who had climbed up after the robbery, to look at each other in disbelief. How is this possible? When did that guy's rallying cry become so strong? Wait, Yang Chen is an evolutionary? When was that? The two reacted as an afterthought. When he suddenly went against the grain and traded our hard-to-find food for metal. It's hard to believe that's when it happened. He was already an evolutionary at that time? I seem to remember that he said that he would definitely let us live a good life in the future. Could what he said at that time be true? The two men looked at each other and both saw the emotion of remorse in the other's eyes. Especially when they thought of the way Yang Chen and Pang Min had gorged themselves on meat not long ago. Their regrets intensified and they felt their intestines turning green with remorse. Damn, why was I so stupid in the first place? Huang Qing had trouble accepting this speculation and suddenly punched Dai Lei in the head. Nima. It's all your fault. You were the one who first came up with the idea of leaving. Dai Lei was dumbfounded. And when he reacted, he lunged over. Chao Nima himself followed me, now he is blaming me. Who to blame if not you? The two wrestled right into each other. However, both of them were so hungry that they didn't have much strength at all. And both of them subconsciously didn't use their weapons because they were afraid of getting hurt. After a long time, the two who were tired of fighting stopped and lay on the ground breathing heavily. Yang Chen raised his arm to point at us before. Could he be trying to kill us? Huang Qing suddenly asked. Dai Lei's face changed slightly. His attack does seem to be coming from his arm. The two men with swollen noses looked at each other again, both seeing the fear in the other's eyes. Especially when they thought of that Yang Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness. They were even more afraid in their hearts. How about? Dai Lei suddenly said. We are most familiar with that Yang Chen. Let's go and join the Kuan Wu clan. Maybe we can even gain glory and wealth from this. Will this work? The clans hate desolate people. Huang Chang was a little hesitant. But I've heard that the Kungo clan treats the barren folk very well. And even has a clear rule that they can't discriminate against the barren folk. Dai Lei suddenly climbed to his feet. Let's do it. He, Yang Chen, even tried to kill us. He was the one who was unkind first, so he can't blame me for being unrighteous. Count me in. Huang Cheng also hurriedly climbed up. However, the two had just climbed to their feet when they suddenly saw many of the deserted people surrounding them towards this side, each with an unkind look in their eyes. What do you want? The two men's scalps went numb as they incredulously realized that there were even cleanly dressed people among those who had surrounded them, and those people were definitely evolved. Were these high and mighty evolvers going to turn against the two of them? The two of them didn't seem to have offended these evolutionary lords, did they? I don't have the courage to go after them to help, but I still dare to get two ordinary desert folk who have malicious intent towards that Yang Chen. An evolutionary sneered and strutted over. I'd like to go and help, but damn if I'm not a combat evolved. Another evolutionary also sneered and stepped forward. I had thought that all the desolate folk were like us, admiring that Yang Chen who dared to deal with the clan. But I didn't realize that there was such a traitor amongst the desolate folk. Old me doesn't feel much for that Yang Chen's behavior, but old me hates traitors of the clan. The behavior of these two men is that of traitors among the desolate folk. Traitors all deserve to die. The traitors of the clan all deserve to die. The traitors of the safe zone people all deserve to die. More and more people stepped forward, all stepping closer with weapons in their hands. No, you can't. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. Dai Lei and Huang Qing's faces changed drastically. Go to hell. Kill them. All of them swarmed straight up and knocked the two to the ground. The two subconsciously tried to resist, but not to mention that it was hard to fight with two fists. There were still evolvers in the crowd. Those non-combatant evolvers, even if they were weak in combat, their physique and strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. So it was only a few blows before the two were hacked to death in a chaotic manner. Before they died, Huang Cheng and Dai Lei only had endless remorse in their hearts. Why? Why did you impulsively leave Yang Chen's scavenging squad in the first place? If they hadn't left in the first place, they definitely wouldn't be dead now, right? Even, it was possible to follow Yang Chen to live a good life. But there are no pills of regret in this world. On the hillside, the deserted people who participated were infected by inexplicable emotions. Killing Huang Cheng and Dai Lei were not satisfied, and they directly split the corpses indiscriminately. And they did not stop until the two corpses were beaten to the point of being tattered. We'd better get out of here. Who knows if there are any more traitors from the clan here? Right. Let's hurry up and leave as well. Sooner or later we'll have to ascend the snowy mountain anyway. Leave early or leave late. Hurry up and pack. Go, 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 hurry up. These people who were involved in killing the 2 traders of the desolate folk were a bit weak and hurriedly packed up their things and left. But a large number of deserted people remained in situ. That Yang Chen is really over the top. How dare he detonate the relationship between the 2 clans, causing us to have to leave the shelter of the Kwo clan. Hey, if it's possible, I'd also like to report that Yang Chen, but unfortunately I never met him in the first place and I'm not familiar with him. Most of these barren folk who stayed behind were either pro-Kungho, or just weak-minded, as they too feared that there were still Kunghos in the crowd. What if they followed them as well? And those adults of the Kwo clan who were hiding in the crowd misunderstood that they were in league with that Yang Chen? Buzz. Just then, there was a buzzing sound. What's that noise? It seems to be coming from down the hill. Everyone hurriedly looked back with vigilance, and suddenly their faces changed drastically, because a helicopter flew up from under the mountain, and around those helicopters, there were densely packed drones. What scared everyone the most was that the noble evolutionary from the safe zone who had been shot in the ankle last night was also inside one of the helicopters. At this moment, that noble evolutionary was looking at all of them with a face of hatred. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Damn it, everyone run. Retreat. Many of the deserted people's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly packed up their things and ran away, because most of them were involved in last night's looting war. They didn't hold back when it came to picking up the slack, killing many of the commoners in that migrating party. Even quite a few of them took the bodies with them, because the bodies of people in the safe zone can be clean, especially women. As for what to bring back to do, it goes without saying that for the barren people who have no entertainment, if they can get enough to eat, the only entertainment is that much. For the vast majority of the desert people, cannibalism is breaking the bottom line, as long as they don't eat people. Some of the desolate people escaped, but there were also desolate people subconsciously beckoning, trying to report Yang Chen's escape route. Ta-da-da-da-da. Boom boom boom. Just then, however, a dense barrage of bullets suddenly shot out from inside the helicopter. A machine gun swept wildly, and a large number of desolate folk were directly shot out of their bodies. Almost at the same time, those countless combat drones opened fire. Dense bullets were fired into the crowd of deserted people, directly killing a large number of them. Kill for this family master. The Wu clan's family head whose ankle was shot out was filled with hatred. Kill all these damn pariahs for this family head. The thought that his family was almost completely wiped out at the hands of these damned pariahs, especially since his best son had actually died at the hands of these damned pariahs, made him boil with murderous intent. This time he had paid a huge price to finally bring in one of the Huyan's drone clusters just to kill the damn pariahs. Stop. Suddenly on the hillside, many of the red-faced deserted people who were not evolved, but were red-faced, cried out in alarm. We are the people of the Kwo clan. Yes, 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 my lord have mercy. We're the eyes of the Kwo clan. Many of the Kwo clan's eyewitnesses screamed in horror. There were even some evolvers who were good at probing amongst the crowd. Although they weren't of a high rank, they served a great purpose and were the intelligence officers of the Kwo clan. Under the life and death situation, they also hurriedly revealed their identities. This family head is a member of the Huyan clan. Seeing this scene, the Wu family master sneered. Keep killing. Kill them all for me. Leave no one behind. Anyway, now that a great war had broken out between the Kwo clan and the Huyan clan, he might even be able to obtain a reward from the adults of the Huyan clan if he killed all of these people. Chug chug. Boom boom boom. The machine guns burst into flames, and many of the Quincy's intelligence officers were directly shot out. No, how dare you? Those Kwo clan eyeballs were terrified and hurriedly fled in panic, but only a very few with special abilities escaped, and most of the rest were shot up. My lord, it's not worth wasting time killing us. That sinful citizen Yang Chen who triggered the relationship between the two clans has already fled into the snowy mountains. You should go and kill him. Someone yelled, but the next moment they were blown up by bullets from the machine gun. However, these words were still heard by the Wu clan's family head. After all, the Wu clan's family head was a fifth-order evolver, and also an evolver in terms of physical fitness, with amazing hearing, able to distinguish some sounds in this noisy environment. The sinful people who triggered the relationship between the two clans have fled into the snowy mountains? He hurriedly asked the pilot to pull up the altitude of the helicopter, and sure enough, he saw many deserted people scrambling towards the depths of the snowy mountains. At that moment, his eyes went cold and his killing intent boiled even more. Not one of them. He looked to the pilot. Leave some of the drones to clear out the rest. The rest of you follow this family head into the snowy mountains to hunt down the sinful people. All of these ES are going to die. As important as that sinful citizen who had triggered the relationship between the two clans was, revenge was just as important. Anyway, he didn't know that Yang Chen, and as long as he killed all the desolate people who entered the snowy mountains, that Yang Chen definitely couldn't escape either. Soon, all the helicopters lifted up at the same time and headed towards the snowy mountains. Meanwhile, 2/3 of the drone cluster split off to follow. 700 or 800 meters away, below a slope in the snowy mountain region, the Golden Will had already caught up with the Kwo clan evolver and was frantically attacking the other party. He didn't know what caused it, but once he broke through the fear in his heart and decided to face the clan evolver head-on, the hot blood in his body began to boil, and he had an inexplicable feeling that this feverishness was good for him. And to maintain this weird feverish feeling, you have to kill the clan Evolutionary. This intuition came for no reason, but he still trusted his instincts and struck out more viciously than once, frantically attacking his enemies on the strength of his ability to ignore most physical attacks. But without waiting for him to kill this clan evolver, suddenly Huang Ling and the others chased after him. It wasn't just Huang Ling and the others, followed by more desolate folk evolvers chasing after them. He barely recognized any of those desolate folk evolvers, but he could tell that many of them were clearly going there to intercept those Kwo clan evolvers who were chasing Yang Chen, because apart from the small number of people who stayed behind to help them kill the Quincy evolver in front of them, the rest of them chased after the other Quincy evolvers with unabated speed. What surprised him the most was that Nong Yafu, the one who had clashed with them, even led his men to follow them, directly killing the closest Kwo clan evolver to them. This scene caused ripples in Golden Wheel's heart, and he couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. And the hot blood in his body boiled even more, as if something was about to rush out of his body. There is unity amongst us desolate folk. In this feverish state, he only felt that his power seemed to have increased by a lot. At the same time, Yang Chen and Pang Min, who were already about to enter the snowy area, also discovered the movement at the back. To their surprise, those who were chasing them were almost all stopped by the desolate folk evolvers coming after them from the rear. Although those desolate folk evolvers were generally low in rank, their abilities were varied and bizarre, and for a while, they actually slowed those guys down. Those people are helping us? But why? Pang Min was somewhat unable to understand that they had no relatives or even acquaintances with those desolate folk evolvers. Yang Chen couldn't help but think of the expressions of admiration on the faces of those desolate people when he heard them discussing that mysterious evolver earlier, and his mood was suddenly a little complicated. Are the Wastelanders really a rabble? For the first time in his mind, he was skeptical about the matter. Ta-da-da-da-da. Suddenly a sound of rotating propellers rang out, followed by 5 helicopters climbing up from below and appearing in the two men's field of vision. Around those helicopters, there was a large escort of drones. Asterisk. Yang Chen's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly brought Pang Min to speed up. Boom boom boom. In the distance, the drone clusters shot out a large number of bullets, directly killing many unprepared Arakuman evolvers. Those miserable screams came into his ears from thousands of meters away, like arrows piercing through his heart, causing a pang of pain and anger in Yang Chen's heart. Why are these assholes meddling? This is a white death. How can a clan be that easy to deal with? Which idiot spread such exaggerated rumors about me? How the hell am I that great? He jerked to a halt, his face furious as he aimed at one of the helicopters from thousands of meters away and fired the nail violently. Damn. Not good. Everyone looked for obstacles to dodge bullets. On the edge of the snowy mountain, all the deserted people were caught off guard and died in a short period of time. Even those Kwo clan evolvers were killed and injured for a while. Golden Will looked at his own men who also died a dozen or so in a short period of time. That hot blood that had just boiled up instantly froze, and the fear of the clan surfaced again. And yet just then, boom! The cockpit of one of the helicopters had a large hole shot out of it by something. Even as the terrifying force went all the way through the fuselage, shooting through the entire helicopter. Swoosh! It was at this time that the ear-piercing sound of breaking air reached everyone's ears. Asterisk. Hu Zhou, who was about to take out his shells in defiance, couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Boom! The next moment another helicopter was shot through, and the pilot inside died instantly. Under everyone's shocked gaze, inside one of the helicopters, the middle-aged man whose ankle had been shot by Yang Chen last night turned pale and jumped out of the helicopter, while his body glowed as if he wanted to defend. Block! He reacted at the critical moment, slamming his fist into the nail that was coming at nearly 10 times the speed of sound. Boom! Completely different from the last time. This time his entire fist was instantly shattered and exploded into a blood mist. Although the nail also burst into pieces in an instant, the terrifying kinetic impact directly destroyed his entire arm and then half of his shoulder. It's him, how can? He screamed in disbelief. The guy from last night hadn't been that strong. Under this terrifying impact, his body flew out uncontrollably backwards, falling from high in the air towards the bottom of the snowy mountain, with a vertical height of more than 200 meters. It's Yang Chen who made the move. He hasn't gone far. Not bad for someone who dared to break into a killing spree within the Kungo clan. Everyone was instantly excited. Boom, 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 immediately followed by 3 more loud bangs. Under everyone's excited and shocked gaze, the last 3 helicopters were also shot through one after another, and the pilots inside all died. The next moment the dense cluster of drones directly hovered high in the air and stopped moving, perhaps due to the sudden death of the controller or the damage to the control system placed inside the helicopter. They all went on strike for a while, areas where snow has already appeared thousands of meters away. Yang Chen, who saw this scene, let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately those drones seemed to require human control, otherwise all of them would have died. Let's get out of here. This definitely won't be the only thing the clan's pursuing. It's only going to get more dangerous from here. As the words fell, he immediately took Pang Min and continued to run towards the depths of the snowy mountains. Before he was about to step into the area of the blizzard, he glanced back at the group of desolate folk evolvers that only had blurry figures left. Most of you are strangers, but let's hope you all survive. Requests for monthly votes and support. Thanks to Picara Rare and 08A for the rewards. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Shooting up the clan's helicopters was as far as he could go. There are so many drones that it's impossible to completely shoot them down. As for staying behind and joining those desolate folk evolvers to kill the Kuan-Wu clan's pursuers, he didn't even think about it. It's not that he's cold-blooded, but because he values his life so much. Those desolate folk evolutionaries didn't know what to brainstorm, and perhaps had taken him as a great hero of the desolate folk who dared to confront the clan head-on. But he himself knew very well that he was just a small man. Just a few days ago, he himself had almost starved to death. What happened before was completely out of necessity, and the reason why he was able to escape was entirely because of the good deeds of the Curiosity Shelter and the Yang clan's nobles. Everything was a coincidence, and he didn't know which douchebag had spread the word blindly about himself. And the more it was spread, the more exaggerated it became, which caused the current situation. He could understand the thoughts and emotions of the draconian evolvers, but had trouble empathizing with them. Instead, the behavior of those desolate folk evolvers made him feel as if there was a sudden extra heavy pressure on his shoulders. This responsibility that had somehow been imposed on him was a turn-off. At the edge of the snowy mountains, 5 helicopters were falling fast toward the mountain. Boom! Rumble! In a succession of loud bangs, the 5 helicopters completely crashed, and in the loud explosions, they kept tumbling toward the bottom of the mountain with flames. Immediately after that, it was not known if it was because the control system was destroyed. Those hovering drones also crashed one after another. Yes, the Golden Wheel who saw this scene shouted in excitement, and that blood that was about to cool down boiled once again. Seeing that the clan Evolutionary not far away, who had been wounded by them earlier and then by the drone's bullets later, was about to run away, he hurriedly rushed up to him and punched him. Boo! The man's back caved in and his entire body flew out sideways. Brothers of the desolate people, do you see? The clan is not unbeatable. Golden Wheel exuberantly yelled, his blood boiling more and more as he stormed up and stomped the clan Evolutionary's head into the ice. Kill! Seeing this, the rest of the desolate folk evolvers hurriedly chased after the other Kuan-Wu clan evolvers. Those Kunwo clan evolvers were scared out of their wits, and although they were enraged at the boldness of these desolate people, they didn't dare to stay at all, and hurriedly fled in all directions. Die, Clan Evolutionary! Golden Wheel roared exuberantly and once again blasted a fist through the back of the man underneath him before violently lifting him up and pulling with both hands. With a snort, this clan Evolutionary was directly torn in half by him. Hot blood poured from his head, as if dissolving some kind of shackle on him. The fear of the clan that had originally lurked in the depths of his heart completely dissipated into nothingness. Father, the clan isn't so terrible. It's just that we're so used to being oppressed that we've forgotten to fight back, Golden Wheel murmured. Watching a drone fall like a dumpling from overhead, he suddenly felt that heaven and earth were quiet. At this moment, the boiling hot blood in his body suddenly rushed up to his head, and an invisible shackle silently dissipated. Wordlessly, his entire body instantly turned silver white, transforming into a liquid metal man from the inside out. This feeling, Golden Wheel's eyes were dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but murmur. Instinctively, an unprecedented perception spread out. he suddenly felt the grains of metallic elements so dear beneath the meters of ice beneath his feet. The metal element that was rare but tangibly present in the bodies of those desolate folk evolvers that rushed past him one after another was so clear. Even the drones that fell from the sky in varying sizes, like dumplings, were as if they were limbs extending out of themselves. These magical sensations gave him a sudden and odd thought. His present self did not seem to be in a complete state. Almost instinctively, the fast-falling drones silently melted into liquid metal with a single movement of his mind. This scene caused all the desolate folk evolutionaries to subconsciously look over. Even those Kwo clan evolvers who were escaping couldn't help but look this way, only to see a large number of rapidly falling drones suddenly melting, converging together under the manipulation of an invisible force and directly turning into a river of liquid metal. The desolate folk evolvers all looked bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. However, those clan evolvers who knew more hidden secrets couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. These clan evolvers escaped even faster. Shoo shoo shoo. However, just at that moment, many metallic liquids suddenly shot out from that liquid metal river. Pffffffffffffff. These clan evolvers were shot through one after another, and the remaining 70 to 80 of them were surprisingly easily killed. Those evolvers who were originally considered very powerful were like little chickens at this moment. Unbeatable. How is this possible? All the desolate folk evolvers were stunned, because among those clan evolvers, there were several fourth-order evolvers. Under everyone's bewildered and surprised gaze, the large river of liquid metal suddenly contracted toward the center, turning into a skateboard with a length of 2 meters, 2 sharp ends, and a width of only 20 centimeters in the middle, or a long shuttle. On the ice, Golden Will suddenly flexed his legs and jumped violently. Boo! The ice beneath him was shattered by the tremendous impact, while his entire body leapt up. At the same time, the long shuttle of fluid-like metal in midair quickly flew in and landed at his feet, instantly becoming one with him. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, under the reflection of the rising sun, a man with a silver-white metallic luster just hovered in midair, looking down on everyone below. But the man and the skateboard under his feet seemed to be truly transformed into a whole. Said to be a man, but in reality it was more like a metal statue. Golden Will boss this is. Hujo was confused. When did the boss have such an ability? Lepin was also shocked and bewildered. The other desolate folk evolvers were similar, somewhat struggling to comprehend the scene in front of them. If that guy had such an ability, then why didn't he use it before? Those drones are nothing in the face of such horrific capabilities. Of all the desolate folk evolvers, only Huang Ling seemed to have thought of something. Super, grade, advance, transform. He murmured word for word, a look of shock and disbelief in his eyes. What? The nearby Hujo and the others were shaken. Wrong. Surprisingly wrong. The real super evolution. Surprisingly, the Golden Will in midair suddenly spoke up, silver-white teardrops flowing from his eyes. All wrong. My fumbling for these 40 years has been all wrong. The real super evolution was, surprisingly, completely different from what he had once guessed. He was in the middle of moving himself, but he suddenly sensed something and violently turned back to look in the direction of the wandering Gobi, only to see the depths of the wandering Gobi. The shadow of a head that was so huge that it was indescribable slowly emerged from the void. Immediately afterward, he actually felt his physical strength slowly draining away. That's Golden Will's pupils shrunk, and the pride that had just arisen from stepping into super evolution instantly vanished into nothingness, because from such a distance away, that shadowy figure was even able to suck away his physical strength. This is unbelievable. Could that be called a disaster? Not daring to be slow, he hurriedly looked at everyone below. Disaster has appeared. Everyone leave. In fact, it didn't even need him to say it. Everyone above the ice felt it. Although they couldn't see the situation of the wandering Gobi, they could feel that their physical strength was actually slowly draining away. Even standing there without moving for a second is inexplicably tiring. This is that so-called disaster? How is this possible? Wasn't it said that disasters only appear in the wandering Gobi? Why would even Mount Kunlun be affected? Get out of here. Loot. People. Don't forget the loot. Some people panicked and rushed towards the depths of the snowy mountains, but others rushed towards the corpses of those clan evolvers. Poor and scared. How could they be indifferent when they saw so many resources? There were even people who wanted to go down the mountain to dismantle those crashed helicopters and take them away. But they were finally stopped by Golden Will, who couldn't stand to watch. While resources are important, lives are more important. These deserted people are all potential stocks. The Golden Will in midair looked at all the desolate people below, and a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Almost all of these draconians who had caught up with them hated the clan, and should have had a belief in their hearts that lurked deep in their minds. Because of Yang Chen's courageous behavior and that strong to exaggerated long-range attack, these people were united for a short period of time. But this kind of unity definitely wouldn't last long unless Yang Chen could return and personally lead these people. However, now that Yang Chen had mostly penetrated deeper into the snowy mountains, the probability was that these people would soon disperse again. One might be able to take this opportunity to gather these desolate people together and build a force that belonged solely to the desolate people. If it was before, he wouldn't have dared to think about it because he wouldn't have been able to suppress so many deserted people who had no sense of discipline. But now, super evolvers, they are no longer exclusive to the clan. Thinking of this, he hurriedly shouted, "Don't leave the injured people behind. We have evolvers in healing who can save them. Everyone help and bring the injured people here." On the other hand, Yang Chen had already stepped into the blizzard with Peng Min. Hu shoo 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 shoo. The wind was calm at the foot of the mountain, but this summit was surprisingly shrouded in a blizzard. Growing up in the Gobi, they had never seen such a scene. Although it also snows in the winter of the wandering Gobi, it is difficult for the snowflakes to even completely cover the ground, let alone this kind of goosefeather snow. Especially, in the midst of a storm, those snowflakes were flying everywhere, severely obstructing the view. During the rush, Yang Chen suddenly felt something and subconsciously looked back, and his pupils instantly shrank. In his field of vision, he could only see that in the direction of the wandering Gobi, a head silhouette so huge that it was indescribable was slowly emerging from the void. But this sight just appeared and disappeared again. And the next moment he suddenly felt that his essence was almost overdrawn. Damn, what's going on? He was taken aback and hurriedly and quickly took out the crystallized marrow to replenish his almost depleted essence. Although it was somewhat impossible to understand the bizarre situation just now, and how he could have seen the wandering Gobi from so far away, especially in the middle of a snowstorm, but he could probably guess what the giant head vista really was. Disaster may have already begun. We have to pick up the pace again. With that, he quickened his stride once more. Ask for a monthly pass. End of chapter. This book because the update is too fast. On the pilot push when almost 100,000 words. The end of the first round of recommendations on the 130,000 words, and now has 152,000 words. At this time was supposed to be the second round, but because of the word count is too much, coupled with the pursuit of reading results is still good. So directly jumped to the third round of the categorization of the strong push. But because of the jump, I'm not too sure about Mitsui in the fourth round, so I'm begging for a little catch-up reading. Currently the true chase is 1500, so as long as we can get to 1800, we should be solid. Ask for a catch-up read. Thank you, reader owners, for your support. Finally, it's the end of the month, so by the way, I'm begging for a monthly pass. Thanks reader bosses. End of chapter. As we moved forward, the blizzard got bigger and bigger. The terrifying gust of wind, even though the two of them were already evolved, they were blown hard. Use your ability to block the wind and snow, Yang Chen reminded. Aha, yeah. Peng Min hurriedly propped up the second layer of space. A spherical, transparent space 2 meters in diameter enveloped them while keeping the blizzard out. Both of them breathed a huge sigh of relief that it wasn't so hard after all, because he needed to know the movements outside. This time, Peng Min didn't isolate the outside world's sound, but he did isolate their voices. Outside voices can come in, but their voices don't go out. Their speed was unabated, and hand in hand, they walked deeper and deeper into the snowy mountains, because the goosefeather snow and stormy winds were all blocked by the spatial barrier. Their advance was not too slow. What really affected their speed instead was the loose snow underfoot and the obscured view. In order to prevent getting lost, both of them tried to follow the straight line in their intuition, and tried not to turn if they could. Even if he encountered some obstacles that weren't too big, Yang Chen directly blasted them with his nailgun. The power of the nailgun was now such that it could be used as an artillery shell, blasting away some not-so-big obstacles with no problem at all. Anyway, the storm was so big that such a commotion shouldn't attract the pursuers of the two clans. The circumstances here are favorable to them. It seems like I'm suddenly a little tired. So strange. Peng Min said with a frown. Maybe it's because of that disaster. Yang Chen said with a gloomy expression. I seem to have just seen a huge head silhouette appear in the wandering Gobi. That monster might absorb the power of the creatures within this range. A giant head vista? Peng Min was astonished and incredulous. We're already so far away from the wandering Gobi. How could we still be affected? Although it was also a little hard to imagine Yang Chen being able to see the wandering Gobi from here. She had great trust in Yang Chen. Yang Chen said that there was a huge head silhouette, so she believed it. Perhaps this can be considered a true disaster. After all, even the nobles in the safe zone are migrating. Yang Chen didn't say any more and pulled Peng Min to keep moving forward. Not only was Peng Min affected, but he was affected as well, feeling his stamina draining away. However, he could quickly recover his physical strength by drawing on the energy of the crystallized bone marrow to replenish his essence, so it wasn't much of a problem. As for Peng Min, that stamina loss is not so fast as to be frightening. It is not fatal in a short time, and it will only make people feel tired. Could this disaster clan be stopped? Peng Min suddenly said, I suspect that the clans may migrate as well, and if that's the case, I'm afraid our danger is not yet lifted. Yang Chen nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Seeing that Yang Chen always had a depressed expression, Peng Min couldn't help but ask, are you worried about those people behind you? Sort of, but I mostly feel as if I've been kidnapped, Yang Chen said with a depressed face. Inexplicably, I became a great hero of the desolate people, but I don't want to be a hero at all, and in fact also I'm not a hero. Peng Min sniffed and didn't know how to comfort, because she wasn't the one who was treated as a hero by the deserted people. It was a little difficult for her to feel the kind of feelings Yang Chen had, but even though she couldn't personally experience it, she could understand Yang Chen's feelings at the moment. Inexplicably, a large group of strangers suddenly involuntarily rushed out to die for themselves, and unless one is truly cold-blooded and heartless, it is impossible for any of them to remain indifferent. Neither of them spoke again, and continued their journey in silence, not only because the disaster of the wandering Gobi was driving them away, but the clan's pursuers could catch up with them at any moment, and this snowy mountain area is mostly unsafe to stay for a long time, especially this snowy mountain region. As if the whole world was pale, they who had not lived in this environment did not know how to find food. They didn't have much food on them, and sooner or later they would run out, and this Mount Kunwa seemed to be very huge, and there was no telling when it would completely leave the snowy mountain region. Therefore, Yang Chen did not have the slightest intention of using the shelter to hide here, even if it was perfect for hiding. That might be comfortable for a short time, but over time, it's chronic suicide. It's best to hurry as much as possible while there's no danger. Time passed, and the snowy mountains, already dimly lit by the storm, became even less visible in the blizzard as the sky darkened. The two of them rushed on while eating the few remaining desert wolf jerky to fill their stomachs. After eating the desert wolf jerky, Peng Min took out the ferocious bird meat that he had cooked in the morning. Although it was already cold, they were not afraid of raw and cold. Even raw meat is eaten, let alone cooked cold. Suddenly Yang Chen frowned and looked around, because Peng Min's second layer of space prevented the outside but not the inside. His perception could extend outwards, and he sensed danger approaching. What's wrong? Peng Min tensed. She hadn't felt anything. Shoo. The blizzard outside the space barrier remained the same, only it was getting bigger. A large amount of snowflakes suddenly swirled around them, and even the snow on the ground was lifted up by that amazing gust of wind and swirled around the two of them. Peng Min, who was in a state of disbelief, suddenly felt his evolutionary power rapidly depleting. In just less than a second, her evolutionary power was depleted, and the barrier that had blocked the blizzard suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a shocking coldness struck, directly freezing the two. It could be seen that frost was surprisingly fast forming on their bodies. Yang Chen hurriedly supported Peng Min, who was so weak that she almost fainted, and the alertness in his heart was raised to the extreme as he scanned the surroundings with a grave expression. Shoo. The blizzard was even bigger. That coldness seeped into the bone marrow. The two men's bodies became more and more stiff. They were after all only first-order evolvers. It was difficult for them to resist this horrifyingly low temperature. Suddenly a white shadow approached sharply through the blizzard. Yang Chen hurriedly forced his frozen arm to rotate and violently shot nails at the white shadow. Boom! That white shadow was instantly shot out of existence, and the blizzard that was spinning madly around them suddenly stopped. However, Yang Chen felt that the danger was not completely lifted, and there seemed to be more than one of those things just now. Not daring to be slow, he hastily took out the curiosity shelter and placed it in hidden mode. In the next moment, both of them disappeared in place at the same time. On the other hand, a slowly writhing, rapidly changing color, hardened pile of snow gradually and completely blended into the surroundings appeared on the spot. This snow pile was slowly covered with goose down again. While the outside world was icy and freezing, the inside of the shelter was as warm as spring. On the edge of the bed, Yang Chen and Peng Min were covered in frost. Both of their bodies were almost frozen. their joint flexibility greatly reduced. Yang Chen frowned as he kept creating diffractive chi to heal his injuries. Just now, forcibly moving his left arm had actually injured his left shoulder. Luckily, the temperature inside this shelter was warm enough in the teens and 20s that the frost on their bodies had begun to melt. With the shelter's insulation, the cold temperatures outside couldn't even seep in. The only thing that made the two of them frown was that even inside this strange shelter, their physical strength was actually slowly draining away. They made a very good decision earlier, because it was clear that this curious shelter could not hold back the catastrophe of the wandering Gobi at all. Trying to hide here for long is impossible. At this moment, both of them looked at the surveillance screen hanging on the wall with a grave expression. The snow that had already covered the pile of snow that the shelter had been transformed into outside did not stop this magical monitoring feature of the oddity shelter. As Yang Chen turned his viewpoint, the two finally saw the enemy hidden in the blizzard. Only 30 or so meters away to the right of their direction of advance, three humanoid figures that almost completely blended in with their surroundings slowly approached towards the shelter's location. What's that? Pang Min revealed a look of surprise, because those three monsters were completely humanoid, with 2 hands and 2 feet and 1 head, but with no hair on the head and no features on the face. They are pure white and have a front-height body with a small waist that is so full that one can tell at a glance that they are female, because they don't have any clothes on them. Only the fact that they were pure white, the exact same color as the snow around them, made it feel weird. Yang Chen once again turned the surveillance view to look at the one he had shot up earlier, only to find that there were only some snow-white chunks of flesh on the spot, but no blood. Apparently, those humanoid monsters were also flesh and blood creatures, but surprisingly, they didn't have 5 senses or blood. This is so weird. Let's call it the Snow Lady for now. This kind of monster is surprisingly all of the 3rd rank. As the owner of the shelter, his senses could be released and he could sense the ranks of the 3 snow maidens. Just then, those 3 snow women suddenly did something unexpected to the two of them. Thank you for the reward of I am a scattered man in the Jianghu. Cherish the passing. Thunder Electric Python. Jesus step aside. 08A. Pour a cup of cappuccino for anti-LBW. And book friend 140623221828400. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. As Yang Chen and Pang Min watched in surprise, those 3 snow women actually began to fight over the snow-white pieces of meat on the ground. They quickly incorporated the snatched pieces of meat into their bodies and then went back to snatch the snow-white pieces of meat from the hands of the other snow maidens. For this reason, they went out of their way to fight, and attacked each other with complete desperation. Perhaps because they don't have mouths, the way they eat is by directly incorporating food into their bodies. It was as if any part of their body could be a mouth, and wherever the snow-white meat touched, their skin automatically split open and ate the snow-white meat in, and then the skin closed again. And as he ate more and more snow-white chunks of meat, Yang Chen could feel that their breath was actually slowly rising. They seemed to be getting stronger fast? Pang Min frowned. Although she couldn't sense what was going on outside, she could see that the skin of those 3 snow maidens seemed to be even more delicate and refined. This should be a sign of ongoing evolution. And evolution, in a way, is also optimization. Should we hurry up and kill it? Otherwise, inquired Pang Min, our main body is too fragile. The shelter is now in hidden mode. We can't open the door to go out. We can only switch the shelter to living mode. But this switch is not done in an instant. It will surely cause the 3 snow maidens to be alerted. Yang Chen said, and after opening the door, I can only shoot one at a time, as long as the remaining 2. No, only 1 snow woman needs to react. It can instantly freeze us. As for putting away the shelter, it was faster, but that would only be more dangerous. Without the barrier of the shelter or the protection of Pang Min's spatial barrier, they definitely couldn't block that freezing power. The Rui vibrating air bead and the Chi object protective arm, which could only block in one direction and could not isolate the low temperature, were almost completely useless against this kind of power. After all, ignoring the unnaturally powerful spike gun, they were but a rank 1. The difference between the 1st and 3rd orders was definitely not too small. The powerful enemies he had encountered in the past had all been instantly killed by the nail gun, making him all a little proud and arrogant, thinking that he was really good. Until now, he had never truly realized that he was nothing more than a fragile first-order revolver, and not even a combat evolver. The first snow woman from before didn't even come close, just from a distance, and froze them with her ability. If they were to get close, they were afraid that they would instantly get frostbite or even freeze to death. Nail gun? Only good for long-range attacks and only physical damage. How about? Pang Min thought for a moment and said, I'll go out after I recover. I'll go all out. I'm sure I can hold it for a second. It's for the best. Yang Chen nodded. But they don't seem to have discovered the shelter. So it would be best if they could hide over it. If a snow woman happened to be in the direction of the main entrance to the shelter, he could shoot one the moment the door was opened. The remaining second should take care of the remaining 2 snow girls, but it was a last resort. Because this time the distance was too close and the risk of having more than one enemy was high. Pang Min immediately took out the food again and ate it. After eating cooked food, you start eating raw meat to recover as quickly as possible. After becoming an evolutionary, her digestive ability was even stronger. She was able to digest raw meat before when she was an ordinary human, let alone now. Because of generation after generation, the desert people have long since adapted to eating raw food. The biggest difference between raw food and cooked food for the barren folk is taste. Of course, eating raw food makes you relatively susceptible to illness, but only relatively, and it won't have much of an effect on the barren folk. Now that they're all evolved, they have even less impact. Pang Min could feel that the food he ate was being rapidly digested by his intestines, and his previously overdrawn essence was slowly recovering, and then the power of evolution was also regrowing little by little. She hadn't forced herself to move after being frozen earlier, so she was unharmed, and could move normally as soon as the frost on her body melted. On the other side, Yang Chen continued to rotate the view of the monitor screen while drawing on the energy in the crystallized bone marrow to create diffractive chi to heal his wounds. He's looking for the sperm core. By all rights, this kind of snow maiden should belong to the elves and should have a core even after death. But he searched for a long time and was surprised not to find it. It couldn't have been unintentionally blown up by that shot earlier, could it? He was suspicious in his mind. It was getting darker outside. After those 3 snow women ate all the scattered snow-white pieces of meat, they stopped fighting and just wandered aimlessly around the neighborhood. The weird thing is that they surprisingly seem to be unaffected by the storm in the slightest. Instead, wherever they pass, the storm automatically avoids them and doesn't do them any harm. In addition, the 2 of them also realized that the 3 snow women would not produce footprints when they moved on the snow. The 3 snow women were obviously weighted, and they sunk into the snow with each foot, but when they walked by, no footprints were left in place, unspeakably twisted and odd. Finally, when the frost on the 2 melted completely, it was completely dark outside, and at this time, the 3 snow maidens were not sure if they had discovered the location of the shelter or not, and were actually walking around the pile of snow that the shelter was disguised as. This caused Yang Chen to frown slightly. We have to hurry while there's still a bit of daylight left. Switching modes now will only cause the snow woman to launch her attack earlier. The shelter may not be able to resist the attack of a 3rd-ranked elf, and 3 of them at that, so I'm going to put away the shelter to take it by surprise, and it can't be placed instantly again after it's been put away. Yang Chen looked at Pang Min. Defense depends on you. Are you ready? I'm fully recovered. Pang Min looked grave and said, I will do my best. Good. Yang Chen first put the odd arm guard on his right arm, first actively inputting his essence until he was sure that he could instantly inspire at once, which was reassuring. Immediately after that, he checked the nail gun again to make sure that it was full of nails, and then he asked Pang Min to hold up the spatial barrier. Waiting for the spatial barrier to hold up, he straightened his left hand and pointed to the bearing where one of the snow women was, suddenly stowing the shelter and firing the spike instantly. Boom! The first snow maiden exploded instantly. The 2 remaining snow maidens seemed to be startled and reflexively burst back, simultaneously releasing frost and manipulating snowflakes to attack the 2 who suddenly appeared. All the snowflakes and coldness were all blocked by the spatial barrier. Pang Min instantly felt the power of evolution consume crazily, and almost in just an instant, her power of evolution was actually exhausted. Her face changed drastically, and she hurriedly consumed her essence to maintain the spatial barrier, and Yang Chen quickly moved his arm to aim at the second firing nail after blasting the first snow woman. Boom! The second snow maiden was also killed. Swish! The 3rd snow maiden finally reacted, pouncing on the 2 as if it was instantaneous. Its speed was too fast. Under a distance of more than 10 meters, surprisingly Yang Chen's nerve reaction could not keep up with it. Surprisingly unable to aim. Quickly! Yelled Penman. The instant this snow woman's slender 5 fingers fell, her spatial barrier simply disappeared. It wasn't that the spatial barrier couldn't block it, but that her evolutionary power wasn't enough to hold up to such a level of attack. As the stronger the attack, the greater the consumption. At the critical moment, Yang Chen violently released the Rui vibrating air bead, making it instantly larger to block this direction. Bang! The solid metal ball that was quickly shot out and instantly enlarged was blasted to a standstill in midair, and at the same time ice quickly formed on Yang Chen and Pang Min. Boom! Finally, Yang Chen's arm turned around to shoot the 3rd nail. However, the place where it was shot turned out to be a boulder 100 meters behind the snow woman. This snow maiden saw his movement, and because of the previous two instances, this snow maiden was already wary, and suddenly tilted her head in a preemptive manner to avoid the nail. Swish! The third order against the first order. Under such a close distance is almost no suspense. The snow woman dodged and appeared on the side of Yang Chen to fiercely grab and fall. Yang Chen! Peng Min exclaimed. Wah! A transparent barrier appeared and blocked the blow? It was the strange object armguard that had built up. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the snow woman surprisingly dodged away once again before Yang Chen could move his arm, and the nail shot out the ice cream hundreds of meters away. This time, without waiting for Yang Chen to move her arm, the snow maiden fiercely dashed to come right in front of Yang Chen. Seeing that the snow-white slender but sharp-nailed fingers were about to grab his head, Yang Chen suddenly felt a crazy consumption of essence, as if some kind of potential had been stimulated. The next moment the scene in front of him suddenly changed drastically. The icy darkness of the night turned into the daytime of the Gobi Desert. A tomb without a headstone, alone in the middle of this not-so-large space, and at the same time, Yang Chen realized that the distance between himself and the snow maiden was actually pulling away quickly. It was his fantasy and longing, but the fact that it actually happened made his mind wonder and ecstasy. Although the snow maiden was still frantically accelerating closer to him, the distance between the two had been drawn down to more than 20 meters at the moment, which finally gave him the time to move his arm and the opportunity to aim. The moment the red dot in his vision overlapped with the snow woman, he slammed the nail. Boom! The snow maiden's entire body exploded. Immediately after this, inexplicable appearance of Gobi space also collapsed, and he was once again back in the snowy mountains under the dark night. On the snow, Yang Chen screamed miserably, feeling as if his brain had been stabbed by a needle. Not daring to be slow, he hurriedly placed the shelter once again. Taking himself and Peng Min inside, the two disappeared into thin air. All that was left outside were chunks of snow-white flesh scattered in the snow, and the giant 1-meter diameter metal ball. And, of course, there was a slowly writhing mound of snow that gradually blended into its surroundings. Inside the shelter, Peng Min, whose face was pale due to the great exertion, asked with a face of surprise and bewilderment, "What just happened? How did the snow maiden suddenly move backward?" "It was the snow woman herself who stepped back?" Yang Chen asked, covering his stinging head. "Isn't it?" Because of the trust she had always had in Yang Chen, Peng Min thought that she had misread the situation. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. However, Yang Chen didn't answer this question because he thought of the grave in that image just now. Although 10 years had passed, he would never forget that image. It's been 10 years, and that image is as fresh as yesterday. Because the little mound of dirt in that image has 6 bodies buried in it. The 6 bodies, all of whom he shot with his own hands, were at the same time the people closest to him. At that time, his father had just mutated due to evolutionary failure and was shot to death by his own hand. And those elders who were originally very kind to him suddenly wanted to eat his father's corpse. At that time, he was so emotional that he directly killed those elders along with him in passing. Though until now he had never regretted his actions because he would never allow his father's body to be eaten. But just because he doesn't regret it doesn't mean he doesn't feel guilty. Perhaps it is because of this guilt that image has always lurked in the depths of the heart. And 10 years have passed without blurring. What he couldn't understand was why that image had popped up. That image is certainly not real. This was something Yang Chen was very sure of, for he remembered very well that before he left, he had re-enlarged the pit, and that the 6 corpses he had buried would not make a mark on the surface of the ground. This was to avoid the bodies of his father and the others being dug up and eaten by the starving and maddened barren folk, as well as the fear of being dug up and eaten by other things such as the barren wolves. He took out the crystallized marrow to draw energy to restore his essence while trying to remember what had just happened. That space is definitely not real. Could it be a mere memory? It shouldn't be possible. A mere memory. It can't have that kind of ability. Yang Chen's frown grew tighter and tighter. How does this not seem like my supernatural ability? My supernatural ability is to make items derive attributes, and to make everything awaken. It shouldn't be possible to create such a space that doesn't exist in reality. What the hell is going on? He closed his eyes and carefully sensed his situation. The magic happens. He was surprised to find that this time, even with his eyes closed, he could actually see his surroundings. Next to him, Peng Min, whose face was pale and covered in frost, was looking at herself with a worried expression. The surroundings, the entire interior of the shelter, all the sites are clearly mapped in their own minds. Inside the Quingo safety zone, with a variety of modern decor in the living room, the LCD screen hanging on the wall was playing the scene of Yang Chen's killing spree at the bottom of the snowy mountain. Although the surveillance footage is very shaky and it's clear that whoever captured it was very nervous and shaken at the time. On the screen, the 5th-ranked evolver named Koenli leapt tens of meters, but was suddenly shot through his chest by something and flew backwards. Slow down and play to see what exactly he shot, Kunzamo said with an expressionless face. Okay. The technician next to him hurriedly adjusted the speed of the video, slowing it down again and again. Finally, slowed down by I don't know how many times, it was finally possible to see what had shot through Koenli. A nail. Exactly. An angular concrete nail appeared out of thin air from in front of the fist of that desolate folk named Yang Chen. In the slow-motion picture, it could be seen that the front of the fist of that desolate folk named Yang Chen was like a rippling wave of water, followed by a concrete nail shooting out, directly piercing through Koenli's chest. Although the concrete spike shattered after shooting through Koenli's chest, the terrifying kinetic energy still blasted Koenli out. Incredible, the technician next to him said in surprise. This person doesn't know what means he used to shoot out the cement nails. The speed has reached at least 3,000 meters per second, and the maximum range is afraid that it won't be less than 9,000 meters. This image was played over and over again, and the more Koenmo looked at it, the more alarmed he became, and the more he looked at it, the more ugly his face became. As much as he hated to admit it, he knew that he was the one who had looked away. That desolate folk who was no more than a first-order evolver possessed such amazing means. Does specialist you think that this is some kind of extreme ability, or is it a curiosity? He looked to the technician next to him. It's unlikely that it's an ability, because any ability, even the most extreme, has limits, the technician next to him said. So I'm guessing it's some kind of oddity, but it's hard to say whether it's a man-made oddity or an elfin oddity. There's absolutely no way it's a wonder of the earth anyway. As for the heavens wonders, he hadn't even thought about it. That kind of thing. It was a rare thing for the clans. The intelligence officer on the other side spoke. According to our intelligence, that Yang Chen is most likely a functional evolutionary, because when he traded in the first place, he took out quite a few items that possessed special effects, and among them was a nail launcher. And in the first place, among the items he traded in, there happened to be 10,000 concrete nails. Is it functional, or enhanced with a bias toward functionality? Essence flashed in Kunwomo's eyes. A mere first-order desolate folk evolver. How can he be qualified to have such an ability? Such an ability should belong to my Kunwu clan. What does Lord Kungo Mo mean? Asked a nearby henchman. Kunwo Mo sneered. A mere first-order desolate folk evolver with such abilities is a sin in itself. But my Kunwo clan is broad-minded enough to give him a chance to atone for his sins. He looked to the men next to him. Make sure you find him and recruit him. The henchman couldn't help it. With the character of that kind of unenlightened barren people, I'm afraid they won't accept the solicitation. It doesn't matter. Just bring it back by force. Koenmo said lightly. This person's ability is very important to our war with the Huyen clan. Are you okay? Perhaps because Yang Chen was silent, Pang Min asked worriedly. I'm fine. It's just. Yang Chen opened his eyes and was about to say something about the situation in that weird Gobi space when he saw Pang Min reveal an expression of great relief, followed by directly fainting. Pang Min. Yang Chen's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly struggled over. However, since Pang Min's body was also frozen, he didn't dare to move Pang Min's body, but only probed Pang Min's nostrils with his hand. It was a relief to make sure that Pang Min was breathing normally. It should be too much consumption, but the body is also frostbitten. He carefully picked up Pang Min and placed him on the bed, then tried to input diffractive chi into Pang Min's body. Although he had tried it before, and diffractive chi didn't seem to be able to help others get rid of poison, the healing aspect had never been tried. Anyway, at the moment, it seems that the diffracted chi won't harm anyone else, and at worst it's just ineffective. However, this time, as a strand of diffractive chi was fed into Pang Min's body, something magical happened. Yang Chen was surprised to feel that Pang Min's aura was getting stronger at a speed that could be felt. This feeling is like Pang Min's evolutionary level is slowly increasing. At the same time, Pang Min's full body was actually losing weight at a rate visible to the naked eye. He was taken aback and hurriedly stopped. Is it because of the sudden and drastic evolution that requires huge energy support? She's now completely depleted of her evolutionary power, and without energy to support it, she's consuming flesh and blood energy? After figuring this out, Yang Chen instantly didn't dare to mess around anymore, because when his father was awakening, he needed a large amount of energy, and as a result, there was not enough energy, and his evolution failed and mutated. Although Pang Min shouldn't be able to mutate anymore since he was already an evolved person, he didn't dare to mess around. My diffractive chi can actually speed up someone else's evolution? Yang Chen was astonished in his heart. Why is it ineffective on myself? Could it be that living people also belong to the category of items that can be strengthened, but need to be awakened before they can be upgraded with derivative chi? This is highly probable. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but speed up his heart rate a little more again. Because, if one is willing and has enough resources, one should be able to make a person stronger quickly. Of course, this is the ideal, because evolution requires a lot of energy to sustain it, or else it will be like Pang Min, and there will be internal conflict. Once the body doesn't have enough energy either, it might just die, and that would be tragic. Sensing that Pang Min's breath was instead much weaker than before, Yang Chen hurriedly drew on the energy of the crystallized bone marrow once again and then fed this energy into Pang Min's body. He's doing the right thing, because with the input of these energies, Pang Min's body cells that were starved to the extreme immediately devoured these energies crazily. Immediately afterward, Pang Min's body, which had originally thinned down, slowly became full again. In the process, those traces of frostbite on her body were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The results are amazing, just a bit consuming. Yang Chen consumed more than 30 pieces of crystallized bone marrow of different sizes in a row before finally allowing Pang Min's flesh to return to its previous fullness. It was only until Pang Min's body stopped actively devouring energy that he stopped. And at this moment, Pang Min's aura was not much stronger than before. If they were to follow this ratio, they were afraid that it would take several thousand, or even tens of thousands of crystallized bone marrow to allow Pang Min to advance to the second stage in a single breath in a short period of time. That's without considering possible bottlenecks. I still took it for granted too much just now. Yang Chen secretly sighed, although he was reluctant to let anyone know about this ability of his, including Pang Min. However, he didn't mind using this ability to make the other party stronger quickly without Pang Min's knowledge. Out of her trust, Pang Min would definitely not ask more questions. And since Pang Min's ability was defensive, it was a perfect combination with his own nail gun. The higher Pang Min's evolution level was, the safer the two of them would be. But it's a consumption that one simply can't afford. It's me being greedy. Yang Chen secretly lamented. That golden will had spent over 40 years to reach the 4th rank. If he had more than enough resources, he could definitely allow Pang Min to greatly shorten this time. However, because he wasn't sure if this drastic evolution would be harmful to Pang Min, he didn't continue to input diffractive chi into Pang Min's body. We have to wait for Pang Min to wake up and make sure there won't be any after effects before we can proceed. Moreover, this thing, can't let Pang Min know about it. It has to be done after Pang Min falls asleep. At this time, Yang Chen carefully observed, and after determining that there was no data on Pang Min, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he also had some regrets. It seems that living things and dead things, after all, are different. Living things, even if they are enhanced up by themselves, do not by default belong entirely to them, because living things have a mind of their own, a sense of self. This reinforcement of one's own self does not, apparently, assimilate the other's sense of self. By the way, diffractive chi can allow those who are already awakened to evolve quickly. What about awakening chi? It suddenly occurred to Yang Chen that if someone who had already awakened absorbed the awakening chi, what would happen? He didn't count himself, probably because waking up chi itself was one of his own abilities, so the only effect this energy seemed to have on him was the strengthening of his body. But what about for others who have awakened? However, almost all of the good things on one's body were within the Rui vibrating air bead. With that thought in mind, he looked at the monitor screen and rotated the monitor view. Thanks to calcium gluconate tablets, 08A, and Nero de Ghost Hand for the rewards, is begging for monthly votes. End of chapter. At this moment, the blizzard outside had stopped and the dark clouds that covered the dome of the sky had all dispersed. Starlight shone down, illuminating the snow-covered mountains in a silvery white. Yang Chen searched around the pile of snow that the shelter was disguised as and quickly found the 1-meter diameter metal ball that was almost completely covered by snow. Making sure there weren't any creatures out there, he switched the shelter to life mode. Since Pang Min was in an unconscious state now, it was not suitable to suddenly put away the shelter. And if you suddenly put away your shelter, you can't carry yourself if a few more snow women come. Through the monitor screen, the shelter, disguised as a snow pile, could be seen slowly rising and creeping along at an extremely slow pace. During this process, Yang Chen carefully sensed and determined that he was also rising with it, and instantly understood. Hidden mode shelters are supposed to be hidden underground, and the pattern of life that is on the surface. It took more than 10 minutes for the shelter to switch successfully. In the monitor screen, The small pile of snow had turned into a 3-meter-high, snow-white hemispherical structure. At first glance, it looked like a much larger snow pile, only with a small door on one side, and in front of the snow-white shelter is also the snow-white dam. The entire shelter blends in almost perfectly with its surroundings, and it's hard to tell from a distance that there's a building here. Yang Chen made sure that his body was unharmed before he carefully opened the small door of the shelter and beckoned. Not far away, the gigantic 1-meter diameter metal ball immediately quickly shrunk and flew back to his hand before integrating into his body. He did not return directly to the shelter, but vacated all the supplies within the Rui vibrating hollow bead, and then took all the snow-white pieces of flesh remaining after the deaths of the 3 snow maidens into the Rui vibrating hollow bead's inner space. At least it's the flesh and blood of an elf, so it should be precious. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can trade it with others. Surprisingly, there really isn't an elf core? He searched carefully to make sure he hadn't missed anything before returning to the shelter, closing the small door, and switching the curiosity shelter to hidden mode again. Because Pang Min was in a coma, he definitely couldn't continue to rush now. That kind of stamina loss isn't fast enough to be fatal anyway, and it's only one night, so it's totally affordable to wait. And since they were unfamiliar with the snowy mountain environment, who knew if the snowy mountains would be infested with some unfathomable monsters at night? In short, safety first. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, Yang Chen took out the nail launcher that shoots out nails that emit a strange fragrance and prepared to strengthen it. He was going to get Waking Chi to do an experiment while Pang Min was unconscious. However, when I think of the nails, that will emit a strange fragrance. It seems that it does not have a big role except for attracting prey, and other times, it is easy to attract enemies or even expose their position. In particular, a nail gun without collimation would be much less powerful, and would definitely not be able to have as strong an effect as the nail gun he had now. The crystallized bone marrow on his body also had only 300 or so pieces left, so it couldn't be wasted. Let's see if the other items can derive useful attributes first. With limited resources, it's better to prioritize strengthening the most useful things. Thinking of this, Yang Chen turned to the water bag that he had gotten from Kuan Lu's spacefolding bag and inputted diffractive chi into it. Just making ordinary items derive attributes consumes very little diffractive chi. Neither needed to use crystallized bone marrow, just inputting the diffracted chi of their own making. This water bag was also quickly born data. Bionic liquid water bag LV. 1:1%, a water bag made of animal skin. Inspired by a special power to bring out the scent of the pre-birth body of the animal. The water it contains will derive the scent of the urine of the body of the animal over time. The higher the level, the stronger the scent. Is this a property that has appeared before? Yang Chen was surprised. Of all the items he had strengthened, this was the first time a duplicate attribute had appeared. The one before that is being used to trade curiosity shelters now. Now this, on the other hand, could be a good upgrade and might be of great use in the future. Because if the rest of the place was just as desolate as the indeterminate Gobi, himself and Pang Min might be able to find a way to plant it. And growing in this environment must be in great need of fertilizer. The functional evolvers of that Congo clan seem to place great importance on water bags with this attribute. Thinking of this, Yang Chen immediately got up and entered the toilet, first turning on the faucet and looking at it. Soon, he was certain that the strange shelter could really draw on the surrounding snow to store water, so he was relieved to pour out the original water in the water bag, cleaned it with tap water a few more times, and refilled it with water before he started to strengthen it. The reason why he had to pour out the water inside was to avoid poison in the water, as he thought of the water bag he had traded to Kungos earlier. The water in that water bag, mixed with poisonous stream water, can poison ordinary people. Even the toxicity in that water is effective against low-level evolvers. However, the liquid in that water bag will be converted into urine, so it shouldn't be possible for anyone to drink it, right? This thought flashed through Yang Chen's mind, but he wasn't so worried about the people of the Kuan clan, because the two sides were now enemies. Almost at the same time, a furious roar suddenly came out from inside the Kuan safety zone at the foot of the mountain. How dare you poison your urine? Damn you Kungos! The one that made the sound was a huge vine elf. In the next moment, a large number of vines vibrated crazily and directly stormed out, smacking some of the nearby experts who were tending to the mutated plants or plant-type elves to death. Poison in the urine? In the distance, the functional evolver who had traded with Yang Chen was confused. The construction of the water bag is simple and the materials used aren't exactly premium, so it's a quick upgrade. In order to speed up, Yang Chen used the crystallized marrow. When a total of 40 or so crystallized marrow of varying sizes had been consumed, this water bag reached the awakened state of level 10. the item's function shouldn't affect the waking breath, right? Because the function of this water bag was to create urine. Yang Chen was a little worried. After all, the subject of the experiment was Peng Min, a woman who had become very beautiful after her awakening. And it wouldn't be fun if something strange happened because of his experiment. But it soon occurred to him. He had already absorbed the diffractive chi born from 3 items before. And the functions of those 3 items were completely different. Yet they didn't give him any special features at all. Wakefulness, from here, doesn't seem to be affected by the function of the item. Especially, now that Peng Min had awakened and her abilities had been fixed. Or rather, the only change is the ability to manipulate items that have been metamorphosed. For example, before, Peng Min was able to simply manipulate the Rui vibrating air bead, but was unable to manipulate the strange object shelter and other things. This should then be related to waking up to the gas. Only when he thought of this did Yang Chen feel relieved as he channeled his diffractive chi into Peng Min's body. And since the waking chi was entering his body first and feeding it into Peng Min before it was fully absorbed by his own body, he would absorb some of it himself. There wasn't much that Peng Min was able to absorb. During this process, he constantly sensed the changes in Peng Min's aura, but found that Peng Min was always calm and her aura did not have any ups and downs. It reassured him, but at the same time, he was a little sorry. Could it be that awakening chi's effect on evolved people is also just to allow them to manipulate the items I've strengthened? Of course it could be that the amount is too small. Yang Chen then continued to channel awakening chi into Peng Min's body. And anyway, the effects of these awakening chi born from these 10th level awakening state items were already getting weaker and weaker on himself. After all, he was not a combat type evolver. And even though awakening chi was able to enhance his physical quality, the enhancement was getting smaller and smaller. Up until now, his total strength, which was only like 230 or so kilograms, might not even be enough. The only way to become stronger quickly was to absorb the diffractive chi born from level 20 items, but only if the items after level 20, which also belonged to the awakened state, could also give birth to diffractive chi. Finally, the bionic liquid water bag metamorphosis is complete and no longer creates wake gas. To Yang Chen's disappointment, Peng Min's aura never changed in any way. Looks like I was overthinking it. He regretted it, looking at the data of the bionic liquid water bag in his hand that had completed its metamorphosis. Bionic liquid water bag LV. 11.0%, a water bag made of animal skin, which has been stimulated by a special power that brings out the scent of the raw body of the skin. Aside from the change in level, the introduction surprisingly didn't change in any way, and no new features were born. So it seems that my nail gun really has a lot of potential. Yang Chen couldn't help but lament. The nail gun was the first item he really started to strengthen, and by far the item that helped him the most. I was lamenting, when suddenly, a sensation of heavenly spinning came over him. Yang Chen's face changed greatly, thinking that there was an enemy, but without waiting for him to react. Suddenly his body lay straight down. With his body as the center, an amazing invisible force stirred up. The invisible force ignored the shelter's isolation, stirring into the snowy mountain region outside and stretching outward, inside an ice cave 7 or 8 kilometers away from the shelter. The heavily injured Huyan Lingxi violently raised her head to look at the night sky outside. She came outside in a flash, her eyes flashing with surprise. Surprisingly, someone has already started to benefit? In her vision, it was as if some sort of overlapping and twisting of heaven and earth had occurred in that direction, but she knew that it wasn't real, but a vision caused by an innate spiritual power interfering with reality. And ordinary people couldn't see such scenes. This kind of vision does not occur when the origin evolves toward super evolution. She murmured, her eyes staring with some yearning at the same time. Spirit to super evolution? Surprisingly, it will produce a vision. This person's spiritual potential is afraid to be very high. Just starting to super evolve. Shouldn't be too strong, but it better not be a Quincy or else. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes, eager to go over and take a look, but worried that the strongest members of the Kuan-Wu clan were already in the vicinity looking for her. Having been chased by a massive cluster of drones and ultra-long-range tracking missiles earlier, she was too injured to move lightly. The main thing is, the area of influence of that vision was so large that it was difficult to determine the exact location of the person who had undergone the super evolution. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Meanwhile, the other direction. More than 10 kilometers away from the shelter, the golden wheel was constantly moving high in the air, repelling or killing incoming elves and monsters. He's sheltering more than 8,000 wastelanders as they trudge through the snow. Because the vast majority of the crowd were ordinary people, their advance was very slow. Even if the rate of stamina loss caused by the influence of that huge head's shadow wasn't considered fast, that rate of loss was slowly growing. Just in time for the storm to stop now. In order to avoid the worst, they had to travel through the night and leave the snowy mountain region before the lethal force caught up with them. As a super evolutionary, he easily gained the approval of all the desolate folk who followed him at the time. At the same time, he was stressed out, needing to protect everyone, and it had been an exhausting night of running around. Not only was it a matter of protecting the lives of these people, but for the sake of the grand plan for the future, he also needed to consider the food of these people. Suddenly, Golden Will jerked his head to the night sky to his right. Although he couldn't see anything, he always felt that there was some kind of power surging out from over there. All hands increase speed. Unidentified creatures are present, he said aloud hastily, not going over to check in case of accidents. Though now he was strong. Very strong. But he has a lot of responsibility now. At this moment, not only the Golden Wheel, but some of the spiritual evolvers in the crowd below also felt something and looked in that direction with worried faces. When Yangchen opened his eyes, he realized that he had once again arrived in the Gobi space where he had appeared before. This space seemed large at first glance, but in reality it was only 100 meters long and wide, and further away it was all shadows. And in the middle position of the Gobi space, a small mound of earth that was 2 to 3 meters in length and width, and no more than 20 centimeters in height, stood alone. What's going on? Yangchen looked at this Gobi space with a bewildered expression. What worried his mind was that here, his physique and strength, surprisingly, had disappeared. Not only that, all the equipment on his body had disappeared, including the Rui shocking airbead and nail gun that had originally been integrated into his body. What the hell just happened? What is this place? Again? He slowly walked to the very edge of this space and was about to try to take a step outward when he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. The danger came from the very nearness of the shadow, and it seemed that if one walked past it, one's whole being would disappear completely. Is the outside nothingness? Yang Chen pondered. It's desolate out there. Not even a blade of grass can be seen. It's exactly like the most desolate Gobi in my imagination. Here, hardly a figment of one's imagination? Is he or she trapped in his or her own imagination? What kind of strange event is this? He walked around the edge, and after making sure neither could get away, he turned back to the small mound of dirt positioned right in the center. The little mound of dirt was quiet, but being the man who knew the truth, there was inexplicably some concern in his mind that 5 of the bodies inside would not crawl out. After killing those 5 elders in the beginning, although he didn't regret his actions, his heart was panicked and uncomfortable for a long time. Anger and guilt and fear and other complex emotions lingered and could not be forgotten. Those memories turned into shadows, buried deep in the depths of my heart. But today, those memories, which seemed to materialize and truly appear in front of his eyes, made him inexplicably a little weak. Something's not quite right here. We must find a way to leave in a hurry. Yang Chen's eyes firmed down as he strides towards the small mound of dirt. Since the edge is not the exit, it is likely that the exit is at the site of the small mound of dirt. Soon he came to the heel of the small mound of dirt and was wondering what to do to find the exit. Suddenly the edge of the small mound of dirt cracked open and a rotting palm reached out and grabbed him by the ankle. Without waiting for him to react, the rotting arm lashed out, directly dragging his entire body inside. Asterisk. Yang Chen's face changed drastically, and he reflexively grabbed the edge of the small mound. The dirt, which was supposed to be very soft, suddenly became incredibly strong and sturdy at this moment, surprisingly supporting his weight and the pull from below. The crisis did not go away, however, for immediately afterward he felt 4 more pairs of hands grabbing his legs and frantically pulling him downward. Just as he was about to lose his hold, suddenly another crack opened up next to the small mound of dirt, and a body with gnarled muscles and a hideous face crawled out. Father? Yang Chen's face changed slightly, and he was expecting his father's corpse to attack him as well, but then he saw this corpse violently grabbing his shoulders and yanking him out. In the crack beneath them, 5 corpses unwillingly tried to climb out, but they were blocked by the slowly closing crack. Yang Chen hurriedly backed up a distance and looked at his father's corpse. The moment he saw his father's corpse, a sudden wave of clarity arose in his heart that this was his spiritual space, and the body in front of him was not really his father's body, but a portion of his own spiritual energy. Even the other 5 corpses, including the 5 corpses inside the small mound of dirt, were all made of their own spiritual energy. To put it another way, it's the result of his own internal conflict over the years. In a way, it could also be considered schizophrenic, except that it hadn't manifested itself before. and it wasn't until now that this subconscious pain suddenly materialized. Himself now seems to be opening the super evolution. This is super evolution? A super evolution that has nothing to do with my powers? Yang Chen was astonished in his heart. Across the room, the body of his father, twisted and hideous due to the mutation that occurred as a result of his failed evolution, stood there with a scowl on his face. Come on, kill me again. Strengthen your heart. You're right. The familiar voice rang out. Come. A complete mismatch to the grimace. However, it wasn't really his father speaking, but another part of Yang Chen's own spiritual energy. At that moment the small mound of dirt not far away cracked open again, and 5 bodies struggled to climb out. Yang Chen knew that he couldn't wait, because then he could feel that those 5 corpses would really kill him. If it were really my father and 10 years had passed, I might have hesitated, but since it's myself, he took a deep breath and lunged forward with a punch. Boo! Not waiting for his fist to land on the hideous figure's body, he was sent flying back by a kick from his opponent. You're really getting off on this. The voice of the hideous body suddenly became angry. I am your father. You unfilial son. Worse than that. Yang Chen climbed up with a complicated mood. Did I really fail to reconcile with myself after all? I'm your father. Of course you can't kill. But they're different. Suddenly, the hideous figure on the opposite side of the room stomped off one of the rotting arms sticking out of the crack, then grabbed the other's head and pulled it out hard. It was a badly decomposed body. The hideous figure threw a messy punch, directly breaking the corpse's arms and legs. These guys, who tried to eat Old Me's corpse and grab the pistol that Old Me left for you, more than likely want to do you harm. He threw the struggling and squirming corpse in front of Yang Chen, without Lao Zi's favoritism. You are just a liability in their eyes. Since they moved to snatch your gun, they will definitely not tolerate you, because no dangerous elements are allowed in the scavenging squad, so they deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Death by 1,000 cuts is not too much to ask for. Do it. I want to see you kill them again with my own eyes. Was that in your own mind at the time? For knowing that everything in front of you is the subconscious mind of your splintered mental energy and internal consumption. So Yang Chen still didn't hesitate, and violently rushed over and kicked, directly stepping on the neck of the corpse on the ground. With a click sound, as his neck was stepped on and broken, the corpse immediately turned into an invisible force and merged into his body. Immediately after that, he immediately felt that this body, or spirit body, suddenly became much stronger. Do it yourself and kill them all. On the opposite side, the hideous figure said in a cold voice, Old Me is already dead. You don't still want Old Me to work for you, do you? Ignoring his negative acting, Yang Chen walked towards the small mound of dirt without a word. Just then the remaining 4 corpses also finally crawled out of the crack. One of the corpses violently rushed at him, but at this time his mental body was much stronger than before. Violently sidestepping at the same time a palm slash cut the corpse's neck bone. The other hand grabbed the other's head and twisted it with force. Ka! This corpse's head was twisted off, and immediately afterward, it was transformed into an invisible force that merged into his body. His main conscious mental body was stronger. Seeing that the second corpse was also quickly pouncing, he directly snapped his opponent's neck with a fierce knife leg kick, absorbing it before his hands violently choked the necks of the last 2 corpses to pounce on him. Ka! Ka! The 2 corpses dissipated at the same time, turning into invisible forces that merged into his body. At that moment, Yang Chen felt that his spiritual body was powerful to the extreme. He felt like he was in control of the space, and at this time, he finally understood that this was the spiritual core space generated after his super evolution, the seat of his spiritual essence, and it was very important. At the same time, here's a killer app of its own to interfere with reality. The time has been determined on the shelves. Next Wednesday on the shelves. On the day of the shelves, we'll break out 10 more. Already the last 3 days of this month. Begging for monthly votes. Thanks to 08A for the bounty. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Finally clean. At this time, the hideous figure not far away faintly said, Those fellows, they are not worthy of sharing a cave with Lao Zi. Lao Zi's grave. They are not qualified to slumber here. Yang Chen turned to look at the hideous figure. What? Still want to make a move on Old Me? Want to kill Old Me again? The hideous figure sneered. No need to pretend. You are me and I am you. Yang Chen's voice was calm as he said, The only way I can be complete and completely finish my super evolution is to kill you and absorb you. Otherwise I will be trapped here forever. Surprisingly, did you come to your senses so quickly? The hideous figure blurred down and slowly transformed into a black Yang Chen. He was like a demon in the shadows, writhing in the darkness, looking at Yang Chen with a resentful expression. Come on, Either you kill me, absorb me, and completely complete the super revolution, or I'll swallow you, successfully mutate, and break away from the main body to become the master of the house. Don't worry, after I become the main body, I will kill all the people you care about, just like when you cruelly did it to father. Yang Chen frowned slightly. Back then, you know the situation better than I do. Even if I didn't do anything, father would have done it himself to finish himself off, because there was no way in hell that he would hurt me, and I, who was just an ordinary person at that time, would definitely not be able to run away from him who had mutated. On the opposite side, the black figure shifted, and wisps of black gas escaped, transforming into an invisible force that merged into Yang Chen's spiritual body. But in just a few seconds this phenomenon disappeared, and the black figure's face twisted. Then you let father do it himself. Why did you do it? To kill your father with your own hands is not as good as. Are you purposely trying to find a way to mess with my mind? Or are you really crazy and stupid and retarded? As a part of me, would you not know what father intended at the time? Yang Chen's face also turned cold. He asked me to do it. One was to pass on the pistol to me in an honorable manner, and the other was to deter a few elders. To warn those elders that in order to survive, I could even kill my father, let alone them. You're lying. It's just your judgment. It's not true. The black figure seemed to be a little shaken, but couldn't accept the speculation, and furiously and violently rushed towards Yang Chen. And during this process, his body was like sifting chaff that kept dropping black substances, and those black substances kept turning into invisible forces into Yang Chen's body. You're not father. How do you know what father really thinks? He fiercely threw a punch at Yang Chen's face. Yang Chen grabbed the black figure's fist and twisted it with his other side. Both of them didn't have any flashy moves, only raw attacks with deadly moves, or gouge their eyes, or grab their hair, or bite their necks, striking out in any way that would kill them. Although I'm not father and don't know what father was really thinking, I'm you and you're me, and judging from your perspective and mine, that's what father was planning at the time. Yang Chen became more and more determined inwardly, and kept laying down deadly blows to beat his black self to death. Maybe it's because he's the main body, so the black self returns with a drop of mental power when he's injured. And while one is injured, one is not stripped of power unless one is completely struck down. Even so, you split me up and left me to suffer alone while you got away with it. Unforgivable. The black figure was furious and kept attacking, tearing Yang Chen's hair. You're wrong. I didn't split you off. You're just the me of the past, created by my own internal friction. And you carry some of my most painful memories, but they've never faded from my mind. Yang Chen seized the opportunity and violently punched the black figure so hard that his mouth was askew. Perhaps because his body was getting weaker, the black figure staggered back. Has it really never disappeared? It may not be the case, right? But it doesn't matter. The defeat is finalized, so you'll suffer all these years by yourself. He violently rushed towards Yang Chen once again, but stopped striking. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen punched the black figure's head. In the next moment, the black figure dissipated into smoke, transforming into a strand of spiritual power that merged into his body. At that moment, Yang Chen felt that his spiritual body was even stronger, and a complete and marvelous feeling appeared. And in the process, a long-forgotten memory comes to mind, including a scene from as far back as I can remember, even the completely forgotten face of my mother, and so on. These memories, almost always on the painful side, were the most agonizing of all, but at the moment they suddenly became incredibly clear. And as these memories come to mind, as stimulating as they are to this mental space, rumble, the entire mental space shook. A small mound of dirt not far away suddenly cracked open, and a huge wordless tombstone emerged from the ground, moving rapidly around Yang Chen's mental body. Rumble, followed by a second headstone, and a third. A total of 6 or 6 meter tall tombstones emerged from the ground, forming a moving object like a labyrinthine array that constantly rotated around Yang Chen. And during the rotation, these tombstones were still changing positions. The whole mental space became weird. Is this super evolution? Even though it's a spiritual space, it seems to be able to interfere with reality here. It's incredible. Fully capable of pulling the enemy in if necessary. Yang Chen looked at these tombstones with an expressionless face, feeling that if they were paired with these tombstones as a defense, his weakness in melee combat should be able to be compensated for. There will be plenty of time to study it later. Because he was worried about the situation outside, he didn't dare to stay here for too long. And with a thought, rumble, all the tombstones immediately sank into the ground again. The entire mental space was once again transformed into the desolate Gobi during the day. Unlike before, The little mound disappeared. This represents his complete reconciliation with the past. At this time, Yang Chen once again moved his mind, and a slightly smaller tombstone emerged from the ground. He gently pushed, and immediately the tombstone was like a door of space, opening up a spatial passage. Outside the space passage, it was clearly the interior of the shelter, and he saw himself and Pang Min lying on the bed. Yang Chen took a step and returned to reality. Spirit portals disappear. The spirit body hovered in midair, looking at his own body on the bed. A sudden realization arose in his heart. The only way to detach from the body is to step into the innate state at the time of the first super revolution. And once you return, can you never leave again? Such opportunities are very rare. Yang Chen immediately moved his mind, and his mental body ignored the shelter's blockage, instantly appearing in midair outside. Mental bodies don't weigh anything and move frighteningly fast. He tried to move towards higher ground, and in just a second, he was in the middle of 1,000 meters. From here, he once again saw the huge head vista in the direction of the wandering Gobi. However, at the sight of the huge head silhouette, his spiritual power uncontrollably began to drain away. He hurried back and stopped looking. I see. Was it sensed before because of the unintentional triggering of the spiritual power? It wasn't really seen that far. Yang Chen had a clear understanding in his heart, and then headed in the direction they needed to catch up tomorrow, preparing to take this opportunity to explore the route in advance. And in the meantime, go and see what kind of terrain was on the other side of the snowy mountains. It would be great to see resources in advance. He was unhindered by the wind, unaffected by the gravitational pull of the earth, and could easily reach speeds of 1,000 meters per second. To the real world, he is as non-existent and unbound. Getting away with is such a mesmerizing state of affairs. Unfortunately, this state cannot be maintained for long and there is only one chance to do so. It was also impossible for one to abandon the physical body, because once the innate state was gone, the mental body could not exist independently. That's a clan evolutionary? Suddenly he saw a group of people walking through the nighttime snow, seemingly searching for something. Could it be looking for me? His heart sank, but it was a pity that his mental body couldn't carry anything, or else with the nail gun in his hand, he could easily get those people killed, just in time to try out the power of super revolution. Yang Chen's heart moved, and like an instantaneous movement, he arrived dozens of meters away from that group of people. Although he felt that those people shouldn't be able to see himself as a spirit body, he subconsciously found a barrier to block his body. At this time, he also sensed the strength of those 5 people. A 4th order evolver with 4 3rd order evolvers. This was a very powerful squad of evolvers, at least for the average desolate folk evolver. Anyway, so far, among the desolate folk Yang Chen had seen, the most powerful desolate folk evolvers were Jin Luan and Nong Yafu, and they were both only at the 4th rank. Lost, with a movement of his mind, his spiritual power enveloped the 5 men, requesting monthly votes. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Dozens of meters away, 4 of the 3rd order evolvers came back to their senses after their eyes drifted for a moment. As for the 4th order evolver, he was simply unaffected. Yet this one put all 5 on alert. Everyone be careful, the 4th ranked evolver said in a deep voice, while alerting the surroundings. Is the level difference too big? Yang Chen, who was in the distance, frowned slightly and suddenly forcefully pulled the 5 people into the mental space. It was as if those 5 people had disappeared into thin air, and in the vision of the 5, they suddenly appeared in a desolate Gobi. Rumble! A huge tombstone suddenly emerged from the ground, spinning madly around them while rapidly changing its orientation or crashing into them. The 5 subconsciously dodged and were scattered in a few moments. What is this place? The 4 3rd order evolvers all changed their faces drastically, feeling a huge threat. Playing God. The lone 4th ranked evolver slammed his fist onto the oncoming tombstone. With a loud bang, the tombstone was directly smashed. This weird space shook. Rumble. At once several other tombstones abandoned the others and moved quickly across the ground, squeezing madly towards him. Boom! Boom! However, he punched one tombstone and burst all of them in the blink of an eye. The next moment this weird space disappeared and they were once again back in the snowy nighttime landscape. Yang Chen, who was far away, felt that his mental power was not consumed. After all, the evolutionary level difference is too great. In this situation, a mere mental body simply cannot kill these people. The attack power is too weak. However, if it is paired with the nail gun of the body, his own strength is absolutely greatly increased, and killing these people is like killing chickens. That way, even if they were to meet the enemy at close range, they would no longer be in such a sorry state as they were before when they faced the 3 snow maidens. One's own weakness in melee combat seemed to be compensated for, since this place was already far away from the shelter. Yang Chen didn't intend to go back and have his main body come over in person, so he prepared to leave. The precocious state won't last long, so we have to get down to business first. As a result, just at this moment, vines suddenly grew in mid-air in the distance, and those vines quickly transformed into spears and shot down. 5 evolvers were instantly shot through and died, including the fourth order evolver. Yang Chen's face changed and he hurriedly turned around. Wait, I don't mean any harm, and since you're now an innate spirit body, you can return to your physical body in an instant, and I won't be able to do anything to you. A clear, pleasant voice sounded behind him. Yang Chen thought so, and immediately turned back to the owner of the voice. 30 meters away from this side, a woman covered in blood, but with exquisite features and a dimpled figure stood there quietly. The other party had appeared at some point, and he hadn't even noticed it in the slightest. You can see me? He asked curiously. He was now a spiritual body, and it was only right that he was just a mass of spiritual energy invisible to the naked eye as opposed to the real world. You are now in an innate state, and in addition to not being able to directly interfere with reality, ordinary people's eyes can see you. On the opposite side, Huyan Lingxi smiled. My name is Huyan Lingxi. Judging by your reaction, you should recognize me? I see. Is it possible for ordinary people to see spiritual bodies in the innate state? Yang Chen didn't say anything. Since you would strike out against someone from the Kuan-Wu clan, and do so decisively and without hesitation, you should not be someone from the Kuan-Wu clan. Huyan Lingxi guessed and suddenly asked. You can't be the Yang Chen who triggered the relationship between the two clans, right? Although she had been hunted and hadn't gone back, the clan had special means of communication, and she already knew the name Yang Chen. At the same time, she knew more about Yang Chen's previous killing spree under the snowy mountains. At that time, she was still very surprised, but now that she learned that Yang Chen had become a super evolutionary, she wasn't so surprised, because in her opinion, in front of the super evolvers, the ordinary evolvers were just a bunch of dirt dogs, unbeatable. Even if the spirit body on the opposite side seemed to be of a very low level, ordinary evolvers, to her, were like monkeys with incomplete evolution, too heavily biased. Even if the opponent was very powerful in a certain domain, as long as they bypassed that domain, they could be easily killed by crossing 2 or 3 steps. So what if it is? So what if it's not? Yang Chen asked back with an unchanged face. I'll take that as a yes. Then, I don't know how Huyan Lingxi confirmed it, only to hear her say, my Huyan clan and Kunwo clan already have conflicts, and because of this divine shadow tribulation, fighting for the sake of core interests is almost expected. You can only be considered as a trigger, but not the main reason. One of the main reasons is to deplete the population. However, this kind of words that would affect the powerful image of the clan in the minds of others, she naturally couldn't say to an outsider like Yang Chen, because the environment in the safe zone is so good. The population has expanded so rapidly in recent years that it has caused some food to be in short supply. Family planning is out of the question because the clans need talent too. The best way is to use war to weed out the useless and leave the useful. The existence of weak people is a waste of food. Of course, that's just one of the reasons. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Divine shadow plague? Was the other side talking about the disaster caused by the giant head silhouette? It turns out that this so-called disaster is called the Plague of God's Shadow. On the opposite side, Huyan Lingxi said once again, even without you, my Huyan clan would still be looking for an excuse to strike out against the Kuan-Wu clan. And because I found an excuse to strike out from you, my Huyan clan should actually be thanking you. The way to thank me is to send people after me? Yang Chen laughed coldly. Before you say that, show me proof. When did I, the Huyan clan, ever send anyone after you? Huyan Lingxi said. The things of those peripheral nobles below, my Huyan clan is generally too lazy to care. Of course this world's strength is honored. If you are still just an ordinary desolate folk evolver, if you happen to come across it, my Huyan clan surely won't mind wasting so much time to kill you. Yang Chen frowned slightly, but it's different now. Huyan Lingxi's tone changed. A super evolved person, even in the clan, is a force to be reckoned with? Anyway, you didn't directly bring losses to my Huyan clan, so I can make the decision to withdraw the wanted notice on you. You can make the call? Yang Chen was surprised. What do you say? Huyan Lingxi's face was calm as she said, although my rank isn't really high, the identity of a super evolver is a symbol of power in itself. Just like you, if you were still an ordinary desolate folk evolver, I wouldn't even look at you when I passed by. But now, you already deserve to be taken seriously. Yang Chen sniffed and couldn't help but sigh. Super evolutionary, the influence is surprisingly so great. He himself was only a super evolutionary of the first rank, but he was able to make the clan treat him with caution. It's unbelievable. Yang Chen, are you interested in joining my Huyan clan? Huyan Lingxi suddenly asked this. Yang Chen asked back without moving. Join the Huyan clan? How do you join? Become a noble of the safe zone? Of course not. If you join my Huyan clan, you will be Huyan Chen, and will definitely be a core member of the Huyan clan, not a peripheral. Huyan Lingxi explained. These clans of ours are not clans that become clans after a family becomes stronger, but rather a clan, a collection of countless clans that once had many surnames within them. The clan was formed hundreds of years ago when our ancestors hid together in underground shelters and were eventually consolidated. After returning to the surface, some patriarchs with merciful and guilty hearts accepted the humans on the surface and allowed them to stay in the safe zone. And those people gradually turned into the present-day nobles of the safe zone. Huyan Lingxi said. That is to say, the so-called nobles of the safe zone as you call them are in fact also deserted people, only that they have better luck and have been accepted by the clans. It dawned on Yang Chen that this was how the clans came to be. And the so-called nobles of the safe zone were once wastelanders as well? The clan just towers over all the desolate folk, but shows no disgust, just pure contempt. Instead, the safe zone nobles seem to hate the draconians even more than the clans. Is it because they are in denial about the past? With these thoughts in his mind, Yang Chen said without any faltering, I'm used to being loose. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep the rules of the clan. What are the rules? Huyan Lingxi said. Rules are made by the strong for the weak. As a super evolutionary, you don't need to abide by those rules and regulations. The only thing you need to do is to fight for the benefits of the Huyan clan. And the Huyan clan will absolutely try to find a way to obtain resources for you, and do their utmost to cultivate you and me. She looked at Yang Chen seriously. As a super evolutionary, you deserve to be treated like this, and after joining the Huyan clan, the treatment you receive will not be lower than mine. You're not afraid that I'll bring pressure on you after joining the Huyan clan? Yang Chen asked. The clan is big, far bigger than you can imagine, unless you reach the 7th or even the 8th rank, and that's a long time from now. Huyan Lingxi said with an unchanged face. This world is dangerous. Even clans have dangers they need to face, and no one has the heart for infighting unless they are incorrigible clans. The dangers the clan needs to face? Yang Chen was a bit surprised. What is that? Huyan Lingxi, do you know the real disaster of the wandering Gobi? What is it? Thanks to 08A for the bounty. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. You're talking about that huge head silhouette? Yang Chen asked. You've already seen it? That makes it easier to explain. Huyan Lingxi nodded her head and said, that is the will of the revival of the divinizers, the super existences that fell in the great catastrophe at the beginning. Now those things are gradually reviving just like the demons and elves. Even for our clan, there is a danger of extinction. And solo super evolvers such as you, if you don't have a background, it will be very tough. The will of a super being that fell in a once great catastrophe, transformed into an existence like a demonic elf? This information was very precious, and Yang Chen's face was grave. Have you thought about it? Huyan Lingxi asked. Joining the clan will be of great benefit to you. If I refuse, will you get annoyed? Yang Chen asked directly. I'm not as careful as you think I am. Huyan Lingxi resisted the urge to roll her eyes and continued to persuade. Divine Transformers revived will. Although it's a huge crisis, it's also the sustenance for us super-evolved people. If we can find a way to tear off a piece and absorb it and refine it, our degree of super-evolution will be even further. But without the clan's help, you alone don't stand a chance. And the clan is unlikely to let outsiders get involved. Super-evolution can continue to progress just like ordinary evolution? Yang Chen was surprised. That's for sure. Huyan Lingxi said. Super-evolution is the liberation of abilities. And with liberation, there is a process. Of course, you are not insta-super-evolution. And I am not spirit super-evolution. So I am not too sure about your situation. But nothing can happen overnight. Yang Chen was slightly silent, then asked, what is a divinizer? What is this life to super-evolution? Again? Huyan Lingxi smiled slightly, and didn't mind explaining all this to Yang Chen. Divinizers are existences that have gone to the extreme end of evolution, and in a certain way, they are already equivalent to gods. Of course, they are only equivalent. They still belong to the evolved ones. It's just that the level is different. Yang Chen realized. Instinct to superevolution is the superevolution of an evolved person's awakened abilities, Hu Yanlingzi said. In addition to the native to superevolution, there are also outward superevolution, such as spiritual to superevolution, spatial to superevolution and so on. In short, as long as it's not the liberation of native ability, it all belongs to outward superevolution. Speaking here, she gave a slight beat. If one is injured by the power of the divinizer and does not die, there is a certain possibility of stepping into superevolution. What do you mean? Yang Chen's heart stirred. It means that you're only spiritually evolving towards superevolution right now, but your native ability should still be a single evolution, and you still have the chance to become stronger. Hu Yanlingzi followed the advice. According to the information my Huyen clan received, you were exposed when you traded supplies outside the Kuanwu safe zone. You should be a functional evolutionary, not a spiritual evolutionary. That should be correct, right? Yang Chen was silent and didn't answer positively. Hu Yanlingzi seemed to be very confident in her information. Join my Huyen clan, and my Huyen clan will be able to give you the greatest protection, allowing you to keep your life after being injured by the power of the divinizer. This was the reason why she really valued Yang Chen the most. If Yang Chen was able to become a two-way super-evolutionary, then the Huyen clan would be rich, because the vast majority of super-evolutionaries are insta-super-evolutionary. As for outward super-evolution such as spiritual and spatial, even for fellow super-evolutionaries, it is considered an unattainable chance that requires all sorts of coincidences. You have to be injured by the power of an apothecary without dying to have a chance. And only a chance? As soon as Yang Chen thought of the indescribably huge head silhouette, he directly dismissed the impulse. Compared to that unknown danger, he wanted to live well. That thing, even from such a distance, could devour their stamina. How scary would it be to get close to the past? Wait, you're telling me that there's some chance of super-evolving just by getting hurt? Does being devoured physically count then? He suddenly thought of this matter. Of course it counts. Except that it's only the devouring power that is passively generated when the indestructible will of the divinizer is revived, and it doesn't contain the divinizer's original power, Hu Yanlingzi said. In this case, only a true supreme genius can win the jackpot. For example, the entire wandering Gobi, plus this side of Mount Kunwu, at least millions of desolate people, while the two major clans plus all the safe zones, the population is over 100 million. The clans have evolution potions that can make everyone become evolved. Except for the children, the number of ordinary evolved people in the entire wandering Gobi is probably around 80 million. Looking at Yang Chen, whose face was shaken on the opposite side of the room, Hu Yanlingzi smiled slightly and continued. But according to our speculations, if we hadn't taken the initiative to step into the realm of the power of the divine transformer, this divine shadow tribulation would have only created at most 10 super-evolutionaries. Even if calculated according to the greatest likelihood, out of the 80 million evolvers, even by the greatest likelihood, only 10 evolvers at most would hit the jackpot. You can see how low the probability really is, but by actively stepping into the realm of the divinizer's power, the success rate would be much greater. She was revealing the power of the clan to Yang Chen intentionally or unintentionally, hoping to impress Yang Chen with it. On the opposite side, Yang Chen had a shocked look on his face. The clan has evolutionary potions that can make everyone an evolutionary? This is unbelievable. No wonder the Huyen clan was so powerful. And no wonder there were rumors that the place where the Huyen clan was located was a safe zone. Well, joining my Huyen clan will be infinitely beneficial to you, Hu Yanlingzi asked. And my Huyen clan, whose strength far exceeds that of the Kunwu clan, which has only returned to the surface in the last 10 years. Even if I can't completely exterminate the Kunwu clan, I will still be able to exclusively take over the vast majority of the divine shadow resources. Yang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the shocking emotions in his heart as he asked, what are the chances of surviving when stepping into the realm of the power of a divinizer and being injured by the true power of a divinizer? He was a little ticked off, and if it was very safe, maybe he'd go for it. Hu Yanlingzi was slightly silent, and then decided to speak as broadly as possible. That's just the undying will of the divinizer revived, and nowadays there's hardly any self-awareness, and with my Huyen clan's full assistance, there's at least a 30% chance. 30% chance? This is still the result of a clan's full support? Yang Chen was directly speechless. That's such a high death rate that one would be tired of living to actively allow that kind of power to hurt them. The insta-evolution to super-evolution was the only thing that appealed to him, but since the death rate is so high, it's better. Thanks for telling me this precious information, but I still want to live well. Yang Chen said, do you know what's on the other side of Mount Kunwu? Seeing Yang Chen's repeated refusals, although Huyan Lingxi was a bit upset. She didn't mention the matter of pulling the strings again, because the current Yang Chen was in the state of an innate spirit body, coming and going as he pleased. He could not be killed at all. So with the idea of even if we can't bring them together, we should never offend them, and it's best if we can bring them closer together. She opened her mouth and said, on the other side of Mount Kunwu, is the Black Wind Sandlands, which is the Black Wind Clan's testing ground. The Black Wind Sands? The testing grounds of the Black Wind Clan? Yang Chen frowned, feeling that this name didn't seem too friendly. Sure enough, I heard Huyan Lingxi explain. The Black Wind Sanctuary used to be a gathering place for a group of mad scientists who researched all sorts of strange and weird things and created all sorts of horrible viruses and monsters. And in order to clean up the monsters, they would drop artillery shells from time to time to clean up those monsters. And that's the biggest danger that you need to face. Irregularly dropped shells and various monsters? Yang Chen carefully memorized this information. Although the resources in the Black Wind Sandlands are more than the indeterminate Gobi, there are also more dangers over there. Huyan Lingxi continued. Compared to the Black Wind Clan, my Huyan clan is simply a great benefactor, because after the Black Wind Clan returned to the surface, the barren people of the Black Wind Sandlands were almost extinct at one point, and only in recent years have they gotten better. Almost extinct? Yang Chen looked grave. Because of those monsters? Because of the virus. Huyan Lingxi explained. Back then, in order to research evolutionary potions, the Black Wind Clan went crazy with experiments, leading to the spread of all sorts of viruses and plagues. Even the humans within the refuge were infected, and it goes without saying that the barren folk on the surface became infected almost all the time. The most dangerous thing about the Black Wind Sands is the virus? Yang Chen's face was a bit ugly. That kind of thing. There was no way for the desolate people to defend themselves against it. Hundreds of years have passed, and the virus that is free in the air has thinned out so much that it won't affect humans. Huyan Lingxi said. As long as you're not injured by the infected, you'll be fine. The only things you really need to face are the shells in the air and the infected. And of course, the Black Wind Clan. Yang Chen then breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was a visible danger, then there was a way to avoid it. By the way, the situation over there is much more lively than the wandering Gobi. Huyan Lingxi suddenly revealed a smile. When the Black Wind Clan went too far, the desolate folk over there eventually united and established the Desolate Folk Alliance, in order to survive and to fight against the Black Wind Clan and find hope for survival. In addition to the Desolate Folk Alliance, there are many other forces of all sizes over there. In short, it's much more chaotic than the wandering Gobi. With an inexplicable expression, she said, the indeterminate Gobi has seen all the forces, large and small, disappear under my Huyan clan's suppression. But the Black Wind Sandlands are different, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's a battlefield over there. Putting away her inexplicable look, she finally added, inside the Desolate Folk Alliance, there is a medicine called antidote capsule. If you are infected, just eat the antidote capsule. Thanks a lot. Yang Chen nodded. Your innate state is almost over, so go back early. Huyan Lingxi reminded. The Black Wind Clan is very strong, not weaker than my Huyan clan. It's hard to say that they don't have a super-evolved person. There might even be more than one. After all, war is the easiest way to create strong people? Yang Chen nodded his head and suddenly asked, what was that great disaster once? It's the end of the month, and I'm begging for monthly votes. End of chapter. I don't know. The patriarchs in the clan are also tight-lipped about this matter. Huyan Lingxi shook her head. I only know that it's very terrifying. Even the divine transformers have fallen one after another. It's definitely far beyond our imagination. Yang Chen asked the most concerned question again. Have there been any revivals of the will of the divinized one in other places? Not detected for the time being. My Huyan clan's main forces are concentrated in the indeterminate Gobi. Huyan Lingxi shook her head again. Then, will your clan migrate? Yang Chen asked again. Not for a while. Underground shelters can hold off that kind of catastrophe. As for the future, it's hard to say. Huyan Lingxi replied. When you arrive at the Black Wind Sandland, if you have any difficulties, you can go to the Huyan Society and ask for help. Report your name and the people there will know what to do. Many thanks. Then, this is goodbye. MS. Huyan Lingxi, I hope that I will have the chance to see you again in the future. Yang Chen gave another thank you as his spiritual body directly disappeared out of thin air and returned to his main body. In the snowy mountains at night, only Huyan Lingxi was left alone. These desolate people, when they should be crazy, they are crazier than anyone else. But when they should be timid, they are more timid than anyone else. She had some regrets in her heart that she hadn't been able to snub that Yang Chen. In fact, the things she said earlier were half-truths. Being injured by the power of a true divinizer, even with the full assistance of the Huyan clan, with Yang Chen's evolutionary grade, it was unknown if there was a 1% survival rate. It had to do with the degree of evolution. The higher the evolutionary level, the higher the chances of surviving. However, even if one could survive, it was unknown whether one could step into super evolution. Let's just say there are some odds. Of course, the 30% chance she said wasn't completely false, because even if Yang Chen did join the Huyan clan, it was impossible for the Huyan clan to allow the current Yang Chen to step into the realm of the power of a divinizer. Definitely, he would cultivate Yang Chen first, and then go back when he was more certain. Unfortunately, the guy was too timid to be intimidated. But this trip wasn't too bad. At least it reduced a potential hidden danger. Huyan Lingxi pondered in his mind. That Yang Chen was able to kill a fifth-order evolutionary when he was still an ordinary evolutionary. That kind of tactic was simply unheard of. You know, ordinary people need to aim even if they use technological weapons. However, the movement speed of a fifth-order revolver was so fast that an ordinary person would not be able to react unless they were thousands of meters away. But that Yang Chen was able to make one move at a time. It was unbelievable. And now that the other party had become a super-revolutionary, their strength would only get stronger. If he hadn't stumbled upon the other party and the other party had managed to stay alive, the future Huyan clan would definitely somehow have a very powerful enemy. As far as I know, that Yang Chen seems to have killed after the Kuan-Wu clan was aggrieved. This Kuan-Wu clan's disguise. I'm afraid it won't last. Huyan Lingxi took out her communicator and told the powerful people within the clan about Yang Chen becoming a super-revolutionary, and asked the powerful people within the clan to send people to stop the powerful people of the Kunwu clan from stepping into the snowy mountains, because the current Yang Chen's evolutionary level was too low. Once he was surrounded by too many strong people, he would still die easily. Just stop most of the Kunwu clan's fourth order and higher powerhouses. Anyway, the Huyan clan still had quite a few idle people right now. And this arrangement would not only gain Yang Chen's favor, but also create huge trouble for the Kuan-Wu clan. A double whammy. Once Yang Chen grew up, the Kuan-Wu clan would have a headache. Inside the curiosity shelter, Yang Chen on the bed slowly opened his eyes. The black wind in sandy land is more dangerous, but I'm also stronger. Most of all, Huyan Lingxi had said that the resources over there were richer than the indeterminate Gobi. For the wastelanders, that's enough. And there's some kind of desolate people's alliance over there. Maybe the wastelanders will be better off if they go over there. But that side didn't seem to be part of the mountainous region yet, and they were unlucky enough to take the route of Mount Kunwu, which could be difficult. Ignore these. Being able to learn about the information on the other side of Mount Kunwu in advance on this trip was the biggest gain. Although it was impossible for him to completely trust Huyan Lingxi's words, he could at least have a reference. Suppressing all sorts of thoughts, he began to sense his own situation. Is this super evolution? Yang Chen looked outside. At the moment, even without the help of the monitor screen, it was possible to see through the walls of the shelter and directly see the snow outside. Of course, it wasn't the eyes that saw it directly, but the mental power that covered it and scanned it. Perhaps it was because his mental power was still weak at this stage, so he saw the world in black and white colors. But these are of little consequence, and being able to scan enemy silhouettes and environmental contours can do a lot. His current evolutionary grade was too low, and his mental power could only extend 17 or 18 meters away, much weaker than his innate state. After all, now that the spiritual body had returned to the physical body, while being sheltered by the physical body, the power was also bound to a certain extent. There are two sides to every story, and what goes around comes around. But his mental power covered the area, and it was almost slim to the bone. Even the ground can't be stopped. It was because there were no special powers or materials that could block spiritual power in the ground here. Yang Chen looked to his own shelter of wonders. He could feel that if he wasn't the owner of the strange object shelter, his spiritual power wouldn't have been able to extend out unhindered. Obviously, this special item was capable of blocking spiritual power. This needs to be remembered lest you accidentally end up in the gutter. This will be much safer from now on, not having to worry about being sneaked up on. Yang Chen became more and more satisfied. Although the current spirit to super evolution, the attack power is very average. At the top of the day can only group kill the second order evolutionary. For the third order can only cause hindrance. As for the fourth order, I guess it can only limit the speed. But paired with a nail gun, any fifth order that comes along can be easily killed. But we can't be careless. After all, What if we're unlucky enough to encounter a super evolutionary? Ignoring the starvation deaths, the populations with high mortality rates tend to be the strong ones, because the strong ones are too wavy. Spiritual power scanning, there will also be consumption. It seems that it can't be released all the time, but scanning every few seconds shouldn't be too much of a problem. After slightly practicing the use of his spiritual power, Yang Chen took out the snow-white chunks of flesh that remained after the Snow Maiden's death. It is indeed a lump of meat. These Snow Maidens surprisingly don't have an elf core. So is it an elf or not? Yang Chen couldn't help but think that the stone ball that he had killed back then, the so-called mountain god essence monster, didn't have an essence monster core either. That stone ball, though, has golden blood. This snow woman has no blood. Where is the good stuff hidden? Yang Chen suddenly bit down hard on a piece of snow-white meat and chewed it to forcefully swallow it. An unpleasantly cold sensation came from his gut, but as this snow-white meat was digested, a pure and cold energy spread through the body. At once, his eyes lit up, because as this cold energy spread out within his body, it unexpectedly swept away all of his fatigue. Even the spiritual energy that had been consumed earlier was rapidly recovering, and it was also vaguely elevated somewhat. The meat of a snow maiden can actually sweep away fatigue, as well as restore mental power, and even slowly raise the strength of mental power. It was an unexpected surprise, though it was a bit diabolical to eat this kind of meat because the snow woman was in human form. But as long as it's not human meat, for the barren folk, cannibalism is the last word, and for the rest, meat and vegetables. Yang Chen ate several bites in a row, and soon he was bursting at the seams. The enhancement of spiritual power is very small, but if you can eat it regularly, it's a non-negligible enhancement over time. With these thoughts in his mind, he once again began to consume his essence, transforming it into diffractive chi to strengthen the nail gun. And as the essence is consumed, one's ability is triggered passively, speeding up the digestion of the food. Although the speed at which this kind of meat provided energy was nowhere near as fast as crystallized bone marrow, but at least it was the meat of a third-ranked elf, and there was quite a bit of energy. But after a few minutes, Yang Chen stopped, because this kind of meat block can quickly recover spiritual energy. It is a war resource that is very useful when fighting and cannot be wasted. It's almost dawn. Let's sleep first. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep next to Penman. Time passes. When light came from the monitor screen, Pang Min, who was next to him, woke up. Pang Min, who woke up, looked at Yang Chen for the first time, and saw that Yang Chen was also there and was intact, and then he let out a huge sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, she sensed her situation, refreshed and seemingly a little more powerful than last night. This should be because one's abilities have improved, but those weren't the main thing. What alarmed her the most was the fact that this night she was dreaming again, and once again there was more information in her mind. Originally, her special ability was double-layer space, but now, the name has changed to multi-layer space. The layer of space inside her body was unchanged, hidden like a core in a place she didn't even know was there. The layer outside the body, however, seems to be infinitely reproducible and possesses infinite variations. Last day of the month, begging for monthly votes. Thanks to Tang Xiaolan in 08A for the rewards. Last day of the month, please. End of chapter. This feeling. Pang Min raised her left hand and with a thought, a spatial barrier that only she could see appeared on the surface of her skin. The spatial barrier clung to her skin, covering her entire body, and was able to more freely with her body, no longer needing to be of a fixed sphere as it had to be before. As for defense, it was only stronger than before because the shape could be changed at will. For example, if one were to encounter the kind of blizzard and freezing and other powers of the Snow Maiden again, as long as the area under attack was reduced, the consumption could be greatly reduced and could be sustained for a longer period of time. It is the energy that needs to be expended to maintain the shape after the shape is no longer fixed. But it's not a big problem, and once you get good at it, it should be easy. This change did. Penman had some trouble believing his suspicions, but couldn't resist making more attempts. She looked above the bed with a thought. Layer after layer of spatial barriers were immediately superimposed, protecting her and Yang Chen next to her. In the end, the number of layers of these spatial barriers reached 7, which was the limit of what she was currently able to do. Unlike before, this time, the space barrier had truly become fully transparent. Outsiders can't see it at all unless they touch it. It's so thin it's like it doesn't exist. It doesn't cause light refraction, etc. However, just like before, her evolutionary power did not increase much, and the overall defense of each layer of the spatial barrier did not increase. However, It was as if her power of evolution also possessed a multi-layered spatial attribute. The power of evolution between different spaces was as if they were completely separate. That is to say, theoretically, she could create as many layers of spatial barriers as she had copies of her evolutionary power. And for each copy, it is a duplicate quantity of the original quantity. This was, in a way, the equivalent of a sevenfold increase in her evolutionary power all at once. This is unbelievable, and I'm afraid her strength has increased more than sevenfold, because she was already able to use it flexibly. She could completely stretch the distance and bind others with a spatial barrier, or directly cover someone's entire body with skin, including the nose and so on, making it difficult for the other person to breathe. Counting these, her strength now, all of a sudden, had skyrocketed by a large margin. Even if she didn't know how to turn this spatial barrier into an attack yet, the pure defensive power had instantly increased by a large margin. The only attack she knew now was to confine her enemy to a very small space so that they couldn't breathe. Is this super evolution? The more Pang Min thought about it, the more excited he became. I'm actually stepping into super evolution? She was so excited she couldn't help but roll over on the bed. You're awake? Yang Chen was woken up and asked in surprise. What's so exciting? It didn't disturb you, did it? Pang Min hurriedly stopped, a little embarrassed. Luckily, I wasn't very sleepy in the first place. Yang Chen smiled and sat up. Because of Spirit's evolution toward super evolution, he can go without sleep as long as Spirit is still full. Of course, going without sleep for long periods of time can still be mentally exhausting and physically unbearable. So at this stage sleep is still the best way to rest. That's good. By the way, Pang Min also sat up and suddenly said, I suspect that I may have turned on super evolution. You've super evolved as well? Yang Chen was taken aback. He was a little shocked in his mind. Pang Min had hit the jackpot? Or is your own waking breath coming into play? Unfortunately, right now they were right in the passive damage range of that apothecary, which was not easy to determine. 2. Penman caught the word sharply. This matter? Yang Chen had no intention of hiding from this companion that he had spent time with, and nodded his head. Yes, but I am spiritually oriented towards super evolution. And this, I also learned last night at Huyan Lingxi's place. In passing, he told Pang Min about the process of his super evolution last night, and also about going outside and encountering Huyan Lingxi later on, in the state of an innate spirit body, including the important information that Huyan Lingxi had said. He had also told Pang Min word for word, because the difficulties that would follow would only increase. It would be best for the two to familiarize themselves with each other's abilities in order to work better together. The more Pang Min listened, the more surprised she was that Yang Chen had experienced so many things in the time she had slept. What surprised her the most was that the disaster of the wandering Gobi, the one that had caused all the nobles in the safety zone to migrate, could still allow people to step into super evolution? And it surprised her that there was more than one type of super evolution. Sure enough, the only way to be qualified to know what level of information is to be at what level. That Golden Will had only been an ordinary evolutionary before, and had failed to know this information after groping around on his own for over 40 years. As a result, now, Yang Chen had only just stepped onto super evolution when someone took the initiative to tell him this information. Although there is an element of coincidence, it is also closely related to the level one is at. After all, if Yang Chen remained just an ordinary evolutionary, then Huyan Lingxi would definitely not pay any attention to him. Could it be that I really turned on super evolution because I was affected by that disaster? Such doubts flickered in Pang Min's mind. Because the time of her awakening and the time of her super evolution were too coincidental, she had also suspected that it could be related to Yang Chen. But now that he had learned that that disaster could turn on super evolution, he immediately dispelled his previous suspicions. After all, the ability to turn on super evolution is too incredible. It was probably only the power of that unfathomable deified person that could do it, right? Native orientation. Extroversion. She murmured, saying, in that case, I must have evolved instinctively toward super evolution, because my current abilities are an extension of the original. Specifically? Yang Chen asked, how far can you release your spatial barrier? Pang Min immediately released her senses, and at once something that surprised her even more appeared. She realized that her spatial power was as if it had been transformed into eyes, and she was able to see her surroundings completely instead of her eyes. The area covered by the power of space would be very clearly reflected in her mind, clearer than if she had seen it with her own eyes. Both the outlines and the colors were very clearly reflected in his mind. The walls of the shelter in front of her were only slightly in the way, and she easily saw what was going on outside. I can only arrange the spatial barrier up to 10 meters away now. Pang Min determined the distance and said, I can now make the spatial barrier very large or shrink it to cover the surface of my skin. The larger the spatial barrier, the greater the consumption. 10 meters away is good enough. As for consumption, Yang Chen took out a piece of snow-white meat. Take a bite and try it. Chunks of meat from the Snow Maiden? Penman asked. Yes. Yang Chen explained. I've eaten it. It can quickly restore my spiritual energy. Try to see if it has any effect. Pang Min's eyes lit up and she took a bite without the slightest hesitation. Like Yang Chen, or like the vast majority of the desolate people, her bottom line was cannibalism. Other than that, it just looks like a human being, which would feel diabolical at best, but not too much of a psychological barrier. Ha! My evolutionary power has recovered. It's recovering so fast. Soon she said in surprise. This is different from ordinary food. After eating it there will be a force that will directly restore my evolutionary power. And the food that is digested afterward will also slowly restore my evolutionary power. Any other feelings? Yang Chen asked. Other feelings? None. Penman shook his head. Yang Chen realized that he could feel his spiritual power vaguely elevated. Perhaps because he was a spirit ward super evolutionary. As for Pang Min, perhaps he couldn't even sense his own spiritual power. It's good to have the evolutionary power back. You also pack more of this snowflake meat. I can't take it all by myself because I still have to load my luggage. Yang Chen took out half of the snowflake meat for Pang Min to carry, freeing up more space for other things himself. Because when the shelter is put away, the space inside shrinks with it, and no items can be stored in this. Okay, my carry-on space seems to be a little bigger. Pang Min happily loaded up all the snowflake meat Yang Chen took out. Yang Chen also used the vacated space to put away the other luggage. After making sure that nothing was missing, he first went to the toilet to refill his water bag with the water temporarily stored in the shelter. Then he put away the oddity shelter and continued on his way with Pang Min. Because of his spiritual evolution towards super, his memory was now much stronger than before, and he basically would not get lost. The shelter had just been put away when a shocking chill came over it, but the next moment this chill was isolated. Yang Chen immediately realized that a barrier appeared on the surface of his skin that was invisible to the naked eye, but could be touched. Last day of the month. Begging for monthly votes. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. I can't maneuver it finally yet, so the head I didn't get. Pang Min explained. And this spatial barrier is only effective within 10 meters, and it will automatically dissipate when it leaves within 10 meters. It's been great. Yang Chen smiled. Practice more, and strive to be able to use your abilities as you wish. Aha. Penman nodded seriously. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings while you grab a moment to skill up your super evolution. Yang Chen said. It's practice now. Don't be afraid of wasting it. Eat snowflake meat when you run out of evolutionary power. Okay, but I can't recover indefinitely with my average digestion rate. Pang Min replied. Following Yang Chen as he hurried along while continuing to learn the various uses of the spatial barrier. It wasn't quite dawn at the moment, but it didn't affect them in the slightest. This was because both Yang Chen and Pang Min could scan the surroundings and the underground and knew where to go better without worrying about stepping on traps. Only a few thousand meters out, suddenly a pile of snow in the distance leapt up violently, transforming into a 3 to 4 meter tall snowman that smashed towards the two. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen raised his arm and shot the nail. Boom! The huge yeti was instantly shot and exploded, turning into a large amount of snow and scattering, and an elf core fell out. Not waiting for the sperm core to fall to the ground, an invisible force suddenly held it up and flew it towards the two. Yang Chen looked at Pang Min, and sure enough, he saw Pang Min extend his hand and catch that essence monster core. So my spatial barrier can actually move. Pang Min said in surprise. I can manipulate the spatial barrier to move as a way to remotely manipulate the movement of other objects. Can you move me? Yang Chen asked, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately felt a faint push. No, my power is too small. I can only move very small objects now. Pang Min shook his head regretfully. She had only just become an evolutionary after all, and her main ability was skewed towards defense. Take your time. Yang Chen smiled and encouraged. Right, give me the essence monster core. I'll see if it's the same as the one before. Here. Pang Min handed over the elf core and then alerted the surroundings. After Yang Chen received the essence monster core, he tried to draw the energy from it. However, much like the stone monster's sperm core, the energy within was locked away by some force that prevented it from being drawn upon. What if it smashed after? With a movement in his mind, he suddenly threw this elf core dozens of meters away and suddenly shot nails the moment it was about to hit the ground. Boo! The elf core was directly shot out, turning into a large amount of debris that splashed out. Yang Chen immediately accelerated his speed to rush over, and only just got close enough to sense a dense energy escaping. It really works. He was delighted in his heart, and immediately quickly absorbed the rapidly escaping energy. You destroyed it? Pang Min also followed, and said with some heartache, this kind of thing should be very precious, but can you utilize it? The energy inside will escape after destruction. Yang Chen continuously extremely the energy that was escaping, converting it into diffractive chi to strengthen the nail gun. It's good that you're utilizing it. Penman breathed a sigh of relief. It took more than half an hour for Yang Chen to absorb all of this escaping energy. This was still due to the fact that a lot of it had flowed through, and it was clear that this sperm core was not of a low level. When he shot the Yeti earlier, he killed it without having time to sense it either. But it was thought that the snowman's rank would not be lower than the 3rd rank, or even the 4th rank was possible. 13% progress now. Yang Chen glanced at the progress bar of the nail gun before taking out the stone monster's essence core. He was about to destroy and absorb the energy inside, when suddenly his mind moved and he tried to input diffractive chi into it to see if this energy crystal could derive attributes. In the process, the two continued their journey without being delayed by it. About 3 minutes later, data appeared on the elf core in his hand. Life core LV. 0%, the life core of a stone monster can spontaneously absorb the energy in the air. Currently it takes 80 years to be born into consciousness and turn into a stone monster. The higher the level, the less time it takes to be born into consciousness, turned into a stone monster? And, it's going to be 80 years? 80 years? It's all changed. And one didn't have that many resources to upgrade this life core that didn't seem to be of much use. Thinking of this, Yang Chen did not hesitate to destroy it and absorb the energy within. When the energy of this elf core was also absorbed, the progress bar of the 18th level spike gun came to 21%. From this comparison, it was clear that the previous elf core was of a higher grade. Unfortunately for him, though, this violent destruction was too wasteful, as the vast majority of the energy dissipated. Yang Chen couldn't do anything about it. He was in a hurry to become stronger, and right now he couldn't use the essence monster core to trade with others. He could only utilize it in such a crude manner. It was getting light, and although there was no more snow today, the temperatures in the snowy mountains were still frigid. Luckily, there was Pang Min's space barrier, otherwise it would have been even more difficult. The two of them walked for more than 3 hours with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow before finally arriving at the place where Yang Chen had met Huyen Lingxi last night. Do you think that Huyen Lingxi would not have taken the loot? Pang Min suddenly asked. A super evolved person from that kind of clan might not be able to look at so little loot? Makes sense. Let's go over there and take a look. Yang Chen was also moved in his heart, and immediately brought Pang Min towards the place in his memory where the 5 Kunwo clan evolvers had died. But it doesn't seem to have snowed since last night, so those bodies might have been eaten by wild animals. He felt that there were definitely still fierce beasts they hadn't seen before in these snowy mountains, and the bodies should be difficult to preserve. Sure enough, after they arrived at the place where those 5 people had died, what they saw were bones scattered everywhere. Just eaten, not dragged away. The loot should still be there. Pang Min searched with the power of space without dying. Yang Chen also used his spiritual power to search, not even sparing the ground. As a result, he hadn't found the space folding bag and other items yet, when suddenly he found something 3 meters below the snow. The token-like item was engraved with the words Huyen Chen on the front and the words Yang Chen on the reverse. And next to that token, there was a small note that had been folded up. Yang Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that Huyen Lingxi had put it there? I found it. Suddenly Pang Min called out in surprise, and at the same time, a spatial folding bag flew into her hands in the snow not far away. Yang Chen's face was delighted. Then he said, "First come over and help me fetch an item. It's down here." "What is it? A space folding bag too?" Pang Min hurried over and used his spatial power to scan the area, immediately revealing a look of surprise. However, she didn't hesitate, and immediately wrapped the token and the small note in a spatial barrier, and with great difficulty, she got it up from underneath the snow, because the objects she could move were so small now. It took a long time before she finally succeeded. Yang Chen picked up the token and realized that it was not gold or wood, nor was it plastic, and he didn't know what material it was made of. He opened the little note and there was indeed writing inside. This is the identity card of the core member of the Huyen clan. It has an electronic sensing function, and the information has been entered into the system, so outsiders can't imitate it. When you arrive at the Black Wind Sandy Land, go to the Huyen Society and you can enjoy the treatment of a core member of the Huyen clan. Yang Chen looked at the beautiful script on the note and was suspicious in his heart. What exactly did that Huyan Lingxi mean? This is what Huyan Lingxi left you? Pang Min asked in surprise. As someone who grew up in a small safe zone, she was certainly literate. And certainly only literate. It should be. Yang Chen put both the small note and the token into the internal space of the Rui vibrating air bead. Although I don't like those clans too much, maybe I can really use them sometime. Let's continue looking for the space folding bag. Okay. Pang Min didn't ask much. The two immediately spread out and searched within 100 meters. They can all scan the underground and find things very efficiently. So after only 10 minutes or so, they had found all 4 of the remaining space folding bags. Great! A clan evolutionary space folding pouch. There should be a lot of stuff inside. Pang Min had a little money grubbing expression on her face. Even if it's any worse, it should still be richer than Koan Lu, right? Open and try. Yang Chen suggested. The two of them immediately continued their journey while dividing a small amount of energy to refine the spatial folding bag. However, Pang Min was refining it normally using the power of evolution, while Yang Chen was refining it with diffractive chi reinforcement. Soon, the first spatial folding bag in Yang Chen's hand appeared. Data. Space folding bomb, disposable, contains 3 cubic meters of space cannonballs, which can normally be used to store items, and when thrown after being stimulated by the power of space, it can fold a party's area in a short period of time, causing great damage. It's September, the first day of the month, and I'm begging for monthly votes. It will be on the shelves on Wednesday. Thanks to 08A for the bounty. First day of the month, please. End of chapter. One time? Yang Chen was astonished and tried to continue inputting diffractive chi, but found that the spatial folding bomb was unresponsive. This was the first time he had gotten something like this that couldn't continue to be strengthened. What disposable? Pang Min asked as she continued to refine, her technique very rusty as it was her first time refining a special item. In fact, the so-called refining was to use one's own evolutionary power to assimilate the special item, so that it would be tainted with one's own scent and imprint and so on. I've come up with a special weapon that you just happen to be able to use. Yang Chen took out all the contents of this space-folding bullet and then handed it to Pang Min. Pang Min carefully sensed it and immediately revealed a look of surprise. What a powerful thing. But it's a pity that it's disposable. Possessing spatial power, she easily sensed the effects of this particular item. Why don't you just give me the remaining 4, in case you get something good again? Yang Chen said. Aha. Pang Min immediately handed Yang Chen the 2 he had in his hand, while he himself began to sort the things on the ground. Yang Chen was right next to strengthening the other 4 space-folding bags. Soon the second one appeared with data as well. However, this space-folding bag is just as effective as the one that was previously enhanced. It's just a very normal space-folding bag, and the data doesn't hint at what happens if you upgrade it. Rather, it was the items inside that surprised him slightly, as there was a special item straight sword among them, in addition to more than 1,000 pieces of crystallized bone marrow. Other than that, it's all household items and a few luxury items that look like high-end food. The third and fourth space-folding bags that followed were the same. Just normal space-folding bags. Even the fifth spatial folding bag was just an ordinary function, with no special attributes appearing. But this fifth space-folding bag with a full 10 cubic meters of space inside it first surprised him. Immediately after that, the purple glistening 4,000 pieces of crystallized bone marrow shook his heart. In the end, there were surprisingly more than a dozen elf cores, causing him to be excited for a good while longer. This is really hairy. Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised. This spatial folding bag should belong to that fourth order evolver. Pang Min took a look at it, and was instantly thrilled and excited as well. Since the space folding bag required sensing in order to see what was inside, it was easy to count the number of items inside. This person actually has so much crystallized bone marrow, so maybe he's an important member of the Kuan-Wu clan and not an underling like Kuan Lu. Pang Min said. Kuan Lu should also be at the 4th rank, right? That's a big gap. Maybe, but it's all the same when you're dead anyway. Yang Chen said with joy and sorrow. 5 space folding bags. Some of them are not good to take. I'm afraid I have to get a special thing to wrap it up, lest the money is exposed. Wouldn't it be better to just put it away? Puzzled, Pang Min put this space folding bullet in her hand into her own carry-on space. Yang Chen looked surprised. Your carry-on space can hold a second layer of space? Wait, it seems like you can get up to 7 layers of space. Is it because of this? I don't know yet, but I feel like I just fit in. Pang Min replied. It wouldn't hurt to look into the causes if you have time. Yang Chen happily said. It's good that you can fit it. Then I'll take the biggest one, and you can take the others and fill up all the space inside, so that you can put many space folding bags in your inner space. Aha! Penman nodded, then continued sorting things. Yang Chen was in charge of guarding the surrounding area, while saying, "This time, we've increased the number of things we can carry by a lot. Bring everything with us and don't throw any of it away. Even if we can't use it ourselves, we can still take it and trade it." "Aha, okay." Penman nodded. Yang Chen picked up the special item straight blade that he had seen earlier. It is a straight blade in the shape of a Tangcross sword, but with many decorative patterns on the blade. Because he didn't have the ability to directly sense the function of special items, Yang Chen directly inputted diffractive chi and waited for the data to be derived. Then he could see it. In this case, luck will give birth to a new property. It didn't take long for the data to be born. But this data, however, stunned Yang Chen. Cessation of killing knife LV. 0%, a knife with its own poison. Unmatched in its sharpness, cessation of killing. It kills everything but no living beings. The higher the level, the less damage it deals to attacks on living beings. What the hell? Yang Chen froze. There were even things that became more useless the higher the level? Pang Min, who was sorting the supplies, looked over suspiciously. Got a loser. The higher the level, the less damage it does to life forms. Yang Chen helplessly put down this knife. It's fine to use it to cut down trees. It's quite sharp. Do trees count as life forms? Pang Min suddenly asked. Don't know. Yang Chen immediately felt that the knife was even more wasteful. Pang Min couldn't help but laugh. Since it's sharp, it's fine to use it to scare people. Like when you don't want to kill someone. It can only be used to scare people. 2. When Yang Chen heard this, he reluctantly put it away. If you can't, take it to trade. Maybe someone likes this particular item. Not long after, the supplies were sorted out. And together with those 4 third-order revolvers, the total crystallized bone marrow was surprisingly more than 6,000 pieces. It was a very impressive haul. And it was the first time either had seen that much crystallized bone marrow. Even though Pang Min was unable to directly absorb the energy from the crystallized bone marrow, just looking at it made her heart happy. This is perhaps having food in the house, not panicking in the heart, isn't it? Since you can draw energy directly from the crystallized bone marrow, the crystallized bone marrow is all put in your place. And so are these elf cores. Pang Min put all the most important things into this largest space-folding bag of Yang Chen's. Various other miscellaneous items were put into the remaining 5 space-folding bags she had, including the one she had gotten from Kunlu in the first place. Okay. Yang Chen nodded his head. They were all using their stuff together anyway. Whoever could use it. So it was the same for whoever they put it on. After making sure they hadn't missed anything, the two continued on their way. This time, Yang Chen was rushing and keeping watch while drawing on the energy in the crystallized bone marrow to strengthen his nail gun. Since he had so much crystallized bone marrow, he decided that he would strive to strengthen his nail gun to level 21 before entering the Black Wind Sands. If his previous guess was correct, and level 20 items could also give birth to awakening chi, then he would definitely be able to become a second-order revolver before entering the Black Wind Sandlands. After starting to use the crystallized marrow this time, Yang Chen had keenly discovered that the crystallized marrow that he had obtained this time seemed to contain more energy. That's a good thing. Hoo shoo shoo. About noon it suddenly snowed again, and it was a blizzard. But that didn't affect the two men much. Or maybe the only effect is that it's easier to get lost because visibility is really low in a snowstorm. Their spiritual power or spatial power could at most cover a dozen meters around them, and their only use in this kind of blizzard was to defend against sneak attacks from monsters. Use your spatial barrier to block the blizzard in front of you. Don't conserve the snowflake meat, and don't eat your fill straight away. Use the snowflake meat to recover when your evolutionary power runs out. Yang Chen reminded. The front view is important. I know, Penman replied seriously. It was the snow maiden they encountered last night in the blizzard. Other monsters might hide from the blizzard, but the kind of snow woman that treads on snow might only appear during the blizzard. But this time it wasn't clear if they were lucky or if it was because the number of snow maidens was already small. So I didn't need a snow woman all the way down. And because of the blizzard's credit, most of the other monsters were hiding as well. So for the rest of the day, neither of them encountered anything else until dark. Finally, shortly after darkness fell, after spending a total of more than 300 energy-filled pieces of crystallized bone marrow, the nail gun was once again upgraded. Invisible nail gun LV. 19, 0%, collimation, integrated into arm, no recoil, effective range 4,600 meters. Maximum range 13,800 meters. The maximum range is already over 10 kilometers. Yang Chen thought happily in his heart. If he was able to keep improving, even if he only had physical attacks with great limitations, his future potential would be unimaginable. If I work a little harder tonight, I should be able to reach level 20 tomorrow, and as long as level 20 can really give birth to awakening chi, then I'll be able to become a second stage evolver the day after tomorrow at the latest. He pondered in his mind that once he was promoted to the second rank, his spiritual power would surely increase as well, and his strength would skyrocket by then. There are so many corpses here, suddenly said Peng Min in a shocked voice. Yang Chen came back to his senses and gazed at them, and saw that only 7 or 8 meters away from them, many corpses that were obviously deserted people lay strewn about. What made the two men wonder was that those corpses did not have any wounds and died in a hideous manner, as if they had seen something horrible before they died. And it was at this moment that Yang Chen frowned and felt a strong sense of malice. It seems like something is approaching us, suddenly Peng Min said in a deep voice. The enemy has appeared. Yang Chen looked furiously into the distance and saw a green light rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and shot the nail. Shoo! The piercing air-breaking sound. The nail directly shot empty. That green light speed does not reduce close. Surprisingly immune to physical attacks. It's that thing we encountered earlier. Yang Chen did not hesitate to take out the oddity shelter and place it. At the same time, with a movement of his mind, his spiritual power enveloped the green smoke that had already come close to within 18 meters and violently pulled it into the spiritual space. He wanted to try and see if his super revolution could deal with this suspected evil spirit. In the next moment, all three disappeared from the night storm at almost the same time. First day of the month, please. End of chapter. The two appeared out of thin air inside the shelter. Yang Chen quickly said, I'm going to take care of that thing. After saying that, he closed his eyes. Although the body did not enter the spiritual space and could not use other means, but that kind of bizarre existence, the nail gun seemed to be unable to hurt. Desolate Gobi space. A cloud of smoke with a diameter of more than 3 meters and emitting a greenish light was constantly moving here. And as it continued to move, the not-so-large space was vaguely distorted, as if it was somewhat unable to withstand its presence. By this time, Yang Chen had already sensed that this was a fourth-order bizarre creature, which was, to put it bluntly, an evil spirit, and he was only at the first rank. Fourth rank. It was already somewhat beyond the limit of what his spiritual power could influence. Although it was risky to mess with such a thing, the two of them had already taken refuge in the shelter anyway, and their safety was no longer a concern. If it wasn't for super revolution, when he encountered this kind of thing, he would run as far away as he could and would never mess with it. But for now, maybe give it a try. Judging from the previous situation, this thing did not have a high intelligence, and the worst case scenario would be for this mental space to collapse once more, with temporary damage to its mental power. Even if this thing escaped, it wouldn't be able to find them in the shelter. It couldn't even be discovered before. And now that the curiosity shelter had reached the 11th level, it must be even more problematic. So Yang Chen wanted to try and see if he could hunt this thing, just as a test of the super evolution's means of attack. One's own spiritual evolution towards super should be able to deal with this evil spirit. Rumble. Suddenly a huge tombstone emerged from directly beneath the green smoke. Boom! Directly knocked the green smoke away. The green smoke seemed to have some tendency to collapse, which made Yang Chen happy. The tombstone was really able to deal with this kind of thing. What surprised him, though, was that the tombstone was somewhat damaged. At this time, the green smoke seemed to sense the threat and hurriedly flew in other directions. Rumble. A huge tombstone also sprang up in that direction, blocking the way of the green smoke. The green smoke turned sharply. Rumble. Another huge tombstone sprang up. The green smoke continues to turn. However, rumble. One after another, huge tombstones quickly sprang up, blocking all of its retreating paths and continuously closing in towards the center. The green smoke suddenly lashed out and slammed towards one of the tombstones. Boom! That tombstone was instantly smashed, and the entire spiritual space had a hidden tendency to collapse. Yang Chen hurriedly took out the snowflake meat and took a bite, forcibly restoring the broken piece of tombstone, and quickly said, I can't fully utilize my spirit towards super revolution outside. I'm going to make a trip inside. After saying that, he opened the spirit portal with a thought and walked in. I can help now. Peng Min didn't hesitate to chase after him. In the next moment, both of them appeared in the mental space at the same time. The green smoke saw the two and accelerated violently towards this side. Rumble. However, a huge tombstone moved quickly, blocking its path. The green smoke rose hastily. Help me block the top. Don't let it exceed the height of these tombstones. Yang Chen quickly said, while violently maneuvering the 6 huge tombstones to close in a positive hexagonal angle towards the center. Aha! Peng Min looked grave as she hurriedly arranged a layer of space above the tombstone, while observing the place with surprise. Boom boom boom. That rapidly rising green smoke crashed through 5 layers of space barrier in the blink of an eye. The gap was too big to stop it, but these spatial barriers also managed to slow it down. Trapped in the center by the 6 tombstones that were rapidly closing in. It was also at the moment when the 6 huge tombstones managed to form a positive hexagon. A force that surprised Yang Chen was born. A huge hexagram appeared on the ground, instantly refining the green smoke and causing it to continuously collapse. Boom! That green smoke suddenly erupted with a shocking fluctuation, directly shattering one of the huge tombstones and escaping by tearing this spiritual space apart. Yang Chen's face turned white, but he still forced himself to stabilize this mental space. Immediately after that, he was pleasantly surprised to find that those special powers that had been refined were being devoured by the remaining 5 huge tombstones. A hunger from the depths of his soul appeared, urging him to keep devouring and refining these special powers. And as the 6 tombstones instinctively devoured this power, he could feel the quality of his spiritual power, surprisingly, soaring at an astonishing rate. The 6th tombstone that had originally been smashed by the green smoke recovered in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, however, not much of the special power that had been forcibly refined out was quickly devoured. At this time, Yang Chen could feel that his spiritual space had stabilized quite a bit, and the 6 tombstones had also solidified a lot. Too bad we let it get away. He had a look of regret on his face. At this time, Pang Min also hurriedly ate a bite of snowflake meat, recovering his evolutionary power while asking in amazement, "Is this your spirit space? It feels almost no different from reality." "There's still a difference. Everything here is fake, is sort of a half-truth," Yang Chen said. "Those tombstones are all figurations of spiritual power, and have been able to interfere with reality to a certain extent. This is perhaps the magic of super evolution. But it's a pity that this place can't be used to store supplies." As the words fell, he put away his mental space and the two of them once again returned to the interior of the shelter. "The coverage of my spiritual power seems to have improved a bit." Suddenly, he was delighted in his heart, because the coverage of his spiritual power that extended out had changed from the previous 18 meters to 20 meters. Pang Min's heart immediately fluttered as he asked, "Should we chase after it then? That thing might not have gotten far. We can try. It just so happens that we have more and more means now. At least we should have no problem staying alive and hiding in shelters when we encounter danger." Yang Chen immediately moved his mind and put away the shelter, and the two of them once again returned to the nighttime blizzard. Pang Min used the spatial barrier to block the blizzard and asked, "Can you sense which direction it ran in?" Yang Chen sensed carefully, shook his head slightly, and was about to speak when he suddenly had a thought. Rumble, a gravestone, slightly difficult but forcibly squeezed into the real world, slowly emerged from the snow not far away. "This, you can materialize it into the real world?" Pang Min was surprised. As the huge tombstone emerged, a weird and eerie feeling appeared, making her a bit confused as to whether this was in reality or in spirit space. "It's still a bit of a stretch. I just ate some of that evil spirit's power to do it." Yang Chen sensed through this tombstone, and immediately felt that there was a force, if any, attracting this tombstone in front of him on the left. "It should be over there. Let's go after it." He put away the huge tombstone and rushed in that direction with Pang Min. The tombstone in the back disappeared out of thin air, leaving not the slightest trace in its place, and everything before was like an illusion, and the eeriness that had been there before disappeared. This scene made Pang Min surprised once again, feeling that spirit to super revolution was very weird and magical. After only a few hundred meters of chasing, the two of them were struggling a bit, as the snow here was really too thick and could almost completely submerge the people. Moving through the thick snow was already a struggle in itself. Trying to run was just too difficult. "By the way, can you see if you can arrange the spatial barrier on the surface of the snow?" Yang Chen asked. "Yeah, I'll try." Pang Min had never thought of this kind of operation before, and upon hearing this, she immediately tried to arrange the spatial barrier on the surface of the snow. The two climbed back up to the surface of the snow, and immediately felt a solid plane carrying their bodies. "It works, but it's very consuming," Pang Min said in surprise. "If you use it to rush, you still need to set it up as you go, and the spatial barrier is slippery, so you might fall. Try it, just for practice," Yang Chen said. "In this way, when you encounter a ditch exclusion, you can also use the spatial barrier to pave the way, or even, if you are familiar with it, you can arrange the spatial barrier in the air and catch the road in the air. All amazing ways to use it." Pang Min immediately complied, arranging spatial barriers on the surface of the snow, arranging them as he walked. In doing so, the two were able to move at a much higher speed, fully able to run. increasing their speed by a large margin from before. But after running a few thousand meters in one breath, Yang Chen stopped once again. "What's wrong?" Pang Min asked as she took a bite of snowflake meat to restore her evolutionary power. "The location I sensed before was around here, but I overlooked the speed at which that evil spirit moves. There's no way it could have waited for us in the same place," Yang Chen said. And with a thought, he summoned the tombstone once again. Rumble. It was as if the earth around them was literally shaking, and both could see the snow being held open and a huge tombstone slowly emerging. However, Yang Chen himself was able to see very clearly that all of this was an illusion, a spiritual force interfering with reality. Currently, his spiritual power couldn't really materialize in reality, and everything they saw was fake, in between the real and the imaginary. Through the tombstone, he once again sensed the evil spirit, but the evil spirit was further away from them. The direction it left is the same direction we're heading, and it should be avoiding disaster as well. Yang Chen's heart stirred, and he suddenly leapt up and climbed up with his hands on the edge of the tombstone. Certain that the tombstone could carry him, he immediately turned to Pang Min and said, "You come up too." Although Pang Min was puzzled, he still obeyed and hurriedly climbed up as well. Because of the difference in her ability, she was now more powerful than Yang Chen and easily climbed up. Yang Chen moved with a thought, and under Pang Min's stunned gaze, the huge tombstone underneath them moved noiselessly. Thanks to the rewards from booklover 20180211213514430, Lin Lang, booklover 20220912223328487, 08A, and running with the flowers. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. It can move even outside? Pang Min was startled once again, catching a ride on a tombstone. This is definitely the first time in her life. It's indescribably weird, this way of rushing. But this way of catching up is really much easier than before, because even if she used the spatial barrier to pave the way, she would need to run it herself, which would be a serious distraction, and that would make it easy to get hit in the event of danger. As she spoke, she quickly arranged a layer of spatial barriers around her duo. These spatial barriers serve not only to protect against storms, but also to guard against dangers that may arise at any time. It was just a whim for me, and I didn't think it would actually work. Yang Chen smiled and said, "Super evolution is completely different from our previous guess. It is not omnipotent, but there are countless more variations in the way it is utilized. We will have to slowly familiarize ourselves with it and feel it out before we can do so. So practice more when you have the time." This kind of mental power materialized tombstone, because it was between half virtual and half real, would not really change the environment in reality, moving silently and quickly. Anyway, when he did his best, the huge tombstone moved faster than they could run on the ground. It's just a big drain on mental energy. That's not a problem. Snowflake meat can restore mental energy quickly, and because of the special nature of his powers, he was able to quickly refine the food in his belly and quickly recover his essence. It was worth mentioning that after becoming a spirit-oriented super evolutionary, he realized that his essence could be interchanged with the 3 items of essence. After there is a depletion in one item, the other 2 will automatically backfill and replenish the depleted one. In this way of catching up, which he could maintain almost all the time, is very costly. The huge tombstone carried the 2 of them at a speed of almost 20 meters per second, moving noiselessly and quickly. Wherever it passed, it didn't leave the slightest trace in the snow, and this scene was weird in any way. At this point the storm became much lighter. As they traveled on for another half hour or so, the blizzard stopped completely, leaving only very small snowflakes. "There seems to be someone over there." Pang Min pointed to their right. Yang Chen nodded slightly, secretly on guard, but ignored it. At the same time, 100 meters away, a group of deserted people who were struggling to make their way through the thick snow were staring dumbfounded at the fast-moving monolith. "What's that? Why does it look so much like a tombstone?" "Don't talk nonsense. What kind of tombstone runs? Maybe it's some kind of giant monster. And the thing that rose out of the ground like a stone monument is just one of the tentacles of that giant monster. And its body is still hidden in the ground? But it feels really like a tombstone." "You all guessed wrong. I saw 2 other people on top of that monolith. So maybe it's just some evolved ability." After the huge tombstone was far away, the group of desolate folk couldn't help but talk about it. But all of this could not be heard by the Yang Chen duo, because by this time they were close to catching up with the evil spirit. "It's injured. It should have stopped by now. It should have found a place to heal its wounds. Otherwise with our speed, we definitely won't be able to catch up," Yang Chen said. "The tombstone moves silently. Let's quietly approach it. You remember to trap it with a spatial barrier at the first opportunity. and I'll find a way to pull it into the spiritual space. Aha! Pang Min nodded with a serious expression. This was the first time she had encountered this type of hunting and it felt quite refreshing. The loss of stamina seems to have disappeared. Suddenly she blushed and spoke. Yang Chen sensed it and also felt joy in his heart. It has indeed disappeared. It seems that we have already left the range of influence of the revived will of that divinizer. So are we going to keep going? Pang Min couldn't help but say. I think this snowy mountain is also quite good. With our strength, we will definitely be able to hunt here. And we definitely won't go hungry again. With the space barrier she wouldn't be freezing. There was even less need to worry about the place to sleep. With Yang Chen's strange shelter, it's warm as spring in there. And you won't get cold even without a blanket. Just in case, it's better to go further. Yang Chen said. That catastrophe is just beginning now. Who knows how far it will eventually affect? That's true. Pang Min nodded. At this time, Yang Chen sensed through the tombstone that they were closer to the evil spirit. The other side is within 1,000 meters. Block our surroundings with a spatial barrier to block out our scent and sound. Yang Chen subconsciously lowered his voice and slowed down the movement of the tombstone. Aha! It was set up a long time ago, Pang Min said. Yang Chen nodded his head and didn't say anything else as he had already seen the evil spirit. Right in the snow, roughly 800 meters away from them, a ball of green light rose and fell together as if it was breathing. Both of them subconsciously slowed down the rhythm of their breathing and rode the huge tombstone silently towards that side. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. As they got closer, both of their hearts lifted. Yang Chen quickly ate a few large bites of snowflake meat and restored his spiritual energy to its peak state. 100 meters, 50 meters. The giant tombstone moved even slower, soundlessly approaching the green light. 30 meters, 20 meters. The moment he entered within 20 meters, Yang Chen did not hesitate to open his spirit space. The massive green smoke seemed to sense the danger, and the green light was about to flee. Rumble. However, a huge tombstone suddenly emerged from the ground and blocked its path. Its vicious collision surprisingly only cracked the tombstone, failing to directly burst it again as before. At the same time, night turned into day and the snowy mountains into the Gobi. Rumble. One after another. Huge tombstones quickly emerged and quickly surrounded towards the green smoke. Seeing that there was no escape, the green smoke erupted. The cold green light blossomed violently, and Yang Chen and Pang Min, who were on top of one of the tombstones, both felt that an abnormal dryness and evil aura emerged from the bottom of their hearts. And at this time that massive green smoke also discovered the two, and shot violently under a flash. Pffffffffffff. The spatial barrier in front of it collapsed layer by layer. However, it was also at this moment that the 6 tombstones closed together once again, and a hexagram formation appeared out of thin air on the ground directly beneath them. An astonishing refining power appeared, directly refining the green smoke to smoke black one after another. Yang Chen hurriedly pulled Pang Min and jumped off the tombstone, moving away from the place. Woohoo! A ghostly cry rang out, distracting both of them a bit. Right in the middle of the 6 tombstones, the green smoke suddenly transformed into a huge woman's shadow, violently breaking out towards the high sky. Stop it! Yang Chen drank. Pang Min hurriedly pointed at that location, and the spatial barrier that had just collapsed reappeared, layer after layer. Pooh. The spatial barrier collapsed one after another, but it also slowed down the woman's silhouette's ascent. The green light skyrocketed again. That eerie cry got louder, and the two men became more and more disturbed, feeling an unnatural evil fire rising in their hearts. Seeing that Pang Min's eyes were red and had a tendency to lose control, Yang Chen subconsciously waved his hand. Rumble. 6 huge tombstones suddenly rotated. At once, the power of refining turned into an astonishing strangling force, directly tearing off a fragment of smoke from the green smoke. Woohoo! The cries were loud and the green light skyrocketed as the green smoke that had transformed into a woman's silhouette fiercely blasted one of the tombstones with a palm. Boom! The piece of tombstone directly burst open, followed by the entire spiritual space distorting as a huge crack leading to the outside world appeared. The huge woman's silhouette flew violently towards the crack. Stop it for me! Pang Min hurriedly arranged a spatial barrier in front of the crack. Pffffffffffff. The spatial barrier shattered one after another, but it managed to slow down the speed of the giant woman's silhouette. Rumble! The earth shook again and the shattered tombstones were restored to their full integrity, matching the other 5 tombstones to catch up and surround the woman's silhouette in once again. Seeing that the evil spirit was about to break through the spatial barrier arranged by Pang Min, Yang Chen hurriedly put his hands together and then rubbed them together violently. His spiritual energy was directly depleted in this instant. Rumble! The 6 tombstones came together almost instantly, followed by a frantic spinning up, the power of refining once again transforming into an astonishing strangling force, tearing off chunks of green light from the evil spirit's body. Ah! A soul-stirring scream rang out with intense malice and hatred. Boom! Immediately after that, the woman's silhouette exploded violently. Boom! 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 The 6 tombstones also burst open one after another. Then the whole mental space collapsed. Yang Chen and Pang Min appeared out of thin air in the snowy mountains outside. Are you alright? Pang Min hurriedly looked at Yang Chen with a nervous face, because at this moment, Yang Chen's face was white and his eyes were flowing with blood and tears. He seemed to be traumatized. Not a big problem. Yang Chen hurriedly took out the snowflake meat and gulped it down, grinning all the while. This is the power of a super-evolved person. Incredible! Pang Min also reacted and said in surprise, our 2 first-order super-evolutionaries joined forces and actually killed a 4th-order creature. And it's still an evil spirit. This time, Yang Chen didn't use his nail gun. That evil spirit was immune to physical attacks, and a nail gun wouldn't come in handy at all. But coincidentally, both Yang Chen's Spirit Ward Super Revolution and Pang Min's Benevolent Life Ward Super Revolution were able to affect the evil spirits. With their tacit cooperation, the 2 of them were able to kill a 4th-order evil spirit, crossing 3 equal steps in a row. This is almost miraculous without the use of a superlative nail gun. Perhaps the only people who can do such a thing are super-evolved people. It's just a bit of a loss. I don't seem to have gotten anything this time. Yang Chen had some regrets. He had wanted to eat that evil spirit, because he could feel that the evil spirit was a great tonic for his spirit space. Just a small piece of it before was a huge reward. If he could eat the entire evil spirit, he was afraid that his super evolution would once again increase by a large margin. But, as soon as he spoke, suddenly a bead emitting a faint green light fell from the air and landed in the snow not far from the 2. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Seeing this bead that emitted a gloomy aura, the 2 of them were first stunned, and then they were overjoyed. It should be something left over after the death of that evil spirit. Pang Min hurriedly wrapped the green bead in a spatial barrier and beckoned it into his hands. Perhaps it's also an essence core. Yang Chen immediately took out the strange object shelter and placed it, and the 2 of them disappeared into thin air. And all that was left in place was a slowly writhing mound of snow that blended completely into its surroundings in both shape and color. Inside the shelter, Yang Chen quickly ate a few large bites of snowflake meat, and when his mental energy had recovered almost enough, he brought over the beads that emitted a faint green light. I wrapped it in a spatial barrier. Will this thing be harmful? Pang Min asked with some concern. We've killed all the living ones, and we're still afraid of the dead ones? Yang Chen said. Remove the spatial barrier. Then be careful. Pang Min thought about it and immediately removed the spatial barrier. A cold sensation came from his fingertips, and Yang Chen subconsciously used his intrinsic alien energy to refine this power. The power was transmitted directly into the mind. He only felt cool sensations appear in his mind one after another, and then his previously injured spiritual energy was quickly repaired. Not only that, the upper limit of his spiritual power was actually increasing rapidly at this moment. Surprisingly, it can increase the upper limit of mental power. Good stuff. Yang Chen was delighted in his heart, and immediately took the initiative to draw on the cold power within the bead, continuously refining it. This bead is distinctly different from the sperm core, because the energy inside the sperm core cannot be drawn upon. However, the energy within this bead was able to be drawn from just as directly as the crystallized bone marrow, or at least he was able to draw from it directly. As this gloomy power continued to be refined, Yang Chen could feel that his spiritual power was getting stronger and stronger. The spiritual space that had originally collapsed was also remolded at this time. Rumble. In the desolate Gobi space, huge tombstones rose out of the ground one after another. This time it wasn't controlled by Yang Chen. As the mental power ceiling got higher and higher, more and more tombstones popped up. Originally, there were only 6 tombstones, but this time, after the 6 tombstones appeared, a 7th one actually started to pop up. Rumble. Followed by an 8th, a 9th. And with each additional tombstone that sprang up, this mental space became a little wider. Real space is expanding, albeit slowly, but the increase in total area is not slow. Rumble. Seat 10. Seat 11. The Gobi space continues to stretch. 12th seat. Finally, when the 12th tombstone emerged from the ground, the entire mental space stabilized. This expansion stopped. Yang Chen could feel that the mental space was much more solid than before. If he encountered that evil spirit from before again, he felt that even without Pang Min's help, he would be able to kill it on his own. Only the cost, which should be even worse than it is now. Because Pang Min's spatial barrier was able to block the influence of that evil spirit's power, it played a huge role in the previous battle. Previously, if it wasn't for the spatial barrier isolation, the two might have suffered bizarre injuries. Another eerie cry. Another sense of evil fire and irritation bubbling up from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the spatial barrier isolation, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, the gap in evolutionary level was there. The kind of evil fire that appeared in his heart before hadn't even completely dissipated yet. Perhaps due to the influence of that evil fire in his heart, Yang Chen felt that the current Pang Min seemed to be even more beautiful and alluring than before. The way Pang Min looked at him seemed a little off as well, obviously still under the influence as well, suppressing the sensation of evil flames surging about. Yang Chen continued to sense his own situation. In the mental space, 12 tombstones were lined up 2 by 2, forming an even larger hexagon. And the moment these tombstones came together, an even more massive hexagram formation appeared. Above the 6-man star formation, in the middle of the 12 tombstones, there was a refining force that could forcefully refine the enemy. This refining power, however, was only present in the area flush with the tombstone and below it, not in the area above it. Yang Chen could feel that this 6-man star formation did not consume much to maintain, and with his recovery ability, he could casually maintain it for a few hours with a resource like snowflake meat. However, if one were to force it to spin, the power of refining would turn into the power of strangulation, and the consumption would skyrocket all of a sudden. With that kind of consumption, the current him would probably only be able to last a few seconds, and he wouldn't be able to keep up with the recovery speed. Obviously, that was the big kill, to be used only at critical moments. Yang Chen continued to feel around, but realized that this was the only use for the time being, so he sunk all the tombstones into the ground. Inside the shelter, he released his mental power again and realized that the coverage of his mental power had once again extended. From the previous 20 meters, it extended to roughly 24 meters. Don't look at the fact that it's only a 4-meter increase, but the fact is that because this is the radius of coverage, it's quite an increase. In addition to the increase in quantity, the quality of the spiritual power seemed to have improved. The quality can't be seen though. It can only be calculated from the solidity of the mental space. Yang Chen. At that moment, Pang Min came over, her eyes getting more and more wrong. Yang Chen asked with some concern, "Are you under the influence?" "Yang Chen, we just killed a 4th-order evil spirit. Let's celebrate again." Pang Min couldn't wait to say, while taking the initiative to come up. Yang Chen frowned slightly and suddenly took out a piece of snowflake meat. "We'll celebrate when you finish it. Make sure you do." Although Pang Min was puzzled, she was eager to celebrate, but she obediently accepted the piece of snowflake meat. Influenced by the power of the evil spirit, she was still eating even after she had braced herself and forced herself to finish it. Then she couldn't wait to pounce. Yang Chen rolled over and directly pressed her back. Aftermath. Seeing that Pang Min had fallen into a deep sleep, Yang Chen inputted diffractive chi into Pang Min's body. Today, he had already observed that Pang Min did not have the slightest difference. His own diffractive chi should only be beneficial and not detrimental to evolvers, provided that the energy was sufficient. Previously, he had allowed Pang Min to eat a large amount of snowflake meat in advance, also to prevent the kind of energy shortage that had occurred before from occurring again. The evolution process would definitely discharge abnormal power, and in order to prevent the evil power from remaining, Yang Chen kept inputting diffractive chi to continuously catalyze Pang Min's evolutionary ability. Though boosting it too much at once would definitely arouse Pang Min's suspicion, but for Pang Min's safety, he couldn't care less. Anyway, with Pang Min's good behavior, even if she knew, she would never talk nonsense, and if she didn't take the initiative to say it herself, she wouldn't pester her to ask after her even if she guessed it. That was his favorite thing about Penman. As the diffractive chi continued to be inputted, Pang Min's aura grew stronger and stronger. Only after Pang Min's aura reached the middle of the first rank, close to the late first rank, did he stop. This was because by this time, the food in Pang Min's body had already been digested, and if he were to input any more diffractive chi, he would begin to experience internal depletion. From here, it was also clear how huge the energy contained in the third-order Snow Maiden's chunks of flesh was, or rather, the quality of the contained energy is high. Normally, you can't tell when you're using it as a consumable. Now that Pang Min had only eaten the amount of one caddy at the top, the enhancement brought about was almost as incredible as the enhancement brought about by thousands of crystallized bone marrow. It seems like it's really too wasteful to use it as a consumable. I myself usually just use crystallized bone marrow to recover. This thought flashed through Yang Chen's mind before he once again sensed his situation. Perhaps it was because diffractive chi could get rid of all kinds of abnormal statuses, so after some tossing and turning with Pang Min, his own abnormal statuses completely disappeared. But perhaps because the spiritual power was too strong, he actually felt some pressure on his physical body. This was not much of a problem, as it wouldn't take him long to advance to the second rank. When the time comes, a substantial increase in physical fitness will alleviate this pressure, and perhaps even lead to an increase in the spirit towards super evolution. By the way, this bead. Yang Chen once again took out the beads that the evil spirit had dropped. The kind of gloomy power inside this bead was actually a weird power that could influence people. He had absorbed quite a lot of it before, and now there was only a small residue left. My current spiritual power has already reached its limit and I can't continue to raise it, and there isn't much left, so even if I absorb it, the enhancement is expected to be very little, so I might as well. Thinking of this, he immediately inputted diffractive chi into it, wanting to see if he could derive any useful attributes. Although this bead was dropped from a 4th-ranked evil spirit, it would not retain its original rank because it was not an essence or oddity. After a few minutes, the attributes were derived and the data appeared. Chaotic Soul Bead LV. 0%, stimulated by spiritual power. It can affect the enemy's perceptions and mess with people's minds. The higher the level, the stronger the effect, the stronger the target's spiritual will, the higher the resistance. Good stuff. Yang Chen's heart rejoiced, finally getting another good attribute. This bead is a complete divine aid to one's spiritual evolution towards super evolution. However, the most important thing at the moment is the evolutionary level, so this bead should wait for now. He put away the chaotic soul bead, took out the nail gun, and consumed the crystallized bone marrow to start strengthening it. The 4th, that is, tonight's 0 o'clock on the shelves. On the day of the shelves will break out 10 more. Please ask for monthly tickets. Thanks to Tang Xiaolan for the reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. The night is getting darker. The group of desolate folk that Yang Chen's duo had surpassed earlier had rushed through the night, passing by near the pile of snow that the shelter had been transformed into. Shortly afterward another group of wastelanders passed by. It wasn't even long before another group of people went over. And this time the ones who went over seemed to be safe zone nobles, for the group numbered in the thousands, and though they were dusty, they were all richly dressed, with camels and beasts and a great deal of supplies, but all of them failed to spot the strange shelter that had been turned into a pile of snow. Yang Chen also ignored those people. Although he also hated those self-righteous safe zone nobles, he didn't bother with them as long as they didn't come to mess with him. Even though he was now very strong, if he was too high profile, he would still be prone to accidents. Time passes. It was getting light outside. Pang Min's biological clock was always so punctual that she woke up just after dawn. As soon as she woke up, Pang Min was keenly aware of the changes in herself. Refreshed, the state of being affected by the evil spirits last night had completely disappeared. Not only that, she was surprised to find that her strength had increased by a large margin compared to last night. Physical fitness aside, it's all secondary compared to psychic abilities. What surprised her the most was that the amount of her own evolutionary power had skyrocketed by a large margin. She hurriedly attempted to cast a spatial barrier. With a thought, layer after layer of spatial barriers appeared. It was only when the layers of the spatial barrier reached 23 that she finally reached her limit. How did my strength become so much stronger? She was alarmed in her heart and hurriedly got up to look at Yang Chen next to her. Awake? Yang Chen was still strengthening the nail gun. Seeing Pang Min, who wanted to ask something, he smiled and said, "Don't ask anything. This kind of strengthening, there shouldn't be any after effects, but you'd better sense it carefully. If there's any discomfort, tell me in time." Sure enough, it dawned on Pang Min that it was really because of Yang Chen. She was both shocked and puzzled in her heart, curious as to how exactly Yang Chen did it. But since Yang Chen didn't want to say, she didn't ask any more questions. Nothing uncomfortable for now. She sensed it carefully and said, "I feel very good. My strength has increased by a large margin, although I still don't have much in the way of attacks, but just in terms of defense, I think I can block that evil spirit from last night for 10 seconds. 10 seconds? It didn't seem like much, but realized that she was only a rank 1. First rank versus 4th rank. Being able to block for 10 seconds was already a miracle. Nice. Yang Chen smiled and nodded. I still have to be busy. You can make something to eat if you've had enough sleep. You can't eat raw meat all the time. He had already switched the shelter to life mode and had left the door open, saying, just use ferocious fowl meat for food. Snowflake meat is a war reserve. It has to be used in critical moments. Okay. Pang Min immediately got up and dressed. took off the iron pot and other tools, ready to go out to cook food. The wind and snow had stopped outside, and the whole world seemed to be covered in silver, which made people feel happy. Though because the terrain here was so high that the sky seemed to be pressed down so low that the clouds seemed to be within reach, giving an inexplicably depressing feeling. But that's nothing compared to safety and serenity. Pang Min first processed the meat to be cooked into the iron pot, and added the right amount of water and salt. After that, she scanned with her spatial power and dug out a lot of wood from underneath the snow, and used her own special stockpile of dry wood from before to start the fire. Soon flames rose on the flat dam in front of the shelter, tongues of fire licking the bottom of the iron pot, dispersing the cold in front of the shelter's door and bringing warmth. Pang Min squatted next to the fire, looking at the morning sun slowly emerging from the sky, and was a little lost in thought for a while. Originally, the betrayal of Kong Yuan and the others, and the disbanding of the scavenging squad had made her feel like the sky had collapsed, and all that was left in her heart was despair. Yang Chen without a pistol, plus himself as a girl, a scavenging squad of 2 ordinary people would definitely be incredibly tough. Under normal circumstances, they would have ended up, most likely, dying a miserable death shortly afterward. Either she will be starved to death, or killed by other scavenging squads, or she may even be subjected to inhumane abuse before she dies, and then she may be eaten as food. This was originally what was more likely to be their end. But unexpectedly, Yang Chen had awakened. Although it was still tough at first, Yang Chen's piece of weapon couldn't even kill a black sparrow, and later on, he almost died with a desolate wolf. However, what followed was like a dream. As Yang Chen rapidly became stronger and stronger at an astonishing speed, the evolvers who were originally high and mighty for them were as untouchable as dirt in Yang Chen's hands. In the end, even her childhood nightmare, that Kunlu who managed them, the towering 4th-ranked evolver, had died in Yang Chen's hands. Then after that, she also awakened, and now she was even a legendary super evolutionary, and so on and so forth. Until now, Pang Min had the feeling of dreaming. At one point, she even worried that this could be her dying fantasy. Could the real self be on the verge of death at this moment? Could it be about to be eaten by the starving, maddened wastelanders? Or, was it being prepared to be eaten by the desolate folk that almost died with Yang Chen in the first place? She couldn't help but shudder at the thought of this possibility, and couldn't help but hug her arms tighter, her delicate body shivering in the cold wind. She didn't snap back to her senses until a cold wind blew the fire around, the tongues almost burning her. Almost instinctively, she moved her mind and the spatial barrier covered all within a 10-meter radius, blocking the cold wind. Pang Min pinched her arm hard and felt the pain before she felt that she wasn't dreaming. Although she didn't turn around, through the power of space, she could see that inside the shelter at the back, Yang Chen's eyes were unblinking as he looked at the metal tube in his hand that was so delicate that it was like a work of art. Looking at Yang Chen from this perspective, she couldn't help but purse her lips and reveal a smile. Although the spatial barrier could also give her a sense of security, compared to this, the sense of security Yang Chen gave her was even stronger. It was as if the sky would never collapse as long as Yang Chen was there. Just like 3 years ago, before they had met the 3 Kong Yuan. Even in the coldest, darkest night, Yang Chen was able to straighten his back and lead her to find food in the darkness. Even if it's a dream, it's a beautiful dream that you brought me. Even my evolution, even super evolution. Maybe a beautiful dream that you gave me. The only thing I can repay you is this body. I hope you won't get tired of it. Pang Min was suddenly a bit afflicted, because people would eventually grow old. A woman's body is only as beautiful as it is when she is young and ugly when she is old. In case she got old at some point and Yang Chen lost interest in her body, would this beautiful dream suddenly shatter? According to that golden wheel, evolved people have a long lifespan that can live forever. She decided in her mind that she must try to become stronger and work on her evolution. The only way to keep the only thing you can give to Yang Chen is to do so. Thinking of this, she immediately began to study her super evolution. Wordlessly, a layer of spatial barriers spread out, centering on the curiosity shelter and continuously spreading outwards. 10, 15, 20 floors. It only stopped when the number of spatial barriers reached 23 layers and the farthest distance reached 15 meters. The range has gotten bigger too. Pang Min was delighted in his heart and kept studying it, trying out various variations. Inside the curiosity shelter, as the energy within a piece of crystallized bone marrow was drawn, these crystallized bone marrow turned into debris one after another and fell. A small pile of crumbly powder had been piled up next to it. It was only when the crystallized bone marrow of different sizes, but all full of energy, was consumed close to 400 in total that the nail gun was finally upgraded again. Invisible Nail Gun LV. 20, Awakened State 0%, aimed, integrated into arm, no recoil, effective range 6. 900 meters. Maximum range 20. 700 meters. The effective range of a level 20 nail gun was already close to 7 kilometers. As for the maximum range, it's over 20 kilometers, which is simply terrifying. However, because he had seen all sorts of weird abilities, even evil spirits that were immune to physical attacks and so on, Yang Chen knew that the nail gun was not invincible. Compared to this, it's the awakened state that's more of a surprise. Sure enough, it's the awakened state again. Just as I suspected. Yang Chen's heart perked up. Wait for the next 12 o'clock on the shelves. That is, on the day of the 4th. We'll explode 10 more. Beg for monthly votes. These days do not know because of the beginning of the school year or for what reason. The chase has been on the read, always hovering between 3000 to 2009. The author will be very forceful update. I hope that the readers' bosses are also give some strength, cast some monthly votes. Thank you all. Thanks to Mulalala and 08A for the rewards. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. In that case, at the earliest tonight, at the latest tomorrow, one would definitely be able to advance to the second rank. By that time, one's own evolutionary rank drove the increase in super evolution, and one's strength would truly skyrocket by a large margin. A second-order super evolver. Even if he couldn't exert the same kind of terrifying combat power as Kunodon's because he had very little combat experience, he definitely wouldn't be any weaker. However, that Kungodon seemed to be at the limit of the second rank, only one step away from the third rank, and while the other's ability was more combat-oriented, his own was spirit-oriented and focused on mesmerizing people. One needs to work with a nail gun to get the most power out of it, and while one's own nail gun, with its strongest killing power, should exceed that of Kungodon, this single extreme physical attack might be dodged, so there's no way to compare. According to our speed, we should be almost out of the snowy mountain range, and once we leave Mount Kunwu, we will enter the territory of the Black Wind clan. According to that Huyen Lingxi's intelligence, the Black Wind Sandland was like a battlefield and very dangerous. Now the Huyen clan might not be after him, but the Kuanwu clan would more than likely not give up. Even if the other party learned of their terrifying killing power, they might be even more determined to kill themselves, and would send people to hunt them down to the Black Wind Sandlands. Therefore, one had to become a second-order evolver before entering the Black Wind Sandlands. At that moment a smell of meat came from outside. At the same time Yang Chen only felt his stomach growl. He immediately incorporated the nail gun into his left arm and used the space folding bag to collect the crumbly powder on the ground, ready to take it out and throw it away outside. Are you done? In front of the shelter's door, in the flat courtyard dam, Pangmin smiled and said, "It's just been cooked. It'll be ready to eat soon." Okay. Yang Chen nodded his head and walked a little farther away, throwing away the crumbly powder left over from the crystallized bone marrow before returning. When he returned, Pangmin had already served a bowl of meat and handed it over with chopsticks. Yang Chen took it and took a big bite. Because the cold wind was blocked by the spatial barrier, and because there was a campfire in front of them, it didn't feel cold at all. Pangmin served himself a bowl and ate it. The two of them ate while chatting about what they might encounter when they entered the Black Wind Sandlands. If there really are more resources over there, let's find a place to settle down, Penman said. It's better than scavenging around. Home. Something that was an unparalleled luxury for the Wastelanders, but which they now had a certain possibility of having. After all, with strength, all the rest will follow. We'll see when the time comes. In case that side is really a battlefield as Huyen Lingxi said, maybe the situation will be even tougher than in the wandering Gobi. Yang Chen said, my suggestion is to keep moving forward, leave the chaotic places, and really come across places that are safe and rich in supplies before settling down. But is there really no confusion? Penman asked. Yang Chen couldn't help but be silent because he didn't know either. At this time, in the direction of the wandering Gobi, a large group of deserted people appeared in the field of vision, and were trudging towards them through the deep snow. Someone's coming. Pangmin subconsciously lowered his voice. Don't pay attention to it, but just in case, arrange your spatial barrier around us and don't let anyone get close to us. Yang Chen said. It's already set up. Pangmin said confidently. Even if it's a fourth stage evolver, they'll never think of sneaking up on us. Her spatial barrier had the ability to block out everything. Currently everything but light could not be blocked. Even with the light aspect of the ability, pure light could pass through the spatial barrier, but the energy contained within it could not. More and more draconians appeared in the field of vision. It should be a large group of migrating draconian hordes. The ones walking at the front were obviously all teams of evolved people, even if there were ordinary people among them, but they all had clothes to wear. But many more of the barren folk remained in rags, able to resist the cold conditions of the snowy mountains thanks to the barren folk's unique talent for suffering. By this time, there were already quite a few people who had spotted them, and a look of disbelief appeared in their eyes, especially when those people saw that they were actually eating hot meat and roasting a warm campfire like nobody's business in this cold snowy mountain. They all couldn't help but show strange colors, or envy, or jealousy, or scorn, etc. The looks varied. Some people were even green-eyed and kept gulping furiously. Suddenly Yang Chen saw quite a few people walking towards this side with greedy eyes and opened his mouth to ask, "Is your spatial barrier still protecting against the outside but not the inside now? After turning on Super Revolution, it can already be freely adjusted. I've adjusted it to defend against the outside but not the inside." Pang Min replied, "That's good." Yang Chen immediately passed the bowl to his right hand and stretched out his left arm to make a fist aiming at those who were approaching this side unsuspectingly. But just as he was about to blast those desolate folk, he suddenly thought of something. It may not be the same people, but it makes no sense to slaughter the weak. There's so many people, it'll take a while to kill them all. It's a waste of time. Especially, starving barren folk who have lost their brains and are unlikely to have anything good on them at all. So he staggered his angle slightly and shot a nail towards the distant hill. Boom! A small iceberg 500 or 600 meters away was directly shot out with a deep hole. Immediately afterward, under the terrifying vibrations, the ice rumbled and crumbled and collapsed and tumbled down. It was only then that the ear-piercing sound of breaking air reached the ears of the group of barren folk in the distance. At once everyone's faces changed wildly, especially those unsuspecting barbarians with brain problems who wanted to snatch the food were so desperate that they hurriedly turned around and ran. Even those scavenging teams that possessed third or even fourth order revolvers turned around in a hurry and bypassed this direction. Everyone couldn't help but reveal looks of shock and disbelief. That's a distance of 500 or 600 meters. Moreover, the hill was more than 10 meters high, and it was even directly blown down. What kind of terrifying strength must this be? Because the spatial barrier shielded Yang Chen and Pang Min's aura, those desolate folk evolvers couldn't even see the exact level of the two. Those guys should be freaked out. Pang Min had a gloating look on her face, and she didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy in her heart for those who had no good intentions. While she was shocked that Yang Chen's attack power seemed to have gotten stronger again, she couldn't help but say, "I can't believe you didn't kill them. I thought you would have killed them all. Hundreds of them, waste of nails, and there's no point in slaughtering the weak." Yang Chen withdrew his hand, picked up his bowl and continued to eat the meat, while saying, "I didn't become strong to slaughter the weak. I just want to live well. Just don't come and mess with me. If only everyone thought like you." Pang Min couldn't help but lament. Meanwhile, the distant group of draconians who had bypassed the shelter had talked. "You guys? Those two, could they be Yang Chen and his companion? This attack method, it seems like the claims we've heard. It shouldn't be possible, right? That Yang Chen went deep into the snowy mountains 2 days ago, and with their strength being so strong, they are definitely fast at catching up. So maybe they left the snowy mountain region long ago." That's true. It's a pity that we don't have the chance to meet the man who dared to confront the clan head-on. There are too few such people among our desolate folk. Many people lamented. They were all coming from behind, and when they arrived at the bottom of the snow-covered mountain, all they saw were countless draconians being shot by drones. But because the drones suddenly went out of control and crashed, quite a few others survived. Only almost all of them were seriously injured. It was from that group of deserted people that they learned about Yang Chen. It was a pity that they came a step too late to see the battle 2 days ago, and they were all quite regretful in their hearts. The clan had been over the heads of the desolate folk for too long, and coupled with the fact that the nobles of the safe zone had taken advantage of the clan's authority to act as a bully, all of the desolate folk dared to speak out in anger. It wasn't that no one had thought of resisting, but when they thought of the clan's terrifying strength, all of them were powerless. Now that they suddenly heard that someone had actually dared to confront the clan head-on, and had managed to escape after killing everyone within the clan, everyone was a little agitated. In particular, the man appeared to be so powerful that he was able to fight back against his pursuers all the way. This made many people who had been mixed up in a miserable situation unable to resist wanting to follow that person and join that person in killing back the clans, to have a change of scenery, so that they could have a good life as well. Unfortunately, such thoughts could only be thought about, as everyone knew the horrors of the clan. In addition to the evolvers, the clan has a myriad of heat weapons too. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. More and more migrating wastelanders come into view and overtake them. Even Yang Chen and Pang Min saw some scattered safe zone people who didn't look like they should be nobles, because those people weren't as proud as the nobles of the safe zone, and didn't look disgusted with the draconians. They just stayed on the defensive against everyone. They all traveled in groups, dozens at least, hundreds more, armed with guns. After all, people needed to do things in the safe zone as well, and nobles were unlikely to do it themselves, so there were people to perform these labors. As for how these people initially entered the safe zone, Yang Chen had no idea. Perhaps they too were once aristocrats, but may have lost the power struggle and become the common masses. It seems that more and more people are migrating. Perhaps these, now, are the real migratory hordes, and we belong to the ones who are at the forefront. Pang Min frowned and said, if it wasn't for the fact that the barrier of the safe zone couldn't block the kind of power of the divinizer, perhaps it was the result of the war between the two clans. It could be both. The underground shelters might be able to hold back that kind of disaster, but the barrier in the safe zone might not. Yang Chen said, let's get on the road as soon as possible as well, lest there be any accidents. After eating, he replenished the water again and cleaned the dishes. Then he put away the oddity shelter and continued on his way with Pang Min. Since it was daytime this time, and there were just too many people, he didn't use the tombstone to rush in order not to expose the super revolution. Not only himself, he also reminded Pang Min, super revolution, hide as much as you can so as not to cause more trouble. Of course, it's definitely necessary to use it if there's danger. Just tighten it up a bit. I understand. Pang Min nodded, knowing the seriousness of it. There were 2 more super revolutionaries all of a sudden, which were originally only found in the clans. If this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid it would cause a major earthquake. However, considering what Huyan Lingxi had said, the will of that divinizer to revive could cause up to 10 evolvers to undergo super revolution. Maybe the 2 of you aren't the most special, and there should be others who have hit the jackpot as well. In other words, even now, they were not truly invincible amongst evolvers of the same level, and they tried to keep a low profile if they could, because this place was no longer affected by the revived will of that divine transformer. Their physical strength would not be swallowed up again, and neither of them deliberately increased their speed. So they saw that more and more people were coming from the rear, trampling the loose snow solidly, and hardening the snowy mountains out of the way. At first the deserted people were predominant, but later on, the safe zone became more and more crowded. Although almost all of those people weren't nobles, it was still very shocking to see so many people from the safety zone migrating at the same time. These safe zone people, even if none of them were nobles, they were at least safe zone people, and they definitely had a lot of supplies on them. So, the number of wastelanders who have their eyes on these people is not small. It was only because almost everyone in the safe zone had a thermal weapon, and because they were all traveling in groups, no one dared to do anything random. Even if you do it, you should choose to do it secretly at night. Suddenly Yang Chen heard the sound of discussion in the distance. He was puzzled in his mind. That side was hundreds of meters away from here. How could the sound come over? I mimicked the shape of a horn I'd seen before in that small safe zone and didn't realize it could collect and amplify sound as well. Pang Min said in surprise as she made the spatial barrier into the shape of a huge pot lid with openings on both sides. The large mouth faces the person speaking and the small hole is aimed at them. So the sound from hundreds of meters away came through surprisingly clearly. Because her spatial barrier could adjust the direction of shielding at will, their words wouldn't travel out, but the voices from outside could come in. Not bad. Practice more and try to learn to be flexible. Yang Chen nodded appreciatively while continuing to strengthen the nail gun. Even though he was rushing, he didn't slack off. Anyway, with Pang Min's spatial barrier, even if there was an unexpected situation, he still had the time to react. I've been practicing. Pang Min continued practicing while observing everyone in his field of vision. That's when she suddenly realized something was wrong. She realized that the many dozens of teams in the distance all had serious faces, and there was not a single female among those dozens of teams. A normal migration party to a safe zone is basically a group of men, women, and children with their families in tow. But among one of the teams over there, everyone is almost the same age. No old people or children, and even less women. That's a little strange, and out of feminine acumen. She also noticed that many of the males in the safe zone showed the drooling look that normal men should have upon seeing her. But those were different. Those people looked serious and walked in unison, looking at everyone as if they were dead, without any extra expression on their faces. This made Pang Min suspicious in his mind. As one of the 4 most beautiful people who had been selected by that one small safe zone specifically from within the countless girls, especially after her innate deficiencies had been compensated for by the golden blood, Her beauty was definitely one of the best even when placed within the safe zone. The vast majority of the wastelanders were in no mood to think about this because they were plagued by hunger. But the people in the safe zone were different. Right now, for example, in the other direction, there were people looking at her with veiled eyes that were disgusting. The group, however, kept their faces the same, and even when their eyes lingered on her, they did so only with observing and scrutinizing eyes, not the way a normal man would look at a woman. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, among the people being observed by Pong Min, there were people talking in whispers. General, is that really necessary? Is the top really planning to cooperate with the Black Wind clan? Although I don't like the barren folk, and I don't have much love for the ordinary people in the safety zone, but I can't do it if I'm asked to be the executioner. Although the person who spoke was dressed like an ordinary resident in the security zone, the military temperament on his body could not be concealed. The general next to him said in a deep voice, "We only need to carry out the orders. Other than that, there is no need to ask." "But, no buts," General said in an icy voice. "The migrating population is expected to exceed 30 million. Even if only 5 million can arrive at the Black Wind Sandlands, 5 million foreigners will be enough to cause unimaginable damage to the ecology of the Black Wind Sandlands, which will be one of the future territories of my Huyen clan that it cannot be destroyed." The safety zone established by the clan was a mega force field barrier that covered a small part of the world, with a very huge area of fertile land inside. But that kind of force field barrier could only block the radiation, but not the plague of divine shadows. So those in the safe zone either migrated or hid back in underground shelters. The underground shelters surely couldn't hold everyone, hence the reason for so many migrating people. As for the Black Wind Sandlands, there was no safe zone at all, and all those who migrated there would become barren folk. Wherever the desolate folk passed, there was not an inch of grass left to grow, and this was something that the Black Wind clan could not allow. The Wind clan is very ambitious and will not allow this to happen, hence the reason for this collaboration. Seeing that this henchman still wanted to speak, General Huyen Luo faintly said, "There is no need for us to personally strike. This general has a plan." "Yang Chen, those people seem a bit off." Pang Min told Yang Chen about his discovery. "Not right?" Yang Chen was instantly alert and was wondering. Suddenly someone inside the group of people from the safe zone they were observing took out a megaphone and said loudly, "Everyone, we have suddenly gotten a message that the Kunwa clan's transports are about to pass through the snowy mountains, and will probably fly over our heads." "A Quincy transport? What do you mean?" All those who heard this were stunned, both the Draconians and the safe zone people. Yang Chen and Pang Min were also a bit puzzled, and at the same time, they were quickly guessing the purpose of those people. At this time, the man continued to say loudly, "According to the information we have received, the Koanwu clan is preparing to go to the Black Wind Sandland to establish a safe zone, and the supplies transported by these transporters are for the construction of the safe zone. Do you all know what this means? This means that if we are able to bring down those transporters, we will be able to obtain a safe zone with a huge amount of supplies." When these words came out, everyone's hearts shook. The Kungo clan is preparing to go to the Black Wind Sands to establish a safe zone? Some people were shocked. What is the Black Wind in Sandland? The other side of Mount Kunwo? Someone wondered. There were also people who were skeptical in their minds. How did those people get this news? This kind of information should be very secretive, right? Yang Chen and Pang Min were also puzzled, and at the same time, their hearts were both inexplicably uneasy. Then associating it with the information Pang Min had observed earlier, suddenly Yang Chen's face changed drastically. "Not good. Let's get out of here." He hurriedly brought Pang Min to speed up. "What's wrong?" Pang Min asked in confusion while running up after Yang Chen. "Those people. I suspect that they are not ordinary safe zone residents at all, but the Huyen clan's army," Yang Chen said. "The army? Army?" Pang Min's face changed drastically, and in her heart, she finally understood why those people's temperament was so special. And there were no old people, children or women in the team. No wonder those people didn't look at her with the slightest change in their eyes. So that's how it was. Those people had obviously been rigorously trained. "Do you suspect that war will break out later?" she asked, blushing. "It's hard to say, but it's highly probable." Yang Chen looked grave. "Let's get out of here first. Even if what those people said is true, if the Koanwu clan really arranged for a transport plane to cross the snowy mountains, it would most likely carry a large amount of force to escort it." Although he had never seen a transporter before, he knew how huge the supplies in a transporter were just from the fact that they needed to be transported to establish an entire safe zone. With such a huge amount of supplies, the Congo clan would never be careless. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Not only them, but some of the keen desert folk also hurriedly ran. Even many of the scattered teams in the safe zone rushed to run for fear of being affected by the war. But this was only a very small number, and many more either did not think of this, or were influenced by greed, and one and all leapt at the chance. After all, that's a huge amount of supplies equivalent to a safe zone. Wouldn't it be a rich man if he could bring down the Quincy's transports? Even if everyone here grabbed it together, they should be able to grab quite a bit, right? There are plenty of people who possess this kind of mindset, and there are always those who are not afraid of death, no matter what, but the vast majority of such people are safe zone people, because the Arabs don't have that, unless they are powerful evolvers. Yang Chen and Pang Min also realized that even the people within the Kunwa safety zone had moved to this kind of thinking. The reason why I can determine that it is someone within the Kungo safety zone is because of the content of those people's conversations. Although Pang Min was running, he did not stop to eavesdrop on the sounds in the distance because he had to observe his surroundings and gather information. At this moment, the conversations of two of them dozens of meters away continued to reach their ears. Or don't run. Let's do one too. That's not very good, is it? The Kungos have treated us well, and we may not be able to bring down a transport that big. Not thin. My ass, did you forget about your wife? That son of yours that you quietly got killed is obviously not yours, right? How did you know about that one? Ha, we're neighbors, I know everything about you. Anyway, all I've seen since I entered the safe zone is the hypocrisy and disgustingness of the Kungo clan. One thing on the surface, one thing behind the scenes. It's sickening. Even so, the Kungos have at least given us a good place to live. You've really been bought off? Not. What I want to say is that the Kunwa clan is preparing to go to the Black Wind Sands to establish a safe zone. So maybe we can continue to enter the safe zone to live. How can entering a safe zone and living there be as comfortable as setting up your own safe zone? If we are able to grab enough supplies, we might be able to establish the safe zone ourselves. And although it's a bit bitter, at least we won't have to suffer. But I was once promised that if I worked for the Kungo clan for free for 30 years, I would be granted nobility. And it's been 10 years already. Only 20 years to go. 20 years. Are you really sure you can live that long? I'm not going to lie to you. I've been given this kind of promise too. But this kind of promise has now turned into our shackles. We don't dare to refute anything the Kuan Wu clan says. We're like dogs in human skin now. I've had enough of this kind of life. How unpopular is the Kuan Wu clan? The people in the Kuan Wu safety zone even want to make a move. Pang Min couldn't help but sneer and looked at Yang Chen. If there really is a transporter passing by, should we arch a fire as well? Relying on the power of super revolution is mostly out of the question. They're too low on the scale, but if Yang Chen used that magical weapon, there might still be hope. It depends. I've never seen a transporter before, in case it's very powerful. As Yang Chen was speaking, he suddenly saw that the group of safe zone people that Pang Min had observed the anomaly earlier were constantly taking out one huge part from within the space folding bag. The group stopped loading straight away, quickly dividing up the work and putting together those huge parts to form a huge heat weapon with turrets. Those people were too skillful, and in a short time, a surface-to-air cannon appeared in the snow, its huge muzzle pointing at the sky. Damn! I can't believe I actually guessed it. Yang Chen's face was ugly as he once again accelerated with Pang Min. Pang Min suddenly wondered, why did those people reveal their plan? It seems like they're purposely saying it for everyone to hear. Either that or dispersing innocence out of kindness. But that's unlikely. The clan isn't that kind. So that leaves the second possibility. Yang Chen guessed, those people might not be sure themselves and want to use other people's power. After all, evolved people have many strange abilities. What if there is just the right ability to restrain the transporter? Penman drifted off. Suddenly Yang Chen said again, there's one last possibility. The Kunwa clan's transports will be arriving soon. This is clearing the field. And by the way, letting those who are trying to protect themselves for the sake of self-preservation make a contribution. As soon as he spoke, suddenly a rumbling sound came from behind him. The two subconsciously looked back to see a dense cluster of drones laying in pursuit. Yang Chen and Pang Min's faces changed slightly. Because of the encounter at the edge of the snowy mountain, they reflexively thought that those drones were coming after them. However, just at this moment, they suddenly saw that behind the dense cluster of drones, a group of huge to frightening iron lumps slowly appeared in the field of vision. Under the shocked gaze of Yang Chen's duo, as well as all the desolate people, the first behemoth, at least 100 meters in length and width, came into view. Then a second, third, and fourth ship, a total of 8 megatransports, 100 meters long and wide in length, arrived quickly from the rear. escorted by a cluster of thousands of drones, moving rapidly at a height of less than 300 meters above the snowy mountain floor. Those behemoths, although incomparably huge and definitely incomparably heavy, were shockingly able to fly high in the air. This is the transporter? Yang Chen and Pang Min were both shocked. Boom 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 boom. Just then those batteries in the rear opened fire. Under the control of the Huyen clan's army, dense artillery shells were shot high into the sky, even as massive bursts of energy beams were fired. With intent, a large number of drones were shot down in an instant, and even those mega transports were skewed and shaken. But the defense of those super large transport planes was unbelievable. Surprisingly, they didn't crash at the first time even under this kind of intensive firepower attack, and the Kuno clan wasn't slow to react, immediately starting to counterattack. Dense bullets poured down, and many of the mega drones fired shells directly at the ground. But what was shocking was that almost all of those turrets of the Huyen clan had energy shields, which actually blocked the shells that fell from the sky. At the same time, many artillery shells flew towards Yang Chen and the other side, apparently treating them as enemies as well. Damn it, these clans really aren't any good. Yang Chen's face was unsightly, and as he watched one of the shells drag a long tail flame towards the side, he hastily raised his hand and shot a nail. Boom! That shell was instantly shot out of the sky. Damn! Grass clan, counterattack or all of us will die. At this point everyone on the ground hurriedly began to fight back, not willing to sit back and wait for death. Everyone with a hot weapon made a move, whether it was a safe zone person or a draconian, and the Huyen's goal was accomplished, pulling everyone down with them, including all the people coming out of the Quincy safe zone. In order to protect themselves, they could only be forced to counterattack, even if it didn't do much, but it drew fire. Pang Min quickly spread out the spatial barrier layer by layer and arranged it around them, while nervously asking, "What should we do now? Fight on the run? Damn it!" Yang Chen didn't feel that his strange shelter could resist the bombardment of the shells, and a fluke was not to be had. I'm afraid that the defense of the Curiosity shelter wasn't as strong as the defense of Pang Min's spatial barrier, so he continued on with Pang Min while shooting down the drones that were firing shells at them. Boom! A huge missile drone that was 3 meters long and wide suddenly burst open, turning into a large number of parts that flew out in all directions. Boom! A drone that had just fired a shell in this direction instantly burst into flames. Immediately after that the shell that had been shot also burst in the air. This was Yang Chen's current strength, a spiritual evolution towards super evolution, allowing his dynamic vision to be greatly enhanced. Even a fast-flying projectile could be shot if his nerve reactions could keep up, and with the terrifying attack power of the nail gun, those shells were bound to explode as soon as they were shot. In the process, Yang Chen was also trying to shoot those mega transports. He felt that those drones should be manned. The controller should be inside the transporter. Just shooting down those mega transports might solve the crisis. With that in mind, he instantly aimed to fire nails at the nearest mega transport to the side. Instead, a transparent barrier flashed across the surface of the transport, blocking the nail, and the huge transport plane is unharmed. What's that? A shield? Yang Chen was shocked in his heart. I knew it wasn't that simple. Otherwise it would have been shot down by the Huyen clan's army long ago. Seeing another shell coming this way, he hastily shifted his target to shoot down those shells. However, the shells were so dense that he couldn't keep himself busy on his own. The other people around him didn't have his 100-round means of intercepting all the shells either. End of chapter. Boom! A shell landed near them and blew a large number of people away. Pang Min's spatial barrier also collapsed layer by layer, but it was still blocked in the end. Her face blanched slightly as she hurriedly restored the collapsed spatial barrier once again, taking out the snowflake meat to replenish her evolutionary power as she did so. The two couldn't help but speed up again. After running for a while, however, they stopped when they realized that the Quincy's fleet of transports did not stop, but continued on at a speed far exceeding theirs. Wait for them to overtake the past, Yang Chen said as he kept shooting down large drones capable of firing projectiles. I didn't expect to be caught up by the war just after escaping the range of influence of the Divinizer's power. Annoyed, he quickly removed the nail gun to replenish the nails before incorporating them into his arm to continue firing. While constantly shooting down drones, he was also taking the time to attack the oversized transports that had come over their heads. With the terrifying attack power of his nail gun, even if it couldn't break through that shield of the transporter, it should still be able to cause some wear and tear. Because the Huyen clan's army was also constantly attacking those oversized transports, a large number of artillery shells were constantly blasting the drones while more firepower was focused on the transports. Apparently, the Huyen clan's army was doing the same thing, draining the energy of those megatransporters. That kind of shield. It must have required a large amount of energy to maintain it, and it was impossible to not have any consumption. In the process, the Quincy's clusters of transports and drones did not stay in place, but continued forward. By this time, all of the transports had already arrived above Yang Chen and the others' heads and were rapidly overtaking them. However, the Kungos did not stop there, but kept dropping shells. Boom, boom, boom. Under the almost carpet bombing, a large number of migrating teams continued to perish. Shells were constantly falling in the neighborhood, and many of those implicated were constantly being blown up and killed. Miserable screams connected as countless people roared in rage and used every means they could to defend or counterattack. But other than being able to shoot down some of the drones, their attacks had little effect, and the defense of the vast majority of them could barely do much on a battlefield like this. Except for a very few powerful evolvers, a large number of people kept dying. The surface of this snowy mountainous terrain was constantly being blasted with huge craters from falling shells. Pang Min's spatial barrier was also collapsing and then being restored by her. And if it wasn't for the fact that the snowflake meat was really powerful enough, she wouldn't have been able to hold out at all. However, the Kuno clan's transporter unit was, after all, only passing through the area, not specifically coming to meet the Huyan clan, so it did not stop. Escorted by the cluster of combat drones, still at least half of which remained, the transport team quickly moved away, gradually overtaking everyone and about to leave the area. After shooting up a large drone once again, Yang Chen, who was holding his anger in his heart, once again took the time to shoot one of the transports that was already about to reach 1,000 meters away. Boom! Something unexpected happened to him. The barrier of the super-large transport that he had attacked one after another surprisingly did not reappear, but instead a deep crater was blasted out from underneath the transport. Although it failed to directly blast through the thick shell of the transporter, it made Yang Chen overjoyed. He hurriedly aimed to shoot at that spot again. Boom! Metal splinters flew, and this time that spot was shot straight through, and then began to smoke. Many of the still living desolate folk or safe zone people froze when they saw this, and then they were overjoyed. It's really coming down. Come on, do it together. They also rushed towards the transport to attack. Shoo shoo shoo. Boom boom boom. Their last remaining shells were fired. While most of it was intercepted by the drones, even a very small portion of it hit the transport and sent smoke up its spine. Yang Chen didn't stop there either, and continued shooting without mercy. His attacks were much more violent, with spikes with a maximum range of over 20 kilometers flashing by. Boom! The transport, which had already reached 1,000 meters away, was shot through at one corner again and began to smoke. Then, under a massive barrage of shells, the transport began to tilt, gliding towards over 2,000 meters away and crashing straight towards a snowy peak. A few seconds later, the huge snowy peak directly fell apart. At the same time, the huge transport plane was torn apart by the horrific inertial impact. A shockwave could be seen erupting more than 2,000 meters away, and a large amount of snow or ice was lifted high into the air. Really shot it down. Go grab the supplies. Those who were still alive shouted in ecstasy and rushed in the direction where the transport had crashed. The remaining 7 transports did not stop, and quickly moved away under the escort of the remaining drones, soon disappearing from view. Perhaps Kungos was also worried that the remaining 7 transports had been shot down as well, and didn't dare stop to continue the fight in order to avoid a long night. Because the Huyan clan's army was still here. The Huyan clan's army was protected by the turret's shields and barely suffered many casualties. Let's go check it out too. After all that effort, we have to grab a little back. Yang Chen held his breath in his heart and quickly took out his nail gun to replenish the nails while taking Peng Min towards the place where the megatransporter had crashed. And in the process, they were picking up what was left of the dead they encountered. Along the way, they surprisingly picked up several assault rifles and several boxes of ammunition. This kind of heat weapon is still very effective against low-level evolvers. There was also a small drone that wasn't particularly battered, but this kind of tech required remote control, and it wasn't clear if it would work. In the Great Rear, in the Huyan clan's army, several of the principals looked at each other. Originally, their main purpose was to use the war as an excuse to bring the migrating people down, to deplete the population. As for the Kungo clan's transports, they hadn't even thought about actually being able to take them down, because those kinds of transports all had energy shields, and the weapons they carried simply weren't powerful enough. To their surprise, however, one was actually shot down. It was completely unexpected. Did we inadvertently drain the energy from that transporter? Or are there strong people among the Draconians or the migrating residents of the safe zone? How can that rabble be strong? Can't completely rule out that possibility. But the greater likelihood is that our firepower just about drained that transport and then those guys picked up the slack. A few people murmured. General, what to do? Someone asked. Looking to the supreme leader of the group, the highest general in this group, Huyen Luo, said in a deep voice, tell the brethren to be on guard to avoid the Kunwo clan from killing back, and the 7th Brigade will go over with this general to take a look. We can't let those rabble trash the supplies. Yang Chen and the others rushed towards the place where the Kunwo clan's transporter had crashed, while casually collecting the remnants of the war dead. Since all the good stuff was in the place where the transporter crashed, they didn't waste time specifically touching the bodies. The main thing, of course, was the carpet bombing of the Quins, and the good stuff was almost always destroyed, as the route had been well trodden by the migrating wilderness people ahead, and had been bombarded by artillery fire. The snow was no longer fluffy, and there was no need for further trips through the snow. So they're fast. Before they even got close to the place where the transporter crashed, everyone got hyper. Because the transporter crashed into the snowy mountain, it was directly torn apart, and the various supplies inside were scattered everywhere. In that direction, there were all sorts of supplies scattered within a 500-meter radius. It was dominated by various metal boxes that rolled everywhere. Finally, running furiously all the way, they arrived at the place where the transport plane had crashed. The first to arrive were already grabbing supplies, and many even fought over it. So many boxes. Grab it! All were ecstatic and rushed defiantly toward the nearest crate. Yang Chen and Pang Min also hurriedly rushed towards the box closest to them, waving their hands to put away a metal box that was 1 meter in length, width and height. Immediately afterward they rushed again to the second chest. What made Yang Chen's mind wonder was that the box in front of him seemed to be able to isolate spiritual power, and while he rushed over, others nearby also violently rushed towards that box. End of chapter. That's ours. Suddenly one of the safe zone people shot a projectile this way. Boom! Many people who were about to scramble for that box were blown away. Pang Min's space barrier also shattered 7 or 8 layers in a row. Yang Chen turned back with a cold face and fired a shot. Boom! That man instantly exploded, and even several people behind him were penetrated one after another, followed by a deep crater being blasted out of a container 100 meters away from the back of the group. Damn! That guy is strong. The rest of them all turned pale and hurriedly turned around to grab it elsewhere. Yang Chen rushed to the box's proximity with unabated speed, and with a wave of his hand, he put away this 4-square metal box as well. Although he didn't know what was contained inside this metal boxer, this kind of material that could isolate spiritual power was a treasure in itself. What was contained inside was definitely more valuable than the box. He wanted to continue looting after he put away this box. However, by this time most of those that could be taken had almost all the owners, as there were at least 1,000 people who had rushed over. More supplies, but more people. The smaller items were looted, and immediately afterward everyone started attacking the larger containers in unison. This kind of container they couldn't take with them, so they wanted to just smash it up and see if there was anything inside that they could take with them. What's that back there? No good. What's with the drones again? Suddenly someone exclaimed. Yang Chen and the others looked back and saw a large dark cloud chasing after them from the big back. And this time there seemed to be more than before. It might be support from the Kunwo clan. Pang Min's face changed slightly. It's already a good haul. So you can go. Yang Chen hurriedly ran towards the distance with Pang Min. The others hastily dispersed, because what they could carry was taken away. What was left was one 3 or 4 meter huge metal box, solid and heavy, which could not be taken away. Boom boom boom. Thousands of meters away, the Hyin's batteries opened fire again, intercepting the swarm of drones. Because their officers were also involved in the coaxing of supplies, but the batteries were limited in number and immobile, and they could only intercept a portion of them. More drones flew towards the side at an unrelenting pace, and began firing shells from a distance. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A fist-sized cannonball chased after the fleeing looters like a heavenly flower. Yang Chen fled with Pang Min while intercepting the shells that were coming this way. Boom! A fast incoming shell was blown up in the air. The two men's hearts were pounding, not realizing that robbing the clan would actually happen to them, and they probably grabbed something good this time. Eyes on more drones chasing in that direction. Yang Chen suddenly pulled Pang Min towards the low concavity and took out the strange object shelter to place it the moment he dodged the vision of all the drones. The two disappeared into thin air, and the snow in place slowly wormed its way out, and a nice inconspicuous mound of snow appeared, completely blending in with its surroundings in both shape and color. The missile-mounted drones in the sky didn't even notice this corner and continued to fly after the other looters, constantly dropping shells towards the ground. Inside the shelter, Yang Chen and Pang Min glanced at each other, both seeing the exuberance, panic, and excitement in each other's eyes, among other emotions. What a way to rob a clan. It's amazing that this could actually happen to them. At first, the words of the Huyen clan's people were not taken seriously in the slightest, not even thinking about the fact that they and the others really had that strength to be able to rob the clan's transports. However, the back was forced to resist, and with anger filling his heart, Yang Chen kept aiming at one of the transports to fire nails. His nails were too powerful, with a maximum range of over 20 kilometers, which was very impressive at such close range. Perhaps it was under his continuous firing that the energy of that transport ran out and the shields disappeared. Even if the final shield was not broken by him, the disappearance of the shield definitely had a lot to do with him. The clan has many means. On top of that kind of box, will there be a tracking signal? Pang Min asked with some concern. Although the boxes were all included in Yang Chen's spatial folding bag, but who knows if the space inside the space folding bag is really completely isolated from the outside world. They knew nothing about the true strength of the clan. What if the clan possessed a means of detection that ignored the isolation of the space folding bag? And until the supplies they grabbed were detected, they would likely be discovered by the clan much sooner. So before asking this, she had already arranged a layer of spatial barriers outside the shelter. This strange shelter of mine can isolate mental power, and perhaps signals as well, though I'm not sure as I haven't really tested it. Yang Chen asked, can your spatial barrier isolate the signal? By the way, don't leave the snow with your spatial barrier. Just arrange it inside the snow. Just protect the shelter. Aha. It should work. But I haven't tested it enough to say, Pang Min said, and my rank is too low, so even if I have an effect, the effect may not be very good. Yang Chen looked at the surveillance video on the wall, only to see that in the surveillance video, not all of the drones outside were going after those who had escaped, but a portion of them had been separated to hover high in the air in this area. Apparently, they weren't the only ones hiding, but there were others who suddenly disappeared as well. The operators of those drones should have realized that suddenly someone had disappeared and were planning to find the person out. This caused him to frown slightly, and a sense of crisis exploded in his heart. Compared to the crisis that may exist in the future but may not necessarily appear, the immediate crisis is more imminent. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Pang Min. Eat the snowflake meat, don't ask for anything, you just eat. The more you eat the better. Pang Min's heart fluttered and seemed to have guessed something, and without saying much, he immediately took out the snowflake meat and ate it. Even though she had braced herself before when replenishing her evolutionary force, Yang Chen had said that the more she ate, the better. Then she just ate it. She believed that Yang Chen would never harm herself. Yang Chen was satisfied with Pang Min's obedience, and immediately placed one hand on Pang Min's shoulder, while the other hand took out the crystallized marrow to draw energy and transform it into diffractive chi. Immediately afterward, he inputted these diffractive chi into Pang Min's body. Pang Min instantly felt a strong sense of hunger appear as the snowflake meat in his abdomen was rapidly digested and turned into a steady stream of energy that was absorbed by his body. Then more and more evolutionary forces appeared, and in the process, she could feel that her physical fitness was rapidly becoming stronger. Even the range of perception was slowly rising. This is his ability? How does it feel like his ability keeps changing? Pang Min was shaken and surprised in her heart, feeling that Yang Chen's ability had become even more mysterious. She didn't ask anything and hurriedly continued to eat the snowflake meat to maintain the consumption needed for her body to evolve. Seeing that Pang Min didn't ask more questions, Yang Chen became more and more fond of this girl's good behavior and obedience, and immediately continued to input diffractive chi into the other party's body while observing the situation outside through the monitoring screen. This matter was a decision he made after much thought, because his own ability was only enhanced. Even if he had been promoted to the second rank, he couldn't function instantly. The spike gun, which had completed its metamorphosis along with him, only had an increased attack, an effect that didn't do much in the current situation. What they needed most right now was to hide, to defend, and Pang Min's ability itself was defensive in nature, and it was even likely that it was simply skewed entirely towards defense. Even if the ability is unlocked and you become a super evolutionary, you're still mainly biased towards defense. Once Pang Min was promoted to the second rank, their ability to save their lives would definitely be greatly enhanced. When Pang Min was promoted to the second rank, he himself was promoted along the way. At that time, the two second-order super revolvers might be able to directly break out of the Kwo clan's encirclement. After all, it was only a transport plane that crashed here, and even if the Kwo clan took it more seriously, it shouldn't be enough for the entire army to be mobilized. Boom boom boom. In the distance, The drones of the Congo clan seemed to fight with the Huin clan's turret positions. End of chapter. But the Quincy sent a large number of drones this time. Even though they were attacking the Huin's battery positions, they were still able to separate a number of people who came to search for and hunt down the people who were looting the supplies. Yang Chen didn't know how the others were doing, but if they didn't have this hiding means similar to his, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape at all. With so many drones carpet searching the area, those who coaxed the supplies are afraid that they will all be wiped out. Now we can only hope that these supplies we've grabbed are precious enough that the Congos don't dare carpet bomb with super powerful heat weapons and instead take their time searching. Yang Chen pondered in his mind that he was not afraid as long as he was not carpet bombed by super powerful thermal weapons. One's own strange object shelter, coupled with Pang Min's spatial barrier, should be able to isolate the detection. The only thing he was worried about was that the Quincy had been guarding the place. So, there had to be a way to break out. They couldn't stay here forever. They didn't have much food and couldn't be stuck in one place for too long. The other side. Pang Min only felt as if his evolutionary force had been split, and it was growing in number. And as the portions of evolutionary power grew, so did the number of layers of spatial barriers she was able to spread out. Ever since the ability was liberated and transformed from double-layer space to multi-layer space, the amount of her evolutionary power and the number of layers of the spatial barrier were equal. Previously, her evolutionary power had reached 23 copies, and the spatial barrier was also able to set up 23 layers, and at that time she was already in the middle of the first rank, infinitely close to the late first rank. This time, with Yang Chen's full help, it didn't take long for her evolutionary level to come to the late first stage. As for the number of layers of the spatial barrier, it had also reached 30, but this was not the limit. As Yang Chen continued to input that kind of aura that was so mysterious to her that she could barely sense it into herself, the snowflake meat that she had eaten was constantly being digested. Her physical qualities were getting stronger and stronger, gradually advancing towards the limit of the first rank. Time passes. As the sky outside darkened, the number of her evolutionary power reached 36 copies, and the number of layers of the spatial barrier reached 36. By this point, that arcane aura of Yang Chen seemed to be of little use. Unable to cause her body cells to feel hungry anymore. It seems to have reached its limit. Pang Min said, I am now at the limit of the first rank, only one step away from the second rank, and the number of spatial barriers has reached 36 layers, but I can no longer continue to progress. Unable to continue to progress? Yang Chen frowned slightly, and then it immediately dawned on him that it seemed that he was unable to spawn a second stage evolver with only a first stage self. It seemed reasonable. Otherwise it would be too much if a first-order self could easily spawn a second-order or even higher-order evolver. Next you're in charge of observing the outside. Remember to protect the shelter with a spatial barrier. I'm going to make a breakthrough. Yang Chen immediately withdrew the hand that was always placed on Pang Min's shoulder, took out the nail gun, and began to strengthen it. Since his first-rank self was unable to allow Pang Min to advance to the second rank, he would wait until after the second rank. As the energy-full crystallized bone marrow continued to be consumed, the level 20 awakened state of the nail gun also finally began to create awakening chi. This time, after absorbing the awakening chi from the level 20 awakening state item, Yang Chen clearly felt that his physical quality had once again begun to rapidly improve. However, this time was completely different from the time when the quasi-evolutionary was promoted to the first rank. This time as his own promotion began, a sudden, unbearable hunger came from the cells of his body. This hunger would cause one's body to uncontrollably devour the energy it had just drawn from the crystallized bone marrow. In this way, the speed of the reinforced nail gun would be greatly reduced, and one's breakthrough speed would be greatly affected. And the search of the Congos didn't stop in the slightest. No one knew when the change would come. Now is the time to race against the clock. Just in case, Yang Chen immediately took out the snowflake meat. However, after hesitating, he put the snowflake meat away again and instead took out the ferocious bird meat to eat it raw. He feasted, not at all disliking raw meat because he had eaten cooked meat. With the hunger that comes from this evolution, raw meat also smells very good. Snowflake meat was a war material, capable of quickly restoring evolutionary power and spiritual power, and could not be eaten as ordinary food. Pang Min can only consume snowflake meat because she can't keep up with her digestive rate. But he was different. Because of the special nature of his powers, he digested food very quickly, and ordinary food was fine, as long as he could keep up with the speed of eating. Although the energy contained in the ferocious bird meat was far inferior to the snowflake meat, it was also full of energy, far surpassing the meat of the desolate wolves they had eaten before. He's doing the right thing, this evolutionary generated hunger prioritizes the digestion of the food in his belly. With the provision of food, he would be able to continue making diffractive gas synchronized reinforced nail guns. Is my case special, or do all people develop this intense hunger when they make a breakthrough in their evolutionary level? Yang Chen thought about this in his mind. Energy needs to be conserved. It should be right that all people would develop this hunger. The waking chi he absorbed seemed to be nothing more than a catalyst-like thing in itself. Although awakening chi could be considered an energy in itself, the main role of this energy was used for catalyzing. So the energy needed for its own evolution needs to be provided separately. More than 2,000 meters away, the battle between the Huyan clan and the Kuan-Wu clan was nearing its end. Because it was too far from the main camp, Huin's group could not support itself alone, and gradually began to fall into a disadvantage as the artillery shells were depleted. Instead, the Congo clan's base camp was right at the foot of the mountain and was able to send a steady stream of support. So, by this time the Huyan's men had begun to retreat, and the batteries were thrown away. Meanwhile, the people of the Kuno clan had arrived at the place where the transporter had crashed and were counting the recovered supplies. The person in charge was none other than Kunwu Mo. Hu Yongchen and Pang Min had both met back then. At this moment, Koen Gumo's face was a bit gloomy, because after they counted the supplies they recovered, they realized that they were missing the most important set of instruments. Have all the people who looted the supplies been recaptured? He looked ahead to his men. Most of them either struck down and brought back supplies or captured them. The henchman hesitated slightly, then replied, only a very few evolvers with special abilities are hiding, and we are still searching for them. Hurry up and find it. Koen Gomo was a bit angry. Any other parts can be replaced, but without that core set, the force field barrier in the safe zone can't be opened, and you can't afford to be responsible if it's really lost. Yes, my lord. The henchman turned away in a hurry, ready to intensify his search. Kunzumo continued to count the supplies, yet the more he counted the angrier he became, because the core apparatus that built the guardian force field barrier of the safe zone is literally missing. If any other supplies were lost, he could accept it. Even the other 7 transports had all their supplies lost, and he could live with that. But the one that was shot down happened to be the one carrying the core instruments. In particular, the core instrumentation just happens to be among the supplies that are now missing. That core instrument, called the force field core, was worth its weight in gold, and the core alone could also form a small force field barrier. And if it is put into a mega device, it can form a mega force field barrier covering thousands of square kilometers. That kind of barrier doesn't have much defense on its own, but it does insulate against radiation and is integral to the construction of a safe zone. Even for them, the Congo clan, it would take years to create that set of cores. Yang Chen, the drones outside seem to have gotten more numerous. Inside the shelter, Pang Min said with some concern, it's not just drones, it's people. Keep watching. Yang Chen glanced at the monitor screen before continuing to strengthen the nail gun and absorbing the awakening chi born from the awakening state nail gun. In the process, he was also feeding to replenish the abilities needed to evolve. The process is not destined to happen overnight. It has to be done slowly. Time passes. As more and more crystallized bone marrow was consumed, the progress bar of the level 20 awakened state's nail gun grew higher and higher. 20%, 40%, 70%. As the time came to the latter part of the night, there was a sudden explosion outside. Rumble. Thousands of meters away from the shelter. It seemed that someone had been found out and a big battle broke out directly. The person who was hiding was very powerful, at least a 4th order, maybe even a 5th order evolver, directly destroying quite a few nearby drones under the sudden outburst, then escaping into the night sky. As for how it turned out, the two don't know, because the surveillance screen couldn't zoom in on the view. Yang Chen and the two of them only knew that the man hadn't been caught for the time being. The progress bar on the nail gun is getting higher and higher. Finally, as it began to dawn outside, the nail gun metamorphosis was complete, and even the name had changed. And at this time, Yang Chen's evolution, too, finally ended, successfully reaching the 2nd stage. End of chapter. Gauss Invisible Nail Gun LV. 21, 0%, collimation, integrates into arm, no recoil, quick reload, effective range 10 kilometers. Max range 30 kilometers. After the original, Invisible Nail Gun, metamorphosis was completed, the name became Gauss Invisible Nail Gun. While the range isn't doubled this time around, it does add another feature. Quick fill. This function is not really a filler. Yang Chen carefully sensed it and realized that this function, surprisingly, was create bullets, or rather, making nails, by placing a piece of metal of about the same size inside the nail gun, and then consuming the power of evolution or directly consuming essence. It could be molded into the shape of a nail. It's not very fast. It takes about a minute to create a nail. But this solves once and for all the situation where once a nail is used up it becomes waste. Yang Chen was a bit surprised. Now he was no longer afraid of the problem of running out of nails. Although he still had more than 9,000 nails in reserve, he would run out sooner or later. And this new feature sort of solved his worries. In addition, the effective range had become 10 kilometers, and the maximum range had reached 30 kilometers, which was a great deal stronger than before. And there's more to this enhancement than just the nail gun. Because his evolutionary equivalent order had reached the second order, Yang Chen realized that his spirit towards super evolution had indeed changed as well. The first thing was that the spiritual core space had become more solid, and the diameter had changed from the original 100 meters to 130 meters. Secondly, the tombstone, which was only 6 meters in height, became 8 meters in height, 4 meters in width and 2 meters in thickness. These are clear manifestations of the spiritual evolution towards super evolution, and the range of spiritual energy extending outwards reached a 40-meter radius all of a sudden. It's definitely a huge boost. From this, it can be seen that the difference between the first and second orders is very great indeed, but there are still only 12 tombstones. In this regard, Yang Chen didn't know what the reason was, and didn't know how the number of tombstones should be increased. Is it hard to believe that you need to absorb the power of the evil spirits, like before, in order to increase? The thought flashed through his mind before he looked at Pang Min. Get ready. I'll help you raise to the second rank. Pang Min's delicate body shook as she hurriedly nodded her head. Yang Chen reminded. This time, eat the ferocious fowl meat first, and then eat the snowflake meat when the digestion speed can't keep up. Okay. Pang Min immediately took out the ferocious bird meat from her inner space, and since she was responsible for cooking the food, Yang Chen divided a portion for her to carry. Seeing that Pang Min started to eat the ferocious bird's meat raw in large mouthfuls, Yang Chen then once again inputted diffractive chi into her body. This time, as soon as the second order diffractive chi entered Pang Min's body, Pang Min immediately felt that hunger feeling from before reappear. And this time the hunger was even more intense. The meat of the ferocious bird that he had just eaten was actually digested in the blink of an eye. At that moment, she hesitantly looked at Yang Chen. I don't have much ferocious bird meat left here, so I guess I'll run out soon. And it's definitely not enough for me to use for my breakthrough. Then finish it and move on to the snowflake meat. Don't economize at this point. Yang Chen took out the dozen or so pounds of ferocious fowl meat he still had left here as well. And although his flesh ached, he said very firmly, after we become stronger, it will definitely be easier to find food as well. He firmly believed that he hadn't starved to death when he was an ordinary human, so it wasn't as if he had starved to death after becoming an evolved person instead. Okay. Pang Min had never doubted Yang Chen's words, and at the same time, she was beginning to develop confidence in herself, and when she heard this, she immediately continued to eat with a big mouthful, and as more and more food was digested, she was getting stronger and stronger, and her 5 senses were rapidly increasing. What surprised her, however, was that the quantity of evolutionary power did not increase with this increase in evolutionary level. It turned out to be an increase in quality. Unlike Yang Chen, who needed to wait for awakening chi, she did not. Under the constant catalyzing of diffractive chi, her promotion became even more drastic. It didn't take long for all the ferocious fowl meat to be finished, and she immediately began to take out the snowflake meat and gulp it down. Because evolution was optimization. So in Yang Chen's field of vision, Pang Min, who was already not bad looking, had more and more delicate features, a slimmer and more concave and convex figure, and more perfect lines. It was just over an hour before and after, and Pang Min's promotion was complete. I'm almost out of snowflake meat here, so although I can still continue to improve, I think I can stop for now. Pang Min said, while I have no doubt that we're much more capable of finding food now, it's still a good idea to keep some food for emergencies just in case. In particular, snowflake meat is not just food, but also a war material that can be used to quickly restore the power of evolution. Good thing too. Yang Chen immediately stopped channeling his diffractive chi. You seize the time to familiarize yourself with the power of the second stage, and if there are no accidents, we will leave this place tonight. Okay. Pang Min immediately quickly sensed his own situation. My spatial layers are the same as when I was at the limit of the first stage. Still 36 layers. But my defense has greatly improved, and now my range of perception extends to more than 30 meters, and my physical quality has also improved greatly. Yang Chen nodded. Remember not to spread the spatial barrier outside. just protect the shelter. With that said, he took out the strange arm guard that he had obtained from the golden wheel and once again drew on the energy from the crystallized bone marrow and began to strengthen this arm guard. The function of this arm guard was to input essence to create a very powerful chi shield of defense. They'll have to get out of here tonight, and it's best to stack another layer of defense just in case. He still had roughly 4,000 crystallized bone marrow with full energy on him, and his speed of creating diffractive chi was now greatly increased. If things went well, perhaps this evening, the progress bar for the 27-leveled curiosity shield would be full. This oddity arm guard was dropped from an elf monster, and being an elf monster oddity, it was very costly to use. As presented in the data display, the cost of use can be deleted once the progress bar is pulled full, though the level of the arm guard would also drop from level 27 to level 24, and the defense might be weakened a bit as well. But as long as you can delete the cost of using it, it's worth it. And in the process, he divided his mind into two, observing the two metal boxes inside the spatial folding bag with his mental power. One of the metal boxes completely isolated the mental power. And even now, he, who was already a second-stage evolver and with super-evolved mental power, was surprisingly unable to penetrate this box. Yang Chen studied it carefully, but realized that he had no idea how to open this box. This is definitely something good. It doesn't matter if you can't open it now. The big deal is that after refining it and giving birth to data, you can definitely open it. He turned to the other metal box. This metal box is much more ordinary, just a plain metal box. And what was stored inside was a bit out of his expectation. It was a whole box of paper, or research materials? It was because after his spiritual power penetrated the box and scanned the text on top of those papers, he found densely packed data and text. The large number of specialized terms in it confused him. The words on top of the paper, he recognized almost all of them, but put together, he couldn't read them at all. But his comprehension was pretty good, and after some even guessing, he could roughly tell. The information recorded on these papers seems to be about the reactions that objects of different sizes, moving through the atmosphere at different speeds, would have. This ordinary metal blows after moving through the atmosphere at a speed of 10 kilometers per second? Yang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly after seeing this description, because his Gauss invisible nail gun now shoots out nails that should reach a speed of 10 kilometers per second, and may even have exceeded 10 kilometers per second. That means that nowadays, if you shoot a nail again, it will have a trajectory. In this way, one's position is easily exposed. It doesn't seem to have much of an impact, though, because with the horrific power of today's nail guns, the nails that are shot produce an airburst and an ear-splitting whistling sound. Even without a ballistic trajectory, one's position is easily exposed, so it has little impact. Boom boom boom. At this time, another battle erupted in the distance. It should be that another hidden person had been found out. But the commotion appeared and stopped so quickly that the person who was supposed to find it was taken care of. This made Yang Chen's heart grow more and more grave, as there were more drones outside, searching in a carpet. From time to time, drones that emit infrared light can be seen flying overhead. There was even some moving humanoid metal that was passing through the neighborhood with something. Those moving humanoid metals Yang Chen didn't know what they were. They looked like elves and monsters. However, Pang Min's spatial barrier was very powerful, and they were never discovered. Time passed little by little, and the two ate snowflake meat to fill up when they were hungry, but they didn't sleep because they had to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Anyway, now that they were all second-order evolvers, a few days without sleep wouldn't affect them too much. When I was an ordinary person before, I could last 3 days and 3 nights without sleeping, let alone now. 27 levels of elfin wonders consume too much head. Finally, after the night had come and gone, when there were only about 2,000 pieces of crystallized bone marrow left, the progress bar for the arm guard pulled full. But it was at this point that an unexpected factor emerged. Pang Min's face was tense as he said, "That Koan came over this way. I sensed the spatial power in him. He might sense my spatial barrier as well." End of chapter. Congo Inc? Yang Chen looked up at the monitor screen. Sure enough, the Congo Inc that they had encountered outside the Congo safe zone, the one that had been pulling the strings, was heading this way. Pang Min had sensed the spatial power in Koan Gumo's body through same attribute sensing, not because the other party had entered Pang Min's sensing range. That Konu Mo was still 100 meters away right now, but if the other party didn't turn around, it wouldn't take long for them to arrive at the shelter's location. The other parties seemed to be in a high position, as a number of people were fawning around the other party. From what was vaguely heard, it seemed that because Koan Gumo could use the power of space to search the ground, Those people had to ask Koen Gumo to personally take action. Yang Chen turned the view of the surveillance screen, trying to find the location of the drone's control system. There were too many drones in the area, and no shortage of large drones with missiles mounted on them. If they could scrap those drones, their chances of escaping would be greatly increased. But there were no helicopters or any other large machinery in the vicinity at all, and there was no way to determine where the drone's controls were. Can you sense the evolutionary level of Kunwu Mo? Yang Chen asked. I can't sense it. There's a spatial barrier on him as well, and I feel that his rank should be very high. Pang Min said with some concern. Golden Will said that evolvers have a long lifespan, and although that Koen Mo looks young, I'm afraid that his real age isn't small anymore. Yang Chen naturally knows this. That guy's identity should be very high, if we can capture him as a hostage, but this can only be taken as one of the options. Wait and listen to my instructions to act. With that, he quickly looked at the information on the arm guard. Wondrous item arm guard LV. 24, 0%, wearing and consuming essence releases an air shield that lasts up to 3 seconds to block external attacks. No cooldown, the higher the level, the stronger the defense. The name changed and the level dropped 3 levels in a row. But at the same time the cost of using it disappeared. The disappearance of the cost of using it meant that the value of this elixir of wonders had definitely increased drastically. Yang Chen immediately wore it on his right lower arm and actively inputted his essence to first bring it to a level where it could instantly release the chi shield once before stopping. Without the cost of using it, you won't have to take it off as often in the future. You can wear it at all times and never have to worry about accidentally getting hurt. Immediately afterward, he took out the chaotic soul bead that he had strengthened out only a short while ago and quickly inputted diffractive chi to upgrade it. This time even if the item's grade was still low, he directly consumed the energy from the crystallized bone marrow to quickly create diffractive chi to strengthen the item. Koen Gomo and the others were getting closer and closer to this side. Finally, after the group approached within 50 meters, the level of the chaotic soul pearl reached level 2, and it was at this moment that Kunzumo suddenly raised an eyebrow at the location of the curiosity shelter. Later on, you try to see if you can tear the spatial barrier of Kunwu, but the first priority is still to defend our surroundings with all our might. Yang Chen put the chaotic soul bead into his pants pocket and once again took out the nail gun to check the number of nails. When he was sure that the number of nails was fine, he once again incorporated them into his left arm and looked at Kunwu on the monitor screen with an icy expression. By the way, this spatial folding pouch is placed in your inner space. It's not safe to put it on me because we might have to have a fierce battle later, so it'll be a loss if we drop it. He suddenly handed Pang Min the large spatial folding bag he was carrying. Just give me a normal spatial folding bag for my stuff. Okay. Pang Min put away this large spatial folding bag, then took out an ordinary spatial folding bag and handed it to Yang Chen. Putting away this space folding bag, Yang Chen continued to prepare. A space evolutionary? Interesting. Suddenly Koen Mo opened his mouth, and his voice was transmitted through the monitor screen into the interior of the shelter, while at the same time Yang Chen and the two of them saw him gesture. A man behind him who was all protected by thick metal armor nodded instantly. It was also at that moment that the drones in the area rapidly approached in that direction. The drone was operated by that man? This unexpected discovery caused Yang Chen to rejoice. It's now. He suddenly put away the curiosity shelter. Then without hesitation, he aimed a shot at the guy in the thick armor. Boom! In a flash of streaming light, the chest of the guy wearing thick armor instantly collapsed, and together with the armor, he flew out backwards like a cannonball. Under the shocked gaze of Koen Mo and the others, the man crashed through 7 or 8 people along the way, directly smashing into the thick snow 100 meters away. What? Not good. Koen Mo and the others' faces changed drastically, because as the man was blown away, all of the drones that were headed this way went straight out of control and started falling. On the opposite side, Yang Chen was first shocked at the terrifying defensive power of that armored man, but the next moment, he directly rushed towards the side with Pang Min. His spiritual power was instantly released, enveloping everyone as he shouted, "Don't move if you don't want to die." Koen Gumo and the others almost reflexively raised their hands in a surrender position. It's you? Kunwu Mo recognized Yang Chen at the first moment, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Yang Chen, I've searched so hard for you. Coincidentally, I've been looking for you too. Yang Chen sneered and fired nails at a person near him. Boom! That fifth-order revolver who had just made an attacking gesture was instantly shot and exploded. A flash of streaming light ran all the way through thousands of meters, piercing through a snowy peak in the distance. This attack power. Seeing this scene, Koen Mo's eyelids jumped straight up. Shock and ecstasy flashed in his eyes, while on the surface he continued. Don't get excited. I have no ill will towards you. On the contrary, I very much hope that you can join my Kwo clan. Join the Kungos as an ox and then continue to give you the opportunity to pull the strings? Yang Chen sneered. Take us out of here. This is your only chance to survive. You don't really think you've got me, do you? Kunzamo doesn't seem to be nervous at all. Yang Chen's heart was flabbergasted. And just then a stream of light shot from 1,000 meters away, pointing straight at his arm. Boom boom boom. Pang Min's space barrier was shot through 17 or 18 layers in a row, but that was all. Yang Chen's face turned cold as he hurriedly turned to look at a large drone 1,000 meters away and raised his hand to fire a shot. In a flash of streaming light, the large drone with a red light on it 1,000 meters away instantly burst into flames, its piercing whistling sound reaching out a long way. What? This accuracy! Kwo and the others' faces changed once again. Yang Chen suddenly turned around and shot nails towards Kwo-mo's feet. Boom! A spatial barrier appeared in front of Kwo-mo, but in the next moment it was directly blasted through, followed by his feet directly bursting open, and the snowy ground was shot out into a deep crater. No! Yang Chen, how dare you! Kwo screamed miserably and collapsed in the snow. The smile on his face finally disappeared. His face turned white and he stared at Yang Chen in front of him in shock and disbelief. At this time, a person behind him violently erupted, wanting to directly kill Yang Chen, but only just rushed out when he was blocked by Pang Min's spatial barrier and crashed into the ground. Yang Chen hurriedly turned his arm to shoot nails towards the man. Boom! The man's entire person instantly burst into pieces. A flash of streaming light was run through along with 4 or 5 people behind him, and the stream of light did not decrease in speed, instantly disappearing into the distant night sky. No! Yang Chen, stop! Don't! The rest of them were terrified, hastily throwing their hands up in the air, their legs trembling. The people of these clans can also be afraid of death, and are no better, if not worse, than the barren folk when it comes to a crisis of death, because several of them had surprisingly wet pants. In fact, it wasn't just the guys, but Kunzamo's pants were wet as well, perhaps because they were affected by Yang Chen's spiritual power. These people were more prone to mental breakdowns, and although Kwo had the power of space to block the effects of spiritual power, it wasn't much better. Perhaps it was the excruciating pain of having both feet burst into pieces, combined with the fear in his heart. This clan powerhouse who had been high and mighty a few days ago, pulling the strings outside of the Kwo safety zone, his entire being was currently filled with the emotion of fear, because he seemed to have just realized that the person in front of him didn't care if he lived or died, and if he was any tougher, the other party would not hesitate to kill him. Take us away. It's your last chance to live, or you can bet on whether or not we can escape on our own. Yang Chen's voice grew colder and colder. I broke my leg, Konomo said, his voice angry and fearful. Pang Min immediately beckoned, wrapping Kwo in a spatial barrier and forcibly pulling him over. She was now able to barely move the weight of a person. Kwo didn't dare to resist at all, even though he thought he could tear through this spatial barrier, but his ability needed to be stored up. However, after tearing this spatial barrier, he was not sure that he could instantly kill Yang Chen, and he would be the one to die then. He didn't even know that Pang Min's spatial barrier was not 1 layer, but 36 layers, and the one that was set on him was a full 9 layers. Brothers in the dark, take us away. Yang Chen suddenly shouted. Anyone else? Everyone's face changed slightly. Rumble. Just then the ground shook. Immediately after that, a huge stone monument slowly emerged from the ground, lifting Yang Chen and Pang Min, as well as Kwo, who was imprisoned by the spatial barrier, together. End of chapter. There really are people in the shadows. Who's this striking? Don't move. All calm down. Those who had flattered Kwo before could only watch with fear and anger in their hearts, but they didn't dare to make any movement at all. This was not their home base after all, and that Yang Chen's defense means seemed to be very strong. If they couldn't kill them instantly, they would be the ones to die. As for high-powered heat weapons, they didn't dare to use them because that would probably kill them along with them. Most of all, even if they could survive, if Kwo died in front of them to die, they would not be able to explain to the clan at all. If you don't want Kunzamo to die, don't have any petty thoughts. Yang Chen warned the people of the Kwo clan, and while maneuvering the 7 to 8 meter tall tombstone to move up quickly, he shouted, brothers around, if you don't flee at this moment, what's the time to wait for? He also didn't know if there were any other people hiding nearby, but it would naturally be best if someone could share the pressure. As they spoke, their speed had increased. The huge tombstone carried the 3 of them at a speed of more than 30 meters per second, moving noiselessly towards the darkness in the distance. To Yang Chen's surprise, There were really more than a dozen people climbing out of the snow in the distance, quickly rushing in different directions. I also wonder how on earth those guys avoided drone detection before. However, since those guys could hear him, they most likely also heard the previous conversation between him and Kwo Mo and knew his identity. Trouble. It looks like the name of hero will be even louder this time. Such troubles flashed through Yang Chen's mind. He really didn't want to be any hero. With that in mind, he covered himself with his shirt and quickly removed his nail gun to replenish the steel nails. Just as the steel spikes were replenished, a large number of drones approached the side in the distance, surrounding them from all sides. He hastily integrated the nail gun into his left arm, and with an icy face, he shot one of the large drones, shouting once again, "Come a little closer, and Kwo Mo will die." A flash of streaming light directly shot the 3-meter long and wide drone in the distance. However, the rest of the drones continued to approach unabated. Without hesitation, Yang Chen took out the preceptor blade and slashed at Kwo Mo's shoulder. Kwo Mo's face changed dramatically, hurriedly propping up the spatial barrier while striking out to catch the blade as fast as lightning. The moment the blade fell, his spatial barrier was suddenly forcefully torn apart by a quantity of spatial power. Just when he thought the arm was going to be gone, he realized that the blade had failed to cut into his palm. Yang Chen's face changed slightly, not only because of the power of the quitting blade produced by the quitting blade, but also because the strength of Kwo Mo's flesh was beyond expectation. The opposite side of Kwo Mo also froze, and then he was ecstatic. This Yang Chen's strength seemed to be far from as strong as he had imagined. "So you're that weak?" He instantly and violently snatched the quick killing blade, and with his other hand, he clenched his fist and blasted at Yang Chen. Boom! Yet he was greeted by a glowing nail. With a deafening loud noise, his spatial barrier was shot out once again, followed by his fist bursting into pieces. The terrifying kinetic energy blasted his shoulder all the way forward, causing him to scream and fly backwards. A 2-meter high, 1-meter wide air shield appeared out of thin air in front of Yang Chen, blocking the shockwave. "Get it back!" he droned. Famine immediately used the spatial barrier to wrap around Kwo Mo, who was flying backwards, and at the cost of one layer of the spatial barrier being shattered. The impact of flying backwards was removed with great difficulty, and then Kwo Mo was brought back to the top of the gravestone once again. This time, however, she placed Kwo Mo in the back, and they moved quickly to the other end of the tombstone, with more than 3 meters separating them. Yang Chen coldly straightened his left arm and pointed his fist at Kwo Mo's head. Don't kill me." Kwo Mo's mouth spilled blood and his face turned white. His heart was shaken and fearful, and there was also some regret that he was too impulsive, because he reacted. This Yang Chen's attack power didn't seem to have anything to do with his opponent's evolutionary level. The opponent should be using some kind of strange object rather than relying on his own evolutionary ability. At this moment, he only had one arm left. His feet had been blasted to pieces before, and now his other arm along with his shoulder had burst into pieces, and blood was pouring out. It was also that he was an incomparably strong life force as a 6th-order evolver, otherwise he would have fainted long ago. And at that moment, Famine once again used the spatial barrier to forcefully snatch the quitting knife from Kwo Mo's hand. The main reason was that Kwo Mo didn't dare to resist anymore. It wasn't like his psychic ability was a melee-type ability, and a knife in his hands couldn't even give him a sense of security. "Make the drone stop." 3. Yang Chen's voice was indifferent. Kwo Mo's face changed slightly, and then he couldn't help but curse. "Kwo, you bastard. Quickly make the drone stop, or else you won't have a good ending even if I die." The drones that were rapidly encircling this way slowed down quite a bit, but didn't come to a complete stop. 2. Yang Chen spoke again. In the process, the huge tombstone did not stop, moving towards the darkness with unabated speed, but the drones were in hot pursuit, following far behind just 300 or 400 meters away, seemingly ready to fire at any moment. Cold sweat broke out on Kwo Mo's forehead as he angrily yelled, "Kwo order! That Congo order should be the one who secretly controls the drones, or the one who can command and control those drones." Along with Kwo Mo's roar, a voice suddenly came from the distance. "Yang Chen, do you know the consequences of going against the clan? Now immediately release Kwo Mo. I can give you the chance to run for 10 minutes first." The person who spoke would be the Congo order, who himself was nowhere to be found, and was transmitting his voice through a drone. "Looks like that guy wants you dead." Yang Chen spoke in a cold voice. "Ready to kill Kwo Mo, then bring Famine to hide in the spiritual space between reality and reality. The force field core is most likely in his hands. Kwo Mo orders that if you destroy the force field core, you will die as well." Suddenly Kwo Mo roared. At once, the speed of those drones stagnated, and those in the shadows seemed to hesitate. Force field core? Could it be that metal box that can't be penetrated by mental power? Yang Chen's heart stirred, but he didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either, mainly because he couldn't be sure. Judging from Koen Gumo's tone and the hesitation of the person in the dark, that so-called force field core seemed to be precious beyond one's imagination. Even his own super-evolved spiritual power couldn't penetrate it, so there was a high probability that in that box, it was really that so-called force field core. It left him with mixed feelings, one of surprise and the other of worry, because if that so-called force field core was really too precious, he was afraid that the trouble behind him would be endless. However, on second thought, he himself was already feuding with the Kuan Wu clan, and this time, he even crippled an important member of the Kuan Wu clan in front of so many people. There is basically no room for détente between the two sides. So, it doesn't matter. Lice don't itch. Yang Chen, hand over the force field core and I can make the decision to let you go. Kun will order. Vouch for it in my name. And all those who heard this can testify to it. Once again, the sound of the Kungo order came from the distance. What the clan says to the desolate folk cannot be trusted. Pang Min couldn't help but warn. Yang Chen naturally couldn't possibly believe the words of the Kuan Wu order. His voice was icy cold as he said loudly, I did snatch some things before. There are some boxes that I can't open. Whether or not they're the so-called force field cores in there I don't know. But if you follow me again, I can't guarantee that I'll not destroy those boxes. Yang Chen, it's useless for you to take the force field core, because that kind of instrument needs to use nuclear fusion in order to drive it. And it also needs a large number of experts to maintain it regularly. Otherwise it will easily break down. At the top of the tombstone, 3 meters away, Koen Mo said in a deep voice, that instrument is much more important than me. You'd better hand it over or your troubles will be endless and the clan will hunt you to the heavens. Are you reminding me that you're useless? Yang Chen said indifferently. Not. I still have a use for it. Kunwo Mo's face changed, and he hurriedly said, I know the approximate location of the Kunwu order, and the clans have identity cards that can sense each other. So if he really dares to fire a cannonball at us without regard to my death, I'll tell you his location. It looked like there was no ironclad within the clan, at least within the Quincy. Let me leave first. We'll talk about the rest later. I'm not interested in the so-called force field core. I just want to live well. Yang Chen said, speaking loudly again. Don't let me see the drones chasing me again, or I'll think you want me to destroy those crates, and you can try to see if I can destroy the crates before I'm killed by you. For the sake of his own little life, Koen Mo immediately cooperated and said loudly, let him leave first. I will follow him and wait for you to bring something over to trade. His words seemed to actually work, and the drones in the rear came to a complete stop. The huge tombstone quickly moved away, disappearing completely into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the dark snowy mountains, a young man said in a cold voice to the drone in front of him, go get Kunu Mo. He'll bring back the force field core. End of chapter. The giant tombstone moved noiselessly through the snowy mountains at night, moving at a speed that far exceeded an ordinary person's full-force frenzy. There were no more drones chasing after them, and the Quincy seemed to actually let them leave. But Yang Chen wasn't careless in the slightest. He told Pang Min to focus on Kunwo Mo, while he himself paid attention to all the winds and grasses around him. Because of the bad impression he had always had of the clan, he did not believe that the Kungo clan would just let them go. If that so-called force field core was truly precious enough, perhaps the Koan Wu clan would have instead continued to send strong men to hunt them down, only not daring to forcefully kill them up because they were afraid of throwing their weight around. That is to say, even now, they have not completely escaped and are still in a huge whirlwind of crisis. One slip up, and it's a powder keg. Time passes. In the blink of an eye it was 3 hours that had passed. Yang Chen was secretly surprised in his heart because they were still in the snowy mountains. Surprisingly, they hadn't left the snowy mountain area yet. This Mount Kunwa was also too big. Just the snowy mountain area at the top of the mountain was surprisingly that big. But it seemed right when they thought about it. It had taken them a full day to climb close to the top of the mountain in the first place. It's normal for a big mountain that high to be wider at the top. Luckily, though, by this time they were already going downhill, and it shouldn't be long before they could leave the snowy mountain region. Suddenly a flurry of snowflakes sprinkled down from the sky in increasing numbers. Yang Chen was happy in his heart and secretly looked forward to it. Sure enough, the flurries were getting bigger and it was starting to get windy. Hoo hoo hoo. The light snow turned into heavy snow, and the heavy snow turned into a blizzard that directly obscured the view. Yang Chen and Pang Min were both overjoyed. With the blizzard covering them, they would have a greater hope of escaping. The clan's kind of drones, though, seemed to be unaffected by the storm, or minimally so. The more he came into contact with the clan, Yang Chen realized that the strength of the clan became more and more astonishing, exceeding his predictions time and time again. There are legends that the clan's technology is all the tip of the iceberg that remains from a once prosperous era, and according to Huyen Lingxi, the clan was formed by people from the refuge. It just so happens that the sanctuary was built by a former prosperity era, so that legend should be true. It was a little hard for him to imagine just how prosperous the once prosperous epoch had been. Actually, with your abilities, joining my Koan Wu clan would be the best choice. Suddenly Koan Gumo, who had been silent, spoke. Even if he only had one arm left, he had held out until now without fainting. One could only say that he was worthy of being a sixth-order revolver. Shut up if you don't want to die, Yang Chen said in a cold voice. You don't think you can kill me now, do you? Kun Zamo laughed. Do you know what my abilities are? Spatial tunneling and the spatial barrier that protects it. If it wasn't for the fact that long-distance teleportation takes a long time to prepare and the need to get back what you have on you, I would have already been too lazy to accompany you in your act. BIU. Yang Chen directly raised his hand and fired a shot, ready to settle this guy who wanted to cause trouble. The resultant stream of light flickered and passed straight through Kunzamo's body, disappearing into the darkness of the blizzard. And Koan Mo was unharmed. Not only that, a space folding bag appeared in his hand. Yang Chen subconsciously touched his body and realized that the ordinary space folding bag he was carrying had disappeared. He was in a state of shock. When did this guy take it? I'll take the stuff back first. Yang Chen, I'll visit you in the dungeon of the Koan Wu clan, and I'll be sure to treat you well then. Koan Mo sneered and suddenly disappeared into thin air. Pong Min, Yang Chen hurriedly shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The spatial barrier spread out by Pang Min was shattered layer by layer and restored one after another. Also in the next second, the Koan Mo that had just disappeared suddenly appeared 30 meters away, and was bounced back by a spatial barrier that was visible to the naked eye. How is it possible? Why are there so many layers of space? Koan Gumo dropped out with a miserable scream, his face full of disbelief, and was immediately yanked back by Pong Min, whose face was white with rage due to his immense exertion. His face instantly lost its blood color completely, and the only remaining hand that grasped the space folding bag struggled frantically. Suddenly so arrogant. You don't think you can escape, do you? Yang Chen laughed coldly. His eyes contained anger as he once again aimed at this smug fellow and fired the nail without hesitation. He was really taken aback just now, thinking that this guy was really going to run off with an empty space folding bag. Spare my life. Koan Mo's face changed greatly. How arrogant he was just now. How wretched he is now. Boom. However, this time there were no more surprises, and a flash of streaming light directly shot his head off. The terrifying kinetic impact carried his headless body flying backwards like a cannonball, and the moment he was about to disappear into the blizzard he was suddenly grabbed by a figure. The moment the figure grabbed Koan Mo's headless body it once again dodged to fish out the space folding bag that had been blasted out by the shockwave. Baiyu. Yang Chen hurriedly shot the nail again. However, this time the nail surprisingly shot empty again. The stream of light penetrated the guy's body without causing any damage to the guy. Immune to physical damage? Yang Chan's face changed slightly. Bang! The figure rushed towards them with a flash, only to be stopped by Pang Min's spatial barrier 30 meters away. It's now! Attack! Pang Min yelled. Boom! Yang Chen shot the nail again, and this time the figure's chest exploded, screaming miserably as it flew backwards and disappeared into the blizzard. And just then, the drones that had disappeared once again caught up with them and began firing their shells. Shoo! 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 A cannonball trailing a long tail flame exploded into the air. Just at that moment the fast-moving giant tombstone appeared ahead of the bottomless cliff. Without hesitation, Yang Chen hugged Peng Min and jumped violently. Boom 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 boom. The huge tombstone behind them was instantly blown to pieces by the dense artillery shells. The terrifying blast shockwave shattered Peng Min's layers of spatial barriers. Don't stop us from falling, Yang Chen said quickly. Aha! Peng Min's face was nervous as she clung onto Yang Chen's waist and kept falling along with him. Through the scanning of her spatial power, she already knew that this was the very edge of the snowy mountains, and the cliffs were icy mountain cliffs, and they just happened to rush out of the range of the blizzard the moment they fell off the cliffs. Unsurprisingly, the black wind sands should already be visible from here during the day. Yang Chen's mental power had been released in full force to scan the situation on the cliff. Just moments before they fell 100 meters below, he suddenly grabbed a handful of ice from the cliff and took out the odd shelter to place it. The next moment the two disappeared at the same time, while a slowly writhing ice sculpture suddenly appeared on the cliff. This ice sculpture gradually became exactly the same as the surrounding ice cream in both shape and color, completely blending into the environment. It was also at that moment that dense shells once again fell from above the cliff. These cannonballs, which were only the size of a fist but were immensely powerful, swept past the ice sculptures at an astonishing speed and covered towards the bottom of the snowy mountain. Boom boom boom. Soon, there was a dense, large explosion over 200 meters below the shelter's camouflaged ice sculpture. The deafening roar was accompanied by terrifying vibrations that caused many of the ice blocks on the cliffs to crumble and collapse. Even the uppermost snow of the crags was shaken to the point of avalanches. But the shelter's camouflaged ice sculpture seems to be sheltered by a special power nearby, and the place is safe and sound. And after the ice fell around them, the oddity shelter once again slowly wriggled and automatically molded itself a little bit closer to the shape of the ice around it, blending into the environment once again. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Yang Chen and Pang Min were directly thrown to vomit blood under the huge impact. Although they appeared out of thin air inside the shelter, the impact of that fall from 100 meters in the air would not go away. Fortunately, they were all second-order evolvers, and although none of their abilities were in the area of enhancing their physical bodies were far beyond ordinary people. Even Yang Chen, who had the most fragile physical body, had reached more than 400 kilograms of pure strength after advancing to a second-stage evolver. Pang Min's pure strength had even reached at least 600 kilograms, which was considered to have a gigantic strength of 1,000 pounds. As such, the injuries of the two weren't too serious after falling from that high. Yang Chen was even more under the constant source of diffractive chi treatment, and when he struggled to get up, he had almost recovered. Eat the snowflake meat and I'll heal you. He let Pang Min eat the snowflake meat and then input diffractive chi into the other party's body. Originally, diffractive chi was not able to heal others, but in the process of catalyzing evolution, others' bodies would spontaneously repair their injuries, which was considered to be a disguised healing ability. So soon, Pang Min's injuries were also healed. Even the internal dark wounds from the fall were all gone. This is today's 10 shifts have been served. Begging for monthly votes. End of chapter. That's enough. Don't waste any more resources. Now that we can't see a huge increase in our strength in a short period of time, the snowflake meat has to be kept for hunger. Pang Min rationally said, you shouldn't be able to promote to the third rank in a short period of time either, right? That will most likely be the same as before. Unable to help me advance to the third rank in a short period of time. And even if we both advance to the third rank, it won't be very effective in front of the clan. Didn't you say before that the fourth rank super evolver, Huyan Lingxi, was severely injured under the bombardment of the Kunwo clan's artillery fire? Although I didn't see the process of Huyan Lingxi's injury with my own eyes, she was indeed in a state of serious injury when I first saw her. Yang Chen nodded his head and stopped the input of diffractive chi. The Kunwo clan should have thought that they had retrieved the so-called force field core before, and that's why they were preparing to drive us to extinction. But it won't take long for them to realize that that spatial folding pouch is empty, and I'm afraid that we'll have to hide here for a while longer, because at that time, he only had a space folding pouch on him that could hold things. That Koan Mo might have a special means to communicate with the outside. After Koan Mo got his hands on the space folding bag, the secretive Koan will order instantly sent someone to receive it, and then didn't hesitate to kill. But surely the other side would soon realize they had been duped. That's why snowflake meat can't go to waste anymore, Pang Min said. Though her powers leaned towards defense, even after her super evolution, and with her abilities unlocked, after becoming a super evolutionary, her defense instantly skyrocketed dozens of times. But her rank was ultimately too low to be of much use against the clan, a second-ranked super evolutionary. In particular, they didn't have the means of flight that Huyan Lingxi had, so even if they could resist the bombardment of the shells for a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. If he could not escape quickly, the end would surely be very miserable. I know, even if I wanted to continue to help you improve, there's no way to do so. There aren't enough resources. There was no need for Pang Min to say this. Yang Chen was also clear about it. He looked at the surveillance screen on the wall, at the shells that were still falling like rain outside, and looked very grave. I should have taken the supplies on Koan Gomo before, but then he might have been acting and might not have cooperated. Yang Chen's heart secretly ached, although he didn't know if there was any food inside the supplies on Koan Mo. But what if there was? The snowflake meat on their bodies, even if it was only used for daily starvation, could it best support them for about a month? If the Kungo clan couldn't find the core of the force field, they were afraid that they wouldn't give up at all. If it was used as a resource to raise the level of evolution, It would be used up in a day at most. And even if all of it was used up, even with the nearly 4,000 energy-filled crystallized bone marrow he had on him, it would at best only help Peng Min raise to the middle of the second stage. After becoming a super evolutionary? Although Peng Min's defense had skyrocketed dozens of times at once, the resources needed to become stronger were also more numerous. Mid-second stage. Not much use at all against that carpet bombardment from the clan. This was still a case where they hadn't seen the clan's high-powered weapons. If the clan used a high-powered weapon, Peng Min's little bit of defense would not be enough. I'm afraid. In addition, Kungos had suffered a loss once before, so he was afraid that he would not expose the person who was controlling the drone cluster to his view again, and would not give him another chance to paralyze those combat drones. Boom 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 boom. Once again there was a dense explosion from below the cliffs, causing the ice on the crags to crumble. The shelter shook slightly and seemed to have the tendency to fall at any moment, making the two people inside the shelter a little unsteady on their feet. You're okay with this oddity shelter, right? Peng Min worried. I don't know. I'll reinforce it. Yang Chen couldn't care about the matter of wasting or not wasting. He hurriedly consumed the crystallized bone marrow and began to strengthen the shelter. Meanwhile, the uppermost part of the cliff. There are still snowflakes flying here, as this is still the highest part of Mount Kuno, and the blizzard is still there. The youth whose appearance was no more than 25 or 26 years old, and whose real age was hard to guess, walked out from the blizzard, and came to the edge of the cliff under the protection of dozens of evolvers of at least the 3rd rank, with the strongest being as much as the 6th rank. Dare to go against my Kwo Wu clan. This is what happens. Kwo Wu Ling's face was icy cold, and he didn't care about Kwo Wu Mo's death in the slightest. Anyway, there were many talents within the Kwo Wu clan, so it wasn't bad to have such a 6th order evolver. Even though there were rumors before that Kwo Mo was one of the most promising members within the Kuno clan to unlock their abilities and become a super evolutionary. But it's just one of those things, and he's one of those things. Within the Kwo Wu clan, there were hundreds of seeds that had been selected, and the competitiveness bossed up. Now that Kwo Mo is dead, it's the perfect time to give up the resources. But although he didn't care if Kwo Mo lived or died, he cared about that Yang Chen. A desolate folk evolver who dared to threaten the clan and wanted to take away the force field core by force was simply not knowing how to die. Keep bombing me. Don't let him have any chance of escape. His voice was icy cold, and although he hadn't shown himself before, he was infuriated by that lowly desolate folk's threat. A lowly desolate folk evolutionary dared to threaten the clan. He would let that guy die without a burial place. Thousands of combat drones flew out of the blizzard, sweeping wildly toward the bottom of the cliffs or firing artillery shells in direct carpet coverage. Although the clan had also begun to experience a food crisis in recent years, there were countless resources of all kinds, such as artillery shells, and there was no need to be afraid of wasting them. That Yang Chen's ability was important, but it wasn't indispensable to the clan. The clan is really only looking at that strong single-player long-range attack. After all, it takes a special talent to maneuver a cluster of drones, and it requires the modification of a human being that Lord Kungo order. It's not good. Suddenly a 6th order revolver covered in blue smoke arrived from the back of the storm. His face tense as he said, "There's no force field instrument inside that spatial folding bag." What? How could that be? Didn't Kwo Mo say that among those two, only Yang Chun had a spatial folding bag on him? Kungo order's face changed drastically. Stop. Stop. He was terrified. If he blew up the force field core, the patriarchs within the clan would never spare him. The overwhelming bombardment stopped at once, and all of these people from the Kwo Wu clan were all flustered and disoriented. What now? What should we do now? With that kind of intensive bombardment just now, even if a high-level evolved person comes, they are afraid that they will have to suffer a great loss. That Yang Chen and his duo can never be high-level evolved persons, and they are afraid that their corpses will be gone long ago. No matter what, go look for it, and make sure you find the force field core. Quick, get down there and find. The group was tense, as was the Kungo order. Immediately, those drones hovering above the cliff quickly flew down. Suddenly someone asked, since Kwo Mo said that on those two people, only Yang Chen has a spatial folding bag on his body, and there is no force field core inside this spatial folding bag, could it be that they didn't get the force field core at all? It's not impossible, but what if? Indeed, no matter what, it cannot be spared. A group of people were discussing, and suddenly another person looked at the Kwo order. My lord, have you captured the rest of the people? The Kungo order immediately looked at the man who was covered in blue smoke. The man who was covered in blue smoke stammered and replied, at that time, all the attention was placed on Yang Chen, and that the remaining dozen or so people are all evolved above the fourth order, and they are the most skilled at escaping and hiding. So we lost them. Waste. The Kwo order was furious. Didn't I tell you to catch those people? If you can't even do this, what the hell are you guys doing? We were close to catching one. But you said you were going to pick up Kunzumo. The smoldering man stammered his reply. Kwo Ling felt like he was going to be pissed off, but at that moment he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked again, "What's inside that spatial folding bag?" "Nothing." The sixth-ranked evangelist, who was covered in blue smoke, replied, "The space inside that spatial folding bag is just the right size to fit the box that holds the force field core." "You mean?" He seemed to understand something. Then Yang Chen must have thrown everything else away to specifically make room for the force field core. Kwo Ling was overjoyed and said, "He hid in a place for a long time before he showed up. Maybe the stuff was hidden in its original place by him. Even if it wasn't in situ, it must have been on the way to escape. It should have been quietly taken out and thrown away while we weren't paying attention. That guy is very cunning. Maybe he already knew that Kunwo Mo possessed the ability to steal other people's belongings." He felt that was the most logical explanation. First shift of the day. Begging for monthly votes. After it hits the shelves, the number of updated chapters will increase to 3 per day, and the word count of each chapter will remain between 2,400 and 3,000 points, which means that the number of updated words per day will remain between 8,000 and 10,000 words. Updates will be placed at 8 a.m., 12 p.m. and 8 p.m. Also, one more chapter for every 100 votes increase in the number of monthly votes. The number of rewards scattered add up to a total of every additional 20,000 book coins plus a chapter, while if a single item reward 10,000 book coins or more, an average of 10,000 book coins will add a chapter. The reason why there is a difference between scattered and single item is because a single one-time reward of 10,000 book coins seems to have a monthly ticket giveaway. This promise is placed here and will never be reversed. Thank you, reader bosses, for your support. End of chapter. This is 400 to 500 kilometers this way. Our manpower is simply not enough. On the opposite side, the sixth-ranked evolver with blue smoke all over his body couldn't help but say, "And it's snowing right now, so it might have been covered in snow a long time ago." Then go back and mobilize the men. Mobilize the drones. Kungo order roared, about to cry at the stupidity of this one. Yes, subordinate will go. Now, the sixth-order evangelist, who was covered in blue smoke, hurriedly turned around and dug into the blizzard. "My lord, we are now at war with the Huyen clan. I am afraid that we cannot mobilize so many manpower and drones," someone cautioned. "And with all this fuss, it's easier to let the senators know we're not doing our job well." "Which? I'm not in charge of the war with the Huyen clan, so what does it have to do with me?" The Kungo order was unconcerned about this. "I'm just having the portion of power that belongs to me mobilized. It won't have any effect on the war. Not to mention," he looked expressionlessly at the group of people who followed him, "now that Koan Mo is dead, the main person in charge of retrieving the supplies falls to me by the way. If I can't retrieve the force field core, you all will follow me into bad luck." Compared to this, the harshness of the district's misbehavior is nothing at all. At once, the group of people who followed the Kuan Wu order all changed their faces slightly. Indeed, the harshness of merely doing a bad job was nothing compared to the severity of the loss of the force field core. "All clear?" the Kunu order said. "If you understand, immediately use your resources and deploy more forces to come and find the force field core, or else all of us will be in bad luck." After a pause, he added, "It's best to transfer some spatial evolvers over." That Yang Chen's companions seemed to be spatial evolvers who were the best at hiding, although I don't really think that they could have survived the previous big explosion. But just as a precaution, Shelter of Curiosities LV, 12, 0%. Hidden mode, life mode. The shelter is up to level 12, though the profile information hasn't changed at all. Yang Chen carefully sensed it and found that what had changed was the defense and the range of ingestion for resources, as well as the hiding effect. The defense is simple. When placed, an area around it is bound, making the ground around it stronger and less likely to be damaged. The scope of ingestion of resources is currently limited to the ingestion of temporary stocks of water. For example, if there is snow or ice around, it will be filtered and ingested for temporary storage by the power of the shelter. Even groundwater can be ingested, provided, of course, that there is groundwater around and it's right in the range that the shelter can ingest. It was worth mentioning that through careful sensing, Yang Chen discovered something. But any water that can be ingested and stored in is water that meets drinking standards and is water that the shelter can filter. Perhaps it was because the main function of this curious shelter was shelter, so it didn't allow water that was harmful to people to enter the tank. As for why the shelter was able to recognize toxins of a very high grade, Yang Chen wasn't sure. The final change in the hidden effect is that the color, etc., is more perfect and blends into the environment better. Yang Chen, the bombing outside has stopped. At this time, Pang Min, who had been observing the outside through the monitor screen, spoke out. But the Kwo clan sent a large number of drones down. You keep watching and focus on finding the kind of armored people from before. Yang Chen didn't stop his hands while saying, that kind of armored person is most likely the one who mainly controls the drones. As long as we can paralyze those drones, our chances of escaping will be greater. I know. I've been looking for it, but I can't manipulate the monitor screen view of your shelter here. Pang Min said, I think the Kwo clan should be on the defensive. It's unlikely that they would suffer twice in the same matter. There's always something to work on. I'll handle the manipulation of the shelter. Yang Chen decided to share some of the awakening chi to Pang Min after the level of the shelter reached the awakening state of level 20. Anyway, unsurprisingly, apart from the first level 20 awakened state item that could cause one's physical quality to show a substantial increase, the later ones should all be like the previous items in the 10th level awakened state, with only a small boost to oneself. That boost doesn't help much at all, and you don't need to fight in close quarters. Might as well give Pang Min some control of the shelter, so he didn't have to do it himself every time he opened and closed the door. In particular, with Pang Min having control of the shelter, at times like now, it would be more convenient to keep watch. Suddenly a large drone with infrared scanning rays turned on approached this way. Spatial barrier. Yang Chen hastily reminded. It's been maintained. Pang Min said. However, if I keep maintaining the spatial barrier, the consumption will also be great. And I'm afraid that the time our snowflake meat can support us will be very short. Don't be afraid to get wasted at a time like this. You always have to avoid the immediate danger first. Seeing that the large drone outside didn't stay, Yang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, there's always a way. I'll figure it out together. 2. Pang Min searched through her inner space, and after some searching, she suddenly took out the space-folding bullet. This item, she carefully sensed it while trying to refine it with her evolutionary power. Time passes slowly. Below the cliff, a large number of drones kept spreading out and expanding their search. What worried the two was that instead of decreasing in the slightest, the drones of the Kwo clan seemed to have increased a lot. A large number of drones searched back and forth, even on the crags, and it was clear that the Kongos were being very cautious. Luckily, though, the space barrier and shelter were so effective that even if a drone passed by the neighborhood from time to time, it didn't spot them, because Yang Chen was now a second stage evolver. The speed of drawing energy and converting it into diffractive chi was much faster. So, the upgrading speed of the shelter, too, was much faster. In half a night's time, the level of the shelter came directly to level 15. Finally, the difficult night passed, and gradually the light of day appeared outside. What made the two men wonder was that as the sky became brighter and brighter, the scenery on Mount Kunwo could already be seen and the visibility was getting higher and higher. But the bottom of Mount Kunwo was still pitch black. The black sea of clouds was boundless, as black as ink, as if it had been splashed with ink, and it seemed as if there were countless demons and elves lurking inside. Is that the black wind and sandy land there? Pang Min was surprised. Is the black wind and sand really black? It's too soon to tell. Yang Chen was also a bit puzzled. The sea of clouds outside might just be dust covering the sky. Have you noticed? This side of Mount Kunwo, the wind seems to be very strong. Pang Min naturally noticed it as well. And even though they were still at the top of the mountain, they could still feel the howling gale, and as the day grew brighter, dust storms were visible crossing the area a few thousand meters down from the ice from time to time. Even the drones of the Kongos don't want to go into those sandstorm areas. This scene made Pang Min's heart flutter, thinking of a way to escape. It was also at this moment that Yang Chen suddenly felt a palpitation, and even the spiritual core space fluctuated. This is a sign of the emergence of a great crisis. I suddenly have a very bad feeling about this. He frowned and said, the Kongos may have found a way to find us, or found a way to target us. Pang Min's face changed slightly as he held up the spatial folding bomb, and said, I thought of a way. This spatial folding bomb might work, but I'm not sure. How does it work? Yang Chen asked in a hurry. The space folding bomb was a disposable item he had created before, and the only disposable item he had gotten out so far. The effect is that the only way to use it is to have a spatial evolved person who can throw it and cause folding damage. But how much damage this folding did, he wasn't sure. Perhaps it had something to do with the strength of the user. As the one who strengthened out this item himself, he should be able to use it himself, but since he didn't have the power of space, the effect of using it would probably be very weak. It was also for this reason that he gave this item to Peng Min. Peng Min explained, using it at my normal evolutionary level, I can fold a 100-meter area into 1 meter, but I'm a super evolutionary, and this area can be enlarged by 36 times, but I researched it for a long time last night, and I found out that it can be folded in one direction after sacrificing most of the killing power. How is it a one-way fold? Yang Chen's heart fluttered. It's just folding in one direction, only the distance, not the area. Peng Min said, that is to say, with my current strength, if I go all out, I can collapse a distance of 3,600 meters into 1 meter, and we can instantly span a distance of 3,600 meters. The drones of the Kunwa clan don't seem to be able to enter into a sandstorm, so as long as we are able to instantly enter into the area of the sandstorm, we should be able to escape. It's even possible? Yang Chen's face was delighted as he hurriedly asked, what is the difficulty? End of chapter. It's the lack of distance. 3,600 meters. Not enough to reach the sandstorm area. Peng Min said, I've carefully observed that we are at least 5,000 meters away from the sandstorm area. If it's only 3,600 meters, we still need to run for more than 1,000 meters. And during that time, we will definitely be discovered by the Kunwa clan's drones. More than 1,000 meters. Of their running speed, they absolutely can't catch up with the drones of the Kunwa clan. Not even if you use a tombstone to get around. Not to mention the fact that those drones can fire artillery shells. Once discovered, they will surely die. Then go ahead and raise the evolutionary level. Yang Chen hurriedly said, eat the snowflake meat, don't save it. As long as we can escape, with our strength, we can definitely find food. Aha! Peng Min hurriedly took out the snowflake meat and took a big bite. Yang Chen, on the other hand, once again drew on the energy in the crystallized bone marrow, converting it into diffractive chi and inputting it into Peng Min's body, catalyzing the re-evolution of Peng Min's body. In the thick snow at the uppermost part of the cliff, the 6th-ranked evolver who had left earlier with his body covered in blue smoke returned once again. Lord Kungo order. I questioned the experts within the clan, and the experts said that the case that preserves the core of the force field is made of critical metal, and it's not that easy to break. He quickly said. The experts also said that the force field core isn't that fragile and can be fired without fear. And with the critical metal safe protecting it, even an attack from a high-level evolver above the 7th rank won't be easy to destroy. Critical metal? The Kuan-Wu order was surprised. This kind of metal was naturally known to him as one of the proud achievements of the Prosperity era. Underground shelters are built with critical metals, rumored to be intact even if a nuclear bomb falls close enough to explode. Unfortunately, though, the critical metals that remain in each sanctuary are very scarce. Told you so. If I had known that the case holding the force field core was made of critical metal, I would have used a high-powered weapon before. Kungo Order had a look of surprise on his face. However, at this time, the 6th Order evangelist who was covered in blue smoke spoke again. The patriarch above has already known the matter of the loss of the force field core, and is very angry, demanding that we must retrieve the core of the force field within 1 day. Otherwise, your treatment will be downgraded by 1 level, and we will all be implicated in the incident. The surprise on Kuan Wu Ling's face instantly disappeared, and there was some anger in his heart. But at this time, he didn't have time to pursue who told on him, and hurriedly said, hurry up and mobilize high-powered weapons. What incendiary bombs, thermobaric bombs, cloudburst bombs, all the damn things, and melt the snow and ice around the crash site in Yang Chen's escape route, including here, and magnify the range 100-fold. Yes, yes. Everyone around them changed their faces slightly, knowing that the Kuan-Wu Order was really angry. As a steady stream of diffractive chi entered his body, and as more and more snowflake meat was digested, Peng Min's aura grew stronger and stronger. However, there was still quite a distance to the middle of the 2nd stage, and at this time, Yang Chen could feel that the sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger, accompanied by palpitations, and the mental space was constantly rippling. Well, how close is it? As he spoke, he kept turning the view of the monitor screen to look for the source of the crisis, wanting to see if he could nip it in the bud before it broke out. By this time, Peng Min had already finished the last piece of snowflake meat and said with an ugly face, the energy needed for a 2nd stage super evolver is more than I imagined, and strangely enough, the number of my spatial barriers didn't increase, and all that has increased is the range of my perception and the amount of evolutionary power. That Huyen Lingxi said that super evolution is just like normal evolution. It needs to be unlocked slowly and can't be achieved overnight. Yang Chen spoke extremely fast and said, your current enhancement should only be an enhancement of the normal evolutionary rank. It's not possible for super evolution to enhance again so simply. The reason why it enhanced so quickly when it was at the first rank before was probably due to accumulation. He thought of his awakening chi, which he had previously input a large amount of in one breath into Pang Min's body. Though even up until now, he wasn't sure if Pang Min's super evolution was due to his own awakening chi or the influence of the power of that divinizer. But there's no way to get weight gas to verify it anytime soon now. The snowflake meat is finished. What should we do? Seeing Yang Chen anxious, Pang Min was also anxious. I'll help you with the energy from the crystallized bone marrow. Yang Chen immediately input a large amount of energy from the crystallized bone marrow first before continuing to transform the diffractive chi into Pang Min's body. Only when this energy was automatically swallowed up by Pang Min's body evolution did he continue to input energy again. So on and so forth. The crystallized bone marrow in his body continued to diminish, while Pang Min's aura grew stronger and stronger, getting closer and closer to the middle stage of the second rank. And in Pang Min's senses, the range of his own perception was getting bigger and bigger, gradually approaching 40 meters, and the amount of evolutionary energy was also getting bigger and bigger, but the number of spatial barriers was always only 36 layers, and it seemed that this was the limit of what her super evolution could unlock. Finally, a stirring from the depths of the soul appeared. She felt that her evolutionary level had increased by a considerable amount, and her perception range was enlarged to a radius of 50 meters at once. I'm in the middle of the second stage, she said happily, taking out the space-folding bullet to sense it as she did so. How is it? Yang Chen asked, his heart growing more and more anxious. Even if the crystallized bone marrow was almost consumed this time, there was no time for physical pain. This was because the rippling in the space of his spiritual core became even more intense, and a large number of ripples like water ripples appeared. It was as if a great terror was about to appear. And just then, the surveillance screen showed that the drones outside were actually withdrawing quickly. I'm now able to fold an area of 150 meters using this spatial weapon without using the super evolution overlay, Pang Min said in surprise. If you use super evolution stacking, sacrifice folding damage, and only use it to rush, you will be able to instantly cross up to 5,400 meters. Boom 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 boom. It was also at this moment that a deafening roar suddenly came from above the cliff, as if there were densely packed high-powered artillery shells exploding. Moreover, this big explosion was so terrifying that even the interior of the shelter shook one after another, and the ice outside continued to crumble and collapse, falling downwards. Yang Chen even felt that the shelter's hiding effect was disappearing and was about to leave the hidden state. His face changed drastically and he hurriedly said, use it now. I'll put away the shelter right away. The large explosion was clearly approaching fast, as if the Kuno clan was preparing to level the area. This allowed him to once again see the horrifying depths of the clan, using so many resources just for a so-called force field core. Okay. Pang Min's face also changed drastically as he hurriedly said, I'll do my best to raise this distance a bit more, but I'll rely on you at the back. Just get out of here and don't worry about the rest. Yang Chen directly put away the strange shelter with a thought and placed the shrunken strange shelter into the space inside the Rui vibrating air bead. The two men appeared out of thin air outside the cliffs, hanging directly in the air, about to fall. At the same time, Pang Min violently threw out the space folding bomb in his hand and activated it instantly. The metal wallet-like space folding bullet directly shattered. In an instant, in front of the two of them, a spatial distance of more than 6,000 meters in length was suddenly collapsed like a fan being folded. Clack clack clack. Some of the drones and even the earth and so on within this range that hadn't completely withdrawn were crushed and deformed in an instant. A distance of over 6,000 meters long was collapsed to 1 meter in length in the blink of an eye. This magical effect shocked Yang Chen in his heart, but it was too late to feel sorry for this disposable item. Pang Min's 7 orifices bled as he violently used the spatial barrier to take Yang Chen with him in a single step, instantly crossing the folded area and directly appearing in the sandstorm halfway up the mountain. Boom 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 boom. The moment they left, countless cloudburst bombs fell, directly blowing the thick layer of ice on the crags apart. Rumble. The intensive large explosion was accompanied by sky-high flames that swept out, illuminating the edge of the snowy mountain, which had not yet fully brightened, as bright as day. But the rushing flames and blast shockwave also just about blocked the view from the direction of the snowy mountains. At the same time, Yang Chen and Pang Min entered the sandstorm area directly below the snowy mountain. Although the sound hadn't yet traveled over, the two sensed the terrifying fluctuations in the rear. The two subconsciously turned back to look in the direction of the snowy mountain. When they saw the flames rising like clouds covering a range of more than 10 kilometers, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and a wave of fear ran through their hearts. "Quickly take me away," Pang Min said with difficulty as his nostrils continued to bleed. Yang Chen hurriedly picked up Pang Min and rushed towards the bottom of the mountain with all his might. While tombstones move faster, it takes time to summon them, and summoning the tombstone would appear to be moving and could be detected by a drone. It had only taken a second to fold the space just now, and those drones needed a human to maneuver them, and they hadn't reacted in a short time. However, the movement of the spatial folding was so great that the people of the Kwo clan might not fail to notice. For fear of being discovered, he ran furiously all the way down the mountain, not caring if he would fall even as he went down the mountain, constantly running furiously towards the bottom of the mountain. He also jumped straight down when he came across a cliff face that wasn't too high, betting that he wouldn't get hurt in the fall. However, at this time, Pang Min was still conscious, and once he saw Yang Chen jumping off the cliff, he forcefully spread the tilted spatial barrier, turning their straight-line descent into a gliding fall. After charging all the way down for over 2,000 meters, they finally entered the depths of the sandstorm, where visibility was greatly reduced. Suddenly an amazingly gusty wind blew, accompanied by a great deal of sand and dust. The spatial barrier that was originally protecting them suddenly disappeared. Yang Chen's face changed slightly, and when he looked down, he realized that Pang Min had fainted. "Hold on a little longer," he murmured, and with unabated speed, he continued to run wildly down the mountain with Pang Min. End of chapter. Hu shoo shoo. The wind blew wildly and yellow sand filled the sky. The entire field of vision was filled with sand and dust, obscuring the sky. The morning sun had been visible from the crags, but here it was dim and the view was severely obstructed, with very little visibility. Because there was no protection from Pang Min's spatial barrier this time, Yang Chen's eyes couldn't even open a little, and his hair, clothes, and so on, were covered in sand and dust in the blink of an eye. Even Pang Min's body was quickly covered in sand and dust, but Yang Chen couldn't care less, squinting his eyes and holding Pang Min as he kept running wildly towards the bottom of the mountain. This time, however, since he could be sure that the drones of the Quincy weren't chasing him down, he didn't recklessly jump off the cliff again. After all, Pang Min was now severely injured and couldn't withstand the torment. Running wildly for more than 10 kilometers in one breath, my clothes and so on were cut by the thorns on the mountain. Seeing that the slope was no longer as steep and that there was even less visibility here, there was yellow sand everywhere and dust storms covered the sky. Only then did Yang Chen stop and quickly took out the crystallized bone marrow, drawing energy into Pang Min's body, until he felt that he couldn't continue the input anymore. He created diffractive chi to input into Pang Min's body again, catalyzing Pang Min's body to evolve on its own accord. However, this time, Pang Min had forcibly overdrawn his power, which should have injured his fundamentals, so even though the energy was constantly being consumed, Pang Min's aura did not improve at all. Fortunately, Pang Min's nostrils were no longer bleeding, so at least the injury should have stabilized. It wasn't long before the only remaining crystallized bone marrow on his body was used up. Seeing that although Pang Min was still in a coma, her breath had stabilized, Yang Chen then quickly descended the mountain carrying Pang Min again. Mount Kunwa was really very large, even if the slope was very steep, and he had run wildly all the way down for more than 10 kilometers. But surprisingly, he hadn't even reached the foot of the mountain yet, because he was worried that the Kungo clan would realize that the two of them had fled and then catch up. He didn't dare to place a shelter here, and instead decided to continue on his way. It was simply impossible to completely hide a current mere level 15 oddity shelter. The clan has the means to get them out once they find traces. Most of all, the defense is completely off. If what that Huyan clan person said earlier is true, and the Kwo clan really intends to establish a safe zone in the Black Wind Sandlands, then our crisis shouldn't be over yet. Yang Chen kept pondering in his mind what he was going to do after entering the Black Wind sandy ground. Judging from the boundless sea of black clouds that he had seen above the cliffs earlier, the Black Wind Sands was also very large and would not be much smaller than the wandering Gobi. The two of them should be fine as long as they deliberately avoided the safety zones of the Kung Fu clan. Even small safe zones are visible barriers that encompass thousands or even tens of thousands of meters in a radius. The safety zones established by the clans were even mega force field barriers that covered hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, and could be seen from a long way away without worrying about unintentionally crashing into them. The safe zone that the Kunwa clan had established at the foot of Mount Kunwa could really only be considered a small to medium-sized safe zone. This was probably because the Quincies had only returned to the surface from their underground refuge 10 years ago. Yang Chen had once been to the Huyan safe zone, And that safe zone was really big, with force field barriers like a canopy, as far as the eye could see. Of course, that time he only entered the entrance, traded something for some bullets and left, not daring to stay longer. I also wonder if my inexplicable hero reputation will spread over here? It shouldn't be so bad, right? The thought of it gave him a pang of depression. It seems like it's best to change your name when you're interacting with others. I don't know how Golden Wheel and the others are doing. We didn't rush for the previous 2 nights. If they didn't stop, they should have surpassed us, and might have already arrived at the Black Wind Sandland. Let's hope they weren't implicated in that sniper transporter war. Yang Chen thought about this in his mind, and immediately afterward, he worried about another thing. All the food on us is gone. We must. Wait. We seem to have food left. He thought of the strange kind of food he had found inside the space folding pouches of clan evolvers like Kunlu. That kind of food is almost always wrapped in elaborate plastic bags that are supposed to be processed luxuries. Because of the poisoning from drinking the stream water before, they were a little wary of that food. And although they couldn't possibly throw it away, they didn't dare to eat it indiscriminately. Combined with the fact that there was plenty of food beforehand, it's the kind of luxury that you forget about for a while. It wasn't until now that there was another food crisis that Yang Chen remembered. But all that food is at Penman's place, so we'll have to wait until Penman wakes up. Wuthering. The wind and sand are getting bigger and bigger. Not only is there sand and dust mixed in the gale, but from time to time there are even fist-sized stones being blown everywhere. This was something that if an ordinary person were to fight hard in this kind of sandstorm, they would be afraid that they would be smashed to death. Occasionally small tornadoes would appear, but perhaps because of the gusty winds everywhere, those tornadoes were blown away just as they were taking shape. Instead, as he got farther and farther away from the top of the mountain, Yang Chen realized that the vegetation was getting scarcer and scarcer. This made him wonder if Huyen Lingxi's words, that this Black Wind Sandland was richer in resources, were true. Can an abundance of resources really occur in such an extreme environment? But after all, he hadn't really entered the Black Wind Sandlands yet, so it wasn't easy to say. Time passed and the light coming down from the sky seemed a little brighter, perhaps because it was noon. By this time, Yang Chen was famished. A while ago, I was able to eat every day, and even sometimes I would eat a lot. The short-lived happiness was so great that he was about to forget that he lived in a food-poor world. I also wonder if drawing energy directly will solve this hunger? Yang Chen's heart stirred, and after glancing around to make sure that no creatures were approaching, he took out the oddity shelter and placed it. The next moment he appeared inside the shelter with the unconscious Pang Min. He placed Pang Min on the bed, resulting in a lot of sand and dust spilling from his body when he moved. The desolate folk origin was unconcerned about this, and he quickly took out one of the elf cores he had gotten from within the spatial folding pouches of a few of the Kungho clan's evolvers, wanting to see if he could break it up and draw energy from it. Previously, within those space folding bags, a total of more than a dozen elf cores were found, which could just come in handy. However, after some attempts, he was surprised to find that with his current strength, he couldn't even crush it with all his might. The stuff was so hard that even his teeth couldn't bite into it. Instead he almost knocked his teeth out. As for shooting it up again with a nail gun like before, it certainly wouldn't work inside the shelter. It would spill over into the shelter. And nowadays, the nail shot out of the nail gun will produce an explosion-like shockwave after hitting the target, which makes it easy to accidentally injure yourself in this kind of confined space. It wasn't working too well outside either. The gusty winds were just too strong, and I'm afraid the energy was blown away by the gusty winds just after I shot the sperm core out of the sky. Not sure the gusts would blow away the energy, but you can't take any chances, because the current nail gun is just too powerful to use here, and there's no telling if it will be discovered by the Kungos. It's unlikely, though, after all, it's been that far, but he wouldn't dare bet on it. At this time, he couldn't help but miss Pang Min's space barrier. Pang Min's space barrier is really too convenient. It can block out sound, block out sandstorms, intercept the debris of the goblin cores that fly about after being shot and exploded, and perhaps even block the escape of energy. Indeed, spatial barriers were different from ordinary barriers, and might actually be able to block the escape of energy. Next time maybe we can get Penman to give it a try. Looks like we'll just have to find a place where the wind isn't so strong first. Yang Chen put away the essence monster core and then the shelter, and continued on his way with the unconscious Pang Min. Finally, at roughly mid-afternoon, he actually arrived at the Black Wind Sands. The reason why he was able to be sure that he had entered the Black Wind and Sandland was because the wind here, surprisingly, was really black. Or maybe it's not so much that the wind is black, but that the earth is black. The gusty wind swept up countless black sands, turning the entire sky black. Black sands obscured the sky, making the area much less visible, like going into the night. However, the terrain here was much flatter, and Yang Chen felt that he should have completely left Mount Kunwo and should be safe for the time being. It was also not long after he had just completely stepped into the great land of the Black Wind's sandy ground that the sandstorm stopped. As the dust storm stopped, visibility was greatly improved despite the late day. It was only then that Yang Chen unexpectedly discovered that this Black Wind sandy ground actually did have plants, and they weren't too few. There were so many of them every few hundred meters. Only before, because the visibility was so low, it was surprising that they hadn't encountered a single plant along the way. The trees here were all strange, thick at the bottom and thin at the top, with almost no leaves, and they were all very short, with the tallest being no more than 3 or 4 meters. He hadn't eaten for a day and a night, and he was already starving from the front to the back. This hunger is so familiar. Luckily, though, now as a second-order evolutionary, he was more resistant to hunger than before. Is that black pool of water over there? There's even water in this place? Suddenly Yang Chen's heart rejoiced, and he hastily accelerated his speed. End of chapter. This Black Wind Sandland is similar to the wandering Gobi except that the earth is black and from time to time you can see 4 or 5 meters to a dozen meters high hills. All of them give the impression of immense desolation. Of course, there are more plants here, though all those plants seem rare and strange, perhaps to adapt to the environment. Most of the plants here are thick at the bottom and thin at the top, like bamboo shoots, but much larger, and most of these plants were a darker brownish color, and not as regular as the bamboo shoot one, but askew, with some sparse branches above. As far as the eye can see, all the plants in the field of view are of this type, and probably all of them are of the same kind. Not long after, Yang Chen arrived at a pool of water. The pool was small, no more than 4 or 5 meters in length and width, and the water was very murky, but he was very happy. This is because the oddity shelter is able to draw and filter water, as long as there is water around it. This place is fairly secluded, and it looks like there shouldn't be any signs of people around, so it's good to spend the night here tonight. He immediately took out the odd shelter to place it. Since he had to come out later to run an errand, he was using life mode for easy access. Not long after, the oddity shelter transformed into the shape of a 3-meter-high mound, with the exact same coloring as the surrounding mounds. From the back, it would really pass for a normal mound, and from the front, there is a very flat yard dam in front of the shelter and a small gate. When the shelter was placed, Yang Chen first placed Peng Min and then came outside. There's too much noise from the nail gun. There shouldn't be anyone around here. Should there? He glanced around the neighborhood, then shook his head helplessly as all traces were erased by the sandstorm and nothing could be seen. Maybe it doesn't have to be a nail gun either. He took out an essence monster core and placed it on a hard rock near the pool of water. Then Rui shocked the air bead and violently released it. Boom! The Rui vibrating air bead instantly became larger and directly smashed the stone, smashing a crater out of that location. Yang Chen vigilantly observed the surroundings while beckoning for the Rui vibrating air bead to be retrieved. Soon, the Rui vibrating air bead shrunk back into his hand and was once again put inside his body, and the surrounding area was quiet. Nothing out of the ordinary. He then walked over to the pit with a sense of relief. The core of the sperm monster inside the pit was seen to be covered in cracks and wisps of energy were escaping. Seems just right. Yang Chen was delighted in his heart and immediately picked up this essence monster core and quickly drew on the escaping energy. These drawn energies immediately began to make up for his loss of essence from the day and night. However, what made him frown was that although the loss of essence was being replenished, the hunger in his belly did not tend to diminish in the slightest. Is it because you're used to eating? Or is it that energy can only replenish the deficient essence, but cannot supply the consumption of bodily functions? He wanted to break off a grain and try eating it, but he realized that the elf core was terribly hard, and even though cracks appeared, with his own strength he was surprisingly still unable to destroy it. Then find a way to revive Peng Min first. He went back inside the shelter, closed the door, and came to sit on the edge of the bed, feeding the energy he had drawn from within the core of the sperm monster into Peng Min. Once Peng Min's body was saturated, he then converted the energy into diffractive qi again, stimulating Peng Min's body to absorb the energy. As the energy was absorbed into his body, Peng Min's aura seemed to be vaguely getting stronger. However, she still had not awakened until the energy of the entire sperm core had been depleted. The breathing rate had completely returned to normal, and his breath was comparable to his previous full state, even vaguely surpassing it. But it just didn't wake up. Could it be that she injured her brain by forcing her abilities earlier? Yang Chen couldn't help but worry. Previously, After Pang Min forcefully used his ability, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his subsequent nostrils were bleeding all the time, so he might have really injured his brain. If that's really the case, it's going to be a problem. If it was other injuries, it was fine. The evolution of the body could repair the injuries on its own, and one's own diffractive chi could fix everything, but it's hard to say about head-related injuries. By the way, could super evolution be related to the brain? The thought suddenly occurred to him. Super evolution, an unlocking of an already awakened ability that makes a single functioning ability more comprehensive. But this unlocking, could it have something to do with the head? If the super evolution is related to the brain, perhaps we can find a way to boost her super evolution, just in time to try again to see if waking up to chi really makes the ability unlocked. Wait. Suddenly his heart perked up. The main function of awakening chi is to awaken all things. Yeah, how did I forget such an important thing? Yang Chen, who suddenly reacted, was overjoyed. Now Pang Min, everything else is normal. It's just a deep sleep. And one's own awakening chi happened to have awakening all things as its main function. As long as there was waking chi, Pang Min should be able to wake up quickly. But awakening chi must be born from items in the 10th or 20th level awakening state. Although with his current self, the normal speed of creating diffractive chi was also very fast, but without relying on external energy, it would take at least 10 or so days to raise a normal item to level 10. 10 days or so. One simply could not wait, and there was no sign of prey nearby. Then go ahead and use the elf core. Yang Chen got up again and opened the small door of the shelter and walked out. He had only just come out when he saw a group of deserted people coming this way with large swords, and immediately his face sank, thinking that they were coming to find trouble with him. And after the group of desolate folk saw him, they all changed their faces slightly. There shouldn't have been this strange house here before. Is it a curiosity? The leader of that group of barren folk murmured and asked in a deep voice. Friends won't stop us from cutting down the trees, will they? These bamboo cage trees are unowned. He was obviously an evolutionary as well, and like Yang Chen, he was at the early second stage, and among the group of desolate folk behind him, 3 of them were all first-order evolvers, while the remaining dozen were ordinary people. Chopping down trees? Yang Chen looked towards those black and strange trees. Just don't cut the ones near me, and also, don't get close to me or do anything that would make me misunderstand. Don't worry. We don't want to somehow offend a second-order evolutionary. On the opposite side, that second-order evolver waved his hand for someone to cut down the tree, while he himself continued to say to Yang Chen, I see that you don't care about the bamboo cage tree at all. You should have just come from the other side of Mount Kunwo, right? There are quite a lot of people coming over there during this period of time. Is it convenient to say what happened over there? You answer one of my questions first, then I'll answer yours. Yang Chen asked, what is the use of that? Bamboo cage tree? Eat? The bamboo cage tree is the main food of our barren people of the Black Wind Sands. The second-ranked evolver on the opposite side didn't hide anything and said directly, although it's very reluctant to admit it. After you outsiders appeared, the prey in the Black Wind Sandlands has drastically decreased, and now even we evolvers can only eat bamboo cage trees. Of course, don't worry. I don't have that time to be hostile towards you guys. On the contrary, our Desolate Folk Alliance is very welcoming to outsider Desolate Folk to join us in fighting against the brutal Black Wind Clan. A sharp decline in prey? Yang Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. It was because he suddenly thought of what Huyen Lingxi said about the total population of the Wandering Gobi. I also wonder how many people have migrated from the Wandering Gobi. According to reason, the Gobi is so big that it is possible to migrate in all directions. So it is not possible for all of them to migrate towards the Black Wind and Sandy Land, right? Now it's your turn to answer my question. On the opposite side, the second-order evolver asked, what exactly happened on the other side of Mount Kunwo? Why did so many migrants appear? There's a disaster over there. A disaster that even the safe zone had to relocate. Yang Chen said, answer me some more questions and I can tell you what the disaster is. I also don't know if the evolvers over here are interested in the chance of super evolution. If they are interested, perhaps they can fool a group of people into leaving the Black Wind Sands to ease the resource crisis in the Black Wind Sands. However, even if these people knew about the method of super evolution, I'm afraid they might not pass it on. But it doesn't matter. It's information you get for free anyway, so think of it as an exchange of information. You ask. The second-order evolver across from him nodded. He was indeed interested in that so-called disaster. End of chapter. Where is the League of Desolate Folk you speak of? What are all the dangers over here? What are the prey over here? Where can I find prey? Yang Chen asked several questions in one breath. He was new to the city. and since the other party could tell at a glance that he was an outsider, he didn't deliberately hide it. Anyway, judging from the other party's words, the number of people who had migrated to the Black Wind Sandlands during this time had been large. Even if the Kwo clan had already arrived at the Black Wind Sandland, it shouldn't be possible for it to be so coincidental that it happened to be bumped into by himself. All of us desolate folk in the entire Black Wind Sandland belong to the Desolate Folk Alliance. Of course, some of the doglegs who eat their way out don't count. Across the street, the Second Order Revolver said, as for the Alliance headquarters, it's far from here, and it will take at least 3 months on foot. That far? Yang Chen was surprised. If you have infected blood crystals, you can take a helicopter ride to a nearby Alliance station. On the opposite side, the Second Order Revolver said, infected blood crystals are obtained from the bodies of infected people, and our main danger here is the infected people. Of course, there is also the Black Wind Clan, but these are actually dangers that evolvers need to face, and the only thing that ordinary people need to face as long as they don't make a fool out of themselves is the sandstorms. Sandstorms often occur over here? Yang Chen asked with a frown. It always comes up once or twice every 3 or 5 days. The Second Order Revolver on the opposite side said with a wry smile, with bad luck, a sandstorm can last for 3 to 5 days, and the longest, half a month is possible. At least 1 or 2 dust storms every 3 or 5 days? And dust storms can last 3 or 5 days, even half a month? Yang Chen was speechless. This is hell, right? Although the wandering Gobi also experiences sandstorms, they only occur on average 4 or 5 times a year. Compared to the wandering Gobi, this side of the environment seemed even more extreme. But there's significantly more food you can eat over here. That the kind of bamboo cage tree that could be found almost sort of everywhere was edible surprised him. I just don't know how it tastes. As for the question of prey, on the opposite side, that Second Order Revolver said, on our side, we have barren wolves, horned antelopes and so on. Exotic beasts are rare. These prey are almost always only found near the oasis. But it's hard to say if there's any left now. And I haven't seen any prey for quite some time now, as you outsiders have hunted wantonly during this period. By the way, a word of warning. Suddenly he said, on our side, every 10 days and half a month, shells fall from the sky. But of course, the black wind and sandy ground is very large, so as long as one isn't really that unlucky, one won't usually encounter them. Thanks for the reminder. Yang Chen already knew all of this information from Huyen Lingxi. The disaster of the indeterminate Gobi is actually very simple. It's just that a huge head vapors appeared over there. The revival of the divinizer's will? The Second Order Revolver on the opposite side was shocked. You know about the divinizer? Yang Chen was a bit surprised. Of course, the Draconians on our side of the world are not as ignorant as the Draconians elsewhere. On the opposite side, the Second Order Revolver said, don't get me wrong. I don't mean to curse. It's just that our side is in a special situation. There's universal education amongst the Desolate Folk Alliance, and you can also inquire about all sorts of hidden secrets for a fee. And we don't have that many illiterates on our side. Universal education and paid access to all sorts of hidden secrets? Yang Chen was secretly surprised. This was definitely a boon to the desolate people. Illiteracy is very high on the wandering Gobi side, and many of the barren folk can't read more than a few words. He is also literate by word of mouth from his father, but only to the extent that he can read and count. Wrap it up and hurry up. Suddenly the Second Order Revolver across the street greeted his men while saying to Yang Chen, this news is very important. I'm going to report it to the higher-ups of the Alliance. Thanks for the information. Where is the nearby Alliance station? Yang Chen asked in a hurry. There's an Alliance garrison 10 kilometers away in the direction we left. The Second Order Revolver on the opposite side said. As a reminder, the bamboo cage trees are all ownerless and can be cut down at will. But don't dig up the roots because as long as they have roots, it won't take long for them to grow again. After saying that, he quickly left with his men. The desolate people over here are very different from the wandering Gobi. Yang Chen was very surprised by this, because he felt that the desolate people over here, their hostility didn't seem to be that strong, and they seemed to be very united and friendly to outsiders who were also desolate people. This situation is very unbelievable to the desert people of the wandering Gobi, because there is so little food in the wild, and all scavenging squads are competitors and enemies. The wastelanders of the wandering Gobi are very hostile to others. But the bamboo cage trees that are everywhere here are food. Perhaps that's why the hostility of the wastelanders on this side of the world isn't so great. With these thoughts in his mind, Yang Chen walked to a bamboo cage tree and broke off a branch. A fresh scent of the plant hit my nose. He peeled the shell off this branch and found that inside was a fresh white core. How does it taste? He took a bite of the core of the tree and found that while the flavor wasn't great, it was easy to chew and swallow, and wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. I didn't realize that the barren folk over here had so much food, and they didn't even need to specifically look for it. Yang Chen was a little envious, and then he broke off more branches with force, and after peeling off the shell, he took a big bite. Although the core of the bamboo cage tree really doesn't taste good, not even comparable to grass roots, it fills the stomach very well. It was just as well that he hadn't eaten for a day and a night, so he'd fill his stomach first. Soon, he broke off the branches of the 2 nearby bamboo cage trees, put them all into the shelter, closed the door of the shelter, and sat directly on the edge of the bed and ate. After becoming an evolutionary, you are more resistant to hunger, but you also eat more at a meal. Yang Chen ate at least 3 pounds of bamboo cage tree's core in one gulp before he felt full. It feels so good to be full. With a sigh of relief, he saw that the clothes he was wearing were so scratched up by the thorns that he could barely wear them, so he took them off and stopped by the restroom to take a shower. The shelter's proximity to the small pool of water outside meant that there would be no shortage of water at all, and the tanks were now nearly full of water up to drinking standards, more than enough for bathing. After taking a bath, Yang Chen put on the only spare set of clothes within his Rui vibrating air bead. Then, in passing, he tore off a piece of the clothes he had taken off, which were already too torn to wear, washed them, dipped them in water, and returned to the room to wipe Pang Min's body. After Pang Min had forcefully used his ability earlier, his 7 orifices bled and blood flowed down, staining his clothes and pants red, followed by the wind and sand. Because blood was sticky, a large amount of sand and dust almost covered Pang Min's skin, including his face and neck. Wiping all the sand and dirt from Pang Min's body, Yang Chen once again went back outside and smashed one of the elf cores apart in the same way as before. Immediately afterward, he drew on the energy escaping from the core of this spur monster and converted it into diffractive chi to strengthen the nail launcher that emitted a strange fragrance from the nails it shot out, and used this to obtain waking chi. This choice was also a decision he made after careful consideration. The prey in the Black Wind and Sandlands might be almost killed off by the foreign barren folk, and if one wanted to eat meat, one might have to find a way to hunt the foreign beasts, but the Fae's whereabouts are uncertain, so perhaps they can be lured out with nails that emit a strange scent. The energy contained in the core of the elf is so huge that even though there will be fugitive loss, the current level of the ISO-scented spike launcher is so low that upgrading it is very easy. As such, it didn't take long for this isotropic spike launcher to reach the 10th level awakening state and begin to give birth to awakening chi. It was similar to what he had guessed before. After the 2nd rank, the waking chi born from the 10th ranked items had almost no effect on him anymore. Yang Chen immediately went back inside the shelter, closed the door, and transferred the waking chi born from the foreign scented nail launcher into Pang Min's body. Although he would have absorbed some of it himself since the awakening chi had entered his body first, this time he intercepted it as much as possible and left it for Pang Min, because this was the precious medicine for Pang Min's awakening. Energy is something that is perhaps out of another dimension, and a level 15 shelter simply cannot keep it from escaping. Therefore, even though the energy in the essence monster's core continued to escape and drain away, Yang Chen didn't feel any energy in the air inside the shelter at all. Luckily, though, the level of the ISO-scented nail launcher was very low, and when the energy of this smashed and cracked elf core was depleted, Pang Min's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. "You're awake?" Yang Chen said happily. "Is there anything else that's uncomfortable?" The newly awakened Pang Min was first in a trance, and it took a few seconds before she was fully awake. She seemed to think of something and sat up with a start, asking anxiously, "Where are we?" "Don't worry, we've escaped," Yang Chen comforted. "Now that we're in the Black Wind Sands, look." He pointed to the monitor screen hanging on the wall. "The black earth outside is the Black Wind Sandland. By the way, there's endless food to eat here. Those dark brown bamboo cage trees. An extra 200 monthly votes will be added at 12 o'clock tonight." End of chapter. Escaped? Great. Pang Min sniffed, then let out a big sigh of relief. Then curiously looked at the picture in the monitor screen. The black earth was pretty much what she expected. Most of her attention, though, was focused on the bamboo cage trees that were thicker on the bottom and thinner on the top. That kind of tree, it's even edible? She was very surprised. "Here's some more, try some." Yang Chen picked up a branch, peeled off the shell, and handed the inner white core to Pang Min. Pang Min took a bite from the tree core and slowly chewed and swallowed it, her beautiful eyes glowing as she said, "It seems that even if you can't hunt here, you won't go hungry anymore. Although the taste of this tree core is really bad and astringent, there is no irritating odor and it is easy to swallow and also easy to digest. That's what matters. Yes, the resources over here are much richer than the wandering Gobi. And according to the barren folk over here, that kind of bamboo cage tree, as long as you don't dig up the roots, it won't take long for it to grow again. Yang Chen smiled. By the way, all those packaged foods, take them out and see if they're really edible. Okay. Pang Min took out a space folding bag and took out a piece of luxury food wrapped in a plastic bag from inside. The quantity wasn't much, and with the plastic bags, the total was a little over a cubic yard, and because of the plastic bags, the total weight was 100 or so pounds at most. Yang Chen picked up a piece, tore off the plastic bag and tasted it, and was surprised. It seems to be sugar. No, it's not exactly sugar, but it's really edible, and it's delicious. Pang Min also picked up a piece and peeled off the plastic bag and tasted it, and was pleasantly surprised. It's very tasty, but this kind of food should keep for a long time, so I would suggest saving it for a critical moment. Though a space folding bag, or even her inner space, should be able to keep food fresh. However, this luxury item was made within the safe zone, and not only was it tasty, but it was also very energizing, filling them up no worse than the ferocious foul meat they had eaten before. That's my intention as well. Yang Chen smiled and nodded. Let's cut down some more bamboo cage trees and fill up the space folding bag first. Pang Min immediately put the luxury goods away again and couldn't wait to get up. Right. There's also my inner space. My inner space has now increased a lot. It's already 3 meters in diameter, and it's almost more loadable than the big one. This space folding bag. Yang Chen nodded and opened the small door of the shelter, leading Pang Min outside. Pang Min first cautiously spread out a layer of spatial barrier, then took out his quitting knife and was about to cut down the tree. Ha! Suddenly, she let out a cry of surprise, then said, "The number of my spatial barriers has increased to 37 layers. Oh!" Yang Chen's heart rejoiced. Was it because of his waking chi? He hurriedly checked his spiritual space as well, only to find that the number of his tombstones was still only 12. At once, he was puzzled in his mind, because the awakening chi would first enter his body before it could be transferred to Pang Min by himself. So the amount of awakening chi he absorbed was actually more. But Pang Min's super evolution boosted and he didn't react to it. Is it because, as I guessed before, the only effect that awakening chi has on me is the physical enhancement? So what happened to my super evolution? It's not possible that I'm the one who actually won the jackpot, is it? Several questions flashed through Yang Chen's mind in a row. Great. This increases my defense again. Next to me, Pang Min said in surprise. My evolutionary power will automatically split with the increase in the number of spatial layers. Before it was 36 copies, now it's become 37. With my current mid-second stage evolutionary level, even a 4th stage ordinary evolver will have trouble injuring me. 5th and 6th order. She didn't dare to be sure. The previous Kunwu MO didn't count. That was crippled by Yang Chen, and couldn't exert any real power at all. Moreover, it was obvious that Kunwu MO was also not capable in terms of combat, and his attack power was not considered outstanding amongst evolvers of the same rank. It's actually hard to compare the strength between evolvers until you've actually fought them. It is difficult to make comparisons because of varying abilities. This is true even for super evolved people. It's a good thing. Yang Chen smiled and nodded, pondering in his heart that he had previously undergone a metamorphosis in his spiritual power due to unintentionally refining the power of the evil spirit, and the number of tombstones had skyrocketed to 12. Could it be that one's spiritual evolution toward super evolution was to rely on absorbing and refining evil spirits? At this point, he walked to a bamboo cage tree, and with a forceful slash, he directly cut off the entire bamboo cage tree with a root diameter of more than 40 centimeters. Her 600 plus kilograms of pure strength was truly on display at this moment. There doesn't seem to be any resistance. So it seems that you, the Ragnarok blade, didn't judge the tree to be alive. Pang Min smiled. This knife is quite handy. If you can't use it, give it to me. Then you use it. Yang Chen said. I can strengthen and reinforce it again when I have time, but it will only be used to cut down trees. In this black wind and sandy land, cutting down trees means harvesting food, and cutting down trees is an important event. Pang Min didn't feel the slightest bit bad about only being able to cut down trees because the cores of these trees could be eaten. Then why don't I leave the tree cutting to you? You remember to shield the sound. It's best if you can block the energy from escaping. I'll get a few elf cores to absorb it. Yang Chen took out an elf core and threw it out, raising his arm to aim. Boom! The sperm core was shot straight up just as it hit the ground, and the ground was shot out of a large crater by a flash of streaming light. Yang Chen quickly came to the location of the pit and actively absorbed the escaping energy. Sure enough this time, Perhaps because Pang Min's spatial barrier blocked the energy from escaping, he absorbed a lot more energy. Although there was still quite a bit of escaping, it was much more than what had been absorbed in the snowy mountains before. These energies were converted into diffractive chi, and he first strengthened the ISO aromatic spike launcher to level 11, and later upgraded the shelter to level 16. Phase spike gun LV. 11, 0%, phase spike, integrates into the arm, no recoil, effective range of 200 meters. Maximum range of 600 meters. After the metamorphosis of this ISO aromatic nail launcher was complete, the name changed and it also became a nail gun. Theoretically, this ISO aroma nail gun also belonged to the stealth nail gun, but unlike the previous stealth nail guns, this ISO aroma nail gun did not have a collimator. Whether or not you can shoot an enemy can only be determined by intuition. However, Yang Chen didn't intend to use this nail gun to kill the enemy. The purpose of this nail gun is to lure prey. I'm going to try out a new weapon, so help watch over it and remember defense. He spoke to Pang Min, then replenished the ISO aroma nail gun with nails, incorporated them into his right arm, and fired a shot towards the distance. In the next moment, a strange fragrance that both of them had smelled before but far exceeded the concentration of the previous one appeared. Surprisingly, both of them couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. Yang Chen came to his senses in an instant, perhaps because of his spirit's evolution towards super evolution. Pang Min, however, returned to his senses after a full 2 seconds, and his beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. This fragrance seems to be able to affect people's sanity? This is already a spiritual scent. Yang Chen also looked surprised, although it doesn't have any lethality, but a sudden hit at a critical moment will, I'm afraid, produce a miraculous effect. However, what made him helpless was that precisely because this kind of vision didn't have any killing power, even he, the user, would be affected. It would be bad if the enemy's mental will was stronger than his own. Therefore, the positioning of this foreign-scented nail gun is still placed on luring prey. For killing enemies, there is Gauss invisible nail gun for physical damage, and enemies immune to physical attacks, such as evil sneaks and so on, have the spirit to evolve towards super. It's best not to expect an ISO-scented nail gun in the first place, lest you develop an attachment in time. You keep cutting down the trees and I'll see if any prey will be attracted. Though the bamboo cage trees would be edible, and they would no longer run out of food. But if there was a choice, surely meat would be better, Yang Chen said, quickly climbing to the uppermost part of the shelter to observe the surroundings. With Pang Min's spatial barrier in place, he was very much at ease. A mid-second order super evolutionary, and one that favored defense. Even a 5th order or even a 6th order wouldn't be able to sneak up on them. This chapter is a bonus for 200 monthly votes. Please. End of chapter. The 11th level of the foreign scent nail gun shoots out nails that emit a foreign scent that lasts for a long time. It took over a minute to dissipate. Unfortunately, no prey was attracted during this time. Yang Chen wasn't discouraged and shot out another foreign scented nail before waiting again. Another few minutes passed and still no prey appeared. Yang Chen was about to continue firing the nails when Pang Min suddenly asked, how far can you shoot the nails out with that weapon? 600 meters. Yang Chen just finished and instantly understood. Pang Min pursed her lips and smiled. The nails that emit the strange fragrance should be the source of the scent, not us here. The nails flew to a faraway place. Even if it really draws out the prey, we can't see it. It's best to place the nail's landing point not far from us. Makes sense. Yang Chen immediately aimed at the mound 100 meters away to fire the foreign-scented nails. Although there was still no prey coming to his door this time, he wasn't the least bit discouraged because he had to consider whether or not there was any prey passing nearby and other factors. So he kept shooting nails. And anyway, now that the Gauss invisible nail gun was able to create nails, he didn't have to worry about running out of nails and not having a place to obtain them. Every 5 minutes, Yang Chen fired a nail, and so on. Finally, after more than half an hour, a black shadow appeared 100 meters away. As the first black shadow appeared, it was followed by the second, the third, and the fourth. Under Yang Chen's surprised gaze, a full dozen black shadows appeared. It was a small pack of barren wolves, attracted by the strange fragrance. Pang Min also saw it and said happily, I'll go and bring the prey back. Okay, be careful. Yang Chen nodded. Pang Min immediately accelerated violently, directly rushing out at a speed of more than 20 meters per second, 100 meters away. When the group of barren wolves saw the enemy, they all reacted at once and hurriedly turned around and ran, obviously seeing that the enemy was not to be messed with. However, even an ordinary person could fight a dire wolf to a draw under the brazenness of death, not to mention Pang Min, who was now a second-stage evolver. In less than 5 seconds, Pang Min caught up with the pack of barren wolves. The spatial barrier spread out layer by layer, imprisoning these dire wolves, and then she appeared beside the nearest one with a blink, and the quitting blade slashed down violently. A slight resistance from the blade appeared, followed by the fall of this dire wolf's head. However, the severed heads and blood did not fall to the ground, they were all caught by the space barrier. Although the precautionary blade possessed the attribute of not killing, its level was after all too low to counter her power. Her speed didn't decrease, flashing rapidly as the ringwraith blade continued to fall. These barren wolves that were still deadly beasts to her more than 10 days ago were like dirt in her hands at this moment. Please. In less than 10 seconds, all the wolves were dead. However, when he was killing the last desolate wolf, Pang Min clearly felt that the resistance generated by the quitting knife in his hand was even greater. A flash of doubt flashed through her mind, but she didn't pause and directly put these desolate wolf corpses into the inner space. A 3-meter diameter inner space is a lot of capacity. Even though there was already something inside, it was still more than enough to fit a dozen or so dire wolf corpses. Putting away all the desolate wolf corpses, Pang Min looked again at the hill where Yang Chen had fired the nails and made a move with his left hand. Pooh. A badly deformed nail broke through the ground and flew toward her, wrapped in a small spatial barrier invisible to the naked eye. After getting as close as 1.5 meters to her, the badly deformed nails disappeared into thin air and were taken into her inner space. Making sure she hadn't missed anything, she then turned around and returned. Hoo. The winds suddenly became stronger. Yang Chen frowned and looked into the distance, and saw some sand and dust being blown up under the dark night. What had been a reasonably good view was gradually obscured and visibility became less and less. There might be another dust storm. He returned to the ground from above the shelter and said to the returning penman, "Want to rest first? I slept for a long time before. I'm very refreshed now, and I have a spatial barrier. Sandstorms don't affect me. While I have time now, I'm going to take care of the ingredients first." Pang Min said, "If you're sleepy, go ahead and take a nap. I'll guard the door." Ah yes, the knife seems a bit strange. There's more resistance now. Let's see. Yang Chen received the Ragnarok blade and unexpectedly realized that the level of the Ragnarok blade had changed. The quitting knife, which was originally only a level 1, had turned into a level 5, and the progress bar for level 5 was at 70%. What is this situation? Could it be that the items I strengthened out really have other upgrade paths? The discovery surprised and delighted him. Relying only on diffractive chi to upgrade was just too slow, and the consumption was just too great. If he could find other ways to upgrade, it would be a great thing for himself. What happened before? He looked to Penman. "It's just killing those barren wolves," Pang Min explained, "because my power is now so great. I couldn't feel it at first, and it wasn't until the greater the number of kills at the back that I felt the greater the resistance." Is the killing of the barren wolf because of the killing? Yang Chen pondered. The attribute of the precautionary blade is not to kill, but if you forcefully kill, is it possible that it will trigger the attribute to rebound? Is this change a good thing or a bad thing? Pang Min asked. It's hard to say, but it's certainly not good as a weapon. But it's also hard to say if it might have other unexpected and wonderful uses. Yang Chen returned the cessation of killing knife back to Pang Min. Killing can make the cessation of killing effect of this knife continuously get stronger. For the time being, I can't think of any special use for this knife. Just go with the flow. Use it however you feel like using it. Okay. Pang Min fell a little in love with it. Of course, it wasn't because she liked the quick killing attribute of the quick killing blade, but because it was considered the first enhanced weapon Yang Chen had given her. Anyway, she positioned herself for defense and handling chores, like dealing with ingredients. Her ability was not suitable for use in attacks, and the attacks could be completely handed over to Yang Chen. This preceptor blade only creates resistance when killing, but not when chopping down trees and cutting meat, etc. And most of all, this should be the first weapon that Yang Chen had gotten out so far that could continue to get stronger without Yang Chen having to do it himself. Even if the main function was not for killing enemies, or even if the more enemies killed, the weaker the effect against them, the higher the level, the sharper the blade would become, and the more effective it would be in handling ingredients. Besides, do you have to kill the enemy to deal with them? Breaking the opponent's defense shouldn't create a hindrance, right? If you're going to handle the ingredients, leave the residue alone. We don't need to eat that again right now. Yang Chen said. Of course, don't throw it away either. It's all fertilizer. Maybe it can really be used sometime. I know. Penman nodded. Tonight we will rest here now for the night, and first thing in the morning we will check out the Alliance station 10 kilometers away. Yang Chen finished this sentence and walked around the shelter, then took many of the bamboo cage trees that Peng Min had cut down back inside the shelter. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, he ate the core of the bamboo cage tree while taking out the chaotic soul bead to strengthen it, preparing to strengthen this bead to 11 levels as well. In time, with the aid of this bead, one's spiritual evolution towards super evolution would be even more powerful. Wuthering. The sandstorm really showed up, with howling winds and flying sand. The visibility outside was greatly reduced, and even with the light shining out from inside the shelter, it was only vaguely visible 10 meters away. Farther away it was pitch black and nothing was visible. However, the shelter was protected by Peng Min's spatial barrier around it, so it was unaffected. Peng Min handled the ingredients right in front of the shelter, and she split up the dire wolf carcasses into separate loads of animal skins, chunks of meat, bones, and feces, to name a few. And inside the shelter, Yang Chen kept eating, constantly digesting the food in his belly to convert it into diffractive chi to strengthen the chaotic soul bead. Although the level of the chaotic soul bead also started at level 1, it required more diffractive chi because of the high grade of the material, without using the remaining 10 sperm cores, even with a constant supply of bamboo cage tree cores as food. Even though Yang Chen was now a second stage evolver, and his speed of transforming diffractive chi was much faster, it still took a whole night to finally raise the chaotic soul bead to the 11th level. With the idea of doing an experiment, coupled with the fact that the chaotic soul pearl could only be used by himself, the awakening chi that was born from the 10th level awakening state of the chaotic soul pearl could be shared by him with Peng Min. He also wanted to see if his super evolution would change if he absorbed some more awakening chi. Regrettably, however, the mental space remained the same, and the number of tombstones remained the same, still 12. However, the chaotic soul bead, which had completed its metamorphosis and reached the 11th level, had given him a not-so-small surprise. End of chapter. Chaotic soul bead LV 11, 0%, soul suppressor, integrates into the spiritual space, can greatly enhance the solidity of the spiritual space. Soul enchantment, spiritual power gains a mesmerizing effect. Chaotic soul, interferes with the enemy's senses, disrupts the enemy's mind. Surprisingly, there are also 2 extra functions at once. Yang Chen was overjoyed. The original, soul messing bead, only had one effect, soul messing, but now, there were more, soul suppression, and vertigo. Soul suppression belongs to defense, protecting one's spiritual core space. As for enchanted soul and disordered soul, they both belonged to attacks. In other words, the current chaotic soul bead was already an offensive and defensive treasure that was worth its weight in gold. Yang Chen immediately pulled open the portal of the mental space and took a step inside. The mental space was, as always, a hot gobstopper, and before there was a small mound of dirt, but now there wasn't even a small mound of dirt. And normally, tombstones are hidden and don't appear in mental space. They're not real. After all, they're embodied objects. Yang Chen took out the chaotic soul bead, and was about to integrate it into the mental space in front of him when suddenly a devouring impulse from the depths of his soul appeared. At the same time, a kind of clarity surfaced in his heart, revitalizing him. It is possible to completely integrate this bead into the spiritual space as a way to achieve the effect of spiritual re-evolution towards super-evolution? He was secretly delighted and chose to devour it without hesitation. Rumble. The instant he made the decision, the mental space vibrated and 12 tombstones automatically emerged from the ground, automatically merging together to construct the special hexagram formation. Immediately afterward, a powerful suction force sucked the chaotic soul bead in his hand. Is devouring completely breaking down and refining the chaotic soul pearl, turning the 3 main functions into its own abilities, rather than simply fusing them? Yang Chen understood in his heart and silently watched this without interfering. Because it was now a process of spiritual re-evolution towards super-evolution, one could only watch, and could not interfere even if one wanted to. Time passes. The chaotic soul bead, that was sucked into the center of the 12 tombstones was constantly being broken down and refined, gradually becoming more and more transparent. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the entire bead suddenly disintegrated, turning into invisible energy that was swallowed up by the 12 tombstones. In the next moment, Yang Chen suddenly felt that a special energy kept spreading out towards the entire spiritual space with the 12 tombstones as the core. Wherever that particular energy passed, the spiritual core space became more solid, and one's spiritual power, surprisingly, gradually gained 3 more abilities: soul suppression, soul enchantment, soul chaos. There are a total of 3 capabilities. The original, soul suppression, was to sit and stabilize one's spiritual space, but after the chaotic soul bead had been swallowed by one spiritual space, this soul suppression had unexpectedly turned into an attack effect. Combined with the tombstone, it can suppress enemies, and vertigo is even more amazing, allowing the enemy to see all sorts of illusions. Disordered soul is even more powerful, disrupting the enemy's perception, and in conjunction with enchanted soul and soul suppressor, it can forcefully pull the enemy into a tombstone for the opponent. My spirit towards super revolution seems to have a very direct means of attack. Yang Chen's heart was invigorated. This was simply like a tiger adding wings to its wings. His strength appeared to grow tremendously all of a sudden. Although the spiritual coverage hadn't changed, the size of the spiritual space hadn't changed, and even the number of tombstones hadn't changed. But with 3 extra abilities at once like this, and 3 abilities that could be used perfectly with the tombstone, the effect was far better than simply fusing the spirit space with the chaotic soul bead. I'm actually losing my bodily functions at a rapid rate? What is this situation? Suddenly Yang Chen's face changed slightly. His own body had undergone the self-eating phenomenon. He hurriedly sensed it carefully, only to realize it a few seconds later. It turned out that the 3 major abilities he had just acquired were still first-order effects, and now, because they were fully transformed into his own abilities, they needed to be upgraded and synchronized with his evolutionary rank. The 3 major abilities needed to be upgraded to the same evolutionary level as one's own in order to be truly and perfectly integrated with oneself, or else it would affect one's future potential and cause these 3 major functions to be much less effective. If I had known, I would have raised the chaotic soul bead to level 21 before devouring it, but I didn't expect before that I would be able to directly devour this bead, allowing the super evolution to evolve again. Secretly laughing bitterly, he hurriedly left the mental space. It seems that the 10 essence monster cores on his body cannot be retained. Walking out of the shelter, Yang Chen directly took out the essence monster core and asked Peng Min to help retain the energy before blasting it to pieces with his nail gun. Remember to wrap the small area I'm in with a spatial barrier to retain as much energy as possible. After speaking to Peng Min, he quickly absorbed the energy that escaped after the essence monster's core shattered. After these energies were absorbed into his body, they were automatically absorbed by his body, and in the process, the body energy is flowing, strengthening the 3 newly emerging functions of the spirit towards super evolution. Seeing Peng Min reveal a worried expression, Yang Chen smiled. I'm fine. On the contrary, it's a good thing. My spirit towards super evolution has also undergone the phenomenon of re-evolution. That's good. Peng Min drifted off. By this time, it was already the afternoon time of the second day outside, but the sandstorm had not yet ended. So it could be seen how harsh the environment of the black wind sandy ground really was. But it's a balance between the harsh environment here and the abundance of food. Perhaps it was because the bamboo cage tree was able to grow quickly in such an extreme environment that creatures could exist here. Otherwise it was feared that it would have become a Jedi. As he continued to absorb the energy from the essence monster's core, Yang Chen could feel that the quality of his spiritual energy was getting higher and higher. While the quantity didn't change overall, the quality got higher, and his durability was greatly improved. For example, each attack only requires a small amount of mental energy to be consumed, and then it can achieve the effect that could only be achieved by consuming a large amount of mental energy before. The area near the mountains at the edge of the Black Wind Sands. This is exactly where the Desolate People's Alliance is located. At this moment, an old man looked at the densely packed screen in front of him, pondering. On the screen, there were clearly battle scenes from various parts of Mount Kunwo. It could be seen that as the shockwave of rushing flames passed, the snowy mountains were melted, the ice crumbled, and a huge passageway appeared. Then a large number of drones with the Huyan clan's logo flew out from inside that huge passageway. And so the war between the 2 clans erupted on this side of Mount Kungo near the Black Wind Sands. These toxic tumors. The old man had a worried look on his face. Lord Mayor, another message has been sent, also about the revival of the Divinizer's will. Suddenly the assistant next to him said. The old man returned to his senses and asked, this is the 3rd piece of news about the revival of the will of the Divinized One, right? Is it different from the previous 2? Much the same. Not much difference in essence. The assistant replied. The power of the Divinizer has the probability of allowing evolvers to open up to super evolution. Should we get involved? A little help? How? With human lives? The old man faintly said. Even if we dabble in it, but we can take over and receive the population migrating from the indeterminate Gobi to the various oases. Among them, if it just so happens to appear in the jackpot evolver, it is earning, and even if it doesn't, the population is a resource in itself for the alliance. The assistant next to him couldn't help but ask. But the oases are scattered all over the Black Wind Sandyland and are far apart. Even if someone were to lead the way for those migrating teams, there's no telling how long it would take to travel. And there's no telling how many people would have to die on the way. Not to mention the fact that the Black Wind clan goes around capturing people for experiments. Enable that thing, the old man suddenly said. The clan retains the heritage left over from the Prosperity era, and we on the surface of the earth rely on picking up rags, but we have also accumulated a not-so-weak heritage. What the Lord Mayor said. Could it be? The assistant next to him was surprised. The ladder of stars hang? According to the records, in the Prosperity era, the Stairway of Starshine was used for immigration. We don't need to immigrate. We only use it on the surface. With the Alliance's heritage, it should be enough, the old man said in a deep voice. In recent years, although the population of my alliance has recovered quite a bit, it is less than 1 million people. The population coming over from the side of the indeterminate Gobi. I'm afraid that it will be far more than our total population. These people, they have to be properly placed, otherwise there will be a great chaos. It could far exceed the total population of our union? The assistant was a bit surprised. Can we really eat that many people? Settle down first, the rest. The old man once again looked at the densely packed video in front of him. Let them choose between their own merits. The endless corpses buried in the earth give birth to new hope. I always believe that a new era will eventually come. It was getting dark, and with it, the sandstorm finally ended. However, Yang Chen's enhancement didn't end there, and a night passed just like that. And when the sky turned bright, and the last of the higher-graded essence monster cores were about to run out, his enhancement reached its final stage. It seems like someone is coming, Pang Min suddenly said. Don't bother. Yang Chen continued to absorb the energy from the essence monster's core, and he felt that the 3 major abilities were close to being perfectly fused with himself. This fusion of the 3 major abilities brought him a great deal of benefits. It was also unknown if it was a feedback from the spirit's evolution towards super evolution. His physical qualities had unexpectedly seen a not-so-small increase as well. After another moment, Pang Min spoke again. More and more people are coming. Yang Chen opened his eyes to take a look, and was instantly surprised to find that there were hundreds of people who appeared in his field of vision, and more people kept coming into view in that direction. Over there is the direction of Mount Kunwu. It's only been 2 days. Could it be that the Kunwu clan's people have evacuated? He was secretly surprised and said, under normal circumstances, it's unlikely that the Kunwu clan would just leave, as they seem to care very much about the force field core. I'll grab someone and ask. Straight up arrest? Want me to help? Penman asked. No need. Watch me. Yang Chen smiled faintly, just in time to try out the ability he had just acquired. He covered the past with his spiritual power, and after some screening, he directly chose a 3-person squad to cast Vertigo. It was a squad of evolvers, the strongest being a second-order evolver, and the other 2 were at the first-order limit. Right at the moment he cast his mesmerizing spell, those 3 people were in a defenseless trance with their eyes as if they were walking corpses walking towards this side. This is... Pang Min looked at the scene with surprise. My spirit's new ability to evolve towards super evolution can create illusions or forcibly control an enemy. Yang Chen smiled. If the enemy is not strong-minded, I can even make him commit suicide. Amazing. Pang Min was surprised. Super evolution? It's stronger than we thought. I feel like even a 3rd-order evolver can control it, and a 4th order can influence it. Yang Chen laughed. Of course, because abilities and biases and so on vary, as does the strength of willpower, so there's no guarantee that it can influence absolutely everyone. By this time the 3 evolvers had already come close without any defense. Yang Chen directly opened his mouth and asked, where did you guys come from? Did you pass by Mount Kunwu? We came from the wandering Gobi and passed through Mount Kuno. The 3 evolvers replied in unison. Pang Min looked at this scene with curiosity and surprise, while secretly guarding against these 3 people breaking free from Yang Chen's control. Have you guys seen anyone from the Kwo clan on the snowy mountains? Yang Chen asked again. Seen it, the Quins and the Huyans are fighting. The 3 men spoke with expressionless faces. Yang Chen and Pang Min looked at each other and asked again. Describe what you saw. End of chapter. According to these 3 people's descriptions, the Kunwu clan and the Huyan clan had actually fought on the edge of the snowy mountains near the Black Wind Sandyland side, and the fight was intense. As for the reason, these 3 were not quite sure. Except that they said that they saw a steady stream of Huyan's drones flying out of the interior of the battered and crumbled mountain from afar. A steady stream of Huyan's drones flying out from inside the mountain? Yang Chen and Pang Min both froze. Pang Min couldn't help but ask, Could it be that the Huyen clan has built an underground city inside the mountain? Or some kind of laboratory or something like that? She knew of the lab. Had never seen it but had heard of such a place once. Yang Chen kept asking about various details, and eventually, together with his guesses, summarized. Near this side of the Black Wind Sands, below the snowy mountains, there is something of the Huyen clan. The great bombardment of the Quincies unintentionally drew out the Huens, and the two clans happened to be at war. So perhaps the Huyen clan thought the Congo clan was prepared and went straight to war without asking. Although this was only a guess by the two, Yang Chen felt that he should be very close to the truth. This caused both men to gloat a bit. The Koan Wu clan was in search of themselves, and the power they sent, although considered very terrifying for themselves, should not be too strong for the power that the Huyen clan had stockpiled there. Maybe this time it would be a big loss for the Congos. Why does it feel like there are shadows of Huyens everywhere? Pang Min wondered. After all, it's an old clan. There are forces of this clan even in this Black Wind Sand land. It's not surprising that there's one above Mount Kunwo as well. Yang Chen said, once again asking these three evolvers, since the two clans are at war, how did you guys get over here? We took a detour and traveled an extra day or so before entering the Black Wind Sands. These three replied thus. So it is. Yang Chen didn't ask any more questions and said, you guys continue to rush your way, and when you leave my sight range, you will regain your senses, and by then you will forget everything that is happening now. These three people immediately continued to walk forward with expressionless faces until they left Yang Chen's spiritual coverage before they suddenly came back to their senses in a trance. Yet the trio seemed to notice nothing, and continued onward with undiminished speed. Will it reveal your powers? Should we fix it? Pang Min asked. I can feel that they haven't really fully woken up yet. Their minds are still in a daze. Yang Chen said. In their state, it would take at least half an hour before they would actually come to their senses, and by that time, they would have long gone far away. Ever since what happened at the edge of the snowy mountains, as long as the desolate people didn't actively offend him, he usually wouldn't kill them, especially if there were no hidden dangers. Although he hadn't really tried it yet, he had a hunch that he could easily control dozens of ordinary evolvers of the second rank. Not sure about third-order ones, but one or two are definitely fine, except for the ones that happen to restrain mind control abilities. That's the horror of super evolution. It's good that you're sure, Pang Min said, adding, more are coming. Yang Chen once again looked in the direction of Mount Kunwu, and sure enough, he realized that more and more people were appearing in the field of view. At first there were only a few hundred, but gradually the number reached thousands. And that's just the beginning. Maybe the real migratory hordes are arriving. Or maybe it's one of the hordes. The migration team that was pulled by the Huyen clan's army earlier to snipe at the Kuno clan's transports should have been just one of them. And there was no telling how many people from that team had survived the Kuno clan's stranglehold. Sure enough, as the two had suspected, more and more people appeared in view. When the time came to the hour of noon, the number of people who had appeared in view and crossed them had exceeded 10,000. And this is far from the end. What made the two men frown was that in the meantime, many people saw the bamboo cage tree and looted it. The people in front cut down the bamboo cage tree, and the people in the back dig right into the roots, digging them up and eating them on the spot. Many people even fought over the bamboo cage tree. Seeing this scene, Pang Min hurriedly cut down all the nearby bamboo cage trees and then covered the roots with soil to avoid being dug up. Some of the barren folk who saw the two people over here still wanted to come over to grab the bamboo cage tree, but they were scared away by a look of shock from Yang Chen. Soon, Pang Min cut down all the bamboo cage trees near the shelter, stuffing his inner space to the brim, and said, we were still too optimistic before. If there are too many people, I'm afraid that there won't be enough bamboo cage trees at all. This bamboo cage tree seems to grow very quickly. If it's not possible, we'll plant it ourselves. It just so happens that I've previously come up with another, bionic liquid water bag, which will come in handy as a fertilizer. Yang Chen scanned the nearby underground with his spiritual power, and suddenly pointed to the ground more than 30 meters away. There is a bamboo cage tree there that hasn't grown out yet. It's not that big. Don't cut it down this time. Just dig it out with its roots. Okay. Pang Min immediately ran over and quickly dug with the cessation of killing blade. Perhaps to survive in extreme environments, bamboo cage trees have deep roots. This one, even if it hadn't grown out yet and the part that could truly be considered a seedling bud was less than half a meter, the roots were surprisingly 3 meters deep. In order to avoid digging off, Pang Min carefully used the spatial barrier to get rid of the surrounding soil. Even with her ability, it took her a full half hour or so to finally dig it out in one piece. Yang Chen had already put away the shelter and was on guard next to it. Seeing Pang Min carry out the complete bamboo cage tree, he reached out to take it and smiled. Let's continue our journey as well. 10 kilometers away in that direction is the station of the Desolate Folk Alliance. So let's go over there first and see what's going on. Okay. Pang Min naturally wouldn't have any opinions, leaving it up to Yang Chen to make the call. The two of them immediately moved forward along with the man who had just come down from Mount Congo. And during this process, Yang Chen tried to input diffractive chi into the bamboo cage tree sapling bud in his hand, wanting to see if he could derive any useful attributes. Anyway, even if bad attributes are born, as long as they don't interfere with eating. By the way, can you dig it up and grow it? Pang Min suddenly asked. I suddenly feel that I should have dug it along with the soil. The weather in this black wind sandy land is also very hot. Without the soil, I'm afraid that it will wither very quickly. Eat it when it's really wilted. A root that long can last 10 days or so if you just use it to feed yourself. Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, although the bamboo cage trees may be cut down and dug up in a crowded place, the black wind sandy ground is so big that it shouldn't be difficult to find more seedling buds. Let's hope so. I always had a feeling it wasn't that simple. Pang Min was still a bit worried. Previously, there was only the Black Wind clan in this Black Wind sandy land. Now it seems that the Koan Wu clan has also come over here to establish a safe zone. The Hu Yen clan might also come, or even came a long time ago. The two clans are now on the same level of power, and I'm afraid that the war will spill over to this side. Yang Chen heard, also a little worried. Big deal. We continue to rush. The world is big. It is impossible that there is no place for us to settle down. Not to mention that we are all super evolved. As long as we are given the time. He blushed and looked at the bamboo cage sapling in his hand with a surprised expression. Got something good? Pang Min, who was already very experienced, asked. Yes, very good stuff. But the message is a bit strange. Yang Chen looked at the data of the bamboo cage sapling in his hand whose roots were 20 centimeters at their thickest point. Porcupine fruit tree LV. 0%, a yearly ripe fruit tree. The fruit is a meat pig. Ripe and fall to the ground can become a sperm. So it is best not to let the fruit ripen naturally. The higher the level, the better the flavor and nutrition of the meat pig. The original bamboo cage tree became the hogwash fruit tree. A bit of a name change. And the thing that surprised Yang Chen the most was that the fruit produced by the piggyback fruit tree was actually a meat pig. If the ripe fruit falls to the ground naturally, the meat hogs can become fertilized. It's a little unbelievable. I may have gotten something out of it. Yang Chen said. It seems like we really need to find a place to farm. This bamboo cage tree has turned into a piggy bank fruit tree that produces meat pig fruit. As long as we can grow this tree alive, we will have a constant supply of meat to eat. And we don't need to feed it in the early stages. A piggyback fruit tree? It produces meat pig fruit? Pang Min was stunned. I've seen pigs before. Do they just come out of trees? I don't know about that. I've never eaten pork. I've only heard of such creatures. Yang Chen said thoughtfully. I have some doubts. This so-called bamboo cage tree originally will not be piggy bank tree? Forget it. There's no point in dwelling on this. It's almost time to arrive at the Alliance station. Let's see if we can go to the Alliance in general. And if we can't go, we'll find a place to plant a tree. End of chapter. I'm all yours. Pang Min said. The Desolate Folk Alliance of the Black Wind and Sandlands is an alliance of the desolate folk over here. Not necessarily ours. So let's see what happens first. Yang Chen said. But that so-called antidote capsule, if you have the chance, you must buy some to carry on your back. Aha, I'll keep that in mind. Pang Min nodded. There were many people traveling with him, but Yang Chen found that the number of evolved people who were able to walk here was surprisingly close to half of them. At a glance, evolved people could be seen everywhere, much more than what they had seen in the wandering Gobi. Maybe it's because the ordinary wastelanders are dying on the road, either starve to death, freeze to death on a snowy mountain, or even die outright of disease if you get injured, etc. Once the Draconians are injured, they are basically at the mercy of God. Although the Arabs don't get inflamed easily when they get hurt because they're adapted to the extreme environment, not everyone can make it through. Friends over there. Suddenly an evolver came this way. He stopped 30 meters away, took a look at the hogwash sapling in Yang Chen's hand, and said, "Can we trade some bamboo cage trees?" "No, we don't have much." Yang Chen directly refused. Although they had a lot stored up on them, he couldn't have asked for more now that there was a food crisis. However, this evolver didn't give up. "My friend, I can trade you with crystallized bone marrow." Yang Chen was about to refuse, when he suddenly saw a group of people covered in burns behind this evolver. He couldn't help but pause and asked, how were they injured? Rippled by the war between the two clans. This evolved person said. At that time, the Kuno clan was bombarding the snowy mountains with flaming cannonballs, and we were unlucky enough to be caught in the wave. Yang Chen thought of the rushing flames 3 days ago that almost blocked the view of the entire snowy mountain, and didn't refuse anymore. What are you taking in trade? Say it first. It's not cheap. Crystallized bone marrow. The face of the evolver on the opposite side of the room was delighted. Yang Chen said, yes, a piece of crystallized marrow can give you a pound of bamboo cage tree, but with the shell, even with the shell, and a piece of crystallized bone marrow can only be exchanged for 1 pound? The evolved person on the opposite side frowned slightly. You've pressed the price even lower than trading with ordinary desolate people. The shell of the bamboo cage tree is very thick, and there's only a small half of the tree core inside a caddy. You can also find it yourself. There are many bamboo cage trees in this black windsand land. Yang Chen said indifferently. The evolved person on the opposite side hesitated, looked at the ordinary people behind him, gritted his teeth, and then took out more than 20 pieces of crystallized bone marrow from the bag behind him. I want 25 pounds. Although he was also an early second stage evolver, he didn't have a space folding bag. Obviously something like this is not available to anyone. Yang Chen glanced at Pang Min. Pang Min immediately took out roughly 25 pounds of branches from the bamboo cage tree and wrapped them in a spatial barrier to send them over. The ability to control things? On the opposite side, scorn flashed in the eyes of that second-order evolver, and he honestly received these branches of the bamboo cage tree before handing over the crystallized bone marrow. Pang Min once again used the spatial barrier to bring back with the 25 pieces of crystallized bone marrow and handed them over to Yang Chen. Thank you both. I am Tiger Erfong. I don't know what your names are? Tiger Erfong said. The nobles in the safe zone have also migrated over, and I'm afraid that the Black Wind and Sandland will be even more dangerous than the previous wandering Gobi, so why don't we travel in pairs, so that we can take care of each other? Kindness appreciated. Companionship even. Yang Chen did not reveal his name, lest he cause trouble in vain. Although these deserted people who came behind him might not know about him, it was better to do more than less. After collecting the crystallized bone marrow, he took Pang Min and continued onward. In the rear, Tiger Erfong was a bit regretful. Because of the existence of the spatial barrier, he couldn't sense those two people's aura at all. Plus, he saw that Yang Chen and his duo were dressed cleaner than the other evolvers, and there wasn't much fatigue on their faces, so they should be very strong evolvers, so they wanted to pair up. Too bad the other side can't see them. Just as well. He turned back to his group. We have food. Save it. After traveling a few more kilometers, Yang Chen and his duo saw the so-called Alliance garrison. Over a hill, they saw a lone building a few hundred meters away from them, standing on the black earth, and by this time the building was surrounded by people. Are those people going to take a helicopter to Alliance headquarters too? Pang Min was puzzled in her heart, while saying with some concern, sandstorms appear from time to time in this black wind sandy land. Is the helicopter safe? It's too early to tell. Maybe there are helicopters that specialize in flying in these extreme environments. I don't know anything about technological products. Yang Chen didn't move and used his spiritual power to confuse the people in front of him, and all the people blocking the road automatically made a pathway. A strong person. That's definitely a strong person. My hunch was right. At the back, when Tiger Erfong saw this scene, his face was instantly delighted, and he immediately followed with his own people. However, because Yang Chen had already made a statement before, he didn't dare to follow too close, and only borrowed the passage opened by Yang Chen to enter the Alliance residence. Yang Chen naturally noticed Tiger Erfong following behind, but the other party didn't get too close, so he didn't bother. With their spiritual power opening the way, the two of them did not encounter any obstacles and easily entered the interior of the Alliance's garrison. There is surprisingly a very large tarmac here, and there are people keeping order at this time, because a large number of wastelanders have surrounded the place and seem to be grabbing for the helicopter. Does everyone else know to take the helicopter here to League headquarters? Pang Min was puzzled. How did these people know? Could it be that the barren folk of the Black Wind and Sandlands went around specifically to notify them? Yang Chen was also a bit puzzled. Just at this moment, someone suddenly said loudly, the Tiger Weather Oasis can accommodate another 3,000 people. All of a sudden those wastelanders who had gathered around the tarmac crowded in excitedly. Don't squeeze! Don't squeeze! The man keeping order said loudly, but no one even listened. The people around us kept pushing and shoving, scrambling to get inside the tarmac. Many of the later ones, although they did not know what was going on, saw everyone trying to squeeze in, so they followed suit. There were also people behind Yang Chen and the two of them trying to squeeze over, but they were all blocked by Pang Min's spatial barrier. No one could get within 3 meters of them. Tiger Oasis? Pang Min said in surprise. Is it surprising that the oasis over here hasn't been overrun by the clans? The Desolate Folk Alliance might be stronger than we thought, to have managed to occupy an oasis. And judging from the name, the Desolate Folk Alliance over here is occupying more than one oasis. Yang Chen looked around and said suspiciously, I'm wondering what all these people are crowding into the tarmac for. There's no sign of the so-called helicopter either. Are we going in? Penman asked. It's prudent to look at the situation first, Yang Chen said, because they had more options than the vast majority of the wastelanders. He wasn't in a hurry. Even if something really good happens, even if they accidentally miss it, it's not like they won't survive. By this time the tarmac, which was fully 30 meters in diameter, was packed with people. Enough people, don't come back in. Suddenly one of the evolvers maintaining order did something, and a white translucent barrier immediately rose from the edge of the tarmac, blocking all those who hadn't yet entered the tarmac. Just in the moment when the two of them were puzzled, a sudden skyrocketing light rose up, and above the huge tarmac, a huge illusory gear appeared out of nowhere inside the light, slowly rotating. Oh my god! What is that? What's that? Everyone gasped out in shock. Yang Chen and Pang Min also revealed a look of surprise. It seems to be the power of space. I sensed the power of space, Pang Min said quickly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw everyone in the tarmac disappear out of thin air. Along with it, the illusory gears that had appeared earlier disappeared. The tarmac, which was full of people, became very empty all of a sudden. The scene startled many who came later, including the two of them, Yang Chen. Everyone subconsciously retreated back and forth. At the edge of the tarmac, an evolver maintaining order laughed. Don't panic, gentlemen. This is the ladder of Xingxuan. Our alliance's strongmen removed it from the top of the Prosperity Era's escorting flying boat, and it was specially used to pick you up. That's right. Don't panic everyone. There will be other oases to accept you later. Another evolved person also spoke loudly. The Stairway of Starshine? What's that? Sounds like a lot of work. It looks pretty badass too. Everyone present, including the Yang Chen duo, had an eye-opening expression on their faces. It was the first time everyone had seen this amazing thing. There's even a Stairway of Starshine here as well? A surprised voice came from the large rear. Immediately afterward, there was a sudden commotion in the rear. Get out of the way. Get the out of the way. Suddenly there was a chortle from the rear. Yang Chen and the others looked back and saw a large group of people aggressively squeezing in. The group was armed with many canelids, and the procession consisted of men and women, young and old, principal persons and guards, etc. And the total population could not have been less than 500, only more. The first few evolvers showed no mercy as they punched and kicked the people in front of them. All the people blocking the road were angry and furious. But seeing how arrogant this group of people were, they must have a lot of backbone, so they didn't dare to say much and stepped aside. It's the safe zone aristocrats. Pang Min frowned and said, do we have to get out of the way? She'd love to get those arrogant guys killed. Now that she had that under her belt, one thing led to another. Paired with Yang Chen's means of attack, the two of them, super evolutionaries, would definitely be able to overthrow this noble migration team, and it wouldn't take too much effort. Of course the real reason for wanting to make a move was that the group was coming in so aggressively that they would absolutely collide with them. Let's see how the Desolate Folk Alliance treats these safe zone nobles first. Yang Chen took Peng Min and stepped aside, giving the group of people the chance to pass through first. They weren't in a hurry anyway, so it was a good time to see how the people on the Black Wind Sand side were treating the safe zone nobles. He didn't think that this wandering Gobi safe zone aristocrat would be able to get away with it, because he sensed that around the tarmac, the group of a few evolvers who were maintaining order didn't have a single one below the 4th rank. Soon, everyone from that safe zone aristocracy came outside the tarmac. To Yang Chen's surprise, the strongest member of that safe zone's aristocracy, a 5th order evolver, stepped out and said very politely, I am the Lord of He Clan, He Shangnan, and I have brought my clan to join the Desolate Folk Alliance of the Black Wind Sands, so I would like to ask a few of you to be accommodating, so that my He Clan can arrive at the oasis first. With that, he took out a space folding bag and handed it over. End of chapter. In the crowd, Yang Chen and Peng Min looked at each other with some surprise. This noble lord is so kind? Peng Min was a bit skeptical that this noble lord was not a desolate folk in disguise. They aren't stupid after all. Those evolvers who maintain order, the weakest ones are of the 4th order, and there are several of the 5th order. Yang Chen said, looking towards a youth who had never said anything, that one should be a 6th order evolver. And these people might be the top echelon of the desolate folk alliance. The nobles of the safe zone in the wandering Gobi look down on us desolate folks, but in their eyes, the people of the desolate folk alliance in the black wind and sandy ground might not necessarily be pariahs as well. Watching people talk? Pang Min couldn't help but show a sarcastic expression. So those so-called nobles also have this kind of face. I thought they were naturally proud. Since the sound of their conversation was shielded by the spatial barrier, she didn't lower her voice at all. Of course the main thing was that she felt that her current self alone would be able to cripple this so-called safe zone noble, while the other party would still mostly be unable to do anything about it. So, she didn't put the other party in her eyes much at all. It was also just a matter of caution and habit that she habitually blocked out the sound so as not to cause more trouble. Inside the tarmac, among the Alliance evolvers who were maintaining order, that sixth order evolver walked out. He received the space folding bag expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Wait for the next batch together." At that moment, many of the desolate folk secretly frowned. The desolate folk alliance over here. They didn't even drive away the safe zone nobles? This safety zone noble had injured quite a few people when he squeezed in just now. And these people from the desolate people's alliance didn't stand up for the desolate people. It seemed that the so-called desolate folk alliance was just a type of power, and could even be considered a type of clan. Only this power is made up of deserted people. The lord of the He clan, He Shangnan, also frowned after hearing this and asked, "Can I let my He clan have a separate batch?" He didn't want to be crammed in with a large group of untouchables in case he caught some contagious disease. The sixth-ranked evolver from the Desolate Folk Alliance raised an eyebrow as he directly refined the spatial folding pouch and took a look at its contents. Then faintly said, "This point won't be enough for a separate batch of you guys." He Shangnan immediately took out a spatial folding bag again and handed it over, with a smile on his face and not the slightest hint of anger. The sixth-ranked evolver of the Desolate Folk Alliance took the spatial folding bag and glanced at the supplies inside. Then he was satisfied. "Come in. The place you are going to is the Flat Lake Oasis. Go over there and be peaceful. There are no clans in the Black Wind Sand Land to shelter you." Apparently he knows who these people are too. "Don't worry. We understand." He Shangnan immediately led his people inside the tarmac. Yang Chen and the others waited for a while, and then they saw the same white pillar of light that rose up in the sky as before, followed by the appearance of a huge gear inside the pillar. Those gears slowly rotated, giving the impression that they were able to strangle space. This time Pang Min sensed carefully and was certain that it was the power of space, but it was not quite the same as the space power of an evolutionary. As for what exactly was different, she couldn't say, because of her limited knowledge. She didn't know how to describe the difference even if she could sense it. A few seconds later, everyone enveloped by the pillar of light disappeared along with the unreal gear and the pillar of light. The tarmac was once again empty. The sixth order revolver from before spoke loudly again. "The Flat Lake Oasis can still accept 8,000 people. This time it will be split into 2 batches. Squeeze a little bit. 1 batch of 4,000 people. Those who want to go to the Flat Lake Oasis, enter the field." The man next to him whispered a reminder. "My lord, 4,000 at a time is overloaded. 3,500 is the limit. A squeeze won't kill anyone," the sixth order evolutionary said indifferently. Because of the previous accommodation to he, just a few hundred people plus a bunch of supplies had consumed an opportunity, and he would have to make up the numbers from the later teleportations. Also Flat Lake Oasis? Going? Because that he noble went to the Pingu Oasis as well. Many people were a bit hesitant to go to the same place as those people, but there were others who rushed onto the tarmac without the slightest hesitation, fearful of losing their access to the oasis. "Let's go check it out too. These oases, anyway, don't quite look like they can't get out once they're in." Yang Chen took Pang Min and squeezed in as well. This time, because there were too many people, too crowded, and because she didn't want to draw too much attention to herself, Pang Min didn't use her overbearing spatial barrier to keep the others a few meters away. Of course, she still protected the 2 of them to death, with 37 layers of spatial barriers overlapping each other to ensure that even if a 5th order evolver got close enough to sneak attack, they would never want to instantly injure them. What a coincidence! My 2 friends. No, my 2 lords. Suddenly Tiger Irfan also squeezed over with his own people and smiled with a pleasing face. Pang Min looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded slightly and did not say anything, nor did he dismantle Tiger Irfan's little trick. Tiger Irfan's heart was delighted, and he immediately brought his own people over. Because there will be so many people entering later, all of them will have to be crammed together for this tarmac to hold 4,000 people. That's why he specifically looked for a location with acquaintances, lest he be backstabbed by strangers. Of course, he didn't really just completely trust the 2 of them, but he felt that this was the best option. Being good at reading people, he had noticed during the previous transaction that the two evolvers seemed to have some sympathy for his companions who had been affected by the war. It is likely that this is precisely why the other side is willing to trade food to them, although he didn't know why. The behavior of the two evolvers had certainly earned his trust. He felt that as long as he didn't make a fool of himself, these two mysterious and powerful evolvers shouldn't be so bad as to assassinate himself and the others. After all, this small scavenging team of his own, he was the only evolved person, and the rest of them were all ordinary people with nothing good on them. The number of people entering inside the tarmac increased and soon it became truly crowded. The evolver who was maintaining order at the periphery suddenly said, 4,000 people is a bit overloaded. Those with large items, either throw them out or include them in your storage space, which is almost considered to exist independently and will not consume additional teleportation energy. Do you hear me? Put your things into the storage space or throw them out, and those who are not happy can leave. The other evolvers maintaining order also said in a cold voice, this time it's a free pickup for you. The Starry Xian staircase costs a huge amount of money every time it opens. The vast majority of you may only have this chance to ride the Starry Xian staircase in this life, so it's best to take advantage of the opportunity. Inside the tarmac, all the people holding things frown darkly. For a lot of people, what they have in their hands is almost all they have, and throwing it away is waiting for them to die of hunger and thirst. Don't spare your little trash. There are plenty of resources in the oasis for your 2 bites. A fifth-order evolver said indifferently. The Black Wind Sandland is 30,000 kilometers across. The nearest oasis to this place is more than 300 kilometers away. And the Flat Lake Oasis is even more than 8,000 kilometers away from here. So if you guys are willing to walk, please make yourselves at home. That far? Really? I've heard that the Gobi is only about 5,000 kilometers across. But the Black Wind Sands are so much larger than the Gobi? No wonder it feels like the Black Wind and Sandy Land is endless when you look down from Kwo Mountain. It's that big? Everyone was secretly surprised. Yang Chen and Pang Min were the same. Although they knew that the Black Wind Sands was big, they didn't expect it to be that big. No wonder the evolver who had led the men to cut down the trees earlier had said that it would take more than 3 months to walk from this side to the Alliance headquarters. If the League's headquarters were on the edge of the other side of the Black Wind Sands, at such a distance, more than 3 months, I'm afraid, is a conservative estimate. At a slower pace, this time would have to be doubled. I'm afraid. Many people sniffed and immediately gritted their teeth and threw what they were carrying out of the tarmac, as they no longer had the strength to walk hundreds or thousands of kilometers. The desolate people outside immediately rushed over to loot, and the supplies they threw out changed hands in the blink of an eye. However, there were quite a few people who were still holding on to their things, and none of their things could be put into the storage space, nor could they throw them away. For example, the piggyback sapling in Yang Chen's hand, because neither their largest one, the space folding bag, nor Pang Min's inner space, could directly fit this item in its complete state, unless it is broken off, which is impossible because it is mostly impossible to plant after it is broken off. When Tiger Erfong saw that Yang Chen didn't throw anything, he also hardened his head and pretended not to hear. Seeing that there were still so many people who hadn't thrown anything away, the lone 6th Order Evolutionary said in a cold voice, those who are unwilling to give up the supplies in their hands, come out immediately to make room for the others, and you can wait for the next batch. All those holding the supplies were at once hesitant and resigned, for the previous group had not thrown them. Whoever still has supplies in their hands, get out. That 6th Order Evolutionary suddenly released his breath, and a thin streak of lightning appeared out of thin air. It was obvious that he was a Thunder System Evolutionary, and a 6th Order Thunder System Evolutionary that favored attacks. Those holding the supplies all blushed slightly and had to walk out of the tarmac. What to do? Pang Min looked at Yang Chen. Wait for the next batch. Listening to those people, the Desolate Folk Alliance is preparing to pick up everyone. We still have a chance. Although Yang Chen was a bit upset, he had no choice but to squeeze out of the tarmac with Pang Min. Surprisingly, Tiger Erfong also followed again with his own men, and he didn't know if he couldn't be bothered to throw away his supplies, or what. Yang Chen had just stepped out of the tarmac when he suddenly sensed the gaze of that 6th Order Evolutionary. End of chapter. He turned back to the other man. That 6th Order Evolutionary immediately spoke. This bamboo cage tree of yours is special? The reason why he asked was because he could vaguely sense the aura of Yang Chen's duo through the spatial barrier. 2 2nd Order revolvers couldn't afford to part with a small bamboo cage tree. This is so weird, because the spatial barrier of the evolved itself had the aura of the power of evolution, coupled with the fact that the difference in evolutionary level was too great. The strong were able to vaguely see through the spatial barrier of the weak. This includes other hidden aspects of the ability, where the difference in level is too great to be seen through. Of course, strong in this context refers to people with higher evolutionary ranks, not combat prowess. This bamboo cage tree has a special meaning to me. Nothing special in itself. Yang Chen replied. So it is. That 6th order revolver didn't ask any more questions. The district's 2nd order revolver didn't deserve too much of his attention. Yang Chen didn't stay any longer and led Peng Min to the edge. Many people could only give up their places even though their hearts were not willing to do so, because the supplies in their hands were all indispensable to them. As places were vacated, immediately many more people without supplies in hand squeezed in. Soon the entire tarmac was packed to capacity. With the appearance of a pillar of light rushing into the sky and a giant gear, the group was teleported away. Next, another 4,000 were teleported away, because more and more people were arriving here. Even after sending away tens of thousands of people in a row, the number of people here did not tend to decrease. Perhaps the Desolate People's Alliance had anticipated this scene and thus set up the Ladder of Starry Xian here. What do you think the Desolate People's Alliance is doing this for? Peng Min asked. Is there really such a power that can look out for the desolate people? Or is there some ulterior motive? Although she was unable to comprehend just how advanced the Stairway of Starshine was, she was able to guess that transporting that many people would definitely consume more than she could imagine. But even so, the League did so. Yang Chen thought for a moment. Maybe it's for the population. The population itself is a resource. If it's about population, there might actually be a lot of resources in these oases. Peng Min immediately got a bit expectant, but this anticipation was quickly suppressed by her. You can't hold too much expectation, lest you be disappointed when the time comes. Yang Chen laughed. Anyway, we will definitely not starve again no matter what. So the big deal is to continue eating vegetarian. As long as there is food. Peng Min wasn't picky at all. She just wanted to live well. Given the choice, of course she wanted something better. But if you don't have a choice, big deal. You're a vegetarian like before. What else more? She looked at the piggy bank sapling in Yang Chen's hand. If she could find a stable place, she could grow meat pigs. Yang Chen and his duo waited for more than 10 minutes before it was finally their turn again. The destination this time is the Perry Lake Oasis, which can accommodate 5,000 people, transmitting in 2 batches, 1 batch of 2,500 people. Inside the evolvers maintaining order, a 5th-ranked evolver looked at the group that had been driven out earlier. Priority is given to those who have supplies in their hands. Don't think that we were targeting you earlier. Everyone present will have the opportunity to take a ride on the ladder of Xingxuan once. Seize the time. Let's go. Yang Chen immediately led Peng Min into the tarmac. Tiger Erfan also immediately followed with his own men. Peng Min couldn't help but glance at the heel. My lord, we mean absolutely no harm. We just want to follow the two of you. You two are the only people I'm still familiar with here. Tiger Erfan explained with some embarrassment. Yang Chen asked, what is your ability? Tiger Erfan sniffed and hesitated slightly. Looking around, our conversation won't get out. No one else can hear it. Yang Chen said, shielding sound? Perhaps it can also shield breath? Tiger Erfan was surprised in his heart, and he couldn't help but wonder in his mind. Had he guessed wrong? The reason why one couldn't sense the aura of these two was not because these two were exceedingly strong, but because of this ability? However, he suddenly thought of what happened earlier when Yang Chen and his duo passed by and the others couldn't help but give way to a passage. That kind of ability was by no means something that an ordinary evolutionary could do, as he had seen several third-order evolutionaries actively give way before. To be able to achieve this level, one would at least be a 4th-order and above middle-order evolver. At that moment, he hurriedly said, my ability is stealth. Not much of a fighter. I've made you laugh. My lord. Stealth? Yang Chen was a bit surprised and pondered in his heart. If this kind of invisibility was just hiding the form and making it invisible to the naked eye, while the person was still there, then one's spiritual power should be able to spot the other side. Not only himself, but Peng Min's spatial power was stronger than his own spiritual power in terms of scanning, so he could more than likely see it as well. So he asked, are you good at prying? Tiger Erfan's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he replied, I won't hide it from you. I've done the selling of news before, and as you know, this ability of mine can only do this kind of thing that can't make it to the scene. Yang Chen immediately said, when we arrive at Perry Lake Oasis, you'll be responsible for helping us spy on all kinds of news, and on the premise that you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, we'll protect you. How about it? At once, Tiger Erfan's face was delighted. No problem. Thank you. My lord, remember, the premise is that you guys don't take the initiative to cause trouble, Yang Chen reminded. Don't worry, my lord. None of us are people who would cause trouble, much less have the guts to do so, Tiger Irfan said in a hurry. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Pang Min suddenly asked, could this Stairway of Starshine teleportation be the time-space tunnel that Hu Zhou is talking about? Because she was going to say something cryptic, she once again shielded her voice from the likes of Tiger Irfan. Not good, Yang Chen said. Since you can sense the power of the Stairway of Starshine, carefully sense it. It would naturally be best if you gain something, and it wouldn't be a loss if you don't. But don't do anything on your own initiative lest accidents happen during the teleportation process. I know, Penman nodded. By this time the number of people entering inside the tarmac had reached 2,500. As a white translucent barrier appeared at the edge of the tarmac, a column of light was seen rising that enveloped the entire tarmac. When they were outside earlier, Yang Chen and the others saw a huge gear slowly rotating. But inside this tarmac, instead of seeing that illusory giant gear, they saw a huge passageway. A powerful suction force appeared, and Pang Min subconsciously grabbed Yang Chen's arm. In the next moment, a sensation of heavenly rotation came. Yang Chen suddenly felt as if he had actually entered a time and space tunnel, as if everything around him was spinning, but from the scanning of his spiritual power, all of them were still standing in the same place, and in the process, nothing could be seen in the darkness around them. The sensation lasted only a few seconds before light appeared before his eyes once again. When their sight returned to normal, everyone was surprised to find that they and the others had come to a place with an open view. As far as the eye could see, there was a patch of grass every few tens or hundreds of meters. The vegetation is much thicker here than elsewhere, although the sand is still black underfoot, because every few dozen meters here, there's a small, unrecognizable tree. Although none of the trees seemed to be growing much, they gave off a vibrant feeling. Wow, what is this place? So much grass, so many roots. Many were ecstatic. Some of those who had long been starving to the point of insanity rushed to the ground to dig up grass roots to fill their stomachs. This scene caused many people who had been waiting here for a long time to look at them with contempt and disdain. Tiger Irfan and a few of his commoner teammates also subconsciously crouched down to pull out the grass, but quickly reacted again. Under Tiger Irfan's urging, several people hurriedly stood up and followed closely behind Yang Chen's duo. There's even a place like this in the Black Wind Sandlands? Pang Min looked at the distance with a surprised expression. The place was almost endless, and while there was a fair amount of bare sand, the vast majority of the area was grass. There weren't many plants, but they were much better than the rest of the Black Wind Sands, and at least at a glance, green took up the vast majority of the area. Yang Chen was also surprised. He had previously thought that the entire Black Wind Sandland was that kind of bare sandy landscape. I didn't realize there was such fertile ground. But soon, he saw the black sandy soil under his feet and said, there should be sandstorms here as well, only they shouldn't be as bad as the other places. As soon as his words fell, a loose person in the back who was supposed to be in the safe zone of the wandering Gobi frowned and spat. This kind of place can be considered an oasis? It's too barren, isn't it? Not a single animal. It's true that I didn't see any animals, and it's surprisingly barren with only turf and small trees that don't grow very tall. It's nothing like the dense forests in the safe zone, and it's a waste of anticipation. Those few residents of the safe zone looked disgusted. These conversations caused Yang Chen and the other desolate folk to look at each other in disbelief. Such a fertile land that made them ecstatic was a barren land in the eyes of those safe zone residents? Suddenly a fifth-order revolver in charge of receiving the guide in front of him said loudly, everyone listen up. My name is Joe Erming. I am the steward of this Perry Lake Oasis. Everyone can just call me Steward Joe. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted, Joe Erming continued, what I'm going to say, there are only 2 points. The first point, no one is allowed to enter the center limpid lake. Whoever enters the lake without authorization, once found, shoot to kill. Everyone's face changed slightly, and all of a sudden they were secretly guessing whether there was some kind of treasure in the so-called limpid lake in the center. Don't guess, there's nothing at the bottom of the lake. The regulation, to prevent overfishing, there are schools of fish in the lake. Joe Erming said, if you have the ability, you can fish on the shore. You can use the net to salvage it, and it is your ability to get it, but you absolutely must not go into the water. So please keep that in mind. Point 2. He looked at everyone with cold eyes. And the last point, the Black Wind Clan is the enemy of all of us. Once any act of collaborating with the enemy is discovered, shoot to kill, and the entire alliance is wanted. End of chapter. At this point, Yang Chen and the other desolate people did not have any reaction. But the safe residents of the wandering Gobi all frowned slightly, but didn't dare say anything more. This was no longer the wandering Gobi, after all, and they were no longer residents of the safe zone under the shelter of the clan. The above 2 points are strictly forbidden. Joe Erming changed his tone and revealed a smile. These latter points aren't as strict. The first thing is your place of residence. This point is arbitrary. The strong are prioritized. You can sleep on the grass if you like, build a house if you like. The address is randomly chosen. There is no restriction. And if you have the ability, it's fine to go and rob other people's dwellings. As long as the first 2 points are strictly adhered to, everything else is arbitrary, and all resources here are free. Speaking here, he said with a smirk, but as a reminder, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, or don't blame others if you die. The Alliance encourages competition. Indiscriminate killing has its own consequences. As long as you don't kill innocents indiscriminately, feel free to do whatever you want. This is too unfair to us ordinary people, isn't it? How can we possibly compete with evolved people? What's the difference between this and surviving in the wilderness by ourselves? Someone muttered in a low voice. Unfair? Joe Erming heard the man's words and smiled. Then find a way to become an evolutionary. The Alliance has its own evolutionary potion. Although there is a certain chance of failure, and if you fail, you will become an infected. The success rate is already as high as 70%. Those who are not afraid of death can gamble on it. And if you don't dare to gamble on it, don't talk about any unfairness. Into the evolutionary potion? Up to 70% success rate? Is this really true? Everyone was shocked, and those ordinary people were even breathing heavily. Yang Chen and Pang Min were also a bit surprised that the alliance over here was that strong. You said before that Hu Yanlingxi said that the clan has evolution potions. Did Hu Yanlingxi say what the success rate of the clan's evolution potions is? Pang Min couldn't help but ask. That's not what was said. But Hu Yanlingxi said that it can make everyone become evolved. I'm afraid the success rate is high, but it's hard to say if it's not 100%. Yang Chen shook his head. At that time, he didn't know that evolutionary potions had a chance of failure. It couldn't be helped. The insights of the Wastelanders were too short. It seemed that if there was a chance, it would be better to find a way to gain more knowledge from the Alliance. However, both of them were only surprised by the fact that the Alliance even had evolution potions, and not so much by the fact that the Alliance was able to make ordinary people become evolved. Yang Chen is because he can make people evolved by himself. As for Pang Min, although she had always been in a state of speculation, she had always felt that the timing of her awakening was too coincidental, and always felt that her awakening had something to do with Yang Chen, so she didn't have much of a reaction to it. Even her own super revolution? She suspected that it was related to Yang Chen. It was only because Yang Chen had never said anything positive about this matter that everything remained in the speculation stage. Not for free, of course. Joe Erming continued. Formally sign up to join the Alliance and just work for the Alliance for free for a year. What you have to do is also very simple. Planting seeds, or receiving guests, or even selling items and so on. He looked at all the ordinary people present. The Alliance won't arrange jobs that are too hard and tiring. It's just a stepping stone for each of them because the Alliance doesn't keep idle people. And even more so because it's afraid that some people will think that the chance of awakening comes too easily. After a pause, he said again, however, if any of you have special skills amongst yourselves, you will be paid for that year as well. A chance to become evolved. Tiger Erfong breathed a little sharply and couldn't help but ask, my lord, may I ask what are the requirements for formally joining the Alliance? Those ordinary people he brought with him were actually all his family. If his family can also become evolved, there's some danger involved, but it's not like you can't take a gamble. After all, with a full 70% success rate, the chances are still good. Able-bodied hands and feet will do. Joe Erming replied, if you need to enroll, come to me anytime. The tallest building on the shore of the limpid lake is my home. Finally, a friendly reminder not to trespass when encountering complexes that have been abandoned for years. He added, those places, all of which were once residential areas, are full of infected and all kinds of mutated monsters. Trespassing, don't blame others if you die. Alright, that's all I have to say. Do what you need to do. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Surprisingly, he really did not care about the 2,000 odd people who were new to the city, and he did not arrange for anyone to maintain order. At that exact moment, an illusory white gear appeared 100 meters away. Immediately after that, another group of people appeared out of thin air, the second batch of people who were teleported over. Joe Erming immediately headed that way. It's the spatial power again. but it's completely different from the spatial power of an evolutionary. Pang Min looked at the person who had just appeared over there and said, "It's a pity that I didn't sense anything. A gain is a gain, and a loss is not a loss." Yang Chen said, "Let's first find out what place is more suitable for living." Okay. Pang Min nodded and immediately followed Yang Chen away. The rest of the group dispersed individually. The evolvers have picked up speed and gone off to find a good place to settle down. Ordinary people, on the other hand, either continued to dig up grass roots to feed their hunger or hesitated to sign up to officially join the alliance. The reason for this hesitation is that there is a mortality rate associated with the use of evolutionary potions. A 70% chance of success means that out of 10 people, 3 may have to die, which is not too low a death rate. Your Honor. At that moment Tiger Erfong once again followed with his own men. Actually, it's a good choice for you to join the alliance. Yang Chen said, "I'm sorry for your Honor's amusement, but I was inquiring for my family just now. Not that I have that in mind myself." Tiger Erfong thought that Yang Chen felt that he was having second thoughts, and hurriedly explained, "I think that following the 2 adults is the best choice." "You misunderstand. What I mean is that you may have more access to information when you join the alliance," Yang Chen said with an unchanged face, "as long as you can provide valuable information. On the premise that you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, we will do what we can to provide you with shelter." Pang Min also said, "We're all living under the eaves of the alliance now, and we're also considered to be peripheral members of the alliance. You joining the alliance will only do us good and no harm. Do you 2 lords mean that I should join the alliance?" Tiger Erfong came to a sudden realization. "Then I will first wait for the 2 lords to find the location of the Anja, and after I know where the 2 lords reside, then I will make plans. We are only partners, not subordinates, and you have your own freedom to see what you choose," Yang Chen said while looking into the distance. From here, the towering Kwo Mountain could no longer be seen, and it was obvious that this place was already very far away from Kwo Mountain. This limpid lake oasis is really very huge and you can't see the edge of it at a glance. Of course, it wasn't all plain sailing, and from time to time a hill, large or small, was visible, with some small trees above it. Along the way, Yang Chen and the others also saw bamboo cage trees, but the bamboo cage trees here all seem to be artificially planted. It is because those bamboo cage trees are very regular in their distribution area. Instead of growing in a scattered manner, every few hundred meters, there is a puddle of some size. Around the puddles, there are houses. Again, the closer you get to a puddle, the more lush the turf becomes, but these puddles should just be standing water from the rain, not the lake. And that center limpid lake is still a long way from this side. The closer you get to Perry Lake, the more houses there are. The houses here, almost all built of stone, are mostly rough. Occasionally, though, there were relatively elaborate houses, even some that could be seen at a glance, built by evolved people with their powers, and connected to the earth. Some of the buildings even had high fences around them, and those fences were obviously built directly with psychic powers as well. This is because it is not very practical to build such a tall fence purely by human power. There are so many abandoned buildings over there. Suddenly Pang Min pointed at the abandoned complex a few hundred meters away. "Are there infected people in there?" The complex was huge, covering 1,000 meters in a radius, so one could imagine how lively it must have been at one time. But today it is in ruins. I'll check it out later when I get a chance, but it's better not to risk it if it's unnecessary. Yang Chen did not stop. Finally, the 7 of them traveled all the way forward for more than 5,000 meters before they finally saw Perry Lake, which was the center of the Perry Lake oasis. What a big lake! Tiger Erfong and his family couldn't help but let out exclamations of surprise. "It's really big," Pang Min also said in surprise. The water surface of that limpid lake was sparkling and very wide, conservatively estimated that the length and width would not be less than 3,000 meters. "I'm afraid, the lake has a lot of water plants. And from time to time you can see some unrecognizable water birds flying around, and the richness of the species shakes one's heart. As wastelanders, when have they ever seen a place like this?" However, there was a house every few dozen meters around the limpid lake, and the people who could live here seemed to be evolved above the 4th rank. Even if there were evolvers below the 4th rank, or ordinary people, they should be the relatives and friends or subordinates of those middle-ranked evolvers. By this time, only a small number of the newcomers were still continuing on their way, and the vast majority of them had already stopped and were looking for a suitable place to live far away from the limpid lake. And those who were still continuing to move forward were almost all evolvers above the 3rd or even 4th rank. Tiger Erfong was secretly delighted when he realized that the 2 of them, Yang Chen, had unexpectedly not planned to stop yet either. It seemed that his guess was correct. The evolutionary level of these two adults would never be too low. That house should be Steward Joe's home. He pointed to a luxurious building 1,000 meters away. That house is the tallest and most luxurious here. Yang Chen nodded his head and looked around before heading towards the most spacious shore nearby. That place had houses 100 meters away on both sides. Very spacious and flat, perfect for placing shelters. But before they could get close, one evolved person stepped out of the buildings on either side. Newcomer, this place is owned. Go somewhere else, a fourth order evolver said in a cold voice. On the other side, a burly man dressed in blue didn't say a word, just looking at this side with cold eyes. Tiger Erfong and his family members all looked nervously at Yang Chen and Pang Min at once. Pang Min had already spread out the 37 layers of spatial barriers layer by layer long ago, while Yang Chen's speed did not decrease. He said as he walked forward, "This place is so spacious. I did not see a lord. The reservation does not count. Don't know how to die." The burly blue-clothed man on the left suddenly pulled out a pistol and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A piercing light lit up as a stream of light streaked forth, blasting through 30 layers of spatial barriers one after another before being stopped. Just who doesn't know how to die? Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand to aim a shot at the man. Boom! The man's entire body exploded instantly. A flash of streaming light instantly running through the building behind him before everyone could faintly see the top of a mound on the opposite side of the lake explode. What? Boss. The remaining group of evolvers on the left side all turned pale, and the fourth-ranked evolver on the right who had spoken hurriedly brought his people back inside quickly, pretending that nothing had happened. As for Tiger Erfong's family, they were directly stunned. Boom! Suddenly another evolved person's body exploded. Since he had killed someone, Yang Chen did not have the idea of leaving behind any aftermath, and once again fired the nails one after another. End of chapter. Boom! Boom! The group of evolvers 100 meters away on the left exploded one after another. Someone angrily tried to resist, only to explode just as he moved, and the stream of light that shot through his body exploded several people behind him in succession. Others were so frightened that they turned and ran, only to be shot and blown up just before they turned around. In total, only 7 spikes were shot, and a dozen or so evolvers were blasted clean, including one of the fourth order evolvers. All the people in the neighborhood who saw the scene rushed back to their homes and pretended they hadn't seen anything, because it was that blue-clothed strong man who had made the first move before. Yang Chen killing them all wasn't considered indiscriminate, and the Alliance wouldn't even care about this kind of thing. It wasn't until all the evolvers on the left side were killed that Tiger 2 reacted. I'll see if there are any commoners. Leave the commoners to me. He couldn't wait to take credit and gain the trust of these two lords. Although he had guessed before that these two adults must be very strong, he did not expect them to be strong to this extent. That was a fourth-ranked evolver, and he was even killed in a second by a single move. The remaining people, the weakest of which were all second-order evolvers, coupled with a group of first-order evolvers, did not have any resistance at all. As the words fell, he hurriedly rushed towards that side with his own family. Yang Chen didn't stop it either. Since he wanted to follow him, he definitely had to show something. Let's go over there as well. Pang Min was a little worried that Tiger Erfong was hiding the loot, and said in a hurry, "It just so happens that it's more spacious over there, so let's put the address there." Yang Chen nodded his head and led Pang Min over with a big stride. Inside the huge stone building on the right, Feng Changli's heart was pounding with a palpitating expression. He was exactly the fourth order evolver who had spoken earlier, and he was still at the limit of the fourth order, only one step away from the fifth order. Yet at this moment, he had nothing but afterthoughts and palpitations. Another evolutionary with extreme attacking ability, and probably still a stronger extreme attacking ability than Siluan. Kai Luan, the very same blue-clothed evolver. The other party had once blown away an early 5th stage evolver with an early 4th stage evolutionary equivalent. And now, the other party was already in the mid-4th stage, and it was feared that a mid-5th stage evolver wouldn't be able to block his attack. Feng Qingli had once heard that Kai Luan was able to add his supernormal ability to the top of his firearms, allowing the power of the bullets fired to be increased infinitely. The stronger the psychic ability, the more powerful the bullet. There is no limit. As a result, now, it seemed that an even more exaggerated evolver than Chiron had appeared. And I wonder what that new guy's ability is? Is it also enchanting firearms? But I don't think I saw him take out a firearm just now. Feng Chengli was in a state of shock and uncertainty in his heart, while instructing his subordinates not to offend that new guy, lest he cause trouble for himself. Did all these people build their houses so far away because of some danger in the lake? Pang Min looked at the houses over here. Almost all of them were more than 100 meters away from the limpid lake, and couldn't help but wonder. Not necessarily just because it's dangerous. There are people over there who have built their houses more than 50 meters away from the shore of the limpid lake. Some closer. Yang Chen pointed hundreds of meters away. Some houses were even right on the shore, facing the limpid lake. Why don't we put our house on the shore too? Pang Min said with a bit of a flutter. That house is almost broken. It's definitely not as comfortable to live in as your shelter. Indeed. Several huge openings appeared in the building where the blue-clad evolver and the others were. None of them can mend walls, and it's not safe to live in that kind of flimsy house. It's more comfortable to live in a shelter. Yang Chen nodded. Then go live on the shore. Just as the shelter needs water. When the two of them arrived outside the residence of the blue-clad evolver and the others, Tiger Irfan was carrying the bodies outside with his family. All women's bodies. The oldest in their 50s. The youngest only in their teens. The same thing. All of them white and tender. Obviously all had a good life before. Obviously. These women were either the family members of those evolvers from before, or they were ordinary wastelanders who voluntarily showed up in order to survive. They probably didn't have the guts to try an evolutionary potion and chose to follow the strong instead. Neither Yang Chen nor Pang Min had any reaction to their deaths. Not to say that both men are used to seeing death. These women chose to follow the strong man, enjoying the resources of the strong man, and after the death of the strong man, they would naturally suffer along with him. My lord, there are 13 women in all, and they're all here. Tiger Irfan held a blood-stained short sword and said to Yang Chen. He, who was good at reading people's words, had already seen that Yang Chen was the one who spoke for this two-man team. Not bad. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. All ordinary people? Not worth mentioning. Tiger Irfan said in a hurry. Although he wasn't a combat evolver, as a second-order evolver and with the ability to be stealthy, he didn't have any difficulty in killing these ordinary people. 13 ordinary people were easily solved by him alone. At this time, Pang Min waved his hand, and a handful of hot weapons flew out from one room after another within this building. There are pistols, submachine guns and assault rifles. There was even a sniper rifle, but unfortunately all were ordinary weapons. This made Yang Chen a bit regretful. Before seeing that blue-clothed evolver using a pistol that could exert such a terrifying power, he had thought that these firearms were all man-made wonders. It seems that the blue-clad evolver's ability has something to do with enchanting firearms. However, that sniper rifle still made Yang Chen's eyes light up, and he pondered in his mind that he didn't know what attributes could be derived from a sniper rifle. It's hard to say, because the attributes derived from his abilities are all randomized. At this time, some ammo crates also flew out under Pang Min's spatial barrier wrap and piled up in the doorway. This scene was seen as Tiger Irfan secretly envied. I don't know what this lord's ability is. It's too convenient. Suddenly Pang Min waved towards the dead evolvers. She saw 3 space folding bags fly out of the clothes pockets of 3 of the corpses, and they were taken into her hands. Yang Chen used his spiritual power to scan around both inside and outside the house to make sure that nothing was missing. Then he said, bury the bodies farther away and deeper. Then clean up the house a bit, so that if you guys don't have a place to stay, you can stay here. Don't the 2 lords live here? Tiger Irfan wondered. Let's go to the shore. Yang Chen held the piggyback tree sapling and turned to leave with Pang Min. Those guns and ammo boxes immediately floated up and followed the duo. Thank you, my lord. Tiger Irfan was a bit flattered. This house was not small. There were many rooms. At least 3 or 4 people could live in it, and those 2 adults had left it to themselves. It's broken a bit, but just need to find a way to fix it. The roots aren't destroyed. The turf along the shore of Perry Lake is so lush that it is knee-high in the highest places. This was a great surprise to both Yang Chen and Pang Min, who were used to seeing the desolate earth. And what surprised the 2 of them the most was that in the lake ahead, there were fish a meter in length jumping out of the water from time to time. Apparently there are not a lot of fish in Perry Lake. Although the 2 of them had no experience in fishing or catching fish, Pang Min's spatial barrier could wrap items and move them around, and catching fish was simply a matter of hand-to-hand. After a quick survey, Yang Chen placed the shelter more than 30 meters away from the lake. The slowly rising grass transformed into a 3-meter-high mound, which really looked like a small hill from a distance. The only way to see a small emerald green door is from this side of the lake, and in front of the shelter, which is completely integrated into the environment. There is a yard dam that is more than 10 meters long and wide. Even the dam was covered in sod, though there was not the slightest weed in the sod in the dam. And the dam continues on a slope with very little gradient, and all the way up 20 meters or so is the lake. The vertical distance between the lake and the shelter is just over 2 meters high. Yang Chen entered the shelter and went to the toilet to turn on the faucet. and saw that there were drops of water falling from the faucet, and the drops gradually turned into lines of water that were getting bigger and bigger. He couldn't help but smile. Taking in water resources goes further than I thought. Not bad. Leaving the toilet, he walked out of the shelter and said to Pang Min, who was refining the spatial folding bag, "There's water, so we'll live here from now on." Aha! I found something good here. Pang Min took out a finger-sized blue crystal. There is energy in this. Perhaps it is the infected blood crystal you mentioned before. Unfortunately, I still can't absorb the energy in it. Try to see if you can use it. Yang Chen received the blue crystals, and with a movement of his mind, a wave of energy that was different from crystallized bone marrow was immediately drawn into his body. He only felt that his body was suddenly a little cold, but at that moment, his body automatically nourished diffusion chi, and that feeling of coldness disappeared. As the diffractive chi was constantly being born, the energy drawn into the body was constantly being absorbed by the body. Soon, all of this energy was absorbed and Yang Chen stopped, looking at the blue crystal in his hand, which had only been consumed a little. He said with surprise and helplessness, "I can absorb the energy inside, but the energy inside is poisonous and cannot be transferred to you." This infected blood essence contained roughly 1/10 of the amount of energy contained in a third-order elf core. Using the energy-full crystallized bone marrow as a comparison, it could totally be seen as several dozens of crystallized bone marrow, the value of which was not low. It's good that you can absorb it yourself. I'm not in a hurry. I still need to get used to it after reaching the middle of the second stage in a short period of time, Pang Min happily said. There are quite a few of these crystals inside these 3 spatial folding bags. They should be enough for you to use for a while. End of chapter. Saying that, she took out all the infected blood crystals inside the 3 spatial folding bags, and there were hundreds of them. These infected blood crystals contained different energies. The one she had given Yang Chen before was just a very ordinary one. Most of these infected blood crystals in front of them contained more energy than the one before. Good stuff. Yang Chen immediately returned to the shelter and took out some of the things inside the Rui vibrating hollow bead that he didn't need to carry around with him. Freeing up the space, he went back outside to collect all these infected blood crystals and smiled. You can look after the guns and ammo crates and other things while I plant the Hogsbane fruit tree. Let me help. I've learned a new use for the space barrier now. Penmin leapt to her feet and asked, "Where are you going to plant it?" She was very interested in trees that could bear meat pigs. New usage? Yang Chen came to be interested and walked to the edge of the dam while holding the piggyback fruit tree. Considering that the bamboo cage tree would definitely grow, it was hard to say how big it would grow right now, so he walked forward another 5 meters before pointing at the ground and saying, "This is it. This location is still 15 or 16 meters from the lake, and even if the rainy season comes and the lake rises, it shouldn't flood here. Is this the right spot? Then I'll dig a hole." Pang Min immediately pointed towards the ground, and then with a forceful grab, a 30-centimeter diameter, 3-meter-long mud pillar was forcefully grabbed out by her. Perhaps it was because simply relying on the spatial barrier's power to move across the space was not enough, so she used her hands. Under her strength of up to 500 or 600 kilograms, the entire mud pillar wrapped in the spatial barrier was completely pulled out by her as if she were pulling out a pillar. Seeing Yang Chan's astonished eyes, she bragged and said, "I can change the shape of the spatial barrier at will. Before I found out that between the dirt and gravel, there are very small gaps, and my spatial barrier has almost no thickness, so I materialized the spatial barrier in between those gaps, wrapped the fixed-shaped dirt and gravel around it, and then pulled hard, and it came out." Yang Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Awesome. Keep figuring it out. Super Evolutionary definitely isn't that simple. A lot of usages need to be developed by ourselves. Aha, I've been figuring it out. Pang Min nodded seriously. Receiving Yang Chen's praise, she was very happy. Can the piggyback fruit tree be planted in? Put it down directly, or can it be planted alive this way? I don't know, but I'll continue to strengthen it, but hopefully I can increase its activity that way. Yang Chen placed the seedlings of the hogwash fruit tree into the deep pit. Perhaps because Pang Min had measured it, the pit was just deep enough to accommodate the hogweed fruit tree, with only one tip rising out of the ground. Break up the sandy soil you're holding and put it in, pressing it down. He looked to Penmin. Aha, okay. Pang Min immediately broke the mud pillar in his hand, put the sand and soil into the pit a little bit, and used the spatial barrier to compact it. Soon, most of the original mud pillars were used up, and the rest was spread out on the side by her, making a small flat area here, a sort of enclosure for the porcupine fruit tree. Go back and count the supplies, And remember to protect this place with a spatial barrier in the future so that it won't be damaged by any unexpected factors. Yang Chen reminded a sentence, then took out an infected blood crystal and drew energy to transform the diffracted chi, preparing to raise the level of the porcupine fruit tree a bit. The higher the level, the stronger the life force should be as well, and the less likely to die. None of them have any experience in planting trees, so they can only rely on this stupid method to increase the survival rate of the hogwash fruit trees. Okay. Pang Min returned to the entrance of the shelter and continued to count the supplies inside the 3 spatial folding bags while pondering, thinking of the previous scene where she used the spatial barrier to compact the dirt. Suddenly she had a flash of light in her mind and subconsciously wrapped the spatial barrier around one of the submachine guns next to her and kept shrinking it. At once, visible to the naked eye, the submachine gun was slowly deformed, even as the metal was bent. My ability can even attack directly? She froze. And then she was ecstatic as she realized that the spatial barrier she had here was contracting with amazing strength. At this moment, if it wasn't for the spatial barrier isolating the sound, there was definitely an ear-piercing sound of metal breaking coming out from inside. Each layer of my spatial barrier is independent of each other, yet interdependent. So can this compression strength be superimposed? Suddenly, as if enlightened, she applied a second space barrier to the space barrier wrapped around the deformed submachine gun. Then a third. And a fourth. In the next moment, her breath caught in her throat, and she subconsciously opened her eyes wide, shocked and incredulous as she looked at the scene in front of her. Not far away, Yang Chen, who was in the process of upgrading the porcupine fruit tree, heard Pang Min's ragged breathing, turned around, and his pupils instantly shrank, only to see that the hanging submachine gun was actually rapidly turning into a sphere, and was rapidly glowing and heating up, being compressed by an invisible force. This is, he asked in surprise. Pang Min suddenly cried out in joy and surprise. I've found my attack method. My spatial barrier possesses an amazing contraction strength, and the compression strength of different spatial barriers can also be superimposed. By shrinking the spatial barrier in order to achieve a compression damage effect? This kind of compression effect, it can also be stacked? Yang Chen asked curiously. Can the strength of the contraction of a single spatial barrier be estimated? It's not good to be sure. But I feel like it should be just enough to crush a second-order revolver who isn't on the defensive side. Pang Min said. 1 more layer of spatial barrier doubles the strength of the contraction. 3 layers double. 4 layers triple. I now have 37 layers of spatial barriers, which can theoretically crush 36 evolvers of the same rank at the same time. And if it is stacked, it's hard to say because it hasn't been tried. Awesome. Yang Chen looked on in admiration. We have indeed underestimated the power of the super-evolved. It seems that I also need to take the time to study my spirit towards super evolution before I can do so. Indeed. I feel so strong and powerful now. Pang Min wiped away the tears that welled up on her face due to over-surprise and said happily, no wonder even the clans attach such importance to super evolutionaries. Keep up the good work. We may be far from reaching the limits of our current development of super evolution. Yang Chen continued upgrading the piggyback fruit tree, while also thinking about his spiritual evolution towards super evolution at the same time. Meanwhile, more than 1,000 meters away from this side, inside the luxurious building separated by a small half of Perry Lake, Zhou Erming, who had just returned home, suddenly received a message. That extreme attack ability Kailen is dead? He froze and continued on. For preventing the newcomers from settling on the lake, taking the initiative and getting killed in return? It's a shame to have such an extreme evolved person. He frowned darkly. That Kailen was one of the main forces resisting the Black Wind clan's bombers. Now that Kai Luan is dead, the crisis in Perry Lake Oasis has increased dramatically at once. However, as he continued to look down, he suddenly froze. That evolved person who killed Kai Luan is likely to be an extreme attack ability as well? Is there such a coincidence? Along with this message, a video was sent. This video is clearly remote monitoring from a fixed camera. A stream of light could be seen shooting off Kailen, running through the buildings behind Kailen in quick succession before shooting a large crater through a mound on the opposite side of the lake. Zhou Erming couldn't help but inhale, because based on the power of the stream of light in the video, he felt that if that stream of light wouldn't dissipate, the maximum range, he was afraid, could reach 10 kilometers. With such power, it was feared that an ordinary 5th-order extreme evolutionary would be injured. That Kai Luan is arrogant and accustomed to being arrogant due to his extreme means of attack. But I didn't expect that he would have messed with a same-type evolver, and a same-type evolver that's even stronger than him. They're all extreme attacks of the long-range type. Zhou Erming was again surprised and regretful. Surprised, naturally, because that new evolver was equally capable of threatening the Black Wind Clan's bombers. The regrettable part was because if Kai Luan hadn't died, with 2 extreme attack type evolvers sitting in the town, the security of the Peri Lake Oasis would have inevitably increased greatly. It's a pity that Lord Continent Master has gone back to the Alliance headquarters. It seems like I'll have to meet this newcomer in person. I hope this guy won't be as arrogant as that Siluan. Thinking of this, he, who had just returned home, immediately packed his things and prepared to meet the newcomer. Because of the external energy supply, even though Yang Chen had divided quite a bit of his energy into thinking about the super revolution, and even though the amount of diffractive chi required by the porcupine fruit tree was a bit much, it took just over 3 hours for it to reach the 10th level awakened state. And since Peng Min would most likely be the one who would mainly look after the piggyback fruit tree, Yang Chen divided quite a bit of his waking chi amongst Peng Min. That is, pretending to go to the toilet in the middle of the day, and sneakily inputting the waking chi into Peng Min's body when he passed by to mooch off of her. Because the waking chi was so special, no one else seemed to be able to sense this energy at all, except for himself. So the whole time, Peng Min didn't have the slightest reaction. And perhaps it was because there was too little waking chi this time. Or perhaps it was because super revolution became more difficult the further back you went. So this time, Peng Min's super revolution didn't have any enhancements. Now Yang Chen was basically certain that his waking chi could deepen the process of super revolution. Next, after another roughly half an hour, the porcupine fruit tree's metamorphosis was complete, reaching level 11. End of chapter. Porcupine fruit tree LV 11, 0%, a yearly ripening fruit tree. The fruit is a meat pig. Ripe to the ground can be sperm, so it is best not to let the fruit ripen naturally. The higher the level, the better the flavor and nutrition of the meat pig, and the faster the growth and fruiting rate. Each fruit ripened once a year is a fixed formula, but the fruits are not born at the same time. The presentation changed. After level 11, the hogwash fruit tree increased its growth rate and fruiting rate. Also, the original fruiting time should have been fixed and the ripening time should have been almost together. But now, as a result, the time has turned out to be variable. It is just that the ripening time of each fruit is fixed for 1 year, and it was also right after the piggyback fruit tree reached the 11th level that Yang Chen realized that the original seedling bud that only had a tip emerging from the ground was slowly trembling, and was actually growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is still very slow, but at least it's visible. The upgrading effect is stronger than I thought. This doesn't even need to be acclimatized to the environment anymore. Surprisingly, it started growing straight away. He was secretly surprised that this ability of his was getting really amazing. Suddenly Tiger Erfong ran towards this side, but he was stopped by an invisible barrier 50 meters away. Two lords, Erfong has something to ask for. Let him come over. There should be something, Yang Chen said. Peng Min immediately revoked the spatial barrier. Tiger Erfong realized that the barrier blocking his way had disappeared and hurriedly ran towards this side with big strides. What is it? Yang Chen stood up and walked to the dam, looking at the anxious Tiger Erfong with a puzzled expression. Looking at the other party's expression, it didn't look like they were in danger. When Tiger Erfong came closer, he was first surprised at the building that blended in almost perfectly with the environment, and then hurriedly replied, "My lord, that steward Zhou Erming that we met before wants to see you." At this moment, he suddenly felt incomparably fortunate and honored that he had the opportunity to follow such two powerful people. These two, it seems, are one for offense and one for defense. The two of them cooperated with astonishing combat power, and only just arrived at the Peri Lake Oasis. They easily killed a group of forces with fourth-order revolvers. Even the previous high and mighty steward Zhou Erming took the initiative to pay a visit. Moreover, that steward Zhou Erming surprisingly did not directly barge over, but instead asked him to inform. "I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire Peri Lake Oasis with such treatment. Will it be a retrospective?" Penman asked with a frown. "I don't think so, or else I wouldn't be asking Tiger Erfong to inform them, but would just bring them in," Yang Chen said. He himself said before that he has the ability to forcibly rob other people's residences, which means that even if that guy didn't take the initiative before, we can still forcibly rob them, and as long as we don't kill people for no reason, the Alliance shouldn't pursue the matter. Speaking of which, he looked to Tiger Erfong. "Other than this matter, is there anything else?" Erfong inquired earlier. "And there is actually a high-level evolver in this Peri Lake Oasis." Tiger Erfong hurriedly replied. "That high-level evolver is the Continent Master of Peri Lake Oasis? But I heard that the Continent Master is not often in the Oasis, most of the time in the Alliance headquarters, Peri Lake Oasis for the vast majority of the time." Our steward Zhou Erming to do the Lord, a high-level evolver? Yang Chen's heart was in awe, to be called a high-ranking, at least a 7th-ranking evolver, and he didn't know if his nail gun could injure it? But one's nail gun's ability to wound a target person is contingent on being able to aim at the target. And I wonder if one's dynamic vision can keep up? Is there more? He asked. Rather, there is one more thing that I wonder if the two lords are interested in. Tiger Erfong said, it is said that every month, people from other oases will come over to trade specialty resources. And during this period, they will also trade all kinds of items with the locals. And there are only 5 days left until the next trading time. Deal? Yang Chen nodded. Let us know when the time comes. You go and bring Steward Zhou Erming here. Just tell him that we're not in a position to move around. He wasn't pretending to be a big shot, but the piggyback fruit tree couldn't be left unattended, lest the creatures in the limpid lake climb up and destroy it. As for him going to meet Zhou Erming alone, leaving Pang Min here to protect the hogwash fruit tree, without Pang Min's space barrier, he didn't feel safe either. So it was only possible for Zhou Erming to come over on his own. Yes, my lord. Tiger Erfong hurriedly turned around and left, secretly admiring in his heart. It was worthy of being an adult, to have the owner of this place come over on his own initiative. It was really bullish. Should we put these away? Pang Min asked, pointing to the ammo boxes and guns and other supplies on the ground. These were the loot obtained from killing the blue-clad evolver. While the League shouldn't care, just putting it out there in the open like that makes people who don't know think they're intentionally provoking the League. Put them all into the shelter. Yang Chen said. Okay. Penman immediately moved everything into the shelter. Yang Chen felt that it seemed like he still needed to spare some resources to upgrade the Rudi vibrating airbead before he could take too many supplies. While it's safe here for now, there's no guarantee when it will be time to relocate again. With their strength, the supplies they acquired would surely grow, and they would surely have to have corresponding lines. It didn't take long for Tiger Erfong to come over with Zhou Erming. I hope you won't be offended if I take the liberty of intruding. Zhou Erming first glanced at the building that almost completely blended into the environment in surprise, then smiled and said, My name is Zhou Erming, the steward of Perry Lake Oasis. In fact, when I say steward, I'm just a watchman for the Continent Master Lord. After all, such a fertile land, only the Continent Master Lord, who is a high-level evolver, can suppress it. As he reintroduced himself, he moved the Continent Lord out in passing, hoping that this would make this newcomer, who had killed his entire family as soon as he arrived here, settle down a bit. Steward Zhou is overstating things. Yang Chen followed the other party's posture and saluted, saying, My name is Hu Che. I brought my sister Hu to join us. It's us who need to look up to Steward Zhou. How can we dare to take offense? It should be Steward Zhou. Don't blame our siblings for not knowing our manners. He didn't dare to use his real name, although his reputation might not have spread to this Black Wind Sandland, but the Koanwu clan was on the lookout for him. Now that he had only just learned the tip of the iceberg of the clan's strength, yet he still felt unable to confront it, it was better to be cautious. Pang Min, who had just walked out of the shelter, glanced at Yang Chen and didn't say anything. Tiger Erfong, on the other hand, had a flutter in his heart as he realized the names of the two lords he was preparing to follow. So the two lords are actually brother and sister? So it's the Hu family siblings. Brother Hu Che is joking. We are all deserted people. We don't care about manners. Seeing that Yang Chen's attitude was still good, Zhou Erming maintained his smile and said, I'm sure Brother Hu Che doesn't want to listen to Mr. Zhou's nonsense. Does Brother Hu Che know where the Black Wind clan comes from? I've heard some. Yang Chen said. It is said that the ancestor of the Black Wind clan was a mad scientist of the Prosperity era. It's much easier for me to explain when you know this, but there's much more to it than that. Zhou Erming explained. According to the information poked around by the Alliance's higher-ups, the Black Wind clan, most likely, has already been controlled by the outer sector people because it is recorded that even the technology of the Prosperity era is not enough to create something like an evolutionary potion. Someone from the outer district? Yang Chen wondered. Pang Min and Tiger Erfong also looked puzzled, thus having heard of the word. I don't know exactly. I heard it from the Continent Lord. Zhou Erming explained. But I once heard Lord Continent Master say that the people of the outer region are related to the great disaster that once happened. Something to do with a former cataclysm? When these words came out, all three of Yang Chen's people were shocked. What exactly was the great catastrophe once? Yang Chen asked again. He had asked Huyen Lingxi this question before, but Huyen Lingxi didn't seem to know either. That's a question that perhaps the Lord Continentals knows. Zhou Erming said. In short, the Black Wind clan, and all of us are enemies, and even, theoretically, with the clans are also enemies. Ridiculous that those clans are still being courteous with the Black Wind clan, and don't even know when they've been sold. This was something he couldn't believe the clans hadn't noticed, but those clans don't seem to take it seriously at all. At this time, Pang Min asked, "You said that none of the technologies of the Prosperity era are sufficient to create evolutionary potions. Could it be that the evolutionary potions of the other clans were passed down from the Black Wind clan? The possibilities are high. Anyway, my alliance's evolution potion was created by grabbing a sample from within the Black Wind clan," Zhou Erming said. "Don't think that my alliance is using underhanded tactics. As the same desolate people, I don't think I need to do much explaining, but there's one thing that I feel I need to explain. Those evolution potions are the products of the countless people who were once disemboweled in the Black Wind sands and sliced up for research. And then, Steward Zhou, we are already evolved and naturally awakened. It doesn't have anything to do with this. Whether or not we can use the evolution potion in the future, that's a long time from now." Yang Chen asked. "It's better for Steward Zhou to stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. This matter, and what I am about to say, is closely related," Zhou Erming said. "According to the news that our alliance has gotten, the Black Wind clan's evolutionary potion most likely did not reach 100% success rate either. That after the Black Wind clan researched the evolutionary potion, it didn't stop there, and over the years, they still have been catching people to do experiments, and most likely want to research the perfect evolutionary potion. And all of us, we are all experimental materials." End of chapter. All of us are experimental material? Yang Chen frowned slightly. Tiger Erfong, who was listening from the side, turned a little pale. Was this Black Wind Sandland that dangerous? In wandering Gobi, they were also suppressed by the clan, but at least the clan would not specifically target them. But this clan of the Black Wind and Sandy Ground was specializing in capturing evolvers? Then why are the Black Wind clan bombing? Pang Min questioned this. Since all of us are experimental materials, it would be more appropriate for the Black Wind clan to protect us instead of dropping shells everywhere to bombard us. That's because they want the best of the best. Zhou Erming sneered. Ordinary people and low-ranked evolvers probably don't even have the qualifications to become evolutionary materials. Is there any evidence to prove what you're saying? Yang Chen asked. It's simple. Because after every successful bombardment, the Black Wind army would step in and take away the corpses of the evolved ones, and the living ones would be captured. But the corpses of the ordinary people, they didn't ask for them. Zhou Erming said. At least they don't want the corpses of ordinary people now. A long time ago, they even wanted the corpses of ordinary people. That's why the Alliance speculated that they were perhaps trying to perfect the evolution potion. Trying to research the perfect evolution potion, leaving aside whether or not their research will be successful. The fact that their research materials, which are those of us, are still mainly evolved people, is intolerable. He looked at Yang Chen. Brother Huche must not want to be sent to the test bench for dissection and research at some point in time for no reason, right? After saying so much, are you persuading me to actually join the Alliance and fight against the Black Wind clan together? Yang Chen asked. Whether or not to join the Alliance, that is up to you. The Alliance never forces anyone, as those who are forced to join can hardly be trusted. Zhou Erming replied. But as a part of Peri Lake Oasis? Protecting Peri Lake Oasis is the duty and obligation. What does Brother Huche think? As it should be. Yang Chen nodded. He thinks it's great here, and he's not going to throw his hands up in the air if anyone tries to destroy it. Zhou Erming revealed a smile. Brother Huche, don't worry. The Alliance won't let anyone's blood and sweat go to waste. There are rewards for protecting the oasis. For example, if you successfully intercept a shell, you can get a first-order infected blood crystal. If you can shoot down one of the Black Wind clan's bombers, you will receive at least 100 infected blood crystals, with no upper limit. The Alliance has a lot of infected blood crystals? Yang Chen suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Infected blood crystals, they should be obtained from infected people, right? This kind of material should be a consumable. The more it is used, the less it is used. With so many meritorious people in the Alliance, is it enough to share? Does Brother Huche know how many people there were in the Black Wind Sandlands 100 years ago? And how many people and how many non-human creatures have been infected in the last 100 years? Zhou Erming said with a complex expression. The Black Wind Sandland is vast, far beyond the indeterminate Gobi where you guys stayed before. This place used to be rich in produce. Although it is not as good as the Prosperity era, it is not as barren as it is today. Do you mean that? Infected blood crystals are not only found in the bodies of human infected people? Yang Chen understood. As long as there are infected blood crystals in the bodies of infected creatures, there will be infected blood crystals. You have to know one thing. Infected creatures, that are also living creatures, they will also have the urge to reproduce. And even their reproduction speed will only be faster than us humans. Joe Erming nodded. So, theoretically, unless several clans join forces to strangle them, the infected creatures are inexhaustible to kill, and the infected blood crystals, to some extent, are also considered inexhaustible. This, Yang Chen was secretly surprised. They had never seen infected creatures since they came to the Black Wind Sands, and he thought there were too few of them, but it was right. The Black Wind Sandy Land was so huge, and he and Pang Min hadn't traveled much in total. The fourth-ranked evolver who was killed by the Hu Che brothers earlier is named Kailuan. Only then did Joe Erming talk about this matter. His ability is to use his own ability to enchant his firearms to infinitely increase the power of his firearms. The higher his own rank, the more powerful his firearms are and the longer the range. He was originally one of the main forces in the Peri Lake Oasis that intercepted the Black Wind Clan's bombers. Saying that, he took out a goggle-like object. This is a man-made wonder. 8 times goggles, you can see farther when you wear them, worth 1 million New Zealand dollars. That is, equivalent to 100 first-order infected blood crystals, and Kailuan has also obtained one before. Although he suspected that the one from Kailuan had also been obtained by Yang Chen, it was someone else's trophy, and the fact that he personally gave this man-made wonder away had a completely different meaning. 8 times goggles? Yang Chen was delighted in his heart and received it in his hands after a slight contemplation. Taking over this expensive man-made wonder meant that he had sort of taken over the task of intercepting the Black Wind Clan bomber. Then, in the future, if there is another bombing incident of the Black Wind Clan, I'll trouble brother Hu Che. Joe Erming revealed a smile. Mr. Joe won't continue to intrude. Brother Hu Che can go to my house when he has time. Take care of Steward Joe. Tiger Erfong. Help me see Steward Joe off. Yang Chen looked towards Tiger Erfong. Yes, my lord. Tiger Erfong hurriedly led the way in front. Steward Joe, please. When Tiger Erfong left with Joe Erming, Pang Min shielded his voice again and said, I also found one of these goggles in that Siluan space folding bag, so Joe Erming shouldn't be lying. Yang Chen nodded his head. The clan's eyes may have infiltrated the alliance. In any case, it won't go wrong to be cautious. Externally we are the Hu family siblings. My name is Hu Che, and your name is Hu Hu. Don't say anything out of the blue. Aha, I know. Penman nodded. The other side. Joe Erming, who had only walked out a few dozen meters, was secretly surprised in his heart, as he could not hear the wind at the location of that Hu family sibling at all. His ability is, listen to the wind, which allows him to hear sounds coming from the wind from a great distance, very handy for monitoring the movements of the oasis. This was one of the reasons why he was able to become the Peri Lake Oasis steward. I was surprised before that I couldn't sense the evolutionary level of that Hu sibling at all. I thought that their level was very high before, but now it seems that it should be some kind of shielding ability. Joe Erming thought in his heart and looked at Tiger Erfong next to him and smiled. Your name is Tiger Erfong? What fate? My name is Joe Erming. I didn't realize that we are both in the second character generation. Tiger Erfong was a bit embarrassed and said, let Steward Joe be amused. If you don't like it, if my lord agrees, I can change my name. Don't. That's a good name. Joe Erming knew that Tiger Erfong misunderstood his meaning, smiled and said, our ability destined us not to be the boss. The name of the second character generation. Maybe it can get us some luck. Mixing up as a second leader is also very good. Your family's lord's ability is amazing. In the future we will mostly meet often. You can sit in my house when you have time. At once, Tiger Erfong was somewhat flattered. Thank you, Steward Joe, for the invitation. By the way, Steward Joe, I would like to ask my family about joining the alliance. This is simple. Just take them directly to my house. Originally the procedure would take a long time because of the distance from the Union, but with my guarantee, it will be approved on the same day. Joe Erming smiled. As long as we can ensure that they are not spies of the Black Wind Clan, all other problems are not a problem. For the sake of Hu Che, he decided to give this Tiger Erfong's family some preferential treatment as an investment, which wouldn't cost him anything anyway. On the edge of the shelter bed, Yang Chen took the 2 goggles and compared them. They're all man-made wonders. And surprisingly, they all have ranks. Not quite the same as the Wonders shelter I obtained back then. Is it because that functional evolver from the Kuan Wu clan cut corners? Or is it because I gave him too little and he only created the most basic version? The last was more likely, he thought. The original Curiosity shelter had virtually no equilibrium. and after he strengthened out his stats, it started at level 1. If he hadn't strengthened it, the primitive state of the oddity shelter would probably be very ineffective in integrating into the environment, and the placement speed should be very slow as well. However, the two eightfold goggles in his hands were both surprisingly second-ranked wonders that could clearly sense the rank. He'd tried it before, putting the goggles on and getting a clear view across the lake. It was nowhere near the level of being able to see the faces of people on the other side of the lake, but it did allow him to increase his long-range attack capabilities substantially. Should I strengthen it? It shouldn't make any bad attributes, right? Yang Chen hesitated slightly before choosing to strengthen Siluan's piece first, because he was now a second-order evolver. It didn't take long for the data to be born even if this man-made wonder was second-order. Refreshing eightfold goggles LV. 21, 0%, cleanses the air from the eyes, keeping the wearer's eyes comfortable at all times. Clean air? Yang Chen was stunned. Fortunately, it's not a particularly useful attribute, but at least it's not a bad one. With this spare, he immediately strengthened the one given by Zhou Erming without mental pressure as well. Another few minutes later, new data was born. Comfort eightfold goggles LV. 21, 0%, the wearer can keep both eyes and the vicinity of both eyes comfortable. The higher the level, the higher the comfort level and the wider the comfort range. All useful, but none very useful. He had some suspicion that this attribute, most likely, came with the man-made wonders, as both of these attributes just happened to fit the goggles. The data born from the previous oddity armguard also inherited the original attributes of the armguard and did not give birth to new attributes. Even the oddity shelter, which didn't seem to give birth to new attributes in the beginning, only appeared with new features after metamorphosis. Yang Chen was a bit regretful, but none of them are bad attributes. I'll choose to strengthen them in the future if I have extra resources, but forget about it now. Glancing at Pang Min outside who had found dry wood from somewhere and was preparing to build a fire to cook food, he suddenly picked up the only sniper rifle among the trophies he had acquired this time. Although my nail gun works well, the sniper rifle, I kinda like it, and I wonder if I can derive useful attributes? End of chapter. Although the sniper rifle could only be considered as a zero order in terms of its rank, there were too many parts and the structure was complicated, and Yang Chen had used several minutes to make its birth data. Appreciative Sniper LV. 1, 0%, bullets fired have their own dazzling streams of light. The higher the level, the more brilliant the streams. Comes with a dazzling streamer? Yang Chen was speechless. What's all this nonsense? Aren't sniper rifles supposed to be sneak attack oriented? Is this self-contained stream of light a deep fear that the enemy will not know where they are hiding? But those former residents of the safe zone might like this kind of stuff. It just so happens that 5 days from now is fair time. So maybe I can take it and try it out then. Yang Chen picked up other guns. They had acquired some guns and bullets on the snowy mountains before, and this time they had acquired quite a few more, so it was just as well to try them all out. It would naturally be best if they could get something good. Even if they couldn't use it themselves, they could still use it to trade. Rapid Fire Rifle LV. 1, 0%, rate of fire increases. The higher the level, the higher the rate of fire. This one is okay, but not outstanding. Stink Pistol LV. 1, 0%, the bullets fired will escape the stench. The higher the level, the stronger the stench and the longer it lasts. The is somewhat similar to the Visionary nail gun, but the Stinky is fine for harassment. Yang Chen shook his head and continued to strengthen the other firearms. Unfortunately, though, most of them are a mess of attributes, and not many of them are really useful. One of the assault rifles, for example, was born with the inexplicable property of causing the user's palms to callous rapidly. There's another one that's the oddest, with a surprisingly explosive property, where the bullet explodes inside the barrel, but doesn't damage the barrel. The gun that could quickly callous the user's palms was good for a little bit. Maybe some people who needed camouflage could use it, but the one that blew up the chamber, Yang Chen really didn't know what to do with it. Soon, the guns were all strengthened, and except for a few whose attributes were somewhat useful, the rest were a mess. Yang Chen wasn't even sure if anyone was willing to buy it. When the time comes to take them all and try them out, I won't be able to use them anyway. If someone is willing to buy them, that's profit. He thought about it and suddenly picked up another bullet to try and strengthen it. As a result, something unexpected happened to him. The attributes that this bullet was born with were somewhat astonishing. Thunder Burst Bullet, disposable. The bullets fired are accompanied by thunder and bursting effects, and are most effective when used by firearms enhanced evolutions. Surprisingly disposable again? Yang Chen was very surprised because this was the second disposable item he had gotten out. The first one was the previous, space folding bomb, which had a surprisingly strong effect. Used by Pang Min, who was only in the middle of the second stage. He was able to fold a distance of over 6,000 meters, allowing them to escape from the snowy mountains and avoid the pursuit of the Kuan-Wu clan. If Pang Min's evolutionary grade had been a bit higher at that time, the distance that could be folded would definitely have been farther. It may not be useful, but keep this bullet. Yang Chen put this bullet away and then continued to strengthen the other bullets. Unfortunately, however, apart from the first one, the ones that followed were all upgradable items, and they all had a mess of attributes. It wasn't until the smell of meat came from outside that he finally fortified another OK1. Flashbang LV. 0%, a momentary flash of light erupts after being shot and hitting the target. The higher the level, the stronger the flash. It may not be useful, but keep it. He put this bullet away as well inside, not continuing to strengthen the bullet. It was because he had strengthened over 100 of them in one breath before, yet there were only 2 that were still okay, but that he might not be able to use on his own. Instead of wasting time and diffractive chi on this, it would be better to level up the nail gun one more time. He also didn't know if the Blackwind clan's bomber defense was strong. In case it was very strong, when the nail gun isn't powerful enough to knock it down, it's going to be a problem. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his nail gun and directly used the energy from the infected blood crystal to transform the diffractive chi and began to strengthen it. A 21-level nail gun required even more diffractive chi. However, this time, a lot of infected blood crystals were obtained, and several of them should be of the 3rd rank. If you use all of it, you should be able to level up the nail gun several times. Although the infected blood crystals didn't contain as much energy as the elf cores, after the elf cores were blasted to pieces, even with Pang Min's spatial barrier intercepting them, there was always energy escaping. It was as if the energy was in another dimension, and with Pang Min's current evolutionary level, he was unable to completely intercept its escape, and the energy of this infected blood crystal could be drawn directly without the need to crack it. Even if there is waste in the drawing process, the amount of waste is definitely not much. A 21-level spike gun, even with an external energy supply, could not be strengthened any faster. When the sky outside grew dark, the progress bar of the 21-level nail gun, 2, had only reached 23%. Suddenly Pang Min outside called out, "It's ready to eat." Okay. Yan Chen put away his nail gun and walked out of the shelter. Pang Min had already filled a bowl and handed it over with chopsticks. This time I used the core of the bamboo cage tree to cook the Baron wolf meat together. I feel the flavor is not bad. Try it. Okay. Yang Chen tasted a mouthful, and could not help but light up his eyes. It does taste better. As if. It is not so fishy. Originally I just wanted to see if the core of the bamboo cage tree could still be eaten when cooked, but I didn't realize that it had the effect of removing the fishy odor. Pang Min also took a bowl and ate it herself, smiling. In the future, I'll try some more ways to do it. Maybe I can even make it more delicious. She could be interested in making food, somehow more so than studying her own super evolution, because food was the material they depended on for survival, and only when they were full would they be in the mood to study super evolution. Yang Chen smiled and nodded. Tomorrow I'm going to catch some fish, but I don't know how to cook fish, and I've never eaten fish before, so I don't know what to do with such creatures. Pang Min said, I was planning to catch some fish to eat before, but when I scanned them with my spatial power, I found that the bodies of those fish were surprisingly all filled with tiny thorns. You can ask Tiger Irfan to inquire. Yang Chen gave his advice. The people who live on the shore should have all eaten fish from the limpid lake. They should have experience. Okay. Penman nodded. At this time, Yang Chen looked at the porcupine fruit tree, and found that the original seedling bud had grown to half a meter high. You know, it's only been half a day. How long will it take for the piggyback fruit tree to bear fruit? Pang Min asked expectantly. It's hard to say, and I have no experience. Yang Chen shook his head. He hadn't even seen the fruits on the tree. He had only eaten some sour berries from the weeds when he was very young. After eating and drinking, Yang Chen let Pang Min rest first, and he himself protected the porcupine fruit tree outside while continuing to strengthen the nail gun. In this world of crisis and lack of food, both of them dared not overindulge in the affairs of men and women, and compared to that kind of thing, the hogwash fruit tree was more important. Late at night, fluorescent light suddenly emanated from the lake. Yang Chen was in awe and thought there was some danger and woke up Pang Min. So beautiful. Pang Min marveled. One could only see that the light seemed to emanate from the bottom of the lake, making the entire lake crystal clear, as if it was a jeweled lake. No danger was sensed, but I'll keep watch for the second half of the night. I'll be able to react even if there's danger with me. Pang Min said. The name of this limpid lake originated, may be related to this phenomenon. That Zhou Erming said that people are not allowed to go down to the lake. I'm afraid that there is really something at the bottom of the lake. It's possible, but whatever is down there or not has nothing to do with us. Don't go down there. Yang Chen said. Zhou Erming's words should be the meaning of the alliance. Going down to the lake without authorization, even if nothing is gained, somehow being wanted by the alliance. How wrong it is, and what we are really lacking is just energy. As long as there was a constant flow of energy, their strength could increase rapidly, and other treasures, for them, were not necessary. I understand. Don't worry. I won't go down to the lake, Pang Min assured. Only then did Yang Chen feel relieved and return to sleep inside the shelter. The next day, Yang Chen asked Tiger Irfan to go around and inquire about the fish. The result given by Tiger Irfan turned out to be to put the whole thing directly into the pot to cook. Pull out the internal organs and cook them directly. Just don't break the bones. Pang Min tried to cook it once and found that it really worked. After cooking, those dense spines would separate from the meat. However, it was the first time for both of them to eat fish, and they felt that the fishy flavor was very strong and they were not used to eating it. Of course, it was just uncomfortable. They didn't dislike it in any way. Even now that there was no shortage of food for the time being, it was impossible for them to dislike the food, and they all hardened their hearts and finished the fish. After eating it, Yang Chen even tried to bite all the fish bone charts to see if there was any bone marrow. To his dismay, the fish bones turned out to have no marrow. In the blink of an eye, another day and night passed, and the time came to the third day of their settlement in Perry Lake Oasis. Early that morning, the nail gun was finally upgraded again. It takes about 2.5 days to move up a level. But the further you go the more time it takes for each level. If there's enough external energy and no sleep, it might take almost 2 months to advance to the third stage. But it's a sleepless fortification, and under normal circumstances, it could take 4 months. And if the period is delayed by unforeseen circumstances, it will take a little longer. That's with a constant supply of resources. If there was a lack of resources, the speed would definitely slow down a whole lot more. However, compared to Hu Zhou's kind of speed that took 10 years to reach the limit of the second rank, his own speed was definitely considered amazing. The golden wheel wasn't much faster, only reaching the early fourth stage after more than 40 years. I wonder where those guys are now. Will there be a chance to meet them again? Those guys would be dumbfounded if they knew that both of us had become super evolvers, right? Yang Chen couldn't help but think out loud. Those guys have also been pursuing super evolution, so if they can have a chance to meet again, they might be able to pass on some of their experience. Of course, it was just experience, and there was no one worth risking one's life for, except for the absolutely trustworthy ones like Pang Min. With this in mind, he looked at the data of the nail gun as he did so. Gauss Invisible Nail Gun LV. 22, 0%, collimation, integrates into arm, no recoil, rapid reloading, effective range 15 kilometers. Maximum range 45 kilometers. End of chapter. 45 kilometers maximum range. Yang Chen revealed a smile. The effective range has also reached 15 kilometers, and with the 8 times goggles, this 15 kilometers of effective range might actually be fully utilized. Provided, of course, that the target is big enough. Otherwise it's too small to see for itself. For example, a target the size of the original Kungo's transport plane should be able to be seen by himself even if it was 10 kilometers away, with 8-fold goggles. But the consumption is quite high. The infected blood crystals under the third rank are surprisingly all used up. Yang Chen checked the nails within the nail gun and after making sure that they were all full, he incorporated them into his left hand and then took out the Rui vibrating air bead. The nail gun could be put to an end for now, as 2 days later, it would be time for the rush, and it would be best to level up the Rui shocking air bead another level or 2, lest it would be inconvenient to carry the extra supplies by then. The current Rui vibrating air bead was only level 12. And the upgrade speed was still fast. With his current speed of creating diffractive chi, it only took him one morning to raise it to level 13. It was 14 grades by mid-afternoon. By the time the day was dark, it was 15th grade. Rui Shocking Air Bead LV. 15, 0%, size Rui, contains a 2.5 meter diameter independent space, 2.5 meters in diameter, together with Pang Min's inner space, and a few space folding bags. It's able to fit all the current supplies in. And there's still a lot of space left over. Yang Chen put away the Rui vibrating air bead with satisfaction. He checked the remaining infected blood crystals and estimated them, and realized that at most, there would only be enough for the nail gun to go up one more level. and then his heart became worried again. I hope I can get more infected blood crystals for the trade 2 days later. At this time, Tiger Erfong came over once again. That guy was very capable these days. In addition to working on himself and his family officially joining the alliance, he also kept inquiring about all sorts of news. For the first time, Yang Chen experienced the feeling of having a capable henchman. No wonder both Jin Luan and Hu Zhou liked to take on henchmen. This feeling of not having to do it yourself is really good. The Huang Qing and the others at the beginning could only be considered his partners, and were not considered henchmen, including Pang Min as well, whom he had never treated as a henchman who could be ordered around at will. My lord, the distance between Mount Kunwu and Peri Lake Oasis that you commanded to inquire about, the second party has already spied it out. Tiger Erfong came to the door of the shelter, first subconsciously glanced at the bamboo cage tree that had risen upward a great deal, almost reaching a height of 3 meters, and then quickly said, Mount Kunwu is more than 17,000 kilometers away from this place. That far? Yang Chen was delighted in his heart. In this way, he might be able to study that so-called force field core. Without moving his face, he asked, any other important news? Erfong heard something today that might interest you. Tiger Erfong replied respectfully. The ruins more than 600 kilometers away from the Peri Lake Oasis suddenly collapsed, and an oversized underground city suspected to be that of the Prosperity Era has appeared inside, and many people have traveled to explore it. A suspected underground city in the Prosperity Era? Yang Chen and Pang Min, who was cooking food next to him, looked at each other with some surprise, but after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, you can keep an eye on this kind of thing in the future, but we won't be going. There was no shortage of food right now, and he didn't really want to risk his life to explore any ruins. If those places were really very important, there were definitely a lot of strong people who went there, although the two of them were both super evolutionaries, capable of sweeping across the same rank. But for the evolvers who really dared to explore the relics, there should be evolvers of the 3rd or 4th or even the 5th or 6th rank, and the number would definitely not be too small. By the way my lord, there is one more thing. Tiger Erfong spoke again. Many more people have joined the Perky Lake Oasis in the past few days, and according to what Erfong has inquired about, the Perky Lake Oasis was originally only able to accept another 5,000 people, but the Alliance has sent in several times more than that in the past few days. Yang Chen suddenly smelled an unusual aura and couldn't help but ask, have you inquired about how many people there were originally in Peri Lake Oasis? After inquiring, the original Peri Lake Oasis had a total of just over 10,000 people, and after we came over, the total was at most 20,000 people. Tiger Erfong said, but to this day, Erfong has run around everywhere, and after a rough estimation, he feels that the number of people is feared to be close to 50,000. No wonder there are so many more places where fighting is happening on the shore these days. Pang Min, who was on the side, frowned and said, those later ones should have poked around before making their move, and they didn't come to us for the time being, but it won't be easy to say after a long time. I'll take care of this one. Yang Chen said to Tiger Erfong, if someone wants to grab the house, you'll just let it go. Don't get into a conflict with people, and come to us in the first place. Although he didn't live in the house left behind by Kai Luan and the others, that side was only a few dozen meters away from here, and he wasn't comfortable letting strangers live there. Yes, many thanks, my lord. Tiger Erfong was delighted in his heart. This was the main purpose of his coming over this time. With his strength, he would never be able to guard a house of that size, but with the shelter of the two lords, it would be different. Just like these days, when the few fourth-order revolvers in the vicinity saw themselves, they would all greet each other, and even Steward Zhou Erming, he treated himself with courtesy. That's the benefit of having a backer. Haven't you inquired about the news of the man-made wonders upgrading yet? Yang Chen asked. Erfong has made many inquiries over the past few days, and has indeed heard that man-made wonders can be upgraded and strengthened through external pathways, but has yet to inquire about the channels. Tiger Erfong said, Steward Zhou Erming did say that the Alliance headquarters has such means, but that side is far from here, and the Stairway of Starshine cannot be applied for, and the helicopters only lift off in sandstorm-free weather, and I've heard that it's very risky to take a helicopter. Only the Alliance headquarters has this kind of tactic? Yang Chen frowned slightly. Buzz. Boom. Suddenly the sound of fighting came from 200 meters away on the right side, for the second time in the past 3 days, and it was obvious that someone was trying to grab the building again. Originally, Yang Chen didn't bother, but this time an evolved person appeared over there, and during the release of his ability there were actually constant flaming meteors splashing out. Shoo shoo shoo. a finger-sized fire meteor splashed out, landing in the grass tens of meters away and directly scorching the grass. More were blocked by the space barrier. The person who struck is a fifth-order evolver, and with passive defense, I probably won't be able to hold out for too long, Peng Min said with a frown. Yang Chen's face turned cold as he directly shot a nail in that direction. Boom! The ground 200 meters away was directly blasted out into a large crater. The two sides that were fighting suddenly stopped, pulling away and looking over with scornful faces. If you want to fight, go fight from a distance. Don't blame me for being impolite if you interfere with me again. Yang Chen's cold voice reached everyone's ears. Fang Chengli's face was joyful, and he hurriedly said aloud, "Thank you for your neighbor's help. Later on, Mr. Fang will personally come to the door to thank him." Yang Chen glanced at that neighbor and didn't say anything, but he didn't reject it either, because lips were dying and these neighbors with good intentions might be able to get to know each other, especially the 4th order and 5th order evolvers. Getting to know more of them could increase their knowledge. That 5th order evolutionary didn't seem to have any intention of counting, nodding through the air and directly turning around to leave with his own people. Fang Chengli secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It wasn't long before the sound of another fight came from the other direction. The 5th order revolver from before attacked the building 200 meters away directly to the right of Fang Chengli. A streamer of fire burst out, directly shooting many low-ranked evolvers and ordinary people to death. That remaining 4th-ranked evolver tried to escape, and that 5th-ranked evolver blasted out with a fist through the air, and a pillar of fire as thick as an arm exploded out. Boom! That 4th order revolver was directly blasted through the back of his heart and died. With a different opponent, he easily destroyed him without any effort. This scene saw Fang Chengli's heart palpitating, although he felt that his defense was not weak, but after all, there was a big difference in rank. Most likely not last long. Somebody, by the looks of it, it should be a 5th order fire aspect attacking evolver. Pang Min shielded Tiger Erfang and said to Yang Chen, "With my strength, I estimate that I can only support myself for a few moments. As long as I have your defense, I can kill him in an instant." Yang Chen didn't care. Along the way, he had killed quite a few 5th order revolvers. Even 6th order revolvers have been killed. "My lords, that Fang Chengli is coming over." At this time, Tiger Erfang reminded. Erfang had inquired before. Fang Chengli's ability seems to be biased towards defense, but also has means of attack. It's considered to be offensive and defensive. It's quite impressive. A weak person simply can't occupy the shore of the limpid lake. Yang Chen said, "What your lordship said. Then the second party belongs to go and fetch him over." Tiger Erfang directly changed his self-appellation, and when he saw that Yang Chen didn't say anything, he hurriedly turned around and left. Fang Chengli didn't come alone. He brought 2 third-order subordinates with him, and those 2 henchmen were carrying a box. Coming closer, he first glanced suspiciously at the only bamboo cage tree here, before saying with a look of gratitude, "Thank you for your neighbor's help. I am Fang Chengli, a small thank you gift. Please don't mind." The 2 third-order revolvers behind him immediately lifted the box up, placed it in the flat dam, and opened it. What made Yang Chen puzzled was that the box was filled with some black and unkempt stones, and there were no energy fluctuations within those stones. This is carbon ore, one of the indispensable materials for strengthening man-made wonders. Fang Chengli introduced, most of the weapons of evolved people like us are man-made wonders, and man-made wonders generally require the power of evolution to contain them in order to slowly enhance them. But too much consumption of evolutionary power will also affect our evolutionary speed. Seeing the joy flashing through Yang Chen's eyes, he smiled and said, "I heard that there is an amazing talent at the Alliance headquarters that can deduce the strengthening methods of man-made wonders with special means, and by borrowing an external object to feed on it, it can be made to become stronger quickly." End of chapter. Those who can deduce such a method are indeed amazingly talented. Yang Chen asked curiously, "Is carbon ore one of the indispensable materials? What other materials are needed?" That's hard to say, because different man-made wonders don't require exactly the same materials. Fang Chengli said, "But what is certain is that the reinforcement of any man-made wonders will use carbon ores. By the way, I still don't know how to address the 2 neighbors. I was the one who was rude. My name is Hu Che. My sister Hu Hu." After Yang Chen introduced himself, he once again asked, "Can only the Alliance headquarters deduce this strengthening method?" Fan Shangli nodded. "Yes." Ridiculous, spoken as if the Desolate People's Alliance invented this method. Suddenly snickers came from the distance, the voice of the 5th order revolver from before. Yang Chen and the others frowned. Hundreds of meters away, the well-dressed 5th order revolver stepped on a cloud of gas and quickly approached this way, saying as he did so, "Don't misunderstand a few neighbors. Mr. Joe didn't come here to pick a fight. He's just visiting and getting to know all of you neighbors. He stepped on the cloud energy under his feet as if he was flying in the clouds, crossing a distance of hundreds of meters in just 10 seconds or so. But when he approached 50 meters away from it, he was stopped by an invisible barrier. He was slightly surprised, but he did not forcefully break through the barrier. He just cupped his fists towards Yang Chen and said, "My name is Zhou Ren. I have met this neighbor." I thanked this neighbor for his mercy earlier. Perhaps he also knew that Yang Chen hadn't purposely attacked him before because his attacking means were too scattered and could easily spread to others. "My name is Hu Che. I've been offended before," Yang Chen asked curiously. "You're a safe zone resident?" Pang Min glanced at Yang Chen, then contracted the spatial barrier to protect the two of them in layers, not stopping Zhou Ren's approach anymore. Shame on me. Although Zhou grew up in the safe zone, he failed to make a name for himself, and when disaster struck, he had to migrate in a sorry state as well. Zhou Ren sensed that the invisible barrier blocking his way had disappeared, and immediately stepped on the cloudy air to get closer, landing 20 meters away and taking one step at a time. He nodded towards Fong Changli and Pang Min, and once again said to Yang Chen, "The means of strengthening man-made wonders was passed down from the Black Wind clan many years ago, and nowadays all the major clans have similar means. So instead of traveling a long way to the Alliance headquarters to seek this method, you might as well choose one close by." "Choose nearby?" Yang Chen's heart stirred. The Huyan clan has a treasure called the Atomic Arithmetic Card, which is a disposable item but is quite expensive because this treasure can easily calculate the reinforcement routes of man-made wonders. Zhou Ren smiled. The Atomic Arithmetic Card is a thin card that is easy to carry, can be purchased and carried, and can be used anytime, anywhere, and it is said that there is a Huyan clan's presence in the Peri Lake Oasis. This friend is joking, right? Huyan's technology is so powerful? Fong Changli had some difficulty believing it. The desolate people of the Black Wind Sandlands were incomparably hateful towards the Black Wind clan, but they were only wary of the other clans, and this person in front of him didn't seem to be a member of the clan, or else he wouldn't have been able to migrate in a sorry state. The other party had also been stopped by Yang Chen before he had the chance to kill his people before, so he didn't have much of a preconceived notion about this person. Zhou Ren smiled faintly and took out a silver-white card. Coincidentally, Mr. Zhou happens to have a first-order atomic arithmetic card left on him, so consider this a gift of worship. As the words fell, he suddenly threw the card towards the curiosity shelter. Pang Min subconsciously prepared to intercept it with a spatial barrier, only to find that the card disintegrated in mid-air, transforming into a silver-white light that enveloped the curiosity shelter. Immediately afterward, under the astonished gaze of Yang Chen's few people, above the shelter, a single text emerged. Strengthening process, carbon ore, earth power, and rootless water, drawn by force. The power of the earth? Rootless water? Yang Chen was puzzled. Fong Changli thought for a moment and said, "Rootless water is rainwater that has not landed on the ground. The power of the earth." Fong Mao is not quite sure. The last to lead by force should be for the owner of this man-made wonder to guide its evolution. The power of the earth is everywhere. We just can't sense it. Zhou Ren said, "Hooch, if you believe me, you can try it when it rains. It won't hurt anyway." Seeing that Hu Che didn't respond, he suddenly said, "A few days ago, Mr. Zhou was lucky enough to meet Miss Huyan Lingxi for a time, and Miss Huyan Lingxi has fully recovered from her injuries." These clueless words made both Tiger Erfong and Fong Changli look puzzled. However, Yang Chen's eyes stared and guessed Zhou Ren's identity. No wonder this guy didn't seem to care about what happened before in the slightest. It seemed that this guy already knew his identity. Seeing Hu Che's reaction, Zhou Ren smiled kindly and cupped his fists once again. "Then Zhou will not continue to intrude. Farewell." After saying that, cloud energy appeared under his feet once again, carrying him slowly away until he reached 100 meters away before turning around and speeding away. "Then Choren is here to demonstrate, isn't he?" Fong Chengli's face was a bit unsightly. Mr. Fong has never heard of the Alliance having something similar to the Atomic Arithmetic Card, but the clan has such a means. The clan's strength, is it really far beyond that of the Alliance? This is definitely not good news. Seeing Yang Chen frowning and not speaking, he immediately said, "Then Mr. Fong won't intrude any further. Farewell, Tiger Erfong. Help me see off the guests." Yang Chen came back to his senses and said. When Fong Changli walked away, Pang Min asked, "That Zhou Ren is a member of the Huyan clan?" "Mostly, even if it's not the Huyan surname, it can't be disconnected from the Huyan clan. It should be a peripheral member of the I line or something like that." Yang Chen looked at the slowly disappearing text above the shelter, and a look of gravity flashed in his eyes. I've always thought that I already had an understanding of the power of the clans, but in the end, I realized that what I understand is still just the tip of the iceberg. Are we going to run? Pang Min asked. Not so much. The Huyen clan has already lifted the warrant on me, and that Zhou Ring clearly had a goodwill gesture earlier as well. Yang Chen said, and even if you want to run, how? Where to run to? Instead of wasting time and energy running away, it would be better to use that time to become stronger. Just then the sleet came down, and it tended to get heavier and heavier. What a coincidence. I'll try to see if the shelter can be strengthened. Just in case, let's all stay outside and not block the falling rain. Yang Chen picked up the box and poured out all the carbon ores inside and placed them in the dam. Since the dam was also part of the oddity shelter, it was theoretically fine to place the materials in the dam. By this time it was completely dark. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier and heavier, Yang Chen tried to sense the shelter, and sure enough, he felt a devouring impulse if nothing else. This devouring impulse was coming from the very shelter. He immediately tried to pull this devouring impulse with his mind. Something magical happened. A mist appeared silently around them, enveloping the entire shelter. The carbon ore seems to have changed. Pang Min said, the shelter is starting to absorb these materials. Yang Chen was shocked and delighted. I didn't think that there really were exoteric means to enhance man-made wonders. This is much more convenient. In his field of vision, the progress bar of the curiosity shelter was surprisingly rising at an astonishing speed. The progress bar of the shelter, which was originally only level 15, was filled up to level 16 in just 10 minutes. Half an hour later, level 17, an hour later, level 18, and 2 hours later, level 19. This speed was much faster than simply strengthening with diffractive chi. When the time came to late night, the shelter reached the awakened state of level 20 directly. As with normal upgrades, there is an awakened state for level 20 shelters. However, Yang Chen realized that upgrading with only materials would not give birth to awakening chi. He stopped immediately, and although there was still some carbon ore left, he was not going to continue using the outer path to upgrade. Give me your hand. He looked to Penman. Awakening chi mostly unlocked the evolver's abilities and opened up super evolution. And this time, he planned to feed the other party awakening chi while Pang Min was awake. It would be best if Pang Min could realize something from it. Every time before, Pang Min had gotten stronger in a daze, which might not be good for her future. What's wrong? Pang Min obediently passed her hand over, while asking suspiciously, sense your ability carefully. Yang Chen suddenly said. Pang Min's heart stirred and seemed to guess what was going on, and all of a sudden, her heart rate slightly increased. Yang Chen came to the small door of the shelter and first took out the infected blood crystal and drew enough energy to completely transform it into diffractive chi. It wasn't until his body was somewhat unable to carry more that he then fed diffractive chi into the shelter. End of chapter. Sure enough, with a steady stream of diffractive chi being injected into it, a new awakening chi was born when the progress bar of the shelter was raised by 100%. Yang Chen immediately transitioned the awakening chi that his body hadn't had time to devour to Pang Min. Because the awakening chi was too special, Pang Min couldn't sense this energy at all, but she could feel that her body seemed to be inexplicably much lighter. Not only the body, but even the mind was inexplicably relaxed. Thinking of Yang Chen's previous words, she hurriedly sensed her ability. However, the number of spatial barriers did not increase, nor did the power of evolution. She wasn't in a hurry, and waited patiently, and in the process, she suddenly realized that she and the shelter in front of her had a connection, if any, and she seemed to be able to manipulate the shelter herself. Time passes. The downpour outside was getting heavier and heavier and had turned into a torrential downpour. This, however, does not affect the upgrading of shelters, and using diffractive chi to upgrade was much slower. It wasn't until the day dawned that the progress bar of the level 20 awakened state shelter was finally pulled full, before it finally rose to level 21. Yang Chen stopped and looked at Pang Min. Feel anything? It seems to feel a bit like a split in my evolutionary power. Surprised, Penman said, I need a little time. Then experience it carefully and I'll see if the shelter has changed. When Yang Chen entered the shelter, the first thing he noticed was that the bed was gone, and all the various firearms and other supplies that had been placed inside before were gone. He was first taken aback, thinking that all these things had been swallowed by the shelter's upgrades. But then, with a sweep of his mental power, he realized that a downward ladder had appeared in the corner. That's right, the steps, which led to the next level, had turned the shelter, which originally had only one level, into two, and on this level of the ground, everything was the same as before, except for the lack of beds. There was a monitor screen, A toilet. Just no bed. And it seemed to have gone from a bedroom to a living room. Not to mention, this living room is quite spacious. It's just that it's too empty inside. There's no furniture whatsoever. Yang Chen entered the toilet and checked it out, and found that it hadn't changed much from the previous one. Or maybe the only change is that there is only one faucet and no shower for bathing. He glanced around the first level, then headed down the downward-facing steps. The steps weren't too long, and after about 3 meters down, there was the familiar bedroom from before. The beds here were unchanged, with many firearms and ammo boxes and other supplies sitting in front of the beds. There was also a surveillance video hanging on the wall exactly like the one on the floor above. Everything is exactly as it was before. Surprisingly, it's turned into a double layer? Yang Chen was surprised. He thought it would get wider, but this seems to be fine for now, because even in life mode, the place to sleep has become underground. This bottom of the ground was 6 meters deep from the surface, counting the thick floors if you counted them. But of course, the floors were 3 meters deep, and this 3-meter depth, which is 3 meters of the shelter, is definitely enough defense. This way, even if there is a sudden dangerous event, such as being bombed, etc., you won't be caught off guard. Yang Chen turned around in the bedroom and once again returned to this layer of the ground, sensing carefully and realizing that the water storage tank had increased by 3 or 4 times, though still temporary. Once the shelter is put away, this water will disappear and return to the earth. But the distance of ingesting water resources has been greatly improved. Previously, the ingestion distance would have been in the range of 20 to 30 meters, both in terms of cross-sectional area and in terms of longitudinal distance. And now, this ingestion distance expanded to hundreds of meters. Nowadays, even if you place a shelter in a desert area, you can access water as long as there is moisture in the ground within 100 meters. It's worth noting that the entrance to the downward staircase is closable. With a single thought, the floorboards on all 4 sides would close in toward the center, hiding the steps completely. The layer under the ground also has a ventilation system, so you don't even have to worry about lack of oxygen or other problems. Nice. Real nice. Yang Chen happily went back outside and looked at the data above the shelter that only he could see. Curiosity Shelter LV. 21.0%, a double-layered shelter that shields against toxins, sound, and scent, and possesses a camouflage effect that automatically adapts to ambient colors and camouflages itself after placement. With the degree of camouflage directly proportional to the defense and level, it can be switched to living mode and hidden mode as needed, with hidden mode being fully camouflaged and living mode being camouflaged with only ambient colors. The introduction has undergone some changes. Originally it could only shield toxins and sound, but now it adds the ability to shield breath. Other than that, it's unchanged. Perhaps it was because the main functions of the shelter for curiosities were all above the word shelter, so information on aspects such as comfort would not be directly displayed. Features such as bathing and extra living rooms, etc., are not shown directly in the data. My spatial barrier has reached 38 layers. At this time, Pang Min stood up with a joyful expression. Although the defense is only equivalent to adding an equal rank evolver, the compression damage can add another layer. Nice. Yang Chen smiled. Now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you, but just in case the walls have ears, it's good for you to know. And with this ability, it's very restrictive, and you can't just use it if you want to. I understand, and thank you for your confidence. Pang Min hugged Yang Chen gratefully. Yang Chen smoothly picked up Pang Min horizontally and headed inside the shelter. It's natural to celebrate a double celebration. Aftermath. Pang Min suddenly said, after my spatial barrier reached 38 layers, my perception ability seems to have improved a bit more. I seem to have sensed a fluctuation of spatial power at the bottom of the lake. There's a fluctuation of spatial power at the bottom of the lake? Yang Chen was surprised, thought for a moment, and said, just pretend you don't know. There should be some kind of secret at the bottom of this limpid lake, but it has nothing to do with us. In his opinion, the secret at the bottom of the lake might not be a chance, but more likely a disaster. The leak forbade going down to the lake, killing offenders, and for whatever reason, he didn't want to take any chances. I understand. Pang Min nodded. During this period, Yang Chen took out the metal case containing the force field core and studied it. Unfortunately, however, this so-called metal box had no latch at all, no inlay marks, and no way to find a way to open it at all. Neither spiritual power nor spatial power could penetrate this box, and even his diffractive chi input into it had no reaction. Yang Chen could only guess that it might be that the materials of this chest were too advanced. This made him helpless and at the same time somewhat expectant. Just the box was so advanced. How valuable was the so-called force field core? The next day, Yang Chen used the remaining infected blood crystals to raise the Rui vibrating air bead to another level, and thus, the cultivation resources on his body were used up again. Because of the previous reinforcement of the shelter to level 21, some infected blood crystals were also consumed. Instead, there was a third of the carbon ore left, and Fan Shangli had given a gift that was a generous portion. However, he didn't know if it was because man-made wonders of different grades required different materials for external upgrading, and when he wanted to continue upgrading while it was raining, he realized that it was ineffective. There's no way around it. These leftover carbon ores will have to stay for now. Of course, the atomic arithmetic card that Zhou Ren had given away was also very precious, but the other party seemed to be signaling his goodwill, and he didn't really want to get involved in the whirlwind of the Huyan clan, so this matter would depend on the situation in the future. Yang Chen decided that after the bazaar, if he couldn't find any other way, he would visit Zhou Ren to see if he could quickly upgrade his nail gun as well. Rui Shocking Air Bead LV. 16, 0%, size Rui, contains a 3.3-meter diameter independent space. 3.3 meters now. Already more space than Penman's interior. In the blink of an eye, it had been 5 days since Yang Chen and the others had arrived at the Peri Lake Oasis. On this day, Yang Chen put away the shelter and let Tiger Erfong guard the piggyback fruit tree that had grown to a height of 6 meters, and then took Pang Min towards the direction of the bazaar. The market at Peri Lake Oasis only happens once a month, and I've heard that it's very lively every time. And this time, because of the large number of people migrating over from the wandering Gobi, it was definitely only going to be more lively than before. Yang Chen didn't want to expose his evolutionary level and was also worried about encountering the Kuan Wu clan's people, so he brought Pang Min with him as well. With Pang Min's spatial barrier in place, there was absolutely no need to worry even if they encountered an unexpected situation. Brother Hu Che, I knew you guys were interested in the bazaar. At this time, Zhou Erming led his men to catch up. What surprised Yang Chen and his duo was that the people behind Zhou Erming were all fifth-order revolvers, but those people were dominated by Zhou Erming. Looking at the same uniforms and all wearing white masks, these people should all be alliance workers. Zhou Erming opened the door and said, "The monthly bazaar is the liveliest time in Peri Lake, and also the most dangerous time, because this is when the people are most concentrated, and it is also the best time for the Black Wind clan to make their move." While speaking, he handed out 2 masks. "The 2 of you had better hide your appearance. The staff of our alliance will also wear these masks. At that time, even if Brother Hu Che makes a move, he won't be targeted by the Black Wind clan. He will only think that you are from the alliance." It's still Steward Zhou who is thoughtful. Yang Chen took the 2 white masks and put one on himself, handing the remaining one to Peng Min before asking, "Will there be a bombardment of the Black Wind clan at the bazaar every month?" End of chapter. That's not true. The Black Wind sands are huge, and there are many oases in the alliance, so the Black Wind clan isn't going to specifically target one oasis. Zhou Erming explained. The number of encounters varies from year to year. On average, it's probably just 2 or 3 times a year. But of course, with bad luck, 7 or 8 times is possible. Yang Chen asked with a somewhat grave expression, "How is the situation every time? Although some people die every time, the Black Wind clan doesn't send people to land and capture them after every bombardment." Zhou Erming proudly said, "The Black Wind clan is strong, but my alliance isn't a vegetarian either." Yang Chen understood, and while chatting with Zhou Erming about what he might encounter after the Black Wind clan's bombers appeared, he continued to hurry. Zhou Erming was very dutiful, detailing for Yang Chen every time the Black Wind clan's bombers appeared. For example, sometimes you'll hear the tone whistles first, sometimes you'll hear the sirens first, and so on. The time of year and weather may vary, as may the conditions encountered. Because the Black Wind clan's technology was far superior to the Alliance's, the Alliance's air defense alarms might not be able to warn them in advance. Perhaps to protect Peri Lake, the marketplace is located far away from Peri Lake. More than 10 kilometers. Although the group had left early and the sun had only just risen when they arrived at the bazaar, there were surprisingly a lot of people here by this time. People came and went in the bazaar, and many people set up stalls on the spot, selling all sorts of strange and weird things. Perhaps in order to protect the interests of the bazaar, the Alliance changed its usual laissez-faire approach and dispatched a large number of powerful evolvers to maintain order. Just the 5th-order evolvers. Yang Chen had sensed hundreds of them, and the 6th-order ones were only qualified to lead the team. Yang Chen keenly noticed that those 6th-order revolvers didn't seem to care much about Zhou Erming, the 5th-order steward. But of course, they were just ignoring it, not to the point of messing with it. Also, There are some metal people. After Zhou Erming's introduction, Yang Chen and Pang Min then realized that that kind of thing was called a robot and possessed a certain amount of intelligence, but needed to follow their master's instructions. Zhou Erming had something to do himself, and after entering the bazaar, he separated from Yang Chen and the two of them. The two, who had little insight, like all the new arrivals to the wasteland, were very curious and surprised by the robots, and stopped to watch for a long time, so much so that many of the robots were stopped in their tracks and kept making please make way noises. It wasn't until the evolvers who maintained order came over that all the unseen barren folk dispersed in a hurry. Are you too new to the Alliance? There'll be plenty of opportunities to see it later. And please don't make trouble for us now that we're all busy. A sixth-order evolutionary said to Yang Chen and Pang Min, who were also wearing masks. Sorry. Yang Chen didn't explain, apologized and left with Pang Min. Because they didn't have any money on them, Yang Chen and Pang Min didn't have the heart to loiter, and were prepared to sell what they had on them first. Yang Chen was about to find a place to set up a stall like everyone else, when suddenly Pang Min pulled him and pointed to a stall in the distance that was different from ordinary ground stalls. That booth was formal, with a table in the center with people behind it, and huge stalls of goods on either side. The things sold at the stalls contained everything from man-made wonders and various kinds of grasses and trees, and even all kinds of technological products. And in front of the stall, there were a few obvious big words, Alliance Free Appraisal Office. At this moment, there were many people already lining up there to appraise various items. Yang Chen listened carefully to the conversation of the people in line over there, and realized that the things appraised there could be chosen to be sold directly to the Alliance, or they could take them away and sell them slowly themselves. It's just cheaper to sell directly to the League. There were more than just other people there to appraise things. There were also people wearing masks. Both knew that anyone wearing a white mask should be an Alliance worker, but no one seemed to be checking identities specifically, so it was hard to tell. What you're selling is very sporadic and we can't judge the price ourselves, so if we get hoodwinked we'll lose money. Pang Min suggested. Why don't we go and appraise it too? It's free anyway, with the masks on anyway, and the two of them being half Alliance workers. There shouldn't be any accidents during the identification process. Yang Chen thought about it and nodded. Then let's appraise it first, and let's go line up as well. The line was very long, after all. This was a free appraisal and everyone wanted to take advantage of it. Similarly, newcomers like Yang Chen were a bit wary, but the Perry Lake locals seemed to have long been accustomed to it, because since they decided to take out things, most of them are ready to be sold. In the beginning, there was only one appraiser, but later on, the Alliance perhaps realized that there were too many people who needed to appraise items, and directly increased the number of appraisers to a dozen. Thus, in just over half an hour, it was Yang Chen's turn for the two of them. All object embryos? The middle-aged appraiser in front of him couldn't help but froze when he saw Yang Chen take out a large pile of grade 1 items. Object embryo? Yang Chen was puzzled. Artificial wonders need to be filled with wonders before they can become wonders. Just like a formal evangelist has an awakening process and can only be considered as a quasi-evangelist before ever having full control of their abilities. Appraiser in front of me knows that today's people, the vast majority of them are wandering Gobi side of the barren people. See very little. Also do not mind to say a few more words, strange things, to first fill the strange, so that its metamorphosis can be considered strange things, before the metamorphosis can only be regarded as a thing embryo. I see. Yang Chen drifted off, then continued to pull out the object embryo. This appraiser was speechless, while appraising, said, you sell the object embryo directly. In fact, it's a big loss, but it's your business. I need to remind you, the price of the object embryo is very cheap. After the appraisal is over, you can try to adjust the price of the sale by yourself first. You can bring it back after you can't sell it, and the Alliance will buy it in accordance with the price of the appraisal, which is considered as a rebate for the residents of the Alliance. This is. As he was saying this, suddenly his hand shook and he looked at the bullet in his hand with some disbelief. What's wrong? Yang Chen's heart tightened, because this bullet was the one-time thunder burst bullet. The appraiser rummaged through the bullet and studied it, then looked at Yang Chen in astonishment. Did you make this yourself? It's not a question that has to be answered, is it? Yang Chen said. Also, I don't care how you acquired these things, but this bullet, can you sell it to me? This appraiser said, I can offer 100 Alliance coins. This is not for sale. Yang Chen refused without hesitation. 200. This appraiser spoke again. Do you know the value of Alliance coins? One Alliance coin is equivalent to one first-ranked infected blood crystal, which is equivalent to 1 million new coins. If you offer 1,000 Alliance coins, I'll sell it, Yang Chen said. Pretend I didn't say that. This appraiser was speechless. In terms of value, the appraisal value of this bullet is only 100 alliance coins? 200 alliance coins is because I think this bullet is different and want to study it. 500 alliance coins. If you really intend to buy it, offer this price. Don't fool me. I'm well aware of this bullet's function, Yang Chen said. 500. This middle-aged appraiser hesitated slightly, then nodded. Consider it a loss for me. It's for collecting anyway. With that, he waved his hand and took out 500 golden round coins. Keep it. 1 alliance coin can be exchanged for 1 first-order infected blood crystal, and it can be exchanged anywhere. Yang Chen suddenly heard the ragged breathing of many people around him and immediately understood that this golden coin should be the alliance coin. He put away the 500 alliance coins with satisfaction. That bullet wasn't of much use to him anyway, and it definitely wasn't a loss when he was able to exchange it for that much money. There were no more surprises to follow, as the middle-aged appraiser would put a price tag on every item he appraised. The label says function and equivalency, along with the price. However, except for a few items, almost all of the other items were only worth about 100,000 SGD, which was equivalent to 1/10 of the value of an alliance coin. Because Yang Chen's items were just too many, just appraising his items alone took more than 3 hours, making the people behind him wait impatiently. If both men hadn't been wearing the masks of union workers, the man in the back would have snapped. Most of all, Yang Chen and his duo's aura was shielded, and everyone here couldn't see their rank, and were jealous in their hearts. Collecting the items with appraised prices, Yang Chen took Pang Min away from here and prepared to find a place to set up a stall. After Yang Chen and his duo left, the middle-aged appraiser suddenly used an instrument to scan the thunder burst bomb into a hologram and sent it to the Alliance headquarters. It is suspected to be a pseudo-heavenly wonder and it is suspected to be man-made. End of chapter. A pseudo-heavenly wonder? Yang Chen and Pang Min glanced at each other, both revealing a look of astonishment. They didn't go far, and they were all secretly observing the appraiser. The two of them, one with spiritual power and the other with spatial power, had a very easy time sneakily observing a fourth-stage evolver. Earlier, that Golden Will said that there are heavenly wonders, earthly wonders, human wonders and elf wonders, and that heavenly wonders are the most precious. So aren't we losing out big time? Pang Min was eager to claim that bullet back. It's just a pseudo-heaven's wonders, and the other party doesn't dare to be sure. The purpose of this time is mainly to see what that kind of thing belongs to. Asking for it back is definitely impossible, and it came cheap anyway. Yang Chen said, try more in the future. It may not be impossible to get that special item again. Let's go. There's no need to think about things that have already passed. Alright. Although Pang Min was a bit needy, she could only put this matter down. Before he could find a place to set up his stall, suddenly Yang Chen sensed that his right arm was slightly warm. That arm guard worn on the right arm came with a call if nothing else. Yang Chen didn't move and followed the summoning direction, and saw that not far from them, on a ground stall, there were many armor parts, and a few of them, almost identical to this arm guard he was wearing, were the source of the heat that made the strange arm guard on his right arm glow. With a thought in his mind, he led Pang Min towards that ground stall. Wait and don't talk. Okay. Pang Min had also already seen the familiar arm guard on that floor stand and roughly guessed Yang Chen's purpose. By this time they had come before this ground stall. The one who set up the stall was a middle-aged man, and judging from his aura, he was surprisingly an evolutionary at the limit of the fourth order. Do you two want the armor wonders? The middle-aged man laughed. These can be essence and oddities, unique to Mount Kunwu, and if they are combined into a set, they may have great power. You don't have enough for a set here either, do you? Yang Chen asked. How was it sold? It's not enough for a set, but it's not far from a set. It's just short of pants, legs and shoes. There's still a good chance of getting it all together. The middle-aged stall owner laughed. Individual parts, 100 alliance coins apiece. If you want the whole set, only 500 alliance coins. Why are the individual pieces more expensive instead? Yang Chen wondered. This whole set of strange armor, even if it's missing shoes and pant legs, it's still more than a dozen pieces. The suit seemed to be made up of 4 parts, and the armor was subdivided into a large arm and a small arm, and it was the small arm parts that he was aiming for. Coincidentally, it has the most small arm parts, 7 of them. That's to encourage the purchase of the whole set. Of course, the middle-aged stall owner asked, how about it? Want a set? Not enough for a whole set. Don't. Yang Chen directly refused. But if the parts are cheaper, I would like to get a few to study. Just 100 apiece. Can't get any cheaper. The middle-aged stall owner said. This is a second-order elf wonder. Essence wonders are very costly to use. And you're still just parts, not the whole set. Yang Chen said. 10 alliance coins apiece. I want 10 pieces, how about it? Get out. The middle-aged stall owner suddenly fumed. 30. Yang Chen said. Not for sale to you. Get lost. The middle-aged stall owner's eyes were not kind. Yang Chen's face sank. He was just bargaining in a very normal way. Was this person sick? A district. Fourth order limit evolutionist also dares to tell himself to roll? How about just getting killed? Pang Min suggested. Not shielding his voice. This person dares to tell us to get lost even though he knows we are alliance workers. Maybe he is the eyes of the Black Wind clan. It should be fine to get him killed. You. The middle-aged stall owner's face changed slightly. Then he sneered. The alliance's workers won't be as poor as you guys. Dare to impersonate the alliance's workers. Believe it or not, I'll report you. Who's posing as a union worker? At this time, Zhou Erming walked towards this side and smiled. Brother Hu Che. This person can't be talking about you guys, right? The person personally appointed by this steward has become an imposter. Could it be that this steward is also an imposter? According to this person, it's not really easy to say. Yang Chen picked up the conversation. Steward Zhou. The middle-aged stall owner's face changed greatly. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. This friend. These parts are 30 alliance coins apiece. You pick it yourself. Yang Chen's heart was happy and he was about to open his mouth. Wait. Second-order elf wonders for 30 league coins apiece? Zhou Erming's face sank. I remember that the appraisal office has regulations that the essence and monster-type wonders, in addition to those with special functions that can be priced freely, ordinary essence and monster wonders, are limited to 1 rank of 1 alliance coin, 2 ranks of 5 alliance coins, and 3 ranks of 10 alliance coins? You should know about these, right? The middle-aged stall owner's face changed, and he said stiffly, No. The use of essence wonders is costly and must be limited, or no more people will die enough. Zhou Erming sank his face. This is explicitly stated. Does it mean that all of these elfin wonders of yours are special functions? The middle-aged stall owner's face changed once again. Yang Chen and Pang Min glanced at each other, both feeling that something wasn't quite right. Just ordinary elf curiosities? It's just a matter of price gouging. And you're also slandering the alliance workers personally appointed by this steward. Your identity is very suspicious. Zhou Erming sneered. Check this guy out. Don't worry. If you're innocent, it's a fine at best. The men behind him immediately stepped forward and were ready to frisk the man. I was hoping to make some money first, but since you guys are looking for death, don't blame me. The middle-aged stall owner suddenly took out a black sphere. Signal locator? Zhou Erming's face changed drastically. Quickly stop him. Late. The middle-aged stall owner violently threw out the fist-sized black sphere, and the moment several fifth-order revolvers pounced on him, his entire body suddenly dissolved into a bubble. Pang Min had originally sealed the place with a spatial barrier, but as a result, the man still disappeared out of thin air, making her very surprised, and the black sphere that was thrown out by the middle-aged stall owner suddenly blossomed brightly in the air and just hovered in mid-air. Boo! Zhou Erming took out a black pistol and directly blew up the signal locator suspended in mid-air, sending out an alarm as he did so. Woo! Came a sudden, panic-inducing siren in the distance. Many of the locals of the Black Wind Sandyland had their faces changed drastically, and the original bazaar that was still quite orderly turned into chaos. I can't believe it's happening again. Zhou Erming's face was unsightly as he quickly said to Yang Chen, Brother Hu Che, I'm going to trouble you next. It won't take long for the Black Wind Clan's missiles to arrive, and the bombers will only appear after the missiles land. So that person just now was from the Black Wind Clan? Yang Chen asked. It's hard to say if it is or not. It could be a paid traitor. Even if it's someone from another clan, it's not like they're personally at risk. Zhou Erming left directly with his men to arrange air defense missions. Pang Min took the opportunity to wave his hand and directly collected all the armor parts on the ground. The middle-aged stall owner had left in a hurry before and hadn't taken it with him, so perhaps he hadn't cared about this bit of rags at all. What bad luck! I can't believe I encountered this kind of thing on my first visit to the bazaar, and I haven't even started setting up the stalls yet. But getting some elfin curiosities for free gave him some comfort. Yang Chen was a bit helpless, but he had no choice but to remove his mask and take out his eightfold goggles and put them on, and began to stand on guard. Are we leaving the crowd? Penman asked. Yang Chen glanced around and saw that there were crowds of people running around everywhere and shook his head. We can't even tell the direction right now, so remember to block the surroundings and don't let anyone get close to us. Leave the defense to me. Pang Min nodded. Suddenly Yang Chen saw a white dot appear very high in the air that was rapidly approaching the ground. Meanwhile the sirens in the distance were harsher. Could that be the so-called missile? At once he hastened to aim at the white dot that was rapidly approaching the ground and fired the nail directly. Shoo! Streams of light instantly shot into the clouds, directly exploding the white spots that were still 10,000 meters in the air. Shoo shoo shoo. And it was only then that one of the surface-to-air missiles was fired in all directions in the distance. But it lost its target straight away and had no choice but to be detonated prematurely. It was also at this moment that Yang Chen discovered a second white dot, followed by a third and a fourth. Without hesitation, he aimed to fire the nail again. A stream of light was seen shooting from his fist into the clouds, and those white dots that were still 10,000 meters in the air were shot out one after another. Shoo shoo shoo. In the distance, the dense surface-to-air interceptor missiles were once again a step slow to fire, resulting in another loss of target. The gunners and spotters froze. Zhou Erming, who originally had a face of anger and nervousness, also froze, fiercely looking towards the direction where the streams of light that shot straight up 10,000 meters into the sky were located. Not only did Zhou Erming and the others freeze, even those who were fleeing froze. Even Yang Chen himself froze. He had thought that the next task of intercepting would be very arduous, but it turned out that after he shot 7 white dots, no more white dots appeared. Taking advantage of this lull, he hastily refilled his nail gun and stood by. According to Zhou Erming, is the bomber next? End of chapter. Yang Chen had always thought that intercepting the Black Wind Clan's bombardment was a very difficult task. It was because he thought that the bombardment of the Black Wind Clan would be as intensive and terrifying as the Kwo Clan's bombardment of Snow Mountain in the first place. As a result, after he shot 7 white dots, surprisingly, no more white dots appeared. Even as he waited and waited and waited, the Black Wind Clan's bombers never showed up. Pang Min suddenly asked, "The Black Wind Clan's bombers haven't even arrived yet, so they shouldn't have been surprised, right? It's not so bad, is it? That's a clan." Yang Chen didn't think it was that simple. Right at this moment, Zhou Erming ran over at an astonishing speed, stopping suddenly a few meters away, bringing up a gust of wind. "Steward Zhou," Yang Chen snorted and asked, "how long before the bombardment from the Black Wind Clan arrives?" Zhou Erming looked at Yang Chen with a surprised face and said with complicated eyes, "The Black Wind Clan's bombardment will usually test the waters with missiles first, and only after the missiles have landed will the bombers be deployed. But this time, their missiles were still tens of thousands of meters away from the ground when they were shot off by you, and the bombers should have gotten the message and returned halfway. The Black Wind Clan is that timid?" Pang Min was stunned. Yang Chen didn't know what to say because he also felt that the Black Wind Clan was so timid. Cowardice? Zhou Erming was speechless. "Miss Hu, do you know what the kind of tactics your brother used means? 7 supersonic missiles. That's 7 supersonic missiles. With the strength of our Perry Lake Oasis, it's good enough to intercept one under normal circumstances. Only 3 years ago, relying on Kai Luan's help, he barely stopped 2. The remaining 5 all landed. Only 2 were stopped in the entire Perry Lake Oasis?" Pang Min was dumbfounded. With such a comparison, she realized that Yang Chen's means of hitting 100 shots was really strong. After all, they are supersonic missiles, which are incredibly difficult to intercept. Zhou Erming said in a surprised and complicated mood. As a result, Brother Hu Che even directly intercepted those 7 missiles at 10,000 meters in the air. Such a 100-shot tactic is amazing. If we had known that Brother Hu Che was so strong, we should have discussed the tactics and waited for the Black Wind Clan's bombers to come closer before attacking. However, before this, he had never even thought that Yang Chen's kind of extreme attacking means still possessed the effect of hitting 100 shots. The scariest thing was that the Black Wind Clan's missiles were all supersonic missiles. As far as 10,000 meters in the air, it was shot straight up. This kind of thing, relying on evolved people, he had never even heard of it before this, let alone seen it. "Then will the bazaar continue today?" Yang Chen asked. He still wanted to continue selling object embryos. It should still be going on, but I'm afraid there aren't as many people as before. Zhou Erming said, "By the way, this time, Brother Hu Che, you have made a great achievement. Not only discovered the Black Wind Clan's spies in advance, but also detonated the Black Wind Clan's missiles in advance. The Alliance will never be stingy with those who are meritorious. Wait for my good news." Yang Chen immediately revealed a smile. "As a part of Perry Lake, this is what I should do. You'd better be careful next though. The Black Wind Clan won't really be intimidated, as each bombardment is just a few bombers, and if they find a hard case, maybe they'll step it up." Zhou Erming reminded. "Although it's unlikely, it's possible for them to tackle you directly. There must be quite a few people who saw you strike this time. Of course, don't worry. I'll step up my vigilance and have people conduct uninterrupted patrols of your neighborhood. Thanks a lot. We'll be careful. Yang Chen nodded. Suddenly Pang Min asked, what was the ability of that person before? Why can he suddenly disappear? She was pretty sure that the person's ability wasn't spatial, as she didn't sense the power of space, but that person was able to disappear out of thin air within her spatial barrier, which was too strange. Because of Yang Chen, Zhou Erming did not ignore Pang Min's question and explained seriously. It should be a phantom type of ability. That sudden disappearance just now, if I guessed correctly, he himself is not here at all, and the one who is conversing with us has always been a phantom. Phantom? Yang Chen and Pang Min both had a feeling of great insight. Then this steward will continue to be busy for now. Brother Hu Che's reward will be issued in 3 days at most. Zhou Erming left once again. Although there were no casualties this time, there were still a lot of things that he needed to deal with personally. What happened next was also true to Zhou Erming's prediction. Although the bazaar didn't disperse, the number of people who stayed behind directly decreased by more than half. However, this didn't seem to have the slightest effect on Yang Chen, as he had only just found a place to put out all the object embryos that needed to be sold. And immediately, many people came over. Was this the same lord who stopped those missiles before? It's too strong. I can't even sense the aura of these two adults. Awesome. Why are all the things your lordship sells are object embryos? They look very powerful. A group of people with a respectful look began to ask about the price of goods, as if they wanted to curry favor with this person who was able to shoot down the Black Wind Clan's missiles. Yang Chen had some mixed feelings. He didn't expect to be famous again, but this time there should be an alliance to take the blame. Since he was wearing a mask symbolizing a union worker, he shouldn't get himself in trouble. Yang Chen, there's something wrong with these people. Suddenly Pang Min said. Her voice could only be heard by Yang Chen, and she never let her guard down on things. Something's not right? Yang Chen's heart flinched as his spiritual power was released and he realized that there were more and more people approaching over. What made him wonder was that it was just as well that all of these people were evolved. The weakest of them were even of the 3rd rank. This lord, how do I sell this? At this time in front of the stall, a 3rd order evolver asked. It really looks like they're here to buy something. Are we overthinking it? Yang Chen was about to reply when suddenly his mental power scanned behind him and saw fluctuations. It was also at this instant that a knife appeared out of nowhere, stabbing him in the back of the heart as fast as lightning. However, the next moment the blade was directly stopped by a spatial barrier, and the person who struck was instantly wrapped in a layer of spatial barrier. Boom! At the same time, the group in front of the stall struck out. Lightning and wind blades and even some abilities like toxins erupt at the same time. Yang Chen and Pang Min's faces instantly turned cold. Boom boom boom. An attack landed on the spatial barrier, and although the spatial barrier shattered one after another, it was still blocked rather easily. What? The faces of the group in front of the stall changed slightly. Just then a mist suddenly appeared around them, covering all within a 100-meter radius. Yang Chen's heart was flabbergasted, and without any further hesitation, he directly aimed at the strongest person here. Boom! A 5th stage evolver instantly tore through the spatial barrier blocking his way, only to have his entire body directly explode in the next moment. A flash of streaming light even shot through several people directly behind him before shooting diagonally into the distant sky. Zhou Erming, who was on an errand a few 100 meters away, was taken aback and was about to turn back to look in the direction where Yang Chen was, when he suddenly heard the ear-piercing air raid siren once again. This time, however, no more streams of light shot out. Not good. Brother Hu Che is in danger. Instead, he did not continue to set up the air defense mission, but instead, he rushed towards the direction where Yang Chen was at the first opportunity with his men. Meanwhile, in the mist, looking at each and every evolver of at least the 3rd rank brazenly killing, Yang Chen's face turned completely cold. Since they helped to obscure the outsider's view, there's no need to hide any longer, and killing all of this group will also prevent the news from leaking out. As the words fell, he moved with a thought. Rumble. The ground shook, and a huge tombstone emerged from the ground. Okay, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Pang Min nodded his head and directly clasped his hands together. Click 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 click. The bodies of several 3rd order evolvers who rushed the fastest were suddenly compressed by unseen forces, breaking bones and tendons. Rumble. At the same time, 12 tombstones emerged from the ground and moved up quickly, slamming into one evolver after another. Boom. Some people tried to dodge, but they were hit by the tombstones that caught up with them and broke their bones. There was also someone who realized that he couldn't run away from these tombstones and roared angrily as he blasted his fist over. resulting in his entire body being sucked into the tombstones and transformed into a bas-relief on top of the tombstones. It was also within this short period of time that the 12 tombstones merged together and transformed into a huge square hexagon. Wah! A huge hexagonal star formation suddenly appeared on the ground of the misty region, and an astonishing refining power appeared. All of a sudden, the space here seemed to freeze, as the blood and flesh of each third-order revolver silently melted away, and even for fourth-order revolvers, their skin silently disappeared. Only the few remaining fifth-order revolvers were unaffected. Boom! However, a flash of streaming light directly shot out one of them. Super Evolutionary? Another fifth-ranked evolver's scalp tingled as he opened his mouth. Boom! The next moment he exploded as well. Boom! Boom! There were 3 more loud bangs in quick succession, and the few remaining fifth-order revolvers were also shot out. Disbelief and despair flashed in the eyes of the remaining 8 fourth-order revolvers. At that moment, Pangmin fiercely clenched his grip, and a layer of space superimposed itself, wrapping the remaining 8 fourth-order revolvers who had lost their skin. Click 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 click. The bodies of these 8 fourth-order revolvers directly approached quickly, then rapidly deformed and contracted. But after all, it was a fourth-order revolver, not so easy to die. Even the 8 people combined their efforts and looked to break through her spatial barrier. Yang Chen! Pangmin called out. Yang Chen violently raised his hand and fired a shot. Boom! These 8 fourth-order revolvers who were crushed into a ball were all shot through by the stream of light. At least 6 people died instantly, and the remaining 2 fourth-order revolvers, along with the 6 corpses, were directly compressed into a 1-meter diameter ball of meat by the layered space. By now, more than 60 evolvers had all died, including 5 fifth-order revolvers. Boom! It was also at this moment that the mist outside suddenly collapsed, and a piercing light shone in from outside. I'm begging for recommendations and monthly votes. End of chapter. Someone is coming. Yang Chen hurriedly put away the tombstone. Pangmin also violently put those meatballs into his inner space along with the space folding bags and weapons and so on that fell on the ground. In the next moment, the mist completely dissipated, and an anxious-looking Zhou Erming killed his way in with 8 fifth-order revolvers. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they directly froze. None of the imagined enemies could be seen, and all that was left on the ground was a large puddle of blood, not even a body. The Hu family siblings that he was originally worried about were actually intact, without even an injury on their bodies. Are the 2 of you here? All right. Where's the enemy? He couldn't help but ask. Thanks to Steward Zhou's concern, we're fine. The enemy has been taken care of. Yang Chen didn't move and said, it's just a few low-level evolvers. It's not worth mentioning. It's better for Steward Zhou to deal with the matter at hand first. It's good that it's fine. Zheng Chang, Zhang Ling, you guys stay behind to protect the Hu siblings. The Hu Che brothers, please wait. The Zhang family brothers won't interfere with your actions. Their main task is to record your merits. Zhou Erming didn't fully believe Yang Chen's words, but he was truly relieved to see the 2 of them intact. But there was no time for more nonsense now. He left behind 2 fifth-order revolvers and then hurriedly left with the rest. Thank you both for your kindness. I am not doubting you both. It is just that in order to prevent the previous situation from happening, it is better to keep some distance between us. Yang Chen collected the object embryo on the ground and led Pang Min away from the Zhang brothers. The Zhang brothers were a bit disgruntled and were about to say something. It so happened that at that moment a white missile that was more than 3 meters long descended from the sky and was only 400 or 500 meters away from the ground. And with that supersonic speed, it was feared that it would only take a second for it to reach the ground. The 2 men's faces changed drastically and they were about to defend. However, at that moment, Yang Chen suddenly raised his hand and a stream of light shot out from the front of his fist. Boom! That missile was shot straight up in the air and exploded at a height of more than 200 meters from the ground. A shockwave of amazing flames swept out, causing the temperature of the ground to rise much higher. The already chaotic bazaar became even more chaotic, and those who had stayed behind before panicked and fled. The Zhang brothers were taken aback and didn't speak again, honestly following 20 meters away. Previously, they hadn't felt much at a distance. But now, under close range, they realized that Hu Che didn't even need to aim. Lifting his hand was a stream of light that directly shot the supersonic missiles out of the sky. It was unbelievable, beyond their previous guesses. Yang Chen told Pang Min to hold up the spatial barrier and not to let anyone come close to within 20 meters of the 2 of them, while replenishing the nails at an angle that the Zhang brothers couldn't see. Rumble! And at that moment, there was a sudden loud explosion in the distance, and a missile landed. A terrifying large explosion swept out, covering 100 meters in a radius. A large number of people died, and only those evolvers above the 4th rank and at a distance escaped. Yang Chen hurriedly put on his 8x goggles and integrated his nail gun into his arm, aiming at a missile that was about to land thousands of meters away. In a flash of streaming light, that missile directly exploded and was successfully intercepted. Immediately afterward he turned to look in the other direction again. A white missile had just burst out of the cloud when he shot it, and with the help of his 8 power goggles, he could vaguely see where the missiles had sprung up above the clouds. The Black Wind Clan's bombers seemed to be able to become invisible. The white missiles appeared as if out of thin air, and this time 7 or 8 of them were shot in one breath. Yang Chen's face changed slightly, and he directly ignored the missiles that were rapidly shooting towards the ground, aiming to fire nails at the location where the missiles were emerging. BIU, BIU, BIU. A series of streams of light shot into the clouds, and a succession of fires were seen high in the air at least 10 kilometers from the ground. Something invisible had been hit. When the 5th stream of light hit its target, a silvery white object was seen coming into view with smoke. Yang Chen hurriedly shot out the last 2 nails again. BIU, BIU. 2 streams of light flashed and blew up the corner of the object that was 10 or so kilometers above the clouds directly above the ground. As he removed his nail gun to replenish the nails, the object that was supposed to be the stealth bomber seemed to lose its balance and tumbled off into the distance. It looks like one of the bombers has been shot down, and it's a stealth bomber. At the back, the Zhang brothers were shocked and delighted. They also took out their 8-fold goggles and wore them, and with their own visual acuity, they were able to vaguely see what was above the clouds. But that's when those 8 missiles from earlier were about to hit the ground. After Yang Chen replenished his pegs, he only had time to shoot down the 3 missiles closest to them. Boom! 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 One after another. Loud rumbling sounds came from hundreds of meters away. With a deafening roar, an explosive shockwave swept out, sending dust flying into the sky. This time, however, because the crowd was spread out, the death toll wasn't too high, although it did blow up quite a few people. Low-level bombers appear. Shoot it down. Suddenly the Zhang brothers' faces changed drastically, only to see 7 or 8 bombers flying rapidly from the distance. That speed, at least reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Those bombers were no more than 400 or 500 meters from the ground, but they were too fast and not exactly in a straight line for the Alliance's surface-to-air missiles to hit. Yang Chen, who had just refilled his nail gun with nails, hurriedly integrated the nail gun into his arm and quickly aimed at a rack to fire the nails. Baiu. However, the stream of light flashed, and surprisingly the shot was empty. The bomber was incredibly fast, and even if he aimed, it took a little time for the nail shot to fly past. And just then, those bombers suddenly dropped a dense stream of small shells. Yang Chen's face sank as he couldn't care less about the densely packed small shells and once again aimed at the low-altitude bomber that had already reached his head. Boom! This time, perhaps because of the close proximity, there was no surprise as the stream of light shot a large hole directly through the bottom of that bomber. Not daring to pause, he continued to target the second bomber. Boom! Another bomber was shot through. By this time the remaining bombers were 1,000 meters away. Yang Chen took a little aim and fired the third nail. Boom! The third bomber was shot through, and like the 2 before it, lost its balance and tumbled under the tremendous inertia as it plummeted toward the distance. Nail guns are now terrifyingly powerful, even if the nails remain ordinary nails that shatter the moment they hit the target. But the terrifying kinetic energy doesn't disappear into thin air. It creates a big explosion like a bomb. The shells of those bombers should all be of high quality, but they were still shot right through under the nails with a maximum range of 45 kilometers. Boom 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 boom. That's when the shells dropped by those low-level bombers earlier landed. The dense large explosion set off a sky full of smoke and dust, directly covering the sky. Although the shockwaves were all blocked by the spatial barrier, Yang Chen also lost the view of the remaining 5 bombers. Yang Chen and Pang Min both stood tightly on guard and didn't dare to run around, as there was no point in running around in such a flat area. The best thing to do was to look for the bombers and shoot them down first thing. But I don't know whether it was only one round of this bombing or whether it was because they were so intimidated that the far-off bombers didn't even return until the dust had settled. By this time the site of the fairgrounds had become pitted, and the rest of the people had almost run away, except for a few hundred corpses and many wounded left behind. Pang Min suddenly waved her hand, and the space folding bag on a corpse more than 40 meters away flew over and was put away by her. Zhang Chang was about to open his mouth to stop him, but he was stopped by his elder brother, Zhang Ling, and shook his head slightly at him, because his spiritual power had been covering all directions, and Pang Min's spatial barrier was completely open to Yang Chen. Yang Chen discovered the Zhang brothers' small movements. With a movement in his heart, he immediately led Pang Min towards those corpses. leaving Peng Min to collect the relics of the dead. This time, he had originally come over to set up a stall to sell the object embryos, but in the end, because of the Black Wind clan's bombing campaign, none of them were sold. I had no choice but to check out some rags to support my family. Of course, he specifically instructed that Peng Min not move the relics of the alliance workers, and only collect what the others had. When the Zhang brothers saw this, they were relieved, although this was still not in accordance with the rules. But Hu Che had gotten a lot of credit this time, so they couldn't say anything. It was estimated that Steward Zhou shouldn't care either, and at this point, not only could they not blame Hu Che, they even needed to offer this guy up, because this guy is literally their umbrella. Perhaps because of the large number of people migrating over from the indeterminate Gobi, the bombardment of the Black Wind clan had been raised a lot. It's amazing that even those stealth fighters are showing up. The objects that were above the clouds earlier would have been stealth fighters, not ordinary bombers, if there was no Hu Che. This time Peri Lake Oasis was afraid to lose a lot of money. End of chapter. Seeing that Yang Chen had agreed, Peng Min naturally no longer had any hesitation. So wherever they passed, items around a corpse flew quickly. Not everyone had space folding bags. So many items were scattered everywhere. She took whatever came her way, no matter what it was, and her inner space could fit the space folding bag in any way. As long as you put all those things into the space folding bag, you can free up the inner space and dedicate it to the space folding bag. Finally, by the time she had finished picking up everything, Zhou Erming had also arrived with his men. Yang Chen somewhat suspected that Zhou Erming had deliberately waited for them to finish picking things up before bringing people over, as he had been observing that guy for a while. Thanks to brother Hu Che this time, Zhou Erming had a thick surprise on his face. The Alliance has sent word that the Black Wind clan's bombing campaign has stopped. This time brother Hu Che can be considered a great credit. Within 3 days, the reward will surely come down. Can we go back then? Yang Chen asked. Of course, make yourselves at home, both of you, Zhou Erming said. In the next few days, this steward will specifically have people patrol around brother Hu Che's residence to make sure that no one will disturb you. But of course you can rest assured that those people won't disturb you either. Yang Chen nodded his head and did not reject the other party's good intentions, because this time his behavior was too eye-catching. Not only did he shoot down several of the Black Wind clan's bombers, but he also killed more than 60 of the Black Wind clan's eyewitnesses, including 5 fifth-order revolvers. Such behavior would most likely be targeted by the Black Wind clan. This bothered him a bit. He had just offended the Koan Wu clan, and now he had offended the Black Wind clan as well. Could it be that he was born with a talent for offending clans? But this time there was no way around it. He belonged to passive resistance. Moreover, the purpose of the Black Wind clan should be to capture powerful evolvers, and it shouldn't specifically target him. After all, there seemed to be a lot of strong evolvers among the desolate folk of this Black Wind sandy land, and he wasn't the only one. On the premise that he hadn't exposed his super evolution, he shouldn't be specifically targeted by a clan. The reason why he had been targeted by the Kono clan before was that he had unintentionally triggered the war between the two clans, and the other was that he had unintentionally grabbed the core of the force field barrier for constructing the safe zone later on. But no matter what, it was always right to be careful, and it was naturally best for the Alliance to be able to send someone specifically to protect them. On the way back, the Zhang family brothers were still following behind, and Zhou Erming had also sent 2 additional fifth-order revolvers, showing the importance he attached to him. Yang Chen, so many infected blood crystals. Suddenly, Peng Min said in surprise, the infected blood crystals within those spatial folding pouches are afraid to add up to more than 1,000 of them, and the highest of them even has a fifth-order one. That much? Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Not bad. This time it wasn't a waste of time. Even without the reward from the Alliance, it's still enough for me to use for a long time. In this way, the 2 of them could stay at the lake all the time and seriously improve their strength, without the need to run around looking for resources. The most is the space folding bags of those fifth-order revolvers. Peng Min explained. Those few fifth-order revolvers who sneaked up on us each had at least 100 infected blood crystals on them, and none of them were of a low grade. Higher-ranked evolvers definitely get more resources. Yang Chen said, you organize everything. Give me the infected blood crystals, and look after the rest yourself first. Going to sell it? I'm finding a lot of stuff we can't use. Peng Min said, since you need infected blood crystals, I think you can exchange all those things you can't use for infected blood crystals to enhance your strength. It's not convenient to make a move right now. Although Zhou Erming has the intention of letting us go, it can't be too blatant. Yang Chen said, those dead people may still have relatives and friends. Selling their things directly will easily be missed. It's better to wait for the storm to pass. Okay. Penmin nodded curtly. There were no accidents along the way, and they returned to the shore of Perry Lake without incident. Next to the 6-meter-high, porcupine fruit tree, Tiger Erfong appeared out of thin air, lifted his invisibility, and greeted him respectfully. Welcome home, my lords. The bamboo cage tree has not been damaged in any way. Although Tiger Erfong didn't know why the two lords cared so much about this bamboo cage tree, he didn't ask much. However, during this period of time, he did notice that the growth rate of this bamboo cage tree was somewhat abnormal. Although bamboo cage trees are already fast-growing, it usually takes a month to grow this tall. But the plant in front of me had grown to more than 6 meters tall in just over 5 days, which was a bit unbelievable. Hard work. Yang Chen suddenly took out a pistol and threw it over. I'm giving it to you. This smoke pistol is still only in the state of an object embryo. After you refine it, you can slowly upgrade it by harboring it with the power of evolution. And its function is that the bullets fired will produce smoke after hitting the target, which should be helpful to your ability. Despite what was said before, the Tiger 2 side provides the information and they provide the shelter. But now Tiger Erfong is considered to be officially following himself, and is doing something beyond providing information, and the other party to do a good job. Ordered down the things did not have a problem, but can give each other some benefits. Anyway, this kind of ordinary item, he could get it out of his hand. Smoke pistol, at level 1. The bullets fired could only produce an area of smoke half a meter in diameter, and while it should be useful when upgraded, it wouldn't be of much use to them. Tiger Erfong's heart was delighted and he quickly thanked him. Many thanks, Your Excellency. The pistol's functionality is very useful for his abilities, as his stealth isn't completely gone. If one could conceal the footprints on the ground, such as in assassinations and the like, it would definitely work wonders. It's the fact that the shots make a sound, but nothing is perfect. And that's something you'll need to figure out how to improvise on your own. Do a good job and there will be more later. Yang Chen drew a pie, then said, go and call that Zhou Ren for me. Just say that I'm looking for him for something. Remember to be more respectful. He is a 5th order evolutionary after all. I shouldn't need to teach you this. Yes, my lord. Tiger Erfong respectfully retreated. Are you trying to obtain that atomic arithmetic card from Zhou Ren? Pang Min asked. Yes, I think that since there is this channel, it's better to find a way to improve myself first. As for what comes after, let's talk about it later and survive first. Yang Chen said, although we are getting stronger and stronger, but I found that after getting stronger, the things we come into contact with are rather more dangerous, because it is difficult for us to accept that we continue to condemn ourselves when we have the strength to do so, which makes it difficult to avoid encountering all sorts of situations. And this time, even the Black Wind Clan has been invoked. Speaking of which, he was helpless himself. He really just wanted to get on with his life and live well. He didn't want to cause any trouble at all. But sometimes, it's not that things won't come to you if you stay out of trouble. So are you planning to join the Huyan clan? Pang Min asked. Let's see what happens first. If it's not that harsh, just changing the name isn't unacceptable. Yang Chen looked at Pang Min. With your current strength and potential, you also have this qualification. I won't stop you. You can make your own choice. But then it wouldn't be appropriate for us to continue staying together. After all, 2 super revolvers coming together was too eye-catching. Pang Min's heart tightened, and she quickly said, I'm not interested in power or anything. I just want to live well. And I don't think that even following a clan may have the same future potential as following you. She looked at Yang Chen with a pleading face. Everything I have is from you. What I said back then still counts. Even if it's just to relieve your boredom, as long as you don't kick me out. Now that she was even more aware of Yang Chen's terrifying potential, she didn't want to leave him even if she became a super evolutionary. What's on your mind? How could I kick you out? Yang Chen smiled. I'm just worried that you're feeling aggravated. After all, you're already a super evolutionary now as well. I don't feel aggrieved. On the contrary, I like where I am now. Pang Min breathed a sigh of relief and also revealed a smile once again. If it was before, I would have thought how terrific a super evolved person is. But with you here, I realized that a super evolved person isn't much of a big deal. Although Yang Chen had said before that that ability was not without limitations. However, she was still very skeptical that Yang Chen could still continue to create super evolved people as long as he wanted to. In other words, she wasn't unique and wasn't indispensable to Yang Chen. It's good that you won't feel aggrieved. Yang Chen laughed. Then I'll continue to leave today's food to you. I'm hungry. No problem. Pang Min immediately and happily began to prepare the food. End of chapter. Lord Zhou Ren, My lord has an invitation. Tiger Irfan looked at the very oppressive evolver in front of him, and was very surprised in his heart that he had met this fifth-order evolver without encountering any obstacles. He was expecting trouble, like all sorts of cross-examination and so on. As a result, when he approached the place, he was directly brought in politely before he even made his intentions known. Trouble your lord to wait a little longer. Mr. Zhou will go over later. Zhou Ren did not treat Tiger Irfan with indifference just because he was only a second-order evolver. On the contrary, he very politely invited Tiger Irfan to take a seat and had food served. This made Tiger Irfan flattered, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart if his own lord was a high-level evolver, because in his opinion, even if his own lord was a sixth-order evolutionary, he shouldn't even be able to make a fifth-order evolutionary be that polite to him. On the other side, Zhou Ren went back to his room and took out an item to shield the sound, external signals and so on, then took out his special communicator and dialed a number. About 10 or so seconds later, the communication was connected, and a holographic projection surfaced, and it was clearly none other than Huyan Lingxi. My subordinate pays homage to Lord Lingxi. Zhou Ren kneeled down respectfully. What is it that you are looking for me for? Huyan Lingxi looked indifferent. Zhou Ren replied respectfully, that Yang Chen approached my subordinate. My subordinate guessed that it should be related to the atomic arithmetic card. By the way, my subordinate just got the news that the Black Wind Clan attacked Perry Lake Oasis today, but was shot down by that Yang Chen who shot down several bombers, including a cryptic fighter. Shot down a cryptic fighter? Huyan Lingxi didn't care about ordinary bombers, but the fact that Yang Chen had shot down the cryptic fighter made her very concerned, because as far as she knew, the Hidden One fighters usually didn't come close to the ground. They all operated at a high altitude of 10 kilometers from the ground and had a cloaking system that was difficult to find out by optical radar. Such a high-tech product was shot down by Yang Chen? Although she knew that Yang Chen was already a super-evolutionary, this kind of tactic still surprised her greatly. Spirit to super-evolution. Should not be able to get that high place? Could it be the same kind of tactic he used to shoot down Kungo's helicopter before? However, helicopters and boom fighters are not at all the same concept, and with stealth fighters, they are even two completely different things. May I ask Lord Lingxi how my subordinate should treat Yang Chen? Zhou Ren spoke again. Huyan Lingxi came back to her senses, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, seeing him is like seeing me. Understand what I mean? Zhou Ren's heart shook as he hurriedly replied, my subordinate understands, until he has a clear stand and is clearly an enemy of the Huyans. Huyan Lingxi said word for word, he is Huyan Chen. Subordinate understands. Zhou Ren respectfully said, do you think that Zhou Ren will really come over? Now that you're the one looking for him for something, it's logical that you should be the one to pay him a visit. Pang Min said, after all, it's a fifth-order evolver, and a combat evolver at that, so its status within the Huyan clan should not be low. By this time the shelter had been placed again. It's still in the same pattern of life, and the location is still where it was. If you can't even make a peripheral fifth-order evolver, this identity, don't want it. Yang Chen looked at the porcupine fruit tree that had begun to grow branches in front of the courtyard dam and said meaningfully, his behavior this time was also a test to see if Huyan really valued himself that much. If Zhou Ren was unwilling to come over, then he would personally go over to visit the other party. But then, it meant something different. As he was thinking about this, suddenly a cloud of chi rose up from the building 400 meters away, carrying Tiger Irfan and Zhou Ren quickly heading this way. Coming. Pang Min's eyes lit up and then said, it seems that the Huyan clan still values you. This is even more indicative of the status of a super-evolved person. Yang Chen nodded. Zhou Ren landed 20 meters away with Tiger Irfan before striding over. Tiger Irfan, go ahead and get busy. Yang Chen said, yes, my lord. Tiger Irfan immediately excused himself and left. Seeing this, Zhou Ren immediately understood that Tiger Irfan was not Yang Chen's close friend, and should not know Yang Chen's true identity, at least for now. Waiting for Tiger Irfan to walk away, and as he once again sensed that the place seemed to be shielded from sound by some sort of power, he suddenly bowed respectfully. Subordinate, pay my respects to Lord Yang Chen. I'm in a hooch now. Yang Chen reminded. Yes, Lord Hooch. Zhou Ren slurred in his mind. Hojo? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Right? However, he didn't dare to have any disrespectful look on his face because within the Huyan clan, there were strict hierarchies. Ordinary evolvers disrespected super evolvers, and super evolvers could just kill them if they had that strength, and he had no doubt that the being in front of him, who could shoot down a cryptic fighter, could kill himself. How many people within the Huyan clan know of my existence? Yang Chen asked curiously. Zhou Ren first took out a magnificent Taisher chair from within his own spacefolding bag and handed it to Peng Min before he respectfully said, "Evolvers of the 5th order and above. Basically all of them are known." Suddenly being stuffed with a chair, Peng Min first froze, then reacted and placed it behind Yang Chen. Zhou Ren clearly treated her as Yang Chen's beloved henchman, but she did not resist in the slightest. Yang Chen obediently sat down, the first time to sit in this kind of chair with backrest and armrests. Fresh feeling. He didn't care if his image as a super-evolved person would crumble, and just studied the chair in front of Zhou Ren, before he continued to ask, "How many people, then, know that I'm here?" Anyway, he was just a mudblood, a pariah in the eyes of the safe zone people, too lazy to deliberately imitate the behavior of the safe zone people. So far, only people from Lord Lingxi's lineage and the Black Wind Sandlands know about it, and it's limited to evolvers of the 5th order and above. Even my subordinates' personal followers aren't clear about it, and they only know that you're above me. Zhou Ren respectfully replied, "Because there are rumors that you have picked up the treasures of the Kunwo clan. The Kunwo clan is looking around for you. In order to prevent the Kunwo clan from intercepting the signals, the above has blocked the news, and did not send your position back." Picked up? This guy is quite descriptive. Yes, one does pick it up. Yang Chen was satisfied with this statement, but in his heart, he was also surprised at the Huyan clan's intelligence capabilities. He very much suspected that perhaps there were Huyan clan's eyes within the Kuan-Wu clan. This veteran clan seems to have them everywhere. By the way, previously, Lord Lingxi found out that the Kunwo clan was after you, and deliberately intercepted a large number of Kunwo clan's strongest people from entering the Snowy Mountain, and deployed the defense force of a laboratory in the Snowy Mountain to completely stop the Kunwo clan in the Snowy Mountain. Zhou Ren suddenly said, "So far, the only transportation troops of the Kunwo clan have arrived at the Black Wind Sands. The real big troops are still at the edge of the Snowy Mountains. They shouldn't have that many people over here, and don't have that kind of energy to look for you." Yang Chen slightly raised his eyebrows. The great battle that erupted on the edge of the Snowy Mountain before was arranged by Huyan Lingxi? He thought it was a coincidence, and thought that the war was triggered by the Kuno clan blowing up and crashing the Huyan clan's lab. But now things don't seem so simple. Then what exactly does Huyan Lingxi mean? It's only logical that I should be her rival after joining the Huyan clan. Yang Chen was somewhat unable to understand why the other party was helping him in every way. If Zhou Ren didn't say anything, he wouldn't have known about the things that Huyan Lingxi had done. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't speak, Zhou Ren took the initiative to speak. "Your Excellency, you want the atomic arithmetic card? Is there a lot of this kind of thing within the Huyan clan?" Yang Chen didn't deny it. "I'm not going to hide it from Your Excellency. The atomic arithmetic card was not made within the Huyan clan, but was purchased from the Black Wind clan. And this kind of treasure, even within the Huyan clan, is in very short supply," Zhou Ren explained. "Of course, if your lordship wants it, you can directly apply for it. And theoretically, with your status, atomic arithmetic cards that are not higher than your own evolutionary rank, for each rank, will be able to obtain one free of charge every year. There are grades. Could it be that man-made wonders of different grades require different upgrade materials?" Yang Chen was surprised. "Yes." Zhou Ren nodded his head. "Different grades naturally require different materials. Of course, only some of the materials are different, such as carbon ores, but they are indispensable. In addition, there are also a few man-made wonders that require a set amount of materials. It's just that the higher the grade, the quality of the materials needs to be increased as well." Yang Chen drifted off. "Then if I apply for a second-order atomic arithmetic card now, how long will it take for it to be approved?" Zhou Ren revealed a smile. "Lord Lingxi had anticipated that you would need it, so he applied for it for you in advance. And in fact that one of the first-order ones from before was also yours." With that, he once again took out a silver-white card and respectfully handed it over with both hands. "This is the second-order atomic arithmetic card. Your share for this year." With a wave of Peng Min's hand, the card flew into Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen took the card and asked, "How do I use it?" "Just activate it with the power of evolution and place it over the artificial oddity that needs to be calculated," Zhou Ren replied back. Yang Chen drifted off. "You turn around." Zhou Ren turned around without hesitation. Yang Chen had Peng Min shield his voice and breath and so on, then took out the nail gun and was about to activate the atomic arithmetic card when he suddenly thought of the function of his diffractive chi. To prevent the atomic arithmetic card from being broken, he handed the card to Peng Min. "You use it." "Okay." Peng Min immediately used the power of evolution to activate the atomic arithmetic card, then placed it over the nail gun. In the next moment, The atomic arithmetic card directly disintegrated and transformed into a ray of light that enveloped the nail gun. Both of them looked on curiously, wondering what the upgrade material for the nail gun would be. However, they waited left and right, and half a minute had passed, but surprisingly, no text was displayed. Yang Chen frowned and asked Pang Min to remove the spatial barrier, asking, "Turn around, take a look. What's the situation?" Zhou Ren turned around and saw a silver-white light that seemed to appear out of thin air shining on a small, art-like steel pipe. But that steel pipe didn't respond in the slightest and didn't list the required upgrade materials. May I ask you this item? Is it a second-order man-made wonder?" he asked in astonishment. "Of course." Yang Chen nodded. "As long as it's a man-made wonder that corresponds to an equal rank, it's theoretically impossible for it to fail at all." Zhou Ren frowned as he pondered. Suddenly he snapped to a legend that Lord Lingxi had once told him, and shuddered, asking somewhat incredulously, "This man-made wonder, could it be made by a functional super-evolutionary?" End of chapter. Yang Chen was flabbergasted in his heart, a sudden uproar in his mind. While on the surface, he did not move and asked, "What's the difference?" "Big difference," Zhou Ren said. "Functional super-evolvers are those who have a certain probability of creating super wonders." "Super strange object?" Yang Chen and Pang Min both looked puzzled. Zhou Ren explained, "Just as evolvers are divided into ordinary evolvers and super-evolvers, the fact is that man-made wonders, too, are divided into ordinary wonders and super wonders. Ordinary wonders and super wonders. What's the difference?" Yang Chen asked with narrowed eyes. "My subordinate once heard Lord Lingxi say that super wonders would be born with powers beyond the level of common sense." Zhou Ren respectfully replied, "My subordinate has never seen a super strange object with his own eyes, so it is difficult to explain it clearly. But according to what Lord Lingxi said, that kind of power that is beyond the norm is very similar to the rules of nature. And in addition, there is another characteristic of super strange objects that outsiders are unable to fully refine them, and even if they were to refine them normally, they would not be able to fully utilize their proper functions." Speaking of which, something suddenly occurred to him. According to the Huyan clan's intelligence, this person in front of him, who originally seemed to be a functional evolutionary, was only drawn in by the Huyan clan after becoming a spirit-oriented super-evolutionary. The current Yang Chen happens to be of the second order, and this item, which is suspected to be a super oddity, also happens to be of the second order. It's hard not to. He suddenly felt his scalp tingle at the thought of a certain possibility, but immediately afterward he felt a shadow of death loom over him. A chill ran through him, and he subconsciously tried to kneel down, but he was blocked by an invisible barrier. "If you don't want to be seen as abnormal here, you'd better not move," Pang Min said in a deep voice. By this time she had vaguely realized what was going on, and a huge wave rose in her heart. Bidirectional super-evolutionary. Heavenly, Yang Chen is actually a bidirectional super-evolutionary. And his innate ability, it's likely that it was unlocked a long time ago. It was only because of the special nature of functional abilities that even Yang Chen himself didn't realize it at first. Because functional powers, in and of themselves, are not made for combat, there will be no noticeable changes. But she also thought of one thing, and that was, Yang Chen's ability didn't seem to be that limited. Compared to the abilities of other evolvers, Yang Chen's ability was as if it was omnipotent in his area, able to strengthen any item. In that sort of way, it's the feature that has been unlocked. It was difficult to calm her mind when she thought about it. If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid that the Huyan clan won't be able to sit still, and I don't know if the Huyan clan will take any measures. Although the Huyan clan seemed to have attached great importance to Yang Chen now, Yang Chen had not explicitly stated that he wanted to join the Huyan clan. She didn't have any trust in the clan and was worried that the news would be unfavorable to Yang Chen when it got out. So she couldn't help but have murderous intent in her heart, wanting to kill and kill. Hearing Pang Min's words, Zhou Ren came to his senses and realized that this was not an indoor place, and his actions could be seen from all sides. So he stiffly kept standing and respectfully said, "My lord, Lord Lingxi said that seeing you is like seeing her. My subordinate is Lord Lingxi's absolute beloved, and Lord Lingxi attaches great importance to you. Today's matter, apart from Lord Lingxi, my subordinate will absolutely not disclose it to anyone, and my subordinate is absolutely confident that Lord Lingxi will not disclose this matter to the public." On the opposite side of the eunuch's chair, Yang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked expressionlessly at Zhou Ren on the opposite side of the room, the colors in his eyes changing one after another as a single thought flashed through his mind. Ahead, Zhou Ren had already felt a layer of barrier invisible to the naked eye enveloping him, and instantly cold sweat broke out as he spoke once again. "My lord, Please be sure to trust your subordinates. Those of us who are subordinates will only wish for our master to get better and better, and we will definitely not have second thoughts. And my subordinate believes that in your situation, the Huyen clan will only pay more attention to you. And even if the Huyen clan does learn of it, it will only do you good and no harm. He endeavored to gain life for himself. The Huyen clan will only wish for you to grow stronger and stronger. And the stronger you are, the greater your potential. The higher your voice within the Huyen clan will only grow. This is something that my subordinate absolutely believes in. Although you claim to be a subordinate, the truth is that you are not my subordinate, but rather Huyen Lingxi's subordinate. Yang Chen had already integrated the nail gun into his left arm once again, looking at the person in front of him with an expressionless face, his left arm already aiming at this person. However, before this person came here, he should have reported with Huyen Lingxi, and killing someone by himself in an inexplicable manner would most likely arouse Huyen Lingxi's suspicion. Most of all, it was likely that the Huyen clan would be directly offended by this, because Huyen Lingxi's attitude somehow determined the Huyen clan's attitude towards themselves. His current self, after all, was not yet a true Huyen, and could only be considered as an object that was being drawn in. If he had struck down Huyen Lingxi's beloved henchman, Huyen Lingxi would most likely not let it go. On the opposite side, cold sweat broke out on Zhou Ren's forehead as he quickly pondered in his mind about his chances of surviving. As for resisting hard with a fifth-order evolutionary level, he didn't even think about it, didn't have the slightest confidence in surviving a second-order, two-way super evolver. Not to mention two-way super evolvers, even one-way second-order super evolvers might be able to threaten him. Super evolution is the unlocking of an alien ability, from a single ability to full functionality in a certain field, and it is rumored that it will also produce some kind of increase effect, which is terrifyingly terrifying. It was rumored that when Huyen Lingxi was once still just an ordinary evolutionary, she could only summon a vine to entangle her enemies. At that time, Huyen Lingxi was judged within the clan as an auxiliary-type evolver, without the slightest combat power, very marginalized, and almost no one cared. However, right after Huyen Lingxi's super evolution, her combat power grew insanely fast, and she was also able to fly in the sky and fight against an army of hot weapons by herself. Not long ago, Huyen Lingxi had even survived the intensive missile bombardment of the Koanwu clan and the pursuit of thousands of drone clusters. This was the terror of a super-evolved person, a realm that ordinary evolved people could not even imagine. My lord, my subordinate here has a pitch. Suddenly Zhou Ren clenched his teeth and took out an electronic product. This is a Palm Pilot with various functions such as communication function and recording. My subordinate had once assassinated a patriarch's own grandson in order to help Lord Lingxi fight for resources. If my subordinate does anything against you, you can expose this video. At that time my subordinate will definitely not survive. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows and took the palm. Looking at the picture within the video, only Zhou Ren was seen torturing a young man in a small chamber with incomparably cruel methods. That youth, even though he was being tortured, was still very condescending and did not have the slightest intention of begging for mercy, only cursing non-stop. But in the end, the youth couldn't hold out and surrendered, saying some technical terms before being killed by Zhou Ren. Zhou Ren looked complicated and said stiffly, "The reason why my subordinate recorded this video is so that when Lord Lingxi has risen to power completely, I can use this video to prove that my subordinate has helped Lord Lingxi in many ways, and that I will only be honored at that time, and not punished." He also didn't expect the video to be used in this situation. Is that much of a mess within the clan? Pang Min frowned slightly as he watched, feeling that this kind of tactic was even more terrifying than facing life and death in a straightforward manner amongst the desolate folk. It was a war without smoke, requiring all sorts of hooks, and the average person simply wasn't good enough. Zhou Ren explained, although the Huyen clan is united externally, there are many groups internally, because of resource allocation and other issues, between different groups, although not to the point of life and death. The competition is very fierce, and when necessary, nothing is left to chance. And although Lord Lingxi is already a super evolutionary, she is not without any pressure, especially after the emergence of the God's Shadow Plague. The Plague of God's Shadow. Yang Chen suddenly asked, "Is the Huyen clan certain that more super evolvers will be born?" "Yes, and it seems that one has been born so far, except that the news is being withheld and has not yet been made public, and such things are not spoken of with much fanfare," Zhou Ren replied. "As far as my subordinate knows, right when the figure first appeared, the above had already dispatched many people to actively step into the realm of the divine evolutionary's power. Thousands of people entered, and in the end, there were less than 100 people who lived to out." and that new super-evolutionary was one of them. Thousands of people entered and less than 100 came out alive. Those who were able to be sent in should all be geniuses selected from countless others, right? As a result, only one of those who survived became a super-evolutionary? Pang Min was surprised and felt so cruel. End of chapter. It's a lot to lose, but it's a lot more to gain. Zhou Ren, however, did not feel the slightest bit out of place. A super-evolutionary, as long as he can grow up, will be enough to intimidate a party, and guarding a clan for countless years is well worth it. Pen Min didn't know what to say. She didn't have the kind of pattern the clan had, nor did she want to. All she wanted was for both herself and Yang Chen to live well and stop starving and freezing, and that was enough. The reason why Huyan Lingxi is pulling me in is to give herself more leverage? Yang Chen suddenly asked. It is difficult for my subordinate to speculate on what Lord Lingxi is thinking, but there should be this possibility. Zhou Ren said. The Divine Shadow Tribulation won't end anytime soon, and if the top doesn't do anything about it, no one can predict just how many super-evolvers will be born in the end. After a pause, he suddenly said, my subordinate once heard someone overhear that the clan has its own dangers that it needs to face, and that the super-evolutionaries are the hope against that kind of danger. Yang Chen's heart stirred. When he was in the snowy mountains, Huyan Lingxi seemed to have said similar words. The dangers the clan needs to face. What are they? He asked curiously. All my subordinates know is that it has something to do with a former cataclysm, and it's likely to have something to do with the rumored so-called outlanders. Zhou Ren replied. However, my subordinate doesn't even know what exactly an outer zone person is, and this matter doesn't seem to be too clear to Lord Lingxi either. The above should not want to let Lord Lingxi carry the pressure too early. Yang Chen was silent. It's another outer area person. This outer area person. What exactly is it? Teach me to use this palm machine. He suppressed all kinds of thoughts and said to Zhou Ren. Zhou Ren was happy in his heart, knowing that he shouldn't be silenced, and immediately respectfully began to teach Yang Chen how to use the Palm Pilot. After the start of teaching, though, he realized that this adult, who had grown up amongst the barren folk, could be said to be basically clueless about all sorts of common sense. He had no choice but to teach from the basics. For example, what electromagnetic waves, the kinds of signals, and even charging, household electricity and all kinds of appliances and so on. He taught in great detail, not daring to be half impatient, and as long as Yang Chen asked, he taught with a stiff upper lip, and Yang Chen had too many questions, because he hadn't had any involvement in this knowledge before this, so he asked if he didn't understand. What made Zhou Ren admire and greatly relieved was that Yang Chen's memory and comprehension was so good that he could understand it almost after listening to it once and was able to learn by example. This kind of person, even if he was put in the school, he should be a school bully level existence. He could only lament that it was worthy of being able to become a super-evolutionary. Finally, the day ended, and it was only late at night that Yang Chen was satisfied and let Zhou Ren leave. He had completely learned how to use this palm top, and also knew the usage of the various functions inside. It's a shame that you can't take pictures and record videos and so on, or even surf the web, except that you can't connect to the internet over here. Do you have any functional evolvers around? Arrange one over for me. When Zhou Ren was leaving, Yang Chen commanded this, reporting back to my lord. Functional evolvers hardly play any role outside, so my subordinate doesn't have this type of person around. Zhou Ren replied back, if your excellency needs it, my subordinates can apply to Lord Lingxi, or your excellency can personally apply from within the clan. Forget it. Yang Chen just wanted to know the main difference between himself and other functional evolvers. It wasn't a necessity. What happened today? Don't mention it to any other people besides Huyan Lingxi. Understood. Zhou Ren reassured him again before turning to leave. Pang Min had already cooked the food long ago and brought over a bowl for Yang Chen, asking, is it really good to let him go like this? We don't have a choice, but this should actually be the best option as well. Yang Chen said. As Zhou Ren said, the more potential I have, the more the Huyan clan will care about me, and until I show my hostility towards the Huyan clan shouldn't do anything to me, especially since they've already extended an olive branch to me and I haven't explicitly rejected it. They shouldn't suddenly do anything to cause me to be offended. Of course, the clan is not to be trusted, and I will not rest my safety entirely on the goodness of the Huyan. I will be careful how I deal with it, he added. For the time being, the best thing to do is to respond to all changes with no change. Anyway, we've already obtained quite a few cultivation resources, so it's just right to take advantage of this period of time to become stronger, and then the words will be even greater. It's good that you know it in your heart. Pang Min breathed a sigh of relief. After having enough to eat and drink, Yang Chen let Peng Min go to rest first, and took himself outside to take care of the porcupine fruit tree, and took out the strange arm guard that he got today to study it. There were a total of 7 strange arm guards from that middle-aged stall owner who had disappeared into a bubble. All 7 of these arm guards can cause sensations in this arm guard of his own. Yang Chen was very curious. What was the relationship between his own arm guard and these 7 arm guards? Is it because there is a special sense between the same type of essence and strange objects? But it's not as if these 7 wondrous arm guards were sensing each other. With this thought in his mind, he took out the arm guard on his right arm and put it together with the other 7 arm guards. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, and the moment he placed the one he had strengthened with the odd arm guard and these 7 unenhanced arm guards together, the 7 unenhanced arm guards unexpectedly weathered without a sound. He vaguely felt that a special force was being swallowed up by this strange arm guard of his, but he didn't know what it was. It should be good, right? He waited patiently. The process was a bit long, and after more than an hour, the 7 odd arm guards were completely weathered and turned into dust. And although the surface of this arm guard of his own did not change in any way, the introduction changed completely. Super Arm Guard LV 24, 0% after wearing it. When encountering an attack, it can automatically consume essence to turn into a shield to block most types of attacks, and can also actively release a shield. The size and duration of the shield is determined by the arm guard level and the user's evolutionary level. With no cooldown, the higher the level, the stronger the defense. Seeing this brand new name and introduction, Yang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Super arm guards. Super oddity? He picked up the arm guard and sensed an increase in weight, but it wasn't noticeable. Other than that, there was no other change. And as he reattached the arm guard to his right arm, a strong sense of security appeared. It was as if attacks from all directions were no longer a threat and would be blocked by the passive ability of this arm guard. Surprisingly, it's no longer limited to the right side, and it seems that the automatic protector has actually become passive. Yang Chen secretly vibrated and tried to actively consume his essence to inspire the shield. A huge semi-transparent shield with a length and width of more than 10 meters appeared in front of him, and on the semi-transparent shield there was a huge pattern like a turtle shell. Although he hadn't tried it yet, he had a feeling that the defensive power of the shield definitely far exceeded the previous small shield that was 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. Now I'm afraid that an attacking evolver of the 4th or even 5th rank won't be able to sneak up on me. Yang Chen stroked the super arm guard on the small arm of his right hand, his heart growing more and more satisfied. But at that moment he suddenly thought of something and removed the nail gun that was incorporated within his left arm and placed it on the ground. At once, deep in the heart, it was as if some kind of power had disappeared. It seems as if my confidence has weakened a bit. It's hard to believe that super wonders, all of them have a similar special effect? He reintegrated the nail gun into his left arm, and all of a sudden the confidence he had before that anyone could stop him in his tracks, came back. What the super arm guard gives me is a sense of security, while what the nail gun gives me is indestructible confidence. If the nail gun is really a super wondrous object as well, then super wondrous objects, do they all carry this mind-affecting effect? Yang Chen couldn't help but analyze the reason why the nail gun had become a super oddity. Is it because of the collimator? It's because of the collimator that I can hit 100 shots, even if the distance is far away. As long as I can see it, as long as I can calculate the target's moving speed and trajectory, theoretically I can hit 100 shots. End of chapter.